The girl was clearly very clean, with no smell on her at all. Yet out of 28 people on the road, 27 covered their mouths and noses, and the only one who didn't was her father. Seeing this scene, the father tightly clenched his fists. He was originally the invincible Xianxiao God Emperor of the world, who practiced the cycle of creation and rebirth to prove the supreme Tao fruit. The cost was that he needed to return to his original path as a mortal, and with each sleep, part of his memory and strength would be sealed in the cycle of creation and rebirth disc. Therefore, during his sleep, he was treated as a vegetative person. His daughter suffered from the disdain of others while taking care of him. Not only was she expelled from the academy, but she also had to work 3 jobs every day to make ends meet. Not long after waking up, he looked at his sleeping daughter with a face full of guilt. The perfect cost had actually caused his daughter to suffer. The repeated sleeps and seals ultimately turned him into an ordinary citizen. He met his wife, started a family, and had a daughter named Yi Xiaoxiao. When Yi Xiaoxiao was 6 years old, his wife mysteriously left home, promising that she would return to take them back once her matters were resolved. At that time, he, as a mortal, couldn't understand, but looking back now, his wife must have had her own stories and difficulties, worried about involving him and their daughter. After all, in his wife's eyes, he was just her mortal husband named Yi Tian. Once his strength is restored a bit, he would go find her mother, otherwise, it would only cause trouble and put their family of 3 in unknown danger. As a father, he must retrace his original path and help her rise to great heights. He heard the lecturer's words, expelled from the academy? What a joke! How could the Xianyun God Emperor let his daughter fall to such a state? Yi Tian recalled that the lecturer with the surname Yuan had given him medicine. He got up and walked to the table, leaning in slightly, and smelled a familiar scent. Opening the outer paper package, he saw many medicinal materials inside. Not only was the smell familiar, but wasn't this my own essence nourishing soup? Yi Tian's memories resurfaced. The last time he fell into a deep sleep, he hadn't completely turned into a mortal. While wandering here, he encountered a disaster. A little medicine servant almost lost his life trying to save someone, and Yi Tian saved him. He taught the little medicine servant some skills, and this essence-nourishing soup was one of them. But unfortunately, he was too rigid. Yi Tian picked and chose among the ingredients, adjusting the ratios. His daughter was weak now, and the medicinal power needed to be gentler, not too strong. After adjusting the ratios, Yi Tian began to brew the medicine. Inside the room, Yi Xiaoxiao suddenly sat up and shouted. Her voice echoed in the dilapidated house, and the surroundings felt empty. The broken door opened, and Yi Tian's figure walked in from outside. You're awake? Yi Tian was caught in a tight embrace by his daughter, who held onto him as if afraid he would disappear the next moment. Yi Xiaoxiao feared this was a dream, and if she woke up, everything would return to the starting point. Yi Tian gently stroked his daughter's head. It's okay, Dad won't fall asleep again and leave Xiaoxiao behind. Over the years, Dad has let Xiaoxiao down. You've really suffered. Yi Xiaoxiao shook her head. As long as Dad is well, Xiaoxiao is not suffering. Also, I have good news to tell Dad. Xiaoxiao was admitted to the Lufeng Academy's branch in the southern outer city. Speaking of this, Yi Xiaoxiao felt very proud. Lufeng Academy is the best academy in the Jingtian Empire, and it is rare for her to be admitted to the southern city branch, one of the 4 major branches. My Xiaoxiao is really amazing. Yi Tian praised her without reservation. Hearing her father's praise, Yi Xiaoxiao smiled happily. Looking at the smile on his daughter's face, he was touched. It was the most beautiful scene he had ever seen in his life. Feeling moved, Yi Tian's internal cycle of creation and reincarnation vibrated, and radiant light surged within him, cleansing his whole body. This was the first step for Yi Tian to retrace his path and reshape the foundation of his body. He did not expect this reshaping to go so smoothly. The colorful clouds revealed 10 colors of the cave sky, shining perfectly without flaw. His Xianyun divine body became immaculate and perfect. Realizing this, Yi Tian also showed a satisfied smile, but he felt even more guilty towards his daughter. After drinking the nourishing soup, Yi Xiaoxiao felt like a little furnace. She immediately picked up a rough wooden stick by the door to practice outside instead of using a long sword. Watching his daughter practice swordsmanship, it was clear she had entered a state of focus. Somewhat oblivious to her surroundings, he gently waved his hand, guiding the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth to gather around his daughter. And then he stood with his hands behind his back, silently watching. This is the outskirts of the imperial city of the Jingtian Empire, where many people had already gotten up to go to work and make a living. They were not surprised that Yi Xiaoxiao would get up early to practice swordsmanship. Everyone felt sorry for this little girl and took care of her. But this time, when they saw Yi Tian standing at the door, they were all astonished. Yi Xiaoxiao's father, who had been in a deep sleep for years, was really awake. Some said they saw Yi Tian making a fire in the morning, and everyone thought they had seen it wrong, but it was true. Facing the curious gazes of the neighbors, Yi Tian smiled and nodded in response. Over the years, they have taken care of their daughter Yi Xiaoxiao, and Yi Tian remembers it all. After finishing her sword practice, Yi Xiaoxiao excitedly ran in front of Yi Tian. Daddy, this time practicing sword felt so easy. I've made rapid progress. It's so different from before. Isn't that great? Why are you so silly and happy? It's nothing. Yi Xiaoxiao laughed nonstop. She just felt it was so good that Yi Tian was awake, and she didn't have to rush like a blade of grass against the cold wind to get to the academy, but could lie on her father's broad and warm back. The father and daughter chatted and laughed all the way. Daddy, I will definitely become a powerful sword cultivator in the future, and let you live in a big house. Aunt Zhang and the others always say I'm dreaming, that people like us can't achieve anything, but I heard that the matriarch of the Tianjin Merchant Association used to be a medicine slave. The matriarch of the Tianjin Merchant Association, Yi Tian murmured, rubbing Yi Xiaoxiao's head. Half an hour later, the father and daughter finally arrived at the entrance of the academy's branch. Yi Xiaoxiao waved goodbye to her father and walked towards the gate of the Lufeng Academy's South City branch. Other students would unconsciously step aside as Yi Xiaoxiao passed by. Some little girls would gently cover their mouths and noses when passing by Yi Xiaoxiao, even though she had washed up very clean and had no smell. Yi Tian watched this scene, and his hands behind his back unconsciously clenched tightly. After his daughter disappeared from sight, Yi Tian turned around and walked towards a row of shops opposite the academy's branch. The pharmacy of the Tianjin Merchant Association was right there. On the way to send his daughter Yi Xiaoxiao to the academy's branch, the father and daughter had chatted a lot about topics initiated by the Yunsan soup, such as what the pharmacy of the Tianjin Merchant Association could sell. Yi Tian now entered this pharmacy to sell some goods. Perhaps this act insults the dignity of the God Emperor, but who here knows who he is? Moreover, compared to his past identity, Yi Tian is now a father. The scene just now made his heart ache. The pharmacy of the Tianjin Chamber of Commerce is spacious and grand, which surprised Yi Tian. As he stepped into the pharmacy, a clerk approached him quickly with a smile. Sir, are you here to buy medicine or to see a doctor? He was dressed in coarse clothes and looked impoverished, yet the clerk did not show any signs of looking down on him. He glanced around the shop and saw that other clerks treated everyone who came to the pharmacy equally. His daughter said that although the Tianjin Chamber of Commerce is a behemoth, it does not act tyrannically. On the contrary, it is very benevolent, and one can see some things from this detail. Yi Tian withdrew his gaze and said to the clerk, I am here to sell a prescription. No problem, please follow me. Sir, the clerk nodded and led Yi Tian to the back. There was a table with writing materials on it. Yi Tian wrote the prescription, which was an adjusted body-nourishing soup. When he passed it on to the ancestor of the Tianjin Chamber of Commerce, most of his memories and cultivation had already been sealed, so the level of this prescription was far inferior to what it would be if he had regained all his memories. After finishing the prescription, the clerk put it away and sealed it, asking the guest to leave an address. If this prescription works, we will offer different levels of rewards based on its effectiveness. Yi Tian nodded slightly, left his address, and then departed. After watching Yi Tian leave, the clerk shook his head. He had been following the rules all along and truly did not believe that someone like him could have a good prescription, thinking that some rural folk remedies could be sold for a high price, turning a salted fish into a phoenix. Despite thinking that the prescription written by Yi Tian would only fail to fall in the session of the examination of the pharmacy's sitting physicians, the fellow, however, still did not mind the trouble, and ran honestly, taking the sealed prescription to the rear. Arriving at the back of the pharmacy, the fellow was shocked to find a brocade-clad guard guarding the door of the sitting physician's room, asking permission to enter. The fellow couldn't help but shiver a little when he saw the man inside talking to the seated physician. That was the president of their 1,000 Gold Chamber of Commerce, Zhou Xuanfu. It was said that the Chamber of Commerce executives, from time to time, would come to the various stores to quietly inspect them. I didn't realize that not only did I run into it, but I was the president. Luckily today all honestly follow the rules and did not cheat. Otherwise, it's been a long time since I've looked at a formula. Leave this to me. With such a coincidence, Zhou Sunluo was also interested. He took the sealed prescription handed over by this fellow, opened it, and couldn't help but be happy. Yummy body soup? When the sitting physician heard this, he was also stunned. Selling the Yunbu Tang? Take our formula and sell it to us? Speaking of which, the sitting physician glared at the fellow. Didn't you keep an eye on him when he was writing the prescription? And this kind of mischief, you send it here too? That fellow secretly grumbled. When he saw Yi Tian dressed up, it was good that he could seriously follow the rules. Where would he be so attached? President, in my opinion. The seated physician turned his head, and his words ended abruptly before he could finish. He noticed that President Zhou Xuanju looked grave, staring at the prescription without letting go, and his hands holding the paper were trembling slightly. Slightly calmed down, Zhou soon looked at the fellow. You, reward money 10 taels. This matter shall not be spread out. After Zhou Sun finished speaking, he hurriedly walked quickly towards the back of the simmering medicine. He's going to test the drug. The seated physician was stunned. and also hurriedly got up to follow him out. Before leaving, he patted the fellow's shoulder. Go and collect the reward. Remember the words of the president. What you have seen and heard shall not be publicized. Soon, the fellow was left alone in this room, standing frozen in place. The situation just now and Yi Tian's appearance were constantly intertwined in his mind. To make the chairman lose his temper like that, I've met someone high up. Zhou Xuanji, on his side, quickly stepped to the back hall. He took the prescription while skillfully grabbing the medicine. He then began to boil the medicine according to the techniques indicated on the prescription. When the aroma of the medicine passed out, Zhou Sunluo took a whiff with the seated physician who came after him. Hiss! Both of them simultaneously sucked in a breath of cool air, their hearts shaking. Zhou Sunluo took a deep breath. An aura surged out from his palm, adding on top of the medicinal pot, quickly boiling the medicinal soup. The medicinal soup was boiled, and Zhou Xuanlu immediately poured a bowl and swallowed a mouthful. The sitting physician on the side also took a sip from his bowl. The mouth is slightly bitter but with a refreshing aroma, followed by a sweetness, as if the body is immersed in a hot spring, warm, especially after sensing the medicinal power and inferring the effects. The sitting physician was taken aback. Clan chief, Zhou Xuanrui was also shocked that their Zhou family's prescription was inferior to that of a coming seller. Moreover, it can be seen that the two remedies come from the same source. Keep it quiet. I have to go find my grandfather to take a look. Zhou Xuanji barked towards this clan member, got up and left. Grandfather? The patriarch's grandfather, the oldest ancestor of their Zhou family, the oldest ancestor of the 1,000 golds, as outsiders call them? Willow Wind Academy South City branch. The students who were in the same year as Yi Xiaoshan noticed the subtle changes in her. In the past, Yi Xiaoxiao always hung her head slightly and looked resolute, but from time to time, she would show bitterness. But today, it's obviously much lighter. However, in this lecture martial arts arena, everyone would still naturally avoid Yi Xiaoxiao. Around her, an area emptied out. It's as if staying with her is tainted with something bad. If it was bullying her, not so much. They were, after all, people from two worlds, the mudbloods from the outskirts of the city, even if they relied on a little bit of talent and lucked into the academy. Nowadays, in the first academic year's examination, one would still be removed from the program and return to the inferior academy on the outskirts of the city. After finishing school, maybe she'd be on the team that hired a new escort Rex for their family. Their interactions with each other were limited to this brief year. If it was in the past, suffering from such detachment and disregard, Yi Xiaoxiao would still feel a little hard in her heart even if she was used to it. But now, her daddy is awake. What is all this indifference? This contemptuous disregard? At the end of the lesson, the students of Qiyu all left in groups, leaving Yi Xiaoxiao alone. She stood in the corner of the crowd, not moving. Xinya! Lecturer Yuan Qing's voice rang out. Yi Xiaoxiao turned around and ran towards Yuan Chang. Master Yuan, have you taken the Yun body soup yet? Yuan Qing asked. Yi Xiaoxiao nodded, convinced. Let's go. I'll take you for another test to see how far away you are from passing. Yuan Qing said and took Yi Xiaoxiao's hand. Feeling the roughness of that palm, Yuan Qing couldn't help but feel heartache. Chapter 4, Tears of Joy. Soon enough, Yuan Chang brought Yi Xiaoxiao to the testing ground. Among them stood a stone monument, and Yuan Chang had Yi Xiaoxiao test the first monument. Yi Xiaoxiao came from a lowly background, but with her talent, she had hardened herself to cross the initiation realm and successfully enlightened her spirit, being able to refine the heaven and earth's aura into her body. Right now, she was in the blood and flesh stage of cultivation among the 4 stages of the first realm body refining realm. Allow the aura to quench the blood and flesh, strengthen the body, and the force to increase rapidly. Their Willow Wind Academy South City branch students, assessed for admission, were not yet considered officially enrolled. In the first academic year, one must fulfill the force to reach the 3 spirits in order to qualify for further study. Otherwise, they would simply be removed from the program and have to go to the next best school. Conditions: sky's the limit. The testing stone tablet in front of Yi Xiaoxiao at this moment was specifically used to test the force of the first realm's flesh and blood stage. There are scales on it, 10 scales for one spirit. Shinya, come on. Yuan Qing lightly patted Yi Xiaoxian's back and told her to make a move. She remembered that the last time Yi Xiaoxiao tested, she could barely break 2 spirits with one, and was still 9 scales short of being qualified. I don't know how well the body-containing soup I gave myself will work. There was still hope for Yi Xiaoxiao if she could move up a scale, as long as she was advised not to waste her resources on that unreliable father. Yi Xiaoxiao walked to the stone monument, took a deep breath, and struck out with a palm. Snap! As soon as she struck, Yuan Qing's eyes at the side lit up. She could tell that Yi Xiaoxiao's force seemed to have improved a lot. The test monolith suffered a blow, and a light emerged from the bottom, lighting upwards continuously. The light that surfaced quickly crossed the 2 spirit scale and lit up 3 more times in a row before stopping. Ah! Yuan Chang was startled. This was the second spirit with 3 and next to the 4th scale on the second spirit. Can the effect of a single dose of yummy body soup be that powerful? Yi Xiaoxiao herself was dumbfounded. She herself didn't expect her grades to be this good. The body-containing soup made by my father was truly extraordinary. Thanks to daddy. Shinya. Yuan Chang was very happy and squatted down to grab Yi Xiaoxiao's shoulder. Keep working hard and you'll definitely be able to stay in the academy. But you really can't waste any more energy on that unreliable dad. Yuan Chang's words caused Yi Xiaoxiao's expression to change and she broke away from her hand. Yi Xiaoxiao's expression was solemn. Master Yuan, Xiaoxiao is very grateful to you for helping me. But don't say anything bad about father. I'll cultivate well and I'll definitely repay your help in the future. But it's not okay to say father. Yuan Chang looked at this little girl with a serious expression and knew that she had said the wrong thing. She was really concerned. However, Yuan Chang wasn't upset, but instead liked this poor child even more. She was just the new lecturer and had her own struggles. She really had her hands full with this kid. Shinya, it's my fault. Yuan Chang apologized to Yi Xiaoxiao and persuaded. But you really can't use your resources on your father anymore. You have to use the supportive resources of the academy on yourself and stay here, so that you can take better care of your father when you're successful in the future. No? Yi Xiaoxiao looked at Yuan Chang with some confusion. Master Yuan, what support resources? What are you talking about? Yuan Chang's expression stiffened. Shinya, doesn't the academy give you support resources every month? This benefit is specifically for children like you who come from a bad family but have talent. Didn't you already waive my tuition? Yi Xiaoxiao did not understand Yuan Chang's words. Yuan Chang's face blanched slightly. Shinya, 1 dose of yummy body soup, 10 doses of nourishing body soup, and 3 taels of silver every month. Are there none of them? Yi Xiaoxiao shook her head. Master Yuan, if these really existed, Xiaoxiao wouldn't have to work as a laborer in order to earn enough money to eat. And she wouldn't even be able to afford to eat meat. Doing labor to earn money to eat? Yuan Chang's voice was trembling a bit. You don't know that the dining hall of the academy, you are able to eat directly without paying for it? It's part of enabling. Didn't anyone tell you? Yi Xiaoxiao shook her head. Master Yuan, I don't even know. Yuan Chang's hands clenched. She had misunderstood Yi Xiaoxiao. She had originally wondered why Yi Xiaoxiao's strength was rising slowly when she was so talented. She went to Yi Xiaoxiao's home yesterday and saw the bed Yi Tian had been sleeping for many years and still had a rosy color. It doesn't even look like a patient who's been bedridden for years. Yuan Chang mistakenly thought that Yi Xiaoxiao had fed all the resources of the academy to her father to nourish his body. Who had thought that Yi Xiaoxiao had never received a single amount of support resources from the academy at all. Even the fact that she could just eat for free in the dining hall was unknown. The ingredients in the academy's dining hall were all very fresh, with big fish and meat, so that the group of students would be well nourished and be able to build a good foundation in the flesh and blood stage. Yuan Chang looked at Yi Xiaoxiao and was even more surprised. In other words, the little girl in front of me eats vegetable stalks mixed with brown grains every day. No resources were used. In terms of malnutrition and overwork in doing labor to take care of my father, struggled with talent and hung in there. Yuan Chang didn't even dare to imagine how far Yi Xiaoxiao could grow if she could use her resources normally. Eat and sleep well, and focus on cultivation. Shinya, you go home first. I'll go apply for the support resources of the academy for you. Yuan Chang touched Yi Xiaoxian's head. With the support resources, you can definitely qualify and stay in the academy without being removed. Hearing Yuan Chang's words, Yi Xiaoxiao nodded her head obediently. She left the testing compound and followed the main college road to the entrance. At the moment, the entrance to the academy was somewhat empty. Normally at this time, Yi Xiaoxiao would be rushing back to the outskirts of the city to go to various houses to do labor and help out. In addition to earning some money, you can follow along for a meal. In fact, this is also the neighbor's kindly help. So little big girl, how much can do? It wasn't until these 2 years that Yi Xiaoxiao crossed the entry realm, and the aura entered her body to quench her flesh and blood. The strength of the tiny human child was getting bigger and bigger, and at the strength of one spirit, it already had the strength of an unusual adult man. At this point in time, Yi Xiaoxiao that was really able to help with a lot of things. Yi Xiaoxiao would also work harder and more attentively, knowing very well in her heart that everyone was taking care of her. But today was different. She didn't need to make the journey alone anymore. In the distance, Yi Tian was looking at his daughter with a smile on his face, still carrying a large bag in his hand. Daddy! Yi Xiaoxiao happily darted over and ran to Yi Tian with a sharp break. Go home. Yi Tian extended his hand. Yi Xiaoxiao placed her small hand into Yi Tian's broad palm. Father and daughter held hands and took steps toward their home. Father, Master Yuan told me today that the academy has support resources, and as a result, I never knew about it. There is such a thing? Ha, interesting. Daddy, where did you get the money to buy so many things? I had nothing to do, wandering about the city. and helped a gentry in the west of the city with a minor cure. Daddy sure knows how to heal. Naturally, your father is the invincible god emperor of the world and knows a little bit about everything. Daddy brags. Wow, there's meat, eh? And new shoes. Like it? Like. Ooh-hoo. Yi Tian's hands were busy, picking up his crying daughter. Chapter 5, The Moral Hypocrite. Yi Xiaoxiao wasn't fragile. It was just that the stress of the past had left her in a state of tautness. Yi Tian's new shoes were a trigger. It made her finally feel clearly in this moment that she was no longer a child that no one loved. That's why I couldn't control my emotions and cried tears of joy. Yi Tian held his daughter in one hand and carried something in the other, softly comforting. And Yi Xiaoxiao quickly calmed down and jumped off Yi Tian's body to help carry things. Yi Xiaoxiao, who was hugging her new shoes, her eyes were still red, and while softly sobbing, she smiled towards Yi Tian, revealing two small tiger teeth. Yi Tian told her to change it now, but Yi Xiaoxiao still refused and insisted on going home to wash her feet before wearing the new shoes. It was good that his daughter was also stepping into the cultivation path and not freezing her feet, so Yi Tian smiled and let her be happy. Father and daughter, happy as they walked home. In the South City branch of the Willow Wind Academy, Yuan Cheng had already written the paperwork for her application. The branch dean was at a critical moment in his cultivation breakthrough, and had often closed his eyes over the years. The many things that happened in the South City branch were the responsibility of Wu Xianqing, who was now the vice president. Yuan Qing found the back of the Academy of Learning, the compartment that belonged solely to the vice president. Wu Xianqing sat among them, still in high spirits despite his gray hair. He was still busy with the whole academy running, and it was laborious work. Yuan Cheng knew that when the old dean's realm broke through, he would not be staying at the branch to act as the dean. The position, of course, belongs to this one. Yuan Cheng walked to the door and didn't make a sound, just waited quietly. After handling the paperwork in front of him, Wu Xianqing raised his head, and with his strength, he naturally noticed Yuan Qing's arrival. Little Yuan, why are you still standing outside? Come in. Wu Xianqing looked amiable and waved towards Yuan Cheng. Only then did Yuan Cheng walk into the room. Dean Wu, what's the matter at this hour? Wu Xianqing wore a smile while his gaze rested on the paperwork in Yuan Cheng's hands. Yuan Cheng hurriedly said, Dean Wu, among the New Year's students of our branch, there is a student from a cold and bitter background named Yi Xiaoxiao. Our Willow Wind Academy has support for such cold and bitter children, but she actually doesn't, and doesn't even know about it. Even the dining hall of the academy is open to her for free, and every day after school, she still has to go to work to subsidize her family. She has excellent talent, weighed down by such conditions, and her strength is all of 2 spirits with 3. So, I want to apply for support resources for her. Yi Xiaoxiao's condition has a chance to be specially selected to enter the General Academy if she is properly cultivated. Snap! Wu Xianqing was filled with a huff. I can't believe there's such a thing. Can you show me the paperwork? Yuan Cheng hurriedly handed the paperwork to Wu Xianqing, who took it and read it carefully. The more he looked, the tighter his brow furrowed. Pop! Wu Xianqing angrily slapped the paperwork on the tabletop. Nonsense! Such an excellent scholar is actually buried like this? Nowadays, the people in this institution are really getting sloppy in their work, and the person in charge of processing the admission to the academy, are their eyes blind? Yuan Cheng was startled and quickly said, Dean Wu, rest his anger. This is not the time to pursue the matter. We have to make amends as soon as possible. Not bad, this child is too bitter. Wu Xianqing took a deep breath and eased himself. Xiao Yuan, I will report this matter upwards immediately. No matter what, we can't delay the baby. It's all about the test. If you get removed for something like this, it will all be too late, and it will be too much of a mistake. Yuan Cheng hurriedly nodded. Dean Wu, that's what I think. Don't worry, I will definitely give this child a just result. Wu Xianqing solemnly promised towards Yuan Cheng. Yuan Cheng was thrilled. Thank you, Dean Wu. I thank you for that child. Wu Xianqing righteously said, this is my part. As the director of this branch, every student is my child. Hearing Wu Xianqing say that, Yuan Cheng was very respectful and couldn't stop bowing to thank him. After watching Yuan Cheng leave, Wu Xianqing picked up that paperwork again. The talent is not bad. It can be specially selected to enter the General Academy. Murmuring here, the amiable smile on Wu Xianqing's face disappeared. Bang! The aura vibrated, and the paperwork regarding Yi Xiaoxiao's application for support resources was shattered in Wu Xianqing's hands. Wu Xianqing rolled his aura and swept the shredded paper into the wastepaper basket. If you are specially selected to enter the General Academy, what about my grandson? Kidding aside, Yi Xiaoxiao had talent. As the vice dean, could he not know that? Special selection to the General Hospital. Their South Side branch is just 10 slots. Only potential talent, not battle power. His own grandson's potential talent was stuck on the edge of 10th place. If Yi Xiaoxiao passes the exam, won't she squeeze out her grandson? The persimmon has to be soft. Yi Xiaoxiao, a mudblood from the outskirts of the city, could be casually pinched to death, but Wu Xianqing can't do it openly. He is going to be promoted to dean in the future. Inside the Willow Wind Academy, the rules are strict. If one blatantly opens the back door to his grandson, it is bad school rules. The dean's position, not to mention sitting up, his position as vice dean cannot keep, but it was still very easy to take a little girl with no support, not enough to eat and wear, no time to practice, no resources to support. How are you going to participate in the special selection examination as a guy who couldn't even pass the official examination of the branch and was directly removed from the list? As for resource support not being applied for, the lecturer in charge of admissions has been sloppy and incompetent. Some time ago, he made a mistake and was dismissed from the hospital, taking his severance pay and going back to his hometown to make a living. After he was removed from the list, he himself would then step in and find connections to find a better secondary school for this Yi Xiaoxiao. Maybe, people will even be grateful to him. It's really seamless. Grandpa, Grandma sent me to call you home. Outside, a boy's voice came. Grandpa is here. A kind smile appeared on Wu Xianqing's face as he hurriedly walked out of the room. In the meantime, Zhou Xuanfu had returned to the mansion with eager footsteps. A young girl practicing her sword in the mansion looked strangely at Zhou Sunluo's back as he left. Why is grandfather in such a hurry? Never seen him so flustered. Zhou Sun therefore did not know what his granddaughter was thinking, but instead rushed to the backyard of the mansion. There is a bamboo forest in the backyard, and when you enter the bamboo forest, there is a shrine. There was an old man, sitting on his knees in the shrine, his eyes closed in meditation. He, none other than the Zhou family's old ancestor, the founder of the Thousand Gold Hall, the predecessor of the Thousand Gold Chamber of Commerce, Zhou Yuanfang, who is known as the Old Man of 1,000 Gold. Grandfather, my grandson has obtained a prescription that is full of doubts and needs you to recognize it. Zhou Xuanju bowed for instructions. Sighing, Zhou Yuanfang opened his eyes. Can't even hold a single prescription? Zhou Xuanliu didn't dare to reply, but just lowered his head and held up the prescription with both hands. A wind blew in front of him, carrying the prescription and landing in Zhou Yuanfang's hand. When there was no movement for a moment, Zhou Sunluo raised his head and saw his grandfather's face close at hand, glaring at him in death. Chapter 6, Is this normal? Zhou Yuanfang stared at his grandson, his voice hoarse. Where did it come from? Where did this prescription come from? Zhou Sunluo was so startled by his grandfather that he fell to the floor. Swish! Zhou Yuanfang grabbed the lapel of Zhou Sunluo's coat. Brat! Speak quickly! Zhou Sun then slowed down, hastily replied, This is someone to store the cellar. Have left the address. Saying that, Zhou Sunluo hurriedly took out the other piece of paper, which had the location of the residence left by the other party. Zhou Yuanfang hurriedly took it over and scrutinized it, reciting under his breath, It's the same as the formula. It's all new. Written by one person. Ha 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 ha. Zhou Yuanfang couldn't help but laugh up to the sky as 2 lines of tears slid down from the corners of his eyes. He turned and retraced his steps back to the shrine, kneeling down toward that. Yuan Wei found you really found you in my lifetime. Bang! Bang! Zhou Yuanfang kowtowed as he recited. In the back, Zhou Xuanfu had been confused. Unbeknownst to the onlookers, their Zhou family had a secret that had to do with their grandfather. My father had said during his lifetime that the shrine had been there as long as he could remember. Grandfather had always offered that nameless eternal life tablet, daily, without interruption. Right now, what does it mean when grandfather chants to that eternal life tablet that he's found it? Forbidden child. At that moment, a voice came from the front. It was grandfather Zhou Yuanfang calling out to himself. Zhou Sunluo hurriedly agreed. Grandfather, grandchildren are here. Zhou Yuanfang opened his mouth. Organize all the vouchers of our Zhou family's land deeds, house deeds, money bills, and all other properties, and at nightfall, follow me. Zhou Sunluo's heart trembled. Then he nodded his head in agreement. Grandson understands. I will go prepare. Listening to the sound of his grandson's footsteps going away, Zhou Yuanfang was still sitting on his knees in the same place, tightly pinching the piece of paper that recorded Yi Tian's address. I was afraid that if I let go, the paper would fly away and disappear. On the outskirts of the city, Yi Tian took Yi Xiaoxiao, who was wearing new shoes and new clothes, and went from house to house delivering gifts. Some meat, a bag of rice, plus some cloth. Yi Tian solved the problem of that gentry's succession, and the consultation fee was still quite a lot. People need to know how to return the favor, and these neighbors usually help their daughters. Now that he was awake, of course he had to show something. Everyone was surprised that Yi Tian had brought Yi Xiaoxiao to visit. The big guy also half-heartedly accepted the gift, and was even happier for Yi Xiaoxiao. This waifu used to be really bitter yo, can't even afford to buy shoes, and have to make you a whole bed of good bedding. It's good to see that Shirnoa is finally getting over it. you have to take good care of Shirnoa. Woohoo! Everyone's concern made Yi Xiaoxiao heave a smile, but Auntie Zhang, who was crying, was really too much for her to handle. After walking around for a while, Yi Tian and Yi Xiaoxiao finally returned home. Yi Tian personally cooked the meal and quickly made it. The newly purchased large bowl is covered with steamed semolina, crystal clear as white jade. The fried meat with its saucy grease covered the rice and dipped down, fragrant. In front of her own father, Yi Xiaoxiao was not reserved or polite, and took a big bite out of her bowl. Yi Xiaoxiao, whose cheeks were bulging, looked up at Yi Tian with both eyes glowing, and said while chewing, "Good times, eat. Slow down. There's no rush. No one is grabbing it from you. There's more in the pot." Yi Tian reached out and plucked the grains of rice from the corner of his daughter's mouth. Yi Xiaoxiao agreed and buried her head to continue drying her meal, eating with a special flavor. She herself was at the body refining realm's blood and flesh stage, and it was time to grow her body, so she ate 3 large bowls in a single gulp. After eating, Yi Xiaoxiao cupped her small stomach and leaned back in her chair with satisfaction. After a slight moment of lethargy, Yi Xiaoxiao immediately stood up. "Father, I'm going to practice. Slow down," Yi Tian said while cleaning up the dishes. After washing up, he came to the door of his room and watched his daughter practicing seriously under the moonlight. Yi Xiaoxiao still used the wooden stick that was used in place of the long sword. Every move she made would draw the aura of heaven and earth into her body, quenching her flesh and blood and beating herself up. "I had the body warmed up by the body soup, and I even got a good night's sleep. Now you have enough to eat and drink, and you don't have to waste energy doing labor." At this moment, Yi Xiaoxiao's cultivation was truly bringing out her natural potential. Her temperature was rising and there was a mist drifting up from her body. Yi Tian was still the same as he was in the morning, gently waving his hand, drawing the aura of heaven and earth towards his daughter's side. And Yi Xiaoxiao practiced extremely hard. The boring basic swordsmanship was done over and over again, without getting tired of it, and every movement was very standard. It wasn't until her stamina dropped and her movements began to distort that Yi Xiaoxiao put away her stance. It was only then that she realized that Yi Tian had boiled hot water for himself early. After washing up, Yi Xiaoxiao changed into clean clothes and lay down obediently on the bed. "Isn't father going to sleep?" Yi Xiaoxiao looked at his father, Yi Tian, who was still there building a fire. Yi Tian spoke, "Father still has some things to do, so Shinya should rest first." After saying that, Yi Tian also sprinkled a handful of the medicinal powder he had concocted into the fire. The medicinal fragrance surfaced, and as Yi Xiaoxiao smelled the flavor, her mind began to relax and she fell into a deep sleep. Watching his daughter fall into a deep sleep, Yi Tian then gently nodded his head. Over the years, Yi Xiaoxiao had had a hard time. Her spirit had been taut, her attrition excessive, and her mind exhausted. Only then did Yi Tian mix the medicinal powder and sprinkle it into the fire. After smelling it, it is able to fix the mind and concentrate, enter into very deep sleep, and restore the mind. Yi Tian patiently controlled the fire and sprinkled a handful of medicinal powder every now and then. It's late at night and homes are closed, with only an occasional bark or two. In this market town on the outskirts of the city, 2 figures cloaked in black robes were welcomed. They didn't startle anyone, and like ghosts, they quietly arrived outside Yi Tian's broken house. The 2 were none other than Zhou Yuanfang and Zhou Sunluo's grandchildren. Zhou Xuanrui looked at the broken house and was surprised. "Does the person grandfather is looking for live in a place like this? Come in." At that moment, a voice came from inside the house. Zhou Sunluo's heart was creeped out. He and his grandfather were found out just like that? He looked to his grandfather's back and found the other man's frame trembling as he carefully pushed open the door to the room. Zhou Xuanrui followed and walked in, finding a young-looking man who was burning a fire. On the side, on the broken plank bed, a little girl was sleeping soundly, and she even rolled over and kicked one foot out. "Looks like it's getting more and more relaxed." Yi Tian shook his head in amusement and recovered his daughter's stomped open quilt. Zhou Sunluo looked at this scene and pondered in his heart. Could it be that this man is the descendant of the man whose grandfather enshrined the tablets of immortality? Bang! Before Zhou Sunluo could react, he saw his grandfather Zhou Yuanfang directly kneel down. "Master, Yuanfang has finally found you." Zhou Yuanfang moved over with his knees thumping and hugged Yi Tian's thighs as he cried out in pain. Yi Tian patted Zhou Yuanfang's flowery white head. "How old are you? Why are you still so crybaby?" Zhou Xuanfu at this moment, his expression was stagnant, as if his soul had gone out of his body. Chapter 7, Brains Burning Dry. Zhou Xuanfu felt like his brain was burning dry. His grandfather, who had lived for more than 300 hefty years, was the oldest of the 1,000 golden ancestors. One of the several people at the top of the current Jingtian imperial dynasty was currently crying like a child, hugging a young man's thigh in pain. Is that reasonable? Is this normal? This person in front of me, surprisingly, was not some descendant of the existence represented by that eternal life tablet? Zhou Yuanfang was really crying like a child at the moment. he finally saw the familiar face he had been longing for. Seeing Yi Tian and feeling the familiar aura on him, he really didn't tense up his emotions. The only way to let out your pent-up emotions is to cry. Alright, don't wake up my daughter. Yi Tian saw Zhou Yuanfang crying endlessly and spoke without any good reason. At the same time, grabbed a handful of powder and sprinkled it into the fire. The medicinal fragrance filled the air. The sleeping Yi Xiaoxiao had originally frowned because of Zhou Yuanfang's crying, and this medicinal fragrance surfaced, once again stretching her brows. Well, Zhou Yuanfang was so frightened that he hurriedly covered his mouth to calm down. After his emotions calmed down a bit, Zhou Yuanfang looked back and saw his grandson Zhou Xuanzhu still standing frozen, and immediately made his move. He shook his grandson on his knees through the air. Asshole, how dare you stand? Zhou Xuanfu was shaken to his knees, his brain still buzzing. What the hell is going on here? Bring the stuff! Zhou Yuanfang spoke again. It was only when Zhou Xuanrui heard his grandfather say this that he suddenly understood what the other party was instructing him to organize these to do. In his heart, he was very reluctant to give up, but his grandfather's words could not be disobeyed. Zhou Xuanrui could only pull out a fine brocade box from his pocket and hand it to his grandfather. Zhou Yuanfang, taking the brocade box, Zhou Yuanfang offered it with both hands towards the seated Yi Tian. Master, except for some of the clansman's future living needs, this is the entire wealth of the Zhou family. Please also accept it, Master, and let me continue to serve at your side. This has been my long-cherished wish all my life. Zhou Yuanfang's voice trembled. He only wanted to follow Yi Tian's side and serve him left and right, but the Yi Tian of that time rejected himself and told him to live his own life. One day, karma will meet again and we'll talk about the rest. Right now, finally reunited with Yi Tian, he said he would follow him around no matter what. Zhou Xuanzhu followed and knelt next to him, hearing his grandfather's words, secretly alarmed. He knew that his grandfather had a great deal of respect for the man with the nameless eternal life tablet, but he had not expected fanaticism to this extent. Yi Tian took the brocade box, examined its contents, and placed it on the table next to him. Yuanfang, is it fair to your clan when you do this? Master, if you hadn't saved me, Yuan Wei would have died when he was 10 years old. If you hadn't raised me and taught me, where would the Zhou Yuanfang of today be? Without me, where would the Zhou family be today? The various dermas that have been passed down in the Zhou family's lineage were all passed down from you to Yuan Wei, the roots that allowed our Zhou family to flourish. That variety of remedies also came from your teachings, for the Zhou family to have the status it has today, and for the development of the 1,000 Gold Chamber of Commerce to have such wealth. It all stems from the master, Zhenhua-chan. It's just the return of things to their rightful owners. Next to him, Zhou Xuanrui heard his grandfather's words. His heart was even more shocked, and he couldn't help but hold his breath. Grandfather was actually saved and raised and taught by this young man? Moreover, the biggest underlying reliance for their Zhou family to have a supreme position in the Jingtian imperial dynasty was the Gongfu technique passed down by their grandfather. Within the Jingtian imperial dynasty, there were 3 classes of Gongfu, and their Zhou family's ancestral Gongfu was the extremely rare first class. Grandfather's battle power was terrifying, and in the early years, there were people who wanted to seek to seize grandfather's cultivation technique and ambushed and besieged him. In that battle, grandfather Zhou Yuanfang fought 1 against 7, killing 3 people and scrapping 4, making his name known in the Jingtian imperial dynasty. Up to this point, no one would dare to hit on their Zhou family's Gongfu, and he Zhou-sun late adult business, relying on the grandfather passed down the prescription. The business spread, and he has built an excellent reputation by following his grandfather's teachings and doing everything with a good conscience. Using this as his foundation, he expanded his business territory and became the #1 chamber of commerce in the Jingtian imperial dynasty. In that case, it seemed that their Zhou family's ability to be where they were today really stemmed from Yi Tian. Snap! The sound of Yi Tian closing the brocade box interrupted Zhou Xuanlu's thoughts. By the time he came back to his senses, the brocade box was already in his arms. Yi Tian, I'll accept the things, but I'm too lazy to take care of these. How it was in the past, how it will be in the future. Zhou Yuanfang was overjoyed. He had thought that he would still have to consume words to convince Yi Tian to agree, but he did not expect the other party to be so painstaking. But he didn't know that nowadays Yi Tian's identity, that was a father. A nod of the head would immediately put your daughter in a better position. What's he pretending to do? As Zhou Yuanfang had said, everything that the Zhou family had today originated from himself. What's more, the one who suffered a loss by accepting this wealth was Yi Tian, not the Zhou family. Use this bit of stuff to climb up to the Xianxiao Divine Emperor, and steal the joy. That is to say, you agree? Zhou Yuanfang asked excitedly. Can I? Seeing Zhou Yuanfang like this, Yi Tian shook his head in amusement. Stay by my side. Having reincarnated to this point, Yi Tian had gone from emotionless to sentient, and had long since ceased to be hard-hearted. Going back to the way he came, he wouldn't be as progressively desperate as he had been in the past. Facing emotions head-on, accepting and navigating them, is so much more brilliant than simply isolating them. Zhou Yuanfang in the end was raised and taught by his own hands before he fell asleep for the last time. How could he not have feelings? Good, good. Zhou Yuanfang was excited, only to see that the little master was sleeping, did not dare to shout loudly. It was only possible to keep the excitement and euphoria down. Hard. Yi Tian took a pen and paper, wrote some more herbs and handed them to Zhou Yuanfang. Zhou Yuanfang carefully took it. Master, this is, Yi Tian, this is for my daughter to contain her body. Prepare some more. It's getting late. You guys go back first, and tomorrow at the entrance of the South City branch of the Willow Wind Academy, we'll talk about the rest. Zhou Yuanfang was like receiving an imperial decree, carefully storing that paper away. Don't worry, master. What you have entrusted to me will be done properly. I will retire without disturbing the rest of my master and young master. After saying that, Zhou Yuanfang slapped his grandson. It was only then that Zhou Xuanrui reacted, opening his mouth while saluting. He mulled it over for a moment before opening his mouth to call after his grandfather. Good night, master. Just as Zhou Sunluo's words fell and he was about to follow his grandfather to leave, he was called by Yi Tian behind him. Wait a minute. Yi Tian beckoned towards Zhou Sunluo. Come over here. Under his grandfather's gaze, Zhou Sunluo honestly walked to Yi Tian and knelt down. Yuanfang's grandson. He's all this old too. Yi Tian looked at Zhou Xuanji, who had a head of white hair in front of him, and revealed a smile. I'm also considered your elder, and I can't take any meet and greet gift at once, so I'll give you a hand. After saying that, Yi Tian suddenly struck out and pointed a finger at Zhou Sunluo's brow. Chapter 8. I'll take care of it from now on. The speed of Yi Tian's finger wasn't fast, but Zhou Sunluo felt that no matter how he avoided it, it was impossible to avoid it. Ding! At this moment, Zhou Sun instantly clear mind. Thousands of worries have disappeared. There was a change in his state of mind, and he even felt that his realm, which had been stagnant for a long time, had loosened. A tome appeared in his mind, where he clattered through the pages, imprinting a brand new technique into his mind. Ha! When Yi Tian retracted his finger, Zhou Sunluo was already sweating profusely and exhaling heavily. This kid isn't bad. A bit of talent. Yi Tian gently nodded his head and said towards Zhou Yuanfang. Zhou Yuanfang bowed his head. It's a blessing for the master to be able to look at this brat. Grandfather. This. Zhou Xuanji, who had completely come to his senses, had already stuttered in fear as he looked at Zhou Yuanfang, at a loss for words. Amazing. The feats that came to mind were so scary. His Zhou family's ancestral technique was already a first-class technique, but this one in his mind, high and deep, far beyond the first-class level, to the point of being unknown. Zhou Sun's late eyes were too limited to recognize it. All he knew was that if this gong method was known, it would cause a bloody storm. In this land, their Zhou family will never have peace. Compared to that, what was the 1,000 gold chamber of commerce he ran? It's all outside the body. This ability, that's fundamental. Seeing that his grandson was still frothing, Zhou Yuanfang hurriedly chided. Brat, still not honoring your thanks. What's the point of staying here? Only then did Zhou Sunluo come back to his senses and looked at Yi Tian with a complete change in his eyes as he hurriedly kowtowed. Thank you, master, for passing on the law. The law is not to be passed on lightly. Yi Tian gifted this heavenly opportunity, clearly for the face of his grandfather. Zhou Xuanju was glad that he had followed his grandfather's example and treated Yi Tian with respect. Otherwise, how could such a good thing fall on his head? At the same time, in Zhou Sunluo's eyes, there was a veil of mystery shrouding Yi Tian. This one, what the hell is going on? The means of transmitting the law was even more divine and unheard of. Alright, go back. Yi Tian waved his hand. Zhou Yuanfang bowed his head once again. Yes. He then went up to help his grandchildren. Still the same as before, liking to play this kind of clumsy cleverness. Looking at Zhou Yuanfang, who was near the front, Yi Tian shook his head. That little injury of yours? I can cure it. There is no need to bother throwing this old grandson of yours to my side. Serve yourself beside me, personally, until you die. Zhou Yuanfang looked at Yi Tian in surprise, and after a few moments of being dumbfounded, his eyes reddened once again. He wiped his sleeve, blew his nose, and agreed with a smile. Watching these two grandchildren leave and gently covering the door, Yi Tian smiled and sat back by the fire. Sprinkle a handful of powder and close your eyes. The creation reincarnation disc in his body was still grinding slowly, refining his past cultivation before slowly releasing it. Yi Tian combed through the released power and adjusted the embodied body. Outside the house, on the street in the dead of night, the grandchildren quickly left the market town area and walked on their way back to the city. Zhou Yuanfang felt the evening breeze, his footsteps light and his expression cozy. Grandfather, what happened to your injury? Zhou Sunluo couldn't help but ask. Zhou Yuanfang looked at his grandson. The last time I was injured, my dantian was cracked and my heart vein was broken. I would have died for sure. I thought that this time when I was reunited with my master, I would finally be able to fulfill my long-cherished wish of serving with all my heart before I die. Bringing you over there did rise to the idea of entrusting you to the master to look after you for a while, so that I could go without worry. Who would have thought that the master would be even more profound than before, and that I could be cured of this certain death wound? Not bad for a master. Zhou Xuanrui's heart trembled when he heard his grandfather's understatement. The dantian cracked and the heart vein was broken. Ordinary people would have died long ago, and it was grandfather who managed to hold out until now. And with injuries like that, the master can heal. Forbidden child. Remember to keep this matter a secret and keep it quiet for now. Zhou Yuanfang urged towards Zhou Sunluo. Zhou Xuanju hurriedly said, Grandfather, of course my grandson knows. The master has bestowed this heavenly opportunity. It's too late for me to hide it. How could I make it known? Zhou Yuanfang spoke again. Also, everything in our Zhou family belongs to our master, and we will dutifully take care of it for him. Of course, the master won't interfere too much. It won't change much from the past. Zhou Xuanju couldn't stop nodding. Grandfather, don't worry. Grandson's heart is in the right place. The grandchildren quickly entered the city and returned to the Zhou family. When they went back, the grandchildren could not rest. The grandparents and grandson worked together to search for the herbs mentioned on Yi Tian's prescription. Some of these medicinal herbs also required the use of Zhou Yuanfang's collection. Knowing that Yi Tian wanted these to be prepared for the little master, Zhou Yuanfang didn't dare to have the slightest bit of self-possession, and all of these precious treasures were taken out. When everything was ready, Zhou Yuanfang said towards Zhou Sunluo, I haven't shown my face for many years. There are quite a number of children within the Zhou family who can't recognize me, not to mention the other people in Jingtiandu City. On the contrary, you, who throw your head around and are known to be a big shot in the capital city, don't follow me to the master. Go and get busy with your own affairs. Take care of the Chamber of Commerce and improve your strength. Don't count on it when the master asks you to contribute. Zhou Sunlate answered. In fact, his heart also quite want to go to the trip, but the grandfather's words, he did not dare not listen to, and without realizing it, it was beginning to dawn. In that shabby house on the outskirts of the city, Yi Xiaoxiao ejected herself from sitting up in a catapult, cloaked in hair, her entire body in a daze. Awake? Yi Tian's voice came from the side. Yi Xiaoxiao nodded stiffly, and with a thud, she fell back onto the bed, rolled with the bedding for a while, and started to get up. While washing up, Yi Xiaoxiao said towards Yi Tian, Daddy, I had a strange dream yesterday. Strange dream? Yi Tian was there frying vegetables and preparing to make covered noodles for his daughter. Yi Xiaoxiao's small face pouted as she carefully recalled. It seems like I dreamt of an old grandpa, crying and wailing like a little kid there. Yi Tian. So yeah, Zhenpu, you guys, you're crying too loud. Yi Xiaoxiao quickly washed up and went outside to practice her sword. Yi Tian, on the other hand, was cooking the noodles while his other hand gently hooked towards the door, and an aura surged in. His cultivation was still slowly recovering, but his control over the understanding of heaven and earth was by no means comparable to this world. Controlling the aura of this area was a breeze. After the sword practice was over, Yi Xiaoxiao came back and wiped her face, so she began to carry a large bowl and sat by the threshold with Yi Tian to eat noodles. The neighbor who had stepped out of the house to make a living, as soon as he came out, saw this large and small father and daughter squatting by the threshold, especially when he saw that Yi Xiaoxiao, her face no longer had a bitter look on it, but was eating with a small oily mouth, her small head bobbing adorably from side to side. Yeah, that's what girls that age are supposed to look like. With a full stomach, father and daughter moved on again. Arriving at the entrance of the South City branch, Yi Xiaoxiao waved goodbye to her father and walked towards the inside of the academy with her head held high. There were quite a few academy scholars who looked at Yi Xiaoxiao with great surprise. She had changed a great deal. The standard robe of the Willow Wind School, no longer loosely tied, but open, with new clothes inside and new shoes under her feet. The most noticeable thing was her hair, which was tied up in such an ugly way. By the looks of it, the Xianshao Divine Emperor in the high heavens was not omnipotent. Beside Yi Tian, who had watched his daughter go in, Zhou Yuanfang had arrived quietly, looking ahead together, wanting to speak. Yi Tian carried his hands behind his back. Let go if you have an ass. Zhou Yuanfang, little master's hair. It's better for me to do it for you from now on. Chapter 9, Countdown to the Last 3 Days. Yi Tian thought about it carefully, and it seemed like there was really some one-liners. South City branch. Prepare a set of mansions. Sure, Noah can't keep walking this far in the future. She's also so old that she deserves a room of her own. The original place, it was too hard, and she suffered too long. There was no need for her to remain there. Zhou Yuanfang revealed a smile. Master, the outer city, the inner city, as well as the outskirts of the city. When I went back last night, I ordered people to prepare the mansion, which has been prepared in advance. We'll be ready for occupancy when you go. Yi Tian nodded. Lead the way. Zhou Yuanfang led the way in front and brought Yi Tian across a street and stopped. Zhou Yuanfang reached out and gestured. Master, this is it. Yi Tian stood at the entrance of this mansion and turned back to look towards the left side. Not far away was the South City branch of the Willow Wind Academy. Nice guy. Homeschooling? What was once a long walk is now a two-step walk. Zhou Yuanfang spoke. Actually, I originally wanted to directly arrange for the young master to live within the branch courtyard, but that would be too high profile. Yi Tian looked over towards Zhou Yuanfang. It can be done? Zhou Yuanfang nodded his head. One of the founders of the Willow Wind Schoolhouse is Yuan Weirmi, and nowadays, many of the resources of this schoolhouse are funded by the Thousand Gold Chamber of Commerce led by the late son. Yi Tian nodded his head and took a step into this mansion. Going in, there was a wide courtyard, and further inward, there was the main hall, with courtyard gates on the left and right. Behind the courtyard gates on either side, there were 3 rooms. Toward the back, there are gardens with ponds and stone bridges and gazebos. On the other side of this garden was a martial arts arena, lined with weapon racks and fronted by a quiet room. Not bad. Yi Tian nodded. Yi Xiaoxiao should like it. Zhou Yuanfang followed Yi Tian's side and accompanied him on the tour. After looking at the mansion, Yi Tian brought Zhou Yuanfang to the pharmacy on the other side. Being an industry of the Zhou family, how could there be no pharmacy? Master, where on earth have you been all these years? Yuan Wei has really found you for a long time. Zhou Yuanfang couldn't help but ask. He was still genuinely curious to meet his master after a long time, and the other party was still the same as when he first met him, with no signs of age on his body. Even, there is an additional daughter, but the main mother is not around. Well, Yi Tian looked at Zhou Yuanfang for a moment before gently shaking his head. You are too weak. Mentioning the truth to you, such a great cause and effect, you can't stand it. Zhou Yuanfang drifted off and asked no more questions. Yi Tian asked Zhou Yuanfang to bring out the medicinal herbs and start concocting them. Its technique was so special that even Zhou Yuanfang looked surprised. Yi Tian spoke as he concocted the herbs. All you can know today is that I went far away and fell into a deep sleep in the first place. After awakening, marry and have children, and fall into a deep sleep for the last time while Shirnoa is still young, so that she can work hard to take care of me. As Yi Tian described more and more, it made Zhou Yuanfang's eyes redden and began to secretly wipe tears from her eyes. It's too hard for little master. But in the next moment, Zhou Yuanfang reacted. No, with the little master's situation in the beginning, the Willow Wind School was supported by resources, and he was able to eat and drink as much as he wanted in the dining hall. But little master, none of these. Zhou Yuanfang mentioned this place and killing intent surfaced in his eyes. Someone is targeting little master. Yi Tian nodded his head. This is something that you will look into. Understood. Zhou Yuanfang nodded his head and then blossomed into a smile. But little master is truly remarkable. With such a heart, his future accomplishments will definitely be amazing. Yi Tian also smiled and nodded his head. Shinya, thinking of becoming the #1 sword cultivator in the world. Little master has great ambitions. Zhou Yuanfang smiled. In that case, master, I'll have to keep some of my arrangements in check. Yi Tian looked at Zhou Yuanfang. How so? Zhou Yuanfang spoke. I had planned to use my power to suppress others and clear all obstacles, but now it seems that we have to let the little master take things one step at a time on his own. Since young master is taking the path of sword cultivation, naturally it won't be easy. Swords need to be sharpened, and right now there are quite a few sharpening stones. The entire Willow Wind Academy scholars will be the young master's sword sharpening stone. We just need to provide support behind the young master, so that she can personally cut the path with her sword and move forward step by step. Zhou Yuanfang, the 1,000-gold-old ancestor, had a reputation for benevolence and kindness, and that was due to Yi Tian's teachings back then. Because of this, the heavens were large and Yi Tian was the largest in Zhou Yuanfang's heart. On top of Yi Tian, Renxin had to lean back. At least, at this moment, in Zhou Yuanfang's eyes, the many scholars in the Willow Wind School could no longer be considered human. It's just a whetstone for the little master to sharpen his sword. The double standard is horrible. Zhou Yuanfang had it all figured out, letting the little master with his sword cut through the trials and tribulations along the way, and step by step from the South City branch to the General Academy, moving towards the top. At the very least, first stand at the apex of the Willow Wind School and become the #1 sword cultivator among the many students of the Willow Wind School. Yi Tian nodded his head, feeling that Zhou Yuanfang's argument was feasible. The medicinal herbs were almost concocted. Yi Tian took out a portion and put it aside first. For the rest of the herbs, Yi Tian instructed Zhou Yuanfang to come over and boil the medicine while he opened his mouth to give instructions from the side. Zhou Yuanfang was overjoyed and hurriedly sat down, following Yi Tian's instructions to boil the medicine. He was injured, but a simple condensation of aura to speed up the boiling process could still be easily done. What nostalgia! To think that back then, it was listening to the master's words and slowly boiling the medicine here. Zhou Yuanfang reminisced about the past, a contented smile appearing on his face. The medicinal fragrance wafted out, and Zhou Yuanfang felt comfortable in his heart as he smelled it, and his body was light and airy. When he awoke, he was suddenly startled and hastily looked within himself. The cracked dantian slit, which was expanding, is now fitting together. The broken heart chakra, too, was tightening, moving closer to its original stance. It's ready to drink. Yi Tian opened his mouth. Zhou Yuanfang's voice trembled. This is my medicine. What about the little master? Yi Tian shook his head. I want these originally to heal your injuries for you. What realm is Xingye in? This medicine will tonify her to death. Yuanwar has been saved by you once again. Zhou Yuanfang, with a sobbing voice, began to shed tears again. Yi Tian, this brat, he used to be a crybaby. How come he's still a crybaby at his age? Take medicine to cure your injuries and go. Don't cry and cry at me. It's annoying. Yi Tian didn't have the good sense to give Zhou Yuanfang a slap on the head and went to boil medicine for his daughter. For his own daughter's medicine, of course Yi Tian had to do it himself. Zhou Yuanfang, who had been hooted and slapped, was giggling there, holding the medicine and swallowing it. As the medicine took effect, Zhou Yuanfang's heart and dantian, a precious light blossomed, repairing his heavy injuries. And in the meantime, at the South City branch, Yi Shashua encountered her first big crisis. The Willow Wind Academy had changed the rules for this time's special selection examination. The 4 main branches, East, South, West and North, are to be assessed at the same time. So, in preparation for this reorganization of the test, the assessment for the first academic year of the South City branch is going to be brought forward. After 3 days, when Yuan Qing finished announcing this news with an ugly look on her face, the students of the first academic year, all coincidentally, glanced towards Yi Xiaoxiao. Yi Xiaoxiao also sat frozen in place, somewhat at a loss for words. Chapter 10 Father, you make me feel strange. My father awoke and was good enough to get himself fed and rested. Yi Xiaoxiao thought about being able to cultivate properly and pass the examination to stay in the academy and become a powerful sword cultivator. That way, you can make your father proud of you. However, the examination after 27 days had been advanced to 3 days later. Even if she tried her hardest, how could she pass the test in just 3 days? Yi Xiaoxiao's small hands couldn't help but clench, her fingertips turning white. The students of the same year next to him couldn't help but whisper, look at Yi Xiaoxiao that way. I'm afraid that this time I'll really have to remove my name. There's no hope. It's normal to be removed. She's not from the same world as us to begin with. Not bad. It was just luck to get in. It's still unusual not to work hard enough. If she had earlier practiced seriously, could she have ended up like this? She has herself to blame. Forget about her. Removing or not removing her name has nothing to do with us. Work hard to prepare for the next 4 courts examination. Not bad, even if you can't be specially selected to enter the General Academy. If your results are not bad, there will be a good reward. It's quite good that she's been removed, or else the 4 courts examination will begin. And having her there will only disgrace our southern courtyard. And I wonder what this test is like. My eldest brother is a lecturer at the General Court, so I'll go and find out what's going on when the time comes. Not bad for you. It's enviable to have an older brother like that. Everyone quickly was diverting the topic from Yi Xiaoxiao, staying on the 4 courtyards examination. That's all that really matters to them. Sure no yip? Destined to be the goods that don't have much to do with them and are eliminated. It was already an honor for her to have them discuss a few things. Where was she qualified to have them pay too much attention? Yuan Qing looked at the moody Yi Xiaoxiao, heartbroken and helpless. She knew the news and had gone back to the vice president, Wu Xianqing. But Wu Xianqing said that the paperwork had already been submitted, and he was anxious as there was no news from the general hospital. It can only be said that twine picks the thin places to break, and bad luck picks the bitter people. After announcing the news, Yuan Qing continued her lecture before sending the crowd to the martial arts field for drills. Everyone continued to perform various basic practices, and Yuan Qing needed to patrol the entire field to calibrate her stance. Swish! The sound of a sword whistled, and Yuan Qing heard the apparently sharp movement and looked towards the source. It's none other than Shirnoa Yi. That little face was red, pursed her lips, and seemed to be holding her breath. It seemed that she had eased from her earlier demoralization and practiced her sword in earnest. Looking at the basic sword technique that Yi Xiaoxiao had performed, which was flawless, Yuan Qing felt even more sorry in her heart. What a great seedling. Yi Xiaoxiao didn't know Yuan Qing's mind. She just practiced her sword seriously. 3 days, indeed, is too late to make my father proud. Even being removed from the academy would dishonor his father. She didn't know what to do to solve the dilemma at hand. However, Yi Xiaoxiao was clear that being depressed and lost certainly did not solve the problem, but practicing the sword could actually make her progress, and could help her to beat her body with her aura. allowing her to go further in the first realm's flesh and blood stage. Since she didn't know what to do, she did what she could. Yi Xiaoxiao's eyes looked firmly ahead, immersing herself in the process of practicing the sword as the tip of the sword moved. The speed at which she swung her sword became faster and faster, and her moves became more concise. The basic sword technique had 72 stances, but now it had been reduced to 36 by Yi Xiaoxiao. Practicing again, he eventually condensed into 9 styles. The efficiency of the embodied body is directly doubled. Sword heart understanding, comprehending the basic 9 swords on his own? In the darkness of the distance, Wu Xianqing, who was watching this side, seemed to be rolling in shocking waves within his heart. She's what, 12? Yuan Qing couldn't see it, and it was even more unlikely that the other scholars of the same year could understand it. But as vice president, can't he see that? Yi Xiaoxiao's natural talent was simply terrifying. Fortunately, the General Hospital's 4-house examination led by the General Hospital this time has allowed the internal examination to be advanced. Otherwise, she was only going to go against the grain. It's a good thing she's going to be removed, or else his grandchildren would be able to get into King General Academy, and they'd be squeezed out straight away because of this little girl. Tutoring a grandchild to achieve success is incredibly difficult, but destroying a little girl with such great natural talent, not hard. It's a pity. Wu Xianqing shook his head and quietly left. If you want to blame your own bad life. Martial arts arena. Yi Xiaoxiao, who had comprehended the basic 9 swords on her own, closed her sword and stood, letting out a long breath. She could feel a huge improvement this time, but for 3 days, Yi Xiaoxiao shook her little head and looked down at the longsword in her hand. It doesn't matter if you get removed. She just needed to trust herself, trust the sword in her hand, and keep moving forward. Her father woke up and she was able to focus more on pursuing her path. After figuring it out, Yi Xiaoxiao was reluctantly placing the sword on the weapon rack. It was the property of the Academy branch and only allowed her to borrow it for practice. Unlike other scholars of the same year, all of them were able to have their own weapons, which they practiced every day and got good at. Now that I'm free, should I sharpen a wooden sword myself? Yi Xiaoxiao sat down on her knees and pondered in her heart. The break was almost over and it was time for school to end. People continue to leave in groups of 3 or 5. After waiting for a few moments, when everyone had almost left, Yi Xiaoxiao took a deep breath before she got up and left the branch. It's a habit that's taken a long time to develop. She was still alone, but compared to the past, it didn't matter, because she knew that there was Daddy who would be waiting for her. Running out of the schoolhouse, Yi Xiaoxiao met her father not far away. It was just that when she stood at the entrance to the schoolhouse and looked at her father in the distance, she was afraid to recognize him for a moment. The father, in the distance, was missing his sackcloth clothes, replaced by a long, white robe, girded with a black jade belt. On the body, a white velvet cloak was draped. Long hair was tied back with a black foiled hairband. Where is still the past sleep in the bed of the countryside villagers? Is clearly the moon under the mortal earth banishment immortal. Yi Xiaoxiao came back to her senses and hurriedly ran to Yi Tian. Father? What are you doing? You don't recognize your own father? Yi Tian rubbed his daughter's head. Yi Xiaoxiao circled around Yi Tian. Daddy, why do you look so good? At this moment, Yi Xiaoxiao was like a curious baby, surrounding Yi Tian and touching this and pulling that. Well, let's talk about it when we get home. Yi Tian held his daughter. We moved. Take you to see the new home. Moving. Yi Xiaoxiao was surprised and was led across the street by Yi Tian. Stopping after a few more steps, Yi Xiaoxiao looked up at Yi Tian. Daddy, why aren't we leaving? Because our new home has arrived. Yi Tian gestured ahead. Yi Xiaoxiao blinked and looked up at the gate of the mansion in front of her. Again, he inclined his head and looked at the walls of the courtyard of the branch not far away. Yi Xiaoxiao cocked her own little head, completely confused. Chapter 11, Father, Shinny is sorry for you. Yi Xiaoxiao stood in front of the brand new mansion, and the inside of her little head was already in chaos. On the new plaque, it is correct to write the word Yi Mansion, but that doesn't mean it's her new home. I must be daydreaming. Yi Xiaoxiao slapped her cheeks, trying to wake up. Yi Tian looked at his daughter's movements and found it strangely cute, as he picked her up. Alright, go and take a look at your new home. Yi Xiaoxiao was dizzily picked up by her own father and entered inside this mansion. The front yard alone made her do a double take. I want to see for myself. Yi Xiaoxiao broke free from Yi Tian's arms and jumped to the ground. Her emotions, which had gone from the trance she had been in earlier, were now euphoric. Yi Xiaoxiao was like a curious baby at this moment, running around the entire Yi mansion. Look here, look there, carefully touch this, touch that. It was only when I found a bamboo sign with the word Xingya hanging at the entrance of a large yard. Yi Xiaoxiao turned back to Yi Tian who was following behind her. Daddy, this is the courtyard that belongs to you. Go take a look. Yi Tian smiled. Yi Xiaoxiao couldn't hold back and ran inside with a happy shout. It's her own yard with a nice little pond and a small gazebo. Having his own room, which was fully furnished with everything he needed, was incomparably luxurious in Yi Xiaoxiao's eyes. It even made her less excited once she entered the house, and instead she was more cautious. Yi Xiaoxiao walked to the bedside, looking at the mantle that looked even better than new clothes, and touching the bed couch, which was soft. It's really good, Yi Xiaoshu couldn't help but say. Yi Xiaoxiao then left the room and saw Yi Tian standing in the courtyard waiting for himself. How is it? Do you like it? Yi Tian compassionately rubbed his daughter's head and asked. Yi Xiaoxiao nodded vigorously. I like it, and it's so spacious that I can practice my sword. This is not the place for you to practice your sword. Come with Dad. Yi Tian waved towards Yi Xiaoxiao. Grandpa Zhou has prepared a gift for you. Yi Xiaoxiao followed Yi Tian and curiously inquired. Daddy, who is Grandpa Zhou? Yi Tian replied. He is now the steward of our mansion. Father once had a favor to do with him, and this mansion was also decorated with his help. Yi Xiaoxiao opened her mouth. Ah, is he so rich that he still gives us a housekeeper? Yi Tian, if my father doesn't agree, I'm afraid he'll seek death. Yi Shinoa? Her little brain, by the words of her own father, was again a whole lot of chaos. Is there anyone else like that in the world? By the time Yi Tian brought Yi Xiaoxiao and arrived at the mansion's martial arts arena, Yi Xiaoshu's 2 eyes were already glowing. This is the place that is truly suitable for practicing sword cultivation. And when she stepped into the martial arts arena, she saw an old man, carefully fiddling with something beside him. When he heard the commotion, he turned around and saw Yi Tian bringing Yi Xiaoxiao over. Before Yi Xiaoxiao could react, Zhou Yuanfang rushed to her. Zhou Yuanfang revealed a kind and amiable expression. Kneeling down on one knee, both hands were a bit overwhelmed. Young master, old slave is Zhou Yuanfang. Yikes! Yi Xiaoxiao was startled and hurriedly went up to help Zhou Yuanfang up. How could she let such an old man kneel towards her? Yi Xiaoxiao assisted while saying, You must be Grandpa Zhou. Get up quickly. How can this be? Zhou Yuanfang hurriedly waved his hand. Young master, you can just call me old Zhou. Yi Xiaoxiao shook her head. No, you are an elder. Zhou Yuanfang hurriedly said. Young master, I'm just a servant. How can I afford to be your elder? Yi Xiaoxiao's small face was serious. Even if Grandpa Zhou is willing to be a servant, it's also for father. It's daddy's skill, not mine. Who am I to slight you? Father said again that the mansion was laid out and prepared by you. And look at all the things that are in the room. Everything is there, which shows that you have love and care for me. Then, of course I'll call you Grandpa Zhou. Yi Xiaoxiao's words caused even Yi Tian to be a little surprised. He stroked the top of his daughter's head, proud of her, worthy of being the daughter of this emperor. Zhou Yuanfang was also shocked to the core by Yi Xiaoxiao's words and couldn't help but cover his mouth and cry bitterly in the next moment. Master nah, this little master is too good. Oh, Zhou Yuanfang cried bitterly there, shocking Yi Xiaoshu. Grandpa Zhou, what's this crying for a good reason? Yi Tian also had a headache. That's enough from you. How come you still have this old problem at your age? Master, don't blame me. It's really hard to help myself. Zhou Yuanfang eased his emotions and looked at Yi Xiaoxiao, who was wiping her tears with her small hands in front of her. In his heart, he had already made up his mind. Whoever dares to jeopardize the little master, he is sparing this old life and will let him know what is meant by regret. As for Yi Xiaoxiao's heart, it was also warm as she could feel Zhou Yuanfang's feelings of love and care for herself. Having been alone in the past, my father awakened and all was well. Right now there was another such elder who cared for her and filled the void that she had been missing for so long. A little girl, at that age? Who wouldn't want someone to care for her and cover for her? It was Grandpa Zhou's name. Why did she feel a bit familiar? Not like she was hearing it for the first time. And Zhou Yuanfang's words drew Yi Xiaoxiao's attention away. Zhou Yuanfang pointed to one side. Little master, come and see what the old slave has prepared for you. Yi Xiaoxiao looked toward the edge. Her breath held. Ah! Yi Xiaoxiao got excited and hurriedly ran over. Over there was the weapon rack. Mahogany and gold grain, apparently inscribed with an array that would protect against dust and decontamination. Above the weapon rack, sword after sword was set up. The styles vary. All kinds. Yi Xiaoxiao took out an ordinary standardized longsword and pulled it out to see that it was a good sword. She was all a bit impatient. And with her sword unsheathed, she began practicing a few moves in place. After a few moves, Yi Xiaoxiao put away her sword and sheathed it, holding it in both hands. The joy on her face, that could not be suppressed. She turned towards Yi Tian and Zhou Yuanfang with joy. I have a sword. I have my own sword. She didn't have to pick up sticks to practice her sword, and she didn't have to look enviously at others to have her own sword. One no longer has to be like a rat in the shadows, secretly spying on others and envying them. But, Yi Xiaoxiao hugged the sword, and her eyes began to redden at the thought. Daddy, Shinoa is sorry. Grandpa Zhou, Shinya is going to fail you. After Yi Xiaoxiao finished speaking, She started pursing her lips and kept blinking her eyes, trying to hold it in hard. The tears, however, still fell like a dike, sliding down his cheeks. It made her reach up and wipe it with her sleeve in a hurry. Yi Xiaoxiao wasn't that fragile. It was the sudden happiness that made it impossible for her to be able to pretend she didn't care like before. Chapter 12, I Miss My Mother. Yi Tian painfully took his daughter in his arms and patted her back. Zhou Yuanfang on the side was even more anxious. My little master, who is bullying you? Tell the old slave. We'll make them look good. Yi Xiaoxiao's head buried in Yi Tian's arms shook gently, and a whimpering voice rang out. No one bullied me. I blame Xiaoxiao for being useless. I may have to be removed. Yi Xiaoxiao was saddened by the thought of being removed, and felt unworthy of such a mansion, unworthy of such a good sword. Silly child, how can this be? Sorry father. Yi Tian spoke in a guilty tone. To say that I am sorry is also father. If it wasn't for father's years of lethargy, dragging down our Shinya, you'd definitely be number one in the academy. Yi Xiaoxiao's head was still buried in Yi Tian's arms. Ning, it's not that I don't blame father. Seeing Yi Xiaoxiao's mood easing up, he left from his arms. Only then did Yi Tian inquire. Father remembers that Shirnoa wasn't assured of the assessment. Why is she suddenly going to be removed again? Yi Xiaoxiao's small face was filled with sadness. This time, the four courts examination, which is a joint effort of the four great branch courts, has been brought forward. That's why the examination for the first academic year of our South City branch has also been advanced to 3 days from now. 3 days is simply too late. Yi Tian looked at his daughter. So, what does Shirnoa plan to do? Yi Xiaoxiao looked at Yi Tian with a pair of reddened eyes. Fight until the end. Even if you do get rid of your name, then go to an almost academy to cultivate. Now that daddy's awake, he can get Shinobu to eat and sleep. I have not been able to come back later. With that, Yi Xiaoxiao carried her brand new sword and walked to the middle of the martial arts arena. Madaka, with her sword out of its sheath, Yi Xiaoxiao just started practicing her sword in the martial arts arena, precisely the basic 9 swords that she had comprehended. Little master, it's really touching. Yuan Feng, on the side, couldn't help but marvel. Quickly calm your emotions and use this as motivation. That's natural, and we don't look at whose daughter it is. Yi Tian looked at Yi Xiaoxiao, his eyes filled with pride. In the martial arts arena, Yi Xiaoxiao pursed her lips and stared, her tiny face full of seriousness. I've spilled my guts with father too, and I have Grandpa Zhou's new sword in my hand. Time saved in the rush in such a great venue. Yi Xiaoxiao didn't even know where she had a reason to be lazy and not go and practice her sword properly. The basic 9 swords that she had comprehended on her own were significantly more effective. At the introductory stage, the Qi whirlpool condensed in the Dantian and operated on its own during Yi Xiaoxiao's sword practice, absorbing the surrounding spiritual Qi into the body. This aura flowed through the body, quenching the flesh and blood as the sword practice moved the body. It was the standard first realm body refining realm flesh and blood stage of cultivation. At this moment, Yi Tian also gently moved his hand, allowing the aura of heaven and earth to converge around his daughter. Moreover, as his strength gradually recovered, he was able to precisely control the aura into a vortex this time. Yi Xiaoxiao's realm was still weak and could not perceive it, but Zhou Yuan, who was next to him, could clearly notice it. He couldn't help but look at Yi Tian, only to think that his master had heavenly means and could actually mobilize the aura of heaven and earth in such a way. It was not a case of the aura of heaven and earth being invoked when fighting. The aura frenzy induced during battle is mainly used for killing. Right now, the aura was mild as usual. Not much difference. It looked as if it was commanding the aura to converge. The master was powerful and mysterious. But this was even more amazing than what Zhou Yuanfan knew. Soon, Zhou Yuanfan was attracted to the little master practicing with his sword. He could see Yi Xiaoxiao practicing the basic 9 swords, becoming more and more skillful and smooth, and the speed of refinement was divine. As the sword technique was performed over and over again, Yi Xiaoxiao was always exhausted and physically exhausted. She sheathed her sword and placed the new sword, which belonged to her, carefully and babyishly on the weapon rack. Little master, this sword practice is really good. Zhou Yuanfang immediately praised it. However, the first academic year of the branch academy has the basic 9 swords taught? Yi Xiaoxiao shook her head. Grandpa Zhou, this is something I realized on my own today. Zhou Yuanfang was a bit surprised. Enlightened? How did you realize it? Yi Xiaoxiao explained. I knew that the test was ahead of schedule, and I was sad and angry with myself, so I focused on practicing my sword. As I practiced, my mind became light, and the sword in my hand seemed to be imprinted in my heart, so I practiced the swordplay I was taught. Now, Zhou Yuanfang was truly taken aback. Sword heart? 72 simplified to 36, and simplified to 9 swords. This little master of his own. His natural talent in sword cultivation was truly incomparably amazing and incredible. Yi Tian also rubbed his daughter's head. Shinny is great. Father is really proud of you. Yi Xiaoxiao was a little embarrassed. but her heart was a little heavy when she thought about the possibility of being removed from the list. However, she looked back at the sword on the weapon rack. In his mind, he was secretly pumped up. Regardless, she'd just do her best in 3 days. Yi Tian spoke out in relief. Don't worry, father will accompany you and strive to pass the examination. Yi Xiaoxiao nodded seriously. Well, I will definitely become the world's #1 sword cultivator. Yi Tian pinched his daughter's face. But our world's #1 sword cultivator. Now he's going to take a bath first, covered in stinky sweat. Yi Shoshu, he. Soon after Zhou Yuanfang's command, there were 2 old crones with unassuming temperaments who left with Yi Xiaoxiao. These 2 old crone, those were the orphan girls that Zhou Yuanfang used to follow Yi Tian's example and adopted. Raised to be successful, they are stubbornly unwilling to marry and want to stay in the Zhou family. The generation below Zhou Yuanfang was almost all brought up by them. It's just that as he got older, he seldom did this kind of subordinate thing, and was usually by Zhou Yuanfang's side, dealing with some urgent matters. Now, Zhou Yuanfang called them in to help take care of the little master's living. Moreover, they are not bad in strength, and they can also stay close to protect their little master's safety. When it was time to eat, Yi Xiaoxiao squirmed a bit. She had changed into new clothes and new dresses, had a pretty balled-up head, and was cleaned up. Apparently, the 2 in-laws who were close by were great. Our Shinya is so pretty, Yi Tian praised out, beckoning towards her. Hungry, come and eat. Speaking of which, I'm really hungry. Yi Xiaoxiao came and sat down on the table, and when she saw the delicious food on the table, both her eyes couldn't help but glow. After eating and drinking, Yi Tian told his daughter to stop practicing. She entered the state of sword heart passage. Her mind and spirit were exhausted, and she needed a good rest. Yi Tian accompanied Yi Xiaoxiao and watched his daughter lie down before gently softening her forehead. Rest well. Tomorrow Dad will help you with special training. We can definitely pass the test. Yi Shoshu nodded her head, just a little lost in her eyes. Seeing his daughter like this, Yi Tian asked, "What are you thinking about? So absorbed?" Yi Xiaoxiao pursed her lips. "Father, I'm thinking about Mother. I don't know where she is or how her days are going. If I become the world's #1 sword cultivator, will I be able to find her?" Chapter 13, The Legendary He's Back. Yi Tian understood that it was normal for a child to miss his mother. Yi Xiaoxiao said, "Father has woken up. We are living a good life. I wonder if Mother is still well. Will she be suffering?" Yi Tian said softly, "Will Shinny blame Mother for leaving?" Yi Xiaoxiao shook her head. "Mother was very reluctant to part with me at that time. She hugged me and cried for a long time. She must have had bitter feelings. Don't worry, Father will ask your Grandpa Zhou to help find it." Yi Tian spoke. Yi Xiaoxiao nodded her head. "Xiaoxiao will also work hard to become stronger. I want to be famous, so that my mother can hear my name, so that we can all be together as a family." Yi Tian pinched his daughter's nose. "Father believes in you. You can definitely do it." Yi Xiaoxiao was happy, then reacted. "Father, what's going on in our family?" Yi Tian, "Father is a god emperor." Yi Xiaoxiao, "Well, Daddy is a god emperor." Yi Tian, "This girl can't help it if she doesn't believe it, and she can't say it in detail herself. This heavenly cause and effect, if it were to be spoken, I'm afraid that this realm would collapse." Yi Xiaoxiao, "But even if Daddy is a god emperor, he can't conjure up money out of thin air, right?" Yi Tian spoke, "Just like what Father said earlier. I once had a favor from your Grandpa Zhou, who is quite a family man. Right now he's like this, and it belongs to payback." Yi Tian did not explicitly state Zhou Yuanfang's identity, and his words were not considered false, just as Zhou Yuanfang had thought. If his daughter Yi Xiaoxiao took the path of sword cultivation, there had to be sword sharpening stones on the way. Himself and Zhou Yuanfang, providing resources and help to his daughter, Yi Xiaoxiao, so that she doesn't have to suffer without a heart-on. But the thorns on the road, let her personally cut them away with the sword in her hand. Yi Xiaoxiao's little brain was still full of doubts. How much of a favor did Father show him? Yi Tian saved his life so he could continue to walk well. It dawned on Yi Shoshu that if that was the case, it would make sense. She finally asked Yi Tian, "Daddy, is Shinya really okay?" Yi Tian nodded his head. "Father believes in Shinny. You must believe in Father as well." Yi Xiaoxiao nodded. "Aha!" After agreeing, Yi Xiaoxiao closed her eyes fiercely. "I'm going to rest and cultivate." Looking at his daughter's adorable appearance, Yi Tian also laughed, tucked in the quilt for the other party and got up to leave. Walking out of the room and covering the door, he saw the 2 old crone, guarding the door. When he saw Yi Tian come out, he bowed and saluted. "My lord." Yi Tian nodded his head slightly and looked at the 2 of them. "You guys are practicing hard, guarding this place, both secretly exercising body-nourishing guns to regulate yourselves." Once Yi Tian's words came out, The two of them glanced at each other and could see the shock in each other's eyes. The body secretly operated the gong method to regulate the body, and it would not invoke the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. This way, he wouldn't be distracted, and although he was a bit less efficient, he was able to guard Yi Shou. They didn't know what was the origin of this father and daughter. They just knew that their righteous father, Zhou Yuanfang, held this man in the highest regard and treated him as a slave. The two men were naturally respectful, but they would still wonder and speculate in their hearts, thinking about whether or not it was Yi Tian's ancestry. There is a great favor to the righteous father. However, I did not expect that the other party to see the bottom of the two at a glance. Yi Tian smiled. There's no need to be so surprised. Your body nurturing technique. That's something I created with my own hands. The two men were shocked in their hearts and looked at the young man in front of them incredulously. They remembered very clearly that their righteous father mentioned that this body-nourishing gong was passed down by the owner of the eternal life tablet that he had offered. Could it be that this man in front of me is the owner of that eternal life tablet? Both of them were a bit terrified at this moment. They seemed to know some unimaginable secret. Yi Tian spoke once again. Take good care of Shinya. When the time is right, I will pass on your Changchun Gong. On account of your dedication, I will grant you another prescription to help you refine your cultivation and make up for your dark wounds. After all, it's Yuan Ware's adopted righteous daughter, and I'm also considered your elder. So consider this as a meet and greet gift. With that, Yi Tian was stretching out his hand and started writing out of thin air. His fingertips, which seemed to glow with fluorescent dots, left traces in the air. The two men who were guarding the doorway, at this age, were considered to have seen a lot, but the scene in front of them surprised them beyond comprehension. There was no aura fluctuation in Yi Tian's body, so why could he write out of thin air? Also, the amount of information between his words is just so big, and the two of them see clearly the writing of the prescription in the air. It is even clearer, the value of it. With the help of this prescription to boil the medicine, it would enable them to take their body-nourishing kung fu one step further and cure the dark injuries from all these years of cultivation. They themselves have a short lifespan, and this prescription will allow them to renew their lives. Together with the longevity spring gong promised by the other party, he might be able to break through the realm and prolong his life again. Poof! These two crone hurriedly knelt on the ground and put their heads against their faces. Thank you, Your Excellency, for your kindness. We will certainly do our best. Even if we die, we won't let the little master get hurt. Please don't worry. Yi Tian nodded. Aha! It was also at that moment that footsteps came from the side. The one who came was Zhou Yuanfang. He came over to see his righteous daughter Zhou Lan and Zhou Mei, kneeling on the ground and kowtowing. However, he glanced at the prescription suspended in midair and realized what was going on. Zhou Yuanfang lectured the two of them. Master, this is for my sake, giving the two of you creation. You have to cherish it and do your best. Snap! Yi Tian slapped towards Zhou Yuanfang's head. You brat, stop nagging. Follow me to boil the medicine. Zhou Yuanfang honestly followed behind Yi Tian. Also, like in the long past, that was when he was a teenager. Zhou Lan and Zhou Mei, still kneeling on the ground, looked at the direction where Yi Tian and his righteous father Zhou Yuanfang had left, unable to return to their senses for a long time. Zhou Lan's voice trembled a little. This lord, it can't be the one from the legend, right? Zhou Mei nodded. Other than that, I really can't think of anyone else. In the past, when they were young, they had heard a legend. Behind the storm clouds in this land, there was the figure of a mysterious man, and many things were related to him. When I think about it, my righteous father, Zhou Yuanfang, held the top 10 prescriptions in his hands, but no one dared to take them. The biggest reason is that rumored person who supports the righteous father, the royal family of the Toastmaster Imperial Dynasty, who honored their righteous father, seemed to have something to do with it. It's just that over the years, he hasn't shown up, but at this time, the righteous father's climate has become a reality, and if he wants to take a shot at him, he will have to weigh it up. And as for the man of legend, some say he's far gone, some say he's dead, but now, he's back. It's right next to them. Zhou Lan and Zhou Mei were both a little excited inside and were also grateful to their righteous father. They knew that their righteous father had asked them to serve this figure's daughter, clearly giving them the chance. They looked at the prescription suspended in the air, and only after they had memorized it did it slowly disappear. Mysteriously. See, they just let a little bit out of their fingers to them, and that's a huge favor that's going to change the course of their lives. Chapter 14, The Evil of the Human Heart. Suddenly, the two reacted. If this is the case, does it mean that the injury of the righteous father can be cured? Zhou Lan and Zhou Mei looked at each other, both understanding what was going through their minds. Great news from heaven. The Zhou family's situation today looks flowery and thriving. In fact, it's already standing on the edge of a cliff. When there was a mysterious enemy that surrounded his righteous father, Zhou Yuanfang, making him seriously injured. It was testing the depths of their Zhou family to see if the rumored one was still around. Obviously, that time when the righteous father was seriously injured and no one came to his aid, some news had been revealed. The people who secretly coveted their Zhou family had already begun to make some small moves. The malicious targeting of the 1,000 Gold Chamber of Commerce and some of the accidents that happened to the clan's disciples were all in reaching out to test the waters. When the time comes, I'm afraid I'll take on the entire Zhou family. In the past, Zhou Lan and Zhou Mei would worry about the future of the Zhou family. Now, suddenly, there was peace of mind. There was no longer any need to worry about the Zhou family's well-being, as long as they did their best to take care of this little master. Collecting their minds, Zhou Lan and Zhou Mei continued to guard the doorway, sensing the movements around them and guarding against any accidents. On the other hand, Yi Tian led Zhou Yuanfang to the pharmacy. This place had already been arranged by Zhou Yuanfang as Yi Tian had instructed. Master, this cauldron, can it be used? Zhou Yuanfang asked Yi Tian when he arrived in the pill room. Yi Tian looked at the furnace and nodded his head slightly. It can barely be used, but I haven't fully recovered my strength, so I can't use it yet. At the very least, I have to recover to the second realm. Zhou Yuanfang looked at his master Yi Tian with worry. Is your realm still stuck at the first realm? Yi Tian nodded his head. There is no need to worry. Even though I am only in the first realm, killing the fifth realm is like slaughtering pigs and dogs. Even if he were to retrace his steps, he was in the end the Xianxia divine emperor of the high heavens, and the realm shackles did not apply to him. Help me with the herbs. I'm going to make a soup for Shinoa. And, by the way, some of your medicine. With that, Yi Tian started to move his hands. The medicine his own daughter used, of course he had to come himself. One is peace of mind and the other is that the results will be better. Zhou Yuanfang honestly played alongside, enjoying the feeling. More than 200 years ago, this was how he followed Yi Tian's side to help, learning as he helped. When the herbs were ready, Yi Tian started boiling the medicine with an arcane technique. Flexing his fingers, the flames resembled a blooming lotus flower, and the final mass wrapped the medicinal pot. On the other side, a cauldron of medicinal soup is simmered with blooming lotus flowers. This embracing body soup is divided into internal and external use. Yi Tian pointed towards Zhou Yuanfang. Take it and sell it. You don't need to use such fine herbs and techniques, just use what I wrote in the first place. The ratios I use today, that's customized according to Shinoa's physique. Yi Tian controlled the fire while explaining to Zhou Yuanfang. What you need to learn is this fire control technique. This is the foundation of the introduction to alchemy. Zhou Yuanfang was startled and looked towards Yi Tian. Master, you know how to make pills? Our land, in the end, is a small place. We can only eat soups. Pills are out of reach. Rumor has it that only the great sects in faraway places, the immortal Holy Land, have pills. I didn't think that Yuan Wei would be able to learn the method of alchemy in his lifetime. Yi Tian spoke. You have a lot to learn. If you don't work hard, you won't even be qualified to serve me in the future. Zhou Yuanfang's expression froze for a moment. He knew that Yi Tian hadn't exaggerated with himself. Just this hand in front of him alone, the fire control method of the fire lotus flower boiling medicine, was to drain him of his energy and he couldn't even do it. But what about the master? It's just a matter of lifting a finger. Moreover, with the master's return this time, Zhou Yuanfang could perceive that Yi Tian was mysteriously stronger than he had imagined. For himself to be able to serve on the sidelines, it was really Yi Tian who had remembered his old love and opened up heaven's grace. That's right, have the 1,000 Gold Chamber of Commerce look up someone and act in a lower profile. Yi Tian spoke, called Xia Liangqiu, Xinya's mother. The 1,000 Gold Chamber of Commerce has a merchant fleet that has to travel all over the world, so it must be much easier to investigate. Zhou Yuanfang quickly promised, Master, rest assured, will certainly be arranged properly. Is that I do not know the master mother portrait? Yi Tian spoke. No need for a portrait. Just use the name to find the trail. He guessed that the child's mother, too, had her own secrets, perhaps something to come. Suddenly leaving, without a trace. There are no two possibilities. 1. Abandon them as father and daughter and never cross paths again. But the circumstances at the time of her departure were not like his wife to think so. Then it's the other kind. She had something on her and didn't want to involve her father and daughter, which is why she cut off all contact. That's why Yi Genius asked Zhou Yuanfang to look for traces in his wife's name. If he could find traces of his wife Xia Liangqiu's problems, even with his own strength today, he could easily solve them. If not a single trace can be found, it means that the wife's problem, now on her own, is only not yet solved. The levels are different, but it will always be found. Early the next morning, Zhou Mei left the door early and went to the South City branch to take her leave as per Yi Tian's instructions. In this regard, the lecturer in charge of the student register at the South City branch was accustomed to it and recorded it casually. There were some scholars like this who practiced at home and didn't come to the academy a few days before the test, and it wasn't uncommon. It's just that such scholars are always extremely well off at home. So, when the South Side branch opened, the students who were in the same year as Yi Shoshin, when they saw that she didn't show up in class, the first thought was not that she had taken a leave of absence to prepare for the test. The thoughts that surfaced were all about Yi Xiaoxiao being too scared to face it. It looks like she recognized herself and stopped coming. As cowardly as it is to run away from such behavior, it's not a bad idea. It's still quite comfortable to have the eyesore finally gone. This group of schoolchildren was a casual discussion between you and me. In their mouths, Yi Xiaoxiao was just a passerby who had given up. It wasn't supposed to be a world. She was just going back to the mud where she was supposed to be laying. Yuan Qing couldn't help but sigh even as she arrived in the classroom and looked at the empty seats. Her heart was overwhelmed with regret, but she couldn't do anything about it herself. There's only so much you can do on your own. Yi Xiaoxuo, just give up? The situation over here is of great concern to Wu Xianqing. He also learned that Yi Shoshu didn't come to the South City branch. It looks like there is still self-knowledge. Wu Xianqing revealed a smile, his heart completely relaxed. In this way, his grandson was specially selected to enter the general hospital without any problem. As for this, it ruined a genius who had a chance to rise to the top, and ruined Yi Xiaoxiao's life. What does it matter? It was fine for his grandson to be well, and it was her honor to sacrifice the district's Yi Shoshu. But after all, with such a talent, what if he grows up later and accidentally discovers something? Wu Xianqing pondered for a moment. When the time comes, greet the other secondary academies and tell them not to accept this Yi Xiaoxiao well. The reason for this is unexcused absences from school, disrespect for academics, and lack of desire to learn. Since you want to abolish and suppress, just crush it to the end in one breath. Chapter 15, Pain? It's just a bit of weather. Zhou Mei, who had gone to the South City branch to help Yi Xiaoxiao register her leave of absence and return to the Yi mansion, was ready to find Yi Tian to resume her duties, but there was no sign of them inside the Yi mansion. It was only when she finally heard movement in the martial arts arena that she sought it out. Arriving at the martial arts arena and taking a good look at the field, Zhou Mei was surprised. Yi Tian sat on the edge of the field, looking at the several people practicing swordplay in front of him. That's right, it wasn't just Yi Xiaoxiao practicing her sword. There was also her righteous father, Zhou Yuanfang, with Zhou Lan. My lord, the matter is done. Zhou Mei reached Yi Tian's side and spoke respectfully. Yi Tian lightly knocked on the side table. Drink the medicine and practice your sword with your righteous father. Where did Zhou Mei dare to disagree? Of course she honestly did as she was told. The medicine was not bitter, but rather refreshingly sweet. It was only after drinking it that some bitterness returned with a hint of slight acidity. But it's something else, and it's not unpleasant. With the new medicine in her stomach, Zhou Mei immediately noticed a strange movement in her dantian, her aura surging on its own. The medicine is amazing. Zhou Mei hurried to the field, and from a weapon rack, took out a sword and practiced after her righteous father. As she practiced, Zhou Mei felt that this sword technique was remarkable, and that between each move, it could beat the body and help the medicine to dissolve. He had crossed the first realm of body refining realm long ago, and now he was taking medicine and practicing his sword. Even more, she could feel the vitality bursting out from deep within her body. Unbelievable. Only after a few rounds of sword maneuvers were over did Yi Tian call off the crowd to slow down a little. At this moment, Zhou Mei hurriedly saluted Yi Tian. Thank you, Your Excellency, for granting the spell. Yi Tian nodded slightly. Aha, teaching one is teaching, teaching several is teaching. It's no fun for my daughter to practice sword practice alone, so it's good to have someone to keep her company. In careful comparison, there was still a gap between each other's natural talents. The basic 9 swords that he had improved, his daughter learned it in one go, but it was Zhou Yuanfang who had to learn it several times. Daddy, how come you're so good? You know all the sword techniques. Yi Xiaoxiao wiped her sweat while running to Yi Tian. She had only rehearsed the improved basic 9 swords for the first time when she detected something extraordinary. Whether it was the efficiency of aiding cultivation or the strength of the sword attack, it had doubled several times. The effect is especially amazing when combined with the special body-containing soup boiled by my father himself. It was still warm all over today, and some of the fatigue from earlier had been quickly recovered. Yi Tian smiled. If you're not powerful, how can you afford to be the future father of the world's #1 sword cultivator? But sure Noah, when you were practicing your sword just now, you weren't concentrating enough. You need to immerse yourself in it again. Keep your willpower focused on yourself. Extend it down your arm to your sword, and cast away distractions. Take another break and keep practicing. After Yi Tian pointed out, Yi Xiaoxiao nodded her head, withdrawing her adoring gaze from the former and continued practicing her sword. At first, thoughts were still racing through her mind. When she woke up in the morning, Yi Xiaoxiao saw her father, Yi Tian, waiting at the door early. Tell her she doesn't have to go to the academy for the next 3 days, and that she has been given leave on her behalf. Next, 3 days of special training to help her pass the test. Yi Xiaoxiao had originally thought that her father was just boiling medicine for her and accompanying her to practice her sword. Unexpectedly, it actually helped him improve his sword technique, and the effect was still very amazing. Especially when father was giving himself a sword practice. Yi Xiaoxiao was clearly separated by a great distance. In his heart, however, he felt that if he took a few steps forward, he was afraid that he would be chopped into pieces like that. Unconsciously, the scenery in Yi Xiaoxiao's eyes seemed to gradually disappear. The only thing in front of me was the figure of my father who had just swung his sword. Her father's back was zooming in and out, getting closer and closer, and finally the only thing in her eyes was the other woman's sword-wielding arm. Gradually, it seemed as if the hand with which she swung the sword gradually followed the shadowy image of her father in her eyes. His father's large, warm hands seemed to cover his own small ones. In the end, Yi Xiaoxiao only had her own sword in her eyes. The heart moves at will, and the mind follows the sword's blade. Unconsciously, there was invisible chi surging around Yi Xiaoxiao's body. The aura shook all around, echoing the aura. That concussive force was also washing Yi Xiaoxiao's own self. The medicinal power within her body seemed to be invisible waves, washing away the impurities between her flesh and blood. Wash away the lead, like a new sword, opening its blade. Yi Tian nodded his head in satisfaction, looking at his daughter Yi Xiaoxiao with pride in his gaze. He turned his head towards the 3 people beside him who had long been dumbfounded. Take advantage of this moment to continue practicing your swords. You'll get twice the result with half the effort. This is also considered to be a chance bestowed upon you. Shinobu, Zhou Yuanfang was worried. Master, if we follow the sword practice, will it affect little master? Yi Tian shook his head. With me here, there is no need to worry. Only then did Zhou Yuanfang feel relieved and brought Zhou Lan and Zhou Mei to continue practicing with the sword. As they stepped forward, Yi Tian also waved his hand, forming a partition in front of them with heaven and earth aura, so that they would not affect each other. However, Zhou Yuanfang and Zhou Lan and Zhou Mei would be driven by Yi Xiaoxiao's sword intent and enter the state of sword mind. If an onlooker were here, I'm afraid they would have a seizure, and those who follow the path of sword cultivation might have a breakdown of heart. Yi Xiaoxiao was only 12 years old, and at the first realm flesh and blood stage, she comprehended the sword intent, and once she practiced the sword, she entered the state of sword mind. What a natural talent. However, as Yi Xiaoxiao kept swinging her sword, she began to frown and sweat. It's not exhaustion, it's pain. In this world, there is no such thing as perfection. Yi Xiaoxiao comprehended the sword intent, and now rehearsed this improved basic 9 swords, making rapid progress in conjunction with the medicinal power. The price was to endure the pain of that sword energy cutting through his body. At this time, she would feel a sword aura piercing through her body, as if it was trying to kill and scrape the flesh off her bones. But Yi Xiaoxiao didn't stop, pursed her lips and didn't say anything, glaring at her as she practiced her sword. She, Yi Xiaoxiao, would cry tears of joy because her father had awakened, and also cry and wail when they are pampered towards their father, but never shed tears because of the pain of sword practice, nor cry because of the pain of cultivation. She would only cut out sword after sword against the pain. Even, she didn't frown. What's the pain of scraping flesh and bones? There are new clothes, new shoes and new swords, and you can eat good food and use good medicine. It was better than the previous days when one person had to take care of his sleeping father and was alone and unsupported. Nothing counts. The speed of Yi Xiaoxiao's sword dance was also getting faster and faster, incomparably harsh and concise. Buzz! The last sword stabbed out, and the sword trembled, erupting into a sword roar. At that instant, there was also a sword sound surfacing within Yi Xiaoxiao's body. The sword intent has become ding. At this moment, Yi Xiaoxiao finally couldn't support herself and used her sword to pestle on the ground, stabilizing her small figure from falling. Yi Tian consciously wanted to extend his hand, but it stopped in mid-air. He touched eyes with his daughter and nodded gently toward her. After Yi Xiaoxiao took a deep breath, she exhaled a long breath, slowly and steadily stood up straight and sheathed her sword. Next to where Yi Xiaoxiao was standing, a stone tablet was placed, exactly the same as the test of force within the academy. On it, there was a small crater poked out by the tip of the sword. The results of the force are also plainly visible. 3 Spirit Moment. Chapter 16. Yi Xiaoxiao also saw the results of the testing stone tablet in front of her, staring with some disbelief. How long has it been? It had only been a morning since she had followed her father's practice. And you've satisfied the results of the test yourself? Yi Xiaoxiao hurriedly ran to the front of the testing stone tablet and looked at it carefully, repeatedly confirming that there was no problem. She happily rushed towards Yi Tian. Yi Xiaoxiao was excited. Father, I can pass the examination. I won't be removed. The original exhaustion seemed to be swept away at this moment. Yi Tian nodded his head with a smile. That's natural. Shinny is great in her own right. She's just being dragged down by father. Yi Xiaoxiao shook her head. Not at all. If it wasn't for daddy, how could I have progressed so fast? Yi Tian clarified to Yi Xiaoxiao. Father helping you is naturally the reason. But more than that, it still stems from your past efforts. Every effort, every bit of sweat Yi Xiaoxiao had made in the past had not been in vain. It was a time of great exertion, malnutrition, and insufficient supplies. Now, with Yi Tian's help, her past accumulation completely exploded at this moment. Thick and thin, the sweat shed in the past irrigated the heart and this moment blossomed. Yi Xiaoxiao pondered, and finally looked up and smiled towards Yi Tian. Hearing father say that, it's good that I wasn't lazy before. Take a good rest. After lunch later, you need to soak in a medicinal bath. Yi Tian instructed Yi Xiaoxiao. Yi Xiaoxiao nodded. Listen to daddy. At this moment, Yi Xiaoxiao's eyes were full of energy. She didn't completely relax just because she passed the test criteria. Instead, they are riveted and want to get stronger. In the past, the conditions were not enough, but now that her father was providing such a good environment, she could only work harder to make it work. While Yi Xiaoxiao rested, Yi Tian personally went to cook the dishes. Eating was also important, and Yi Tian was cooking a medicinal meal. The ingredients are all ferocious beasts from the deep mountains, which are rich in nutrients and also contain spiritual qi. Combined with some herbs, it will not only have the effect of nourishing and warming the body, but will also taste better. Yi Xiaoxiao devoured the food she had worked hard to cultivate, and she was also hungry and anxious. When he had eaten his fill, Yi Tian taught Yi Xiaoxiao another kind of slow kung fu. The punches and kicks are naturally soothing, soft and slow, yet uniquely effective. This slow work was nothing more than Yi Tian helping his daughter to consume her food and temporarily thought of it according to her situation. Zhou Yuanfang and the others practicing after them also had an effect, just not as perfect. More or less, it would stretch the muscles and make their current old arms and legs. Situation would improve quite a bit. When she finished this set of slow kung fu, Yi Xiaoxiao was almost done eliminating food, and it was the time to soak in the medicinal bath. Zhou Lan and Zhou Mei went to help serve, leaving Yi Xiaoxiao to sit in the tub. It was also at this time that Yi Tian once again displayed his amazing and incomparable fire control marvelous skill. The blazing fire burned with dry herbs beside it, under Yi Tian's control, seemed like a tiny fire dragon, surrounding the bathtub and keeping it warm. Yi Xiaoxiao didn't need to do anything, just close her eyes and guide the spiritual qi of heaven and earth to gather in her dantian. Only, her brow furrowed. This medicinal bath was not as good and comfortable as the body-containing soup, and her body tingled all over, as if there was a needle that was drilling in towards her body. Yi Tian looked at his daughter's appearance heartbroken, opened his mouth and said, Xin, if, daddy, Xinyet is fine. Yi Xiaoxiao opened her eyes and gently nodded her little head towards Yi Tian. Yi Tian still has to speak, but, Xin is not afraid of pain. Yi Xiaoshan said towards Yi Tian, but Xiaoshan is afraid that father will pass out again someday and won't be able to take care of you. Yi Xiaoxiao's words struck Yi Tian's heart, leaving him speechless for a long time. Don't worry, father won't sleep again. Yi Tian looked at Yi Xiaoxiao. Father also believes that this ordeal will not matter to Xiaoxiao. Hey, it's nothing. Yi Xiaoxiao also raised her small chin. Half an hour later, the greenish hue of the medicinal bath turned dark. Zhou Lan and Zhou Mei lifted the bathtub together and led Yi Xiaoxiao inside the bathhouse. There was boiled warm water there, and the two of them helped Yi Xiaoxiao wash and change into clean clothes. When this was done, Yi Tian took Yi Xiaoxiao to take a nap again. Lying on the recliner in the courtyard, Yi Tian induced the heaven and earth aura to vibrate through the air and hit his daughter. Under this massage of vibrating aura in the air, Yi Xiaoxiao was soon in a deep sleep, baring her mouth from time to time. After her nap was over, Yi Xiaoxiao opened her eyes and stretched. When she stood up, she felt herself carefully and was a little surprised. She turned toward Yi Tian and said, Father, sure Noah isn't tired at all. It seems like she has inexhaustible strength. The Yi Shoshu who spoke about this got excited, jumped in place, and ran back and forth a few times. She really felt magical. According to past experience, after experiencing such intense practice, the body will be heavy when waking up after a deep sleep. It's still sore, and usually it takes another 2 or 3 days of work to get it right. But this time it was nothing like I remembered. I woke up light and just felt very sore. Feeling her own condition, Yi Xiaoxiao asked towards Yi Tian, Father, is this the way to continue cultivating again? Yi Tian nodded his head. That's of course. How could father let you suffer for nothing? If you look at it that way, the pain you endured just now was quite worth it. Yi Xiaoxiao drew her legs and ran towards the martial arts field. Then I'm going to hurry up and practice my sword. Yi Tian got up and followed his daughter. Slow down. There's no rush. Returning to the martial arts arena, Yi Xiaoxiao couldn't wait and continued practicing her sword. It was practiced until it reached its limit, and it was at this moment that it was time for the evening meal. Yi Tian had long been prepared as if it was midday, so that Yi Xiaoxiao could eat and drink enough, and then go to play slow kung fu and soak in the medicinal bath again. When it was all over, Yi Xiaoxiao freshened up, changed into her pajamas, and fell asleep. Yi Tian, on the other hand, accompanied his daughter's side, using his aura to vibrate and massage across the air, soothing the meridians. Only after everything was in order did Yi Tian quietly leave the room and gently close the door. After leaving the room, he saw Zhou Lan guarding the doorway, while that Zhou Mei was frying medicine in the courtyard. The fire is too big. Yi Tian flexed his fingers and the fire that was simmering the medicine weakened by 3 points. At the same time, he instructed Zhou Mei, toward the fan in the room. The medicinal scent of this medicine of yours has a calming and tranquilizing effect on Shiny as well. Zhou Mei hurriedly agreed, and in her heart, she was even more impressed with Yi Tian's divine skill, rewarded with a remedy. The scent of the medicine also helps the young master to sleep soundly. Afterwards, Yi Tian walked towards the pharmacy to prepare the specialized body-containing soup as well as the medicinal bath for Yi Xiaoxiao to use tomorrow. With Zhou Lan and Zhou Mei guarding this place, it's safe and secure. Moreover, Yi Tian had left arrangements on his daughter's bodies, in their rooms, and on their doors. But if there is any wind, he will know about it and will be able to keep his daughter safe. With his daughter, he couldn't really count on Zhou Lan and Zhou Mei for everything. It has to be foolproof to be reassuring. Chapter 17, The Second Woe to the Human Race. Swish, swish, swish. Tomorrow is the day of the test. Yi Xiaoxiao, who was on the martial arts field, was still practicing hard with her sword. There has long been no problem in trying to pass the test, but since there was such a condition, Yi Xiaoxiao, naturally, began to set her sights higher. Joint assessment of the 4 hospitals. This time, the 4 hospitals have a joint examination, and if you perform well, you can be admitted to the general hospital. After the improved basic 9 swords were practiced, Yi Xiaoxiao wiped her sweat and ran over to the table beside Yi Tian. She picked up her own canteen and gurgled and began to drink. This water was also specially formulated by Yi Tian. It tasted good and was very thirst-quenching. Little master, take a rest. This doesn't even stop. Yuan Fong persuaded on the side. Yi Xiaoxiao shook her head. That won't do. I have to work hard to get into the General Academy and make father happy. Yi Tian pinched Yi Xiaoxiao's face. Whether Xiaoxiao passes the exam or not, father will be happy. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Yi Xiaoxiao nodded towards Yi Tian. Don't worry father. Even if Xiaoxiao doesn't pass the exam, she won't be discouraged. Noa isn't afraid of failing the test for the General Academy, but she can't accept failing because she didn't try hard enough. After she finished speaking, she turned around and ran back to the middle of the martial arts arena and continued to start practicing her sword. Little master really understands things. Zhou Yuanfang's eyes were filled with tears. Master, why don't we directly transfer the little master into the general courtyard? Hold back the tear water. Yi Tian spoke without a trace of anger. Wasn't it you who said to let these fellow students survey Shinya's sword sharpening stone? Zhou Yuanfang rubbed his eyes. But there are quite a few sword sharpening stones in the general courtyard. Yi Tian once again looked at the martial arts field. My daughter, the district general courtyard, easy as pie. Zhou Yuanfang looked to the side to test the stone tablet and followed suit with a smile and a nod. Of course little master is awesome. He was still following Yi Tian's side, admiring Yi Xiaoxiao's sword practice. Not far away, there were footsteps coming from none other than Zhou Xuanfu. After Zhou Sunluo came up, he first saluted towards Yi Tian. Greetings master. Then he looked toward the other side. Grandpa, Auntie Lan, Auntie Mei, didn't I say not to come over when there's nothing going on? Zhou Yuanfang frowned when he saw Zhou Xuanfu come here. Zhou family now has a situation. Zhou Yuanfang cannot want to affect the master. As far as possible do not go out. If they go out, they cover their faces and disguise themselves to hide their tracks. When Zhou Lan and Zhou Mei went out, they would also change their faces and not show their original appearance. To Zhou Yuanfang's rebuke, Zhou Sunluo hurriedly said, on the way here, I took the path and also changed my face to hide my true appearance. Moreover, Sun Air has come over this time for something important, concerning the master. Hearing this, Zhou Yuanfang got serious and glared at Zhou Sunluo. What do you mean? Hurry up and say it clearly. Zhou Sun reasoned to explain the cause. Our 1,000 Gold Chamber of Commerce's medicinal herbs caravan had a change of heart and didn't see anyone. The loss of this batch of medicinal herbs caravan is secondary, but many of them are medicines that the master needs, and that's the big problem. Zhou Sunluo's words caused Zhou Yuanfang to frown. No more means that. It was intercepted? Zhou Yuanfang asked carefully. Zhou Xuanli shook his head. I don't know yet. It just suddenly disappeared without a trace. Grandchildren have sent people to investigate. Did not see any traces. Is it possible that it has something to do with the second disaster? 2 woes. Those are the 2 troublesome woes for the human race. Demons and evil spirits. One cannibalistic and cruel. One that harms people and is bizarre in the extreme. Zhou Yuanfang gently shook his head. Not necessarily. Someone is targeting us. Maybe they are confusing us. After pondering for a moment, Zhou Yuanfang continued. All kinds of preparations should be made properly, and then a merchant team should be sent to purchase medicinal herbs. Send more. The herbs the master needs cannot be delayed. Hearing his grandfather's command, Zhou Xuanli nodded his head. Don't worry, grandfather, I will definitely not delay my master's business. In the storehouse, the medicinal herbs that the master needs have been stocked and are no longer sold for use to the public. Unless it's going to save your life, you're not going to move it. Zhou Xuanju's words caused Yi Tian next to him to nod his head. The heart is quite good, and your grandchildren have been raised quite well. If he was forced by his own might, and someone who needed medicine to save his life did not give it, it would make Yi Tian look down on him for a few points. Zhou Yuanfang hurriedly responded. Master is being overly complimentary, but this kid is indeed considered good. You come forward. Yi Tian beckoned towards Zhou Sunluo again. Zhou Sun reasoned that he didn't know what was going on, but just honestly stepped forward. Reach out and spread your hands. Yi Tian spoke again. Zhou Xuanju reached out his hand and spread out his palm. Yi Tian reached out to write on the other party's palm, and when his fingertips touched it, Zhou Sunluo felt a stinging pain and blood seeped out. When Yi Tian withdrew his hand, Zhou Sunluo saw a blood-colored rune on his palm, which then seeped back in, as if nothing had happened. Master, this is... Zhou Sun reasoned surprised, curiously inquired. Yi Tian spoke. With your blood and essence, lend me the amulet written by my divine thoughts. If it's really a demon or evil spirit that's causing trouble and invoking you, at least there's a safeguard. Since they are my people, it would be ridiculous if something happened to them. Hearing Yi Tian's words, Zhou Sunluo also rejoiced, looking down at his palm and, just now, there was clearly a vision, but now I can't see anything, which is what makes it seem so powerful. Thank you, master. I'll go down and do my business first. Zhou Xuanju saluted towards Yi Tian before bidding farewell to his grandfather and the others and retiring. Before he left, he also sneaked a look at Yi Xiaoxiao, remembering what his grandfather had explained about the investigation. I don't know how the investigation went after I ordered it down. I'd better ask about it when I get back later. After Zhou Sunluo left, Zhou Yuanfang somewhat apologized and said towards Yi Tian, sorry, master, I've bothered you with my business. Yi Tian shook his head. This little thing is nothing. I will be by my daughter's side, and walk the paths of this world. How can there be no flurry? Saying that, Yi Xiaoxiao had already ended her sword practice and once again flew to Yi Tian's side. She was so focused on practicing her sword that she didn't even notice that someone had made a trip. Yi Xiaoxiao hugged her large water bottle and drank her fill painfully. After hiccuping, Yi Xiaoxiao looked at Yi Tian. She asked curiously, Father, when I test the examination tomorrow, do I have to go all out? Do I need to hide a bit? Yi Tian was stunned. Why hide? Yi Xiaoxiao spoke. With father's help, Xiaoxiao feels that she is now frighteningly strong. Saying that, Yi Xiaoshan even gestured in a cute and adorable way. The next moment she said again, it is said in the academy that just too much is easy to break, and that the wind will destroy a wood show in the forest. Shinya has made rapid progress all of a sudden. What if someone has bad intentions and approaches father to forcefully take the prescription? Yi Tian laughed out. This cautious idea of Shiny is right, but don't worry. Let go of the test and bloom to your full glory. If anyone really dares to take offense, stretch out his hand and take what he wants. Just destroy him. It's useless for anyone to come. Father said so. Yi Xiaoxiao giggled. Daddy brags. Chapter 18A Refreshed Appearance. Willow Wind Academy's South City branch. Today it seemed to be bustling for a few minutes, simply because this is the first academic year's assessment. The examination of the first academic year is also a summary of the year's practice for the South City branch. The scholars will also do their best to perform when they are assessed. After all, the rankings differed in terms of the benefits they enjoyed within the academy. However, this time, the South City branch's examination was going to be a bit more special than before. The joint examination of the 4 great branch institutes was imminent, and this time, all of the academic year examinations were supervised by people from the inner-city Willow Wind Academy's General Academy. They have to make sure they are fair and keep track of grades. This time, the 4 courtyards examination will be divided into land boundaries, and different places will be assigned according to different performance grades, and different challenges will be available. There were quite a number of scholars, arriving at the examination venue, who could not help but feel a bit nervous when they saw the supervising lecturer of the General Academy. But there were also scholars who were eager to give it a try, hoping to do well in this examination. A good score in this examination would more or less affect the later joint examination of the 4 academies. The joint examination, if one could play well and enter into the General Academy, enjoys the cultivation resources, the cultivation environment. It's not at all on the same level as their branch. What's more, which of the people who came out of the general courtyard didn't have a great reputation in the Jingtian imperial dynasty? Among those who held such excitement was naturally Wu Lizong. He already knew from his grandfather that if he played well, he would have no problem getting into the General Academy with this joint examination. First of all, the first step before entering the general faculty is to take the first place on the examination of the first academic year. After all, this first academic year assessment of the branch academy only looks at the results of the test stone tablet, not talent. He, Wu Lizong, was the oldest among the many students in the first academic year, already 15 years old. It would give him a disadvantage in the determination of his potential talent, but in this test, it was a definite advantage. The entrance examination for the first academic year of the Willow Wind Academy branch cannot exceed the age of 14 at most. It was at his grandfather's arrangement that he was stuck in the 14-year-old test to enter the branch in the first place. Being a year older is always going to be an advantage when it comes to strength, and those who were the same age as Wu Lizong were not as talented as him. Therefore, Wu Lizong was able to occupy the number 1 position throughout the first academic year. Of course, if you look at the talent aspect, Wu Lizong is not the best. Some of the ranked scholars behind him were inferior in strength though. They were younger though. Wu Lizong was 15 and they were both 13 or 14. As for Yi Xiaoxiao, her age was actually the youngest one in the first school year. Behind his back, there would also be scholars who said that Wu Lizong was a bit shameless. But who made his grandfather the vice president? Wu Lizong also looked at his grandfather on the viewing platform at this time, revealing a confident look towards him. Looking at his precious grandson, Wu Xianqing also signaled with a smile. Afterward, he said towards the lecturer from the General Academy beside him, "The first academic year scholars are odd. It's time for this examination to begin." But this General Academy lecturer shook his head. "No, there's still a scholar named Yi Xiaoxiao, who hasn't arrived yet. Not to mention that the hour hasn't arrived yet, so Vice President Wu doesn't need to be in a hurry." Wu Xianqing was stunned and looked at the lecturer from the General Academy. This Yi Xiaoxiao has been absent from class for 3 days without any reason. According to the rules, she should be removed from the class, and is not qualified to participate in the examination. The General Academy lecturer frowned and flipped through the chapter book in his hand. This scholar named Yi Shoshu has already registered for a leave of absence, and is meditating at home for 3 days. Not the unexcused absences you make it sound like. Vice Dean Wu, do you still need me to remind you of your branch's own scholars? After the General Academy lecturer finished speaking, he continued to look at the field in front of him without saying much. Being a lecturer at the General Hospital is so temperamental. So what if the dean of the branch is in charge and says he'll discipline you? What's more, he did look at this Wu Xianqing, deliberately stuck in the age of late enrollment, wanting to use the rules to allow his grandchildren to enter the General Academy. No rules broken, but shameless. Of course, Wu Xianqing is also arranged according to the rules. He cannot pick the reason, does not mean he cannot despise each other. Wu Xianqing of course knows that this General Hospital lecturer despised himself. The heart has anonymous fire, but not good to attack. Such a young lecturer of the General Academy, in terms of status and position, as well as future, was higher than him, the vice dean of the branch. Only Wu Xianqing inside, feel a little panic. No bottom. Yuan Cheng, who was not far away, heard the conversation over there and was somewhat surprised in her heart. Yi Xiaoxiao turned out to have taken a leave of absence and didn't give up. She subconsciously looked towards the entrance of this testing ground compound. This time, when he looked, he saw a familiar and unfamiliar figure coming from the entrance of that courtyard. Familiar? That's because the person who came was none other than Yi Xiaoxiao. How could she not be familiar with the students she brought with her? But the unfamiliar thing was that Yi Xiaoxiao's dress nowadays was completely different. The original thin cheeks, which had not seen for only a few days, were as much rounded and red as a blow-up balloon. Tied in a fresh and sharp high ponytail, the robe of the Willow Wind School was draped over it, and inside she wore a soft silk power suit, beautifully embroidered. The feet wore new boots, snow white and clouded, with gold-stamped trim. With her sword hanging from her waist, Yi Xiaoxiao walked with one hand on the bottom of the hilt, her head held high. Temperament changed from earlier. The other scholars of the same school year also discovered Yi Shoshu walking towards them, each surprised. Why is this Yi Xiaoxiao dressed like this? So different from before. Didn't she say she gave up the test? Why is she here again? Borrowed clothes from somewhere, I guess, and wearing them in style. A female student skimmed her lips. A male student waved his hand. Borrow. That's a new model from Embroidery Cloud Pavilion. Just that flying cloud treading gold boots, 100 taels a pair. Another person said, this is nothing. The main thing is that sword. The 1,000 Gold Chamber of Commerce's Zhang Yun sword. 100 taels of gold apiece. It's actually the Zhang Yun sword. Didn't they say that Yi Xiaoxiao's family is poor, and that she came from a bitterly cold background to use such a good sword? Many of the students in the same academic year were all talking, and their eyes changed as they looked at Yi Xiaoxiao. Previously, they were disgusted, but now they were all curious, and even in some of their eyes, a hint of fear surfaced. They were all scholars from good families, and knew very well what the sword in Yi Xiaoxiao's hand, the clothes and boots she wore, meant. Zhang Yun's sword, money cannot be enough, you do not have enough status, that cannot even buy, and the flying cloud treading gold boots, and the gilt-stacked cloud flower coat he wore, expensive indeed. But where is the style of a child of Yi Xiaoxiao's age? Explain that it was custom tailored especially for her by the Chamber of $1,000. Hiss. I don't bully her, on a regular basis, do I? It seems like I'm just ignoring it. Fortunately, usually I concentrate on cultivation, and I didn't follow the sarcasm, so it was a good risk to save the family foundation. These few scholars, celebrating in their hearts, kept wiping the cold sweat from their foreheads, but there were also people who didn't take Yi Xiaoxiao seriously. One didn't have the eyesight to see how powerful Yi Xiaoxiao was nowadays. The other one thought that Yi Xiaoxiao's 3 days of kung fu, no matter how much she improved, she wouldn't be able to pass the examination, and she would eventually be removed from the list. What does it matter if the family actually has money? In the end it's removed goods. It's still bad in the end. On the contrary, on the viewing platform, Wu Xianqing stared at Yi Xiaoxiao with a somewhat gloomy expression. Chapter 19. You can't be such a selfish person, can you? The changes in Yi Xiaoxiao were not what Wu Xianqing wished to see. It was out of his control. Wu Xianqing's hand, which was behind his back, rubbed gently. It doesn't matter. It's only been a few days. If she wants to pass the examination, she won't be able to do it. Wu Xianqing thought in his heart. In just a few days of work, how could one surge forward and possess the strength to pass the test? There is more than one person with the idea of Wu Xianqing. This was what many of the students from the same academic year thought in their hearts when they looked at Yi Xiaoxiao. Despite not knowing how Yi Xiaoxiao did it, steeply wealthy, but the test can't be passed, and all is lost. Without strength, you can't keep $1 million. In the face of the second scourge, the only thing that could be relied upon was one's own strength, not something outside of one's body. Yi Xiaoxiao was also able to feel the gazes of the crowd, which were complicated, but she stood blithely where she was, with her eyes only on the testing monolith in front of her. Only, in her eyes, the monolith seemed to become different. The past was like a nightmare for her, and now a roadblock. All people are present. The examination can begin. The chief academy lecturer opened his mouth and gestured towards a few lecturers at the side. There are several lecturers who run different academies in the first academic year, and they are the same people who are responsible for conducting this examination. The examination for the first academic year of the South City branch of the Willow Wind Academy had officially begun. The examination started in the order of the successive school halls, and the test monoliths have been adjusted at this moment. Its formation was connected to a large notice board next to it, covered with bright white paper. Huang Jiming, the lecturer shouted out. This was the 15-year-old but somewhat older scholar than Wu Lizong, who stood in front of the testing stone monument. As soon as he stood still, a faint light surfaced from the testing stone tablet and shone on his body. This will evaluate all aspects of his power delivery, the tools he uses to do so, and so on. Of course, ultimately the amount of force is more important. When the force is the same, other details are one of the factors in judging the highs and lows. Phew! Huang Jiming calmed down and closed his eyes and exhaled. The moment he opened his eyes, he drew the knife at his waist swiftly and slashed diagonally with both hands at the testing monolith. Dang! The sound of gold and iron striking resounded, and the light flickered and rose, lighting up the scale. When the rising light stopped, the final score came out. That lecturer sang the name in a loud voice, Huang Jiming. The 3 spirits have 9. Seeing this result, Huang Jiming secretly clenched his fist and couldn't help but praise himself. It performed well this time, far exceeding its own expectations. That lecturer also nodded his head gently. Huang Jiming was a student he had taken and had performed quite a bit better than expected. Subsequently, another scholar stepped forward, and he directly blasted the testing stone tablet with his palm. Achievements: 3 spirits have 3. Compared to that, Huang Jiming is quite a lot worse, but the age to be a year younger. The future can be expected. As scholar after scholar came up and blasted the test stone monument in different ways, the results appeared one after another. A dozen or so scholars came up in a row, and none of them had yet managed to surpass Huang Jiming's score. And at this time, a scholar with a stature that was clearly taller than his peers walked up to the stone monument. He didn't make any preparatory movements, and after standing still, when the lecturer was sure it was okay, he slammed his fist towards the front with a loud bang. Dang! An extremely dull sound rang out, and the stone monument's light soared up and finally stopped. That lecturer's emotions were obviously excited and high. Lei Zhanghong, the 4 spirits have 7. On the notice board next to the test monument, his name surfaced like ink dipping, squeezing out that Huang Jiming's name. Many people couldn't help but gasp in shock when this result came out. Breaking 4, in the first academic year of their South City branch, was already another level, belonging to the top group. The General Academy lecturer nodded his head slightly at this. 14 years old with this force. Not bad. The joint examination is no accident. There is no problem going to the General Academy. Lei Zhenghong returned to his fellow students, and many of the students came forward to congratulate him. There were scholars who were close to him, hooking their shoulders and looking proud. It's like they're the ones who hit that score. On the other hand, Lei Zhenghong, who was surrounded by his fellow students, had a simple face and stood there just smiling and not speaking. The first schoolhouse test is over, and it's the second schoolhouse's turn. And the first of the scholars of the second school to go up was a young girl, with a sword in her hand. After she stood in front of the testing stone monument, she chopped out with a swift sword. The stone tablet flickered with light and the results were set. Hua Zhizhi, the 4 spirits have 8. This lecturer's tone was so high that he couldn't help but twitch his eyebrows towards the previous lecturer of the first academy. That Hua Zhizhi sheathed her sword and turned around to leave with a cold expression, as if achieving such a result was not worth mentioning. On the contrary, it was the young girl students from the same academy as her who gathered around her and flaunted their arms towards Lei Zhenghong's side, and many of the scholars around Lei Zhenghong gritted their teeth. If it wasn't for the special words of the occasion, which gave them some restraint, they would only have to quarrel on the spot. Scholar after scholar began to test, and results surfaced one after the other. Names were floating one after the other on the notice board next to it. The overall grades of the students in the first academic year of the South City branch were hovering around 3 spirits having 4 upwards. The beings with better grades are stuck on the edge of the threshold of the 3 spirits having 9. Those who can break 4 are the top students in every academy. As for students like Lei Zhenghong and Hua Zhizhi who were sprinting towards breaking 5, an existence that belonged to the top batch of the South City branch and had a high probability of having to enter the General Academy for cultivation. With the end of the examination of one scholar after another, it was the 5th Academy that started the examination at the moment. Once the 5th Academy had finished its examination, it would be the turn of the 6th Academy, which was the academy that Yi Xiaoxiao was in. In the 6th Academy, a few academics conferred and nodded slightly. They came together and arrived in front of Yi Xiaoxiao. Yi Xiaoxiao had been looking on just fine when she suddenly saw her line of sight being blocked, and looking at the few people who came, she frowned, especially the young girl at the head of the group, who she disliked. It was this Ruyan Lu who had called herself Mudlegs in the beginning. It was she, too, who led the other scholars to isolate themselves. Now, what was she doing coming forward? Arriving in front of Yi Xiaoxiao, Lu Ruyan spoke. Yi Xiaoxiao, can you lend me your sword? Yi Shirnoa, huh? Lu Ruyan, all the other academies, there are broken 4 students, only our 6th academy. Only I can touch the edge of broken 4. For the sake of our 6th academy's face, you'll have to lend me your sword to help me securely break 4. At least, contribute something to our 6th academy before you're removed. In the past, you always disgraced and discredited our 6th academy. Now would be just the right time for you to make amends, wouldn't it? The other schoolchildren next to him followed suit and nodded their heads in agreement. Yi Xiaoxiao, MS. Willow has a good point. If I were you, I'd give the sword to MS. Ryu, Shinobu, you can't be that selfish, can you? Chapter 20, Woofing and Screaming. Yi Xiaoxiao was hardened by the words of this group of people and laughed. One is really so noble and great. For the sake of their 6th form's honor? If you really care so much about the honor, don't work for it yourself. What's the point of being generous here? Yi Xiaoxiao shook her head. The test stone tablet measures force, not how sharp the weapon is. The sword won't improve your grade even if you give it. You don't even listen to lectures on weekdays, and you don't even have a grasp of the basic principles of formations, do you? After saying that, Yi Xiaoxiao walked towards the side, unwilling to entangle herself more with these fools. Ruyan Lu frowned. She was used to being starstruck in the 6th academy. I didn't expect Yi Xiaoxiao to actually reject himself. Lu Ruyan opened her mouth. The Zhan Yun sword is sharp. I'm holding the sword to break the wind faster, and the force might be able to go up another moment and be able to successfully break the 4th. Yi Xiaoxiao, do you really have to be so selfish, to suddenly become rich and lose your conscience? Yi Xiaoxiao sighed. That's right, I'm just so selfish. Whatever you say. How childish. Obviously older than me, but like a little kid. Yi Xiaoxiao's later words made Lu Ruyan almost explode, wanting to chase after her and argue. The other good sisters around her also looked as if they wanted Yi Xiaoxiao to look good. I advise you to stay out of trouble. Next to him, a scholar spoke up. You can't afford to mess with Yi Xiaoxiao. Lu Ruyan frowned. It's just a Zhan Yun sword. You can get it with money. What's there to mess with? Idiot, can't you see that someone else's Zhan Yun sword is the wrong length? That scholar snorted. In the end, you're from the outer city. You don't have any vision. Ruyan Lu glared at the other party, but could only hold her tongue. It was true that her Lu family had a small status, but compared to the children of this inner city, it was still quite a bit worse. Exhaling a few breaths, Ruyan Lu frowned as she looked towards Yi Xiaoxiao's Zhanyun sword. What had happened to this Yi Xiaoxin? How overnight there seems to be a sea change. It was also at this time that the high voice of the chanter rang out. Wu Lizong, the 5 spirits have won. As the roll call ended, the first position on the notice board next to him was replaced with Wu Lizong. Taking the first position, Wu Lizong left proudly, enjoying the gasps of surprise and envious gazes from all around. On the contrary, there were some people who looked towards Wu Lizong with a somewhat disdainful gaze. It's just a matter of being older and practicing longer. So what's there to be proud of? Wu Xianqing nodded his head with satisfaction, a smile on his face, obviously very satisfied with his grandson's performance. Instead, it was the General Academy lecturer next to him who had a somewhat odd expression and a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. He glanced towards Wu Xianqing at his side and shook his head slightly. Shameless old thing, with the help of this method to let the grandchildren occupy the first position. In this way, according to the rules of the academy, his grandson Wu Lizong would be able to enjoy the resources of the first ranked. Moreover, this Wu Lizong has the ability to be specially selected to enter the General Academy. Although entering the General Academy relies on talent, the first month of entry, Wu Lizong will enjoy the General Academy support based on being first in this examination. This old shameless thing is really good at what it does. Then, it was time for the 6th Academy's test. However, by this time, the other scholars had already begun chatting individually, discussing the joint examination of the 4 academies behind them. After all, in their impression, the 6th Academy was the bottom of the pile, nothing to be concerned about. Also, as they had expected, the students of the 6th Academy went up one after another to participate in the examination. The vast majority. The grades are at this level of 3 spirits with 1, 3 spirits with 2. It is a small section across the passing line, and those with slightly better grades have only broken 3 spirits with 5. Ruyan Lu, the 3 spirits have 8. Hearing the grades, Yi Xiaoxiao frowned. Just this still wanna borrow their own sword to break for. Too confident some. Snort, that's the level you're at. Ha! That scholar who had previously mocked Ruyan Lu shook his head in amusement. Lu Ruyan was furious. Zhao Yingying, you're a puddle of yourself. What are you so proud of? Being late and leaving early every day, and only having 1 out of 3 spirits on the last quiz. You have the nerve to laugh at me? Saying that, Lu Ruyan twisted her head and glared at Yi Xiaoxiao again. And you, the one who couldn't pass the examination to be removed. What kind of look is that in your eyes? Obviously, the results of this examination were not as good as expected, and Lu Ruyan only felt disgraced. In addition, they also saw other academy students, looking towards this side, pointing, but also very annoyed. Ruyan Lu, what is this occasion? Why are you yelling here? Yuan Cheng had a serious face and stopped Ruyan Lu from fooling around. Seeing the lecturer open his mouth, Lu Ruyan could only quiet down and whispered, I'd like to see what kind of test you guys can take. Zhao Yingying snorted coldly. Then you'll see. She then moved to walk to the testing stone monument and took out the saber at her waist. Zhao Yingying's demeanor changed at this moment. The original laziness disappeared, and her body's strength was united. The blade flashed and chopped on top of the testing stone tablet. Dang! As the sound of gold and iron clashing rang out, the light soared up, finally stopping at a position where everyone was surprised. Yuan Qing's voice was trembling a bit. Zhao Yingying, 5 spirits. For a while, the chatter around them gradually stopped, and they all looked over this way. On the notice board, the second place was taken over by Zhao Yingying's name. I didn't expect it. There's actually a surprise. The General Academy lecturer was also surprised. 13 years old. This is what is called talented. On Wu Xianqing's face, he still kept a smile on his face, and gently stroked his palm. It looked as if he was rejoicing that there was another good scholar in the South Side branch, but in reality, his half-smiled eyes were full of gloom. This halfway kill of Zhao Yingying, let his plan appeared a big change now, but it doesn't matter. With the strength of his grandson Wu Lizong, the chance of being specially selected to enter the General Academy is still very high. It's just a matter of stepping up to the plate for the joint assessment. When the test was over, Zhao Yingying sheathed her sword and walked back to the 6th Academy. The other people around her, who were looking at her in dismay, only felt that Zhao Yingying was so unfamiliar. A year at school together. When did she get so good? Is it possible that the usual quizzes are being hidden? Looking at the crowd's expressions of astonishment and dismay, the constant exclamations in his ears, Zhao Yingying was jumping up and down freely. What is the point of holding back for a year, ostensibly arriving late and leaving early on weekdays, but actually going back to practicing hard? Isn't it this very moment of manifestation before men? Even if she didn't take first place, she was still the prettiest presence in the field. Forcing her heart to rejoice, Zhao Yingying pretended to be indifferent. She returned to their 6th Academy and skimmed her lips towards the Lu Ruyan thumb. Aha! Lu Ruyan wailed as if she had exploded. Chapter 21, This is what it means to be a saint in front of people. Obviously, Zhao Yingying's performance stung her, making Lu Ruyan unable to accept it. Zhao Yingying, who was usually hanging at the bottom of the list in her quiz scores, was actually this strong, or showing it after he had argued and taunted her himself. How could Lu Ruyan, who was so good at saving face, accept it? Zhao Yingying cocked her head. Strange, didn't you just say that you want our 6th Academy to have face and not lose face? I'm not making a name for our 6th Academy and coming back with a face. Why are you still upset? No, Ruyan Lu, you can't be seeing other people's long faces and only you can make a splash. Why are you so selfish? Zhao Yingying's words were like a sharp blade that pierced Lu Ruyan's heart. Put, Yi Shoshu, who was next to her, really couldn't hold back and burst out laughing, and that laugh was like stirring up a hornet's nest, making Lu Ruyan furious. Yi Shashua, what are you laughing at? What qualifications do you have to laugh? Lu Ruyan glared at Yi Xiaoxiao, taking her anger out on her. It's almost time for you to take your test and go disgrace yourself. All the face that people have just earned back will be thrown away by you. You. Just before Lu Ruyan finished speaking, she was interrupted by Zhao Yingying. Don't talk nonsense. What does it have to do with me? After saying that, Zhao Yingying looked towards Yi Xiaoxiao. The assessment is all about yourself. It doesn't matter how I do on the test or how you do on the test. Yi Xiaoxiao nodded towards Zhao Yingying. I understand. This person in front of him was considered to be the one among his classmates that Yi Xiaoxiao had a better impression of, but someone who doesn't make much of an impression. To be precise, Zhao Yingying was often late and left early, a god and a dragon, and was as transparent as a transparent person in their academy, with little presence. It was just that compared to others who avoided and ignored themselves, Zhao Yingying would raise her hand in greeting when she saw herself and hurriedly leave. It was also at this time that the assessment of the scholars in front of them was completed. Yuan Cheng looked toward Yi Xiaoxiao with a complicated expression. Xiaoxiao, it's your turn. Yi Xiaoxiao nodded her head and walked over to the testing stone tablet. She was the last, whose reputation was more or less intact in the first academic year of the South Side branch. Many people also just glanced towards her here before withdrawing their gazes and discussing eagerly. Do you guys think we can do well in the South City branch in this joint exam? In past years we've been at the bottom of the pile, and this time we've got a slugger out there, so that should make a difference. Wu Lizong is a bit older, but in the end, he broke 5. And that Zhao Yingying, I really didn't expect her to be the second to break 5 in the first academic year of our South City branch. If we want to get good grades in this joint exam, I'm afraid we'll have to rely on Zhao Yingying. The many scholars were talking, and that Zhao Yingying's ears twitched, hearing her name mentioned so frequently, her heart aching. It was the face, which still had a lazy and indifferent attitude. She glanced at Lu Ruyan next to her and realized that she frowned, staring in the direction of the testing stone monument with a strange expression. Ruyan Lu, she doesn't draw her sword? Without drawing your sword? Zhao Yingying also turned her head and looked over in Yi Xiaoxiao's direction. She realized that standing in front of the testing stone monument, Yi Xiaoxiao did not draw the Zhanyun sword at her waist. It's just adjusting his stance to carry the power and getting ready to fire. Zhao Yingying remembered that Yi Xiaoxiao was following the path of sword cultivation, and her swordsmanship seemed to be quite good. This is about whether she can continue to stay in the South City branch's examination. So casually, the sword is not even drawn? Xinya. Yuan Cheng at the side also whispered softly, signaling Yi Xinya not to give up on herself. However, Yi Xiaoxiao ignored Yuan Cheng's reminder, and with a flashing light in her eyes, she launched a palm swiftly, like a sword stabbing straight. Snap! The applause hit the testing stone monument with an extraordinarily loud sound, and light blossomed at the bottom of the monument. That flickering light was climbing madly at an extremely fast speed. 10 scales for a spirit. That light crazy climb a leap over the 40th scale. The pace slowed slightly, but there was no hint of stopping. Some of the scholars noticed the situation and stopped mid-sentence, staring blankly at the testing stone tablet. The light leapt over the 50th scale, and even the speed didn't stop. Still climbing. It wasn't until past the 60th tick that the speed began to slow down. Eventually, it stopped at the 63rd scale. Yuan Qing trembled slightly all over as she looked towards Yi Xiaoxiao, who stood with her palms closed. Hot blood surged and his heart was filled with joy. Yuan Qing couldn't help but shout. Her voice was a bit shrill. Yi Shoshu. There are 3 of the 6 spirits. On the bulletin board, Wu Lizong's name was squeezed down hard. The number 1 position was replaced by Yi Xiaoxian. Good. That General Academy lecturer couldn't help but exclaim, what a good seedling. 12 years old. Ha ha ha. Wu Xianqing was also staring with a horrified expression and could not help but take 2 steps forward. How can it be? Why? A few days of work. Why would this Yi Shoshin done? In Wu Xianqing's mind, there was only this thought. His own grandson, the special selection to the general court, is going to be finished. No, absolutely not. A murderous intent surfaced in Wu Xianqing's eyes. That being the case, it's time to take advantage of the opportunity to get your hands dirty at the JCSE. As for the lower part of the viewing platform, many scholars first fell into silence, and then began to erupt into a skyrocketing clamor. What's going on? I'm not mistaken. Breaking 6. It's actually breaking 6. That's something only a scholar from the General Academy can do, right? It's going to turn over. This joint exam, our South City branch is going to turn over. What's going on with this Yi Xiaoxua? Isn't she from a cold and bitter background? Uncomplicated and uncomplicated. It can't be that in the past, he was pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. Just waiting for this day, right? So young, kind of the youngest group we've had this school year, right? People are more angry than people. The students from the different academies were all discussing it, and some of them were moving towards the side to see what Yi Xiaoxiao looked like, and Yi Xiaoxiao had already returned to where the 6th academy was. Each of these fellow students of the same year around her looked at her with horrified gazes. Obviously, the strength she displayed just now had really scared them. You cheated. You definitely cheated. Lu Ruyan couldn't stop shaking her head, pointing at Yi Xiaoxiao and screaming. There was no way she could accept that the mudblood she had once despised had jumped on top of her head. The pressure took her breath away. Yi Xiaoxiao laughed. I don't use a sword, just to block you from making excuses and saying that I'm relying on the advantage of a sharp weapon. I didn't realize that you were dumber than you thought. Afterwards, Yi Xiaoxiu ignored the fuming Lu Ruyan. It's a waste of one's time to look twice at such people. But there was one more thing that puzzled Yi Xiaoxiao. She turned, and realized a face was close at hand, coming ever so close. It was none other than that Zhao Yingying, staring at herself with a grimace on her face. Yi Xiaoxiu couldn't figure it out. Chapter 22, Killing Intent. Cheating, definitely cheating. Ruyan Lu was still yelling there. Zhao Yingying was annoyed by what she heard and glared back at Lu Ruyan. Are you an idiot? If Yi Xiaoxiao really cheated, the lecturer of the General Academy who came to supervise would not be able to see it? Or are you more powerful than the lecturers who come from the General Hospital? Aren't you slapping someone else's General Hospital lecturer in the face? Don't make the lecturer of the General Court angry and disqualify you from the joint examination. Zhao Yingying elaborated on the powerful words, finally letting Lu Ruyan calm down a bit and stop shouting and making a scene. Just kept taking deep breaths and couldn't seem to come to terms with reality, especially when he saw the other scholars looking this way and pointing at himself. Lu Ruyan could not resist after all. Blushing and bashful, walked to the side corner, just standing there in the corner, staring at Yi Xiaoxiu with a gaze filled with resentment and jealousy. Shinya, you're awesome. Yuan Chang, by this time, had run joyfully to Yi Xiaoxian. When Yi Xiaoxiao saw Yuan Chang come before her, she also revealed a smile. Master Yuan, thank you. Yuan Chang looked up and down, her face full of smiles. Sure Shu, you're really a pleasant surprise. Speaking to this place, Yuan Chang looked to the side. Zhao Yingying, and you. I did not expect Yingying is also so good. Can unusual how you. Speaking of this place, Yuan Chang realized that Zhao Yingying's expression was still ghostly, staring at Yi Xiaoxiao and not letting go. Yi Xiaoxiao also noticed the other party's gaze and leaned 2 steps towards Yuan Chang's side. What are you always looking at me like that for? Zhao Yingying stared at Yi Xiaoxiao for a long time and sighed. It can't be helped that you're not as skilled as others, and the limelight has been stolen by you, but it doesn't matter. There's still the joint examination of the 4 houses. At that time, it's the time to show off. The school year assessment within the district branch, TSK, it's still not even close. Speaking of this place, Zhao Yingying looked solemn and put her hand on the hilt of the blade. Yi Xiaoxiu, being strong in the force test doesn't mean being great in actual combat. Let's come back for a real fight when the 4 courts joint examination is held. Whether your sword is sharp or my blade is fast. The wind, which blew over the hem of Zhao Yingying's coat, also made her long hair flutter in the wind. This is the fateful duel, the clash of swords and knives. Ha, really handsome. Looking at Zhao Yingying, who was intoxicated in her own world, Yi Xiaoxiao was somewhat silent. She twisted her head to look at Yuan Chang. Master Yuan, what is she doing? Yuan Chang. At this time, there were footsteps. Yuan Chang, who was half squatting beside Yi Xiaoxiu, immediately stood up straight after seeing the visitor clearly. It was Wu Xianqing, the General Academy lecturer, and the other academy lecturers, who were coming together. Ha ha ha, let me take a look at the 2 new young geniuses from our branch. Wu Xianqing was the first to speak, and when he stood in front of the 2 of them, he nodded his head uncontrollably after taking a brief look around. That's really good. I expect you guys to get good grades in the joint exams. 2. The lecturer from the General Academy also smiled and nodded his head. With your talent, it's definitely no problem to enter the General Academy. Play well in the joint exams and get a good rank, and the rewards are many. Speaking of this place, this General Academy lecturer suddenly opened his mouth towards Yi Xiaoxiao. Scholar Yi Xiaoxiao, I wonder if this sword of yours, can you lend it to me? Yi Xiaoxiao glanced at the sword at her waist with some reluctance. Seeing Yi Xiaoxiao like this, the chief academy lecturer laughed. Look, I have it too. Just taking a look, Yi Xiaoxiao saw that the chief academy lecturer lifted up the hem of his coat, and indeed there was a Zhanyun sword hanging from his waist as well. She nodded and carefully handed over the Zhanyun sword. So precious, it looks like someone very important bought it for you? The chief academy lecturer received the Zhanyun sword and did not move. Yi Xiaoxiao shook her head. Grandpa Zhou gave it to me. Grandpa Zhou? The general academy lecturer was happy. Coincidentally, my surname is also Zhou, but your surname is Yi. How come Grandpa's surname is Zhou? Yi Xiaoxiao replied. Grandpa Zhou is our family's housekeeper grandfather. Lecturer Zhou's hand with the sword shook for a moment, and without leaving a trace to hide it, he pulled the sword out. He looked at the mark on the sword's lattice, swallowed, and sheathed his sword. A good sword. It should go with a genius like you. Lecturer Zhou hurriedly returned the sword in his hand. Back to Yi Xiaoxiao. Yi Xiaoxiao took the sword and hung it back on her waist. At this time, this lecturer surnamed Zhou also found an excuse and left the place. The onlookers didn't notice, but it was Zhao Yingying who noticed a little detail. This lecturer Zhou from the General Academy seemed to be suddenly nervous. His forehead was sweating. Could it have something to do with Grandpa Zhou that Yi Xiaoxian talked about? Hiss. Zhao Yingying mused. This Yi Xiaoxiao was indeed shrouded in mist, bitterly cold in origin, all of a sudden covered in 1,000 gold chamber of commerce treasures customized models. In this examination, the moment she appeared on the scene, she shattered her plan of manifestation and stole all the wind out of her sails. The ill-fated and secretive identity of myself, the bitterly cold-born, misty Yi Shurao. Thinking of this place, Zhao Yingying patted Yi Xiaoxiao's shoulder. Woman, you're not simple nah, worthy of being my destined enemy. Yi Shurnoa twisted her head. Ha, what the hell is she talking about? The examination ended there, and after Wu Xianqing walked around with lecturer Zhou, he rejoined the viewing platform. After returning to the viewing platform, Wu Xianqing summarized the results of this examination and announced the rewards of the examination. Yi Xiaoxiao, who came first in the examination, would be able to receive 20 portions of the precious body-containing soup and would be able to go to the spiritual source room for 2 hours of cultivation every day. Wu Lizong, who was second in the examination, was given 10 portions of precious body-containing soup and 1 hour of cultivation in the spiritual source room every day. Zhao Yingying, who was third in the assessment, was given 5 portions of precious body-containing soup and half an hour of cultivation in the spiritual source room every day. As for the rest of the top 10 scholars, for 3 portions of the body-containing soup, they could use the spirit source room for half an hour every 3 days. As for the other scholars, depending on their rankings, there were only some unusual rewards and no quota to enter the spiritual source room for cultivation. Many of the scholars looked at Yi Xiaoxiao and the others with gazes filled with envy. The spirit source room, that was a special resource of the Willow Wind School. The richness of the aura inside was so high that practicing inside was twice as effective, and the effect of nourishing the body was even more outstanding. 1 step forward, 1 step back. Right now, Yi Xiaoxiao and the other top scholars were already a step ahead, and with the help of the spiritual source room, they would only widen the gap with them even more. There were quite a few students from the 6th Academy who had different gazes when they looked at Yi Xiaoxiao. At one time, they disliked Yi Xiaoxiao and didn't want to get close to her. People who consider each other to be two worlds will never cross paths after all. But now, it is indeed two worlds. But the one who went up to the clouds became Yi Xiaoxiu, and they, on the contrary, became the ones who rolled in the mud. Only, Yi Xiaoxiao did not know that Wu Xiansheng, who was not far away, would occasionally glance towards her. The killing intent in those eyes was hidden. Chapter 23, The Centenarian. Yi Xiaoxiao collected her reward, and in addition to the body-containing soup, there was also a small jade tablet. The jade token was a credential, and she was able to rely on it to enter the spirit source room. Spirit source room? Haven't even been there yet, Yi Xiaoxiao muttered out as she looked at the jade tablet in her hand. Zhao Yingying's voice rang out. Haven't tried. Go now. Yi Xiaoxiao looked at Yuan Chang. Master Yuan, can we go now? Of course you can. At the end of today's examination, you can either stay within the academy and cultivate, or you can go home first. Yuan Chang nodded her head. Yi Xiaoxiao pinched the jade token. Then go to the spirit source room to cultivate. Since you can go there every day, you won't be able to waste it. When Yi Xiaoxiao moved, Zhao Yingying followed along and stayed by her side. On the way, Zhao Yingying explained, although you have 2 hours a day, however, you can't keep practicing inside. Inside the spirit source room, the aura is more dense. For example, if you keep practicing your sword in there, it will be a great burden on your body. It's best to practice the sword once, take a break, meditate on your knees, and simply use the Dantian Chi cyclone to draw the heaven and earth spiritual chi to wash your body and relieve your fatigue. We'll continue practicing when the exhaustion from sword practice has subsided quite a bit. Otherwise, if you forcefully practice the sword, it will damage your body instead. Yi Xiaoxiao listened attentively to Zhao Yingying's explanation. Zhao Yingying, you're so understanding. Zhao Yingying shrugged. Before the initiation realm spirit enlightenment, it was in the spirit source room that I attempted to condense a chi cyclone in my Dantian and successfully enlighten my spirit. Outside the academy, are there spirit source rooms as well? Yi Xiaoxiao was a bit surprised. Zhao Yingying nodded. That's natural. Willow Wind Academy's inner city main academy. Many of the scholars have spirit source rooms in their homes. It's just that the strength of the effect isn't as strong as Willow Wind Academy. After all, the spirit source chambers of the Willow Wind Academy's main and branch academies are all heavily funded by the Thousand Gold Chamber of Commerce, and the results are extraordinary. Not only that, but the spirit source room also comes from a remarkable source. Rumor has it that the way this spirit source chamber was constructed also originated from Old Man Qianjin. I've heard the elders of my family mention that there is a mysterious person behind Old Man Qianjin. Old ancestor Qianjin's secret medicinal techniques all originated from this mysterious man. Speaking of this place, Zhao Yingying was also secretive. Yi Xiaoxiaoed. Your family, how do they know so much? I don't know. Zhao Yingying spread her hands. Everyone in my family is not in their right mind. Otherwise they could have kicked me out of the house? Yi Xiaoxiao's head was full of question marks. Kicked out of the house? Zhao Yingying put one hand behind her back and one hand on the hilt of her sword. But it's good that I persevered. So what if it's just one person? Some frost and wind. After she finished speaking, Zhao Yingying realized that Yi Xiaoxiao beside her did not react half-heartedly and turned her head to look at her with a bland face. Zhao Yingying was not calm. Yi Xiaoshu, after hearing about me, aren't you a bit touched? Yi Xiaoxiao looked at Zhao Yingying strangely. Compared to me, what is this for you? Zhao Yingying is a bit unconvinced. Before the people show sainthood then you, then miserable still then, can you then I am miserable? You don't know about me? Yi Xiaoxiao was a bit surprised. Zhao Yingying pulled the corner of her mouth. Aren't you just a bit poorer than your family used to be? Shinya Yi. So this one really didn't know much about himself. Subsequently, Yi Xiaoxiao also plainly stated the past events, and when she had finished, the two of them had arrived at the location of the spiritual source room. After listening to Yi Xiaoxiao's story, Zhao Yingying's expression didn't change much and only taught her how to use the spirit source room. The spirit source room was constructed within this bamboo forest, and the door had a formation that had to be inspired to open the portal with this jade token. There are lecturers on duty in case of accidents. After listening to Zhao Yingying's patient explanation, Yi Xiaoxiao waved her hand towards her and walked into the spirit source room. After the door to the spiritual source room was closed, Zhao Yingying snapped a slap. Zhao Yingying, what the hell have you done? She clutched her head and ran around this area of the spirit source room. In the end, she hid at the side, covering her face and sobbing, and shouting things like Shernoa, I'm sorry and I deserve to die. And within the spirit source room, Yi Xiaoxiao naturally didn't know that Zhao Yingying was twisting and crawling there because of her guilt. She just naturally started practicing her sword, and she was also able to feel the richness of the aura in it enhance. The results are indeed better, but the burden on the body has increased. But, this feeling, so familiar. Yi Xiaoxiao felt it carefully. Finally, it suddenly occurred to her. Ever since his father woke up, when he practiced his sword, the richness of the heaven and earth aura around him would rise. And it's not like this spirit source chamber. The concentration of spiritual chi in this spiritual source room could be described as a rough increase. Instead, that aura is much softer when practicing at home. Phew! After practicing the sword technique once, Yi Xiaoxiao felt that the situation was still okay. However, after practicing 3 times, Yi Xiaoxiao felt some discomfort in her body and immediately stopped. It's a lot harder here compared to practicing at home. In the end, Yi Xiaoxiao could only sit down on her knees and enter a meditative state as Zhao Yingying had taught her. The cyclone and the Dantian guided the surrounding aura and washed the body. The cyclone is an introductory realm condensation. If the worldly human race wanted to step onto the path of cultivation, they had to first try to draw aura into their bodies and condense a sense of chi in their bodies. Finally, in the Dantian, a cyclone of aura chi was condensed. To be able to have a sense of chi born within one's body, one is considered to have officially crossed into the initiation realm and successfully initiated the spirit. When a cyclone is condensed, it can induce the aura of heaven and earth to quench the body and formally step into cultivation. Nowadays, Yi Xiaoxiao was at the first realm, the body refining realm. In this realm, one relies on aura to quench oneself and polish the body. The body refining realm is divided into 4 stages: flesh and blood, sinews, hardened bones, and lungs. Nowadays, Yi Xiaoxiao was in the flesh and blood stage, belonging to the true cultivators. At a young age, his strength was much greater than that of an ordinary adult. This was also why unusual people, All of them wanted their children to cultivate. Even if it was just spirit enlightenment, they would still be able to have a long period of chi. If by any chance he could step into the first realm, or even if he could only cultivate to the first realm refining body realm lung stage in this life, it could change the fate of a family. After all, when you cultivate to the first realm of the lungs and vessels realm, your body will be sublimated, and you will have the effect of prolonging your life, and you will easily live past the age of 100 and be a centenarian. It was at this time that Yi Xiaoxiao left the spirit source room. It can't be helped. It's too uncomfortable in there. Not at all. If she stayed like this, Yi Xiaoxiao felt that her body would be damaged, even to the point of injuring her foundation. Perhaps it was due to her talent. Yi Xiaoxiao had a keen sense of her own state. It's also why, all these years, one's roots have remained undamaged. She always stopped practicing at the right time when she was very tired to avoid damaging herself. That's the instinct of self-preservation. Chapter 24, The Amazing Sword God. Yi Xiaoxiao left the spiritual source room and twisted her neck to soothe her own muscles and bones. It was only after leaving the environment of the spirit source room that she felt more comfortable. And after she left the spiritual origin room, she saw the door to the spiritual origin room next to her open and Zhao Yingying walked out from it. Zhao Yingying sensed the commotion and turned her head towards Yi Xiaoxiao. Why are you out so early? Yi Xiaoxiao walked over. It's not too comfortable. I feel like continuing to stay inside and cultivate. I won't be able to continue my cultivation when I go back tonight. That's for sure. Zhao Yingying glared. You practicing for 2 hours inside the spirit source chamber is worth 3 days of hard work outside for a regular person. You go back and don't rest and harbor your body. But you still think of continuing to cultivate? Yi Xiaoxiao wanted to say. But, if you continue to cultivate at night and don't recover well, you won't be able to move for a day tomorrow. Let alone continue cultivating. Zhao Yingying solemnly said. She was worried that Yi Xiaoxiao would mess up. Forget it if you're not feeling well. Rest today and cultivate tomorrow. At night, never show off. Yi Xiaoxiao could feel the concern in Zhao Yingying's words. She just didn't know what she was suddenly so enthusiastic about. And, if Yi Xiaoxiao remembered well, if he practiced at home with his father, he would have no such concerns at all. Practicing from morning to night, you don't have to worry about this situation at all. Zhao Yingying finished her persuasion and followed beside Yi Xiaoxiao, walking together towards the outside of the academy. She surveyed Yi Xiaoxiao all over, her guilt from earlier easing quite a bit. You're kind of bitter and sweet now. And listen to your words. Your father is only afraid that the head is not small. Is it possible that it is a big family elsewhere in distress? Yi Xiaoxiao didn't understand. What big clan's children? Zhao Yingying, this world is vast. Outside of the Jingtian imperial dynasty, the situation is different in different realms. There are powerful holy clans, and there are also one side of the great clans that dominate. Perhaps your father is the son of some great clan that has fallen into this place. Yi Xiaoxiao's mind floated back to her father's current appearance and felt that Zhao Yingying's words seemed to have some truth to them. However, Yi Xiaoxiao didn't tell the whole story of her family's situation, which seemed to be true or false. Just mentioning that my father woke up to someone coming to the house to wait on him and that the family was wealthy. Specifics, not mentioned, and she wasn't stupid. But this little side issue, Zhao Yingying was able to say so much. Zhao Yingying, you know a lot. Yi Xiaoxiao spoke. Isn't your family great? Zhao Yingying sighed. So what? Every family has its own problems, and there are many troubles in a big family. How else could I have been kicked out of my house and left to fend for myself? Why don't you go? Zhao Yingying stopped in her tracks when she saw Yi Xiaoxiao exiting the South City branch before she turned the corner and walked out of the street corner. I'm home. Yi Xiaoxiao pointed at the back above the gate of the mansion. Zhao Yingying looked up and was stunned to see the word Yi Mansion hanging on the door of that mansion. At Yi Xiaoxiao's side, at an unknown time, there was an old crone waiting there. Oh. Zhao Yingying reacted and waved her hand towards Yi Xiaoxiao. After Yi Xiaoxiao took 2 steps towards the Yi Mansion, she suddenly turned back. Zhao Yingying, thank you for talking with me. You're still the first one after all these years. You're welcome. Zhao Yingying waved her hand and watched as she said goodbye to herself and entered the mansion. When Yi Xiaoxiao returned to the mansion, Zhao Yingying still stood there for a while and turned to leave. Awesome. All the properties in this territory belong to the Zhou family. Yi Xiaoxiao's dad, how did he get them? Ha ha ha, is that what makes it fun? It's worthy of being my fated nemesis. Zhao Yingying, who thought so, slightly lowered her head and shook her shoulders while laughing against the wind. On the side of the road, a few secret guards, who were responsible for secretly protecting her, covered their mouths and endured the pain. This one is good at everything, but she tends to get caught up in her own world and can't get out of it. As for Yi Xiaoxiao, who had returned to the mansion, she excitedly found Yi Tian. Father, I'm number 1 in this examination, and I didn't even use my sword. Yi Tian looked at Yi Xiaoxiao, who ran to him and picked her up. Ha ha ha, our Xiaoxiao is so great that she can take first place without using a sword? Yi Xiaoxiao nodded and looked at Yi Tian. Can I make father proud? Yi Tian looked at his daughter and nodded seriously. I am very proud of you. Yi Xiaoxiao chattered and told Yi Tian a lot of things that happened in the South City branch, especially when she talked about the spirit source room. Yi Xiaoxiao wasn't sure if it was a problem with the spirit source room or herself. There's no problem with the spirit source room, and neither is Xinya, Yi Tian explained to her. Rather, it's inappropriate. When he had sealed much of his memory cultivation, the spirit source chamber that he had imparted to Zhou Yuanfang was also a remnant work. To be precise, the spiritual source room was only an inferior substitute for his own daughter. With him personally assisting his daughter's cultivation, there was no need to use a remnant like the spirit source room. Yi Xiaoxiao took out the jade tablet. In that case, wouldn't it be a waste? That's not true. Yi Tian took the jade tablet from Yi Xiaoxiao's hand. That spirit source room. There are other uses. As Yi Tian finished speaking, the jade tablet in his hand began to bloom with a faint light. After the light dissipated, he handed the jade tablet to his daughter. The joint examination of the 4 courtyards. There is still waiting for more than 20 days. Shinya, after you go to the academy every day, first take the jade token and enter the spirit source room, and just stay there for a short while. Then wear the jade tag and practice in regular classes. Yi Xiaoxiao reclaimed the jade tablet and looked down, asking curiously to her father, what will this do? Yi Tian explained with a smile. The jade tablet will store that spirit source indoor aura in it, and when you wear it, it will change to slowly nourish the Shinya body. After all, it's a resource that Shirnoa won, so you should use it properly, and father just let you use it in a different way. Yi Xiaoxiao looked at the jade tablet in her hand. Like this? Father is so powerful. After she finished speaking, she looked around strangely. Where's Grandpa Zhou? He had something to go to. Yi Tian replied. Yi Xiaoxiao nodded. Then I'm going to practice my sword. With that, Yi Xiaoshu ran to the martial arts field and started practicing with her sword. Upon arriving at the martial arts arena, she felt the surrounding aura gather and wrap itself around her. Warm and very comfortable. Yeah, right. It's much more comfortable than in the spirit source room. Little master is so hardworking. It's so hard to take first place and not rest and relax. Zhou Mei was at the side and couldn't help but say. Yi Tian looked at his daughter, because she knows exactly what she wants and understands what is fundamental. Shinya, you will definitely be a marvelous swords god in the future. Next to her, Zhou Mei, who was quietly waiting, was in a bit of a trance. The master was talking about the sword god just now? I should be talking about sword cultivators. I'm only afraid that I've heard wrong. Chapter 25, something big is going on. First in the examination. Seeing the smile on Yi Tian's face, Yi Xiaoxiao felt that all her efforts were worth it. Rest? Having suffered, she knows very well that the present conditions are not easy to come by, and she has to cherish them even more. Yi Xiaoxiao had to grab all the time she could, getting stronger little by little and moving closer towards her goal. Make the sword in your hand stronger. Only then would she not have enough power to set things right if something unexpected happened in the future. If dad can protect her for a while, can he protect her for the rest of her life? Yi Xiaoxiao was practicing hard and didn't stop until dusk. Zhou Lan came at this time. What should be prepared she had already prepared. Together with Zhou Mei, she took her young master to soak in a medicinal bath, and finally after a soothing hot bath and a change into clean clothes, after going to eat the prepared evening meal with Yi Tian again and playing a set of slow gongs to contain his body, he began to yawn. Yi Tian, as usual, watched his daughter Yi Xiaoxiao after she fell asleep, and vibrated with heaven and earth aura through the air to alleviate her fatigue and allow her to recover quickly. Only when Yi Xiaoxiao went into a sweet and beautiful dream did he walk out of the room and into the courtyard. Zhou Lan and Zhou Mei were still guarding the outside, decocting medicines for themselves while still being able to help Yi Xiaoxiao sleep. Master. At this time, Zhou Mei suddenly spoke. There is something you need to know. Yi Tian looked at Zhou Mei. Speak. Zhou Mei said. The young girl who came back with little master today should be a royal child of the Jingtian imperial dynasty. She should be on a clan mission. Yi Tian looked at her. Clan mission? Zhou Mei explained. The royal family of the Jingtian imperial dynasty will assign different clan tasks depending on the situation of the clan's children. Looking at this clan mission called Zhaoying should be hiding her identity, eating her own food, and seeking her own opportunities. Wait until the conditions are met before you can be restored to your royal status. The old slave does not know whether her contact with the young master is good or bad, and can only report what he knows to the master to know. Yi Tian listened to Zhou Mei's words and pondered for a moment. There's no harm in it. Shinya should have friends around the same age. With me, nothing can go wrong. As always, you need not interfere unless you are in danger. Zhou Lan and Zhou Mei promised. Yes. Yi Tian then left the courtyard and walked out of the Yi mansion, heading towards the opposite side of the South City branch, where the 1,000 Gold Chamber of Commerce medicine store was in the first place. In the meantime, the pharmacy was still lit and manned to avoid anyone having a nighttime emergency requiring medication. The back hall of the pharmacy, on the other hand, was closed and locked, prohibiting anyone from entering or leaving. Zhou seeks out the old days. Right here, in front of him, the lecturer surnamed Zhou from the General Academy was respectfully explaining the investigation. Father, that's roughly it. Zhou Sunluo listened to his youngest son's words and nodded his head slightly. Looking at it like this, that Wu Xianqing is not a small problem. Ardent. Good work on this matter. Zhou Yud looked at his father and hesitated for a moment. Father, what is the origin of that Yi Xiao Xiao? Her sword has the great ancestor seal. That sword. It can't be the one that great ancestor personally built. Zhou Sunluo looked at his son and frowned. Don't pry into things you shouldn't. Go back. Zhou Yud looked at his father. His eyes that were curious and scared. But that Yi Shoshu said that this sword was sent by her family's housekeeper grandfather. But this sword has the great ancestor seal again. So my son suspects that the grandfather of the housekeeper she spoke of couldn't be the great ancestor, right? Zhou Sun looked at his son, the corners of his mouth slightly twitching. You really dare to think? You are quite bold, ah. And as his words fell, he realized that his son wasn't speaking, just hanging down by his sides with his hands shaking. Zhou Sun was puzzled. What are you shaking for? Father, you actually didn't say that I was disrespectful to great ancestor. Just that I was bold. Zhou Yud took a deep breath. Sure enough, there are some things that seem absurd and impossible, but are the truth instead. Zhou Sun, this kid's brain is too flexible. It was at this moment that the voice emerged from the shadows. In your generation, you are the smartest and most resourceful, but there are times when shutting up and not talking is rather wise. There is no turning back when the words are spoken. Zhou Yud looked towards the source of the voice and saw his great-grandfather Zhou Yuanfang slowly walking out. He hurriedly knelt on the ground. You da, meet great ancestor. Zhou Yuanfang looked at his kneeling grandson. You investigate whatever your father tells you to investigate. What's the point of probing yourself? Go and stay in the clan's dungeon by yourself, and don't come out without the old man's permission. Zhou Yud's face was pale. The dungeon that was a place where only those in the clan who had committed big mistakes and big crimes would go. Great ancestor, Yud has a very tight mouth. I won't spread this kind of thing. Zhou Yud hurriedly begged for mercy. Zhou Yuanfang was unmoved. You refuse to go? With your jumpy nature, you're bound to do bad things in the future. I'd better shoot you. These words scared Zhou Yud out of his wits. Great-grandfather said one thing. He opened his mouth to shoot himself. That is really to account for his life here. Zhou Yud only regretted that he had played smart and talked too much. With tears in his eyes, he said towards Zhou Sunluo, Father, please take care of Qinger. Zhou Yud then closed his eyes and faced it openly. Zhou Sun therefore sighed and did not dare to make a sound. Grandfather's will, supreme in the Zhou family, could not be disobeyed. All the prosperity of the Zhou family originates from him, and the right and wrong are also in his mind. Right at this moment, a voice rang out, causing Zhou Yuanfang's aura to instantly converge. You were not meticulous in your own work, letting the latecomer find out, and blaming him? Zhou Yud heard an unfamiliar voice and wanted to open his eyes to look, but remembered the previous lesson and did not dare to open them. He also hastily reached out to plug his ears, and an aura emerged from his fingertips. In this way, the movement of the outside world is dead silent. Look at you. What kind of fear has scared the son or grandson of yours? Yi Tian looked at that Zhou Yud's behavior and found it funny. Zhou Yuanfang hurriedly said, Master, your matters are all heavenly matters, and for him to probe into the identity of the young master is a fault. Also, if any news leaks out and the people who are secretly spying on our Zhou clan make a move, and it spreads to the young master, then I am truly deserving of death for my sins. Yi Tian did not negate Zhou Yuanfang's act of loyalty. I understand this heart of yours, but it's not so bad to affect Xinya. With me around, those rats in the gutter are worthy of influencing my daughter? Never mind that. How's the investigation going? After Yi Tian finished speaking, Zhou Sunluo next to him hurriedly said, Master, this child of mine has already checked almost everything. Yi Tian nodded. Alright, let him talk. Hearing him speak personally, Zhou Yuanfang waved his hand to shake Zhou Yud. Zhou Yud let go of his hand and opened his eyes, a little dazed and confused. He looked up to see a handsome man, sitting on his heels, great-grandfather and father, serving on the right and left. Chapter 26, You're such a smart ass. Zhou Yud opened his eyes and looked at Yi Tian in front of him, somewhat at a loss for words, especially when you see the situation in front of you and don't dare to make a sound. The majestic father, honestly stayed on the sidelines. The Zhou family's heaven, the prestigious 1,000-year-old ancestor of the Jingtian imperial dynasty, the great-grandfather that he himself respected and feared, he also stood honestly by the side, his hands interlaced in front of him in a subordinate posture. Through the known intelligence, it was not difficult to deduce that the man in front of him was Yi Xiaoxio's father, great-grandfather, who worked under him as a steward. At this moment Zhou Yud was terrified and hated his own damn curiosity. The master wants you to speak about the investigation. Speak carefully, Zhou Yuanfang commanded. Hearing his great-grandfather's words, Zhou Yud felt like his heart was going to stop beating. Not master, not young master, but master? Zhou Yud felt the fear within him subside quite a bit. He thought he was poking at it, but in fact he was poking at it. It was so big and over the top that it rather made him less fearful. Zhou Yud took a deep breath and explained the situation towards Yi Tian. Listening to my father's arrangement, I arrived at the South City branch as a supervisor of the examination. When exercising supervisory authority, one can roughly deduce what is going on by analyzing the situation with the help of what is already there. South City branch Dean Wang Luming is in the stage of closed door breaking, the entire branch of the large and small things, by Wu Xianqing to take care of. With the convenience of his status and knowledge of the rules of the academy, Wu Xianqing allowed his only grandson, Wu Lizong, to enroll at the edge of the age limit. His grandson, Wu Lizong, took advantage of his seniority to ensure that he would come first in every quiz and use the resources of being first to enhance his strength. However, Wu Xianqing's true purpose is still to have his grandson, Wu Lizong, pass the special selection to enter the General Academy. The South City branch's special selection quota is 10 people, and Wu Xianqing happens to be on this 11th place in terms of his comprehensive conditions. Wu Xianqing should have realized that among the top 10 gifted scholars, only Yi Xiaoxiao came from a bitter background and counted on her. The lecturer in charge of the registration deliberately did not report Yi Xiaoxian's situation, leaving her without support resources, and this lecturer, some days ago, because of a mistake, left the royal capital to go home to his country. On top of that, Wu Xianqing seems to have used all sorts of tactics to keep Yi Xiaoxiao deliberately unaware of the academy's subsidies for scholars like her. The ultimate goal is to make Yi Xiaoxiao unable to pass the examination to be removed and expelled from the South City branch and unable to threaten his grandson Wu Lizong. Analyzed in conjunction with the South Side branch's previous quiz records, grants register, support register, and many other books. Roughly, that should be it. Speaking of this place, Zhou Yud paused for a moment and boldly continued to speak. And I think that Wu Xianqing is afraid that he won't give up and will continue to make his move. Yi Tian let him continue. How do I see it? Zhou Yud clarified. Although Wu Xianqing is well hidden, I am curious and like to secretly observe the surrounding movements. I did detect a hidden murderous intent surfacing in Wu Xianqing's eyes when he looked at Yi Xiaoxiao. Therefore, it is likely that Wu Xianqing will continue to target schoolchild Yi Xiaoxiao with the mentality of one way or the other. There is also the possibility that he will take action against other scholars to ensure that his only grandson, Wu Lizong, will be specially selected to enter the General Academy. After all, this time, the joint examination of the 4 houses is special. It belongs to the practical examination, and will enter the deep mountains outside the city to hunt down ferocious beasts. As the vice president of the South City branch, Wu Xianqing definitely knows this information. In this case, he could be desperate, but that's just my guess. After saying that, Zhou Yud lowered his head and silently waited for his next fate. Yi Tian nodded slightly. Get up. Zhou Yud didn't move, just put his head against his face. I don't dare. The merits and demerits are equal to each other, and you're also a smart person, so I won't say any more nonsense. Yi Tian's tone was not shocked. Zhou Yud was slightly relieved. He knew that he was fine tonight. After he got up, he also peeked at his great-grandfather and realized that the latter was no longer staring at him as he had earlier. The stone hanging in his heart was completely put down. It looked like this one was truly as heavenly to the great-grandfather. Wait, does that mean he's the one from the legend? Snap! Zhou Yud immediately gave himself a slap on the face. Zhou Yud, put away your curiosity. Dead brain, stop pondering. Yi Tian and the 3 of them all looked towards this side, looking at Zhou Yud slapping himself without reason with odd expressions. Zhou soon felt ashamed. How could he have such a son? Master, right now. Zhou Yuanfang asked for instructions. Yi Tian stood up. This Wu Xianqing, where does he unusually live? His questions were not answered by Zhou Yuanfang and Zhou Sunluo for a while. To them, that Wu Xianqing was just a small person and wouldn't care at all. It was Zhou Yud who was resourceful and hurriedly said, back to master. There is a large formation carved within the South City branch. The aura is a bit thicker. That Wu Xianqing likes to bring his grandson Wu Lizong to live within the academy, and he can still utilize some of the academy's places at night. Zhou Yud's words caused Zhou Sunluo to frown. How can that be? The Willow Wind Academy, regardless of the main academy and branch academies, is not allowed to keep people after school for no reason. Zhou Yud said towards his father. This Wu Xianqing is using the reason of dealing with unfinished matters of the branch as a reason to rely on not leaving. And his grandson? On the other hand, he was left behind on the grounds that his coursework was not completed in time for the punishment of cleaning the academy. He's taking advantage of the academy, and others who don't know the bottom line have to say that he's a good dean. Hardworking. Zhou Sunluo opened his mouth to speak. You've investigated ahead of time here too? Yuan Fang spoke up on the side. Zhou Yud hurriedly turned around. Great ancestor, since we have to investigate, Of course we have to investigate carefully. Well, not bad. Zhou Yuanfang nodded his head. This had made him look good in front of Yi Tian. This little wit is a lot easier on the eyes. Zhou Yud, just lead the way. Let's take a trip while we are free, Yi Tian commanded. Zhou Yud hurriedly agreed and led the way ahead. Master, are you taking him down? Zhou Yuanfang accompanied Yi Tian. Yi Tian shook his head. It's too troublesome to take him down. Just behead him directly. Take? If he hadn't awakened himself, his precious daughter would only have been forced to die. At your age, what's the point of embarrassing a child for your own personal gain? His behavior is clearly aimed at destroying his daughter. These people, just chop them up. Yi Tian and the rest of the group left the medicine store, and there were no shadows in the dead of night. They entered the South City branch, and with Zhou Yud leading the way, they arrived at the place where Wu Xianqing lived. This is where Wu Xianqing's office as vice president is located, but he has been converted into a home residence. Right now, it belonged to the late night hours, but inside, candles were lit. Before Yi Tian and the others could get close, they saw someone dressed in black, taking a step ahead of them and jumping into the courtyard. Chapter 27, You're in charge of intelligence. Inside the courtyard, Wu Xianqing's expression was gloomy as he sat in his seat, not knowing what he was pondering. There was a commotion from outside, and figures dressed in black walked in. When he came out of the darkness into the light, his face was revealed. Father, the black figure spoke. This is not a good time to call for me. Wu Xianqing didn't say anything, just looked at the sun in front of him and sighed. If it wasn't for the change of events, how could I possibly ask you to make the trip? It's actually Wu Luoxiu. Zhou Yud, who walked in after Yi Tian, couldn't help but exclaim in shock, and at the same time, Yi Tian was already sitting down in the house. Zhou Yuanfang and Zhou Sunluo, who came to stand behind Yi Tian, both looked over towards Zhou Yud. Zhou Yud immediately explained, Wu Xianqing's son. The intelligence from the investigation shows that this Wu Luoxiu died in the hands of the demon race a long time ago. He's actually still alive. This guy is inhuman. How come there are scales on his face? Zhou Yud said, and couldn't help but want to take 2 steps forward to take a closer look. Yi Tian spoke, don't stray too far away from me. This is just interfering with their will, making them ignore our presence. Be quiet and listen first. Yi Tian's words caused Zhou Yud to immediately collect himself and back away. Standing behind his father, Zhou Sun. Honestly, it was only the gaze that looked at Yi Tian that was filled with admiration. It's horrible. At first, Yi Tian mentioned that he could just go in and sit next to him and listen, and that he could interfere with Wu Xianqing and Wu Luoxiu so that they wouldn't be able to notice that he and the others existed. He was skeptical that such tactics were really possible. As a result, following behind Yi Tian and walking in a dignified manner, that Wu Xianqing and Wu Luoxiu were really as if they didn't see it. It's a godsend. Who would believe it? It was also at this time that Wu Xianqing's conversation with Wu Luoxiu continued, drawing their attention over. Wu Xianqing, South City branch. A Zhao Yingying and a Yi Xiaoxiao popped up. I'm afraid that with all my setups over the years, I won't be able to zonger special selection into the General Academy. I cooperated with you guys in doing your work to make this joint examination of the 4 houses possible. Plus you're still Zonger's father, so you have to think about him as well, right? Wu Luoxiu looked at Wu Xianqing and gently shook his head. Father, so what if Zonger can't enter the General Academy? When I soar to great heights, I will naturally bring you all to enjoy the blessings. Your path is too treacherous. You can't put your eggs in one basket. Wu Xianqing looked at his son. You go your way, Zonger goes the other way. It's much safer to go both ways. What's more, if you help Zonger, you might even be able to get a credit. Wu Rashu asked. How so? Wu Xianqing said. Yi Xiaoxiao is 12 years old. Her sword heart is clear. There are 3 of the 6 spirits in this test, and she has yet to move her sword as a sword cultivator. She herself is from a humble background, yet she suddenly has the special Zhan Yun sword from the 1,000 Gold Chamber of Commerce. And that Zhou family Zhou Yud's hand shook a few points when he looked at her sword. An even weirder point, this Yi Xiaoxiao a few days ago, testing the stone tablet force, all 3 spirits were absent. This time, if we capture her alive and explore the secret behind her, won't it be a great achievement? Even if we can't capture it alive, killing it would be no small feat, would it? When Wu Xianqing finished speaking, it really made Wu Luoxiu shocked. There is such a thing? Hiss, if we let her grow up, the human race is going to have one more extraordinary sword cultivator. Father, you don't even protect such human geniuses? Wu Luoxiu even went into the arms of the demon race. Thinking about it, I feel pity it. It was Wu Xianqing who was unmoved. What has it got to do with me if he is a genius again? Zonger is my grandson. By destroying her, you'll be able to make a mark and go further. And Zonger will be able to enter the general court and level the playing field. That's where her greatest value lies. As Wu Xianqing finished speaking, he suddenly felt an awe-inspiring killing intent that enveloped his body. This killing intent lingered in the house. Wu Luoxiu was suddenly alerted and jumped to the door in a single bound, vigilantly looking at the source of the killing intent. The source of the killing intent was none other than Zhou Yuanfang. He couldn't help but listen from the sidelines. Zhou Xuanju and Zhou Yud's expression was grim. The human race suffered from the poisoning of the second plague, and it is not known how many people were killed or injured. This pair of father and son in front of me are really the bastards of the scum, inside and out. Yi Tian looked silent. In his eyes, these two fathers and sons were no longer living things. Wu Luoxiu looked at the furious Zhou Yuanfang and frowned. He always felt that this old man looked so familiar. It's as if I've seen it at the top of some dossier, as if it needs to be doubled. Just as Wu Luoxiu was pondering carefully and retrieving in his mind, Wu Xianqing rose steeply. Who are you people? This is the southern city branch of the Willow Wind Academy. Trespassing at night without a reason. A heavenly offense. With this appearance, are you Yi Shashu's father? As the words left his mouth, Wu Xianqing's expression changed. Damn! His conversation with his son must have been clearly heard by the gang. The weirdest point, when exactly did they come? Why didn't they feel any movement at all? So ghostly. No! Strike first! The aura in Wu Xianqing's body instantly bulged, while shouting towards his son next to him. Do it! We must silence him! Bang! It was also at this moment that he saw his son Wu Luoxiu's aura rippling within his body, instantly rushing out the door and escaping. Yi Tian, catch it back! Phew! Almost as soon as Yi Tian's words fell, Zhou Yuanfang disappeared and rushed into the distant night sky. At the same time, Zhou Sunluo also instantly struck out towards Wu Xianqing. Adverse son, what are you running away from? Wu Xianqing was furious, but he couldn't care about that, only because Zhou Xuanji had killed in front of him. Outside the house in the night sky, the wind blew past Wu Rashu's body. He was cold all over and wished he had 8 legs to make him run faster. See ghosts? Hell! Wu Luoxiu couldn't help but growl. How could I be so unlucky? That's Zhou Yuanfang. That's the 1,000 gold old man. Compared to the portrait on top of the dossier, Zhou Yuanfang looked a lot younger. That's why he didn't recognize it at first. And when he realized Zhou Yuanfang's identity, he turned around and ran. Wasn't Zhou Yuanfang seriously injured and terminally ill? And if he made any more rash moves, he would only die faster? As a result, just now he clearly looked flushed, and the light in those eyes was about to burst out. You call that terminally ill? The people in charge of gathering intelligence, they don't grow up eating, do they? Can you keep the intel accurate? And if you can't do it, can you choke on your own? Wu Rashu, who was furious in his heart, saw the door of the South City branch close at hand. He's going to rush out, make a scene, draw attention to himself so he can take advantage of the chaos and leave. But Wu Luoxiu realized that the distant gate of the academy was starting to get farther and farther away from him. Turning back, he found that Zhou Yuanfang was already carrying himself back like a puppy. Chapter 28, No one can protect you. Bang! Almost in a single glance, Wu Xianqing's protective aura was crushed, and he was hard pressed to the ground. Zhou Xuanji just had one hand floating in the air, making him unable to move and resist. Back! Zhou Yud, who watched his father strike, was a little surprised. Although Wu Xianqing's strength was far inferior to his father's, he did not expect that he would be crushed like this. It's like a joke. Casual. As far as I can remember, my father wasn't this strong. Was he? However, Zhou Yud quickly reacted that he was afraid that his father's battle power had suddenly increased with such strength. It couldn't be dissociated from Yi Tian, who was beside him. Let go of me. Wu Xianqing, who was being held down on the ground, said angrily, I'm the vice dean of the Southern City branch of the Willow Wind Academy. Do you realize what it means to make a move on me? You should be clear about which families are behind the Willow Wind School, so you'd better weigh them. Hearing Wu Xianqing's words threatening him, Zhou Sunluo couldn't help but laugh. Is that so? It was also at this moment that Zhou Yuanfang returned carrying Wu Luoxiu and walked into this house. Bang! Wu Luoxiu was thrown to the ground by Zhou Yuanfang. His limbs twisted, and there was no way to escape anymore. Wu Xianqing was also taken aback when he saw his son in this state. Wu Luoxiu betrayed the human race and cast his lot with the demon race, and his strength skyrocketed. That old man chased him back so quickly, twisting his arms and legs. His strength was extraordinary. However, Wu Xianqing was still furious. You rebellious son, if you had stayed and you and I had joined forces, there might have been a chance. It's not even if you run away. But how come you're still caught back? Rubbish. What does this make my grandson do? What does this make our Wu family do in the future? Wu Xianqing became furious and kept screaming and cursing towards Wu Luoxiu. Shut up! Wu Luoxiu himself was furious, glaring at Wu Xianqing. Old thing, you've killed old me. Open your eyes and see clearly. The one who caught me back is Zhou Yuanfang, the Zhou clan's oldest ancestor. Old man Qianjin. Escape? How do you expect me to escape in his hands? And the person holding you down is the Zhou family's contemporary family head, Zhou Xuanfu, who is in charge of the 1,000 Gold Chamber of Commerce. When Wu Luoxiu finished his rant, Wu Xianqing froze. His eyes widened incredulously as he looked up at Zhou Xuanlu. At the last meeting of the Willow Wind School, he had once seen Zhou Xuanxiao from afar, but the Zhou Xuanfu in front of him was obviously a bit younger. But after hearing his son say this, he looked closely. To his horror, he realized that this person was really the Zhou family's head, Zhou Xuanxiao. It was also one of those families behind the Willow Wind School. Almost instantly, Wu Xianqing knew his end. It's over. It's completely over. How could he not think that he would provoke these two great figures, especially the 1,000-gold-old ancestor Zhou Yuanfang? Why would he personally come to this place? He even bumped into a meeting with his son, who had been dead for years and had actually defected to the demon clan. How much did they really hear? What will be the fate that greets them? Master, what to do next? Kill them directly? At this time, Zhou Yuanfang asked for instructions towards Yi Tian. Boom! Whether it was Wu Xianqing, who had fallen to the ground in despair, or that Wu Luoxiu, it was as if his brain was exploding and his heart was almost beating out of his chest. Both of them coincidentally jerked their heads up towards Yi Tian, their eyes glaring round, their breathing nearly stopping. What did they just hear? Master? Old ancestor Qin Jin, old ancestor Zhou, old ancestor Zhou Yuanfang Zhou, one of the few people standing at the top of the Jingtian imperial dynasty, calling the young man in front of you master? They shouldn't be hallucinating. Or is it just that the world, it's gotten so crazy? Wu Xianqing, in particular, started shaking all over. In fact, as Zhou Yuanfang addressed Yi Tian in such a manner, a rumor surfaced in both his and Wu Luoxiu's minds. 1,000-gold-old ancestor Zhou Yuanfang's beginning stemmed from a rumored existence. If it wasn't for this rumored existence, he wouldn't have today. Could it be that this young-looking man was that being? Or perhaps the very descendant of that rumored being? But no matter what, Wu Xianqing knew that he was completely finished. Old ancestor Zhou called out to Yi Tian as his master, while he himself counted on Yi Xiaoxiao. There's a way out? On the side, Wu Luoxiu's face was even more ashen, and he was furious as he looked over towards Wu Xianqing. It's all because of you, old dog. Wu Luoxiu broke down emotionally, his body twisting on the ground, wanting to rub over and bite Wu Xianqing. If he hadn't called himself over for some bull specially selected general hospital thing, why throw your life away in this place? He betrayed the human race, lost his humanity, and paid so much. It's so hard to have things improve, and just when you're about to reap the rewards of success, you get killed. How can Wu Rashu not go crazy and break down? Wu Xianqing, who had been spurned by his own son, was also lying on the ground shivering. He was already drowning in endless despair and regret. Would things have been different if he hadn't targeted Yi Xiaoshan and treated her well and kindly? Is it possible to befriend this legendary figure? I was wrong. I know I was wrong. Please spare me. A great man like you will treat me like a fart. Wu Xianqing lay there on his back crying in pain, constantly kowtowing and begging for mercy. But no matter how he shouted and begged for mercy, Yi Tian was indifferent, as if he didn't see it. Do what you guys want, just don't live anyway. Yi Tian stood up, not bothering to give them another glance. Yes, Zhou Yuanfang answered, and his aura directly broke the necks of the two men through the air. The screams and cries of these two fathers and sons came to an abrupt end. His life of sin ended there. Seeing this, that Zhou Xuanrui looked towards Zhou Yuanfang. Grandfather, don't you want to ask? Zhou Yuanfang shook his head. If master wants them to die, they have to die immediately. You guys can figure out the rest on your own. After saying that, Zhou Yuanfang hurriedly caught up with Yi Tian and followed behind him. Soon Yi Tian and Zhou Yuanfang's figures disappeared in front of the duo. Zhou Sunluo stood in place, looking at the bodies of the two on the ground, and rubbed his forehead. And when Zhou Yud saw the two of them walking away, he then exhaled a long breath and kept wiping the sweat from his forehead. With Yi Tian beside him, Zhou Yud's pressure was really very high, deeply afraid that if he said the wrong thing, he would be slapped to death by his great-grandfather. Zhou soon twisted his head to look at his son. You have a lot of ghost ideas. What next? Zhou Yud looked at the corpse on the ground. This matter is simple. We only need to publicize part of the truth. It's just that I didn't expect that this joint examination of the 4 academies was clearly an opinion discussed within our Willow Wind Academy. But judging from Wu Xianqing's conversation with Wu Luoxiu, there's actually a demon race behind it. Also, this Wu Luoxiu is just a small person. How long has it been since Great Ancestor showed up? And he actually recognized him at a glance. Combined with the fact that someone has been targeting our Zhou family recently, is this not related to each other? Zhou Yud rubbed his chin and looked at his father, Zhou Sunluo. Moreover, within the royal capital of our Jingtian imperial dynasty, I'm afraid that there are only quite a few people who are colluding with the demon race, And why is that? Our Jingtian imperial dynasty is in a position of advantage with regards to the control of the second woe, colluding with the demon race. What's the picture? Joyud couldn't think straight for a moment and opened his mouth to suggest towards his father. I have an idea that can muddy the waters and still make the master demoralized. Jo Sunluo frowned and looked at Joyud. Don't mess around. Clean up this place first. You and I will then go and ask the master for instructions. Don't upset your master then. No one can protect you. Chapter 29. Josun therefore took his son Joyud and sheltered the dead Wu Xianqing and Wu Luoxiu. After first being placed in the middle of the back hall of their pharmacy, the duo was then arriving at the Zhou mansion. Yi Tian didn't sleep. In fact, he no longer needed to rely on sleep to rest. At night, he would choose to help Yi Xiaoxiao simmer the yummy body soup. When Yi Xiaoxiao woke up early in the morning, she would be able to drink it straight away. Yi Tian was still boiling the medicine, and Zhou Yuanfang was helping to play alongside. Xinyi's mother, have you poked around? Yi Tian controlled the fire and asked towards Zhou Yuanfang next to him. Zhou Yuanfang explained. Inside and outside the royal capital of the Jingtian imperial dynasty, there is not a single piece of news of the master mother. Not even a trace. Now that people are being sent to investigate in the counties and counties of the Jingtian imperial dynasty, I wonder if it can be passed out effectively. If we still can't find it, we'll have to look outside of the Jingtian imperial dynasty. It's just going to take more time. Yi Tian pondered for a moment and gently shook his head. In that case, it seems that it will be very difficult to find Xinyi's mother in a short period of time. Not a single trace can be found, which means that her origin and skills are beyond your reach. Thinking of this place, Yi Tian could not help but shake his head. Who could have imagined that he could find such a marvelous daughter-in-law in the mortal stage? Moreover, it could be inferred from this that his wife, Xia Liangqiu, was only afraid that she had encountered a great deal of trouble. The situation, I'm afraid, won't be very good. If not, the message would not have been so tightly hidden, erasing all traces of her. I'm afraid it's to avoid spilling over to their father and daughter. This matter, take your time. There's no need to make a big deal out of it, and there's no need to deliberately conceal it. Yi Tian instructed Zhou Yuanfang. Zhou Yuanfang nodded his head. I hope that master and master mother will be reunited as a family soon. It was at this time that Zhou Yuanfang sensed the commotion outside, and he frowned as he went to drive Zhou Xuanji and Zhou Yud away. Yi Tian stopped it. There's no relation. It should be related to what just happened. Let them come in. Zhou Yuanfang nodded. Master is too kind-hearted. It's also considered as one's own juniors. It's not like they've done anything wrong. Don't be so harsh. Yi Tian pointed at Zhou Yuanfang. Zhou Yuanfang expressed his understanding and went out of the pharmacy to meet Zhou Xuanfu and Zhou Yud. The father and son duo did not feel strange when they saw Zhou Yuanfang come out. With great ancestor's strength, it was normal to detect their arrival. Master said to let you guys in. Zhou Yuanfang's expression softened a bit, and after saying that, he turned around and went back. Zhou Xuanji and Zhou Yud also hurriedly followed behind and entered the middle of the pharmacy. After going in, Zhou Yud saw Yi Tian sitting there simmering the body-containing soup. The other party was sitting on the recliner. The candle flame in the pharmacy was not really bright, and the moonlight fell into Yi Tian along the window, like an exiled immortal descending to the mortal world. Most surprising to Zhou Yud, the blaze was like a lotus flower wrapping around the medicine pot, and the beauty of this blaze transformed into a flower made him unable to take his eyes off it. He couldn't have come back to his senses if his father hadn't elbowed him in the side. After slowing down, Zhou Yud then arched his hand towards Yi Tian. Master, Wu Xianqing and Wu Luoxiu have been killed by great ancestor. It's just that I have an idea that I have to ask you to decide on. Yi Tian looked at Zhou Yud. What is it? Zhou Yud clarified. The demon race is colluding behind the scenes with those within the Jingtian imperial dynasty, and is also plotting to push for a joint examination of the 4 courtyards. The enemy is in the dark. We are in the light. I suggest that Wu Xianqing and Wu Luoxiu collude with the demon race be made known to the 8 parties, and stop the joint examination of the 4 courtyards from continuing to be held, disrupting their setup and causing them to disorganize themselves. This will ensure the little master's safety, and we will be able to circumvent the scourge of the demon race and find out exactly what they are plotting. That was Zhou Yud's idea, so that the water would be muddied and unclear. In such a chaotic situation, the demon race, which was plotting behind the scenes, definitely couldn't sit still, and neither could those who colluded with them. That's how you get their foxtails to show. Hearing Zhou Yud's words, Yi Tian shook his head. The matter of Wu Xianqing and Wu Luoxiu should be notarized, so that they will be ruined. Calculating and persecuting Xinya. Death is not the end. You have to be disgraced. The joint examination of the 4 academies will be held as scheduled. Do not suspend it. Yi Tian's words surprised Zhou Yud. Zhou Yuanfang hurriedly spoke. Master, what about little master? Yi Tian explained. When the joint examination of the 4 courts is held, you will move with me and follow Xinya not far away to protect her. Edge last week had the realization. Master, You want to kill the demon? Yi Tian looked at Zhou Yud and nodded with a smile. You are indeed resourceful. Not bad. I want to kill the demon. Isn't the demon race scheming behind the scenes? Whatever machinations they have, before absolute strength, everything is floating clouds. I'm not interested in pulling them out. Wait for them to surface of their own accord during the joint examination of the 4 courtyards and then kill them all in one fell swoop. And this joint examination of the 4 academies is also a good sharpening opportunity for Shinya. Sword light practice is useless. You need to see blood to do it. Zhou Yuanfang, who was next to him, heard Yi Tian's words and stated, Master, why don't I go out of the city now and go for a walk in the mountains to find and kill that demon race in advance? Yi Tian shook his head. If you go to the mountains to kill, that demon race will definitely have to hide from you. How many can you kill? I agree with Zhou Yud's behavior. That was hoping to use Wu Xianqing and Wu Luoxiu to provoke the demon race. The arrows have to be fired. They are secretly set up. They can't give up like this. But Wu Xianqing and Wu Ruoxiu will make them cautious and may mobilize more forces. This way, I'll be able to kill more demons in one breath. Besides, I killed the demon clan for Shirnoa. I'm going to use the demons for a strong blood meal, and I'm also going to use the demons to make medicine. Also, refine some protective items with the demon race and refine her sword. It's not enough for you to go and kill that 1 or 2. Yi Tian's words caused Zhou Yuanfang and the others to listen in amazement. Demons can still have such efficacy? In the past, they only knew that the demon race ate people, harmed people, and plagued the party. When they are killed, they are usually burned and buried. It's not like no one has ever tried to eat it, but they get demonic poison. But when Yi Tian said so, they believed that it must be that the other party had a special disposal method. Otherwise, with Yi Tian's appearance of loving his daughter so much, how could he have let Yi Xiaoxiao be poisoned? Zhou Yud followed and spoke, worthy of being the master. In this way, not only can the young master be practiced, you can also kill demons to rid the people of evil and get the Zhou family out of the crisis. It's more likely to turn waste into treasure and maximize the use of the demon race. Little man, thanks master. I will certainly do my best in this matter, and will definitely not let you down. Yi Tian nodded his head and let Zhou Yud get up. Get up. I'll have my own rewards for a job well done. Zhou Yud looked solemn. What I want is not a reward. I just want to do my best for my master. But it is said that elders do not dare to resign from their gifts, and if my master has a reward to offer, I will not fail to fulfill it. Yi Tian laughed and pointed at Zhou Yud and shook his hand. Oily mouth. Zhou Yud also heatedly giggled, looking like he was being praised. He was the one who suddenly sensed that the atmosphere was wrong and turned his head. Then he saw his great-grandfather, Zhou Yuanfang, staring at himself with a kind of cold and ghostly gaze. Chapter 30. To which of the heavens is heaven honored? In the early morning hours, Yi Xiaoxiao woke up and opened her eyes. Swish! Almost as soon as she woke up, Yi Xiaoxiao immediately lifted the covers. There is not the slightest lingering. She quickly laid out the bedding and got up to change herself. After pushing open the door to her room, she saw the 2 men waiting in the courtyard. Granny Lan, Granny Mei. Yi Xiaoxiao greeted loudly. Zhou Lan and Zhou Mei looked at Yi Xiaoxiao, their faces full of kindness. Zhou Lan beckoned. Shinny is awake. Come wash up. Granny Lan has prepared it for you. Zhou Mei spoke. I'll go to the martial arts arena to prepare in advance, and also greet the master. Yi Xiaoxiao came to Zhou Lan's side, brushed her teeth and washed her face, and after taking the towel from the other party and wiping it off, when she looked up at Zhou Lan, she suddenly stared and didn't move. Sure Noah, what's wrong? Zhou Lan inquired with a smile. Yi Xiaoxiao came a little closer and was a little surprised. Granny Lan, you're starting to grow black hair, eh? And the roots are starting to darken. Zhou Lan was taken aback when she heard Yi Xiaoxiao's words. She knew why this was, and it all stemmed from Yi Tian's gift. It's just that Zhou Lan didn't expect the effect to play out so quickly. Calming her heart's elation, Zhou Lan said, it's thanks to the prescription bestowed by the master that Granny Lan and Granny Mei's bodies are getting better and better. In Yi Xiaoxiao's eyes, a luster bloomed. Daddy is really great. That's true. Master is the most powerful person we've ever seen. Zhou Lan packed up her things. Let's get moving, shall we? Yi Xiaoxiao nodded her head and rushed to the martial arts arena accompanied by Zhou Lan. After arriving at the martial arts arena, Yi Xiaoxiao saw Yi Tian there early, along with Zhou Mei carrying the plates. Daddy! Yi Xiaoxiao shouted happily, rushing over and jumping onto Yi Tian, giving him a bear hug. Yi Tian also smiled and picked up his daughter. How is it? Rested? Very spirited. Yi Xiaoxiao jumped down and nodded seriously. Yi Tian nodded. Drink the medicine and practice your sword before going to the academy. Aha! Yi Xiaoxiao agreed, turned around and took the yummy soup, drying it in one gulp. Yi Xiaoxiao, who had finished the body-containing soup with an air of bravado, continued practicing her sword in the martial arts arena. It was also at this time that Zhou Yuanfang came. Little master's fellow student Zhao Yingying is here. Zhou Yuanfang reached Yi Tian's side and spoke. She came to look for Yi Xiaoxiao to go to the academy for morning exercises together. Yi Tian glanced at Yi Xiaoxiao, who was practicing her sword there alone, and pondered for a moment. Let her come in and accompany Yi Xiaoxiao in her morning practice. No matter how much Yi Tian loved his daughter, it was impossible for her to remain all alone, only with the sword, without any emotions, before the wheel of creation. He was wrong. There's no way to be ruthless. After hearing Yi Tian's promise, Zhou Yuanfang turned around and left, personally bringing in that Zhao Yingying. Not long after, Zhao Yingying arrived at this martial arts arena. When she entered the martial arts arena, she saw Yi Tian at a glance. No way. It was really because Yi Tian was too easy to attract people's attention. Just by standing in that place, there was absolutely no way for people to ignore it. You are Zhao Yingying, right? Yi Tian wore a smile as he looked at the other party. Only then did Zhao Yingying come back to her senses and nodded her head towards Yi Tian. Greetings, uncle. I am none other than Zhao Yingying. Zhao Yingying. In that martial arts arena, Yi Xiaoxiao, who had just finished practicing a set of sword techniques, shouted in surprise. She immediately was running out of the martial arts arena to Zhao Yingying's side. Yi Xiaoxiao was pleasantly surprised. Why are you here? I came to find you to go to the academy for morning practice together. But I didn't expect you to start practice at home. Zhao Yingying opened her mouth. Yi Xiaoxiao twisted her head to look at Yi Tian. Father, can I ask Zhao Yingying to accompany me? Yi Tian nodded his head. Of course, let's go together. Yi Xiaoxiao was very happy and took Zhao Yingying with her to the middle of the martial arts arena. It was a very novel experience for Yi Xiaoxiao. As for Zhao Yingying, when she saw Yi Xiaoxiao walk into the martial arts arena, she couldn't wait to start concentrating on practicing her sword. She also pulled out the saber at her waist and started practicing with it. Zhao Yingying started practicing her sword, and was shocked to find that it was so comfortable in this martial arts arena. Much like the spirit source room, yet completely different. It was softer here, making her concentrate on practicing. As her blade techniques continued to be displayed, Yi Tian's expression shifted. Zhao Yingying, surnamed Zhao. Yi Tian suddenly smiled and walked into the martial arts arena. As Zhao Yingying practiced, she suddenly felt someone beside her. Turning his head, he realized that Yi Tian had stood at the edge at an unknown time. Uncle? Zhao Yingying didn't understand what the other party was doing by suddenly coming over and looking at her. Yi Tian said, "This sword technique of yours, where did you learn it from?" Uncle, this is our family's ancestral blade technique, Zhao Yingying clarified. It's specifically used to toughen the body in the body refinement realm. Yi Tian nodded his head slightly. But this family heirloom sword technique of yours belongs to a kind that can be spread out. There is also a kind that is not spread out. Do you learn it? Zhao Yingying was stunned. Uncle, you practice again and I'll instruct you. Yi Tian took 2 steps back and gestured towards Zhao Yingying. Zhao Yingying was unsure, but for some reason, she always felt that Yi Tian's words had a kind of magic power. She then proceeded to perform her sword technique once again. It was only this time that Zhao Yingying realized that there was always an invisible force that was changing her moves as she performed her sword techniques. Soon after, Zhao Yingying was surprised to find that the effect of this changed stance to beat the tormented body had directly doubled several times. Soon, Zhao Yingying stopped resisting and memorized it by heart. After a single execution of the blade technique, Zhao Yingying became intoxicated, as if she was tireless, and executed it over and over again. At this time, Yi Tian, who had already walked out of the martial arts arena, looked at Zhao Yingying's display of sword techniques and nodded his head in satisfaction. Zhou Yuanfang, who was next to him, seemed to understand something. Master, this Jingtian of the Jingtian Imperial Dynasty, should it not? Yi Tian nodded his head slightly. It should be good enough. Meeting him was 10 years before you. By the time he saved you, he was already a famous party. Zhou Yuanfang sighed. When I came to the Jingtian Imperial Dynasty, it was also because of this name, but I only took it as a coincidence. By that time I had made some name for myself and met with the emperor of that time. Unfortunately his son, this Emperor Jingtian, has long since collapsed. But his death has always been a mystery. Yi Tian was puzzled and looked towards Zhou Yuanfang. What mystery? 3 years after Emperor Jingtian started his dynasty, he suddenly died and the crown prince succeeded him. There was no sign. Yesterday he opened the court in good spirits, and on the second day he was gone. I don't know what happened, but he suddenly died for a good reason. Speaking of this place, Zhou Yuanfang sighed. If he had arrived earlier, he might have made a close friend. Yi Tian also sighed. His feelings towards this founding emperor of the Jingtian Imperial Dynasty were not weaker than Zhou Yuanfang. It's kind of what he saved and raised. Chapter 31. What goes around comes around. However, whether he was dead or not, Yi Tian had doubts in his heart. With what he'd taught him, he shouldn't die that easily. Yi Tian looked at Zhao Yingying again and could only say that it was fate. It's nice to teach by the way and keep her company as a companion for her daughter. It was also at this time that Zhou Yuanfang quietly came over and inquired in a low voice. Master, there is news that this Emperor Jingtian used to be a horse slave who raised horses. Is that true or not? In the past, when Zhou Yuanfang was still very young and came to the Jingtian imperial dynasty to learn about this little tidbit of information, he was quite curious. Now, from the master, it is only possible to get the answer. This matter is true. Yi Tian recalled the past. His father was a good gambler and sold him. Later, his master's horse went crazy, and in order to save his master's young master, he was trampled by the horse and kicked to a serious injury. As a result, instead of treating him, his master's family threw him out one rainy night to fend for himself. Hearing this, Zhou Yuanfang clenched his hands. Asterisk 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 this family when retribution is right. Retribution has indeed come. Yi Tian smiled. That crazy horse has an evil spirit. If this family saves him and plants good fruits with virtue, they will be safe and sound. As a result of their actions, evil thoughts grow and evil spirits erupt. This family, from man to horse, or horse with a broken leg, will have to wait for death. At that time Yi Tian, who happened to be walking to this land, came across the dying horse slave who was bleeding in the rainy night. Hearing the murmurs around him, Yi Tian thought that he didn't deserve to end up like this. Just step in and save him and take him with you. At that time, Yi Tian saw that he was quite qualified and had a good heart and taught him to cultivate. He also saved a beggar girl doll, which turned out to be a big family lady who ran out and got married. Zhou Yuanfang was surprised to hear this. Everyone knows that Emperor Jingtian married a virtuous wife and is also a generation of virtuous queens. Some say that Emperor Jingtian's initial rise to power also relied on his father-in-law's funding to rise so quickly. I didn't realize that there was such a story about the two meeting. Yi Tian nodded his head, and the woman's appearance also appeared in his mind. She's a good match. She's just very crybaby, and she always comes to me to complain after the two of them quarrel. That's when I pretend to beat the out of that kid. As a result of hitting hard, right, that girl and heartache. Ouch. Ouch. Zhou Yuanfang was also listening with amusement. This Jingtian imperial dynasty's founding emperor-empress. There were such interesting things. Yi Tian looked at the martial arts field, where the two girls were practicing their swords and knives. In his mouth, he continued. Later on, when I heard that there was an evil spirit causing trouble on your side, I was curious and went over there. It was also at that time that I saw you, a tiny medicine slave, and saved you. Zhou Yuanfang lowered his head slightly. If it wasn't for my master descending to save me, my life would have been accounted for over there. Without you imparting your skills, there would be no more me today, much less the Zhou family of today. Yi Tian continued. Later on, I had heard news coming from far away. This kid, Zhao Zhini, actually calmed the warring strife on one side. Toward the back I left and fell into a deep sleep. And what happened to you? I do not know. Time can change a lot and make a lot of things. As a result, who could have imagined that after a small Manu had calmed down the war and strife in this side of the land in the first place, expel demons and suppress evil spirits, he started the Jingtian dynasty and became Emperor Jingtian. It can also be considered a legendary life. Zhou Yuanfang had also become the current 1,000-gold-old ancestor from being a tiny pill slave at the beginning. Yi Tian and Zhou Yuanfang were chatting casually, and Zhou Lan and Zhou Mei, who were standing at the back, were incomparably shaken in their hearts. A simple conversation makes it clear to them. Yi Tian was, indeed, the figure rumored to be standing behind Zhou Yuanfang. It was also even more astonishing that Zhao Zhini, the founding emperor of the Jingtian imperial dynasty, back then, he was actually also saved by Yi Tian and taught his skills. In Zhou Lan and Zhou Mei's mind, Yi Tian was even more mysterious and unpredictable. At the same time, he was immensely grateful that he was so virtuous and lucky. It was a great honor for them to actually be able to serve their little master at Yi Tian's side. It was also the time when the morning exercise ended. Yi Xiaoxiao left the martial arts arena, her entire body refreshed. Zhao Yingying, who was beside her, was reminiscing about the blade technique she had just used and looked up towards Yi Tian, her gaze changing. Uncle, this blade is really... Before Zhao Yingying could finish her sentence, she was stopped by Yi Tian raising his hand. I have some connections with your family elders. It's okay to teach you. If any elders at home ask about it, just tell the truth. Zhao Yingying opened her mouth and looked at Yi Tian with some surprise. Yi Xiaoshua's father. What's the story? Yi Tian continued. Alright, don't think too much. Take a bath with Shinya. Change your clothes, have breakfast, and then you have to go to the academy. Look at this time of day. It's not too early. After Yi Tian's command, Zhou Lan and Zhou Mei, who were next to him, came up to take Yi Xiaoxiao and Zhao Yingying to the bathhouse. Zhao Yingying was still a little embarrassed, but she couldn't resist the hospitality, and with Yi Xiaoshu's enthusiasm, she followed. Yi Xiaoxiao was very happy. To her, Zhao Yingying was considered the first friend she had met, right? Even though the other guy would say weird things, what with the hit or miss nemesis and all. But when Zhao Yingying helped herself and chatted with her, Yi Xiaoxiao was happy. The friendships of children are so simple. Soon after the two of them rinsed off, changed into clean clothes, and put on the Willow Wind Academy's standard outer robes, they ate breakfast together. After practicing all morning, Yi Xiaoxiao had long been hungry and wolfed down her food. Next to her, Zhao Yingying wasn't much better. Her newly practiced sword technique was physically draining. Together with Yi Tian's personal cooking, the flavor was excellent and it also had a nourishing effect on the body. Zhao Yingying also ate with great flavor. After the two of them had eaten their fill, they were ready to leave for the South City branch together. And in the meantime, outside the Yi mansion, the secret guards who were responsible for Zhao Yingying's safety had already been in a hurry. Zhao Yingying entered this Yi mansion, and they had planned to follow. However, he did not expect that just as he approached, he was rejected by an invisible force and could not approach at all. Putting in all the effort, it didn't work. On the way, an old housekeeper came out from the Yi mansion and rebuked them for not moving around, mentioning that Zhao Yingying was inside accompanying their young master for morning exercises. The group of dark guards were still nervous, but slightly calmer. It was only the gaze towards the Yi mansion that changed. It wasn't until Yi Xiaoxiao and Zhao Yingying walked out of the Yi mansion together towards the South City branch that their minds relaxed. Entering the South City branch, Yi Xiaoxiao remembered her father mentioning that she went to the spirit source room first. After absorbing the aura within that spirit source room with the jade tag she wore, she immediately walked out. As expected, there was aura overflowing from the jade tablet, nourishing herself and making her warm and comfortable. On the contrary, it was Zhao Yingying, who still went into the spirit source room to practice. In the end, the two were going to a lecture together, in order to prepare for the joint examination of the four houses. The lessons that were being taught now were all about how to survive going into the mountains, how to recognize ferocious beasts, as well as the weaknesses of ferocious beasts and the like. Only, they didn't know that something big was happening, sweeping through the royal capital of the Jingtian imperial dynasty. One morning, classwork is over. On her way to the dining hall with Zhao Yingying, Yi Xiaoxiao noticed that many people around her were looking over with odd expressions. Chapter 32, Sword Cultivator only draws sword, doesn't run away. There were even students from the 6th Academy who would come up to Yi Xiaoxiao and apologize to her after seeing her. Yi Xiaoxiao, it was me who misunderstood you in the past. A scholar bowed his head and spoke solemnly. Yi Xiaoxiao looked at the other party strangely. What? This scholar had an apologetic face. I used to think that you took the resources of the academy but didn't waste them by cultivating attentively, but I didn't realize that they were actually all deducted. Beside them, there were also other students from the 6th Academy who came over and apologized towards Yi Xiaoxiao. At the same time, they were also holding out for Yi Xiaoxiao, with indignation in their eyes. That's right, I didn't expect this Wu Xianqing to be so dirty, thanks to the fact that I used to think he was a good dean. There were other schoolchildren who spoke up. Knowing people, I also apologize for my past attitude. This other 6th Academy students, coming up with your words and my words, really confused Yi Xiaoxiao. Seeing that Yi Xiaoxiao didn't know what was happening, they then explained. It turned out that notices had been posted above the square in the front yard of the South City branch. The causes and consequences of some things in the past were carefully explained. Yi Xiaoxiao and Zhao Yingying exchanged a glance, and then hurriedly headed over there. Not long after, the two were arriving above the front courtyard square of the South City branch. The notice boards above this plaza often posted notices from the academy. Meanwhile, on this notice board, everything else has been cleared out. The brand new content posted on it, on the other hand, was the issue of Wu Xianqing, the vice president of the South City branch, and his son, Wu Luo Xiao. The top of the notice focuses on the dirty deeds that Wu Xianqing has done over the years while he was in his position. There is deliberate withholding of resources from the scholars, and there are also some test falsifications and many other cases. Among them, the situation concerning Yi Xiaoxiao, that was described emphatically. It describes in detail how Wu Xianqing was able to enter the General Academy in order for his only grandson, Wu Lizong, to be admitted to the academy. What kind of setups have been made, and what kind of misdirection, letting Yi Xiaoxiao, who was still from a bitterly cold background at the time, not receive supportive resources from the academy. Even the matter of eating in the dining hall was purposely kept from the public, coupled with the misunderstanding of the students of the 6th Academy in the beginning. Under that atmosphere, none of them were willing to speak and communicate with Yi Xiaoxiao. Zhao Yingying, the only one who might have spoken to Yi Xiaoxiao, also came late and left early for her plan to manifest herself in front of people, and was a god. When he was also just driven out of the royal family, he had to earn his own living and still needed to make a living, so he didn't have time to pay attention to Yi Xiaoxiao. Against such a background, it became apparent just how difficult it had been for Yi Xiaoxiao in the beginning, how much the others had misunderstood her. And one of the most reviled points is Wu Luo Xiao, the son of Wu Xianqing and father of Wu Lizong. He actually colluded with the demon race, and the characteristics of the demon race appeared on his body. so I'm afraid that he has become a demon cultivator. This news, it's so powerful and amazing. Many people's eyes were filled with sympathy as they looked towards Yi Xiaoxiao. Unexpectedly, it was all because of this Wu Xianqing that she had suffered from criticism and discrimination in the academy in the past. Around the notice board, many of the students of the 6th Academy, seeing Yi Xiaoxiao, all came forward and apologized in shame. Yi Xiaoxiao only gently shook her head at these people's apologies and was not prepared to say anything more. The past damage had already been done to her, and even if she came to apologize now, Yi Xiaoxiao would not choose to forgive. At best, it's as if they don't exist. No, why is this happening? Didn't Grandpa say it was fine? A somewhat broken voice rang out, causing people to look over. Following the source of the voice, they met the person who shouted out, and it was none other than Wu Lizong. His eyes were wide and his face was pale. Wu Lizong was surprised that his father didn't die and that he had become a demon cultivator, but he was even more unable to accept that the truth of the matter was revealed. Obviously, Grandpa Wu Xianqing said that everything was on schedule, and that it didn't matter even if Yi Xiaoxiao and Zhao Yingying rose to prominence and did not do well. There's still a way to get him special selection into the general court. But after the contents of this notice board came out, it meant that his special selection to enter the general academy had fizzled out. It's all written there. Grandfather Wu Xianqing and Father Wu Luoshu have been ambushed. It's all over. Wu Lizong staggered back a few steps, coupled with the fact that there were other scholars around him pointing towards him, and disorganized words that continued to pour into his ears. I've been saying for a long time that this vice president is shameless and intentionally keeps his grandchildren stuck at an older age. That's right, it's nice to be in the first school year at your age. He's long overdue for his second school year. But it's normal, he doesn't stand out in his second school year. How does this Wu Lizong still have the face to stay in this place? If it was me, I wouldn't have the face to come out and hang around. The school children around us, or you and I, are talking about it. Listening to the tumultuous sounds around him, Wu Lizong was obviously a little out of control emotionally. Shut up! Wu Lizong's eyes were red as he pulled his own saber straight out and chopped it towards one of the scholars near the front. Swish! The vast majority of the scholars gathered around him were from the first academic year, and their strength was far inferior to his. This scholar beside Wu Lizong, the examination was only 3 spirits with 5. He was even more surprised that the other party would suddenly draw his sword. As a result, he was just sticking his face in the air and taunting Wu Lizong, and as a result, his own arm was chopped off. Pus, blood spattered. This scholar was stunned, staring at the broken arm, and the next moment screamed, my hand. The sudden turn of events caused the surrounding scholars to be startled. All of you shut up, you bunch of scum. Who are you to judge me? Wu Lizong's eyes were red as he frantically swung his sword towards the surrounding scholars. Many people avoided him and were cut by him. Blood flowed horizontally, and each and every one of the scholars was shivering in fear, frantically fleeing towards the distance. It was also the dispersal of the crowd that exposed Yi Xiaoxian and Zhao Yingying. When Wu Lizong saw Yi Xiaoxiao, his eyes were streaked with blood, and his forehead veins bulged. It's all you. Wu Lizong was hysterical. Why don't you behave yourself and get removed? You're just a motherless. What makes you so good at the test that the specially selected General Academy should be mine? Where would all this be without you? Anyway, Grandpa is dead and I'm ruined, so why don't I just drag you to the back? Speaking of this place, Wu Lizong pulled out a paper packet from his pocket and unwrapped it. Inside was bright red medicinal powder. He unwrapped the paper packet and shoved the bright red powder haphazardly into his mouth. Violent blood scatter. How did he have this? Zhao Yingying shrieked in shock, directly unsheathing her sword and blocking in front of Yi Xiaoxiao. Shinya, hurry up, Madaka! The sound of a long sword being sheathed surfaced in Zhao Yingying's ears and she turned back to look over. He saw Yi Xiaoxiao with a cold face. Her body air pressure was very low. I'm not a motherless. Chapter 33, Only the Sword in Hand. Yi Xiaoxiao was angry, a fire burning inside. However, she didn't lose her mind due to her anger and didn't take the initiative to step forward after drawing her sword. Instead, he stared closely at Wu Lizong in front of him, observing his movements. Kill you. At this moment, Wu Lizong also roared out, his speed exploding towards Yi Xiaoxiao. Wu Lizong, who had taken the violent blood scatter, had reddened skin all over his body, his veins rippled, and his entire body swelled a little. Swish! As he rushed towards Yi Xiaoxiao, Wu Lizong also slashed at a nearby scholar who couldn't escape in time with his sword. That scholar was chopped in the back, and blood sprayed onto Wu Lizong's sword, hanging on it and making it crimson. It hurts. Help me. Someone help me. The scholar whose back had been chopped off cried out and fell to the ground, starting to crawl and scream. The other scholars who were further around were also frightened and fled. Around the entire notice board, only Yi Xiaoxiao and Zhao Yingying remained. Wu Lizong's eyes were red, with only Yi Xiaoxiao as his target in his eyes, hissing as he swung his sword. Yi Xiaoxiao pursed her small lips and saw the right moment to take a step back while blocking with her longsword horizontally. She prepared to chop across in a smooth motion. Dang! Under the collision of the two long swords, a crisp sound of gold and iron clashing was emitted. Yi Xiaoxiao's Zhanyun sword was of excellent quality, but it wasn't so good that it could cut off the opponent's sword. But the body of the sword in Wu Lizong's hand was knocked out of an opening. Well, Yi Xiaoxiao's eyes widened as her other hand hurriedly went to grab the hilt of the sword and fought to stabilize it. The force of Wu Lizong, who had eaten the violent blood scatter, was somewhat beyond her imagination, even if she had been much more cautious. But this time, if he hadn't reacted quickly, the sword would only have come out of his hand. Swish! Yi Xiaoxiao immediately was drawing her sword and retreated a step, and the next instant she deflected her body. And then she deflected and stabbed towards Wu Lizong. Only halfway through her sword thrust, she realized that Wu Lizong didn't even block it, and swung it to continue slashing towards herself. Moreover, because she was young, she was much shorter than Wu Lizong, and her hands were shorter. This was not waiting for one to stab the other. One was only afraid of being cleaved first. Lower your head. Zhao Yingying's voice rang out from the side. Almost instantly, Yi Xiaoxiao withdrew her sword and lowered her head. The long sword also cut across at this moment, colliding with the long sword slashing from Wu Lizong's hand. Dang! Sparks erupted out, and Zhao Yingying gritted her teeth. This guy has eaten the blood-storming scatter. His strength is so great. Avoid! Yi Xiaoxiao's voice, too, was once again transmitted. Zhao Yingying immediately dodged out of the way, and Yi Xiaoxiao had already taken a step forward from her side and chopped diagonally. At the same time when he did it, he paid attention to the direction in which Wu Lizong was throwing his sword. The sword blade swept in, and the sword in Wu Lizong's hand was shaken back by Zhao Yingying's slash, so it was too late to strike again. He could only retract his sword to block. The unearthly force was instantly transmitted from the sword, as if it was going to tear his arm apart. Wu Lizong didn't choose to fight it hard, but used the force to take a few steps back towards the back in a smooth manner. Stomping on the ground, it made a da-da-da-da movement. Yi Xiaoxiao forced back Wu Lizong and didn't continue her attack, and sure enough, as she backed up, her opponent was swinging his sword randomly towards the front. How is it? Is it okay? Yi Xiaoxiao asked towards Zhao Yingying at the side. The corner of Zhao Yingying's mouth curled. Humph. The battle that you and I are destined to fight hasn't come yet, so how could we possibly be crushed by this kind of stray fish? As she said that, Zhao Yingying's hand that was holding the long knife fluttered and crossed in front of her body, the blade resting on her other arm. Zhao Yingying's gaze followed the direction of the blade resting on his arm and stared at Wu Lizong. This guy ate the blood-storming sand and is considered to be wasted, so he definitely wants to kill us to cushion his back. Yi Xiaoxiao exhaled and her small face was serious. Don't be hard on yourself. I'll block the sword. She had just seen that Zhao Yingying's tiger's mouth was bluish. Wu Lizong, who had taken the violent blood scatter, was at least above the 7 spirits in terms of strength. Zhao Yingying only had 5 spirits, so it was too much of a disadvantage to fight hard. Swish! Also in the instant Yi Xiaoxiao's words fell, Wu Lizong had already rushed up again, his reddened eyes full of madness. He sprang up to a short distance in front of Yi Xiaoxiao and gently leapt a small amount. This was to utilize the momentum of the rush to launch a heavy chop towards Yi Xiaoxiao. Yi Xiaoxiao's attention was highly focused, especially because the smell of blood around her spurred her to not dare to be half distracted. She knew that Wu Lizong would definitely go out of his way to drag himself down and to kill himself. It was also clear that by letting him go crazy, others would die by his sword. Dang! Yi Xiaoxiao crossed her sword to parry, bending her knees in advance to ward off the impact of the force. Moreover, as she blocked the sword, Yi Xiaoxiao precisely adjusted the position of her blade. Sparks erupted, and once again a small scrap of metal crumbled away from that one previous opening. Ah, it's all you. It's all your fault. Wu Lizong was in a state of madness as he kept swinging his sword towards Yi Xiaoxiao. However, every time Yi Xiaoxiao was able to block her opponent's chopping strikes with precision, and the sword in her hand danced as fast as if she was lifting flowers in the void. The blades of the swords between Wu Lizong and Yi Xiaoxiao clashed continuously, exploding into a shower of metal sparks, as well as some fine debris. Next to her, Zhao Yingying kept wandering outside the range of the two men's exchanges, swinging her sword away from time to time, and she swung her sword just to stop the rhythm of Wu Lizong's attack, so that Yi Xiaoxiao could have a chance to catch her breath. Moreover, it could also disrupt Wu Lizong's pace and disorganize his breathing. Get lost! Wu Lizong suddenly roared like a madman and actually reached out his hand to catch Zhao Yingying's stabbing knife. The tip of the long knife blade passed through Wu Lizong's arm, but it was also stuck in the bones and flesh. Zhao Yingying stared, clearly a bit dismayed. Bang! Wu Lizong flew up with a kick at this time, hitting Zhao Yingying squarely in the abdomen. Her entire body then bowed into a shrimp and smashed to the ground, tumbling a short distance away. Zhao Yingying struggled to get up after the end, but she couldn't help but open her mouth and vomit out sticky blood. If it wasn't for you, there wouldn't be any of this. After Wu Lizong kicked Zhao Yingying, he swung his hand violently and flung the knife at Yi Xiaoxiao. Yi Xiaoxiao hurriedly avoided moving away, while Wu Lizong also caught up and slashed his sword fiercely. Dang! The two swords interlocked, and Wu Lizong's voice was already hoarse, but he was still growling resentfully towards Yi Xiaoxiao. It's your fault. It's all your fault. So you deserve to die. You must die. I don't have a future anymore. I'm ruined, and the Wu family is completely finished. Die. Die with me. The toothy crunch of metal rubbing against metal was a constant sound. The somewhat maniacal Wu Lizong, however, did not even realize that the gaping hole in the sword in his hand was already large. Following the opening, there were already some cracks surfacing on the sword. The sword in Yi Xiaoxiao's hand was stuck right on top of that opening. Yi Xiaoxiao took a deep breath. You deserve it too. Her force instantly exploded to the extreme. Click! Wu Lizong's sword snapped with a sound, and he confiscated his strength as he stumbled and lunged towards the front. Swish! Yi Xiaoxiao swung her sword upwards in a smooth manner, and the blade swept across Wu Lizong's throat, and she made the mistake of rushing back. Wu Lizong knelt on the ground, the broken sword falling from his hand as he covered his neck, his eyes wide. Finally powerless, he planted himself toward the front. Chapter 34, The Thunderous Quickswordsman. The Zhanyun sword in Yi Xiaoxiao's hand was a precious sword, dripping with blood. She sheathed her sword, her face a little pale as she slowed down. Vomit. Yi Xiaoxiao dry-heaved several times before she managed to stabilize herself. She hurriedly ran to Zhao Yingying's side, and the other party was already sitting up. Is it okay? Zhao Yingying wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and looked over at Yi Xiaoxiao. Yi Xiaoxiao helped Zhao Yingying up. I should be the one to ask you this, right? This isn't something you should endure at your age. Zhao Yingying sighed. Old-fashioned. Yi Xiaoxiao looked at her. You're just 1 year older than me, but you're decisive enough to do it. Zhao Yingying couldn't help but lament. Yi Xiaoxiao looked over there, forcing down the desire to vomit. If he wants to kill me, without coming out of the sword, the one who will die will only be myself. Daddy would be sad if I died. I don't want to upset Daddy. Zhao Yingying covered her stomach and looked a little sad. I'm only afraid that I won't be able to participate in the joint examination. Yi Xiaoxiao sighed. What time is it? Still thinking about this? You have to treat your injuries properly. Leaving behind the roots of the disease can be troublesome. It was also at this time that Yuan Cheng and the other lecturers were already rushing over. It was a student who had escaped from the 6th Academy and hurriedly approached Yuan Cheng to explain the situation. Shinya, Ying, are you guys alright? Yuan Cheng was terrified and hurriedly rushed to the two. Soon there were many lecturers who rushed over and were scared to death when they saw this. The field was all in chaos for a while, and there were also many high school year students rushing over, with blades in their hands. Only when they arrived at the place and saw the scene, they were all startled. Behind them, there were also schoolchildren who hid in the distance and saw the whole thing from the beginning and started waving their hands and staggering about the situation. Many people's gazes towards Yi Xiaoxiao and Zhao Yingying changed. The gazes they looked at Yi Xiaoxiao and Zhao Yingying were filled with respect. Especially Yi Xiaoxiao. It was as if she was being watched like a hero. Many people even began to praise loudly, praising Yi Xiaoxiao a little giddy. It was also this kind of atmosphere that made Yi Xiaoxiao's uncomfortable feelings subside quite a bit. On top of the courtyard wall not far from the South City branch, Yi Tian and also Zhou Yuanfang were standing there. Despite being very visible, no one could detect their presence. Little Master is truly touching. Zhou Yuanfang's eyes were reddened, and if it wasn't for Yi Tian's strict orders, he would have just cried out directly. Especially when Yi Xiaoxiao mentioned to Zhao Yingying that she couldn't let her father be sad. Zhou Yuanfang really almost didn't strain himself. Yi Tian looked at his daughter, who was surrounded by a group of stars, and revealed a smile with relief. In fact, when Wu Lizong erupted with murderous intent towards Yi Xiaoxiao, Yi Tian had already arrived with Zhou Yuanfang. On his daughter, there was Yi Tian's backhand. There would be no safety issues. Plus, with himself and Zhou Yuanfang watching, there would be no danger. And Yi Xiaoxiao's many performances surprised Yi Tian. Without hesitation, he drew his sword and confronted him with composure. And he was good at utilizing his strengths, relying on the Zhanyun sword to be better. Every time he blocked, every time he swung his sword, he struck the same place with precision, allowing the opening to widen until the sword in Wu Lizong's hand was on the edge of breaking, killing him with another blow. It is really perfect. What also satisfied Yi Tian was Zhao Yingying's performance, taking the lead and standing in front of Yi Xiaoxiao. He didn't run away and give up even when he was in danger and used his wits to the fullest. He also has a clear perception of his own positioning, and works well with Yi Xiaoxiao. If not for her presence, it would have been difficult for Yi Xiaoxiao's inexperience to kill Wu Lizong, who was taking the blood-storming powder, without any injuries. After something like this happened, the South City branch was naturally closed early to allow all the scholars to return home. Yi Xiaoxiao and Zhao Yingying, who was simply bandaged, had just left the gate of the South City branch when they saw Yi Tian not far away. Father! Yi Xiaoxiao hurriedly came to Yi Tian's front. In front of her father, Yi Xiaoxiao immediately became weak and hugged him. Yi Xiaoxiao's heart was still very fearful. You did great. Sure Noah. Yi Tian picked his daughter up. Not only did you protect yourself, you also protected others. Beheading such a villain and preventing him from continuing to harm others is truly doing a heavenly good deed. Yi Xiaoxiao looked at Yi Tian with some surprise. Father knows all about it? Didn't I say that I would always be by Shanoa's side? Yi Tian smiled. For some reason, Yi Tian's words seemed to have a kind of magical power, dispelling the unbearable nausea in Yi Xiaoxiao's heart. It felt so much more soothing, all by itself. Watching his daughter's mood improve, Yi Tian put her down and looked at Zhao Yingying. Accompany Xinya to stay over. Within 3 days, I will heal your injuries and will teach you something. Zhao Yingying was surprised on the side. Is it really possible? Yi Tian nodded. Naturally, Zhao Yingying didn't have the slightest doubt at all. She always felt a natural closeness to Yi Tian. Regarding his words, Zhao Yingying didn't know why, but she was convinced herself. It was possible that it was because the other party had taught him a better sword technique that still resembled his own family's sword technique. On the contrary, it was Yi Xiaoxiao who was very happy and asked towards Yi Tian in surprise. Daddy, can Yingying really live with me? Yi Tian nodded his head. The joint examination of the 4 academies is going to start, and it will be much more convenient for you to cultivate together. Someone has to practice swordplay with you, sparring with each other to improve together, right? Yi Xiaoxiao couldn't help but nod her head. The last bit of negativity in her heart swept away. She took Zhao Yingying's hand in hers. Great! Don't get too happy too early, naive woman. Zhao Yingying let out a low chuckle. Don't be inattentive and be surpassed by me. By the time that happens, you'll probably be crying in defeat. Yi Xiaoxiao followed suit and pretended to be deep. Really? Can your blade keep up with my sword? Ha ha ha. Zhao Yingying laughed wildly up to the sky. It's really unbearable. You're actually talking to Thunder Quicksilver Clerk about whether or not to follow. Cough cough cough. The injury interrupted Zhao Yingying's ranting and raving, causing Yi Xiaoxiao to worry as she came up to gently caress her back. As for the old father next to him who couldn't understand it, Yi Tian? Should I say it's worthy of being the descendant of Zhou Jini and Kong Yi? This jumpy nature, how come it's the same? Yi Tian also cried and laughed, and told the 2 little girls to hurry back to the house, especially this Thunder Quicksilver, who was coughing up blood and had to laugh maniacally to finish his sentence. Yi Tian brought Yi Xiaoxiao and Zhao Yingying into the Yi mansion. The dark guards outside looked at each other, wide-eyed. What to do? According to the rules, this is not an extremely dangerous situation. Wait and see what happens. Afterwards, the group of dark guards once again hid and guarded around the Yi mansion, and the matter of Yi Xiaoxiao's sword decapitation of Wu Lizong fermented quickly, and it didn't take long for it to spread, and the development of events was very much in line with Yi Tian's thoughts. Chapter 35, The White-Shirt Swordsman. At nightfall, it was already curfew time at the moment, and Lu Chuan was one of the city guard commanders responsible for guarding the southern gate. Tonight, it is his turn to be on duty. Big brother Lu, I heard that something happened to your daughter's southern city branch. Next to him, followed by the city guards guarding the gate, inquired towards Lu Chuan. He remembered well that Lu Chuan's daughter, Lu Ruyan, was in the southern city branch of the Willow Wind Academy. Lu Chuan didn't have much of an expression. It's just a little thing. Academy scholars killing each other. When you hear that, you know it's people with little education who do things like that. What's the point of laying down a deadly hand when you can't talk about anything properly? Ryu finished his evaluation, shaking his head gently. Instead, another city guard said, but I've heard that it seems like that Wu Lizong's grandfather's father colluded with the demon race. When things fell apart, he lost his mind and went crazy, taking blood-storming scatter to injure many scholars and to kill a genius scholar. It turned out to be less skillful and was countered. This city guard's words caused the others to TSK. There's still such a thing. Kids these days are not to be trifled with. Lu Chuan coldly grunted. To kill you, do not know to run. Hands to kill back. A little bit of fellow students are not read. In my opinion, it's no good. The boss snapped, silencing the other city guards around him. It was also at this time that a convoy suddenly came by in the distance. The wagon convoy was not small, hauling something unknown. Seeing this convoy of carriages, many of the city guards frowned. At this moment, that was not able to just leave the city. What the hell? One of the city guards stepped forward and opened his mouth to reprimand. Snap! The man sitting next to the horseman came down and flung his hand across his face. The city guard who had questioned him staggered back as he was jerked. He covered his face in disbelief. The other guy had the nerve to hit himself? Madaka! The other city guards followed and came closer, drawing their own blades from their hands, going out of town at curfew time and beating up their people. Eat a bear's heart and leopard's guts. All stand back. You guys are crazy. At this time, Lu Chuan roared abruptly. A city guard wondered. Boss, get back. Rio Chuan growled again. One and all of you ILSS, put your weapons away. Lu Chuan's roar silenced the crowd, who retracted their blades and began to slowly retreat to the sides. Judging from Lu Chuan's attitude, he was only afraid that he recognized where this passerby came from. I'm only afraid that it's a big shot, with a not-so-great origin. That would make him so. Even though he knew he couldn't punch the big man, he was still holding it in his heart though, especially the city guard who had been slapped. His heart was more or less suffocated, but seeing this situation, he didn't dare to show it, and could only bow his head and back away. Lu Chuan was then nearer to the edge of the carriage, and stood under that window drape. How do you discipline your men? There was movement from inside. Hearing the voice clearly, Lu Chuan bowed hurriedly. I know my mistakes. These are also new, and I haven't had time to discipline them. Alright, let go. The person inside the carriage also seemed to be too lazy to say anything more to Lu Chuan. Just as the words fell, a brocade bag was thrown out. Lu Chuan caught it and nodded his head in agreement while waving his hand toward the other city guards. When the other city guards saw that Lu Chuan Du had given the order, they could only honestly follow the order and open the side gate next to the city gate to let them through. It's less moving and more low-key that way. Soon the convoy left and disappeared into the night. Rio Chuan weighed the package, reached out and grabbed a small handful inside, tucking the rest into his arms. Come here, all of you. Rio Chuan beckoned. The rest of the city guards came over, and Lu Chuan took the contraption in his hand and threw it towards the crowd. One of the city guards caught it and looked down to see that it was a small piece of broken gold. All the people were glowing. Just such a small piece was worth half a year of their military pay. Take 2 for the slap you received. Lu Chuan threw it to the beaten city guard. The city guards who were originally holding back their hearts also had smiles appearing on their faces, and the unhappiness in their hearts disappeared. The others also looked on. Good man. I should have known I'd come to get this slap. They say janitorial work is fat. I didn't realize it was so fat. Just kidding. It depends on who we're talking to. Without the boss to cover us, can we have this kind of good thing? Lu Chuan laughed and scolded the crowd. Come on. Look at this look on you guys. All of you keep a low profile, keep it quiet, and be smart in the future. There's a chance for you to get rich. All clear? No. The crowd responded in a low voice. Understood, boss. After giving the crowd a share of the gold, Lu Chuan continued to stand in place as if he was doing his duty. It was just a matter of looking at the night with both eyes and knowing that it wasn't going to be peaceful. For sure, the group of city guards around him didn't know what was going on, but as Rio Chuan, who had been pulled down and mixed with them, it's very clear where this convoy, ultimately, is headed, and what's being hauled inside. If you want to blame it on your family's bad work. Wu family, no more tonight. Then Lu Chuan just collected his mind. What happened next would have nothing to do with him. Don't bother much. The convoy traveled quickly in the night. As we passed the outskirts of the city, we could still see one that showed signs of construction. That was exactly what Yi Tian had arranged for the 1,000 Gold Chamber of Commerce to refurbish the premises of the left and right neighbors who had helped Yi Xiaoxiao. However, the convoy did not enter the suburban area of the city, still following the official road, darting towards the distance. When they were some distance away from the royal capital, the pulling horses breathed heavily, spewed heat, and drew up steeply in speed. The caravan ended up at the mouth of a deep forest outside of the city, and some people walked out. They yanked some black cloth bags with something twisted inside from the wagon of the caravan. The gang carried black cloth bags and went deeper into the forest. I don't know how long I walked, but I arrived in a mountain stream. Further in, there was clearly a lively commotion, only to see that the inside was actually ablaze with firelight and a big feast. Inside, a single figure is coming and going, boiling water and adding wood, starting pots of oil. It's one of those pots that are empty. Too late. The voice of the figure that opened his mouth was raspy, and he was sitting over there in a coiled position, draped in a plain white tunic and carrying a greatsword on his back, but those eyes, ghostly green, shimmered in the night. As he leaned forward, his features were illuminated by the firelight. It was an old wolf demon, covered in gray fur, but dressed like a man with a sword on his back. Next to that coming and going figures, all of them were wolf demons, to be short and bony, cloaked in sackcloth and hanging with a saber. They seemed to be walking on tiptoe, light on their feet, nothing moving, just arguing with their mouths busy there. It took some effort to catch the man. The visitor covered his mouth and nose with a handkerchief, seemingly not liking the smell of the place. At the same time, he waved his hand and had his men throw the black cloth bag over. That crowd of wolf demons rushed forward and ripped the black cloth bag away. It's full of people, or the Wu family. Chapter 36, Target, Yi Shurao. You've caught quite a few people. You're not sneaking around this time? The white-shirted wolf demon lightly indulged and jumped in front of this brocade-clothed old man. The white-shirted wolf demon was tall and looked down at the other party. However, The brocade-clothed old man didn't panic in the slightest. Instead, he looked towards the left and right. Is your preparation, these sons of Es? Don't underestimate these little cubs. The white-shirted wolf demon stretched out his wolf claws, his knuckles slim enough to be near human. He twisted one of them between two fingers and held it in front of him to survey it. Rather than worrying about us, it is I who worry that you will do things badly. What is the explanation for the matter of the southern city branch of the Willow Wind Academy? The brocade-clothed old man spoke. The Wu family members are already all here. The white-shirted wolf demon shook his head. You think that's the point? The Mountain Lord needs your human geniuses as blood food, and he can't wait. If the plan doesn't move forward, I won't be the only one looking for you. What you see won't be the only thing you see with these little brats, the white-shirted wolf demon said, slightly lowering his head, and those ghostly green pupils locked up with the brocade-clothed old man. The brocade-clothed old man spoke indifferently. There is no news of the joint examination of the 4 courtyards being suspended. It means that they don't know our true intentions, and the joint examination is perfectly fine to continue. What's more, there's also a genius called Yi Xiaoxiao, who will surely satisfy your Mountain Lord. Also, there is a good side to what happened with Wu Stanqing and Wu Rashu, the brocade-clothed old man said, taking out a paperwork and showing it to the other party. The white-shirted wolf demon took it and read it up and down. Additional manpower? The brocade-clothed old man nodded. Not bad. Wu Luoxiu seems to have made the Willow Wind School feel that it should ensure security even more. Therefore additional general court lecturers have been assigned to assist, and it would be very good for them to be captured and given to the Mountain Lord as a blood meal. The white-shirted wolf demon nodded in satisfaction. This is indeed good news, especially this Chow Yaotak. And the brocade-clothed old man continued to speak. Not bad. Things went smoother than we thought. I think some clues must have reached Zhou Yuanfang's ears. With his nature, he won't just sit back and watch. Maybe when the joint examination of the 4 courtyards is held, he will secretly observe and wait for the right time to strike. Taking a step back, if Zhou Yuanfang doesn't come, his favorite Zhou Xuanfu will also be there. Either way, we get the plan done, and we each get what we want. The white-shirted wolf demon couldn't stop nodding. Not bad, not bad. You guys can go back. It's time for us to enjoy our meal. I don't think you're going to like the spectacle. The brocade-clothed old man turned around and left with his men, leaving that Wu family member to wail in despair. They didn't understand why the sky had fallen on the Wu family in a good way. Originally, all of them from the Wu family had gathered together and were discussing countermeasures. There was also a discussion on how to go to that Yi Shouxin and her family to get a statement, even if it was Wu Lizong who made the first move. But on the other hand, did you, Yi Xiaoxiao, kill Wu Lizong? If Wu Lizong wants to kill you, just run away. Why fight back and kill someone? That's more or less what you have to pay for. Give me something. Who could have imagined that before this result was even discussed, a gang of men in black would suddenly come to their door and wipe them out, and is throwing them into this demonic wolf's den? The brocade-clothed old man led a group of people and gradually walked away. The Wu family members at the back were dragged towards the depths by the little wolf demons. The white-shirted wolf demon watched the brocade-clothed old man go away before returning to his seat. He picked up a book and continued to read. It was a knife manual, and he read and studied it carefully, especially when the Wu family screamed miserably. The white-shirted wolf demon even shook his head up as he listened. And in the meantime, Yi Xiaoxiao, who had been targeted, was practicing diligently. The other one, Zhou Yuanfang, who was missed, was right across from her. At night, Yi Xiaoxiao couldn't eat, so she practiced diligently. In order to hone Yi Xiaoxiao's practical combat ability, Zhou Yuanfang acted as a chaperone. Yi Xiaoxiao held her sword and continuously attacked towards Zhou Yuanfang, exerting her full strength and trying to do everything she could. Zhou Yuanfang, on the other hand, was holding a wooden stick as he exchanged blows with Yi Xiaoxiao. Next to him, the voice of Yi Tian was constantly ringing out. Hands low. No, 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 no. What are you doing backing off this pace so early? No wonder you got hurt. Why are you so rigid? Change. Ah, the brain does not turn at all? Take a break. It's a waste of effort to keep practicing like this. Yi Tian's grim face made people look scared. Yi Xiaoxiao pursed her lips. It was the first time she had seen her father lose his temper. She carefully came to the side and grabbed her own canteen for a drink, and sneaked glances at the reprimanded Zhou Yuanfang. Not bad. The one who had just been scolded was none other than Zhou Yuanfang. In terms of talent in using the sword, Zhou Yuanfang was indeed far inferior to Yi Xiaoxiao. During the accompanying training, Zhou Yuanfang suppressed his realm to fight Yi Xiaoxiao, and was indeed in the upper hand. It can seem like a struggle. By all rights, he had practiced for so many more years, and even if he suppressed his realm, he should still be able to swim with ease. Where was it like now? At least in Yi Tian's eyes. At this age, at this realm, Zhou Yuanfang's performance nowadays simply made one's blood run hot and angry. On the contrary, The performance of her daughter, Yi Shurao, is simply surprising. If you continue like this, you're going to be pressed by Shinya if you suppress your strength, you know? Yi Tian hated the iron and knocked Zhou Yuanfang's head with his knuckles. Zhou Yuanfang bowed his head as if he was a child who had made a mistake. Still, he missed the feeling. When he was following Yi Tian, he was also often scolded. It's just that when it's done well, Yi Tian doesn't spare any praise. You ponder over it. I have to go see how the medicine is doing. Yi Tian pointed at Zhou Yuanfang and turned to leave. Waiting for Yi Tian to leave, Zhao Yingying, who had taken the medicine and was still recuperating, dared to take a big breath. Yi Shashua's father lost his temper. So scary. Also, this butler Zhou, he's a big old man, and he's still being lectured like this. It was so strange to watch from the sidelines, as if Yi Xiaoxio's young and handsome father was the elder. This old man is, in fact, as late as it gets. Grandpa Zhou, don't be upset. Daddy is actually doing this for your own good. Yi Xiaoxiao hurriedly came in front of Zhou Yuan and made him bow his head. Zhou Yuanfang squatted down, and saw Yi Xiaoxiao reach out and touch his forehead. Does Grandpa Zhou still hurt? Next time, I'll tell father not to knock so hard. Zhou Yuanfang was moved again, his eyes reddening. Little master I know it well. Master is all for my good. Grandpa Zhou, why are you crying? Yi Xiaoxiao hurriedly reached out to wipe it. Zhou Yuanfang hurriedly stopped it and held back the tears with force. Little master, don't dirty your sleeves. Wow. Right at this moment, Zhao Yingying next to her suddenly opened her mouth and vomited a large pool of black blood. Chapter 37, The Big Mouth is the Best. This was the medicine in Zhao Yingying's body to cure her injuries starting to work. After entering the Yi mansion, Yi Tian first boiled the injury medicine for her and told her to sit over there and recuperate after swallowing it and not to make any hasty moves. Zhao Yingying honestly obeyed, and after drinking it, she sat there and watched Yi Xiaoxiao and Zhou Yuanfang practicing with their swords. Appropriately, he felt something and opened his mouth to spit out the black blood, and his body was much more comfortable. Yingying, are you alright? Still worried, Yi Xiaoxio came to Zhao Yingying's side and asked with concern. Zhao Yingying shook her head, indicating that she didn't have any problems at all. It's a lot more comfortable. Uncle Ye's medicine is really powerful. It feels like if you take the medicine like this, you'll be able to recover within a few days of work. I thought such a serious injury would take at least a month, and would have to delay the joint examination of the 4 houses. Zhao Yingying's tone was filled with surprise. What great news for her, making sure that she was fine, and that she could quickly recover from her injuries. Yi Shoshu was also happy for her. Recover well quickly, and when the time comes, we'll cultivate together and strive to get a good ranking in the examination. Yi Xiaoxiao looked at Zhao Yingying. Zhao Yingying nodded her head and covered her face with her hand. But be careful. It's really hard to tell who will win or lose in this examination. Yi Xiaoxiao looked at Zhao Yingying with fighting spirit in her eyes. Let's have a competition when the time comes. The two of them looked very serious and completely competitive. Zhou Yuanfang, who was on the side, also looked at the scene and revealed a kind smile. It couldn't be better to have such healthy competition and improve each other. After dinner, it was time for the medicinal bath. Yi Xiaoxiao was soaked in a medicinal soup specially brewed by Yi Tian, while Zhao Yingying also followed with a share. Zhao Yingying is used for healing. It was just a random modulation, and the effects were so amazing that Zhao Yingying could feel a numbing and itching sensation within her body. This is the true feeling of an injury healing and gradually beginning to recover. After soaking in the medicinal bath, Zhao Yingying followed suit and practiced slow gong to soothe her body. Before she went to sleep, Yi Shashua still stayed with Zhao Yingying, discussing what she had learned in class. The contents are all learned experiences on how to act and survive in the mountains and forests, as well as the characteristics of some basic ferocious beasts. The two are also reviewing the old and the new in their discussion. And, in the course of their discussion, the two of them predetermined what they would do best if they encountered such a situation. Only after the discussion had been exhausted did the two men part ways. Zhao Yingying was arranged in the next courtyard compartment, and some of the things that should be there have been neatly prepared. It was just that unlike Yi Xiaoxua, she didn't have Zhou Mei and Zhou Lan to take care of her, and had to take care of herself. Zhao Yingying was content enough. She could see the extraordinary in the medicinal bath she soaked in at night alone. Shinya's father, so powerful. Lying on the bed, Zhao Yingying thought. She felt that her injuries had eased for the most part. None of the royal pharmacists had Yi Tian's skill. Even if it was a medicinal bath for healing, after soaking, it was covered in pain that was unbearable. Instead, this medicinal bath was not only able to heal wounds quickly, it was also very comfortable when soaking. Moreover, Zhao Yingying felt that she could always feel inexplicably at ease when she stayed in the Yi mansion. Adding to that, from Yi Xiaoxiao's courtyard, a medicinal fragrance wafted out, causing her to smell it and fall into a deep sleep. Thus far, Zhao Yingying had temporarily stayed in the middle of the Yi mansion, accompanying Yi Xiaoxiao. Yi Xiaoxiao and Zhao Yingying were inseparable. going to the academy and returning to the Yi mansion together. In just 3 days of work, Zhao Yingying's injuries completely recovered and she resumed her cultivation. In the martial arts arena, sometimes Yi Xiaoxiao and Zhao Yingying would cut and sword fight. There were also times when it would be two people surrounding Zhou Yuanfang. Relying on the fact that his realm was stronger and his body itself was even more powerful, Zhou Yuanfang was able to suppress Yi Xiaoxiao and Zhao Yingying. The only problem was that Yi Tian would point out Zhou Yuanfang and rebuke non-stop. Sometimes when Zhou Sunluo came with Zhou Yid, reporting the situation and sending herbs over, anyone who accidentally stumbled upon this scene would hastily bow their heads and leave, fearing that they would stay long enough for Zhou Yuanfang to notice. That's why Yi Xiaoxiao, as well as Zhao Yingying, hadn't seen much of Zhou Xuanji and Zhou Yid. Otherwise, the two of them would definitely be able to recognize Zhou Yid, the general hospital lecturer who came to the South City branch from time to time. There was also that Thousand Gold Chamber of Commerce's current president, the Zhou family's contemporary family head, Zhou Xuanfu. There were still many repercussions from the original incident in the South City branch. The biggest change was that the attitude of the other students of the South City branch towards Yi Xiaoxiao had been completely different. The students of the South City branch's senior academic year would greet Yi Xiaoxiao and nod their heads when they saw her. At the same time, they were also very clear that Yi Xiaoxiao was about to become 2 worlds away from them. With her talent strength, special selection to enter the General Academy would be the nail in the coffin. As for the other students who were also in their first academic year, they all stopped in their tracks when they saw Yi Xiaoxiao. Not only do you have to say hello, but you will even voluntarily avoid it and get out of the way. This is especially true among the sixth form colleges. Vaguely, Yi Xiaoxiao had become the big sister of the first academic year of the South City branch. Just kidding. This was the existence that was number 1 in strength and had the only record of kills in the first academic year of their South City branch, even if she is the youngest. This resulted in no one daring to challenge Yi Xiaoxiao in the first academic year of the South City branch's big competition class. Even if the lecturer arranged for a duel, he still had multiple people surround Yi Xiaoxiao. After all, they are all bloodthirsty and teenage-spirited. Even if they knew that Yi Xiaoxiao was powerful, everyone still wanted to weigh in. But after actually exchanging hands, the gap was felt. Even Lei Zhenghong, Hua Zhizhi, and other top scholars from the various academies of the South City branch, who had abandoned their former suspicions and joined forces, were defeated. The strongest in the first academic year of the South City branch, Yi Xiaoxiao deserved it and convinced the crowd. Also Zhao Yingying is setting herself up. In her Mad Dog challenge mode, many of the scholars from the South City branch had been battled by her and lost to her sword as well. After all, practicing in the Yi mansion, Yi Tian had only taught her casually, allowing her to use ordinary medicines, which were also far superior to those on the sidelines. As for why Zhao Yingying was so crazy about the challenge, she was really irritated. I don't know who started it, but they all said that Zhao Yingying was Yi Xiaoxiao's lapdog and traitor. How could this kind of name be acceptable to the thundering fast swordsman? That was why Zhao Yingying was planning to use the knife. To make it clear to the crowd, he himself was a strong, peer-to-peer archenemy capable of rivaling Yi Xiaoxiao. But there are times when not everything in this world works the way you want it to. After this battle, Zhao Yingying was also famous, upgraded from Yi Xiaoxian's lapdog and traitor, become the extremely strong dogleg beside Yi Xiaoxian, as well as Yi Shiraoshira was not to be missed. The strength of the renegades under her command was extraordinary, and she was ranked second among the many scholars of the first academic year in terms of combat strength. Angry Zhao Yingying chased after the gang and frantically slapped and fed them big mouths. Chapter 38. The matter of the South City branch's impact on Yi Xiaoxiao was roughly these. And the impact on the entire 4-house joint examination is not small. If I had to say anything, it would be that the push for a joint examination of the 4 hospitals has been reinforced. There had long been some dissatisfaction on the side of the General Academy regarding the situation of the 4 major branches. Every time the scholars who had risen up from the branch courtyards had a trial in the main courtyard, there would always be casualties. The reason for the casualties is also pretty ridiculous. Battle shyness. In the course of trials to fight with ferocious beasts, encountering demons and evil spirits, one would always lose one's mind. Not cool. Not enough real-world experience. Minor injuries can lead to serious injuries or loss of life. Regarding this situation, the Willow Wind Academy General Academy had long been dissatisfied with a proposal to strengthen the practical trials as well as the examinations of the major divisions, and the test is conducted jointly, in a practical manner, so as to improve the special selection itself. In this way, the scholars who are chosen to come up are talented and have real-world skills and experience. No cowardice. Such a seedling is the one who can be properly cultivated. On such a basis, the detailed course of events at the South City branch had long since gotten out. Wu Lizong swallowed the tyrannical blood emanating madness, and many of the scholars from the beginning to the end only knew to escape, didn't even put up a fight. Even if you can't beat them, Can't you intervene more or less to give yourself a better chance of escape? Under such circumstances, the joint examination of the 4 academies, instead of being postponed, was bound to be held. The scale of the assessment, it seems, is much larger. Even the time is not separated anymore, and the high school year students follow along, taking the test on the same day. Things are set and time is passing. Yi Xiaoxiao and Zhao Yingying were still practicing hard, and their daily sweat made them feel as if they were immersed in water. Next to the martial arts arena, Yi Tian had his hands behind his back and looked at the 2 people who were cutting and dicing, also nodding his head in satisfaction. Her daughter, Yi Xiaoxiao, had an outstanding talent and had never let herself down from start to finish. That Zhao Yingying's talent was also good, and despite being at a disadvantage, she was able to fight Yi Xiaoxiao back and forth. Of course, the premise was that Yi Xiaoxiao had stayed her hand and didn't burst out with her full power. Additional restrictions have been made. Yi Tian would control the aura and put Yi Xiaoxiao under even more pressure. Here, Yi Tian was helping his daughter, Yi Xiaoxiao, improve her strength. Within the imperial capital, there were also dark currents. Some people were in close contact, discussing and talking about the upcoming joint examination of the 4 academies. Lu Chuan was currently dressed in civilian clothes, and met the old man in brocade clothes at the beginning in a mansion in a hidden alley. The old man instructed Lu Chuan and gave him a jade bottle. Lu Chuan frowned. "My lord, will this?" Snap! The vermilion-stamped wooden box slammed on top of the desktop, and the person beside the brocade-clothed old man opened it with a golden light. The blinding light made Ryu Chuan all blurry-eyed. He took the jade bottle and put the vermilion wooden box away. "My lord, I will make the arrangements. There are also heavenly benefits after this is accomplished." The brocade-clothed old man looked at him. "The chancellor above you will conduct an auxiliary patrol at this examination. This chancellor will be heroically killed in the midst of this examination. At your discretion, you, Lu Chuan, are promoted to the position of Grand Commander of the City Guards, in charge of the duties of city defense in the outer city of the imperial capital." The words of the brocade-clothed old man caused Lu Chuan to hastily kneel down and cuddle his fists. "Thank you, Your Excellency, for your kindness in mentioning me. Go." The brocade-clothed old man waved his sleeve, allowing Lu Chuan to leave. He walked out of the yard, but into another house. Walking through the house, they reached a back kitchen, and following the small door out, they turned into another cottage. He went through the dark door to the other side, but it was a shadowy alleyway. Behind them became the courtyard wall of the alley. Where was the door? Ryu Chuan left and returned home after walking through the chamber of 1,000 gold. And his own daughter, it seems, is having a tantrum. "What's wrong?" Moping, Willow asked with concern as she came to her daughter's side. Lu Ruyan spoke. "Father, it's the Yi Xiaoxian I told you about. She came first again in the written test for her coursework this time. Look at her. She doesn't know what she's showing off." Lu Chuan smiled when he heard his daughter's words. People have real skills, you should still be convinced." Lu Ruyan sulked. "I don't give a damn. She should be the way she was, dirty and not much used to be good." Lu Chuan nodded gently. "It's not impossible. Father has a way." Lu Ruyan hurriedly turned around and looked at her father. "What method does father have?" Lu Chuan took out the jade bottle. "When the joint examination is held, just make good use of this." After saying that, Lu Chuan saw his daughter Lu Ruyan grabbing the jade bottle. "There's even this kind of good stuff? Remember, be careful and don't touch it yourself," Willow Chuan admonished. Ruyan Lu nodded. "Father, don't worry." Then, Lu Chuan pulled out a sword box from his back. "Look at this." "What's this?" When Ruyan Lu saw this, her eyes couldn't help but light up, and she hurriedly opened it, and was immediately overjoyed. "Zhan Yun's sword. This is Zhan Yun's sword. Like it?" Ryu Chuan asked with a smile. Lu Ruyan nodded. "I like it. Now I have it too. Look at what that Yi Xiaoxiao is so godly about." Ryu Chuan then looked at his daughter as she hugged her sword and bounced off to the yard. He, on the other hand, was sitting in place, thinking about instructing his daughter to target Yi Xiaoxiao and the others, his expression cloudy and uncertain. "Father, see how well I practiced this sword." Ahead, came Lu Ruyan's voice. Lu Chuan looked up and saw his daughter dancing with a sword in the courtyard. He sighed. "Don't blame me. I just can't help it. When it's done, all will be happy." After chanting, Lu Chuan got up and walked to the door, gently applauding for Lu Ruyan. "My daughter, this sword dance is good." Time passed, and the joint examination of the 4 academies was tomorrow. The south side branch is closed for the day so that the students can all go home to rest and adjust. Yi Xiaoxiao and Zhao Yingying, too, returned within the Yi mansion. When they reached the martial arts arena, they stood in front of the testing stone monument. Now, they're going to test each other's strength. Close to a month of hard cultivation, there was no telling how much it had improved. Zhao Yingying came first. She was jumping at the chance. She could feel that practicing in the Yi mansion had improved so much, she just didn't know exactly how. In the first realm, the body refining realm, there was a minimum boundary to end the flesh and blood stage and begin to enter the fascia stage to beat up oneself. When the force of the hit can be 5 spirits, you can try to hit the simmering fascia. If one cannot reach this threshold, it means that the flesh and blood stage is insufficient, and forcibly beating up the sinews will tear the flesh and blood. Of course, if the talent is good enough, try to reach the limit in the flesh and blood phase, and that limit is. Zhao Engying made a knife strike, and the result appeared. 9 spirits. Zhao Engying almost didn't throw the knife out. She had actually reached the limit of the flesh and blood stage. This means that one's body is stabilized again, and one can prepare to beat up the sinews and enter the next stage. It is important to realize that many of the students in the second year of the South City branch are still lingering in the flesh and blood stage. It was heard that only the geniuses of the Willow Wind Academy's General Academy had people who could reach the fascia stage in the first academic year. Himself, to be one of them? Chapter 39, Cultivation Resources still gasping for air. Zhao Engying sheathed her sword and turned towards Yi Tian, crouching down and bowing respectfully. Uncle Yi, it's hard to thank you for a great favor. Zhao Engying spoke. You are my new parents. I'll take care of your old age in the future. Yi Tian looked at Zhao Engying, wanting to speak, but finally fell into silence. Next to her, Yi Xiaoxua had a somewhat helpless expression as she looked at Zhao Engying and wanted to say something, but she had no way to say it. She's so jumpy that there are times when there's really no way to keep up. If you're going to give my father a pension, what about your own parents? Yi Xiaoxiao was a little amused. Zhao Engying gestured that she didn't need to worry. My siblings are great. With them supporting me, one more me is not much, one less me is not less. Yi Xiaoxiao frowned as she looked at Zhao Engying, clearly shocked by her words. Can you even count like that? Let's not talk about this. Shinya, quickly look at how you are today. Zhao Engying hurriedly urged. Yi Xiaoxiao knew that Zhao Engying was competing with herself, wanting to compete. Since she was in a hurry, Yi Xiaoxiao also walked to the front of the testing monolith and pulled out the sword in her hand. Phew! After exhaling a long breath, the light in Yi Xiaoxiao's eyes flashed, and she steeply swung her sword towards the front. Dang! The sound of gold and iron clashing resounded. Sparks erupted, and sword marks were chopped out of the test stone monument. Light emerges from the bottom of the tablet and climbs up to illuminate the scale above. After the light stopped climbing, Yi Xiaoxiao's current strength was presented to the crowd. Zhou Yuanfeng, who was guarding the side, as well as that Zhou Mei and Zhou Lan, were all a bit surprised. Little master, it's already reached the fascia stage? Zhou Mei couldn't help but say. Zhou Lan shook her head. That's not right. I don't see Little Master starting to beat up the fascia. Zhou Yuanfeng took a deep breath. Little Master, this is a big deal. That Zhao Engying was also wide-eyed. 10 spirits? How could that be? Isn't the limit of the flesh and blood stage the 9 spirits? You can't break through this force without beating up the fascia, and the limit is right here. What's going on? Yi Xiaoxiao surprised herself and looked at the testing stone tablet. Could it be that this stone tablet is broken? It's not broken. Yi Tian opened his mouth. Shinya just broke the limit, and it's not even close to the end. According to my father's conception, your ultimate limit at the flesh and blood stage should be at 12 spirits. 12 spirits. The crowd looked at Yi Tian in disbelief. Was this kind of thing possible? Master, in this way, Little Master's foundation will be very thick. Zhou Yuanfeng couldn't help but say. Yi Tian nodded his head. This is natural. As my daughter, it's time to break through the limits and accomplish what normal people can't. If not, would I not be a failure as a father? As the daughter of a god emperor, if she couldn't even break this limit, wouldn't it be a joke? Defeated. The flesh and blood stage has completely failed. Zhao Engying sighed as she knelt on both knees and propped herself up with both hands, bowing her head. She then looked up with a despondent and melancholic expression. Not bad for my destiny. Eternal nightmare. Shinya Yi. This time, Zhao Engying's words were too awkward for her to answer. Zhao Engying. At this time, Yi Tian followed suit and opened his mouth. Zhao Engying hurriedly got up from the ground. Uncle Yi, you're a bit inferior to Yi Xiaoxiao. This is the reality and cannot be changed. Yi Tian stated seriously. Zhao Engying nodded. Uncle Yi, I understand. Trials and tribulations are always the same. Shinya is a high mountain in the distance. I need to climb it the hard way. Yi Tian, this kid, it's hopeless. But what should be instructed should still be instructed. Yi Tian said towards Zhao Engying. But having been taught by me, you are also not comparable to ordinary people. Your limit is at 9 spirits with 9. Infinitely close to the boundary of 10 spirits. Don't be in a hurry to start beating up the sinews. Remember? Yi Tian's tone was stern, and he also knew that Zhao Engying would not be sloppy when it came to business. But this girl is really a lot of drama. Yi Tian's words surprised Zhao Engying. She didn't expect her limits to be broken as well. Despite not being able to exceed 10 spirits, it was able to continue climbing, and was indeed far superior to normal people. Zhao Yingying thought for a moment and said towards Yi Tian, "Uncle, do you need me to change my name to Yi Yingying in the future?" Yi Tian really couldn't hold back and roared out, "No way, sure Noah, continue the special training and help her push her limits properly." Yi Xiaoxiao also laughed coldly twice, carrying her sword and slashing towards Zhao Yingying. "Look at the sword, you call yourself an archenemy every day, and then you come to steal your father, right?" Zhao Yingying hurriedly drew her sword to fend it off, and her arm went numb from the shock. "You want a fight? Then let's have a good fight." Afterwards, the two little girls just battled together, fighting with flashes of swords and shadows of swords. At this moment, the two were striking out with all their might, and the commotion was not small. Zhou Yuanfang, who was beside Yi Tian, couldn't help but say, "Master, you're really something, you've actually broken the norm." The limits existed, and he'd never heard of anyone breaking them. Over the years, it wasn't as if top geniuses hadn't appeared in the Jingtian imperial dynasty, yet no one had been able to do this. Yi Tian looked at his daughter, Yi Xiaoxiao. This is also inseparable from her own efforts. My help was important, but it couldn't have worked if she hadn't been hardworking enough. It was his daughter, Yi Xiaoxiao, who never slacked off and devoted her energy to cultivation whenever she had time. It was only then that the medicinal effects of the medicine he had boiled could be maximized, and also that the aid of the aura he had induced would work completely. Meanwhile, in the martial arts arena, the duel between the two ended with Yi Xiaoxiao holding down Zhao Yingying. After the cultivation was over, Yi Tian told the two to rest well and recuperate to prepare for tomorrow's joint examination of the 4 academies. Knowing that tomorrow was very important, Yi Xiaoxiao listened to her father and rested honestly, and he sat with his knees crossed, sensing the aura of heaven and earth around him, meditating and letting his body relax completely. Without realizing it, a night also passed. Early morning hours. When Yi Xiaoxiao got up, she still practiced her sword in the morning. It's just that the intensity of the practice will be weaker this time, and it's mainly about moving your body around and toning your muscles and bones. It ended with a wash and a change of clean clothes. Zhao Yingying's side was also fully prepared and followed Yi Xiaoxiao to leave the Yi mansion together. They first went to the South City branch of the Willow Wind Academy together, and finally, they were heading towards the outskirts of the city. One needed to meet up with the scholars from the other 3 branch academies outside the city to finally open this joint examination. After Yi Xiaoxiao left the mansion, Yi Tian instructed Zhou Lan to stay in the mansion with Zhou Mei. Afterwards, he was moving to take Zhou Yuanfang with him. Following not far from Yi Xiaoxiao, Yi Tian was still lowering his presence, bringing Zhou Yuanfang with him as if he were too unusual and inconspicuous passers-by. In the front was Yi Xiaoxiao and their South City branches group, so Yi Tian followed with Zhou Yuanfang hanging behind. Daughters, naturally, have to be honed in order to become powerful sword cultivators, but being a father, it's still better to supervise in secret to ensure safety. Also, after walking out of the city, Yi Tian raised his head and looked towards the vague mountains in the distance. There are still the resources of my daughter's practice breathing down her neck. Got to kill. Chapter 40, the examination has begun. The scholars from the 4 major branches of the Willow Wind Academy's outer city walked on different official roads, rushing towards the distance. There were people on the outskirts of the city who knew about the news and ran over to watch the fun, looking at the group of schoolchildren with smiles on their faces. Even, some people came up to give food and drink. These cultivation of the students into the mountains to assess, that is to kill ferocious beasts. Are there people benefit? Although ferocious beasts were not as good as demons or monsters, they were more or less beasts that had absorbed the spiritual chi of heaven and earth and were stronger and more savage. There are so many ferocious beasts that some people have no way to enter the mountains and survive to eat off of them. There are also ferocious beasts that come out of the mountains to trample on the crops and steal them. In addition, some domestic animals, too, will be eaten by ferocious beasts. Not to mention that ferocious beasts can also hurt and harm people, and even eat them. These schoolchildren's assessment of going into the mountains to kill ferocious beasts would make their lives more stable, so naturally they welcomed it. The speed of the lecturers. Why are they getting faster and faster? Some of the scholars who were following behind suddenly opened their mouths. Many people's footsteps also gradually accelerated as they realized that the lecturer's figure seemed to be drifting away. Even that began to veer off toward the pipeline, toward the country lanes. Not quite right. Let's hurry. Yi Xiaoxiao frowned and said towards her side, Zhao Yingying. Zhao Yingying nodded. Indeed, Master Yuan isn't the type that would ignore the scholars. She and the other lecturers only cared about hurrying and didn't look to see if anyone had fallen behind. If Master Yuan wants to be fast, let's just follow closely. Yi Xiaoxiao's pace quickened and she trotted. Many of the scholars thought the same way as Yi Xiaoxiao, that they should keep up. There were also schoolchildren who thought differently from Yi Xiaoxiao. What's the point of chasing so fast? It's a waste of energy. Just follow the person in front of you. There's absolutely no need to rush like this. Everyone is arriving at about the same time anyway. A scholar looked at quite a few people to the left and right and spoke out. The crowd of scholars each thought differently. It's just that as the country roads get closer toward the mountains, the roads get harder to follow. Some of the scholars, under their breath, were still complaining, why are they suddenly turning in toward this kind of Thai road? It's so hard to walk. Good roads don't go to places like this. There's a wind? Some of the scholars turned their heads, but realized that the wind was only a slight gust. In fact, the wind was driven by Yi Tian walking past him. The broken road in the mouths of the scholars was as good as flat in Yi Tian's. Zhou Yuanfang followed beside Yi Tian, gently shaking his head. The examination has already begun. These silly kids, don't they even notice? It's also the young master's careful mind that finds the end early in the morning. Yi Tian was also satisfied with his daughter's performance. The lecturers are the leaders, so they naturally have to follow closely, especially if they suddenly speed up their pace. It's even more important to follow the team. This test is, after all, going into the mountains to kill ferocious beasts. How can you be lazy? While Yi Tian was talking to Zhou Yuanfang, some scholars had already begun to taste the bitter fruits. Some of the scholars who were slowly hurrying along noticed that the people in front of them were slowing down. When he got closer, he realized it was a group of people gathered there, looking somewhat bewilderedly to the left and right. Why don't you go? The scholar who was slowly following behind asked out loud. Just his voice, too, was a little panicked. It's gone. The person in front is gone. The words of the first person to stop were tinged with sobs. Not. The school children who followed over from behind were immediately anxious. Shouldn't you be following the people in front of you? I see you all following. I thought it was the right direction. The scholar in front of him hurriedly said. You're out of your mind. You're leading the way. Who taught you to rely on the people behind you to recognize direction? Watch your language. Why are you awesome here too? What did you say? There was a loud argument and they fought each other in turn. Such a scene was played out everywhere on the outskirts of this mountain forest. Many of the scholars followed slowly, only to realize that they were following the wrong person and the person in front of them was lost. Others were not fast or slow, but somehow didn't keep up and lost their way. The only ones who had not lost their way were the scholars who had been keeping up the same pace as the lecturer. And they realized that the situation was not quite as they had imagined. Not quite as they had imagined. The lecturers, who were leading the way in front of them, were getting faster and faster, making them run. Running through forested mountain passes is physically exhausting. However, Yi Xiaoxiao quickly stabilized the physical exertion by adjusting her breathing. In addition, the lecturer's route, too, was eccentric with a bit of a left detour and a bit of a right bend. Cootie! It's all obvious that something's not right. Yi Tian followed not far from his daughter's side, and it didn't take long for them to arrive at the location of this gathering. It was the bottom of a valley in the mountains, flat and wide, with a makeshift camp stationed there. Can see that there are not few people here who have waited in advance. On the higher ground outside the camp, there were viewing platforms on which sat the great figures of the present-day imperial dynasty of Jingtian. For example, Zhou Yuanfan's grandson, Zhou Xuanfu, was sitting over there. Among the several families in charge of the Willow Wind Academy, the strongest academy in the to heavenly imperial dynasty, there was the Zhou family. This joint examination is a big deal, and it is normal for Zhou Sun to be here. On top of that, there were two other families, the Jin family and the Jia family. It was also one of the families that founded the Willow Wind Academy. In addition to the three, there was another extremely important one in the Willow Wind School, to the royal Zhao family of the heavenly imperial dynasty. The royal family, too, came here. Below them sat the deans of the four major divisions this time. On top of that, the chief examiner of this joint examination of the four academies. On the other hand, it was the vice president of the Willow Wind Academy's main academy, Jean Right Wind. Vice Dean? Yi Tian listened to Zhou Yuanfang's words and didn't understand. Why not the dean? By all accounts, the four families behind the Willow Wind School had come to be high-powered people. The dean of this Willow Wind Academy's main academy should be present. As it turned out, it was this vice president who came instead. After Yi Tian finished speaking, Zhou Yuanfang had a slight embarrassment as he opened his mouth. Master, that dean of the general hospital is my. Yi Tian looked at Zhou Yuanfang. It was no wonder that Zhou Yuanfang was able to directly arrange for Yi Xiaoxiao to enter the General Academy if he was willing to do so in the first place. Feeling that the highest position in this Willow Wind Academy is this Yuan Wei. Although Yi Tian had followed his daughter not far away, he had arrived a step faster, to a position higher up on the ground. It was also at this time that schoolchildren began to arrive at the site. Yi Xiaoxiao also arrived, followed by Zhao Yingying. By the time they reached this valley, they saw what was around them. On top of that, they were able to see the high platform in the middle of the camp tent, where the vice president of the Willow Wind Academy's General Academy, Jean Right Wind, stood there with his hands behind his back. In front of him, there was this big incense burner with a big stick of incense that was slowly burning. Right now, the incense is half burned. Those who have not arrived after the incense has burned out will be stripped of their qualifications for the examination and expelled from the branches of the Willow Wind Academy. Jean Rightwind spoke of this place and looked around at the crowd. Congratulations to all of you for preserving your qualifications to continue practicing at the Willow Wind School. As the first arrivals following the lecturer, you will be entitled to live in the tent. Those who come after will have to sleep rough. Chapter 41, All You Know is Laziness? Jean Yuefeng's words caused the already arrived scholars to be incomparably surprised. Are they the only ones who get to stay in the tents? And the school children who arrive behind them have to sleep out in the open. If you don't arrive after the incense is burned out, you have to just remove it? Too strict. Those who arrived first can go rest in their tents. Jean Rightwind spoke again. At this time, Yi Xiaoxiao and the others moved to follow Yuan Qing to the tent of the 6th Academy of their South City branch. The camp tent was large and contained simple bedding and bedding. There are also some tables and chairs in the center to be able to rest and drink tea. They're much more comfortable conditions when you compare them that way. It's not bad for us to immediately notice that something is wrong. Zhao Yingying poured tea for herself. Yi Xiaoxiao looked at Yuan Qing. Master Yuan, is this all arranged by the joint examination? Her question caused the other scholars in the tent to look sideways. These students of her own in front of her were the ones who had passed the first hurdle, so she could naturally speak up. Yuan Qing answered, "There's no mistake. This first level was originally arranged in advance." Yi Xiaoxiao wondered, but Master Yuan's speed, it doesn't seem to be much faster. As long as one pays attention to keep up, it's easy. Master Yuan nodded. That's natural. After all, the test this time isn't about strength. It's about mindset. In addition to the assessment, we are also clearing out the ferocious beasts this time into the mountains for the benefit of the common people, for the sake of the entire human race. For something like this, if you can't even concentrate enough to be serious enough, it's a waste of resources even if you cultivate it. Those were Vice President Kim's exact words. Speaking of this place, Yuan Qing paused again and continued to illustrate. Of course, there are still opportunities. Before the test begins, during the lecture, we explain some of the details of operating in the mountains. If there is careful listening, one will find these traces and follow them to the test camp. If you are not even present when the incense is burned out, you are too lazy in your attitude to even listen to the lesson properly. Yuan Qing's words caused several people to nod lightly. After she finished speaking, there was movement from outside the tent. There were other scholars, one after another, arriving in the assessment camp. When they arrived, they didn't look too good and probably knew it wasn't going to be good. And those who arrived afterward were not even qualified to listen to Jean Rightwind's speech. It was only when the lecturer leading the group explained it to them that they knew exactly what was going on. First, each branch assembled and rushed into the range of the mountains, walking through the deep hills. The time was already close to dusk, and looking at this situation, I was afraid that the examination would not really begin until tomorrow. As a result, you can't even get a good night's rest in your tent. You have to sleep outside in the open. If you can't get a good rest, you will definitely be in a bad state when you actually start the test, and it will affect the results of the test. Look, that Lu Ruyan is also rushing over. Why didn't they just remove her? Zhao Yingying bumped Yi Xiaoxiao's shoulder and gestured towards the front. At this time, Yi Xiaoxiao also saw Lu Ruyan, who had rushed over. Beside her, there were some other students from the 6th Academy of their first academic year in the South City branch. All of them were lost around Yuan Qing and managed to find here with the help of their classroom learning. Yuan Qing had come out of the tent at this time and explained the situation to Lu Ruyan and the others. Hearing her words, the expressions of Ruyan Lu and her gang were clearly going to be ugly, especially Lu Ruyan, who couldn't help but look over in Yi Xiaoxiao's direction with jealousy in her eyes. Himself, he lost to her again. The other side can rest in the tent and sleep in soft bedding without worrying about the cold wind and foggy water at night. Instead, he had to be outside the tent himself, suffering through it all. See, she's quite unconvinced. Zhao Yingying hummed lightly. Yi Xiaoxiao withdrew her gaze from Lu Ruyan. Don't mind her, let's go to bed and rest. After saying that, Yi Xiaoxiao found a bed and prepared to sleep and rest. Zhao Yingying turned back to look at Yi Xiaoxiao, surprised to see her move. Sleeping so early? The other scholars, seeing Yi Xiaoxiao's actions, were also a bit surprised. The end of the first academic year's examination, coupled with Wu Lizong's matter, made them pay attention to Yi Xiaoxiao. It also saw how hard she worked, and hardly ever wasted a moment of her time. Either he was cultivating and practicing his sword or reading books. It's rare to see her behave in such a way that looks like laziness. Yi Xiaoxiao didn't intend to remind the crowd of anything, and they hadn't helped her much in the past when they had ignored and disliked her. Not interested in returning the favor myself. She didn't tell Zhao Yingying that she knew the character of her archenemy. As expected, Zhao Yingying had already followed Yi Xiaoxiao's example and laid down on the bed beside her. Despite having little sleepiness, he lay down honestly and rested. Want to compare who sleeps faster? Zhao Yingying twisted her head and said towards Yi Xiaoxiao, Yi Xiaoshu, go to sleep now. Outside the tent, Yuan Qing happened to look back at this time and saw Yi Xiaoshua's actions with Zhao Yingying. There was some surprise on his face, followed by a pleased smile, and he didn't say much. As expected of Yi Xiaoshu, she quickly sensed it. Yi Xiaoshu was really comfortable, arriving first to be able to rest in the tent. She's all huffing and puffing with Zhao Yingying right now. Hua Zhizhi was envious. She was careless enough not to follow the lecturer thoroughly, or to seek him out of her own accord. Lei Zhenghong, who was next to him, did the same. Yi Xiaoxiao is sleeping with Zhao Yingying? Lei Zhenghong frowned slightly at Hua Zhizhi's words. She doesn't practice her sword? Hua Zhizhi also reacted. Yi Xiaoxiao, this cultivation maniac, sleeping at this time of the day and not practicing her sword? Lei Zhenghong looked at the campfire in the middle of the camp. He seemed to understand something. Let's rest too. It's warmer over there. After saying that, Lei Zhenghong didn't care about Hua Zhizhi's reaction, so he directly found a comfortable and warm position, sat down with his knees crossed, and closed his eyes to rest his mind. Hua Zhizhi looked at Lei Zhenghong's movements and realized that he was soon sleepy and fishing there. At the end of the day, the other guy actually fell right back to sleep. It's dirty, Waziri muttered. She saw that in the tent, there were some haystacks, so she hugged a large handful of it, and looked for Lei Zhenghong to spread it out by the side, and sat on it. It was also more or less a pain in the ass to find a campsite to run through the mountains, plus there was the warmth and crackling of a campfire burning next to it. It made her, without realizing it, fall into a deep sleep. The students from the South City branch were the first to notice something strange. For some reason, there were quite a few students from the South City branch who just followed and rested, unlike the students from the other branches who were still gossiping or walking around the camp, especially the 6th Academy's scholars in the tent, who couldn't figure out Yi Xiaoshu and Zhao Yingying and followed them to sleep anyway. It was also this situation that began some words that spread in the mouths of the students of the North City branch, West City branch, and East City branch. Worthy of being a student of a cheating academy, sneaking around is a masterpiece. It's the little details like that that tell the story. Chapter 42, You've had enough sleep now, haven't you? The scholars from the other branches teasingly opened their mouths towards the scholars from the South City branch. Originally, among the 4 major branches, the South City branch had always been at the bottom. The matter of Vice Dean Wu Xianqing made them despise the South City branch even more. Even the South City branch was nicknamed the cheating branch now. Now that I've seen quite a few students from the South City branch, they are all sleeping and resting so early in the morning. Lazy, don't they ever discuss tactics? The test is tomorrow. Don't pay any attention to them, they're at the bottom of the pile themselves, and there aren't many spots, so it doesn't matter. Let's just hope these guys don't drag their feet when the test starts. The scholars from the other academies couldn't help but shake their heads. The undisguised murmurings of these other branch academy scholars around them could be heard clearly. Many of the students from the South City branch had somewhat ugly expressions and couldn't hang on to their faces. It's all because of that Yi Xiaoshan who started it, causing us to lose face in the South City branch. Lu Ruyan was indignant. She wanted to enter the tent and shout Yi Xiaoshan up to see what she really meant. Ruyan Lu, you cannot enter the tent. Her move was stopped by Yuan Chang. Lu Ruyan looked at Yuan Chang. Master Yuan, you're too biased in favor of Yi Xiaoshu. Haven't you heard what the people from the other branches are really saying about us? Yuan Chang spoke, but this is Dean Jin's rule. You are not allowed to enter the tent. Lu Ruyan looked at Yuan Chang, a little furious. It was also at this time that the incense had burned out. It means that the school children who come back later are going to be removed from the program. They could only go to the next best other schools to practice and learn. But everyone knows that in the Jingtian Imperial Dynasty, schoolhouse, only Willow wins schoolhouse with the others. The gap between them is not a star at all. After the incense was burned out, some school children began to rush over. When they found the campsite, they still had smiles of relief on their faces, but when they were about to move forward again, they found that they were stopped. You're eliminated. We'll send you back when there's a full house. The lecturer who stopped them spoke. The student who was stopped looked at the lecturer in front of him. Unbelievable, eliminated. Just kidding, aren't we there yet? The lecturer looked at the scholars. Not just eliminated. You will be removed from the academy. This is the order of Vice President Jean of the General Academy. A look of devastation appeared on the faces of each and every one of the late arriving schoolchildren outside the camp. Removed from the academy? They're going to be removed from the academy for just being late? Some were clamoring, others were sitting on their knees, but without exception, they all had great regret in their hearts. How nice would it be if it wasn't so unhurried? Such a scene was naturally all in Yi Tian and Zhou Yuanfang's eyes. Zhou Yuanfang gently shook his head. This is an examination. This is going into the mountains to hunt ferocious beasts. And even going into the mountains there is the possibility of bumping into weaker demonic elves. As a result, instead of staying focused on the road, they talk and laugh as if they were traveling. This brat, Jin Yuefeng has done the right thing in this matter. Back then, when Zhou Yuanfang was still young, he taught at the Willow Wind School, Golden Right Wind. He also taught Willow Wind Academy, the dean of the main academy. The thunderbolt was him, Zhou Yuanfang. However, nowadays, the one who was explicitly in charge of the operation of the Willow Wind Academy was actually the vice dean. Recently, after Jin Yuefeng assumed the role of vice dean, the entire Willow Wind Academy indeed had a new atmosphere. Of course, scum like Wu Xianqing is an exception. Yi Tian also withdrew his gaze from the group of eliminated people and looked towards the camp. I don't know if it was the noise or the gradual reaction of people. Some of the scholars are starting to catch a break. It's already dark. It's already too late to start resting at this time. Yi Tian slowly spoke. Zhou Yuanfang also snorted. There are still people who make fake efforts to cultivate at this time of the day, wasting their physical strength for nothing. If you don't practice early, if you don't practice late, who are you pretending to be at this time of the day? Yi Tian slightly raised his eyebrows and gestured to the viewing platform. Isn't this for them to see? Zhou Yuanfang looked over towards the viewing platform and frowned slightly. A joint examination of the 4 courtyards isn't worth their presence yet. Yi Tian carried his hands behind his back. This matter, Zhou Xuanfu mentioned it to me. They've discussed it within the general academy of their academy. And because of what happened to Wu Luoxiu, it makes them worry that there might be a demon scourge in the mountains this time for the joint examination, and that the elves and monsters might be in turmoil. So it was decided to come and sit in this place so that if anything happens, so that we can react in time. For this matter, Zhou Xuanfu couldn't make up his mind and came to ask my opinion on whether he should agree or not. He should be worried that there are people who collude with the demon race among this group. I got him to agree. Feel free to do so. Whatever the machinations, I'm here and can't make waves. Yi Tian's tone was very flat, as if he was talking about an indifferent matter. It was Zhou Yuanfang who was puzzled. When did this child come to say this? You were punished by me for practicing the sword at that time and didn't see him. Yi Tian couldn't help but sigh as he spoke about this place. Yuan where? The sword you practiced with is so ugly. Zhou Yuanfang's old face also blushed. Not quite so well. People away. At this time, a loud voice rang out from the valley camp. It was the vice president of the general hospital, Jin Right Wind, who, at some unknown time, was standing on the high platform. He spoke in the direction of the very mouth of the camp. Quite a few people were attracted to his shouts for attention. Yi Xiaoxiao, who was originally sleeping, also snapped her eyes open and lifted the quilt to get up with a flip. She took the sword from under the pillow and patted Zhao Yingying. Well, Zhao Yingying sat up, her expression still a bit dazed and confused, obviously a bit dazed from sleep. However, when she saw Yi Xiaoxiao get up, she also took out her peyote from under her pillow and rolled over to get out of bed. It's already dark? Yi Xiaoxiao gazed around and saw that in the tent, many of the 6th Academy students had followed their example and slept. She nodded softly as well, her own maximum goodwill, and that was about it. They can catch it and it's their own thing. Yi Xiaoxiao left the tent with Zhao Yingying, and the others in the 6th Academy's tent, sensing the commotion, followed out. Beside the campfire, Lei Zhenghong also got up and patted the dust on his body. He saw Hua Zhizhi tidying up the hay stained on her body, and her expression seemed a bit annoyed. I don't know if it's because it's annoying to get hay on you, or if you have a wake-up call. Yo, people from the South City branch, is this getting up after a full night's sleep? There were people from other branch campuses, flirting and teasing. That's true, look at them. They're sleeping comfortably. The bigwigs of the General Academy are all there, and as a result, one by one, they are sleeping soundly. Lazy and in a hurry for this moment? A student who had just finished practicing said while wiping his sweat. He also spoke extraordinarily loudly, as if how diligent and hard-working he was, and how lazy Yi Xiaoxiao and the others were. There were also scholars who snickered. Rotten mud, can't hold up the wall. They've been at the bottom of the pile. They've long since given up on themselves. Stay away. The people in our branch are being led astray, and there are those who follow suit and go to sleep and be lazy. Close to the vermilion, close to the ink. TSK TSK TSK. And the next moment, Jin Yuefeng's voice interrupted their discussion. Jin Right Wind's face was serious. The joint examination of the 4 courtyards will officially begin from now on. When the sun rises tomorrow, that's when the test ends. Chapter 43, How does she know everything? Jin Yuefeng's words caused many people's expressions to stiffen. Especially those scholars who had just been practicing and were sweating and exhausted from practicing were completely dumbfounded. The scholars who had originally laughed at Yi Xiaoxiao and their lazy sleepers were all completely confused one by one. Yi Xiaoshu, thank you so much. The student from the South City branch's 6th Academy couldn't help but open his mouth towards Yi Xiaoxiao. If she hadn't fallen asleep, they followed suit and got a good night's rest. Otherwise, one doesn't even know what to do when faced with this situation. They knew very well what it really meant to just follow a good night's sleep. Look at all the people who are practicing and sweating and obviously running out of energy. Compared to them, they have an advantage when they themselves and others are well rested. Lei Zhenghong came over at this time. Yi Shou, thanks to your inspiration, I've also gotten enough sleep. Hua Jiji also followed and came to Yi Xiaoxiu. Xiaoxiu, you reacted so quickly. They are all beneficiaries and are in the lead now that they are rested. Before Yi Xiaoxiu could say anything, Zhao Yingying next to her said, that's natural. After all, she was number 1 in the written exam in our first academic year. Lei Zhenghong nodded. Her strength is also number 1. Zhao Yingying waved her hand. Sooner or later, I will surpass her. Hua Jiji blinked. Just woke up and you're dreaming? This is called confidence. Zhao Yingying reached out and pointed at Hua Jiji. You have to keep enough faith so that you don't stagnate. Waziri. She kind of regretted striking up a conversation with this guy. It was so awkward, and everyone next to her was looking over. It was a good thing that a shout from not far away rescued her. Cheating. That was a student from the North City branch, who couldn't help but point and scream at Yi Xiaoxiu. She started sleeping and resting and recuperating as soon as she arrived, obviously knowing the arrangements ahead of time. South City branch. Is that how you like to cheat? This scholar's rebuke rang out and was echoed by many. Bunch of idiots. You guys hurry up and shut up. A North City branch scholar who had obviously just woken up yawned and interrupted them. That North City branch student who was interrupted had a somewhat ugly expression. What do you mean? The lectures before the examination should be the same for each branch academy, right? Lei Zhenghong spoke up for Yi Xiaoxiu. Could it be that you were sleeping during the lectures? On the side, Hua Jiji followed suit and spoke. During the lecturer mentioned that both ferocious beasts and demons like to come out by day and night. Since this test involves going into the mountains to kill ferocious beasts, it will definitely choose a time when ferocious beasts are active, which is at night. Many people's expressions stiffened, wanting to say something in defense, but the words were just stuck in their throats. There were other schoolchildren, with stony expressions and blank eyes, who seemed to be pondering, did the class teach these things? Even if it wasn't taught in class, it belongs to common knowledge that ferocious beasts are active at night, and demons and elves may be out, right? Some of the students who had enough sleep began to sneer at the people around them. Earlier this bunch of cuties, mocking them for being lazy, he was holding his tongue. Fear of accidentally speaking out of turn and giving these stupid competitors a good break. Now that the dust has settled, it's finally time to fight back. Look at the look on these guys' faces, like they've eaten. Ouch. Secretly, it was also considered to be a kind of default tacit understanding between the scholars who had just rested. To be reminded of something so simple deserves to be eliminated. Quite a few of the other branch academy scholars who were resting just now had looked over towards Yi Xiaoxiu's direction. Of all the people present, she reacted the fastest. And she was the protagonist of the recently rumored incident, the sword decapitation of Wu Lizong, who had taken tyrannical blood scatter. Need to focus. Yi Xiaoxiu didn't care about the gazes of the bystanders. She just looked in the direction of the deep mountains in front of her, surveying them carefully. After observing more or less, Yi Xiaoxiu chose a good direction and then dashed out. Zhao Yingying was also the first to react, her hand resting on the hilt of the knife at her waist as she moved to chase after them. Hey, chatting was forgotten. Lei Zhenghong also slapped his forehead and said towards Hua Jiji, strong combination. Follow them. Hua Jiji looked down towards her left and right and realized that everyone else was still indifferent, but she also subconsciously went after him. Isn't that a snatch and run? Or else we would say that our Shinya has quick reflexes. Zhao Yingying, who was in front of her, didn't even look back and said, Dean Jean has said that the examination has begun. There were still quite a few people frozen in place when Yi Xiaoxiu and the others rushed out. Why did they run away first? A scholar called out again. Jin Yuefeng retracted his admiring gaze from Yi Xiaoxiu's back and looked at this scholar. Did old me not make it clear enough just now? Jin Yuefeng's tone was clearly tinged with anger. It was also at this moment that the other scholars finally reacted. There were just a number of other schoolchildren who wondered inwardly as they ran out. What about the rules? What is the goal of this test? Is there even one? Many people were like headless flies, burrowing into the middle of the mountains. And this is the time to appreciate the gap between each other. The number of schoolchildren who had a good rest was about half that number, and they were fast. On the contrary, a number of students who hadn't rested well were obviously much slower and out of shape, especially the kind of students who were tired of practicing and could only walk slowly towards the front. There were some, however, who were in no hurry to enter the mountain. Instead, he called out to some acquaintances and went to the campfire. We'll rest in batches and move in the middle of the night. Already made a mistake once. Can't do it again. Save up your strength and move again in the middle of the night. There is no chance to turn the tide. Forcing their way into the mountains like they did with their tired bodies is only going to get worse. Instead, Jean Rightwind nodded in satisfaction at the actions of this group of scholars. Smart people. It's not about making mistakes. It's about finding ways to fix them. And unbeknownst to these schoolchildren resting in place, at the back of the camp, where they couldn't see, after their names, another score was added. That's right, this assessment is a comprehensive one, and their behavior is taken into account from the time they are taught before the formal start of the assessment. And now, the counting board for this joint examination of the 4 houses. The one who came in first place was none other than Yi Xiaoshu. In the mountains, Yi Xiaoxiao, who was already in first place, didn't know it. She looked to the 3 who had followed her around. What are you doing following me? There is strength in numbers. The situation in this mountain is unknown. It's better to act collectively. Zhao Engying said her thoughts. Lei Zhenghong also nodded. Not bad. We're improvising a team? Hua Zhizhi was just subconsciously following along. Yi Xiaoxiao thought for a moment. Not bad. The rules don't say that you can't form a group, and it's always been a good idea to go into the mountains in pairs. What rules? I didn't say anything about the rules of the test just now. Hua Zhizhi had a face outside the situation. What the hell is going on? Why do you look like you know everything? Yi Xiaoxiao? Chapter 44, Get out of the way. I'm going to start pretending. Yi Xiaoxiao pulled out a public opinion map from her bosom, which she had exchanged at the southern city branch. The paper used for the maps is specially made to be impervious to water and fire. There was a detailed description of the greenstone mountain range they were in above, but this description, too, is only in terms of topography, and what ferocious beasts are coiled up today is unknown. The ferocious beasts reproduced quickly, like weeds growing savagely. Yi Xiaoxiao spoke. These days of lectures are not simply telling us some experiences in the mountains. I'm afraid it's more about what we have to do in our examinations. Hearing her words, Zhao Engying didn't make much of a move. Knowing that Yi Xiaoshu had changed her opinion map, she made up her mind to use one with her. But to Zhao Engying's surprise, Lei Zhenghong and Hua Zhizhi both took out their opinion maps and made preparations as well. You two are ready too? Zhao Engying was a bit surprised. Hua Zhizhi said without a trace of anger. What are you kidding? The lecturer's lecture mentioned that a mountain walking team should prepare a public opinion map, medicinal powder for masking odor and clean water. Lei Zhenghong followed. Since this test is to enter the mountains to hunt ferocious beasts, naturally, we have to make the same preparations as the mountain walking team. It was only then that Yi Xiaoxiao was somewhat satisfied with the two, having some strength and brains. If they hadn't prepared anything, Yi Xiaoxiao would have simply left the two behind and acted with Zhao Engying. Grandpa Zhou had taught her that going into the mountains would only get you killed if you acted with stupid people. Yi Xiaoxiao continued to speak. The mountain walking team, to determine the changes in the mountain, record the current situation in the mountain, and clear out the ferocious beasts. Powerful mountain walking teams will also go into the deep mountains to hunt demons and clean up the elves and monsters. What we're going to do on this test should be similar to the mountain walking team. Yi Xiaoxiao looked at the public opinion map in her hand and said towards the 3 people around her. We need to explore the situation in the Qingshi mountain. Mark it, hunt the ferocious beasts we meet, and finally summarize the intelligence of the area where we are active. Speaking of this place, Yi Xiaoxiao's tone paused. It's fine if you want to move with me, but you have to listen to my command. Zhao Engying was surely fine with it, shouting archenemy with her mouth, but she knew what Yi Xiaoshu was capable of. Lei Zhenghong also agreed. Hua Zhizhi did have something to say. I also agree, but I want to make a suggestion. Yi Shinoa looked at her. What advice? Tell us a little bit about yourself, so that we can have an understanding of each other, and when we meet something, we can also cooperate. Hua Zhizhi finished speaking and drew her sword. The long sword in her hand was on the soft side, and with a gentle shake the blade was twisting. Hua Zhizhi was the first to speak. I am good at soft swords. Yesterday's test of force was 8 out of 5 spirits. Zhao Engying was a bit surprised. You were still 4 spirits with 8 last time, and you've raised 1 spirit in this month? The rewards from the last test should certainly be put to good use, and the flesh and blood stage itself will be a bit easier going forward. Hua Zhizhi shrugged. Next to him, Lei Zhenghong also spoke up. I agree with this suggestion. Saying that, he also lit up the small arms of his hands, which had small metal shields on them. I usually fight in close quarters with my arm shields, and nowadays it's 5 spirits with 9. Hua Zhizhi, beside her, jerked her head to look at Lei Zhenghong. How did you raise 1 spirit 2 at once? It's just elevated. Lei Zhenghong spread his hands. Afterwards, the two of them looked over towards Yi Xiaoxiao and Zhao Engying. These two in front of me, they were all the rage at the time of the test. 1 6 spirit has 3, 1 5 spirit. Now that a month has passed, how much have they improved? Yi Xiaoxiao was ready to say, and was hastily stopped by Zhao Engying. She has to speak first. You guys should know very well what I'm good at. Zhao Engying's voice was a bit low. But my sword, it's fast, as swift as electricity. My sword, too, is fierce and mighty as thunder. As for the test results, 9 spirits, originally, Lei Zhenghong and Hua Zhizhi, in listening to Zhao Yingying's words in front of them. Their toes had already stubbed up, but after hearing the last two words, his eyes glazed over. What? Hua Zhizhi couldn't help but scream. 9 spirits? Next to Lei Zhenghong was also dumbfounded. What the hell is the situation with this Zhao Yingying? Raise 4 spirits in a month? Doesn't that mean you can beat the boiled fascia? A few achievements. Not enough to mention. Zhao Yingying waved her hand with a breezy face. Next to her, Yi Shoshu looked at Zhao Yingying. After a month of spending time together, she already knew what the hell this first friend in her life was all about. Don't look at her outwardly breezy right now. In fact, internally, it's already aching to beat the king's fists like crazy. He stopped himself from speaking first, but he was still afraid that he would steal her thunder. Yi Xiaoxiao's description was obviously much more concise. 10 spirits. Rumble. 2 simple words, as if they were thunder from the ground, exploded in the ears of Lei Zhenghong and Hua Zhizhi. You're at the fascia stage? Lei Zhenghong couldn't help but ask. Yi Xiaoxiao shook her head. It's still in the flesh and blood stage, but I broke the limit. So, alright, you can stop talking. Hua Zhizhi waved her hand, stopping Yi Xiaoxiao's next words. There was no way she could take that kind of hit. There was a time when she thought she was the first among the female students of the South City branch. It's not enough that there's Zhao Yingying, but why is Yi Xiaoxiao so perverted too? Hey, sighing, Hua Zhizhi bowed her head towards Yi Xiaoxiao. I still ask Sister Yi to bring my little sister well. Ha? Yi Xiaoxiao was a bit overwhelmed. Aren't you older than me? Among cultivators, strength is honored. Lei Zhenghong followed suit and arched his hand. Boss Yi, accept my younger brother's obeisance. This decisive thigh-hugging move of the two gave Yi Shoshu a whole lot of hand-wringing. However, after this, the atmosphere between each other is obviously much more cordial. This 4-member squad then quickly followed the public opinion map and negotiated a direction before moving on. Only they didn't know that in this range, there were lecturers acting in the dark, following not far away. 10 spirits. This lecturer appeared at the place where Yi Xiaoxiao and the others had just stopped. Incredulous, he was shocked by what he had just heard. This kind of genius must pay attention to keep an eye on, cannot be damaged. And while this lecturer moved, he didn't realize that not far away Yi Tian was moving with Zhou Yuanfang. The two of them were walking above the treetops of the mountain forest and were able to look out at the surrounding situation in the distance. Despite the importance placed on this examination, there seems to be a few more people, right? Zhou Yuanfang looked around to the left and right and couldn't help but mutter. Yi Tian was unfamiliar with these things. After all, before his awakening, he was still nothing more than a mortal, an outsider. Master, even if one suspects that someone inside is colluding with the demon clan, it's enough to have an existence of the level of Guer and the others. What is the reason for having so many lecturers walking in the mountains and forests to watch over these scholars? This looking around, the lecturers secretly escorting the scholars only exceeds more than 30 people. Combined with the lecturers coming from the branch, and some of the reserve lecturers, it's at least over 100. Yi Tian heard Zhou Yuanfang's words and looked in the direction of the deep mountains. This is to eat people. Chapter 45, Sword Wolf General Bear Fox Scholar. To eat people? Zhou Yuanfang reacted. If one thought about it that way, it was only true. But is there such a strong demon race in this Greenstone Mountain? Zhou Yuanfang pondered for a moment. His grandson, Zhou Xuanfu, and others are here, and there are many strong people, together with so many lecturers. If that demon race really wants to make a move, are they sure they can eat it? Yi Tian didn't care about this, and only had his daughter Yi Xiaoxiao in his eyes. With himself present, no matter what arrangement these demon clans had, they couldn't turn over the waves. It would be better if a powerful demon race could appear. The better the cultivation materials prepared for his daughter, Yi Xiaoxiao, would then be. In the meantime, in the middle of the deep mountains, inside a valley, the wolf demon, dressed in a white shirt, was reading from a book, savoring it. The wine was still warmed beside it, and the glass was scarlet. That is, the drink was mixed with blood. Flutter! A bird of prey flew in from a distance and hopped onto the shoulder of a wolf demon wearing black soft armor lined in white. This wolf demon heard the birds twittering in his ears, understood, and trotted up. Ancestral grandfather, that human race has begun their examination. The fresh blood and meatballs have already entered the mountain. Wow! The sound of pages turning resounded, and the white-shirted wolf demon gently nodded. According to the rules, slowly release some unenlightened people out and let them kill for fun. Remember to control this a bit, and wait for midnight. That's the time to drum up a beastly onslaught. The armored wolf demon responded. Child understands. Afterwards, the armored wolf demon was the one who brought his men and walked to another valley. There were gates at the entrance to the valley, and some of the wolf demons were armed with swords, guarding the place. There were ferocious beasts in the valley, all of which were some gray wolves and black wolves, all of which were taller than ordinary wild wolves and quite a bit thicker. Father, the wolf demons guarding the valley shouted towards the armored wolf demon. Rush some out, the armored wolf demon voiced out. When his wolf pups obeyed, they carried their knives into the valley and picked out some thin, ferocious wolves and poked them with the tip of their knives, stimulating them to run out. When you drive out dozens of heads, close the gates and keep watching. If someone was here, they would definitely be amazed that the fierce wolves imprisoned in this valley were densely packed, at least thousands of them, black and crowded in this place. A pair of scarlet-green pupils flickered uncertainly in the night. Except here, a bird of prey waved its wings and went further into the deep mountains, arriving at a cave. This place was not as lively as the Wolf Demon Valley, and there were much fewer figures inside. The lights in the cavern reflected on top of the lanky figures, illuminating the blackness of their fur. An ordinary person seeing this scene would only be scared into fainting. In the cave was a group of tall black bears, all clad in black cloaks of armor that wrapped their white striped clothes inside. This gang of black bear demons were sitting there, rowing and drinking with gusto. The birds came in and twittered their summons. All almost forgot about the main event. Drinking is a mistake. Among these dozen black bear demons, the tallest black bear demon with a handful of white hair on top of his head patted his head. He opened his mouth and said towards a black bear demon next to him, "Old 8, let's catch the ferocious bears that we've been keeping and get a few to release them first." A black bear demon on the side nodded in agreement and got up and walked out of the cave to a nearby valley. The mouth of the valley was blocked, and a group of ferocious beasts, wild bears, were inside, shivering at the sight of the black bear demon appearing. The black bear demon jumped into the valley, and his mountain-like body made the gang of ferocious wild bears look petite in front of him. He lifted up a ferocious beast, a wild bear, and threw it towards the outside, and after throwing several heads in a row, he jumped out and went back to his cave to drink. The bird flew away again and flew some distance further into the deep mountains to a forest. There was a wooden house in the forest, and in front of the house sat a scholar making tea. It was just that this scholar was covered in fur and the wide tail behind him was wagging, clearly a fox demon. The fox demon scholar looked at the bird that jumped onto the tabletop, and after hearing the other party's message, he nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, not bad, the plan can come to fruition, so that Lord Mountain Master can not only recover from his injuries, but also rise again in the east. Speaking of this place, the fox demon scholar's eyes flashed a flash of green aura, and the originally honest birds broke away from the control and panicked to fly away. But the fox demon scholar took it in one hand, opened his mouth and swallowed it, licking his mouth as if he was reminiscing about the taste of the small snack. Good show, it's about to start. The fox demon scholar lifted his cup of tea, and thanks to the high ground, he was able to see the view in the distance. With the light of the moon, he was able to see the branches and leaves of the treetops on the mountains in the distance, swaying in the wind as if they were waves in the mountains. There were also ferocious beasts that were released and approached in the direction of the mountains. The Greenstone Mountain was very large, and although the number of scholars from the joint examination of the 4 academies this time was quite large, if they were thrown into the mountain, it was just like water entering the sea, disappearing into thin air. Hello, there was a grunt in the mountains. A large tree in the forest was hardened and broken by the figure that made the scream. This was a wild boar ferocious beast, much more massive than an ordinary wild boar, with black fur as hard as iron, and the blades of weapons draped over its body, shocking the tiger's mouth with raw pain. The boar ferocious beast chased after the person in front of it and crashed again. Dang! Accompanied by the sound of metal clashing, bursts of fire lit up Lei Jinghong's face. He was resisting the impact of this boar ferocious beast head-on, while Hua Jiji beside him took the opportunity to use her sword. The soft sword body twisted as if it were a snake, wrapping around Lei Jinghong's armor and moseying to stab at the boar's ferocious beast's eyes. Pus, blood spattered, and the boar ferocious beast grunted once again in pain. Obviously, it went even more berserk. Hiss! Lei Jinghong kept swinging his arms against the boar ferocious beast's turning kicks, making successive collision sounds, and he, too, kept sucking in cold air. Swish! On the side, Hua Jiji also took the opportunity to strike and stab the other eye of this boar ferocious beast once again. With both eyes blinded, the boar ferocious beast became even more frenzied, charging haphazardly. This don't wanna die stance made Lei Jinghong avoid it. It was also at this moment that a large black shadow flew from the side and smashed into the frenzied boar ferocious beast. Upon closer inspection, it was a dead boar ferocious beast. The frenzied boar ferocious beast was smashed over, so without waiting for it to get up, Yi Xiaoxiao's and Zhao Yingying's figures flew close. The two of them struck out at the same time. The sword light flashed with the blade, cutting the neck of this boar ferocious beast and slashing open its stomach. The smashed boar ferocious beast struggled for a few times, but in the end, there was no way to move. This thing is too fierce. Lei Jinghong spoke. As soon as I came up, I met such a fierce thing. Hua Jiji rubbed her wrist. You guys solved it too fast, didn't you? Just now, they met this male and female boar beasts. Immediately, it was decided that Ji Xiaoxiao would team up with Zhao Yingying and take care of the male end first. while Lei Zhenghong and Hua Zhizhi would deal with the female. As a result, they were barely able to cope with it, and before they could get any results, Yi Xiaoxiao and Zhao Yingying had already decapitated the male and came over to provide assistance. You guys take care of it, I'll mark the remarks. Yi Xiaoxiao unfolded the opinion map, took out a booklet, and took out a charcoal pencil to start recording. Chapter 46. What about you? Follow the lectures based on what the hill walking team needs to do. Yi Xiaoxiao needed to mark this place for any mistakes in the route, as well as the circumstances of this encounter with the boar ferocious beast and so on. While Zhao Yingying and the others dealt with the boar beast, they needed to take the tusks and the fur on their backs. It was not only a proof that they had hunted the ferocious beasts, it was also a good trophy. After disposing of the boar ferocious beast corpse and taking the trophies, they simply buried it with floating soil and then sprinkled it with medicinal powder to cover up the smell of blood. Once that was done, they continued deeper into the mountains. Earlier, according to the public opinion map, Yi Xiaoxiao and the others had already planned a route, and after walking this route, they could just go back to the camp to rest and recuperate for a while or two, then go ahead and start a new route. Yi Xiaoxiao and the others went through their routine and continued to walk the mountains and patrol, encountering different ferocious beasts in the process. There were ferocious dogs in the mountains and fields, and a giant snake was decapitated, just in time to walk a route back into the middle of the campground. It had been busy for so long, and a full 2 hours had passed. When Yi Xiaoxiao and the others briefly returned to the camp, they found that there were still quite a few schoolchildren here. There were those who still stayed here to rest and recuperate, waiting for midnight to pass before entering the mountain again. There were also those who had encountered ferocious beasts after entering the mountain and were unable to defeat them, and were injured and had no choice but to retreat back. There were even lost people who had somehow made it back into the camp after going around and around. That's why Yi Xiaoxiao and his group of 4 returned, attracting their attention, especially when they saw the loot they brought back. Their expressions changed. They've already hunted the ferocious beast, and it looks like there's more than one? Wait, they seem to be submitting something. It's not loot, it seems to be something recorded. What is this drink? What a familiar flavor. Rejuvenation soup. That's the 1,000 gold chamber of commerce's rejuvenation soup, which can quickly restore strength, relieve fatigue, and refresh the mind. A number of scholars exclaimed in shock and couldn't help but shout, and it was only at this time that a number of the schoolchildren realized what those particular tents were for. As for Yi Xiaoxiao and her party's side, after appraising the trophies and identifying the ferocious beasts they had hunted, they were given the opportunity to keep them temporarily, so that they could come and collect them when the examination was over. To make it a bit more convenient, you can sell it to the Willow Wind School for gold and silver. After resting well, Yi Xiaoxiao and the other 4 people in the group once again moved out. Looking at their backs, the lecturers, who were responsible for identifying the loot and judging the message from the mountain, nodded their heads in satisfaction. Who doesn't love a good learner? Lecturer, why did we submit our trophies and there was no rejuvenation soup? A scholar came up and expressed his inability to understand. They had also previously hunted and killed ferocious beasts and brought them back, only to be injured and unable to continue as a result. If you have a rejuvenating soup, you can also go into the mountains again after a good rest. Hearing their words, the lecturer's expression chilled. Others hunt the boar ferocious beasts. What are you guys hunting? Blade-clawed rabbit. The bladed claw rabbit is not difficult to deal with even though it moves swiftly. But what about you guys? Disorganizing yourselves. The injuries you sustained were caused by your own fall and rolling down the cliff. And you have the face to ask for springback soup? And what about walking the mountain to record it? Other people have taken this trip, and they've kept detailed records of the journey, and they've repaired the cabin in the woods along the way. You guys just brought back a couple of bladed clawed rabbits and you want to have springback soup? This lecturer said that this scholar who came to question was red in the face. In fact, the fact that they were able to hunt the blade claw rabbit in return was an achievement compared to some of the scholars who had been scurrying around in the mountains with nothing to show for it up to this point. But everything is about fear of comparison. Compared to Yi Xiaoxiao's group of 4, it was a bit far. The words of the lecturers were also carried throughout the camp for many of the scholars to hear. Those scholars who were still resting by the campfire also opened their eyes, their hearts enlightened. It was also very wise to stay and rest and not rush into the mountains. At least some lessons could be learned from Yi Xiaoxiao, and Yi Xiaoshu and the others, who were immensely appreciated by the lecturers, had already gone deeper into the mountains again and found a new path. Although there are signs on the road that someone has waded in, it's not unusual for them to re-enter the mountain and overlap with someone else. As Yi Xiaoxiao and the others walked, they suddenly realized that there seemed to be a familiar figure in front of them, crouching in that position. That's Lu Ruyan, right? Zhao Yingying looked at the distant back and couldn't help but say. Lei Zhenghong and Hua Zhizhi glanced at each other. Then how did Lu Ruyan squat in that position? It was also at this time that a mountain wind suddenly blew. Lu Ruyan, who was half squatting in front of her, suddenly got up and pulled out a jade bottle from her bosom, pulling out the cork and shaking it frantically. The medicinal powder in the bottle, along with the mountain wind, blew onto Yi Xiaoxiao and the others. Seeing the success, Ruyan Lu smiled. She had been searching for Yi Xiaoxiao's trail for half a day without searching for it. Later on the mountain path higher up in this area, he met Yi Xiaoxiao and the others. She was ready to chase after them, and when she realized that Yi Xiaoxiao was actually walking towards this way, and also realized that the mountain winds were blowing in the exact direction of the way they came, she waited here, waiting for the right moment. Yi Xiaoxiao and the others saw the situation and tried to avoid it, but the medicinal powder spread out against the wind and covered a large area, so it was impossible to avoid it. Bah! Spitting a few mouthfuls of spit, Zhao Yingying growled. Ruyan Lu, what have you done? It's just some fragrant powder that will attract ferocious beasts. I'm worried that you won't get good grades in the examination, so you should thank me for hunting more ferocious beasts. Lu Ruyan corked the bottle and put the jade bottle into her bosom, pulling the corner of her mouth to smile. Ruyan Lu's words made Zhao Yingying guess what it was. Fishy fragrance scatter. This thing is something that is only used when sweeping mountains. Often, it was used to attract ferocious beasts over when the imperial dynasty dispatched an army to clear the mountains and forests of ferocious beasts. They were tainted with this stuff, and the ferocious beasts would come over in a steady stream of smells in the Greenstone Mountain. Want to be safe? Just hide inside the camp. The lecturers will surely keep them safe. But what about the test in that case? Go back to the camp. Explain the situation to the lecturer and disqualify Ruyan Lu. Hua Zhizhi shouted angrily. Yi Xiaoxiao shook her head. It's useless. There was a lesson mentioned during the lecture that the ferocious beasts in the mountains are ferocious and the demons are terrifying. But the hearts of the people are treacherous. If we go back and talk about this, we will only get the evaluation of carelessness and lack of defense, and it will also be a minus point in the assessment. Zhao Yingying was furious and looked at the smug Lu Ruyan. Is it just going to be over? Swish! Yi Xiaoxiao suddenly erupted with terrifying speed and charged towards the Lu Ruyan with her sword. Lu Ruyan, who was originally still complacent, was startled when she saw Yi Xiaoxiao, who violently rushed towards her. She drew her own Zhanyun sword in some panic, but Yi Xiaoxiao had already taken the lead. Dang! Lu Ruyan's Zhanyun sword flew high before stabbing into the dirt next to her. Yi Xiaoxiao obediently slashed down with her sword. Frightening Lu Ruyan screamed and held her head, falling to the ground. Shinya! Zhao Yingying in the back was scared to death. This situation was different from Wu Lizong. If you kill it, the trouble is not light. But instead of cutting Lu Ruyan's throat, Yi Xiaoxiao's sword slashed open the other party's outer robe, causing the jade bottle to fall from his arms. The tip of the sword in Yi Xiaoxiao's hand was picked in a smooth manner, and the jade bottle was falling into her hand. After she took the jade bottle, she unplugged the bottle, and splashed the fishy fragrance toward Ruyan Lu, scattering it all over her body. Afterwards, she threw the jade bottle next to Ruyan Lu. Even if I attract ferocious beasts, I'll kill as many as come. I have the strength to do so. Yi Xiaoxiao looked at Lu Ruyan who was kneeling on the ground with a pale face. What about you? Chapter 47, Man's Work in Heaven's Watch. Yi Xiaoxiao was clear that rashly striking out and beheading Lu Ruyan at this stage would bring trouble to her father if she couldn't speak clearly. Then, what one can do is simple. Just give back what Ruyan Lu did to herself. Lu Ruyan, who had fallen to the ground, was also completely dumbfounded as she hastily reached out and patted herself all over. But it's a great pity that once the fishy scented powder was sprinkled on the body, the flavor stained it. No amount of shooting will help. It's also stupid enough. What kind of strength do you have? And you dare to come and harm us? Zhao Yingying was beside her and snorted out a laugh. To be honest, neither Ruyan Lu nor her father, Lu Chuan, had expected it. In just a month's time, Yi Xiaoxiao's strength would increase to an extremely terrifying level. She struck out steeply and so quickly that Ruyan Lu had no way to react, so she would be countered so easily. It was also at this moment that movement began to come from the distance, as if something was approaching at an extremely fast speed. The dense grass in the distance stirred, frightening Lu Ruyan to hastily get up and hide towards the back. Yi Xiaoxiao and the others were also immediately on guard, and when that grass parted, it was the other scholars who ran out. Looking at the standardized robes on them, they seemed to be students of the North City branch. When the students from the North City branch appeared and saw Yi Xiaoxiao and the others, they immediately opened their mouths and warned, "Run! A powerful beast has somehow appeared. It's not something that the students of our first academic year can fight against. Retreat first, and see if the high school year's scholars, if they can make it over to fix things." This rushed out North City branch scholar, quickly explaining the situation. Only just after the words were spoken, the sound of movement was heard coming from behind, and each one's expression changed. Damn it, this ferocious beast has already chased over. Swish! The black shadow suddenly scurried out of the shadows and attacked towards the scholar from that North City branch. The scholar rolled on a lazy donkey and managed to avoid it, but then he pulled his wound and bared his teeth. When these few students from the North City Branch Academy arrived under the moonlight, only then did Ji Xiaoxiao and the others see clearly that the robes on their bodies had been drenched in blood and had tear marks. Their injuries were not light. At the same time, they also saw clearly through the moonlight what kind of ferocious beasts were attacking them. It was giant wolves that were almost up to their shoulders, and there were 3 of them rushing out, 2 with gray fur and 1 with black. The giant wolf pounced and also realized that Ji Xiaoxiao and the others were outnumbered, and instead of acting rashly, it bared its teeth towards them, crystal saliva melting down its sharp teeth and dripping onto the ground. Ruyan Lu was the first to scream and continued towards the back to escape. Her sudden action seemed to stimulate these giant wolf ferocious beasts, causing them to move and pounce. It's useless to run, Lei Zhenghong shouted steeply at this time, and he also took the lead and rushed out, ready to fend off the giant wolf's onslaught. The sharp claws scraped against Lei Zhenghong's armor and sparks erupted. Hua Zhizhi on the side shook the soft sword in her hand and stabbed towards the giant wolf's eyes, just as she had done in the previous cooperative situation. It was just that this giant wolf's reaction was very fast, and with a head shift, it had dodged away. But it was also at this instant that Ji Xiaoxiu and Zhao Yingying struck out. The 2 of them simultaneously killed towards the giant wolf that Lei Zhenghong was fending off. Their swords and knives swept across the giant wolf's throat at the same time, and with a smooth force, they chopped off the wolf's head, and with unabated power, he continued to charge towards the other gray giant wolf beast. The remaining black giant wolf ferocious beast, on the other hand, caught up with Lu Ruyan, frightening her to the point that her face turned white. Ruyan Lu's sword was chopped out and out of her hand, and she was even more frightened when she looked at the giant black wolf in front of her. She also knew clearly that it must have been the smell of her own fishy fragrance that made this giant black wolf stare at her. Lu Ruyan was a bit at a loss for words, but when she suddenly saw Yi Xiaoxiao and Zhao Yingying not far away, she immediately had an idea in her heart. Let on, Scourge, they also have the smell of fishy fragrance scent on them. Just run over there yourself and let the black wolves go as well. After making up her mind, Lu Ruyan immediately turned around and rushed over in the direction of Yi Xiaoxiao and Zhao Yingying. Behind her, followed the black wolf. What are you doing? Are you crazy? Don't take the ferocious beast that way. Stupid. Sick in the head? Next to them, the North City Branch scholars who had already rushed over were in a state of shock and anger. When they saw Yi Xiaoxiao and the others actually decapitated a giant wolf so quickly, they knew that there was hope of staying alive. Seeing the black wolf chasing after Ruyan Lu again, they made up their minds to try to stall this black giant wolf ferocious beast first. When Yi Xiaoxiao and the others decapitated the gray wolf and sped back, they would be completely safe. As a result, this Lu Ruyan actually brought the black giant wolf over there. Isn't this adding to the chaos and harming Yi Xiaoxiao and the others? But Ruyan Lu didn't care about that. As long as she lived, she could still pick up her own Zhan Yun sword by running over there, and she could also victimize Yi Xiaoxiao. It was a double whammy. It was also at this time that Yi Xiaoxiao, who was fending off the gray-furred giant wolf in front of him, was suddenly dodging away. It was only because the giant wolf suddenly lunged forward, and Yi Xiaoxiao was unwilling to take the opponent's pounce head-on. But who could have imagined that Yi Xiaoxiao's concession exposed Lu Ruyan behind her, and Lu Ruyan happened to be running in Yi Xiaoxiao's direction. In this way, she would have to take that gray-furred giant wolf's pounce head-on, but she was unarmed and desperate to do harm, so where could she react? Pust! The pouncing giant wolf's sharp claws pierced through Lu Ruyan's chest and held her down on the ground, and even stomped on the opponent's ribs. Lu Ruyan spat blood out of her mouth and stared. What's going on? Why do you feel so weak? I'm blacking out. It's not right. The person who should be dead should be Yi Xiaoxian. Why are you the one who suffers? Father, it hurts. Lu Ruyan opened her mouth, and finally the light in her eyes faded. Harming people ends up harming you. Yi Xiaoxiao, on the other hand, retreated in a smooth manner, looking at the 2 giant wolves in front of her that were simultaneously pouncing towards her. Thumbs up. Yi Xiaoxiao pulled out Lu Ruyan's sword from the ground at her side, and with both swords in her hands, she simultaneously swung towards the front. Dang! Yi Xiaoxiao's arm trembled slightly. If it wasn't for the fact that her force had been elevated and broken through the limit, it would have been really hard to resist these 2 giant wolves. Die! The moment Yi Xiaoxiao blocked the 2 giant wolves, Zhao Yingying had already arrived at great speed, and the knife in her hand was quick, immediately decapitating the black giant wolf. And Yi Xiaoxiao also took advantage of the opportunity to strike, her 2 swords intersecting and chopping, finally skimming over the side of that gray giant wolf. The opponent's body was covered in blood, and in the end, he was out of breath and collapsed on the ground. So strong. The other North City Branch scholars then approached, their tones trembling. When they encountered this giant wolf beast, they were only able to barely fend it off. Wanting to kill it was simply a fool's errand, and the only thing they could do was to run for their lives. Is this the only combatant with a kill record in existence in their first school year? Chapter 48 Attack of the Demons. Lei Zhenghong flung his arms out and came over with Hua Zhizhi. This ferocious beast is so fierce. How could there be such a powerful ferocious beast in the area of our first academic year? This test is difficult. They know that. But even harder, it's a test, not a death sentence. On the side of the Willow Wind Academy's main courtyard. This problem, couldn't it be considered? This group of North City branch students shook their heads. It's unclear. This giant wolf suddenly rushed out. Earlier there was a rumor that giant bears had appeared elsewhere, so exaggerated that it seemed to have alarmed the lecturers into striking. That's right, we're surrounded by lecturers who are secretly guarding us, and they feel that the situation is not right. Hearing the words of this group of North City scholars, the crowd shook their eyebrows. Yi Xiaoxiao searched for a moment and spoke. You guys go back first. We were assassinated by her. Our bodies are stained with fishy fragrance scatter. It's dangerous to stay in this place. Speaking here, Yi Xiaoxiao paused and pointed at the dead Lu Ruyan. By the way, bring her back as well. There's no point in exposing her to the wilderness when she's dead. Self-inflicted. That North City branch student, looking at Lu Ruyan on the ground, also gently shook his head inside. They arched their hands toward Yi Xiaoxiao and the others. Be careful in all things. Subsequently, several people took off their outer robes and wrapped them around Ruyan Lu afterward, and together they carried them to quickly rush to the camp area. Only after they arrived inside the camp and put Lu Ruyan down did they realize with shock that quite a few scholars had already returned to the camp. One was carrying injuries and was not in very good condition. And, this group of students from the North City branch who just came back, looked at the open space inside the camp, and the ground was covered with a single white cloth, and their hands were slightly shaking. So many people died? Is this normal? Are you guys alright? By this time, their lecturer had rushed to them and asked with concern. The returning North City branch students saw the lecturer in front of them. Teacher, what's going on? The examination has been temporarily suspended. An additional situation has arisen. This lecturer from the North City branch explained the situation with a very ugly expression. In the deep mountains, the number of ferocious beasts began to gradually increase. And at first, everyone felt that there was nothing wrong. But as time passed, the number of ferocious beasts was increasing. And in the end, they were all over the mountains and everywhere. Toward the higher school year students deeper in the mountain, damage began to appear, causing the lecturer to strike. Things are starting to get worse and much tougher than expected. The North City branch's scholars looked at each other in dismay, not expecting the situation to become like this. At the same time, Yi Xiaoxiao and the others did not act recklessly, but retreated a bit towards the back. Still, there were ferocious beasts rushing out of the mountains with far more frequency than earlier when they had taken the first route. It was just that Yi Xiaoxiao and the others didn't notice that the blood of the ferocious beasts they had decapitated was seeping in towards the ground, emitting a unique fishy odor. This smell of blood, fused with the fishy aroma radiating from their bodies, drifted towards further away. Deep in the mountains, the fox demon scholar, who had already come out, smelled this. Smelling the flavor, the fox demon scholar's eyes widened. What a strong spiritual flavor. This must be the young genius of the human race called Yi Xiaoxiao. It is really something. Good stuff. Good medicine guide. If it's refined into a flesh and blood mandan and given to Lord Mountain Lord to swallow, not to mention healing the injuries, it's also able to enhance the bottom line. The fox demon scholar was ecstatic and continued to step towards the outside. Let's start implementing the plan. In his eyes, a green aura flickered slightly. There were birds in the forest that he had taken control of again and flew out ahead of him. In another cave in the deep mountains, the black bear demons who were drinking, received the message and walked out of the cave. The location of that valley, the white-shirted wolf demon was also aware of the news, and with the children who had sharpened their swords, they headed in the direction of the mountains. The group of demons were out in force and had their noses shrugged, sniffing and identifying the direction. After the ferocious beasts that had been released earlier died, their blood seeped into the ground, but the smell that emanated from it was staining the people's bodies. In this way, no matter where in the mountains this group of humanoids who had come to take the test had fled to, they would be found out by them. Put. Blood spattered. Yi Xiaoshu panted, while a huge giant bear beast in front of her collapsed to the ground with a loud thud. By her side, it wasn't just Zhao Yingying with Lei Zhenghong and Hua Zhizhi, there were also many other scholars scattered in different locations. If one looked closely, there were already quite a few dead ferocious beasts around. Go! Yi Xiaoxiao immediately shouted out. A group of schoolchildren on the side immediately was running wildly down the mountain road towards the camp. But not everyone left. There was still a group of scholars who stayed in this place, and they were clothed in robes not only from the South City branch, but also from the other three branches. One by one, their strengths were at the top of each branch courtyard, belonging to the level where they had the opportunity to be specially selected to enter the general courtyard. On their way back to the campsite, they saw Yi Xiaoxiao stationed at this place to hunt the ferocious beasts. At first it was all very confusing as to why Yi Xiaoxiu and the others didn't go back to the camp, until Yi Xiaoxiao and the others mentioned that their bodies had been sprinkled with fishy fragrance sent by Lu Ruyan. We're in this place, we can attract the surrounding ferocious beasts to come over, and if we can get one more ferocious beast to come, the pressure on the other first-year students will be lessened a bit. You can also take the opportunity to sharpen yourself and refine your skills in battle. 2 for the price of 1. Yi Xiaoxiao's words deeply moved the crowd, and they all volunteered to stay. As time went on, that's what the situation inexplicably became. The top students of the first academic year of the 4 major branch academies had formed a temporary and huge team with Yi Xiaoxiao as the centerpiece in this very place, fighting against the ferocious beasts that kept pouring in. Yi Xiaoxiao's ploy was also fine, and the survival rate of the scholars in her area had increased drastically, and Yi Tian, who was silently protecting her in the dark, was also looking at his daughter with a smile on his face, incomparably pleased. Your own precious daughter is just good enough. Zhou Yuanfang on the side was touched, rubbing his reddened eyes. Little master is really great. It's natural. Yi Tian proudly nodded his head while warning the other party. Don't wail in my ear and hold it in. Zhou Yuanfang pursed his lips and tilted his head slightly, trying to let the tears pour back. However, when he raised his head like this and looked towards a short distance away, his expression changed slightly. Master, look! In Zhou Yuanfang's eyes, dark clouds covered the sun in the distance, making the moonlight dim quite a bit. Yi Tian's gaze shifted over, just resting on his own daughter's body, while his hand gently shook behind his back, controlling the aura of heaven and earth to shock Yi Xiaoxiu through the air. In this way, it was even more able to help her improve her strength in battle. This disgusting smell, I can already smell it. Yi Tian slowly spoke. There's no rush. Xinyet is in a state now. It's the perfect time for cultivation. This constant stream of ferocious beasts is the best sword sharpening stone for her right now. Chapter 49, Night Fog in the Forest. Just as Yi Tian had said, the ferocious beasts that surfaced one after another were excellent sword sharpening stones for Yi Xiaoxiao. Unusually, Yi Xiaoxiao's cultivation was indeed very hard and effective, but it's not that simple to integrate the unusual exercises and perform them freely. At the very beginning, although Yi Xiaoxiao was able to kill the ferocious beasts more easily than her fellow scholars, that was because her strength crushed those in the same realm, directly surpassing the limit. A force of 10, but it's too physically demanding to keep brute forcing it like that. And in the midst of the successive killings, Yi Xiaoxiao herself gradually discovered the problem. With the help of constant killing with the ferocious beasts in close quarters, Yi Xiaoxiao began to gradually change her fighting style. Some of the dangerous features of the ferocious beasts mentioned in the lectures before the examination kept surfacing in his mind, as well as scrutinizing the characteristics of these ferocious beasts after fighting them in person. Yi Xiaoxiao's sword was becoming more and more sharp and simple. It was no longer a step-by-step execution of the sword technique to cut down the ferocious beasts with absolute force and speed. Gradually, he moved towards blocking the ferocious beast's attack with his sword to unload his strength, and borrowed the strength of the other party's attack to counterattack. Looking like this from the side, it gave the impression as if the ferocious beast had taken the initiative to send it to Yi Xiaoxiao's sword for her to wipe her neck. And with the constant fighting, Yi Xiaoxiao felt herself rolling. Her original strength was getting smaller and smaller, but she would squeeze out some deep inside her body. Yi Xiaoxiao didn't know that during her constant killing, Yi Tian was right there beating up her body for her. Yi Tian's 10 fingers gently made some movements, and the aura between heaven and earth was unconsciously lured over by him, shaking his daughter's body. Zhou Yuanfang looked at this scene from the side and was a bit surprised. Master, what are you? Yi Tian spoke. Xin has been taking the body-containing soup and soaking in the medicinal bath for a while now, and with the intensity of the unusual cultivation, it's not enough for her to completely refine it. For daily cultivation, one can only digest 70%, and that spirit source room aura is infused into the jade tablet, which nourishes the body daily, and then digests another 10%. This last 20%, accumulated in her body, if left untreated for a long time, becomes dregs in poison. And now this high-intensity battle is just the right time to stimulate her potential to digest this last medicinal power, complemented by my techniques. Sure, Noah was able to fight like this without exhausting herself. Zhou Yuanfang observed carefully there and realized that the little master was indeed getting stronger and stronger. And it wasn't just his battle experience that was improving. I'm afraid that the little master herself didn't even realize that the limit of her force was getting bigger and the speed of her sword swinging was getting faster and faster. Xinya! At this time, there was a shout, and it was Yuan Chang who had arrived. She and the other lecturers came over in droves, and when they arrived at this place, they were shocked when they looked at the corpses of ferocious beasts all around them. These kids, they actually killed so many ferocious beasts, especially beside Yi Xiaoxiao. The corpses of the ferocious beasts were about to be piled up, and the blood flowed into a river. Quickly, go back to the camp first. Yuan Qing came to the side of Yi Xiaoxiao and the others. The examination has been suspended. The lecturers who were patrolling in front of us passed the news back that a demon race had appeared. This is no longer something you can handle. All of you come back with us first. Yuan Chang, along with the other lecturers, opened their mouths towards this group of top students. You've done a good job. All of you, get back to camp. Go, all follow. Yi Xiaoxiao and the others also looked at each other when they heard the lecturer's words and moved honestly. The test is suspended and the demons are attacking? Looking at the incredibly grim expressions on the lecturers' faces, it looked like things had gotten out of hand. A group of scholars followed the lecturers and rushed over in the direction of the camp. On the way back, Yi Xiaoxiao looked back and saw that a lecturer had stayed in place to fend off the ferocious beasts that were coming over. And these incessant ferocious beasts were directly and easily disposed of in front of this group of lecturers. In comparison, one is still a bit too young. Yi Xiaoxiao's eyes were even more determined. She was still weak and could only follow the lecturer to escape first to save her life. One day, she would definitely be able to set the mountain with her sword, and she would not need to vanish to save her life. After they returned to the middle of the camp, they found that there were already many schoolchildren returning. By contrast, most are first and second year students, with higher year students yet to return. Their test site was going to be even deeper, going further into the mountains. Let them withdraw first. Jin Yuefeng stood on that high platform and spoke. The lecturers of each academy and each branch academy will first bring back the students who have already returned. Get moving. Hearing Jin Yuefeng's words, the lecturers immediately took action. Yuan Qing gathered the current scholars of her 6th academy and looked at the crowd with a grave expression. All follow me closely. Do you hear me? She then just set off with the crowd. It was only when they left the area of the camp that they realized that the forest, without realizing it, had picked up a night fog. The mist also had a faint odor of blood, and when they had gone some distance and the moonlight was bright, they were horrified to find that the night mist was dark red. The bizarre situation made Yuan Qing involuntarily speed up her steps and jogged with the crowd of students behind her. After running for a while, the view ahead opened up. What are you doing? Aren't you hurrying to retreat? Jean Rightwind's chiding voice came. Just as he had finished shouting, he realized that another lecturer had rushed back from the distance with his scholars. For a while, the camp began to get noisy. What's going on? Didn't we run outside? Why are we back? It's not a ghost? Could it have just gotten foggy and lost its way? Try walking again? Just at this time, Yuan Qing stopped Yi Xiaoxiao and the others from following. You guys stay in the camp first. I'll go out and walk alone. Yi Xiaoxiao hurriedly took out her own opinion map and handed it to Yuan Chang. Master Yuan, take it and watch the road. Yuan Qing took the opinion map, stroked Yi Xiaoxiao's head, and rushed towards the outside of the camp. The other lecturers also reacted, and all urged the scholars to stay in the camp for now, and they went out together to see if they could find a way out. Without the scholars following them, Yuan Qing and the other lecturers moved much faster, and it didn't take long to drive around outside and then back into the campground. More than that, they tried to leave in different directions, going round and round, always coming back to this place, watching the lecturers keep going out and coming back. The expressions of the academics in the camp, one by one, grew progressively ugly. Some of the weaker ones even burst into tears. Father, Yi Xiaoxiao involuntarily gripped the hilt of her sword tightly, and there was also a hint of panic. She's not afraid to die, but I'm afraid that if I die, my father will be so sad. Just as she was panicking, she seemed to feel a large, familiar hand caressing the top of her head. Chapter 50, Is this the master's strength? Yi Xiaoxiao hurriedly turned back, but did not find her father's figure. Come to think of it, it was also true that how could Yi Tian appear in this place? However, the trace of panic in her heart also inexplicably disappeared, and she only felt very stable. Maybe it's an illusion created by missing daddy too much. Yi Xiaoxiao let out a long breath, sat down on her knees in place, and began to recover her strength. The situation at hand, his own meager strength might not come in handy, but while it's still safe, make sure you get your strength back. Even if you're running for your life, you have to have the strength to do it. Seeing Yi Xiaoxiao sit down to recover her strength, Zhao Yingying immediately followed suit. As for Lei Zhenghong and Hua Zhizhi, they also followed the same pattern. Thinking about it carefully, it was also true that since there was a mist outside that made them disoriented and unable to leave, they would first recover their strength. With Yi Xiaoxiao opening her mouth, the top students of the first academic year from the other branches followed suit and sat down. Fighting side by side together earlier had already allowed them to fully recognize the strongest sword cultivator of the first academic year of the South City branch. Then what she did, naturally followed and did as she was told. It was not known whether it was an illusion or not. Yi Xiaoxiao felt as if she had returned home and was very comfortable. The sensation of sitting in meditation and invoking the aura of heaven and earth felt very similar to being at home. Could this be due to my physique? Yi Xiaoxiao pondered for a while and didn't figure it out. so she simply didn't think about it and recovered at ease. And little did she know that what had just happened was not an illusion. Yi Tian used his aura to turn into an invisible hand, gently caressing the top of Yi Xiaoxiao's head to stabilize his daughter's mind. It was even controlling the heaven and earth aura to envelop around her, helping her recover faster and nourish her body. After all, ending the killing just now was equivalent to ending the cultivation. This immediate phase of recovery is crucial. The fog is even bigger. Zhou Yuanfang stayed by Yi Tian's side and peered towards the surroundings. The two were halfway up a hill not far from where this camp was located, and were able to see a large swath of the surrounding forest. The dark red fog filled the surroundings, getting thicker and thicker. Someone started to realize something was wrong, and Jean Rightwind even moved to look for a way out himself, still scrambling around, and finally returned inside the camp. Zhou Sunluo also got up, and with the Jean family members, Jia family members, and the Zhao family's royal family around him, they all searched for the path, but they were still as clueless as flies. Everyone's expression was very ugly, but of course Zhou Xuanxue was pretending. If I didn't know that grandfather and master were both there, I'm afraid that something really bad would have happened. Zhou Xuanrui was anxious and panicked on the surface, but inwardly he was very calm. At the same time, Zhou Xuanfu couldn't help but move closer to Yi Xiaoxiao, because usually Zhou Xuanjie came to avoid it. Yi Xiaoshu couldn't recognize the other party. It was just that when she opened her eyes and looked at Zhou Xianyue who was wandering around by her side, she felt very familiar. It feels like he looks like Grandpa Chao, but soon she shook her head again. He was a big shot come to that. Zhao Engying had even told herself about his identity. How can such a person be like Grandpa Zhou? Gotta say Grandpa Chao looks like him. It was a good thing that Zhou Xuanfu couldn't hear the heart. If he knew that Yi Xiaoxiao was thinking this way, he was only afraid that he would have to kneel down to this little ancestor on the spot. There were constantly a number of scholars and lecturers, who were returning from a distance. As they retired from the deep mountains, some of the lecturers had serious injuries on their bodies, and their expressions were filled with panic. Demons. There are a lot of demons, quite a few in the second realm of the refined Qi realm, and there are also demonic powerhouses in the third realm of the manifested spirit realm. It's not just a third realm manifestation realm demon race. The corners of the eyes of one of the older grand lecturers bled, and the blood seeping through his ears dried up. It is suspected that there is a fourth realm spirit spring realm demon race. Fourth realm. Upon hearing this news, everyone's faces changed drastically. Zhou Sunluo was all a bit unsettled, his hands shaking slightly. The strongest ones present were the few of them, but they were only in the third realm. If there really was a fourth realm demonic powerhouse, the normal situation would definitely be deplanted in this place. This is really out of the way. Zhou Xuanfu's face was white and his forehead was sweating. Acted. Of course. As he acted, he looked around to the left and right, trying to see how the group around him was bearing their performance, to see if there was any sign of what was going on. But the rest of them were just as miserable and ugly as himself. The fourth realm. Zhou Yuanfang's expression in the distance also stared. He was in this realm. If it was a demon race at this level that had come out, then what they were trying to do was not small. Zhou Yuanfang remembered his master's words, to eat people. It's not just the young students. It's not just the lecturers. This gang of demons is trying to swallow everyone present. Zhou Yuanfang took a deep breath and looked around. That's why this bizarre mist was used to block off this place. A formation was used, or a blood formation. Yi Tian spoke again. It looks like it was secretly staked in the ground. Besides that Lu Ruyan, there are other people who splashed the fishy fragrance powder to lure the ferocious beasts to come. The ferocious beasts were decapitated and their blood soaked into the soil, triggering the dark stakes, and the blood formation was galvanized, trapping the people of this realm and preventing them from getting out. Even if they get out by chance, they're still stained with the smell and won't get far. Speaking of this place, Yi Tian turned around and walked to a large tree behind him. He reached out his hand and flicked it, and the tree was cut off, its branches and leaves falling off. Snap! Yi Tian gently slapped his palm out, and the tree trunk crumbled apart, transforming into a wooden stake. He used his finger as a pen and after writing on it, he let the stake fall to the ground. Yi Tian then made a total of 7 stakes as he did. See these 7 directions around the campground? Yi Tian pointed out of thin air. On the side, Yuanfang looked down and nodded. Yi Tian commanded, go and nail these stakes to the ground. Zhou Yuanfang didn't ask why, so he held the stake and moved. What realm he was in? He worked very fast, and it didn't take long to nail the stakes. Strangely enough, after Zhou Yuanfang nailed the stake to the ground, some of the scholars came late with the lecturer Can and returned to the camp with their injuries, passing by but acting as if they hadn't seen it. Master's means, divine. Zhou Yuanfang sighed so, and his figure disappeared into the fog, returning to Yi Tian's side. When Zhou Yuanfang returned, the light in Yi Tian's eyes flickered, and the grinding of the creation reincarnation disc in his body suddenly stopped. Bang! an invisible pressure suddenly surfaced, causing Zhou Yuanfang to be directly pressed down to his knees. But the pressure came and went quickly. The light in Yi Tian's eyes dissipated, and the creation reincarnation disc inside his body continued to start grinding. At this time, Zhou Yuanfang was as relieved as if he was relieved, getting up and breathing heavily as he looked at Yi Tian in shock. What just happened? Just the aura that permeated Yi Tian's body made him feel as if he was almost going to die. Is this the true strength of the master? Chapter 51 Zhao Yingying's Black History. When he came back to his senses, Zhou Yuanfang raised his head and found that Yi Tian's body seemed to be cracked, yet no blood had seeped through. It's just cracked and healing. Master, what are you? Zhou Yuanfang was shocked and hurriedly got up. Only his legs were still a bit soft. Yi Tian shook his head. Minor problem. Rather, you don't have a problem. Even though I tried my best to suppress it, I'm still affected around me. Hearing Yi Tian's words, Zhou Yuanfang looked over towards the left and right of the surroundings, his pupils contracting slightly. At some point, some of the trees close to this range had withered. Don't worry, master. It's just chest tightness and shortness of breath. I'll be fine after a while. Zhou Yuanfang explained the situation. Yi Tian nodded his head gently. The formation has been activated by me through the air, and I have sent a voice message to Zhou Sunluo, explaining some things to him. Activate the formation through the air? Account for things? At this time, Zhou Yuanfang also noticed that his grandson, Zhou Xuanfu, seemed to have a change of color, but he was even more surprised that his master's methods were becoming more and more mysterious and unspeakable. Well, Yi Tian also looked down at his palm. His entire hand was cracked and was slowly recovering. It looks like we can't mess around in the future, Yi Tian thought. After all, it's a retracing of the steps from whence he came, and this body is remodeled for a new life. Just now, when the creation reincarnation disc stopped grinding, a sliver of his own strength leaked out, allowing him to briefly possess a more powerful force. However, it was just a split second, allowing him to complete the activation of the formation from across the air and consciously transmitting his voice to Zhou Sunluo. It was also fortunate that in the reincarnation disc of creation, there were layers of seals, and what leaked out was just a trace of power from the outermost layer. The reincarnation disc of creation within his body resumed its operation, grinding everything from Yi Tian's past, allowing the brokenness of his body to recover in a very short period of time. Zhou Yuanfang also just watched as the broken locations on Yi Tian's body recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye, his mind going a little blank. Master, just how strong is it? And I don't know if it was an illusion or not, but Zhou Yuanfang felt that the Yi Tian in front of him was not quite the same as the one he used to remember. Don't think too much. Cultivate well and you will gradually know the truth. Yi Tian suddenly opened his mouth as he looked at Zhou Yuanfang. It's still the same thing. The karma is too great. You're too weak to bear it. Yi Tian's sudden opening of his mouth and words were like a heavy hammer that hit the bronze bell. The sound of a bell chiming suddenly settled his heart. In camp, old Chow, are you okay? A trembling voice came from the side. It was only then that Zhou Xuanrui slowed down and looked towards the person who made a sound next to him. The other party was none other than a member of the Zhao family's royal family who had come this time. The royal brother of His Majesty's current majesty of the Jingtian imperial dynasty, the 8th Prince Zhao Yiwu. Zhao Yizi was sitting in the Willow Wind schoolhouse on behalf of the imperial family of the Jingtian imperial dynasty, and on top of that, he was also the patriarchal order of the patriarchal house of the current imperial family. Moreover, he was also the strongest person in this generation of the royal family. If we talk about battle power, he could beat his own royal brother who was the emperor without knowing the north and south. But when it comes to governing the court and taking charge of the entire imperial dynasty, it is far inferior to his own emperor royal brother. To the royal children of the celestial imperial dynasty, all of them are very good, nothing broken. Zhao Yi likes to make friends, and Zhou Sunluo is on good terms with him. He then used to know from this close friend that there was an old ancestor in their royal family to keep them in check, and no one dared to mess around. How many royal children, who had made mistakes, had been killed by that old ancestor himself? Therefore, when Zhao Yaoyao was concerned about Zhou Sunluo, his tone was trembling, as if he was afraid of something. Ah, I'm fine. Zhou Sunlate regained his composure. He had just frozen his mind, but also the Master Yi Tian voice appeared in his mind. His heart was surprised yet. However, he realized that something wasn't right with Zhao Yiwei. You're afraid of the demon race? That's not like your character. Who's afraid of the demon clan? It's just that after such a big incident, I'm afraid of the old ancestor's chastisement. Zhao Yiqing rubbed his face as if trying to relax his emotions. I can only think of a way to fight to the death and try to get people back. Zhou Xuanrui looked at Zhao Yiwu like this and said in amusement, Your Highness, is it that scary? You don't understand. Zhao Ichio shook his head. Do your best. The least you can do is to die in battle here. At least the plaque will go up a bit in position. If I dare to run away, old ancestor will definitely beat me to death. Speaking of this place, Zhao Wei was walking towards the side. Zhou Xuanrui followed him and narrowed his eyes slightly when he saw that he actually went over in the direction of his little master. But soon he was also enlightened, as he saw Zhao Yingying beside Yi Xiaoxiao. Zhao Yingying looked at Zhao Yiwang who walked in front of her and had a dark face. My daughter, Yi Yingying, meet the 8th prince. The corners of Zhao Yi's mouth twitched. Yi Yingying? Zhao Yingying, what are you up to? Mother left early, and father was heartless. Zhao Yingying spread her hands. I found a new father. Yi Shoshu was surprised. Ha, Zhou Easy. The 8th prince was silent, just rolling up his sleeves. Next to him, Zhou Sunluo hurriedly stopped. Brother Zhao, Prince Xiao, calm down. It's not good to hit a child in public. You guys are still royalty and want faces. Zhao Yu was furious. You don't stop me. This dead girl is getting more and more excessive. Saying that his father has no conscience. Pulling you so big to say who is it? Looking for a new father are out. Zhao Yingying justified. You're a clan order. What clan task is bad for me? Give me a self-reliance. You asked for it. Zhao Yi was furious to the point of anger. What else would it be? Honoring the old man's task of you shaving your head with a battle knife and saying that the razor isn't as sharp as your thunder rapid blade. Letting you go to sympathize with the people is even better nah. Zhao Yi clapped his hands and screamed bitterly towards the side Zhou Xuanxue. Guess what she did when she took the palace's forbidden guards experts and went to Shuiyun City? Zhou Sunluo thought for a moment, and something came to his mind. Water Cloud City was a bit chaotic and not good for business, but instead, it's been peaceful lately. The reason is simple. Thunder Gang? Zhou Sunluo subconsciously opened his mouth. That's right. Zhao Ichio slapped his thigh. This dead girl has set up a gang there. It's very powerful nah. It's unifying the rivers and lakes of Shuiyun City. Yi Xiaoxiao was even more surprised, looking towards Zhao Yingying and asking in a low voice. You've even done this? Aha! Zhao Yingying held her head high and proud. Seeing this, Zhao Ichio was furious. You're still proud of it? Zhou Sunluo hurriedly hugged Zhao Yuchang. Alright. Isn't that Thunder Gang quite good? Purging the harsh environment of Shuiyun City is also a wonderful thing. Ha! Zhao Yi looked at Zhou Xuanju. How old is she? This kind of clan mission she is piggybacking on. This time there is also her royal brother and sister in the royal family who are going. She's good at it, only as a master. And guess who the vice president is? The Rapunzel. Guess again gang leader? Ha! Prince. Zhou Xuanju covered his face. Yi Xiaoxiao was startled and looked at Zhao Yingying. Really? Zhao Yingying squinted her eyes and nuzzled her mouth in intoxication. Aha! Chapter 52, The Great Demon. In fact, the matter in Water Cloud City was resolved beautifully, and things like the Thunder Gang, which were not on the stage, sometimes worked very well. It's just that it's a bit unorthodox for the crown prince to do this kind of thing with the princess. The two of you know it in your own hearts. It can't be helped. Who let them just spoil this little sister? In the end, the father and daughter are still chicken asterisk. How could Zhao Yingying escape Zhao Yi's clutches? And she was yanked back as soon as she could. Only, the slap that he had expected to fall high in the air landed gently on top of his head. When Zhao Yingying looked up, she realized that her father had already half squatted down and put a jade medal around her neck. If father doesn't survive, don't be so reckless in the future. Zhao Yao haphazardly rubbed his daughter's hair in a messy manner. By the time Zhao Yingying came back to her senses, Zhao Yingying had already turned around and left after Zhou Sunluo. Zhao Yingying stood still and didn't say anything. Only the hand on the hilt of the knife was clenched and her fingertips were white. Just at this time, Yi Xiaoxiao took Zhao Yingying by the shoulders and didn't say anything. It was the people around them who were surprised, not thinking that Zhao Yingying's father was actually the famous 8th prince. That's awesome news. And up ahead, the crowd had gathered. Go out? Jin Yuefang looked toward Zhou Sunluo and frowned. Zhou Sunlake nodded his head and looked at the few people around him. We can't wait for the demons to get close to the camp. Once they kill each other in this place, it might spread to the scholars. Instead of that, why don't we take the initiative and maybe there's a chance of survival? Several people still hesitated and couldn't make up their minds about Zhou Xuanlu's proposal. I think it's feasible. Jia Ting, the visitor from the Jia clan, agreed with this statement. The demon race is coming to attack. It's clear that they want to eat us. We're considered characters in the Jingtian imperial dynasty. How is it like to shrink in this place? Not to mention that when we go out, the land is vast, making it even more convenient for us to strike. After Jia Ting opened his mouth, the crowd felt that this was the case after careful consideration. After a few more deliberations, they decided to take the initiative. Since the demon race was going to make a move against them, they had to be made to know what pain was. These arrangements were then passed on to the other people coming from the academy. The forbidden guards that had followed Zhao Yenyuan over would stay in the middle of the camp to protect the safety of the scholars. On top of that, new lecturers like Yuan Cheng, who were weak with little experience, would also stay. By this time, the demonic aura in the distance was already very dense, and there was absolutely no need for special probing to know where the demon race was. After the decision was made, the crowd moved quickly. The scholars in the camp were watching the lecturers leave. Their hands were involuntarily clenched, and their hearts were secretly praying. Zhao Yingying's gaze was only the back of Zhao Yiwu in front of her, staring at the other party as they left, their figures disappearing into the blood-colored fog, her heart tightening. Not far from the mountain, Yi Tian greeted Zhou Yuanfang at his side. "Let's go. We can move." Zhou Yuanfang hurriedly agreed and followed him closer to the front. The forest, covered by the color of blood, was easy to get lost in though, and the circle would lead back to the camp. However, the lecturers were also able to ascertain that they would not be lost as long as they were heading in the direction of the deep mountains instead. It was estimated that this means was set up by the demon race in order to prevent them from escaping. If you take the initiative to go forward, as you are doing now, it won't take effect instead. This demon race, is it so confident that it thinks it can take us down? Some lecturers were unconvinced in their hearts. It was also at this instant that there was a sudden flash of a blade in front of him. The lecturer's chilly hairs stood on end, and he hastily retreated away. The slashing blade came and stood right where he had been standing. Madaka! This lecturer also pulled out his own saber, and the aura in his body surged to increase itself. Immediately following, a demon race rushed out from that blood-colored mist. When the other party was completely exposed, he realized that it was a wolf demon and slashed over with his sword. The lecturer hurriedly raised his sword to block, only to realize that although the force of this wolf demon's sword was not strong, the sword was fast. And, swordsmanship? The lecturer exclaimed out, somewhat surprised. The demons he had come into contact with in the past were dressed in rags, many of which had been scavenged from the victimized commoners. Wolf demons? It wasn't like he hadn't killed them before. The ones who are holding the agricultural tools of the victimized people are difficult to deal with due to their uncommon strength and sharp speed. But what happened to this wolf demon that appeared in front of him? Why was he still wearing white clothes, wrapped in soft armor on the outside, holding a good sword, and making swordplay? It wasn't just this lecturer. The other people who encountered the wolf demons were all the same. Each and every one of them were incomparably surprised. They hadn't met such a demon race yet. There were also lecturers who met a black bear demon and were even a bit desperate. These black bear demons were tall and incredibly strong, still wearing armor and carrying large swords in their hands. Take 1 for 10. Put. Zhou Sunlate decapitated the wolf demon in front of him and watched as this wolf demon fell to the ground. His face incomparably grave. Something's not right. What's the situation with this demon race? Zhao Ichio half squatted down and tugged at the clothes on the wolf demon's body, and when he looked at the knife again, he narrowed his eyes and picked it up to examine it, handing it to Zhou Sunluo. Zhou Sunluo took the sword and looked at it carefully, and was a bit surprised. Cloud stacking sword? Isn't this the standardized battle sword of the Linshui Kingdom's army? From the looks of it, this demon race isn't from this part of our Jingtian imperial dynasty. Zhao Yaoyao took a deep breath. Where did it go wrong for these guys to run over and make trouble? Moreover, behind such a demon race, there is definitely a great demon supporting them. Zhao Yi's words made the crowd feel bad in their hearts. The situation, it seemed, was much worse than they had imagined. Swish! It was also at this time that a blade aura suddenly surfaced in the distance. Zhou Sunluo's pupils contracted as he pushed Zhao Ichio away and raised his sword to block. Dang! A loud collision sound rang out. Zhou Sunluo's heart condensed and he intentionally took a few steps back, pretending as if he had been knocked back. When he looked up, he realized that a wolf demon had appeared not far away at an unknown time. This wolf demon was significantly taller, clad in exquisite soft armor, and carrying twin swords in his hands. Almost as soon as they saw this wolf demon, everyone's hearts were alerted. The third realm. Boom! Almost at this instant, the aura within Zhou Sunluo's body erupted. His body was tinted with a greenish glow, and a greenwood aura surfaced. Next to him, Zhao Yiwu reacted just as quickly, and when he drew his sword, his body was covered in a blazing red light, and his sword was even lit up with flames. Kill! Without thinking, Zhao Yizi opened his mouth directly and instantly rushed forward, as if flames were dancing under the dance of the battle sword in his hand. Zhou Sun deity followed suit, and the sword light was raw and continuous. Chapter 53, The Fourth Realm. The armored wolf demon that appeared later on did not panic and fought 1 against 2. His sword was as silky smooth as flowing water under his dance. Bang! Zhao Prowler was the first to be knocked back, and the blazing flames on his sword seemed to have been doused by water. The hands were shaking slightly as they landed. This wolf demon! Zhao Ichio stared with glazed eyes and hastily opened his mouth to warn. Old Zhou, be careful. Zhou Sunluo had already reached the front of the wolf demon by this time, blocking in front of Zhao Yiwu to avoid the other party's continuous pursuit. The armored wolf demon's reaction speed was fast, and the blade in his hand had already been deflected in advance. He was borrowing the force of Zhao Yi, just like a wave hitting the shore and splashing back. The sword swam like a wave of water, but every attempted attack was blocked by the sword chi in front of it. Josun's sword chi was not much, but the armored wolf demon could not directly defeat the sword chi every time he slashed his sword. That chopping sword chi would actually rise up with a new force within it, impacting his own blade, causing him to have to once again power up against it and reswing his sword against it. Worthy of being the president of the 1,000 Gold Chamber of Commerce, and the top pillar of the Zhou family's contemporary generation, Zhou Xuanji, this sword move of yours is extraordinary. The armored wolf demon eventually stepped back and re-stood on the treetop. My flowing water blade technique actually can't penetrate. What kind of sword is this? Spring grass and trees. Josun therefore smiled. After borrowing your water, my grass and trees will only have an endless supply. But how do you know my name? To make a move against you all, naturally, I have to investigate clearly in advance. The armored wolf demon spoke. Duan Shui Lu is sending all of you on your way by order of our ancestral grandfather. As the wolf demon who called himself Duan Shui Lu's words fell, azure-colored light blossomed on the sword in his hand, like water waves rippling. Bang! The tops of the trees under Duan Shui Lu's feet exploded and shattered leaves flew, while he also took advantage of the moonlight and attacked towards Zhou Sunluo. The long sword in his hand dragged behind him, as if it were a watery surge. Knock! A dull landing sound also resounded at this time, and next to him, at an unknown time, a black bear demon landed on the ground. This black bear demon that landed on the ground was clad in heavy armor, carrying a sledgehammer, and clearly had an extraordinary aura. When the black bear demon arrived, he forcefully swung the giant hammer in his hand and smashed it towards the rest of the people. The remaining few were themselves ready to make a move and gallop to Zhou Xuanfu's aid. As a result, the arrival of the black bear demon, an uninvited guest, forced them to meet the enemy first. Well, the sword in his hand followed Duan Shui Lu's sword and collided together. Zhou Sunluo stifled a grunt and couldn't help but retreat 2 steps. However, the aura in his body once again operated as if a dead tree had sprung back to life, and his body's strength once again surged out. Zhou Xuanji, who had clearly been repulsed, suddenly reversed himself and took a big step forward, the sword in his hand stabbing straight ahead. The turquoise aura on the sword body erupted, and the sword chi that it transformed into extended the range of the attack, cleaving towards that wolf demon Duan Shui Lu. The sudden situation caused Duan Shui Lu to be stunned for a moment as well. Why was this human sword in front of me? This way of fighting, so odd? Zhou Xuanfu seemed to familiarize himself with his power as he once again bullied his way forward, constantly chasing after Duan Shui Lu in front of him. Although Duan Shui Lu's knives were continuous, one after another, it was as if the water was raging and pouring in, unable to be cut off. Relying on his flowing water blade technique, Duan Shui Lu had decapitated many opponents, whether they were humans or demons or monsters. In front of his blade, it was as if it was a fallen leaf that had fallen into a turbulent current. At the very beginning, one might still be able to float on the surface of the water, but later on, one would definitely be caught within the current and be completely swallowed up. The blade of the segmented water current is the current that will swallow people, but Zhou Sun's sword is like a big tree rooted at the bottom of the river. No matter how much your current surges, there is no way to shake it in the slightest. Boom! Explosive sounds rang out around Duan Shui Lu, and when he couldn't help the Zhou Xuanji in front of him, Zhao Ichio beside him took advantage of the situation and struck out to take him down. Duan Shui Lu was only able to retreat, or else he would really have to suffer a loss and be cut down by that blade of Zhaoyi. Good guy, when did you become so fierce, old Zhou? Zhao Wei didn't write out his victory. He knew his own caddy. In front of him, this wolf demon was powerful and uncomplicated, and was able to make him back off solely because of the Zhou Sun reason by his side. It's just that this old friend is acting strange to himself. Why didn't he remember that this old friend was this powerful to begin with? Zhou Xuanji didn't say anything more. Concentrate on killing. It was the master's bestowal of the law that allowed him to have such strength, or else he would not have been able to have this kind of battle power. Usually just practicing, no real combat yet. Now that he was following the wolf demon to kill, he realized that he had actually become this good. This kid, Zhou Yuanfang, who followed over and secretly observed, also couldn't he help but sigh. The master just casually instructed him and let him off the hook. According to this situation, it doesn't even need the master to make a move. Zhou Xuanji, this kid alone can take care of the situation. That wolf demon Duan Shui Lu simply had no way to help his grandson Zhou Xuanju. Plus Zhao Wu was on the side to assist in the attack. Defeat is only a matter of time. As for the other side, Zhou Yuanfang looked over towards the other side of the battlefield. Over there were 3 people teaming up to battle that one bear demon. The 3 people were naturally the Vice Dean, Jean Right Wind, and the contemporary head of the Jean family, Jean Right Xiang, in addition to the last of the 4 families of the Willow Wind Academy, Jia family head Jia Qi. They teamed up against the black bear demon and naturally had the upper hand. with that black bear demon suffering injuries all over its body. However, it was also the reason that this black bear demon's battle power was somewhat inferior to this wolf demon's. It's not over yet. Yi Tian suddenly opened his mouth. When he heard his master speak, Zhou Yuanfang still didn't understand what it meant when aura fluctuations suddenly came from the distance. This aura came vibrating through the air, and it was azure-colored blade awnings that were dragging the ground over. The aquamarine blue blade was like a current of water plowing the land, cutting a furrow through the land. Zhou Sunluo was startled, and yanked Zhao Yunchang, who was about to rush out, backward. At the same time, he crossed his sword and blocked in front of him, his body's aura bursting out, covering his entire body like a dense jungle covering himself. Bang! However, the sword in Zhou Sunluo's hand directly collapsed. Only the slight flickering of the red aura in his palm hindered the blade from cutting him. However, the massive impact still caused him to spit out blood from his mouth, flying backwards and rolling on the ground along with Zhao Yuchang. Zhou Xuanliu stabilized his stance. His injuries were on the light side, and blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. Next to him, Zhao Yiqing was close by, and was also shocked by this water knife blade, spitting out blood on the ground. You brat, how come you've been fighting until now, and it's still not a done deal? An obviously much taller figure walked out from the red mist in the forest. Zhou Sunluo and Zhao Yiqiu raised their heads and looked over to the front, able to see that it was an old wolf demon, tall in stature, clad in a white shirt, and carrying a long knife in his hand. What was even more appalling was the aura he carried, which was clearly extraordinary. Fourth Realm, Spiritual Spring Realm, Chapter 54, A Good Brotherhood. Dang! The same dull commotion came from the side. Jin Yuefeng, Jin Yuxiang, and Jia Qi were all sent flying back. The same fell not far from Zhou Sunluo and the others, and one of them opened their mouths and spat out blood, being shocked and injured, and their injuries were not light. In the blood mist in the forest, there was also a black bear demon with a lofty and sturdy figure, carrying a heavy hammer that appeared. He was clad in heavy armor and had a scar on his face, which was hairless and very visible. From the aura of this black bear demon's body, his level could also be sensed. Fourth Realm, Spiritual Spring Realm, Grandfather Ancestor. Duan Shui Lu was ashamed. I failed. The white-shirted wolf demon swordsman waved his hand. It's not your problem. The Jingtian Imperial Dynasty looks like a place in the countryside, but I didn't expect the inheritance to be not bad. I would have thought that the fact that that imperial capital is guarded by spirit formations and guarded by spirit artifacts would have been surprising. Even more so, I didn't expect a sword stance mastery of this level to appear in the hands of a countryside mudblood like you. That's odd. While he was chattering, the black bear demon beside him forehead was already impatient. Duan Blade, don't talk nonsense, scrap them and catch them away. These people are not bad in strength, and they are all good blood food that will satiate Lord Mountain Lord. The old wolf demon called Duan Blade shook his head. Old brother Xiong Pan, still so impatient. Okay, do it. As Duan Blade's words fell, he also raised the long blade in his hand and lightly chopped over towards Zhou Sunluo and the others. He was planning to chop off their limbs so that there would be no way to resist and it would be easier for Lord Mountain Lord to devour them. Xiong Pan, on the other hand, carried the sledgehammer in his own hand and followed up. Unlike Duan Blade, he was a bit more simple and brutal. Anyway, a hammer down, smashed half dead, no way to resist on the line. Maybe the lousy lord of the mountain would even like some? As for Duan Shui Lu, who was standing by at the back, he instructed the wolf demons guarding the surrounding area in the forest. Boys, go to the human race's campsite and capture the human race over there. The black bear demon on the opposite side, on the other hand, was directly carrying a large sword and walking towards the far side of the forest. As he moved, some other footsteps sounded, all of them black bear demons. They were going to go directly to the human camp and capture the young human. Young flesh and blood pills are more tonic and able to heal. Dang, Xiong Pan was stunned. The sledgehammer he swung was actually blocked? When he looked over carefully, he realized that it was an old man in purple who raised his hand to block his sledgehammer. His opponent wore metal gloves on his hands, which glistened with a metallic sheen when they clashed and rubbed against his own sledgehammer. Yuan Feng, I know you're there. Aren't you going to make a move yet? The visitor spoke. Bang! It was also when his words fell that the green-colored sword flashed, directly crushing that water blade. As for Zhou Yuanfang's figure, it also appeared in front of Zhou Sunluo. The green-colored sword chi collided with the azure-colored water blade chi, erupting into a terrifying shockwave. The originally injured Zhao Yuang and Jin Yufeng as well as Jin Youxiang were directly shocked and fell to the ground, fainting. On the contrary, Zhou Sunluo was much stronger and was directly behind Zhou Yuanfang, and in turn, he did not faint. On the side of Jia family head Jia Qi, he was well protected by that purple-clothed old man and was not shocked into unconsciousness. This scene caused the purple-clothed old man to scream, Zhou Yuanfang, your grandson is a grandson, but my grandson isn't human? Jia Su, Aren't you protecting it quite well? Zhou Yuanfang glanced at the purple-clothed old man. Also, old Jin disowned people's juniors when he died. Aren't you even protecting them? Jia Su spoke in a bad mood. You were closer to Lao Jin when we were three brothers. Why didn't you protect him? As the two spoke, Duan Blade and Xiong Pan also stepped back slightly and looked at the duo warily. The famous righteous brothers of the Jingtian imperial dynasty, Zhou, Jin, and Jia, started the Willow Wind Academy with the imperial Zhao family. Duan Blade shook the long sword in his hand. The two that are still alive today. I heard that they are both already at the peak of the fourth realm Spirit Spring realm. Elder brother Xiong Pan, be careful. They seem to be only one step away from the fifth realm, the Sea Transformation realm. Xiong Pan weighed the sledgehammer in his hand and snorted coldly. So what? Are you afraid? Fourth realm humanoids. The meat is tonic even though it's a bit faggy. Duan Blade raised the long knife in his hand, the back of the blade resting on the center of the wolf claw's paw. Maybe his lordship can even share a bite with us. Hearing the words of these two demonic clansmen in front of him, Zhou Yuanfang couldn't help but laugh. Want to eat old me? Are you guys good enough? Along with Zhou Yuanfang's words, the chi within his body exploded like an invisible storm, drumming all around him. Bang! The air around Zhou Yuanfang exploded as his entire figure bounced forward, arriving in front of Duan Blade in the blink of an eye. Duan Blade's pupils contracted, and his sharp claws hurriedly clenched the hilt of his blade, steeply chopping towards the figure in front of him, wave style. During the process of lifting the sword, Duan Blade's muscles had tightened up, and terrifying strength burst out from the depths of his body. The aura in his body surged, and the water blue blade-ons were like waves roaring, paving the way towards Zhou Yuanfang as he smashed down on his head. Humph! Zhou Yuanfang snorted coldly as his sword stabbed out straight, like the spring shoots breaking through the ground after the hibernation rains. At this point, no amount of dirt or rocks will stop it. The sword really broke through the roaring waves and pierced through hard, pointing straight at Duan Blade's throat. Duan Blade's blade was broken open, and in shock and anger, he hurriedly returned his blade to stop it. Return wave style. The blade swept back as if it were a high wave turning over, lapping with a force that could shatter stubborn rocks. However, Zhou Yuanfang's sword still stabbed out straight, once again knocking back that Duan Blade's blade, still going straight for his throat. Duan Blade, the old wolf, was a bit flustered, holding his sword in both paws, and the sword was like a storm, whistling endlessly, but this sword in front of him was still aimed straight at this throat. Through the storm. Can you stop it? Zhou Yuanfang stabbed forward with his sword in one hand and kept moving forward with one hand behind his back. Duan Blade could only swing his sword to stop it and kept retreating, but the tip of that sword was getting closer and closer to his throat, and bean-sized sweat began to fall from his forehead. Dang! Next to him, Jia Su slammed his palm forward, striking on top of that bare-plate sledgehammer. However, this palm was the one that caused Xiong Pan to stagger his feet and fall to the side, the sledgehammer in his hand falling right in the direction of Zhou Yuanfang. That Jia Su's face changed, and he hurriedly burst into speed, reaching out to stop the hammer. After glancing at it, Zhou Yuanfang withdrew his gaze and sent the longsword in his hand forward, about to penetrate Duan Blade's throat. It was this instant that the originally staggering Xiong Pan stopped in his tracks, twisted his waist, and turned to swing his sledgehammer towards Zhou Yuanfang's head and smashed it fiercely. Behind Zhou Yuanfang, Jia Su's palm that had slapped at the bare plate reversed its direction, aiming at the back of his good brother's head and smashing it hard. His face was covered in shadows and his expression was unreadable. The fierce and stern aura in those eyes flickered endlessly. Chapter 55, Severing the Robe. A killing chance came from behind him, causing Zhou Yuanfang's pupils to contract. The whistling sound of the bare plate sledgehammer smashing next to him was even slightly numbing to one's scalp. This is a warning to oneself when one is in a dangerous situation. Boom! At this moment, Zhou Yuanfang didn't hide his clumsiness anymore, and the aura in his body exploded out once again. There was an illusory green wood floating around his body, as if an ancient tree was rooted and growing in the void. Zhou Yuanfang condensed sword chi in the palm of his other hand and continued to surge over in the direction of Duan Blade. At the same time, the sword in his hand drew a half-moon and chopped back. Ding! The tip of the sword lightly touched the sledgehammer in that Xiong Pan's hand and easily knocked it back. It ended up landing on Jash behind him, the blade clashing with the other man's metal glove, mopping up sparks flying. Zhou Yuanfang, who had turned around, looked at Jia Su's gaze in front of him, full of doubt and incomprehension, while there was a wave of anger within his heart. Why? Zhou Yuanfang let out a final roar. The force of the sword in his hand exploded as if it was coiling roots into the earth, and nothing could not be broken. Jia Su's face changed slightly, obviously not expecting Zhou Yuanfang to explode. Hands struck out one after another as if they were phantoms, catching the flying sword chi. In the end, he was shaken back by the force of the counter-repulsion and landed not far from Xiong Pan and Duan Blade. Jash, who had landed on his feet, shook his hands slightly as if to ease the soreness. the other side. Seeing his grandfather being sneak attacked by Jiasu, Zhou Sunluo's brain reacted quickly. Almost instantly, a hand yanked Jin Yuefeng and Jin Yuixiang and violently threw them towards the back. Swish, swish. It was also at this instant that family head of the Jia family, Jia Qi, drew a Zhan Yun sword from somewhere and swung it over. If it wasn't for Zhou Sunluo's quick reaction, I'm afraid that the two brothers of this Jin family would have had to die an untimely death. Tugging the Jin brothers back to their grandfather's side, Zhou Xuanju looked at Jia Qi with a gloomy expression. Jia family master, what are you doing? Your Jia family specializes in fisticuffs and using the Zhan Yun sword to kill people. Is this an attempt to plant evidence to frame our Zhou family? I see. You guys collude with the demon race to eat us up and then take this black pot and make the Zhou family take the blame, right? Jia Qi stood up, looked at the Zhan Yun sword in his hand, and dropped it on the ground. At the same time, he also took out the metal gloves and put them on. Speaking slowly, worthy of being President Zhou, he has a quick mind and quickly figured out the key. But unfortunately, it's still a little too late. Zhou Xuanrui took a deep breath and looked at his grandfather with some concern. Sure enough, grandfather Zhou Yuanfan's expression was very ugly. His eyes were red and his body was trembling slightly. Obviously, Jasha's betrayal was too much for him to take. As a child, he himself used to listen to his father's stories about his grandfather. The story of the three sworn brothers, Zhou, Jin, and Jia, was considered well known in the Jingtian imperial dynasty. Even the trio's past will be written about. Some of their stories of cutting down demons and evils and protecting people's livelihoods are recorded in some monastic books to teach and inspire children. The depth of his brotherly affection is evident. The slap that Jiasu had given his grandfather behind his back just now had shattered the bond they had shared with each other for many years. Why? Zhou Yuanfan roared once again, staring dead at Jiasu in front of him. Jiasu looked down at his palm. We've been stuck in the fourth realm for too long. If we don't break through, we'll have to go into the ground. I'm not willing to do that. The world is wonderful. The Jingtian dynasty is just a small place. You know, we are but frogs at the bottom of a well. I want to go higher and see more and more. Zhou Yuanfan's voice was low. I said I would help you. You can't help me. Jash shook his head. It's you who surprised me. The injury to your dantian is healed? Zhou Yuanfan's expression was stunned, seemingly somewhat unable to accept it. Staggering back 2 steps. Hurt? How do you know my? Zhou Xuanji held his grandfather, who was a bit disoriented. It looks like the Jia family was the one that did the dirty work on you back then. Jiasu rubbed his fingers and made a metallic sound. It's just a matter of working with someone, and the others think you're in the way. I need to see if there are any life-extending remedies in Gongfu Tome in your place. I didn't expect you to have a battle strength beyond imagination and a lot of cards, and the medicinal formula technique has yet to be found. Zhou Yuanfan was already shivering with anger. I treated you well. You, Jiasu shook his head. You're the one who didn't speak of brotherhood first. I told you earlier to teach the technique to old Jean and I, but what about you? Watching old Jean die of old age, not even willing to teach your precious bull ***** kung fu. I've tried to prolong my life by all means, but you just can prolong your life easily by virtue of your own feats, and I'm not willing to die of old age like old Jean. If you don't want to give it, I'll just take it myself. Zhou Yuanfan's voice was low. My gongfu shall not be passed on. Passing it on to you and old Jean would be treachery. What's more, my kung fu doesn't apply to you guys, so it's useless to learn it. Over the years, I've also tried to do everything I can to prolong your lives and seek breakthroughs for you. Before Zhou Yuanfan could finish his words, he was rudely interrupted by Jiasu in front of him. Bull *********. What treachery? Secretly passing it on to me and Lao Jin. Who would know? Give it up. Just give it up. What's appropriate or not? Hearing this, Zhou Sunluo couldn't help but say, Jiasu, grandfather spent a lot of resources in order to prolong the life of you and the Jin family's old ancestor, before and after, extending the life of the Jin family's ancestor for 60 years, and extending your life for 80 years. Isn't that enough? You yourselves don't have enough talent to make a breakthrough and don't resign yourselves to your fate, but instead blame your grandfather? When grandfather practiced hard, you guys wasted your time in paper drunkenness and indulged in the glory of status and position, and you're dying to blame grandfather? Zhou Sun was also getting more and more angry. Obviously it was his own ingratitude. He didn't cherish it. And what happened? Everything was blamed on grandfather. Blaming him for not teaching them the kung fu? Jiasu snorted coldly. It's useless to say so much. The recovery of the Mountain Lord's injury will allow me to break through the realm, extend my life once again, and see the road to a more expansive landscape. Zhou Yuanfang, since we are good brothers, why don't you complete me and use your life? Knock. As the drums sounded, light blossomed above Jasha's hands, and inscriptions surfaced on the metal gloves that he wore. Zhou Yuanfang clenched the sword in his hand and gently swung it, cutting the hem of his coat. Today, I will sever my robe from you. Zhou Yuanfang finished speaking and lifted his sword to point it straight at the other party. I will behead you, a shameless person who betrays the human race and reneges on his word. Boom! Along with Zhou Yuanfang's words, the giant wood silhouette that emerged behind him swelled once again, branching out and gradually becoming even taller. In the end, it was transformed into green light and fell into Zhou Yuanfang's body. The aura, once again, rose a notch higher. Not at all the aura he should have. At his age, Josh's face changed. It's not right. Chapter 56, Spitting Blood in a Miserable Defeat. At this moment, Josh felt very wrong. From the beginning of the exchange, the force that Zhou Yuanfang had erupted was different from what he knew. In the beginning, Zhou Yuanfang must have been injured, and even if he had recovered quite a bit over the years, he would not have reached this point. Originally did not continue to move. One is worried about revealing. After all, still need to rely on brotherly love. Let Zhou Yuanfang for him to buy life-extending treasures. The second was that if Zhou Yuanfang put up a fight, he was afraid that he really had no way to win against him. Now that he was working with the demon race, he saw the future. He saw hope. That's what chose this time to strike. Ben thought he could hold it. But even if Zhou Yuanfang was unharmed just now, what the hell was going on with this outburst of breath now? He's about to break through the realm. The old wolf demon Duan Blade opened his mouth, and before he could finish his words, he was creeped out. No, it's not soon. He's breaking through the realm. Duan Blade who spoke here was surprised and spoke quickly. Do it, stop him, don't let him break the realm. While Duan Blade was speaking, Xiong Pan had already lifted his own sledgehammer and leapt up, smashing it towards Zhou Yuanfang. Take care of yourself. Zhou Yuanfang's white hair flew in the wind as he opened his mouth and barked towards his grandson. Zhou Sunluo nodded his head gently. He had already seen Jia Qi, the Jia family head, and Duan Shui Lu as well as that black bear demon, eyeing this way. In this battlefield, the other lecturers had long since moved away and were taken away by the other demon clans. The aura fluctuation over here alone was not something that an ordinary person could approach and dip into. Getting close to this side would just involve them and could cost you your own life. Swish! Zhou Yuanfang here didn't avoid the situation. Instead, he rushed forward to meet Bear Plate. The sword in his hand swung away with it, colliding with the sledgehammer. Knock! With the sound of the collision, the force shook all around, and Xiong Pan looked at the sword in Zhou Yuanfang's hand in front of him and did not move. The sword looked light and airy, but it was incomparably heavy, as if it was rooted in midair with no way to shake it. Moreover, after the collision, the force of his own sledgehammer was fading. Zhou Yuanfang's sword, however, had power emerging out of thin air, as if it was a newborn. Duan Blade was charging from the other side at this time, while Jia Su had circled around to strike from one side. Josh's eyes were filled with jealousy. He himself had sought to break the realm, but Zhou Yuanfang's injuries had not only healed, but he was also going to break the realm? How can? Sword in the forest. Zhou Yuanfang said softly, the sword in his hand gently chopping out, but his sword looked like it was growing in the eyes of the one man and two demons. As they swung and chopped, green sword chi constantly grew out of the sword and agitated out, smashing towards them. Xiong Pan smashed the sword chi with the sledgehammer in his hand, and he was able to smash several sword chi with his extraordinary strength, but it couldn't hold the sword chi too much, scraping wounds on his body, with blood bursting out. Duan Blade was in a better situation, and his blade was as continuous as the waves roaring. However, his figure was constantly knocked back, and there was even an opening above the blade, with cracks emerging. As for Josh, he looked even worse, even though his hands were able to constantly crush the incoming sword energy. However, the crushed sword chi shattered blades were still sweeping over his body like a violent wind and rain, cutting tiny gashes into his face and leaving his clothes in ragged tatters. But the point that caused Jia Su the most pain, he realized that he was gradually failing to keep up with Zhou Yuanfang's sword chi. Additionally, it could be detected that his force was gradually increasing, breaking the boundaries. The person in front of me is breaking the boundaries. To stop him, this was Jia Su's thought. His mind was in turmoil, and his aura was declared and infused into his hands. The inscriptions on the metal gloves that were worn there flashed, adding to the power of his palm. The mountain tumbling palm. Jia Su roared lowly and flipped his hand towards Zhou Yuan's square cover and pressed it over. That aura surged out, and under the inscription's enhancement, it transformed into a large palm print. The large palm overturned and covered, as if it was really like a large mountain overturning and tipping over, able to cover and suppress everything. Jia Su's killing move erupted, and that Xiong Pan also followed closely behind, the light blossoming in those eyes, his hands gripping the hammer handle. Break the mountain. There was a golden light on the sledgehammer, and it didn't look like a hammer when knocked over from afar. Instead it was a huge axe. The tall-bodied Xiong Pan seemed to be carrying a huge axe of golden light to open up the mountain, and it was still aimed at Zhou Yuanfang's brain. He was trying to smash his opponent's head open. Not far away, When Duan Blade cleaved the last sword chi in front of him, the muscles in his arms were already tensed, and the force under his feet was also poised. He was borrowing power, borrowing Zhou Yuanfang to build up momentum. In the next moment, the force exploded out as much as it could. Duan Blade rushed to Zhou Yuanfang's heels almost instantly with his sword, and his sword crashed into him like a roaring river. Surge! As for Zhou Yuanfang, who was under siege from three sides, he was holding his sword to guard his yuan, and the aura in his body was like a barrier to defend himself. A three-way attack that landed on his body at the same time. The pressure was too much for him to breathe. Zhou Yuanfang did it on purpose, sensing himself as if he were a seed, buried under the earth. This tripartite offense is the dirt that buries itself. He's taking root, to break through the ground, to see the light of day, to thrive. Break! The sound was like spring thunder. The bright emerald green sword light instantly rose up to the sky, cutting a blank space out of all that surrounding red mist. Pust! Duan Blade's blade shattered, and the sharp claws of the fingertips of the two wolf claws crumbled and flew backwards. The original wounds on that Xiong Pan's body also burst with blood again, and the sledgehammer in his hand crumbled and the handle broke off. Jia Su even sprayed blood from his mouth, and the metal boxing gloves on his hands had dull inscriptions, and were also twisted and broken and pierced into his flesh and bones. Zhou Yuanfang stood in place, and his breath was already very different. Fifth realm, Sea of Transformation realm. Broken is the trick. The broken ones are also shackles. One sword, breaking the enemy, breaking the boundaries, and on the other side, screens surfaced. One of Jia Qi's arms was chopped off, and Duan Shuilu's sword was also chopped off. Not to mention the Black Bear Demon, whose head had already flown up. Although Zhou Xuanfu was wounded, he was successful in the battle. How? Jash couldn't take in the image before him, his tattered hands trembling as he got up. Zhou Yuanfang broke the boundary and broke their siege. His grandson, Zhou Xuanfu, why was his strength also strong to this extent? Looking at its aura, it was already at the peak of the third realm manifestation realm, advancing to the fourth realm. The spiritual spring realm was just around the corner. Why? It doesn't match the intelligence. The Zhou family's grandchildren. Why the sky has suddenly turned upside down? Zhou Yuanfang's pupils suddenly contracted and he hastily retreated. The moment he stepped back, the ground suddenly cracked where he had originally stood, as if it had been cut by something. Why didn't you strike earlier? Duan Blade was a bit dissatisfied. A voice came from the forest. Let you stimulate him so that he can break through in battle. This blood food of the fifth realm is more than capable of helping Lord Mountain Lord recover. Isn't it? As the words rang out, the figure gradually walked out and came in front of Zhou Yuan. It was a fox demon scholar, holding a folding fan in his hand and gently waving it, with paintings on its surface. The painting shows a fox demon sitting on a chariot, with human beings in official robes, acting as rushes to carry the frame. Zhou Yuanfang laughed coldly. A fox demon pretending to be a scholar with the thought of becoming an emperor in his heart? Chapter 57, 1 against 4. The fox demon scholar smiled, looking treacherous. If people can be emperors, we can be emperors too. Wouldn't it be marvelous to be the emperor? To keep you all well fed, and just give a direct order when you want to eat? I even named myself Who's Woody. Isn't that fitting? His side was talking eloquently, walking up slowly and looking very calm. It was as if Zhou Yuanfang breaking the boundary wasn't a problem, and he could hold it as usual. Seasonal my ass. Zhou Yuanfang spat towards the ground as the aura in his body stirred out once again. Bang! Right now. Where is the time for nonsense? Behead this white fox demon that is pretending to be a monster before saying anything. After breaking the boundary, Zhou Yuanfang's aura had risen greatly, and his speed had doubled, and in the blink of an eye, he had arrived in front of that fox demon. Seeing Zhou Yuanfang, who had rushed to kill in front of him, Emperor Who's Woody still maintained his calm stance, and the folding fan in his hand fanned out in front of him. Phew! It was the wild wind that whistled and swept towards Zhou Yuanfang's body. The wind was like a knife cutting, striking Zhou Yuanfang's body, cutting the protective aura on his body and breaking open one gap after another. The sword chi that Zhou Yuanfang swung his sword to cut out was also blown to pieces when it came into contact with the gale. However, he still clenched his teeth and killed towards that Who's Woody with his sword. Buzz! The aura within his body was similarly trembling as Zhou Yuanfang tried to keep himself fixed in place, but the wind was too strong for Who's Woody to swing his folding fan. As he made his move, the top of the folding fan was still flickering with light, adding to the wind. Zhou Yuanfang wasn't stubborn, but tried to adjust his orientation, wanting to attack from a different direction, but that Who's Woody was also fast. Zhou Yuanfang's attempt to sound out the east and strike the west also failed completely. However, Zhou Yuanfang could not help Who's Woody. This fox demon scholar, likewise, had no way to help Zhou Yuanfang. The wind from the folding fan in his hand just made it difficult for Zhou Yuanfang to approach, but it wasn't that simple to injure him. unable to understand why your aura is so thick. Whose Woody couldn't figure it out. It's been so long, your aura should have decayed and you don't have enough force anymore. Since this wind couldn't help Zhou Yuanfang, then increasing the force would be the way to go. Whose Woody's aura was once again infused towards the fan. Madaka. Sharp metal blades popped out of the bones of the fan, and when he swung it again, the wind blades condensed from the aura blew towards Zhou Yuanfang in a flowing manner. The wind blades that fanned out, as they blew through the area between each other. Gullies were sliced out above each tree, and countless branches and leaves were chopped off and floated on the ground. Wind through the invisible. The wind was invisible, and the blades that blew were hard to see. Zhou Yuanfang was only able to concentrate and listen to the sound. He raised his hand and swung his sword once again, condensing his turquoise sword chi to surge in all directions, fending off the wind blades blowing towards him. Thumbs up. The collision between the sword chi and the wind blade blocked 7 to 8, but it still missed one, cutting into Zhou Yuanfang's arm and splattering blood. However, Zhou Yuanfang's side sword chi had similarly broken through the opponent's blockade and struck Whose Woody. It was just that the sword chi that was weakened by the gale and hit Whose Woody's body didn't cause any injuries and didn't have a good effect. Lord Father, something is wrong. Suddenly a wolf demon came galloping from the distance. This wolf demon came running on all fours. Obviously the matter was urgent. The wolf demon ran to Duan Shui Lu, which got up and reported the situation after looking at the battlefield on the other side, the human campsite. It didn't get taken down. Duan Shui Lu was surprised. Looking at the child in front of him, how is it possible? Why can't the camp take it down? The wolf demon that came running said, outside the camp, there is an invisible barrier for some reason. We can't get in at all. If we strike with our hands, a light green glow also emerges to block it. The situation that this wolf demon said caused Duan Shui Lu to be a little confused. Duan Shui Lu hurriedly shouted, there's a change in the human camp. There's a formation to add protection. The children can't attack in. Not far away. Duan Shui Lu's shout surprised the demons, and that Jia Su was shocked. Formation? How could it be possible? How could such a rare and precious thing be arranged in this temporary camp for the joint examination of the 4 academies? Their Jingtian imperial dynasty was really a small place in a remote area, with a lack of resources and insufficient levels. Good things like formations are almost never available. The one thing that could still be said was the imperial capital suppression array, and the other was the array contained within the spirit source chamber. Zhou Yuanfang, you're so generous, and so willing to give it up. Actually arranging formations within the campsite? Jia Su immediately spoke. Hearing this from afar, he presumed that this was Zhou Yuanfang's handiwork. Instead, it was Emperor Huzhua who frowned. That formation will float in green light when struck, and if it stops, it will be hidden from view? That wolf demon, hearing Huzhua's question across the air, hurriedly knelt down and reported back. Enlightened ancestor Hu. That's exactly what happened. Trouble. Huzhuadi felt bad in his heart. There was such a good formation in this camp. For a while, those kids couldn't break through. As the saying goes, delay is not an option here. Emperor Huzhuadi, do it together. Quickly take down this Zhou Yuanfang. After taking him down, go together and storm the human camp, capturing the blood food ready for Lord Mountain Lord to enjoy. He opened his mouth, and Duan Blade, along with Xiongpan and Jiasu, were ready to strike again. Although there were injuries, but with Huzhuadi attacking, there was not much of a problem in joining forces to take down Zhou Yuanfang. Ancestral grandfather, catch the sword. Duan Shui Lu over there threw his saber, and it was steadily caught by Duan Blade. The black bear demon on the side also sent a large hammer, which was grasped in the hands of Xiongpan, and the aura in his body shook once again. Jash frowned, ripping the pieces of his hands off hard, tearing his sleeve robes and wrapping them briefly before clenching his fists. Kill, with Huzhuadi as the leader. Duan Blade, Xiongpan and Jiasu, the 3 demons +1, surrounded Zhou Yuanfang. Zhou Yuanfang didn't avoid it, not caring at all about the depletion of his aura and physical strength. That ancient wood disc root shadow shrouded up, the sword constantly spit out sword chi, and constantly growing and dividing, toward the surrounding chopping down. Fighting 1 against 4, he was not defeated. It was with the passage of time that Zhou Yuanfang's stamina declined horribly, and his sword began to wobble. There were more and more wounds on his body, the vast majority of which were cut by the wind blades wielded by that Huzhuadi, leaving his skin open and his flesh dripping with blood. Why do you need to suffer? Why don't you give up and throw yourself into the arms of our demon race? Emperor Huzhua looked at Zhou Yuanfang and opened his mouth to persuade. I've heard that you have a top human genius in this examination named Ji Xiaoxiao. All you have to do is catch this top genius in person as a submission, and your life will be guaranteed. Could it be that your final goal in this life is this 5th realm? Refining the body, refining the chi, manifesting the spirit, spiritual spring, and transforming the sea. These 5 realms are but the mortal 5 realms and the foundation establishment 5 realms. there is an even more vast landscape waiting to be discovered. Chapter 58, Am I Afraid of You? Whose Woody was bitter and persuaded Zhou Yuanfang. He spared his talent. It wasn't worth it for such a human race to die in their hands like that. Unbridled, Zhou Yuanfang's eyes turned red and he suddenly went mad. At this moment, it was as if he didn't want to die. Allowing the wind blades to scrape against his body, he charged towards Whose Woody. The audacious cloak of hair has risen to such a mind. Great disrespect. At this moment, Zhou Yuanfang was as if he had been stimulated and gone mad, charging towards the front regardless. Even though his body was bruised and battered, he hardened himself and killed Whose Woody's followers, chopping down with a sword. That green light sword she cut across Whose Woody's body, splitting the scholar's robe he was wearing and cutting a bloody gash. Whose Woody hurriedly retreated, and at this time, Duan Blade, Xiang Pan, and Jia Su also came after him, forcing Zhou Yuanfang back. Crazy man, how did he suddenly change with his temperament? Whose Woody was unable to comprehend it, while his expression was hideous. Since you're looking for death yourself, I'll make it happen for you. You were given a chance and didn't take it. Instead you're here going crazy. Stupid person. Whose Woody's words caused Jia Su to narrow his eyes and his heart to settle. Earlier, when he heard that Emperor Whose Woody wanted to beckon Zhou Yuanfang to surrender, his heart was tightened. Even though he knew it was impossible, he would still be worried that Zhou Yuanfang would agree in a brainstorm. Luckily, the other man's response didn't disappoint. It just seemed to be an overreaction, and it was the first time he'd ever seen the old brother he once was excited like this. Put. Zhou Yuanfang also spat out blood, his figure staggering a little. Just now, the peak madness of killing, although the results of the battle were achieved, but the injuries were heavier. That Whose Woody, in the end, had been in the fifth realm for many years, and was not someone who had just entered the fifth realm himself that could be shaken. The realm itself had just been broken through, and it was a bit frail and unstable. To be able to have such a battle, Zhou Yuanfang was already extraordinary. Come on. Zhou Yuanfang laughed maniacally as the aura in his body surged once again, and there was still vitality emerging. The white hair stained with blood flew, and at this moment, Zhou Yuanfang was arrogant and domineering. I'd rather die than let you. Snap. The sound of a crisp slap was unmistakable at the moment. This slap on the back of Zhou Yuanfang's head caused him to barely fall to the ground. The person who could slap him like that was no one else but Yi Tian. Yi Tian, who suddenly came from the back, caused the expressions of all the demons present to be stunned. This guy, out of nowhere. Emperor Whose Woody frowned as he looked at this human race that had suddenly appeared. His aura was peculiar, looking over as if it were deep darkness with no fluctuations, just flat out unusual people. But would an unusual person show up at this place and slap that Zhou Yuanfang? Yi Xiaoxiu's father? That Jia Su, seeing Yi Tian who suddenly appeared, showed a strange color. Before you came here, you had all the information you needed. What exactly was the situation of a top-talented human genius like Yi Xiaoxiu? He had naturally investigated clearly. It's just that the information he got was very strange. This Yi Xiaoxiu's father had been in a coma for many years, and his wife had disappeared many years ago. After this Yi Tian woke up. He was steeply rich at first sight, and he dished out the Zhou family's property in the South City branch. It also helped the original neighbors to repair their houses and introduced them to camp. Jia Su had originally had speculation that this Yi Tian and Yi Xiaoxiu, father and daughter, were not involved with the Zhou family. When Yi Tian appeared and returned Zhou Yuanfang's slap, within Jash, for some reason, some not-so-good feelings surfaced. It is also the time. They watched as Zhou Yuanfang covered his head and got up, looking towards Yi Tian. Make a move that they wouldn't even think of. Bowing low and speaking respectfully, Zhou Yuanfang, master. Zhou Sunluo, who was next to him, also hurriedly followed his grandfather and bowed his head. Greetings to the master. Yi Tian sighed. It's been said that you can't practice this sword. You need to work harder on weekdays. Well now, it's not enough when it's time to use it. Can't even hold these goods, and you're still all wounded. What's the use of just wailing? A whole lot of hot air for a handful of years. Zhou Yuanfang lowered his head and was honestly lectured, not daring to talk back. On the other side, Zhou Xuanrui pursed his lips and moved his position slightly to avoid being seen by his grandfather. Otherwise, if you let your grandfather react afterward and watch the joke from the sidelines, you will definitely suffer. The other side. Jash was already trembling slightly. What a proud man he was. This once-old brother of his. He was in an extremely high position in this Jingtian imperial dynasty, and there was no one who could make him lower his eyebrows, not even the royal Zhao family. You have to know that the Zhou family is the Zhou family, and Zhou Yuanfang is Zhou Yuanfang. The Toastmaster royal dynasty could do without the Zhou family, but it could not do without Zhou Yuanfang. In Zhou Yuanfang's hands, there were 3 life-saving prescriptions, which were medicines that could only come out of his personal hands. The current emperor of the Jingtian imperial dynasty had once had his life saved by Zhou Yuanfang. but such an old brother. Thousand Gold Elder Zhou Yuanfang, addressing Yi Xiaoxiao's father, Yi Tian, respectfully calling him master? What the hell is going on? Jash was internally growling and cringing at the same time. His mind was a complete mess. Wait, so just now, Zhou Yuanfang was furious. And that was because Hu's Woody said he wanted to catch Yi Xiaoxiao. Yes, in Zhou Yuanfang's eyes, Yi Xiaoxiao was his little master. That's why he hissed about the bold and great disrespect. The two demon clansmen over there, Duan Blade and Xiong Pan, were equally incomparably nervous. They all looked over in Hu's Woody's direction and realized that the other party's expression was also very ugly. In the next moment, Emperor Huzua suddenly opened his mouth. Zhou Yuanfang, as a 1,000 gold ancestor, you are also a person of honor in the human race of this Jingtian imperial dynasty. Why are you so lowly like this? Don't you even have any dignity? These words caused Zhou Yuanfang to be stunned for a moment, then snorted. Dignity? When I was young, my master saved my life, raised me to adulthood, and taught me my skills. He is not only a master in my eyes, he is a born-again parent. This is called loyalty and filial piety. You cloak and dagger no. Zhou Yuanfang's words caused the Jiasu's mind to be like thunderbolts ringing out. As a sworn brother, he certainly knew the legend on Zhou Yuanfang. Behind Zhou Yuanfang was a rumored capable person who taught him his skills and the 10 great medicinal formulas, making him the 1,000 gold ancestor he is today. In the past, when he asked old Jean about it, he just smiled and shook his head, not saying much. Today, he understands. That's not a rumor, that's the truth. Yi Tian is that person. Humph, making a pretense. Huzwa D snapped and opened the folding fan again, his body's aura whistling and condensing in his hands. Do you think I'll fall for this little bluff? Die. Huzwa D chortled and violently waved the folding fan in his hand. All of a sudden the wind was blowing furiously. Borrowing the wind, Huzwa D used his mouth to bite the folding fan, landed on all fours, and slipped a few times under his feet, running wildly away. This wind is whistling. The old wolf demon carried his sword, the big black bear raised his hammer, and even the already frozen Jash, messy in the wind. Fox demon? It's long gone. Chapter 59, you call this the first realm? Nothing wrong with that. Huzwoody just ran wild and fled. Escape! Escape! The forest around Huzwoody was receding rapidly as his heart roared. If he didn't hurry to escape, his life would be accounted for in this place. When Yi Tian appeared, Emperor Huzwood instinctively felt a crisis, especially when Zhou Yuanfang bowed his head and addressed him as his master. Huzwoody felt like his soul was going to be drained away. You know, he would have investigated the situation carefully when planning this operation. Zhou Yuanfang's past experiences were very clear to him. Those who had lived hundreds of years ago were definitely characters who had surpassed the Foundation Establishment V realm, or had broken through the mortal V realm. Such an enemy was not something he could match. As the fleeing Huzwoody thought about it, he realized that a familiar figure had appeared in front of him. That was Zhou Yuanfang's grandson, the Zhou family's contemporary head of the Zhou family, Zhou Xuanfu, dragging and placing the unconscious Xiaoyiwu to the side. Huzwoody violently braked his body and turned around to continue fleeing. It was only after he had been running wild for some time that he once again returned to the middle of the field where he had just been. What's going on? Emperor Huzua was incredulous. Next to him, Duan Blade and Xiong Pan, as well as that Jiasu, looked at Huzwoody with the same surprise. The other side fled. They saw it with their own eyes, only to turn back. Could it be that we've been affected by the blood formation as well? On the side, Jia family head Jia Qi's voice trembled. Huzwoody roared. Impossible. How could that blood formation affect us? Moreover, that blood formation will only affect existences that are far away from the deep mountains. Going towards the deep mountains won't be affected. As Huzwoody roared, Yi Tian's voice rang out. I changed your formation, so it is useless for you to flee. Along with Yi Tian's words, he steeply stretched out his hand and grabbed in towards the trunk of the tree next to him. Bang! Trees exploded and debris flew, and a wooden sword was yanked out by his bare hands like this. At the same time, his realm's aura surfaced. The first realm, the body refining realm. Almost as soon as his realm surfaced, the expressions of the crowd present changed. They even wondered if they had perceived it wrong. The existence that made Zhou Yuanfang bow his head and call his master was actually the first realm body refining realm? You're in the first realm? Emperor Huzua was also very surprised. He didn't even think about it. Such a character. Why? In the next moment, it was as if Emperor Huzua understood something, and a smile resurfaced on that fox face. Something has happened to you, and the strength of your realm has fallen. Yi Tian nodded his head gently. My foundation is too thick and will stay in the first realm for a longer period of time. The rest of the existences did not act rashly and stared vigilantly at Yi Tian in front of them. Knock, pretending to be a god. Let me try you. Next to him, the black bear demon not far from Duan Shuai Lu jumped over with a huge hammer. He swung the huge hammer in his hand and smashed it towards Yi Tian's head. As he made his move, he didn't forget to say towards Xiong Pan, "Father, let my child try his depths." As his words fell, everyone present looked over carefully. Only Zhou Yuanfang rushed forward. "Master." To be honest, he didn't expect his master's strength to remain in the first realm, the first realm refining body realm, where it is possible. Zhou Yuanfang's eager footsteps were suddenly halted. The master in his eyes, just slightly inclined his head, and the sledgehammer eerily missed. Yi Tian's hand didn't even lift, and that black bear demon's body staggered a bit and fell towards the wooden sword in its hand of its own accord. Snort! The black bear demon flopped on the ground, blood gushing out of his throat like a trickle of water, his body twitching and shaking, his breath gradually fading. It was also at this time that Yi Tian suddenly was taking a step towards the front. "Yuan Waer, Shao Gur, watch and learn for future realm advancement." Yi Tian's words fell the moment the soles of his feet hit the ground. The sound of breaking ground surfaced from all around. The roots of the trees, rushing out with the moist earth. The tough roots twisted and twined as if they were slender swords growing in this forest. Around them, the wolf demons and black bear demons that had originally surrounded them were aware of the movement under their feet. Some of those who reacted slowly were simply too late to avoid, and were pierced through by the wooden sword formed by the twisting of the roots that had broken out of the ground. In the blink of an eye, the gang of demons seemed to be a skewer of meat, hanging here. There were fast-reacting demon clans that jumped in fear to avoid it. Crunch! The toothy sound of wood rubbing surfaced, and wood tumors emerged above the surrounding trees. Immediately following, spikes grow from these raised wood tumors. The trajectory of the spikes of this growth was as if they were coming out of a sword, stabbing straight out. The demon race that was forced back by the root-twisted wooden sword on the ground was pierced right through and hung on the tree trunk the moment he jumped back in one long leap. Miserable screams and wails began to resound in this forest. Duan Blade, who wasn't far away then, kept retreating, slashing these twisted wooden swords with his sword. But there was an endless stream of them, leaving him with no way to cope with them. Xiong Pan's body is white and fat. His body is huge. It is even more difficult to avoid, and his body is stuck full of wounds, constantly oozing blood. Besides, that Jash, both his fists and feet kept blasting out to block these bizarre attacks. "Grandfather!" Not far away, there was a sudden shout, causing Jash to look up. He saw that his grandson, Jia Qi, no longer had the demeanor of a contemporary family head and was incomparably wretched. Pust! Just as Jazzy called out, the twisted rooted wooden sword in the ground suddenly pushed straight upwards, piercing him through. "Zeal!" Jash shouted, but just kept backing away to avoid being caught in the wave. Whose Woody kept calling for the wind to come, blowing down the trees around him and lifting up the dirt to cover them. His heart was even more horrified, and when he looked up again, he realized that Duan Blade's most outstanding descendant, Duan Shui Lu, could no longer hold on. Before he could come closer, several wooden spikes grew from the surrounding trees and pierced him through. Only after Whose Woody, Duan Blade, Xiong Pan, and Jia Su had backed up some more distance did the commotion slowly stop. There had been silence all around, and the sound of water running and dripping could be heard. That's the sound of blood. This was because the surrounding demon race, along with Jia Qi, had been completely stabbed to death. The corpses of a demon race were all hanging around like this, combined with the mist of blood around them. It was creepy to look at. It was important to know that the number of demon clans that had gathered around this area was nearly 100. What Yi Tian had done from start to finish was nothing more than taking a step towards the front. The Bright Realm, however, is the first realm. Yi Tian shook his head in sight at this moment. "Unfortunately, my realm is too low nowadays, so I can only use this kind of trivial trick. It's so that I've been reduced to relying on such unseemly tricks, but it's enough for you to learn, to carefully sense the feeling of me communicating with the world and harnessing the power of heaven and earth. Oh yes, you can only borrow, not harness." Chapter 60, The Remorseful Josh. Yi Tian's kick had made Zhou Yuanfang and Zhou Sunluo scared silly. There was a point where what was happening around them was beyond their knowledge. In that instant, it was as if the forest here had come to life. Living hell. Have you ever seen a tree's root system cast a sword spell to kill a demon? This tree also long wooden thorns like a sword straight. More waiting for the demon tribe to take the initiative to send to the door. Divine. And, Master, do you want to listen carefully to what words you were saying? Minor tricks? Not good enough for the world? And tell them not to think about harnessing the power of heaven and earth? You really think the world of us. Also, if this is just a minor trick, how fierce are you seriously? Especially the realm, which was still stuck at the first realm, the body refining realm. Why does your first state seem to be not quite the same as the first state we perceive? But after the shock had passed, Zhou Yuanfang and Zhou Sunluo also began to think carefully, recalling everything they had just sensed. Speaking of which, Yi Tian had already tried to go as slow as possible just now in order to make it easier for Zhou Yuanfang and Zhou Xuanju to learn. If not, The death of these demon clans was but an instantaneous event. Where would they still be allowed to jump around and hide? Snap! The folding fan in the opposite side of Woody's hand was already falling to the ground. He could see it at this time. And the reaction came, harnessing the power of heaven and earth. How could the first realm body refinement realm have such a terrifying ability? It was simply not something that was possible to control in this realm. At all. To die. I will die to understand. Emperor Woody suddenly opened his mouth, his pupils flickering with a weird green aura as he glared towards Yi-Tian. He was activating a secret technique to observe Yi-Tian with his soul. Boom! In Woody's eyes, the heavens and earth were collapsing, and everything around them was sinking into nothingness. There was divine light blooming in the void of darkness, and he couldn't see anything clearly at all. Not only that, he sensed a great terror descending. It was also the moment when that divine light disappeared and he was stunned, seeing this endless void devouring itself. At the end of his life, Woody knew only one thing. They have invoked the existence of great terror, master of the mountain, in jeopardy. One gives everything and sees nothing. The only thing I see is my own death. That's right. Woody didn't see anything. He doesn't deserve it. Outside. Bang! Woody knelt on the ground. The light was already gone from his eyes, and his eyes were dry and full of holes, as if they were burned coals. Afterward, Emperor Woody's 7 orifices bled, and he just knelt in place and didn't move a muscle. He's dead. While he was observing Yi-Tian, he had already lost his breath. Duan Blade and Xiong Pan, who were next to him, were already scared to the point that they retreated several steps. What happened? For good reason. This Woody just looked at Yi-Tian. How did he die? And it was a very miserable death. Looking at Woody's appearance, Duan Blade and Xiong Pan were so scared that they were shivering. Of the three of them, the 3 demons had always been led by Woody, and they were well aware of his abilities. But right now, just as they were afraid, Yi-Tian took another step back. At this step, the dirt surged like a wave and swept them over. That Duan Blade was bounced over with Xiong Pan and Jiasu, along with the dead Woody on the ground. That Duan Blade followed Bear Plate and arrived at a position not far from Yi-Tian. The bear disc flew even faster, and when it arrived in front of Yi-Tian, it crashed into the wooden sword just like his child. Snort! Exactly the same. Throat cut. Duan Blade got up from the ground and tried to escape. Pust! There were suddenly twisted rooted wooden swords in the ground, stabbing out steeply. This wooden sword directly pierced through Duan Blade's knee, causing him to wail and scream and fall to the back. And Yi-Tian also happened to be flinging the wooden sword in his hand, casually towards the front. The wooden sword swept across the neck of this Duan Blade and took his life. The white shirt of Duan Blade, who had fallen to the ground, was open, and a book slipped inside. It was a sword manual, and he was still studying it carefully before he left. Jiasu, who was not far away, looked at the 3 demons who were all dead and was scared to death. He was cloaked and hurriedly fell to his knees and crawled over. My lord, spare my life. I was all coerced by this demon race. Everything I've done, I've been forced to do. Also, I was instructed to do all this. I was contacted. That's the man who told us that the imperial capital has a spiritual weapon sitting on the ground, protected by a formation, and that the demon race would be subdued to death if they entered hastily. Spare me, and I will help you find this man out. Jash kept talking and kowtowing. Yi-Tian looked at him and spoke out. Do you know what will happen if you don't betray Zhou Yuanfang? Jiasu suddenly raised his head and looked at Yi-Tian with some bewilderment. It was also at this time that Yi-Tian pointed a finger at the center of his eyebrows. In an instant, many feats that were incomparably powerful and suitable for him surged out crazily. Not only that, Jiasu also sensed that his realm had broken through, easily coming to the 5th realm, the sea transformation realm. The shackles of many years were but a finger in Yi-Tian's hand. Everything you've dreamed of, you've just gotten instantly. With the realm breakthrough, he felt a prolonged lifespan and didn't need to die. But at this very moment, Yi-Tian suddenly pointed a finger once again. The powerful feats in Jash's mind that were suitable for him were being erased and constantly forgotten. He only remembered how good and wonderful those feats were, but the contents could no longer be recalled. Not only that, the Dantian seemed to be deflating, the aura was flowing out crazily, and the realm was falling again and again. No, don't it shouldn't be like this. Jiasu panicked, hurriedly reaching out to grab Yi-Tian. Please give it back to me. Bang! Before Jiasu could touch Yi-Tian, he was kicked out by Zhou Yuanfang next to him. Don't dirty the master's clothes. Zhou Yuanfang looked at his former brother with disgust. Afterward, he turned back to Yi-Tian, his eyes reddening once again. Master, he knew that Yi-Tian was taking it out on himself just now. Yi-Tian said, in the end, I saved to bring the big teaching. You just listened to my words, did not pass the kung fu. How can I let you suffer such aggression? Yuanfang, old Zhou. That Jiasu then continued to crawl over, begging Zhou Yuanfang. It's all my fault. I repent. Help me. Beg for mercy. Okay. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Zhou Yuanfan lowered his head and looked at Jiasu, who was hugging and begging for help, tilting his head and sighing. Once, you relied on your hands and legs. How many people you saved? How many blessings you accumulated? Why at the last moment? Put. Zhou Yuanfan took his sword and directly pierced through Jiasu. Sending you on your way in person is the last bit of affection I have for you. Jiash jerked back, covering his heart and staring wide-eyed. He repented. Wouldn't everything be different if one stuck to one's heart? Chapter 61 3 Awakenings. Zhou Yuanfan looked despondent, looking up at the sky. He seemed to be immersed in memories of the past for a long time. All the things of the three brothers in the past, as if they were picture books, kept turning over in front of him. Zhou Xuanji also came to his grandfather's side, wanting to speak. It was at this time that Yi Tian spoke. You're killing without asking? The sudden words caused Zhou Yuanfan to be stunned. What? Didn't this brother of yours say that there are still people plotting behind the scenes? Yi Tian pointed at the dead Jiasu on the ground. Aren't you going to ask clearly? That's right. Next to him, Zhou Sunluo seemed to have a small person inside him swinging his fist wildly, and this was what he wanted to say. It was just that his grandfather had shadowed him too much in the past to speak up for himself. Obviously, there is still information that is not clear, so why didn't grandfather ask carefully before killing him? When Yi Tian asked out loud, Zhou Yuanfan's expression, too, stiffened. The entire group looked a little dumbfounded at this moment. A moment later, Zhou Yuanfan looked at Jiasu on the ground and said, I know this former sworn brother very well. He is hardcore and won't talk. Instead of wasting time on him, why don't we just behead him for a clean slate? Next to him, Zhou Sunluo opened his mouth, but in the end, he didn't say anything. He really wanted to say, just now Jash looked like that. Where did he look like a hard ass? Yi Tian laughed twice and said as he walked towards the front, you just forgot. Zhou Yuanfan followed Yi Tian's side, his mouth sophomoric. I didn't forget. It's just, Yi Tian said, you're actually a sentimental person. When your emotions come up, you'll always ignore them. Don't I understand you? He is also the son he brought up. What kind of virtue cannot be clear? Zhou Yuanfan opened his mouth and wanted to say something else, but in the end, he could only honestly admit, I did forget. Sorry, master. Yi Tian laughed lightly. What's the point of apologizing to me? These things don't have much to do with me. Zhou Yuanfan also came back to his senses. This was in the end a matter of the Zhou family, a problem of the Jingtian imperial dynasty. My lord, what an outsider. He would strike purely for the sake of the little master. In the master's mouth these demons are the best material. Their actions follow the plan to gather together on their own accord so that their masters can harvest them conveniently. At this point, Yi Tian took the wooden sword from earlier in his hand and lifted that Huzwadi up. This Hozadi died, and the real thing was a big snow-white fox with a nice coat. Yi Tian dissected it with his sword and dismantled the hide. This stuff would be perfect for sewing a cape scarf for my daughter. When the fur was cut, Yi Tian took the heart blood of this fox demon and put it in the jade bottle in his hand. Then with a flip of the hand, this white fox skin and the jade bottle disappeared. Zhou Yuanfang and Zhou Sunluo, who accompanied Yi Tian on the side, blinked and wondered if they were blinking, rubbing his hand over his eyes again to make sure he was right. It was really gone. This, Zhou soon surprised and opened his eyes. Next to him, Zhou Yuanfang couldn't help but speak out. There are rumors that in the land of abundance, those with more profound strength are able to refine spiritual artifacts with spiritual efficacy. In the end, master, you still have such treasures. Yi Tian also just wore a smile and didn't say much. He just took the stuff and put it into the reincarnation disc of creation. The creation reincarnation disc was able to seal even one's strength and memories as a god emperor. Storing something is nothing more than the most basic of efficacies. Yi Tian found Duan Blade again and removed the other party's wolf teeth and took the bones to put them away. On top of that, Duan Blade's heart's blood was also taken by him. The same is true of the bear pan, which takes the blood of the heart, in addition to bear bile, bear paws, and other goodies. Then again, on that section of the water flow with the black bear demon, all the things that could be used on his daughter were taken off one by one. Yi Tian's own hands, all covered with aura, were able to be the most perfect takedown. After waiting for the needed contraptions to be taken almost, Yi Tian then said towards Zhou Sunluo, Xiao Gui'er, these demons said to the outside world that you killed them. Zhou Xuanju pointed at himself. Ah, me? Even if he confessed, no one would believe him. Those who know more about the inner workings of the Jingtian imperial dynasty will only think that it was me who made the move. Zhou Yuanfang opened his mouth at this time and looked at Yi Tian. Master is more able to hide it from being known. Yi Tian nodded his head. Not bad. The person who was plotting behind the scenes wouldn't dare to strike out indiscriminately, but it will always reveal the cloven foot. Pay attention to yourselves. I don't have to show it to people. Understand? The daughter, Yi Xiao Xiao, was not very old and her realm was still low. The path of cultivation and the things to be experienced have to be taken one step at a time. Yi Tian couldn't reveal himself too much either. Who knew what kind of stuff he would attract? He is going the way he came, with limited strength in the end. If they encountered a life and death crisis, they could only restore the power of the God Emperor and push across everything. Then this creation and reincarnation technique of his would be broken. It's not worth it. What's more, today's situation doesn't require him to be visible to people. Her daughter, Yi Xiaoxiao, is now sharpening her sword and cultivating her path, and it's also going very well. Zhou Yuanfang and Zhou Sunluo bowed their heads towards Yi Tian and responded. Understood. Yi Tian nodded his head, and at this time, the twisted-rooted wooden swords that had broken out of the earth around him were also retracted into the earth. The wooden thorns that grew out of the surrounding trees also withered and turned into flying ash. Drifting away. Let's go. Have to go back to see my daughter. Yi Tian moved once again, heading in the direction of the camp, and Zhou Yuanfang hurriedly followed. At the same time, his voice floated in Zhou Xuanlu's ears. In a moment, the formation will break up, and then you'll just wake them up. Zhou Sunluo heard the words and bowed to respectfully send Yi Tian off with his grandfather. Yi Tian quickly returned to where he was originally located, that halfway up the mountain to observe the camp. With him changing the formation, there was peace and quiet in the entire camp, and his daughter, Yi Xiaoxiao, was still there on her knees adjusting her state. Looking at his daughter from afar, Yi Tian revealed a loving gaze, while in his heart, he was thinking about how this harvest should be arranged. Parents love their children and plan far ahead. Time passes. Yi Tian produced, and the stake that Zhou Yuanfang had nailed to death turned into flying ash and disappeared. At the same time the red mist in the forest was gradually drifting away. The dispersing red mist made the sky brighten and whiten in the distance like the belly of a fish. Many of the lecturers who fought with the demon race carried injuries and were covered in blood. But in the end, they still won, and it was also because Yi Tian changed the formation. And this blood mist began to confuse the demon race. Quite a number of demon races were gathered in the area where Yi Tian and the others were. It made the lecturers who fought with the demon race much less stressful. Looking at the light of day, there was a change in his state of mind, and his strength was actually refined. Many lecturers were pleasantly surprised, and they don't know it. The red mist after changing the formation, if the human race fights bravely, it will bring the aura to strengthen them. Along with breathing, it enters the body, refreshing and revitalizing the spirit and washing the meridians and dantian. This was Yi Tian's commendation for these courageous people who stood up to the demon race and fought with them to protect the students. Meanwhile, Zhou Xuanfu's side, the man who had fainted on the ground, awoke. As soon as he opened his eyes, he was startled by the sight around him. Chapter 62, One Dare to Ask, One Dare to Tell. On the ground, Zhao Yuan was the first to awaken, and next to him, Jin Yuoxiang and Jin Yufeng opened their eyes immediately after. When they woke up, they felt sore all over. It was as if the bones were falling apart. But soon, all three were reacting. They had just been fighting with the demon race, so why had they fainted? Right, they thought back carefully, and before they fainted, it seemed like they vaguely heard the voice of Old Man Shenjin. It seemed that Old Man Shenjin had gone up against the demons of the fourth realm, the spiritual spring realm, and stunned them. However, the smell of blood all around seemed to be much stronger than expected. Awake? Zhou Xuanfu's voice rang out. The three of them then slowed down and got up from the ground. It's just that after they got up, their eyes glazed over when they saw the situation around them. There were demons everywhere, strewn with corpses. The four of them were the ones still breathing in the field at the moment. Judging from the messy dirt, the bloodstains all around, it was only a very grueling battle. How come they're all dead? Zhao Yuan was incomparably surprised and looked over towards Zhou Sunluo. Old Zhou, your family's old man killed them? I killed. Zhou Sun's face was expressionless, stating it blandly. As his words fell, Zhao Yi's expression twisted a bit, as if he was constipated. Next to them, Jin Yufeng and Jin Yuoxiang also followed suit and turned their heads towards Zhou Sunluo, their expressions stunned. When did Zhou Xuanfu become so thick-skinned? Why don't they remember that this guy has such thick skin? Zhao Ichio pulled the corner of his mouth. Don't be ridiculous, you can kill so many demons? Zhou, soon between life and death there are great horrors. In the desperate situation, I such as a divine courage cannot? Zhou Easy, Jin Right Wind, who was next to him, suddenly had sharp eyes and realized what was going on, exclaiming, Elder Ancestor Jia, Iron Fist Peerless Jiasu. Jin Yuoxiang also came back to his senses and rushed over there. Seeing the dead Jiasu and also Jiaqi on the ground, he was horrified at how these two had died in this place. Zhao Yizi also rushed forward to look and sucked in a mouthful of cold air. Something really big is going on, and these two actually died in this place. Are you kidding me? Jazzy even, that's Jash. Before, Zhao Yizi had grown up listening to the stories of the three brothers. Jin Yufeng and Jin Youxiang need not be mentioned. The Jin Laozu of the three brothers is their grandfather. Grandfather's best buddy, died tragically? Jiasu colluded with the demon race to plot against us in exchange for a life extension method and to seek treasures to break through the realm. At this time, Zhou's son Luo continued. At the same time, his gaze also looked over towards Jia Qi. This Jia family's family head is also an accomplice. Hearing Zhou Xuanji's words, the three hearts and minds were shaken, and they all looked over in Zhou Xuanji's direction. Jin Right Wind frowned. Old Zhou, do you realize what you're saying? Jin Yuxiang also took a deep breath. You can't say this nonsense. Zhao Yaoyao also stared at his best friend. Could it be that this Jia Su and Jia Qi were also killed by you? The two Jin family brothers looked toward Zhao Yiwu. How dare you ask this kind of question? What is the realm of Jia Su and what is the realm of Zhou Xuanfu? Can they be compared? Zhou Su nodded. Well, I killed it. The two Jin family brothers turned back at the same time, staring at Zhou Xuanji incredulously. One dares to ask, the other dares to answer, right? Zhao Yi had a dark face. Do you think I'll believe it? There's a limit to your nonsense, right? Zhou Xuanfu did not have any unnecessary expression, completely a dead pig's attitude. Regardless of how Zhao Yiwang and Jin Yufeng and Jin Youxiang asked, Zhou's son Luo had an attitude anyway. Don't listen or listen to the king's recitation. Don't ask. Ask is what I killed. At the end of the day, the three of them could do nothing about it, and after glancing at each other, they shook their heads helplessly. There's no way to ask for in the face of this guy's attitude. But they knew very well in their hearts that Zhou Xuanfu definitely couldn't do this. The biggest possibility was that Zhou Yuanfan behind him had made a move. In addition, the Jia family's collusion with the demon race was nothing more than a family affair. But the three also knew Zhou Xuanfu and were willing to believe his words. This is a matter that will certainly end up being an unsolved crime. I'm just afraid that when we go back, we'll have to continue the investigation in secret. After discussing it with each other, they went ahead and returned to the camp to finish this one. They were already in a hurry and wondered what was going on in the camp. In particular, Zhao Yiwu was very worried about his daughter's well-being. On the way back, he realized that Zhou Sunluo was calm and collected, as if he wasn't worried about what would happen at all. Jin Yufeng and Jin Yuxiang, too, noticed the difference in him. Everything, it seemed, was under his control. In the minds of all three, the thoughts were similar. What the hell was going on and what was happening? Leave it to old Chao to be thick-skinned like this. Moreover, earlier when he was fighting with the demon race, the old weak was also very strange and fierce in an uncharacteristic way. Soon, their group was back in the middle of the camp. Upon arrival, they were surprised to find that the entire camp was safe and sound. It was only after careful questioning that I was shocked to learn one thing. There's an invisible barrier guarding the camp, so the demons can't hurt it? That red mist, is it still making the demons lose their way? All three were incredibly surprised as they continued to learn more and more. Afterwards, they all looked over in the direction of Zhou Sunluo. This guy, there is definitely a secret present in his body. I just don't know what kind of identity he's in behind the scenes, but by the looks of the camp, the Zhou family should be able to clear their name. On the way back, Zhou Xuanji was not worried about the campground situation and seemed to have known it. Maybe the invisible barrier of this camp was his setup? Nice guy, Lao Zhou, how have you become so mysterious and elusive now? But now, it was not the time to get into these things with him. Jin Right Wind immediately began to preside over matters, arranging for the scholars to exit the mountain in an orderly manner. This examination, although there was a big accident and such a big incident happened, but judging by the results, it seems to have yielded unexpected results, and more things still need to go back and slowly start summarizing. Soon, the battalion was drawn up and left, returning towards the imperial capital. While walking on the road, the scholars of the four major branches were already mingling together. All around them were lecturers surrounding them and taking care of their protection. Among them, the students of the first academic year of the four major branch academies were unconsciously centered around Yi Shoshu, gathering not far from her to talk. What they discussed with each other was naturally the insights and feelings of this examination. In particular, the exchange of top students from their respective branches has been very rewarding for each other. Yuan Cheng, who was not far away, watched this scene with relief. Unconsciously, Yi Xiaoxiao had grown to this point. Chapter 63, It's all your fault for ruining my chance. Soon, the students of the four major branches of the Willow Wind Academy, along with the lecturers, were already back in the imperial capital. When they entered the imperial capital, the city guards guarding the city were shocked to see them. It's just the examination of the scholars. How to make it so miserable? Others were so badly wounded that they needed to be brought back on stretchers. What's going on here is alarming a lot of people. After entering the city, the scholars of the four major branches were separated. The first-year students from the other branches all waved goodbye towards Yi Shoshu. There were also scholars who were all slightly bent over in gratitude. If it wasn't for Yi Xiaoxiao leading the crowd of scholars to fixate on that area, maybe, there's no way for them to come back alive. After returning, the lecturers were all taking the scholars. First, back to the South City branch. Wang Luming, the dean of the South City branch, came out and was shocked to see the scene. What's going on? How did it get to this state? Subsequently, Wang Luming was listening to the lecturer's report and was shocked. What the hell? How come the good old joint examination of the 4 academies has turned out to be like this? What the hell is going on this year with so much going on? Wang Luming didn't have the time to think about too many things and hurriedly let the lecturers take the students into the South City branch. Immediately, he was asking the physicians in the branch to come over and heal the lecturers and scholars. Of course everyone brings back, not just bad news, but good news. This time, in the joint examination of the 4 academies, the South City branch, which was always at the bottom of the list, had actually produced a character like Yi Xiaoxiao. The top students of the other branch academies in the first academic year actually had a hidden posture of having her as their leader. Adding to that, Wang Luming had also gotten the news that this time, the joint examination of the 4 courtyards had occurred despite such problems, grades, but it was not cancelled. On the contrary, the entire record in the examination, that is not stopped down. The results are still valid. Even the Willow Wind School would have generous rewards decentralized in order to reward every valiant student. I'm afraid that with such an outstanding performance, Yi Xiaoxiao wasn't just specially selected to enter the Willow Wind Academy's main courtyard. Even more, it would enter the Genius Academy of the Willow Wind Academy's main academy and soar to the heavens. Wang Luming was naturally happy that he would receive a commendation from the General Hospital, in addition to Yi Xiaoxiao. That's the rule. On top of that, there were also students like Zhao Yingying as well as Hua Zhizhi and Lei Zhanghong, who followed Yi Xiaoxiao around and performed well. After learning the details of the situation, Wang Luming was really smiling. After what happened to Wu Xianqing at the South City branch, he had thought he was finished. Maybe even his own position as dean might not be secure. Not to mention promotion to the General Hospital. Who could have imagined that there would be a village in the darkness, and that there would be a wizard like Yi Xiaoxiao who would be able to protect him? When everything was in order, all the school children were returning home. Yi Xiaoxiao also couldn't wait and ran towards the outside, wanting to go home quickly. Zhao Yingying, on the other hand, followed Yi Xiaoxiao's side and ran out. It was just that Zhao Yingying had just run out of the schoolhouse and found herself suddenly running in place as Yi Xiaoxiao turned the corner. Yi Xiaoxiao was also strange and turned back to look at the rear. It was discovered that Zhao Yingying was already being tugged by the back lapel of his shirt by a middle-aged looking man and lifted up just like that. It was none other than Zhao Yingying's father, Zhao Yizi. Seeing that Yi Xiaoxiao was still looking back at himself, Zhao Yiye also put on a smile and nodded his head towards her. Xinya, don't leave me behind. Come back and save me. Zhao Yingying, on the other hand, begged for help towards Yi Xiaoxin. You and your father haven't seen each other for a long time. I won't disturb your father-daughter reunion. Yi Xiaoxiao shouted. I'm going to look for my father. After saying that, Yi Xiaoxiao turned around and ran out of sight. The only one left behind was Zhao Yingying, who was still being tugged so much by Zhao Yizi, her limbs off the ground. Xinya ah. Zhao Yingying couldn't stop screaming when she saw Yi Xiaoxin running away. Afterward, he punched and kicked towards Zhao Yuchang. Let go of me. What are you doing? What for? Go back to the house. Zhao Yizi opened his mouth without a good mood. Zhao Yingying refused. I'm not going back. I want to go to the Yi Mansion. You go to the King Yi Mansion. If I let you go over there again, you're going to be called Yi Yingying. Zhao Yizi was furious and pinned Zhao Yingying under his armpit. For his part, Zhao Yixia was gritting his teeth, and in his heart, he was regretting if he shouldn't have sent her such a clan mission. Yi Xiaoxiao here, hurriedly ran back to the Yi Mansion, returning to her heart. Earlier, when she was in the middle of the mountain forest, she was really very scared and worried that she wouldn't be able to come back, fear that he would die there and never see Yi Tian again. Upon entering the middle of the Yi Mansion, Yi Xiaoxiao met Zhou Lan. Granny Lan, where is my father? Master is boiling medicine in the pharmacy. After Zhou Lan finished speaking, she saw Yi Xiaoxiu run away like the wind. Yi Xiaoxiao's feet seemed as if they were windy, and she quickly ran to where the pharmacy was. Soon, she saw the familiar figure sitting in front of the medicine altar. The medicine altar was being wrapped in a lotus-like fire, and a faint medicinal scent floated inside. Yi Tian heard the commotion and turned around to look at Yi Xiaoxiao. Xiao, back? Yi Xiaoxiao didn't say anything, but just jumped into Yi Tian's arms and hugged him tightly. Yi Tian, who had been secretly following his daughter, could probably understand her current mood. He didn't say anything either, just gently wrapped his arms around his daughter and patted her back. In her father's arms, Yi Xiaoxiao's mind was relaxed, and with the smell of the medicine, sleepiness couldn't stop coming. It didn't take long before the sound of light snoring already rang out in Yi Tian's arms. Yi Tian looked down at his daughter in his arms and saw that the other party's brows were tightly locked and there were still tears in the corners of her eyes. Our Shinny will always be the best. Yi Tian coaxed the child and wrapped his arms around his daughter while continuing to boil the medicine. Over here, father-daughter bonding. The royal residence, the chickens are flying. I just want to stay with Shinya. Zhao Yingying yelled at Zhao Wei. It's all your fault. Why did you bring me back when it's clear that the clan mission lets us find our own chance? Zhao Yi's face was dark as he looked at his daughter. If I don't bring you back, you're going to be surnamed Yi. You damned girl. What are you doing always sticking around people's houses? A clan mission to make you earn your own living, and this is how you mingle. Zhao Yingying was furious and glared at Zhao Wei. You don't know anything. Uncle Yi said that there's a connection with our ancestors. He taught me to practice my sword, and he taught me to cultivate my body, and boiled medicine for me to drink. Accompanying Shirnoa back this time, Uncle will surely boil medicine for me to drink. You've spoiled all my chances. Give it back to me. Give it back to me. Speaking of this place, Zhao Yingying continuously swung her fist towards Zhao Wang and cried anxiously. For his part, Zhao Yizi was completely confused by his daughter's words and performance. Chapter 64, Sweating. His own daughter, Zhao Yizi, knows very well, although quirky, and thinking outside the box, and often not being able to keep up on my own, actually very talented and determined kids, as a result, start crying in a hurry because of this kind of thing. Zhao Yizi waved his hand and dismissed his left and right. Their own daughter's crying and humiliating appearance could not be allowed to continue watching. If you don't, what's the point of spreading the word? Instead, after these maids went down, they all muttered in their hearts, their little county princess of the royal family. I'm afraid she's only bumped into a liar. The little sheriff's ancestors were from the royal family. Where did she get a deceased person with a connection? In fact, at the very beginning, Zhao Yizi thought the same thing. I was worried that my daughter hadn't been duped, but when I saw her like this, my heart ached. Alright, why are you girls still crying? Zhao Yaoyao half squatted down and wrapped his arms around his daughter. To be honest, Zhao Yizi was still a bit flustered. It was a first for my daughter to cry like this. Father wants to tell you that this human heart is treacherous. Zhao Yizi persuaded. You're still a child, so you might have been tricked. Not at all. Zhao Yingying shouted. I'm all 9 spirits, and it's all because Uncle Yi helped me raise it. Uncle Yi has said that I can still break the small limit, and be able to be in the flesh and blood stage, raised to 9 spirits with 9, and then go to boil the fascia. This time when we went through all this in the mountains, it was a good time for cultivation and consolidation, and it was all ruined by you. In the future, I definitely won't be able to keep up with Shinya. In the future, how can I make a name for myself with her? Who will still know the great name of my thundering fast swordsman? If I fall behind afterward, if I'm in the general hospital, only she, Shinya, will be the only one to show her saintliness in front of people, so how can I still show off? Zhao Yingying cried out, aggrieved. Upon hearing his daughter's cries, Zhao Yizi's expression had completely frozen. What did he just hear? Daughter Zhao Yingying, 9 spirits? It also breaks small limits. Zhao Yaoyao took a deep breath and looked at his daughter Zhao Yingying seriously. Yingying, tell father, is this all true? Just let me prove it to you. Zhao Yingying was furious and aggravated, and ran towards the outside. Zhao Yiwan was hurriedly following his daughter's lead and arrived in the martial arts arena of the royal mansion. This place had similar specifications as the Yi mansion, and it also had a testing stone tablet. Zhao Yingying walked to the front of the testing stone monument, pulled out her own knife, and slashed it violently. At the bottom of the stone tablet, light flickered up. Soon, the results of the test surfaced in front of the father-daughter duo. The 9 spirits have 2. It's done. I've done it. Seeing this achievement, Zhao Yingying was breaking into laughter and jumped up excitedly. Yi Tian's words had been lingering in Zhao Yingying's mind, and she had concerns about whether she could do it or not. Unexpectedly, this time when he gave proof to his father, he had really accomplished the requirements Yi Tian had given him. She was still in the flesh and blood stage and hadn't begun to beat up her tendons and membranes, and had literally broken through the boundary of the 9 spirits. Despite being a bit behind Yi Shoshin, he was at least able to keep up with her. That's what being her archenemy should be like. Hey. After enjoying herself for a while, Zhao Yingying thought about her situation today and began to commiserate. Zhao Yizi at the back had stared with wide eyes, wondering if he had misread the situation. It really was the 9 spirit limit that had been broken. At the level of Zhao Yizi, there was such strength. When comforting her daughter just now, where could she not feel that Zhao Yingying was still in the flesh and blood stage? If one is starting to beat up the fascia, the body shape will all change. In his realm, of course that looked out. Really, everything my daughter said was true. She really did have the strength of the 9 spirits, even breaking the limits and surpassing the boundaries at the flesh and blood stage. Zhao Yizi breathed sharply. His daughter said that she wanted to call Yi Yingying, angry at herself as part of it. More reasons, or the Uncle Yi in her mouth, that really convinced her with the truth. And my daughter has completely convinced herself today. What I did? Zhao Easy began to panic. Doesn't the fact that this is all true mean that one has made a huge mistake? Just as my daughter had said, she had spoiled her chances. Snap! Zhao Yaoyao fiercely gave himself a slap in the face and hurriedly got up and said towards Zhao Yingying, Yingying, father will take you to find this Yi Gaoren. Father himself came to the door to apologize, and I begged on my knees that he would take you back in. Whatever it takes. Zhao Easy was righteous and took Zhao Yingying by the hand. Zhao Yingying, who was being held, looked at Zhao Yiwang and pursed her lips when she arrived at the entrance of the royal residence. She fixed her footsteps and shook her head toward Zhao Yiwei. Forget it, I'm not going. Zhao Ichio was a bit anxious. Silly girl, this concerns your future. Why don't you go again? You're so good with face. Making you kneel isn't worse than killing you. Zhao Yingying skimmed her mouth. Zhao Yaoyao's heart warmed as he pinched his daughter's cheeks. Face is not as important as my daughter. What's more, father is to blame for this. Saying that, Zhao Easy once again dragged Zhao Yingying hard and went forward to the gate of the Yi mansion in the outer city. After arriving at the gate of the Yi mansion, Zhao Yiwu took a deep breath, and he directly knelt down. Zhao Yingying was beside her, startled, and she rushed forward to help her father up. She really didn't expect her father to be so decisive and just kneel down. He's the king. It was only when Zhao Yaoi just kneeled down that an invisible force instantly lifted him up. This kind of situation caused Zhao Easy's pupils to contract. What's going on? The door to the mansion opened and Zhou Lan walked out. 8th Prince, bringing Ying in, don't be too flashy. The master doesn't like it. Zhao Easy was as if he had been pardoned, and took Zhao Yingying with him as he hurriedly stepped into the Yi mansion. Entering the Yi mansion, Zhou Lan didn't let Zhao Yingying enter, but instead turned towards Zhao Yingying and said, Yingying, quickly go take the medicine and soak in the medicinal bath to rest. When you have had a good day's sleep with your little master, you will have to get up early the next morning to continue your cultivation and also to compete. Zhao Yingying froze for a moment, then nodded her head joyfully. I know. When she finished, she glanced at her father. Zhou Lan knew what she was thinking and spoke. Go ahead. It's fine, Granny Lan. I'll go in first. After Zhao Yingying finished speaking, she ran towards the mansion. Afterward, Zhou Lan then said towards Zhao Yuchang. Master said, pity the world's parents. The 8th prince go back. The master likes to keep a low profile and be quieter. Zhao Easy's expression was solemn as he saluted towards the mansion. Little king keeps this in mind and will never talk too much or show off. Zhou Lan nodded gently and turned back to enter the mansion. Instead, Zhao Ichio retreated and closed the Yi mansion's gate with his own hands. By the time he turned to leave, his forehead was covered in cold sweat. Chapter 65. After leaving the Yi mansion, Zhao Yi had already left at a fast pace to avoid the people around him from seeing him. With his strength, few people would be able to detect his trail if he moved quickly. It didn't take long for Zhao Easy to return to his royal residence. After arriving at the royal residence, Zhao Easy eventually sat down, and his subordinates came to make tea. After making tea, Zhao Easy let the people retire. He sat alone in the front room, his hands trembling and shaking as he picked up his teacup, the tea wetting his sleeve robe. Ipfu. This moment gave Zhao Easy a huge shock as well as fear. It was a mysterious place, and like a giant beast. The first surprise, naturally, was the situation described by his daughter and how she had behaved. It's so unbelievable, beyond one's perception of the situation, that it just appeared in front of them and happened to my daughter. At the very beginning, Zhao Yiwu gave the definition of this mysterious Uncle Yi, Yi Xiaoxiao's father, in the Yi mansion. That would be an extraordinary pharmacist, involved with the Zhou family, and created something so remarkable. That was speculated based on the information he already knew, as well as the fact that the Yi mansion was originally a Zhou family property. And the second shock, it was the arrival at the Yi mansion, and after he knelt down, there was an invisible force that lifted him up. What kind of power is this? Completely beyond his knowledge. That was something that was beyond the reach of normal people. This is tantamount to a divine means. As for the third surprise, and then there's Cholan, the Zhou Lan who came out just now and let herself in. That was a gesture that did not disguise her likeness. An ordinary person, at first glance, might not recognize Zhou Lan for what he was. Maybe just a spry-looking, well-maintained old lady. But Zhao Yaoyao recognized that the Zhou Lan was a very special mother-in-law of the Zhou family, the righteous daughter of old ancestor Qin Jin. Many of the older Zhou family members were brought up by her. For example, his best friend, Zhou Xuanfu childhood, is Zhou Lan and Zhou Mei brought up. Nowadays, I'm afraid few people can recognize Zhou Lan. It just so happens that Zhou Easy is one of them. So after recognizing Zhou Lan and hearing her call out to Uncle Yi in the Yi mansion as her master, he was truly shocked. Yi Xiaoshua's father. What's the story? To be able to make the righteous daughter of the 1,000 gold ancestor call out to her master? It was hard to believe that the other party was the illegitimate son of the 1,000 gold ancestor. Or was he a shut-in disciple, an existence that had grasped the entirety of his skillful medicinal formula? That's not right either. Simply because of that situation at the entrance of the Yi mansion, this Uncle Yi in his daughter's mouth was only afraid that his strength was even stronger than the 1,000 gold ancestor? After all, he had the impression that old man Shenjin didn't have this ability. Wait a minute. It was as if thunder had crossed in Zhao Yi's mind. Before his eyes, the situation where the corpses of the demon race were strewn all over the mountain forest was presented to him. Zhou Sun refused to say anything. Well, is there a possibility? The person who made the move, is this Uncle Yi? His daughter, Yi Xiaoxiu, was in the middle of this examination. In this case, the same father who loves his daughter. Thinking differently, Zhao Yizi would definitely follow. Zhao Yiqiu took a deep breath. Come to think of it, whether it's the red mist that the demon race drummed up, it confused the demon race itself instead. Or maybe the invisible barrier that guards the crowd of scholars in the middle of the camp is really a contraption that old man Shenjin and Zhou Xuanjuan can make? Not really. I'm afraid that the person who really made the move is Yi Xiaoxiu's father. Thinking of the truth, Zhao Yiwei couldn't help but exclaim, so that's how it is. The next moment, Zhao Yizi immediately shut up. This was followed by 2 punches to his head. Broken brain. Broken brain. What are you thinking about? What are you searching for? It's good to think about it now. In case you accidentally get drunk and accidentally talk in your sleep and leak it. Not only are you going to harm Ying, you're only going to get yourself killed. Put what you can. You're the only one who can figure it out, aren't you? Instead of being happy, the Zhao Yizi, who had figured everything out, looked sad. It was also at this time that the steward of the king's residence happened to arrive, and after asking for instructions, he entered inside the antechamber. The steward arched his hand. Your Highness, a new batch of drunken immortal brew from Drunken Immortal House has just arrived at the mansion. As Zhao Yiwei listened to the steward's words, he sighed and waved his hand. It's all been given away, and from today onwards, the king will abstain from drinking. Do you hear me? The steward was surprised. Since the princess left, the king is drinking wine every day, and every night this wine is never missing. How nowadays? What? Did not hear the words of this king? All send away, all send away. While this king has not regretted it, Zhao Yiqiu hurriedly waved his hand. After saying that, he walked towards the depths of the mansion. News then spread out from Zhao Yizi's royal residence. The 8th prince has recently realized something in terms of cultivation, and in addition to official business, all closed doors and closed doors are not out. This news quickly was spread throughout the imperial capital, because everyone knew that this 8th prince was addicted to wine and loved to drink with his friends. You've changed your mind? Even the current emperor sent someone to see what kind of madness this brother of his was having. Judging from the final report, this Zhao Yizi is still serious. Rarely, there was likewise news that was placed in front of Zhou Yuanfang and Zhou Sunluo. This time, the matter of the joint examination of the 4 hospitals is of great importance. The current emperor even personally convened a secret meeting to discuss the matter. It turned out to be difficult to start checking it out. The best clues, naturally, are the families of the school children who wielded the fishy aroma san. For example, Ruyan Lu. Only when they went to the Lu mansion, they found that the entire Lu mansion had been destroyed. And the person who did it was Ryu Chuan himself. The man who did it, Lu Chuan, was not only the one who exterminated his own Lu house, but even took poison and killed himself. From the Lu mansion, quite a few letters were also recovered, all evidence of dealings with the demon race. On top of that, on the Jia family's side, the situation was much the same. Many people from the Jia family had already disappeared far away from sight at some unknown time. The Jia family members still remaining in the imperial capital are all collateral lines now. Even if they were tortured and interrogated, there was no valuable intelligence content. In addition, Jia's family also had letters that were circulated with the demon race. Sit on the guilt of the Jia family. But this is something that has always revealed itself to be bizarre. What a coincidence. This evidence comes out too easily. The most chilling thing behind people's backs was that a family like the Jia family was actually being manipulated like this by the people behind the scenes. What is the origin and status of the person who made the move? What a fine thought. Chapter 66, Facial Row Beating. This time, the joint examination of the 4 courtyards made a big fuss. The city is full of rumors, and all kinds of gossip is flying around haphazardly. However, there were quite a few scholars who broke out of this event and spread some fame. Zhao Yingying, for example, impressed many students with her knife at first. If one were to say that the most famous among the students of the first academic year was of course Yi Shoshu, especially the first-year students from the other branches also held Yi Shoshu in high esteem. It's also kind of famous. Moreover, in this joint examination, The person who had achieved the first place among the first-year students of the 4 major branch academies was none other than Yi Xiaoxiao. The South Side branch is going on vacation and the scholars are going their separate ways. It's almost winter time and time to celebrate the new year. Only after the year is over will they continue to practice as in the academy. However, Yi Xiaoxiao, who had achieved the first result, was already on the verge of entering the Willow Wind Academy's General Academy. Before leaving the South City branch, the dean, Wang Luming, even personally escorted Yi Xiaoxiao out of the courtyard. Xiaoxiao, after the coming year, you'll have to go to the General Academy to cultivate. Wang Luming wore a smile as he looked at Yi Xiaoxiao. Your side of the dossier will be sent to the General Academy for examination at that time, and after some time, someone will come to your door in person to give you the paperwork for admission to the General Academy. At this time, Wang Luming, that old face was smiling like a flower. Having sent such a top genius to the General Academy, one didn't even know that he would receive such a commendation. Yi Xiaoxiao nodded. Dean Wang, I know. Then Wang Luming nagged a few more times. Shinya, you have to cultivate diligently during the vacation. There's a lot of competition in the General Academy, the Willow Wind Academy's main courtyard, but it gathers the top young geniuses from the south and north of the Heavenly Imperial Dynasty. When you enter the General Academy, you'll be a student in the second academic year, and for those who are in the same year as you, I've heard that there are quite a few who have already reached the limit of their fascia. Maybe, at the second school year stage, it will reach the level of bone hardening. Wang Luming spoke of this place and said towards Yi Xiaoxiao, but they used to be in too much better conditions than you, which is like you kids being targeted by scum. Dean Wang believes that it's only a matter of time before you surpass them all. When he said so much, it belonged to the category of mentioning the situation to Yi Xiaoxiao in advance so that she could be prepared. Don't find out you're number one on the branch side when you get to the main courtyard. As a result, arriving at the general hospital obliterated will be a blow. Mindfulness, too, is important on the path of cultivation. Humph. Zhao Yingying sneered from the side. A genius from the General Academy? Not a bad challenge. Sooner or later, he'll be the defeated one under this seat. Wang Luming also looked at Zhao Yingying and nodded. Aha! This guy, on the contrary, has to strike a blow to be good. Overconfident to the point of being overconfident. Wang Luming then watched Yi Xiaoxiao and Zhao Yingying leave. On his face, he wore a mysterious smile. In fact, when the time comes, it will be Dean Jean who will personally come to the door to deliver the admission paperwork. I'm sure I'll be incredibly surprised when I see Dean Kim. Wang Luming didn't say anything about this because he hoped to give Yi Xiaoxiao a little surprise. Although it is the vice dean, the Lufeng Academy housemaster, usually the current emperor as the head of the General Academy hangs on the 1,000 golden old man. In reality, it's all about the golden right wind managing everything. What an honor for a great man like him to come in person. Yi Xiaoxiao and Zhao Yingying moved together, and soon was back to the Yi mansion. After arriving at the Yi mansion, the two of them put the things they got from the academy in their rooms before heading to the martial arts arena. When he arrived at the martial arts arena, he was able to see Zhou Yuanfang practicing his sword painstakingly. The two little girls were not surprised by this. Grandpa Zhou was practicing his sword diligently, and they were used to it. Father, I'm number one among the first academic year students in this joint examination. Yi Xiaoxiao arrived beside Yi Tian at the edge of the field and said happily, Uncle Yi, I took second yet. Yi Tian happily rubbed his daughter's head. Shinya is great. It shows that your efforts have not been in vain. Father is proud of you. Afterwards, he also nodded towards Zhao Yingying. You too. Your hard work these days has paid off. Both of the little ones were very happy, except for some twitching in their expressions as their eyes looked over towards the side. There were 2 small jade bottles there, which contained Yi Tian's recently newly refined medicines. The flavor of this one was torture compared to the previous better ones. The blood smelled bad and was full of bitterness. One sip and it feels like your soul is going out of your body. Even though it was unbearable to drink, Yi Xiaoxiao and Zhao Yingying still honestly took the small jade bottle, uncorked it and pinched their noses to drink it. Vomit. Yi Xiaoxiao and Zhao Yingying both dry heaved a little, and both rushed to grab their own water bottles to fill them up. Both men's faces were twisted and hideous, but after this energy slowed down, the two of them felt their bodies burning and gradually rolling. Immediately after that, they walked towards the martial arts field and began today's cultivation. Over there stood racks with hanging hammers of various sizes. When Yi Xiaoxiao and Zhao Yingying went in, they zigzagged and stayed over there. As the two men walked over, the sling hammer on that rack began to swing and slam down on them. It was a volley of blows to the two men's bodies from a variety of different directions. Yi Xiaoxiao and Zhao Yingying then followed Yi Tian's arrangement, constantly adjusting their postures and stretching themselves to harden themselves against these slinging hammer strikes. The two men were hit with bared teeth in pain. It was just that the two of them didn't know that there was Yi Tian inscribing formations underneath this wooden frame. In addition to external volleying, there is also aura shock. This is not only beating up the fascia, but also laying the foundation for the subsequent stages of hardening the bones and lungs. Zhou Yuanfan finished his sword practice and looked over in the direction of his little master. My heart aches, but I also know that this is the way to practice. There are various ways to beat up the fascia. Yi Tian's approach was to synthesize all aspects, most importantly his customized variety of internal medicines, external medicines, and medicinal baths. At least Zhou Yuanfang judged the progress of Yi Xiaoxue and Zhao Yingying in beating up the fascia very fast. Not only that, the roots are very solid, and the fact that Yi Xiaoxiao and Zhao Yingying were able to accomplish their extreme blood and flesh extreme goals so quickly was not separate from the medicine in that small jade bottle. That's right, Yi Xiaoxiao and Zhao Yingying had already accomplished their respective limit goals for the flesh and blood stage. A 12 spirit, a 9 spirit has 9. It is the step into the stage of beating up the fascia. That medicine, using the very heart blood of the demon race and bear demon bile, Yi Xiaoxiao was more talented and was Yi Tian's own daughter, so she was naturally the best ones to use. Zhao Yingying's talent was inferior, and she couldn't withstand the top medicinal power, so she used the heart blood of an ordinary wolf demon and bear demon bile. That's right, most of the demon race that died back then had already been collected by the 1,000 Gold Chamber of Commerce and extracted what Yi Tian needed. After all, on the surface, it was all killed by Zhou Xuanzhu, and that was his trophy. The harvesting work of the unusual demon race was naturally not qualified for Yi Tian to personally do. Doesn't mean he doesn't have to. Chapter 67, A Completely Different World. After Yi Xiaoxiao and Zhao Yingying's cultivation ended, it was already more than an hour later. The two of them were also exhausted, so they first went to soak in a medicinal bath to nourish their bodies. After waiting for a nice medicinal bath, a comfortable shower, and a change of clean clothes, dinner is ready. Yi Tian had already taught the skills of cooking meals to Zhou Lan and Zhou Mei. Nowadays, they were all in charge of it, and the ingredients were all meat from the demon race, as well as some wild herbs picked from the deep mountains to go with it. Excellent flavor and nutritious. Granny Lan, Granny Mei, today's is even better. Yi Xiaoxiao praised towards the two. Next to her, Zhao Yingying puffed out her cheeks and nodded her head uncontrollably. As in the case of the dish in front of us, which was cooked with wolf demon meat, the meat inside was marinated in advance. It is first fried, then coated with flour and deep fried, and then there are wild herbs dried and ground and sprinkled on top. The tantalizing grassy fresh scent will make the greasy feeling subside. The bite went down, and the click that preceded it was like a teaser. This is telling you that your teeth will feel a crisp touch next. After the crunch, there was the soft and tough wolf demon meat after the fire had been controlled, and the juices, which were on the salty side, mixed with the grease inside, began to burst out. The rich gravy blended with that crispy shell, and it was an unbelievable storm that raged in your mouth. Adding a bite of crystal clear rice to your mouth at this point will add that characteristic sweet rice aroma to this amazing flavor. Yi Tian was also enjoying his food and nodded his head in praise towards Zhou Lan and Zhou Mei. Needless to say, the two are very talented when it comes to cooking, especially in medicinal cooking. The degree of medication used and the control of flavor is very subtle. There are times when a little ingenuity, a little inspiration of your own comes into play. After having enough to eat and drink, Yi Xiaoxue and Zhao Yingying went back to their rooms and began to rest. As usual, Yi Tian accompanied his daughter and waited until she had completely fallen asleep before leaving the room. Walking out of the room, Zhou Lan and Zhou Mei, who were outside, saluted towards Yi Tian before continuing to boil the medicine and guarding outside the little master's room. Yi Tian took one more step out of the courtyard, and the breath in his body began to surge slightly. The past cultivation that was ground up in the creation reincarnation disc in his body was still continuously refining himself. It was only at this moment that his body had been thoroughly rooted and polished. Zhou Yuanfang was still taking the time to practice his sword in the martial arts arena and was a little curious when he saw Yi Tian arrive here. Master? Yi Tian stood in front of the testing stone monument, the breath in his body surging slightly. That was the pinnacle of the first realm's body refining realm, the lung stage qi. He breathed long, far more than the next man, about to break the boundary. Come to see how my force is nowadays. Seeing Zhou Yuanfang coming over to be curious, Yi Tian said. Zhou Yuanfang looked at Yi Tian and was actually quite curious in his heart. The master, for some unknown reason, had fallen in strength and was now only in the first realm. But the battle power is extremely strong and the means are subtle. Moreover, Zhou Yuanfang was also curious as to what the master's force would be in the first realm. Yi Tian stretched out his hand, bent his index finger slightly, and knocked lightly on it with his knuckles. In an instant, the light was so great that it rose straight up from the bottom of the monolith. Well, it's okay. Yi Tian looked at the results, nodded slightly, and turned to leave. As for his breath, he had officially entered the second realm, the Qi refining realm, which was divided into 4 stages: spirit gathering, spirit fabrication, spirit refining, and liquid concentration. Retracing our steps is certainly one step at a time. When Yi Tian left, Zhou Yuanfang was still standing still, the sword in his hand slipping from his palm. The first realm, the body refining realm, the flesh and blood stage, the limit was the 9 spirits. The young master breaks the limit and reaches 12 spirits. At the fascia stage, the limit is 30 spirits. At the bone hardening stage, the limit is 60 spirits. At the lung stage, the limit is 99 spirits. This meant that in the first realm, the body refining realm, the maximum limit of force was 99 spirits. The testing stone tablet in front of him, with the subsequent realms being able to be tested as well, belonged to the excellent ones, and on it, it clearly showed the master's first realm of force, 99,999. It was still a gentle knock from the master, no means whatsoever, no stance, no hair trigger. If the master formally exerted his power, or even mobilized the power between heaven and earth to add to it, what kind of power would it have to be? Zhou Yuanfang's mind had gone blank. This didn't just break his perception. Instead, the world as he knew it was shattered in an instant. Now, Zhou Yuanfang was completely understanding. Why is it that everything else is somewhat indifferent except the young master, who is attentive to the affairs of his master's mother? The situation in his master's body had completely exceeded his perception. Even if you rack your brain to figure out why, you come up blank. This was not something that an existence at his level could come up with. Zhou Yuanfang hurriedly collected his mind and stopped thinking about his master. Further pondering and pondering, one's own Taoist mind is going to collapse. What's the point of thinking so much, as long as it's the master anyway? Zhou Yuanfang shook his head and continued practicing his sword. He discarded distractions and just did his job well enough to serve his master. Yi Tian, who had already left, suddenly revealed a smile. This was what he appreciated about Zhou Yuanfang. He was always able to take his heart back, set his mind and do what he needed to do. When I came to the road to get to this refining realm, I was able to make clothes for Shinya, and it's getting cold. From the creation reincarnation disc, Yi Tian took out the white fox fur and started cutting it. At the same time, his aura surged out and transformed into a needle and thread. If Zhou Yuanfang had seen it, he would have only been afraid that his mind would have almost collapsed again. Spiritual Qi externalization. That was something that could only be done at the third realm, the spiritual spring realm. However, Yi Tian was now not only exuding aura, but also threading the needle and sewing the white fox skin. The aura needle and thread left a formation inside, which could make the white fox cloak not afraid of water and fire, and not take up dust. It is even more effective in protecting the body and fixing the mind. The important thing is that you can't see the stitch marks and you can say it's seamless. Yi Tian quickly finished sewing. This white fox cloak was done and reincorporated into the creation reincarnation disc. I'm sure my daughter will love this gift when she receives it. Afterwards, Yi Tian began to continue boiling the medicinal liquid. Coming way back to the alchemy realm, he was already able to refine pills, but with his daughter's situation, the quality of the herbs here was not good, so the potency of the pills would be too strong for her to use. But this condensation of a more refined medicinal liquid was still no problem. Yi Tian slightly raised his hand, and there was a flaming fire lotus emerging, starting to refine the medicinal herbs. Time flies, day after day. As the New Year's Eve was approaching, goosefeather snow drifted down, coloring the royal capital of this Jingtian imperial dynasty white. At nightfall, the snow made all the mountains look bright. It's just that there's an old acquaintance who's been gone for a long time in this mountain forest. The wind and snow in the mountains blew up the corners of this old man's heavy outer robe, revealing the brocade garment inside. Only he went deeper into the mountains this time. It didn't take long for him to reach a valley. It's clearly winter time and the snow is closing the mountains. Instead, it's warm and spring-like here. A fierce tiger was coiled up, covered in fiery breath. Chapter 68, The Sword of Subduing. The tiger was huge, like a small mountain pile hovering there. He seemed to be in a deep sleep, his breath curling in the wind, blowing the fallen leaves around. If you look more closely, you can see a number of wounds all over his body. Each wound is deep to the bone. On these wounds, there was also a faint flicker of light that seemed to be preventing the wounds from healing. There were some human figures suspended around this tiger, but they all had pale skin and had obviously died for a long time. But they looked somewhat spiritual. Walking through the valley, that's the devouring spirit. A tiger in the mountains harms people and enslaves them after death. Enslaved devouring spirits will trick those who walk the mountain and take them to the tigers to be devoured, doing the tiger's bidding. Simply by looking at the state of the devouring spirits around them, one could tell that these people were not bad in life. Pity died under the mouth of this blazing giant tiger demon and had to become his accomplice. When the brocade-clothed old man stood still, the huge tiger demon resting in the distance opened its eyes. You failed. The giant tiger spat out human words, and it killed 3 of the great generals under my command. The brocade-clothed old man frowned. To be precise, that was the incompetence of the 3 generals under your command. which not only caused the plan to fail, but also cost me more. The giant tiger slowly got up and walked over to the brocade-clothed old man, opening its bloody mouth. Who was incompetent? This seed allows you to say it again. The brocade-clothed old man's expression was bland, and instead, he spread out his palms, signaling to show this mountain lord in front of him. The giant tiger took a few steps back, staring at the object in the brocade-clothed old man's palm, a little surprised. Spring recovery pill. This poor countryside. There can still be this? This is the treasure in the bottom of the box. The brocade-clothed old man spoke. Can we still continue to cooperate? The words of the brocade-clothed old man caused the giant tiger to laugh twice. In the end, it's a small place, and the spring recovery pill can still be used as a crushing treasure. But just what you need. The brocade-clad old man spoke slowly. The giant tiger stared at the brocade-clothed old man. It's not enough. The spring recovery pill can't completely solve my problem. Blood food. I need the freshest blood food, especially the top geniuses of your human race, especially a genius with a sword. I can only use the spirituality it contains to dissipate the sword intent on my wounds after I devour it. Otherwise, no amount of rejuvenation pills can heal me. The brocade-clothed old man was silent. Originally, if this action was taken, the young students and lecturers of the 4 major branches of the Willow Wind Academy were given to the other side to eat. Everything is in order. As a result, who could have imagined that the plan would fail? That Chow family, it really spoiled him, especially since the Zhou Xuanji still answered everything down, all saying that he killed him. It's purely disgusting. Is Josh something you can kill? The nonsense comes out of his mouth. And herein lies the greatest worry of the brocade-clad old man today. The person who did it behind the scenes was only that 1,000-gold-old ancestor Zhou Yuanfang. The old undead have been alive for a long time and are still strong. Blood food. Still need to think of a way. The last operation failed. It's hard to get talented scholars to go into the mountains in the name of assessment. The brocade-clothed old man spoke again. The giant tiger spoke out again. Last time, exactly how it was. You haven't delivered the news yet. The brocade-clothed old man took a deep breath and explained what he knew. Hearing the words of the brocade-clothed old man, the giant tiger was a bit surprised. Your Jingtian imperial dynasty. You can still have such a capable person? This 1,000-gold-old ancestor actually understands formations, changing the seat's blood formation and setting up a defense formation. So it seems that you are not to blame for the failure of the plan. The giant tiger's words surprised the brocade-clothed old man. The other party had gone soft. Wouldn't that mean that this Zhou Yuanfang was quite capable? In the past, why had he never heard that this 1,000-gold-old man had this kind of ability? The road to his own great work is even more difficult. There's no need to look sad. Although this spring restoration pill of yours can't heal my injuries, but after swallowing it, this seed has 7 days to be able to go all out. The giant tiger's words caused the brocade-clothed old man to look joyful. Really? Naturally. The giant tiger lowered its head slightly and stared at the brocade-clothed old man. I will help you, but you must also prepare my blood meal. Think of a way and look for an opportunity to gather the young geniuses of your heaven-honoring imperial dynasty in one place so that I can have a full meal. Hearing the giant tiger's words and receiving the other party's assurance, the brocade-clothed old man nodded his head in satisfaction. That's natural. I'll think of a way. The giant tiger spoke again. In addition to that, you also need to solve the imperial city's formation spirit weapons. Otherwise, how can I help you if this seat can't enter the city? The brocade-clothed old man nodded. This matter is still being investigated. If it can be taken care of, I will take care of it for you when it comes time to do it again. The giant tiger received the spring returning pill and then plopped back down. I'll wait for your news. The brocade-clad old man turned away, leaving the warm, spring-like realm and re-entering the wind and snow. It was only when he left completely that the giant tiger opened his eyes again. In that case, he was willing, not coerced or deceived. After all, he already knows knowingly, and when the Jin sword is taken down, the city protector formation will dissipate. With this great merit, I will be able to return again. It's not eating for the tiger that counts. After the thought fell, the giant tiger closed its eyes once again and entered a deep sleep to rest properly. It seemed that a deep sleep was the only way to make the torture of the sword intent on the wounds not so hard. The brocade-clad old man, returning to the imperial capital against the wind and snow, was silent. After returning to his residence, he sent someone over to search for information. It didn't take long for the intelligence of the talented and good swordsmen who use swords in the Jingtian imperial dynasty to be displayed in front of one's face. Yi Xiaoshan was clearly among them. Yi Xiaoxiao, on the other hand, didn't realize that she was being watched. As the New Year's Eve was approaching, the intensity of Yi Xiaoxiao's cultivation was reduced quite a bit. It's not good to be tense and too tight. Zhao Yingying had returned to the royal residence to accompany her father. A few days passed, and the royal capital of the Jingtian imperial dynasty was all decked out in lights and colors. The Yi mansion was no exception, and it was very much in the New Year's Eve mood. Is this for me? Yi Xiaoxiao looked at the New Year's gift that Yi Tian had taken out and rejoiced. Yi Tian smiled and spoke. Try it quickly. How is it? Yi Xiaoxiao couldn't wait. Draping herself over her body and tying it up, she spun around in place a few times. Daddy, how was it? Not bad. It looks like my father's craftsmanship is still good. Yi Tian also nodded his head in satisfaction. Zhou Yuanfang next to him also looked on with a kind face. In his eyes, the little master that was the best looking under the sky. Zhou Lan and Zhou Mei were also smiling, talking to Yi Xiaoxiao who had run up to them to show off. Soon the two were also heading to the back kitchen to deal with the fact that they were going to have New Year's Eve dinner together. Let's eat together. It's more lively. Yi Tian greeted them. Today was special. Master and servant at will. Yi Xiaoxiao sat next to Yi Tian with a smile on her face. Occasionally, she would look towards the outside, following the lights and watching the drifting snow. In the previous years, she had been lying alone by her father's bedside, listening to Yi Tian's breathing and imagining beautiful images. Today, this goodness has finally come true. She didn't have to freeze and gnaw on cold dough all by herself. That's so nice. Chapter 69, Zhao Zongyi scared to death. At the end of the New Year's Eve dinner, Yi Tian accompanied Yi Xiaoxiao to have a snowball fight in the martial arts field. Zhou Yuanfang, as well as Zhou Lan and Zhou Mei, also joined in at Yi Xiaoxiao's request. The master and servant were as happy as they could be, and the sound of laughter echoed through the Yi mansion. After midnight, it's New Year's. I hadn't thought that Zhao Yizi was personally coming to the door to pay New Year's greetings. He thought that Yi Tian liked to keep a low profile and quiet, and at this time he sneaked over with his daughter Zhao Yingying. No one should have noticed, right? Noticing the commotion, Yi Tian also gently nodded his head, signaling Zhou Lan that he could let people in. Now that Yi Xiaoxiao and Zhao Yingying were close friends, their feelings grew deeper. Zhao Prowler is a smart man who knows what he's doing, and he's after his late husband, so it's not a big deal to be worshipped by him. Zhou Lan led Zhao Yiwang and Zhao Yingying, the father and daughter duo, to the backyard. At this time, Yi Xiaoxiao was still in high spirits and gathered around Yi Tian to cook tea and roast melons and fruits to enjoy the snow. Ying, seeing Zhao Yingying come, Yi Xiaoxiao was of course overjoyed. After Zhao Yingying greeted Yi Xiaoxiao, she first came to Yi Tian and paid her respects to him. You're worshipping early enough for this year. Looking at Zhao Yingying, Yi Tian also felt funny. At the same time, he looked towards Zhao Yizi. This Zhao Zhenyi's descendant was also interesting. Zhao Yingying hemmed and hawed, then turned around violently. Shinya, are you ready for the first battle of the new year? Yi Xiaoxiao understood and slightly retreated a few steps. Humph. With a swish, the two then immediately rushed to the yard, exchanged blows with each other, and hugged and slammed into the snow. The real deal snowball fight. Zhao Yaoxue looked at his daughter playing with Yi Xiaoxiao and also revealed a smile. Speaking of which, the daughter is not a very pleasing type in the clan, and with her status, it is difficult to have friends. He adjusted his expression and walked towards the house. That is, he arched his hand to congratulate the new year towards Yi Tian. Lord Yi, the little king once again congratulates the new year. Before Zhao Yiwei could finish his sentence, he saw a familiar old man walking over with a tray. Little master, have a sip of tea. Yi Xiaoxiao had just separated from Zhao Yingying. She took the teacup and drank it in one go. Thank you, Grandpa Zhou. After thanking her, Yi Xiaoxiao lunged towards Zhao Yingying once again, and the two of them fought together. Afterwards, Zhao Yaoyao just watched as Zhou Yuanfang took the tray and empty teacups and walked back, and he poured the tea on the side in advance, waiting for it to cool down a bit, so that Yi Xiaoxiao could drink it conveniently. Zhao Yaoyao's entire body had stiffened in place, looking at Zhou Yuanfang and then at Zhou Lan and Zhou Mei. He wanted to say something, opened his mouth, wanted to say something but didn't dare to make a sound. Master, this Zhao Yizi is the current 8th prince of the Jingtian imperial dynasty, Emperor Zhao Youyun's sibling. Zhou Yuanfang opened his mouth and introduced Yi Tian carefully. Yi Tian nodded his head slightly. I heard Shinya mention it. Have a seat. Zhao Yiqiu was startled and hastily waved his hands. I don't dare to dare. The kid will just stand by the side. Yi Tian smiled. No need to be so formal. Relax. Kid kept in mind. Zhao Yiqiu nodded his head hurriedly. Originally, I was thinking of coming early in the morning to pay my respects, but my little daughter clamored to come over immediately, saying that she wanted to be the first to congratulate her. Forgive me for interrupting. Yi Tian waved his hand. It's fine. It just so happens that Shinya can play a session with Ying and liven things up together. Zhao Yi laughed along with him, reaching out to wipe the sweat off his forehead every now and then. Seeing Zhou Lan and Zhou Mei on the side looking over, Zhao Yaoxue smiled awkwardly. It's still strangely hot. The two of them looked at the snow outside, and then looked at Zhao Yiwei. Do you want to listen to what you're saying? No way. Zhou Yizi was too nervous, too scared. Earlier when he had speculated some truths himself, he had already felt that Yi Tian had a high status. Now that he had personally visited the Yi mansion to pay his respects, he realized how wrong he had been. It's more than high, it's a two-world existence. Who's that? Ah, the 1,000-gene-old man Zhou Yuanfang. The top group of strongest figures in the To Heaven imperial dynasty. Figures who were contemporaries of their royal family's Zhao family ancestor, or the royal brother's savior. One's own imperial brother had to perform a junior salute when he saw it, not daring to show the slightest disrespect. He also seldom see each other one side, have the opportunity to encounter, but also follow the royal brother or best friend Zhou soon. Even when he saw it, he was respectful. But just now, he had witnessed Zhou Yuanfang calling out to Yi Xiaoxiao's little master, calling out to Yi Tian master, the grandpa Zhou that his own daughter, Zhao Yingying, spoke of, the butler of the Yi mansion. Surprisingly, it's the 1,000-gold-old man Zhou Yuanfang. Ah, Jesus, what the hell does he know? Right at this moment, Zhou Yuanfang suddenly opened his mouth. The young master's talent is not bad, it's just that he's still young. He needs to train in the red dust and sharpen his sword with his experiences in the past. Like going to the general hospital, you meet different things, you meet different people. The surrounding scholars who are not too different in age are the best test and sharpening stones for the young master. Just like your clan mission. Now that Zhao Yingying's identity is known to everyone, it's meaningless and ineffective. No? Speaking of this place, Zhou Yuanfang looked at Zhao Yiwu expressionlessly. Zhao Yiqiu gulped, or he didn't know that the other party was pointing at himself. Keep your mouth shut and don't talk nonsense. Zhao Yiqiu hurriedly arched his hand and returned. Butler Zhou is right. The kid very much agrees with you. Upon hearing Zhao Yuanyuan's exact answer, Zhou Yuanfang nodded his head gently. That's right. Afterwards, Zhao Yiwu carefully said towards Yi Tian, Lord Yi, there are still some matters in the king's residence, so the kid will leave first. If it is convenient for Yingying to stay in your house, if not let her return home on her own, okay? Yi Tian nodded towards him. Just let Yingying accompany Xinya. You go. Yi Tian could also see that this Zhao prowler wasn't too comfortable, so he made it happen. Yes, Zhao Yizi nodded his head, as if he had been pardoned. He excused himself and went to the courtyard to speak to his daughter, Zhao Yingying, before leaving at a quick pace. After he left the Yi mansion, he stood at the entrance of the mansion and stopped for a moment, then looked back. In his heart, some excitement surged. Daughter Zhao Yingying's chances were inevitably too great. He was inwardly ecstatic and kept taking deep breaths to calm his emotions before he took a step in the direction of the royal residence. The footsteps were brisk, and the smile on his face was too much to hide. He didn't even dare to imagine waiting for the great competition within their imperial Zhao family to be held. How much my daughter will give herself credit. Walking on the way back, Zhao Yizi's pace was a bit erratic. There is no way. It's amazing. It's scary. It's a little unbelievable now that I think about it. That's Zhou Yuanfang, the 1,000-golden-old man, and they say it's New Year's Day. A little drink, and now it's better to forget about it altogether. Thinking of this place, Zhao Yizi left at a quick pace and even jumped up. Chapter 70, Your Emperor has returned. It was rare for them to go crazy together, and after Yi Xiaoxia and Zhao Yingying had gone crazy for a long time, that was when they decided to go forward and rest. After Yi Xiaoxiao laid down on the bed, she talked to Yi Tian for a while. As he spoke, he suddenly stopped talking and seemed to be thinking about something. Yi Tian probably knew what was going on in her mind when he looked at Yi Xiaoxiao's appearance. He reached out his hand and gently rubbed his daughter's head. Missed your mother? Yi Xiaoxiao nodded gently. I wonder how mother is doing now. What exactly did she do? Yi Tian thought for a moment. Maybe it's something very important. Dad and Grandpa Zhou are both looking for her. Just no news yet. Father, is mother like you? Not actually an ordinary person, but very capable. Yi Xiaoxiao blinked. Yi Tian looked at his daughter and suddenly laughed lightly. It should be. Your mother must have something very important. She's like this. Maybe she's trying to protect us. Yi Xiaoxiao gently nodded her head and revealed a smile towards Yi Tian. Father, Xiaoxiao will definitely practice her sword well and won't let you and Grandpa's show down for their help. I will be famous, so that my fame will pass on and reach my mother's ears. Yi Tian nodded his head. Father believes that Xinya can do it, but have you ever thought of a problem? Yi Xiaoxiu was curious. What? Yi Tian, even if your mother hears of your reputation, she won't necessarily come to recognize you, because we don't know what condition she's in. Yi Xiaoxiu spoke, but she can know that Xiaoxiu is doing well and at peace. No matter what hardships and dangers there are, I will split them with my sword. Ha! Saying that, Yi Xiaoxiao raised her hand as if she was swinging a sword. Looking at his daughter's appearance, Yi Tian couldn't help but laugh and pinched her nose. Alright, go to sleep quickly, it's getting late. Yi Tian tucked his daughter in. You can sleep in tomorrow. He. Then I'll try sleeping, Yi Xiaoxiao said, and then obediently closed her eyes. Seeing his daughter obediently close her eyes, Yi Tian left the room and gently covered the door. Coming outside the house, Yi Tian stood at the doorway and looked at Zhou Lan and Zhou Mei who were standing outside the house. Tonight you guys also go and rest. Zhou Lan and Zhou Mei looked toward the house. But little master. Yi Tian looked at the two. With me here, there's no harm. The two of them exchanged glances and then bowed towards Yi Tian to leave. After they left, Yi Tian was sitting within the pavilion in the courtyard. Yi Tian took out the tea set from the creation reincarnation disc and made tea by himself, sipping the tea while watching the snow. The figure of his wife, Xia Liangqiu, came to mind. At that time, I was an ordinary person with no memory or cultivation, awakening to the fact that he is a woodcutter because of the effects of the wheel of creation disc. He was going up the mountain to cut firewood when he saved a woman who was covered in wounds. She was Yi Tian's wife, Yi Xiaoxiu's mother, Xia Liangqiu. Xia Liangqiu woke up with no memories at all, and after spending time with Yi Tian, she became attached and eventually gave birth to Yi Xiaoxiao. I wonder what you're suffering from, what trouble you're in that you have to leave. Yi Tian sipped his tea and looked towards the sky. The snow rustled down under that dark night. Extremely distant lands, under the heavy snow whistling, a huge city of golden splendor stood in this heaven and earth. The goosefeather snow fell, but it melted above that giant city. Outside, it was freezing, but inside the city it was warm as spring. It was just that the giant city was not peaceful at this moment, and there were shouts of murder everywhere. Many figures staggered. Not far away in the air there are even figures colliding, erupting with extremely terrifying chi energy. The battle was between two sides, one inside the city and one outside. The violent movement struck the heavens and earth trembling, and that movement was like a landslide. The streets of the city were empty at this New Year's time, and all the doors and windows were closed. There were constant shouts of killing, resounding from the four directions of the giant city. The defenders of the city were retreating and ended up cowering inside the city. Buzz! The fluctuating and uncommon barrier shimmered with golden light, with holy patterns flickering, enveloping the entire huge, gigantic city. Under the shining light, this huge and incomparable city seemed like it was made of gold. Just at that moment, a figure struck from the distant air. This person was drenched in blood, draped in tattered royal robes, and the sword in his hand was broken. The figure that fell to the bottom hit the barrier above the giant city and bounced twice more before stabilizing itself. He stood in the void, his body shaking for a long time before he stabilized. Boom! Terrifying bursts rang out from the night sky. Many people looked up at the sky and were able to see the thick clouds in the night sky being beaten and exploded into a circle spreading towards the distance. And a figure bathed in golden light smashed down from the upper air like a golden meteorite striking the earth. This golden light was aimed at the man who had fallen, directly splitting him and denting him into the barrier. The entire sacred text golden light barrier continued to dent, and in the end, it seemed as if it couldn't support itself, and cracked lines continued to emerge. Drink! A scolding sound with a heroic aura resounded between heaven and earth. The barrier burst in an instant, and the man, clad in tattered royal robes, was knocked into the top of the looming citadel at the city gates, accompanied by an overbearing penetrating force. The large citadel was hard chiseled through and collapsed. As the force continued to vibrate, the entire gate area was collapsing into the ground. Bang! Waiting for the strong wind to shake the surrounding area, revealing the situation in the middle. In the center of the large pit, a figure hovered. She was covered in gold armor, but could not hide her tall body. The face is unrivaled, but between the eyebrows there is a ing chi, so that people only feel unattainable. More than a glance seems to be blasphemy. The ponytail, tied up high, fluttered in the wind with the snow-white cloak behind her. She was holding a sword in one hand and a bloody man in the other. Throwing the man in her hand onto the top of the city's avenue outside the pit, she landed on it with him. The crisp sound of her boots on the ground made the hearts of the defenders in the city not far away tremble. Ding! She placed the greatsword in her hand against her body, holding it with both hands, and looked at the distant group with a cold gaze. The rebels are ambushed. Do you still want to resist? As her clear and cold voice rang out, the generals who were originally defending the city, after looking at each other, dropped the blades in their hands one after another. Many of the hovering existences also landed on the ground and surrendered to their fate. In response, her red lips opened again, and her voice became even louder, resonating up and down this city. Your emperor has returned. Boom! Behind her, the generals of the attacking army cheered. However, her expression remained grim as she looked down at the chipped wound in her palm. This is just the beginning. I have to clear all the obstacles before I can pick up the father and daughter. Otherwise, it will only cost them their lives. Her gaze was firm. She knew very well that she couldn't hide or conceal if she wanted her father and daughter to be safe. You have to take the initiative yourself. Take it all back, and kill the sea. Returning to the imperial throne was her first step for Xia Liangqiu. Chapter 71, Sweat Doesn't Lie. In a situation where she had no knowledge of her own, Yi Shinoa, who had turned into Rapunzel, woke up from her sleep. Yi Xiaoxiao, who had opened her eyes, was still a bit dazed. The big lazy sleep that she hadn't tried was new to her. The snow had stopped outside the window, and I felt the warmth in the bedding one last time. Yi Xiaoxiao lifted the quilt and jumped up from the bed with a bounce, landing smoothly with a flip in midair. Feeling the cold, Yi Xiaoxiao put on her clothes and walked towards the outside. After you've relaxed and slept lazily, it's time to practice hard. Outside the house, Zhou Lan and Zhou Mei, who had already waited early after resting, saw Yi Xiaoxiao come out. Granny Lan, Granny Mei, Yi Xiaoxiao greeted. The two wore gentle smiles. What's with Noah waking up? I'll get you some water. When Yi Xiaoxiao finished washing up, she ran to the martial arts field to practice her sword. Although there were other special ways to beat up the fascia, the effect of practicing the sword to beat up the body was still there and could not be given up. Use in, use out. Yi Xiaoxian also had to keep her hand in, and also cherished what she had today immensely. She could now focus on practicing her sword, with her father to rely on, Grandpa Zhou to look after her, and Granny Lan and Granny Mei to take care of her. Because of this, she had to work harder. Yi Xiaoxiao in the martial arts arena cultivated hard, allowing Yi Tian, who arrived later, to see it in his eyes. Zhou Yuanfeng, who was following beside him, looked at the hard-working little master and couldn't help but say, "Little master, with such a tough mind and such a heart for the Tao, why worry about things not being accomplished?" Yi Tian looked at his daughter Yi Xiaoxiao who was practicing hard with her sword and nodded proudly. This is natural. Just as their words fell, there was a sudden movement from the side. Wah, look at the sword. Over there. Zhao Engying had already screamed strangely as she waved the battle knife in her hand and rushed over towards her. Yi Xiaoxiao, who was herself practicing her sword, also noticed the movement behind her and the corner of her mouth curled up. Good timing. She turned around and launched her sword, clashing with that Zhao Engying's battle sword and exchanging blades with each other. Madaka! The sound of metal clashing rang out as the two young girls sliced and diced each other against this icy backdrop. The battle itself is a validation of one's own cultivation. On the other hand, Yi Tian had already made a subtle transformation in the martial arts arena. If one had to describe it, the entire martial arts arena was an open spirit source room. The surrounding spiritual qi of the heavens and earth would quench their bodies as Yi Xiaoxiao and Zhao Engying moved about in the martial arts arena. Not only that, the aura within the entire range of the martial arts arena would exert a certain degree of pressure on them. Such pressure could help their cultivation efficiency increase. Also, when it comes time to start hitting the simmering fascia, it's much better. Half the work, half the effort. As for Yi Xiaoxiao and Zhao Engying, who were in the martial arts arena, they also began to notice something special during their sparring matches with each other. It seems like it's a bit more of a struggle right now compared to before. When the cutting session was over, Yi Xiaoxiao walked to Yi Tian with some alarm. Father, could it be that I've regressed so much since I slept in and slacked off in the morning? She hadn't been this tired before. Don't focus too much on the most superficial feelings. Yi Tian looked at his daughter, Yi Xiaoxiao, and reminded the other party. Yi Xiaoxiao looked at Yi Tian, pondering his words. She once again walked to the martial arts arena, and after moving around a little to feel it carefully, she realized the special nature of the arena. Zhao Engying, who was on the side, also stepped back onto the martial arts arena when she saw Yi Xiaoxiao's move, exclaiming under her breath, "Spirit source room?" Earlier, immersed in the sparring session with Yi Xiaoxiu, he hadn't felt it yet. Now that he had felt it himself, he was able to perceive that the feeling of this martial arts arena was very much like the spirit source room. Zhao Engying was surprised and startled. This martial arts arena, how could it be caused to look like this? Felt better than the spirit source room. Uncle Yi, did you remodel this too? Zhao Engying couldn't help but be curious. Yi Tian nodded. Well, improving your cultivation environment is more helpful. Zhao Engying scratched her own head and couldn't help but say, Uncle Yi, how come you know everything? In her opinion, Yi Xiaoxiu's father in front of her was practically omnipotent. He could do swordsmanship, swordplay, medicine refining, and he could change the martial arts arena to be close to the spirit source room. What I've learned is quite varied. Just a slight understanding. Yi Tian simply replied. Initially, my own self was good at killing and was cold and unfeeling. Looking back now, every sealed strength memory of the creation reincarnation plate, every experience before slumber, was not in vain. Rest for a while, prepare to take the medicine, and continue your cultivation. Yi Tian spoke again. Build a good foundation before entering the General Academy. There will be quite a few challenges in front of you in the General Court. Yi Tian's words caused Zhao Engying to nod her head uncontrollably. Our Zhao family, there are quite a few royal children who are studying in the General Academy. When we enter the General Courtyard, we will inevitably be looking for trouble. Speaking of this place, Zhao Engying patted Yi Xiaoxiao. Be careful when you get there. It's best to stay away from me. Don't get dragged into this. Yi Xiaoxiao shook her head. I'm not afraid. We'll carry things together. Hearing this, Zhao Engying also took Yi Xiaoxiao by the shoulders. Righteous enough. But Yi Xiaoxiu was curious again. Since they are all family, why are they bothering you? Zhao Yingying spread her hands. The family is big, and you know that the 8th prince is my father, and he's a sovereign order, ruling the sovereign house. There are too many people in our Zhao family, and many of them have been taught a lesson by father, even some guys from the same generation. Except for the crown prince and the princess who take better care of me, the others don't get along with me. When I was a child, they even ostracized me together, so I complained and had Sister Rapunzel beat them to tears. Speaking of this place, Zhao Yingying even crossed her arms with a very smug look, but following that, Zhao Yingying sighed again. However, after entering the General Academy, you have to follow the rules of the academy. Sister is definitely not in a position to help out. Everything is up to us, but I'm sure I'll surprise them when the time comes. Zhao Yingying, who spoke of this place, was incomparably grateful as she looked towards Yi Tian next to her. She was very clear that she was able to have the strength she had nowadays solely because she relied on Yi Tian's help and dabbled in Yi Xiaoxiao's light. Yi Tian had allowed himself to metamorphose, and this time, he could definitely raise his eyebrows himself. Not so much so that they would look down on themselves and think that they were a fop who relied on their father, the crown prince, and the Rapunzel's favor. Obviously they are the ones who are worse, but instead they want to throw such dirt on themselves. Yi Tian pointed to the tabletop next to him. Since you want to raise your eyebrows, take the medicine honestly and start beating up your tendons. Yi Xiaoxiao and Zhao Yingying looked over toward that side at the same time, their faces showing bitter colors. However, for the sake of cultivation, both of them endured it and immediately went to cultivate after swallowing it. If you can endure such a difficult situation, you must endure the suffering of practicing even more. Without realizing it, time flies. The atmosphere of the new year is fading, gradually approaching the time when the general hospital will open. Jin Yuefeng appeared on the street and walked towards the Yi mansion. Chapter 72, Teacher? Yi Xiaoshua's performance was impressive. Jean Right-Win thought that she was worthy of her own personal visit, granting her the paperwork to come to the general hospital and cultivate even further. After arriving at the Yi mansion, Jin Yufeng lightly knocked on the door ring of the mansion. It wasn't long before there was movement from inside. Someone opened the door of the mansion. It was a granny. Only the roots of this granny's head full of gray hair were beginning to darken. This detail made Jean Right-Win care a little, because his hair has started to turn gray lately. And this granny who opened the door, why did she look as if she looked very familiar? As if she had seen her from somewhere. Just as he was pondering, Zhou Mei, who came to open the door in front of him, said, "So it's Vice President Jean. Is there something wrong?" Hearing her question, Jin Yuefeng subconsciously began to answer. Yi Xiaoxiao won the first place among the first-year students in the joint examination of the 4 academies. This visit to the door is to hand her the paperwork to enter the general court. Hearing Jean Right-Win's intention, Zhou Mei nodded slightly. "And wait a moment, I need to ask my master's opinion." Before Zhou Mei could finish speaking, Yi Tian's voice came from his ear. "Let the people in." Zhou Mei was again surprised and felt it was within reason. The power of the Lord is this divine. Zhou Mei steered toward the inside. "Follow me." After saying that, Zhou Mei led the way ahead, and Jean Right-Win followed into the mansion. He was surprised that he hadn't had to ask his master's opinion, but how suddenly he was brought in. But he didn't ask much, just followed Zhou Mei. As he walked through the Yi mansion, he was surprised that there were actually no servants in this mansion. "It seems that there is only this one mother-in-law in front of me." After following along for a while longer, he arrived at the martial arts arena of this Yi mansion. This place, the martial arts arena, could be said to be the location where the people in this Yi mansion stayed the longest. When they arrived, Yi Xiaoxiao and Zhao Yingying were beating up the fascia. Both little girls were pacing among the hanging hammers as they needed to avoid the black hammers that were falling towards them. But at the same time, go ahead and hit the red hammer and take a volley to yourself. Not only that, now that the martial arts arena had been transformed by Yi Tian, the pressure of that surrounding aura was once again adding difficulty to their cultivation. Some days ago, the two were still having a very hard time practicing. Now, the progress is very noticeable. Yi Tian, on the other hand, sat at the edge of the martial arts arena and watched the two women's cultivation. He wasn't simply watching, he was escorting. You have to keep an eye on it, or it's not a platoon fight to refine your body. It's masochism. Dean Jean, please take a seat. Seeing Jin Yufeng arrive, Yi Tian extended his hand in a gesture. Jin Yufeng nodded slightly and sat down beside Yi Tian. "I guess you must be Yi Xiaoxiao's father." Yi Tian nodded. "Not bad." Jin Yufeng looked at the cultivation on the martial arts field, then withdrew his gaze and continued towards Yi Tian. "This time, the reason for this visit is that I hope Yi Xiaoxiao will come to the General Academy to cultivate. See, here are the papers for admission to the academy." Jean Right-Win handed the official paperwork to Yi Tian in front of him. Yi Tian took the paperwork before perusing its contents. The general idea of the above was to mention that Yi Xiaoxua had excelled in the examination and could be specially selected to enter the Willow Wind Academy's main courtyard for cultivation. Will be a student of the Din Academy in the second academic year of the General Academy of the Willow Wind School, D School Hall. Yi Tian looked at the description on it. Are there still 3 levels of school halls in front of it? A, B, and C? Jean Right Wind nodded. That's right, the General Academy is divided into 4 grades of A, B, C, and D for each academic year. Different levels of academies enjoy different cultivation resources, but the tests they endure are also different. Yi Xiaoxiu's father, we're not looking down on her by inviting her to enter the D-level academy, rather it's a form of protection. If she is hastily put into a higher level academy, other strong and talented students may strike her and affect her state of mind. After all, she was specially selected to enter the General Academy and is already a year behind. We thought she could practice at the main hospital for a while first and get acclimated. It would be better to wait to get acclimatized before being selected through an internal examination and promoted to a higher level of the academy. Jean Rightwind carefully explained the situation to avoid Yi Tian's misunderstanding. It wasn't as if he hadn't met, in the past, people who were confident enough in their children, but the situation was really different for the scholars within the Willow Wind Academy's main courtyard. Don't look at the same schoolhouse. A branch hospital is completely different from the main hospital. The branch is an insurance policy for the main hospital. Avoid children who are gifted enough to go into exile and have their talents buried, but the probability of this is very small, so there are not many special selection slots. Moreover, the scholars who were specially selected up from the branch academies were thought to be at the bottom of the group in the main academy of the Willow Wind Academy. Is there a later one? Sure there are, but not many. Grade D Academy. It's still too weak for Xinya. During this period of time, Yi Tian had a certain understanding of the Willow Wind Academy's main academy. D grade school. Not enough. Letting Yi Xiaoxiao cultivate in the Willow Wind School was just like what Zhou Yuanfang had said. Sharpening the sword. The other scholars were all sharpening stones for Yi Xiaoxiao, and she needed to practice and learn in such an environment, and it wouldn't necessarily be bad to get out of it and just stay at home. But it's not always happy or fun for kids. At least you can reach out to your peers. You can communicate. You can befriend. You can practice together. You can be tested together. The experience of being together with each other was equally important and irreplaceable for Yi Xiaoxiao. Just directly let Xinya and Zhao Yingying go to the Grade A Academy and start. Yi Tian put down the paperwork and said towards Jean Rightwind, there are 4 grades of A, B, C and D. The last 3 grades of academy students are not strong enough. Sharpen your sword? Not to mention Yi Xiaoxiu, but Zhao Yingying alone. A knife gave a chop. The second academic year Grade A Academy, in Yi Tian's eyes, was only the first step. It's a transition, a buffer. The real target for her daughter, Noa Yap, was the students of a higher school year. In the face of the request made by Yi Tian, Jin Yufeng was silent, then gently shook his head. Forgive me for not being able to agree. He looked at Yi Tian seriously. If you do this, you'll harm the child instead, and it's not in line with the rules. Yi Tian looked at Jean Rightwind. The assessment passed, specially selected to enter the general hospital. Arrange what the academy is not to see your general hospital assessment. We're out of order. Jean Rightwind looked at Yi Tian. He didn't know how the other party knew this detail, but it still shook his head. Xin's father, you can't be overly ambitious and harm your child. Before Jin Yuefeng could finish his sentence, there was a voice speaking from the side. Do as the master says. Place the young master in the second academic year Grade A Academy, and bring Zhao Yingying with you by the way, and don't do much else besides that. The familiar voice made Jean Rightwind look to the side. When he saw clearly that the person who made the sound was Zhou Yuanfang, he stumbled and fell from his chair to the floor. Teacher? Chapter 73, is this normal? Jin Yufeng fell to the ground and looked at Zhou Yuanfang, who had his hands behind his back and stood not far from his side. The expression on his face, it was brilliant, and what shocked him even more were the words that Zhou Yuanfang had just said under his breath. Master? What do you mean? He couldn't have just been hallucinating. Yi Tian looked at Yi Xiaoxiu and Zhao Yingying in the distance. The two were practicing seriously and could not hear the conversation over here. He spoke again. Arranging for admission to the Class A Academy would be good. Now that the conditions have followed, she needs to have more pressure on her. Don't have special care. Don't make them feel like they can be taken under the hood. Some pressure to grow. It's just hiding Zhou Yuanfang's identity. Yi Tian also knew very well that even if Yi Xiaoxiao knew Zhou Yuanfang's identity, she wouldn't bully others with her power, and she wouldn't slack off in her sword practice. Again, able to grow well, but in the same situation, without knowing the identity of Zhou Yuanfang, it would be more stressful. It would be much more effective for Yi Xiaoxiao to sharpen the sword in her hand. Once upon a time, Yi Tian would try to put himself in a life and death situation in order to raise his realm of strength. Walk between life and death and sharpen yourself. My daughter is still young and it is not right to let her walk between life and death to sharpen her skills. Sending her into a schoolhouse setting is just right. Yi Xiao Xiao more or less. The past was still delayed for some time. In the Willow Wind Academy General Academy, the scholars who were temporarily ahead of her were a mountain it needed to climb. Jean Right Wind, who had fallen to the ground on the side, had already stood up, still in a bit of a trance, obviously still a bit out of condition and confused about the situation at hand. The mind is all over the place. Didn't you hear the master's command? Just do it. It was also at this time that Zhou Yuanfang spoke once again. His voice made Jin Yufeng snap out of his earlier stagnant situation. Jin Yufeng took a deep breath, his mind unable to calm down for a long time. If the teacher has said so, the student will naturally comply. Jin Yufeng replied honestly. For Zhou Yuanfang, he had immense respect. After all, one's grandfather was a sworn brother to the other, and had once practiced and studied under the other. The name of the dean of the Willow Wind Academy's General Academy still hung on him. It was all spoken for, and one had no reason to refuse. However, after agreeing, Jean Right Wind's brain was still buzzing. After looking towards Zhou Yuanfang for a while, he looked towards Yi Tian's direction again. At this moment, he also finally recognized Zhou Lan and Zhou Mei. In the middle of the Yi mansion, Zhou Lan and Zhou Mei did not change their appearance and hide their stature. But it's a big change. The last time he saw the two of them in Jin Yufeng's eyes were already drooping and old, and both of them were slightly stooped quite a bit. The years wash over the two of them, leaving them to inevitably age. Only now, with a straight figure and hair roots returning to black, he is clearly much younger. It couldn't be because it was a teacher that Zhou Lan and Zhou Mei had changed so much. The reason for this was only that Yi Xiaoxiao's father, the existence that made even Zhou Yuanfang call him his master. Don't say out loud the questions that shouldn't be asked. At this time, Zhou Yuanfang spoke once again. Looking at this grandson of a deceased person, a former student, he knew that Jin Yufeng had doubts in his heart and 1,000 things in his mind. But once you ask, the situation doesn't end well. Zhou Yuanfang once again looked at Jin Rightwind. You've been a smart person since you were a child, and you know what to say and what not to say. When Jin Yufeng heard this, he was able to see Zhou Yuanfang's expression, which was extremely serious. He nodded seriously. Don't worry, teacher. I understand. At this time, Yi Tian spoke again. I let people do things. I don't really like empty gloves. You come forward. Hearing Yi Tian call out to himself, Jin Yufeng was a bit at a loss for words and looked towards the teacher at the side. Seeing Jin Yufeng staring at himself, Zhou Yuanfang said in a bad mood, "What are you doing frozen there? Just go if you were told to go forward." Only then did Jin Yufeng put his heart down and walked towards Yi Tian to follow him. Yi Tian stretched out his hand and pointed it towards Jin Rightwind's right arm. Even though the speed was very slow, Jin Yufeng felt that no matter how much he dodged, it was impossible for him to avoid it. This finger, after pointing at Jin Rightwind's arm, flashed like an electric current. When he came back to his senses, his entire right arm was already down, hanging at his side. The tips of the 5 fingers flushed red, and eventually blood gushed out. Immediately following, the blood began to darken and even smelled a little fishy. Recuperate for 3 days. Don't use your aura. Go to the 1,000 Gold Chamber of Commerce to buy a body-nourishing soup and take it for 7 days, so that your dark wounds are healed and your meridians around your body are once again unobstructed. You can attempt to break through to the 4th realm. Yi Tian withdrew his hand and barked at Jin Rightwind. As Yi Tian's words fell, Jin Yufeng stood dumbfounded, somewhat unable to believe what he was hearing. An age-old problem that's been bothering you for I don't know how many years, and it's just taken care of? When his teacher, Zhou Yuanfang, tried to do everything he could to help him with his dark injuries, he was unable to do anything. The Yi Tian in front of him was just 1 finger. Jin Yufeng felt that his right arm had regained its sensation, and was able to feel too much smoother when he swung it slightly. There was also no gong to mobilize the aura in the body, just letting it flow on its own in the meridians and dantian. Silky smooth. It's a complete change from the past. What are you staring at? Why don't you thank me? Seeing Jin Yufeng's dumbfounded appearance, Zhou Yuanfang said, usually quite a smart person, how come he is dumb now? Jin Yufeng woke up as if from a dream and hurriedly fell to the ground. Your kindness, I will never forget it. Yi Tian let the other party get up. A show of hands. The youngest daughter is practicing in the main courtyard of the academy. Much obliged. It's not about making it easy for her. It's about adding some difficulty and raising the bar for her. Jin Yufeng hastily agreed. Your honor is overstating the case. You are a gift of rebirth. I will do my best for such a small matter. He said this, not as an exaggeration, but as a matter of fact. Being in the 3rd realm himself, this dark wound plagued him, making it difficult for him to break through the realm. This finger of Yi Tian's allowed his meridians to flow freely, and his dark wounds were able to heal, enabling him to attempt to break through to the 4th realm. realm breakthroughs could prolong one's life, and there was no possibility of trying to break through the 5th realm again in this life. Go over there, that's the front way blocked. Yi Tian helped him to clear his way forward and have a future once again. It's the very thing that makes it possible to recreate. Zhou Yuanfang, who was next to him, was also incomparably moved deep inside. He was actually clear that Yi Tian was looking more in front of himself to solve this problem for the other party. And at this time, Jin Yuefeng deliberated for a moment and once again said, "My lord, if we are to arrange for entry into the Grade A Academy, there is still one more problem. The distribution of the academy has been completed. This sudden mobilization, there may be rumors." Yi Tian knew, and he looked towards Yi Xiaoxiao. "My daughter will personally shatter these. She will tell them herself, with her own sword." Jean Right-Wind nodded. "I understand." Afterwards, he excused himself first, to follow Yi Tian's instructions and completely let the dark wounds heal before accumulating the buildup and attempting to break the boundary. Of course before that, he had to finish what Yi Tian and Zhou Yuanfang had commanded him to do. Only this time, the change also caused an uproar, just as Jean Right-Wind thought. Chapter 74, Who's Pressuring Who? When he first started to leave the Yi mansion, Jin Yuefeng's legs were weak, heart palpitations. "It's unbelievable," Jean Right-Wind murmured under his breath, standing at the entrance of the Yi mansion, unable to return to his senses for a long time. Outside of the Yi mansion, when the Jin family's coachman saw his master come out, he hurriedly greeted him. Only when he had greeted his lordship, he realized that the other party did not intend to take the carriage at all, but walked so much by himself. "Master?" The coachman went after him. Jean Right-Wind waved his hand. "Leave me alone and follow." "But master, the snow is falling right now," the coachman voiced out. "Although you are not afraid of this bit of snow and wind, it will be more or less unpleasant." Jin Yuefeng was not strong, so it was certainly no problem to get wet in the snow. But this snow melting and wetting your clothes will definitely be uncomfortable. But the golden right wind at the moment, where would he care about that? He was still reeling from the powerful truth of what had just happened. Zhou Yuanfang addressed Yi Tian as master and did not break his impression of his teacher. It just felt that Yi Tian was inscrutable, incomparably mysterious, and terrifying. The finger that haunted him. Indeed, his dark wound was healed. But from another aspect, how did it not highlight Yi Tian's terrifying and incomparable strength? He couldn't even dodge one of his own fingers. What if the location of this finger point was his throat? Certain death. Hiss. So that's how it is. Suddenly, Golden Right Wind came to a realization. Earlier, in the middle of the mountain forest, the person who decapitated those demons, I'm afraid it was this Lord Yi Tian. Also, the mysterious barrier that shrouded the top and bottom outside the camp in the first place. The blood mist that confused them in turn disturbed the demon race and the ferocious beasts. Perhaps, it was Lord Yi Tian who had struck, not the secret teacher Zhou Yuanfang. After following his teacher for many years and after so much time had passed, he didn't know that Zhou Yuanfang had such a skill. When his thoughts reached this place, Jin Yuefeng lightly exhaled and turned into a white mist in this icy sky. Now, just do a good job on Lord Yi Tian's business and listen to your teacher's words more. Jin Right Wind made this decision. After their grandfather's death, their Jin family fell quite a bit from their peak, but they were able to retain their current status. It had nothing to do with Zhou Yuanfang's secret protection. Grandfather's last words mention it. Listen to your teacher in all things. Grandfather, you probably didn't even think that teacher had this side. Jin Yuefeng thought of this place in his heart, and he also couldn't help but think of the Jia family. In the future, the two families will have very different futures. The Jin family survived, and might even be able to move to another level after Zhou Yuanfang. With the ability of Lord Yi Tian, even if some crumbs fell from his fingernails, it would be enough for their Jin family to be used endlessly. That's the kind of existence that makes a teacher call himself a master. Unconsciously, Jin Yuefeng had already walked to where the main courtyard of the Willow Wind Academy was located. The driver of the car, who was following behind, was also strange. What's the master doing here at the academy if he's not going back to the house? When Jin Yuefeng entered the main courtyard of the academy, he began to write the transfer paperwork, and then personally made a trip to change Yi Shashua and Zhao Yingying's academy registers. The lecturer who was on duty here looked at Jin Yuefeng incredulously. Dean Jin, are you sure? The Grade A Academy in the second academic year. That was where the real geniuses gathered. The numbers are small, but strong, and every one of them is in their first academic year, already in the fascia stage. In the second academic year, they were all existences that were going to impact the bone-hardening stage. Yi Xiaoxiao and Zhao Yingying, according to the branch's register, were still in the flesh and blood stage. Taking a step back, the two are now entering the fascia stage as well. However, compared to the group of top students from the Grade A Academy who had entered the fascia stage for a long time and were sprinting towards the bone-quenching stage, much worse. Don't look at it as it might be the same stage. but the gap in battle power between each other can be stretched very high. In the flesh and blood stage, the force is 1 to 9 spirits, but the fascia stage, which is 10 to 30 spirits, spans even more. Yi Xiaoxiao and Zhao Yingying, at the beginning of the fascia stage, estimated the force to be just 10 spirits out. But what about the Grade A school? All of them were in the early 20th spirit, and the strongest ones were close to 30. The force was only double that of Yi Xiaoxiao and Zhao Yingying. So what about the cut and thrust of each other on top of the practice sessions? Even without considering this aspect, Willow Wind Academy General Academy, there are all kinds of tests and tasks. It's all based on different levels of academies. Yi Xiaoxiao and Zhao Yingying, can they handle it? Dean Jean, if that's really the case, it would represent a Grade A Academy student dragging 2 dragons to complete the examination task. The resources and benefits of a Grade A Academy have to be divided between 2 people for nothing. It's out of order. This lecturer looked at Jean Rightwind and spoke righteously. I just see the potential of the two. Handle it. Jean Rightwind had a serious look and a strong attitude. The lecturer who looked after the register of the academy students raised his head, looked at Jean Rightwind for a long time, and finally handled it. Usually, the impression given by Jean Yuefeng is that he is competent, acts in a thunderous manner, and is not to be questioned, though his style can come across as overbearing, though often the results develop as he anticipates. Inside the main courtyard of the Willow Wind Academy, the grading of the academy, the different tests and tasks at different levels, etc., are all from the handwriting of Jean Rightwind. His approach proved to work well. The students of the Willow Wind Academy's main courtyard had gone through a series of tests and tasks. Whether it was the results of cultivation or the performance of battle power, it was far beyond the past. Only after the matter was taken care of did Jean Yufeng return home and instructed his subordinates to purchase the 1,000 gold Chamber of Commerce's body-nourishing soup. He then began to shut down and acted according to Yi Tian's instructions. 7 days later, Jean Yufeng succeeded in breaking through the realm, arriving at the 4th realm, the spiritual spring realm, increasing his lifespan by another 50 years. Breaking the boundary successfully, he opened his eyes and couldn't help but burst into tears. He immediately was burning incense and bathing, then disguised himself and went to the Yi residence to thank him personally. After waiting for the Yi mansion, Jean Rightwind, who had received permission to enter, arrived at the martial arts arena. When they arrived at this place, they met Yi Xiaoxiao and Zhao Yingying who were still here. He couldn't help but feel that if he worked so hard, he wouldn't be able to do anything. However, when Jean Rightwind took a clear look at the situation of the martial arts arena, he came to be interested. It turns out that there are only 2 days left before the opening of the main courtyard of the Willow Wind Schoolhouse. Yi Tian was letting Yi Xiaoxiao and Zhao Yingying test it again. Have an understanding of your own strengths. Before you win 100 battles, know your enemy. Zhao Yingying tested first, striking out at the testing stone tablet. The result appeared, and next to him, Jean Rightwind's hand shivered. Afterward, Yi Xiaoxiao once again stepped forward and struck the test stone tablet in front of her, surfacing the results. Looking at the results displayed on that test stone tablet, Jean Yuefeng couldn't help but take 2 steps back. He couldn't help but look over towards Yi Tian. What a horrible being you are teaching. Went to the general hospital and entered the Class A school. Who's putting pressure on who? Exactly? Chapter 75, Beat her until she cries. The achievement of testing the tablet in front of you. Zhao Yingying's strength had clearly reached 25 spirits. As for Yi Xiaoxiao, she had already reached 28 spirits. In itself, Zhao Yingying's age was on the younger side, belonging to the top handful of geniuses, not to mention Yi Shoshu, who was a year younger. The point that made Jean Yuefeng feel most alarmed was when the 2 of them were in front of the stone monument, performing the force test. There was no use of weapons, but unarmed strikes, and the standard of testing at the Willow Wind Academy's General Academy was all about striking out at full strength, striking out with the strongest stance and testing the force. Willow Wind Academy General Academy. The minimum standard for the 2nd academic year is 18 spirits. Being able to reach 20 spirits in the 2nd academic year is already a passing grade. Further up, it's 1 spirit a level. After all, not everyone was talented enough to be able to raise their force to the 30 spirit limit at the stage of beating up their tendons. Like the Willow Wind Academy's General Academy, the top students of the previous Class A academies all started to enter the bone hardening stage when they were above 25 spirits. It was only that the scholars in this class would be a bit more talented and work harder. There are also good prospects for impacting the 30 spirits. And right now, Yi Xiaoxiao and Zhao Yingying were such good seedlings. It was a complete sprint at the fascia stage, hitting the 30 spirit limit before entering the bone tempering stage of existence. The most alarming point for Jean Rightwind was that the 2 were still in the flesh and blood stage last time. Nowadays the rate of progress is actually so fast. After Yi Xiaoxiao and Zhao Yingying finished testing their force, their faces also blossomed with smiles, obviously satisfied with their results. As a result, when he turned around, he saw Dean Kim, whom he had met before. Dean Jean. Yi Xiaoxiao came to her father's side and greeted toward Jean right wind. Zhao Engying followed over and looked at Jean Yufeng strangely. What's the vice president of the general hospital coming over to do at this time? The two of you are progressing at a rapid pace. Our Willow Wind Academy has 2 more young geniuses. It's really gratifying. Jean Right Wind opened his mouth and praised the two. Yi Xiaoxiao smiled lightly, seemingly a little embarrassed to be praised so positively. Thank you, Dean Jean. On the contrary, it was Zhao Engying next to her, who nodded her head in satisfaction. Worthy of being the famous Dean Jean, he really does know a hero when he sees one. Golden Right Wind. The daughter of the 8th prince is also true to her name. It's time to take a medicinal bath. Yi Tian waved his hand towards the 2 girls and instructed towards Zhou Lan. Take them there. Zhou Lan answered. Yes. She then took Yi Xiaoxiao and Zhao Engying to leave first and disappeared from Jean Yuefeng's field of vision. Only then did Yi Tian turn around and look at Jean Right Wind. What's the matter? Jean Right Wind hurriedly said. Lord Yi Tian, I have broken through the realm and have come to thank you. This is a small token of appreciation. I hope I can give your love some help. Saying that, Jean Right Wind took out an object and offered it with both hands. Yi Tian stretched out his hand, and the jade box in the hands of that Golden Right Wind was caught in the air. He opened it and could see a red fruit inside, reddish in color. The jade box opened, and one could still feel that on this red-colored vermilion fruit, there was a temperature passing out. Yi Tian nodded. Not bad, have a heart. This was the red vermilion fruit, which belonged to the top herbs for the first realm body refinement realm, and could help with quenching. Afterwards, Yi Tian was handing this red vermilion fruit to Zhou Yuanfang who was next to him. At the same time, he picked up a nearby pen and paper and began to write. After writing it, he handed it to Zhou Yuanfang. I planted it in the medicinal field I opened up in the mansion. One is not quite enough for Shinny. Zhou Yuanfang was a bit confused, and Jean Right Wind next to him was stunned. Red vermilion fruit can be planted? The red vermilion fruit that they had picked in the mountain wilderness, very rare and hard to see. It's not as if they haven't tried to grow them, and invariably they have failed. Its difficulty was so great that it seemed to them to be impossible to do. It can be planted. I've already set up the medicinal field. Just follow my instructions. Yi Tian spoke here and then looked at Zhou Mei. You also follow suit. The Zhou clan's own Tod Gong methods excelled in the direction of prolonging life, planting and tending spiritual medicines. Such things as vermilion fruit cultivation are not for them. Despite being very surprised, Zhou Yuanfang was able to accept it. The master is capable of more than he can imagine. It seems omniscient and omnipotent. Just because they didn't have the means to plant the red vermilion fruit, it didn't mean that the master couldn't do it. Jean Yuefeng fell back and took a deep breath. If that was the case, how terrifying would Yi Xiaoxiao grow to be? One red vermilion fruit was enough to make Yi Xiaoxiao pull away from the ordinary generation. Now, since the red vermilion fruit could be planted, wouldn't it mean that it could be taken regularly? At this, Jean Right Wind couldn't help but be curious. Lord Yi Tian, at the risk of asking, your love's flesh and blood stage has reached the limit of the 9 spirits. Yes? Yi Tian looked at Jean Right Wind. No. Jean Right Wind was surprised. How could Yi Tian, such a character, let his daughter fail to reach the limit of the flesh and blood stage? It shouldn't. The limit of the flesh and blood stage was considered the easiest to accomplish of the 4 major stages of the first realm. Isn't that a pity? Jean Right Wind lamented. If the flesh and blood stage didn't reach its limit, it would be doubly difficult for the fascia stage to reach its limit. Just as Jean Yuefeng was regretting, Yi Tian, who was next to him, spoke once again. Shinya surpassed the limit, and the flesh and blood stage ended with 12 spirits. Zhao Engying is a bit worse. In the end it was 9 spirits with 9, which is considered breaking the limit. Yi Tian said, looking towards Jean Right Wind whose pupils gradually contracted. This is why. Let you arrange for them to enter the Grade A Academy. Otherwise, if you put it in the back of the academy, it will strike the other students down to the point where they don't have the means to practice properly, and that's a disservice to them. Yi Tian's mouth appeared relaxed, but in Jean Yuefeng's ears, it sounded like a bolt from the blue. Unbelievable. Originally, he was still lamenting and sighing. Who would have thought that the truth slapped him hard in the face? This is really. Jean Right Wind felt as if his normal cognition had been shattered. The limit of the flesh and blood stage was the 9 spirits, which could not be broken through. But in Yi Tian's mouth, both Yi Xiaoxiao and Zhao Engying had broken through. So, does the fact that both the flesh and blood stages are able to push the limits mean that fascia stage and able to do the same? Thinking about this place, the expression on Jean Right Wind's face was very wonderful. Next, the arrival of Yi Xiaoxiao and Zhao Engying was going to give the group of students from the General Academy a huge surprise, especially when the wind is arriving. It's inevitable that someone will come along and pick a fight. Test Sword Stone. Yi Tian's choice was actually very dangerous. There were times when the sword couldn't cut the stone and might even break. Today it seems that the sword has not been unfavorable. Together with Zhao Yingying beside Yi Xiaoxiao, it would also cause a lot of trouble. The next Willow Wind Academy's main courtyard would only be very lively. In Jean Rightwind's heart, he was kinda looking forward to it. Similarly, there were people in the circle of scholars of the Willow Wind Academy who followed suit and put down harsh words. Zhao Yingying? I'll definitely beat her until she cries. Chapter 76, Zhao Youzhou's Fantasy. The person who gave the harsh words was none other than the scholar from the Willow Wind Academy's main courtyard. At the same time, he was also a member of the royal Zhao family, the son of the fourth prince Zhao Ning, Zhao Youzhou. Zhao Youzhou was in the end a descendant of the royal Zhao family. His talent was not bad, and he was directly admitted into the Willow Wind Academy's main academy. Now, he also happens to be moving on to his second school year. In knowing that in this joint examination of the four major branches of the outer city, Zhao Yingying had passed the examination and achieved good results. It also received special selection into the general hospital. Zhou Yaobot had his eye on her. He disliked Zhao Yingying very much and thought she was always nervous and not cute at all. And such a brain-dead guy can still be considered his sister? Incomprehensible. And this dead girl is also very vindictive. He has just robbed her wooden knife. Then shouted the Prince Highness down to beat himself. He was so angry that he broke her wooden knife, and she called out to the princess to come and beat herself up. He joins forces with his other royal siblings to isolate her. That's good. She yells at the Rapunzel for beating the crap out of everyone, and that it's punishing evil. What's wrong with that? Now that he had accomplished his own cultivation, the other party took the initiative to come to his door. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince and His Royal Highness the Princess are no longer able to protect her. If we don't take revenge now, when will we wait? Zhao Youzhou had already decided that when the competition cutting session was over, he himself would choose Zhao Yingying as the object of the cutting session. It would be best to just bust her up and make her cry and beat her into voluntarily dropping out of school. Waiting for him to come to the Willow Wind Academy's main courtyard, went to his own academy, only then toward the side of the same year classmates, put down harsh words. At the same time, Zhao Youzhou wasn't worried that his words would reach the other party's ears in advance and make him avoid himself. He couldn't be more clear about Zhao Yingying's character. If she knew the news, she wouldn't run away from it, but would instead get tough with herself. A confident smile appeared on Zhao Youzhou's face, but beside him, someone suddenly spoke out. Make Zhao Yingying cry? Can you get past her side Yi Xiaoxiao? Upon hearing this statement, the smile on Zhao Youzhou's face came to an abrupt end. Yi Xiaoxiao? Why is that name so familiar? Her sidekick? Seiji, you really don't listen to what's going on outside the window. That Yi Xiaoxiao killed a fellow yearling when she was in the outer city branch. Speaking of which, among the scholars in our batch, this Yi Xiaoxiao is the only one with a kill record, right? Otherwise, we are both still students of the academy. So how could we kill someone with our hands in a good cause? The school children around them. That's what you say and what I say. And they can't stop talking about it. Listening to the descriptions of fellow students of the same year, combined with some of the side stories I know, Zhao Youzhou probably had a clear understanding of the course of events. He frowned. So what? In the end, it's the branch's special selection that has come over, but it's the flesh and blood stage. We've all stepped into the fascia stage, beat her to tears as usual, and let her know clearly that in front of absolute strength, nothing else matters. Even if he knew about the situation, Zhao Youzhou didn't put it on his mind. He was confident in his own strength. He himself had long since stepped into the fascia stage, and at the flesh and blood stage he had even broken the boundary with the 9 spirit limit. Although it was a bit weaker than those topmost geniuses, he himself had nevertheless reached the 15th spirit level. The second academic year has just begun, and one is about to accomplish the goals of the general hospital. Easy to hold. Just as he was thinking this, a scholar beside him suddenly spoke up. But we're a grade B academy, and there's no way for the world's son to challenge her, right? Unless it's time for academy grading, there's no challenge. This scholar's words caused Zhao Youzhou to be stunned for a moment. What do you mean by that? Even if they are at different levels, they can all freely spar and compete, unless it's the students of the Grade A Academy, who have a special status and position. In order to avoid disturbing their cultivation, they are excluded from this rule. Look at what you're saying. There's no way that this Zhao Yingying and that Yi Xiaoxiao are both Grade A academies, right? What a joke. I've never heard of a specially selected one entering the Grade A Academy. Ha 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 ha. Zhao Youzhou's laughter brought some other people to follow. Still, there were a few schoolchildren that didn't laugh out loud. Among them was the one who spoke. Zhao Youzhou laughed and laughed, but suddenly stopped, feeling that something wasn't quite right. It can't be that they were really assigned to the Grade A Academy, right? Some of the other scholars, a trace of panic surfaced on their faces as well, and they all looked in the direction of the person who made the sound. They gazed intently, hoping to learn the truth from his lips. This matter has already spread. The scholar who spoke earlier said, "Many people are very dissatisfied, thinking that it breaks the rules. The scholars of our second academic year's Grade A Academy are also very dissatisfied." There were also scholars who spoke up. "You guys know what Dean Jin's rules are. This means that Yi Xiaoxiao and Zhao Yingying will be dragging their feet and sharing their welfare resources when they go to a Grade A Academy. But they can't do anything about it. They can't fight back. And I heard that the person who set this thing in motion is our Dean Kim." Inside the Grade B Academy, the rest of the people exploded and gathered around. Any way you look at it, Dean Kim doesn't look like someone who would play favorites. So why? Zhao Yingying is the daughter of the 8th prince, and His Majesty shares the same mother as the 8th prince. Is this the benefit of having a background? In the end, it's the royal family that can make even Dean Jin bow his head. Now, Seiji is kind of making a fool of himself. The rest of the people, all of them looked over towards Zhao Yuzhou, and the other party's face was very ugly. Zhao Yuzhou was indeed indignant. On what grounds? Then how could Zhao Yingying be so capable of entering a Grade A academy like that? Even if you are going to the Grade A school, it should be by yourself. That Zhao Yingying only what strength? Its self-cultivation talent is not much good. Otherwise can this general hospital are unable to test? No, I have to find a way to provoke her. Zhao Yuzhou pondered in his heart and had a decision. As long as he used agitation, with his knowledge, Zhao Yingying would definitely fall for it and would compete with himself. When the time comes, just make the bet for the contest, a replacement of the schoolhouse. If he won Zhao Yingying, he could enter the Grade A Academy, even if the academy grading may fall off again. However, as long as one mixes in the Grade A Academy for a period of time, one gets the resources of the academy and suffers endlessly. Willow Wind Academy General Academy. Why it represented the best place to cultivate cultivators in the Jingtian Imperial Dynasty. Just thanks to the General Academy of the Academy, there are some unique places for cultivation assistants. However, these places are limited in the time they can be used, and the extent to which they can be utilized. The higher the level of the academy, the higher the evaluation of the completed tests and tasks, the more rewards. Strength, too, will increase, and will be able to better accomplish the assessment task. Virtuous Circle. Zhao Yingying, you've come to give me a chance. Zhao Yuzhou looked excited, so he rushed towards the outside of where the academy was and reached the entrance of the main courtyard. By coincidence, Zhao Yuzhou arrived at the entrance of the main courtyard of the academy, just in time to see Yi Xiaoxian and Zhao Yingying, who were walking at the same time. Chapter 77, Leave Me Alone. When Yi Xiaoxiao arrived at the Willow Wind Academy's main courtyard, she was like a curious baby, looking left and right towards the surroundings. Zhao Yingying appeared to be familiar with the situation and introduced the surrounding situation towards Yi Xiaoxiao at the side. Although she hadn't been able to take the test to enter the Willow Wind Academy's main academy in the past, she was still considered a regular visitor over here. When she was young, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince and His Royal Highness the Princess, both of whom were still practicing at the Willow Wind Academy's main courtyard, she often came to play. Even if you used to come and play a lot, there's limited familiarity with the place. There are many places in the main courtyard of the Willow Wind Academy that are not open to the public, and only the students who are practicing here can use them. I've wanted to visit it for a long time before and never had the chance. This time into the general court, as expected. Speaking of this place, Zhao Yingying's hold on Yi Xiaoshu's hand tightened even more. She was grateful to Yi Xiaoshu. If it wasn't for her, not its father, you can't get this far on your own. Though Uncle Yes said that he deserved it. It was the very reward for having stopped Yi Xiaoshu in front of him with a knife in the first place. But Zhao Yingying doesn't take it for granted and treasures it. The degree of heaven and earth aura here is even more powerful than our home. Yi Xiaoxiao surveyed her surroundings, sensing the situation around her. Zhao Yingying agreed, but added, but Uncle Ye's remodeled martial arts arena will be more comfortable to stay in. Yi Xiaoxiao felt it more carefully and nodded her head. Indeed, father's skill is truly remarkable. With deeper cultivation, after more exposure, Yi Xiaoshu also gradually realized that daddy seemed to be somewhat remarkable. He's got skills that just don't seem to be seen or heard of out there. That's why Yi Xiaoxiao didn't even mention the situation in the mansion to outsiders, and also asked Zhao Yingying to keep it quiet. Of course it can't be vocalized. Zhao Yingying approved of Yi Xiaoxiao's idea. This kind of chance, if it were to spread, it would definitely cause people to be jealous. Wouldn't you be inviting trouble for Uncle Yi for no reason? Just as the two of them were walking and passing towards the Grade A schoolhouse, not far away, someone walked quickly. From a long distance away, Zhao Yingying saw the familiar yet annoying person. I've just arrived at the general hospital and I'm about to meet trouble. What's wrong? Beside her, Yi Xiaoxiao asked curiously when she saw Zhao Yingying's frown and unhappy face. Zhao Yingying looked ahead. There's trouble coming. That's 4th Wang Shu's son, Zhao Yuzhou, who often goes against me. Look at him with this stance. He's coming from a bad place. Speaking here, Zhao Yingying again saw that when that Zhao Yuzhou came over, There were some scholars accompanying him next to him. One came over with curiosity in his eyes, and seemed to be in the frame of watching. Zhao Yingying's eyes rolled, and with 1,000 clues in her head, she quickly guessed the original reason. He had come to trouble himself for no other reason than because he saw that she was now a member of the Grade A Academy. Shinya, whatever happens later, don't make a move. Zhao Yingying looked serious as she said towards Yi Xiaoxiu. The corner of Yi Xiaoxiu's mouth twitched. If the people who do not know, they are afraid to think that Zhao Yingying is righteous and meets things and does not want to involve her best friend. Any danger, she takes it. But after spending so much time together, Yi Xiaoxiu knew what Zhao Yingying was thinking. It is nothing more than there are so many onlookers. She wants to step on that raging Zhao Yuzhou and show her holiness in front of people. If she strikes out on her own, she steals her thunder. I know. Yi Xiaoxiu was helpless and took 2 steps back. It was at this moment that Zhao Yuzhou had already arrived close by. At his side followed the scholars of that second academic year's Class B Academy. It's all about coming to see what's going on. It's the kind of thing that you don't see very often. Around a lot of passing students. Also noticed this side of the movement special. Many are slowing down, want to see the situation. At the Chui Lu Square of this Willow Wind Academy's main courtyard, Zhao Yuzhou stopped Yi Xiaoxiu and Zhao Yingying duo. Zhao Yingying, I really didn't expect that you would actually be able to come to the General Academy, or a Grade A Academy. It's really surprising. Zhao Yuzhou weighed his words and slowly spoke out. He lifted his chin slightly as he spoke, showing contempt. In conjunction with what he had just said, it seemed that there was something fishy behind the fact that Zhao Yingying was able to come to the General Academy and enter the Grade A Academy. As a matter of fact, the matter of Yi Xiaoxiu and Zhao Yingying entering the Grade A Academy had spread, and many of the students knew about it. So when Zhao Yuzhou opened his mouth, they all looked towards the two of them with scrutinizing gazes as well. Looking at the people around him, their eyes were focused on Zhao Yingying's body. Zhao Yuzhou was very satisfied. Step 1. Success. Zhao Yingying will surely be annoyed and angry, and he himself will then use words to stimulate and facilitate the competition. You're questioning me? Zhao Yingying's expression was cold, her hand resting on top of the hilt of the sword at her waist. Zhao Yuzhou, you and I have been fighting since we were young and have been killing each other all day long. Now that I've accomplished something, you can't wait to come and suppress it. Is this settling old scores from the past? Very well. All these years, I have hibernated in the outer city and practiced hard, hunting beasts in the forest and envisioning the Thunder Avenue in the dense land. Drink blood when you're thirsty, and swallow beasts when you're hungry. Countless days and nights of keeping a knife. Speaking here, Zhao Yingying tilted her head and looked at the sky with a vicissitude of expression. A crowd of people around them had been completely dumbfounded. Really? So bluffing? On the contrary, it was Yi Xiaoxiu next to her, who pursed her lips and almost didn't hold it in. The so-called hibernation for many years is not the clan assignment being thrown out of the house. The test can also say something about hunting animals in the woods, following his own cultivation in the Yi Mansion. He said it has something about comprehending the Thunder Avenue, the so-called blood-drinking, blood-swallowing beast. Isn't it just the blood-colored potion that Daddy brewed and the dish made of demon meat? Look at the way the others are bluffing, especially Zhao Yuzhou on the opposite side, frozen like a wooden chicken. What the hell are you talking about? Didn't you pull each other's hair and roll around on the floor when you were little? It's true that I bullied you in the past, but it's not to the point of fighting all day long. Swish! Right at this moment, Zhao Yuzhou realized that Zhao Yingying, who was on the opposite side of the table, had a change of color in her eyes. Incredibly harsh. Zhao Yingying spoke steeply. Today, I'll take you to test the sword. Bang! In a flash, Zhao Yingying's feet powered up and her entire body instantly rushed towards Zhao Yuzhou. 8 desolate thunder dynamic swift shadow earth-splitting slash. Zhao Yingying roared sternly and steeply pulled out the long knife at her waist and slashed towards the Zhao Yuzhou. The name of the move made the other students around him want to cover their ears when they heard it, but the eyes didn't move away. It was simple. Zhao Yingying was strangely fast and swung her sword even faster. It was so fast that Zhao Yuzhou barely reacted before he had the chance to draw his sword. The tip of Zhao Yingying's blade, then, was already pressed against his throat, preventing it from making a move. Zhao Yuzhou swallowed, his body trembling slightly. Zhao Yingying, calm down. Swish! With a flash of the blade in front of his eyes, Zhao Yuzhou closed his eyes tightly in fear and fell to the ground. Waiting a moment, he hastily opened his eyes, touched his throat, then his body, and found no injury. Heads up, Zhao Yingying was seen holding the knife in her hand flatly, with a strand of black hair resting on it. Zhao Yingying looked down at Zhao Yuzhou who had fallen to the ground and gently shook her head. You're not fast enough, and not brave enough. Chapter 78, I was obviously here first. Zhao Yuzhou dropped to the ground and looked incredulously at Zhao Yingying in front of him. Was everything just a dream? Doesn't count. Zhao Yuzhou hurriedly got up from the ground and glared at Zhao Yingying. You're sneak attacking. Many people frowned slightly at Zhao Yuzhou's words. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Zhao Yingying's speed, as well as the control of that blade, was clearly not bad. Just as Zhao Yingying's words, Zhao Yuzhou would lose, just not fast enough. But that being said, Zhao Yingying's actions did smack of a sneak attack. Drop the people. Only Yi Xiaoxiao understood that Zhao Yuzhou had been tricked. Clank. Zhao Yingying sheathed her sword, put one hand behind her back, extended one hand forward, and hooked her hand. I won't move my sword, and I'll let you have another hand. How about that? Wow. The surrounding scholars were in an uproar. This Zhao Yingying was so arrogant. This was not putting Zhao Yuzhou in his eyes. Zhao Yuzhou's face was also green for a while and white for a while. It's humiliating. If I lose, the spot in the Grade A Academy will be given to you. Zhao Yingying spoke again. Zhao Yuzhou was breathing heavily and his face was red. Stimulate me? I haven't provoked her yet, and this Zhao Yingying provokes me? Zhao Yuzhou was enraged. Deceiving people too much. Zhao Yingying, you are too arrogant. Who do you think you are if you let me have one hand with your bare hands? Well, that's what you said. Don't blame me. After Zhao Yuzhou got up, he angrily drew his sword and then slashed towards Zhao Yingying. Zhao Yingying didn't panic and retreated 3 steps in a row, avoiding the 3 knives that Zhao Yuzhou slashed over one after another. When Zhao Yuzhou was furious and wanted to chase after him, Zhao Yingying advanced instead of retreating and crashed into Zhao Yuzhou's body, striking the other party's chest with a palm strike, hitting him with a stuffy chest in blackness before his eyes, followed by closing his hand and bending his elbow, crashing into his opponent's wrist. That Zhao Yuzhou ate the pain, involuntarily loosened his hand, and was seized by Zhao Yingying as she grabbed the knife. Then he kicked Zhao Yuzhou and threw the knife in his hand. Zhao Yuzhou, who fell to the ground, just raised his head and saw his own knife flying towards him, and was so scared that he covered his face in a hurry. Only when there was a buzzing sound in his ears did Zhao Yuzhou open his eyes to see the shaking blade that was stabbed into the brick cracks on the side. Zhao Yuzhou saw his face through the bright blade, incomparably pale. That was being scared and at the same time feeling very humiliated in my heart. Lost, he had really lost. In a situation where Zhao Yingying didn't use a knife and still only used one hand. Fiasco. Zhao Yingying looked at Zhao Yuzhou, who was lying on the ground, and shook her head. Giving you a chance? You're not useful. The surroundings instantly exploded, obviously not expecting the situation to remain like this. Zhao Yuzhou was a student in the 2nd academic year of the Grade B Academy, and was considered to be a minor celebrity in the 1st academic year. After all, he was the 4th prince's son, with some talent and good strength. Being able to enter the Grade B Academy already says something. Who would have thought that the rumored special example of a connected person, specially selected to enter the General Academy but placed in the Class A Academy. Surprisingly, he was able to defeat Zhao Yuzhou so easily and strongly, even though Zhao Yingying's performance, in the process, was very peculiar. A little too much indulgence, indulging in self-acting, but it has to be said, it's strong. I didn't expect this 4th prince's son to be any good. The gap is a bit too big. Even if the skill is not as good as the others, it's not that bad of a defeat. Did you see how he kept getting scared and covering his face and closing his eyes? A little too chicken? The murmurs of the people around him were endless, constantly pouring into Zhao Yuzhou's ears, causing his face to become more and more ugly. From time to time, there would also be sounds of admiration for Zhao Yingying. This Zhao Yingying, it seems like she's the county princess of the 8th king's mansion, right? Truly, I didn't expect her strength to be so strong. Zhao Yuzhou is being taken easily. How does he still have the face to come and take the initiative to find trouble with her? Actively looking for trouble? Where did that come from? I also heard it from a student of their academy who said, the disparity was not a small amount of chatter, causing Zhao Yuzhou's face to look very ugly. His hands involuntarily clenched, and he resentfully looked at Zhao Yingying, who had left behind his back. At this moment, Zhao Yingying was in a springtime mood, and her footsteps were much lighter as she walked towards Yi Xiaoxiao, though the look was bland and unperturbed. But Yi Xiaoxiao understood Zhao Yingying. She was so happy in her heart at the moment that she was floating. It shouldn't be like this. No, this isn't right. Zhao Yuzhou's heart was suffocating as if something was gushing out. A hint of hostility surfaced under his eyes. Zhao Yuzhou slowly got up, reached out and quietly pulled that knife out from the side, with force coming from deep within his body. Its eyes were crimson. Its feet suddenly powered up, bursting into speed as it rushed towards the Zhao Yingying, swinging its sword. Not good. Watch your back. A scholar was alarmed. Zhao Shizi, what are you doing? The royal Zhao family has strict rules. Is he crazy? Some of the scholars were ready to step in and stop it. Competition was fierce within the Willow Wind Academy's main courtyard, but this kind of behavior offended everyone's bottom line. But it's too late. The two were going to fight, and everyone left farther away. Zhao Yingying also reacted and turned to draw her sword. However, Zhao Yuzhou was too fast this moment, and his strength had increased too much compared to earlier. Why? Zhao Yingying's pupils contracted. At that very moment, a figure swept past her. It's none other than Shurnoa Yi. The Zhanyun sword was sheathed as if it was a thunderous stroke, and with it, the sword flickered away. The knife in that Zhao Yuzhou's hand that was hacking at Zhao Yingying was instantly chopped off and flew towards the mouth before smashing down on the ground. At the same time, Yi Xiaoxiao's sword blade slashed through Zhao Yuzhou's chest and blood spurted. At this time, Yi Xiaoxiao also grabbed Zhao Yingying and retreated, avoiding the spray of blood. Zhao Yuzhou, who had been cut in front of his body by this sword, had his hostile energy dissipate and his eyes clear. When he looked down and saw blood spurting from his chest, he was so scared that his eyes rolled back in his head and he fainted and fell to the ground. You were careless. Yi Xiaoxiao frowned and looked at Zhao Yingying. Zhao Yingying acted as if she hadn't heard Yi Xiaoxiao's words, her ears just echoing with the crowd's voices. What a fast sword. Who is this man? Staying with Zhao Yingying, who else could it be? Naturally, it's that Yi Xiaoshu. Surprisingly, it's her? I heard that Wu Lizong from that southern city branch died under her sword. How old is she? To have this kind of strength. If it was me, I wouldn't have been able to dodge that sword. No wonder she can make Zhao Yingying be her lapdog. She really does have extraordinary strength. You've got a lot of guts to talk about the royal family? I'm sorry, although I'm considered a sidekick, I'm also a member of the Zhao family. The crowd's murmurs made Zhao Yingying feel like she was about to break. She looked at Yi Xiaoshu aggressively. It was clearly me who came first. Yi Xiaoshua. What a time to be counting on that. Chapter 79, come on, let's make it harder. Zhao Yingying's mouth muttered. Just now, I could actually catch it. Her heart was in the right place, even though it would be tougher. With her current cultivation and strength, it would still be easy to take it down. Not much of a problem. As a result, it was Yi Xiaoxiao who stepped in and took the next cut for her. It was supposed to be her style. The original everything was so smooth. Even Zhao Yuzhou, this stupid bastard, it also volunteered to work with its own design to make the stage even more gorgeous. As a result, in the end, everything is all ruined. This kind of thing, how can I possibly bet that you can catch it? Yi Xiaoxiao looked at Zhao Yingying and said helplessly. This guy, his mind is only on manifesting himself in front of people. He doesn't even care about his own safety. Yi Xiaoxiao reached out and poked Zhao Yingying's forehead. What if you didn't block it? Zhao Yingying covered her forehead and skimmed her lips. She also had to admit that Yi Xiaoxiao was right. It was also at this moment that a physician from the Willow Wind Academy's General Academy walked over quickly from a short distance away. They were shouted over by the other scholars and were shocked to see Zhao Yuzhou on the ground and hurriedly took the person away, followed by the other lecturers. Looking at the blood on the ground, each one had an ugly face. What's going on? Among the lecturers, Zhou Yud came over quickly and took the lead in asking questions towards Yi Xiaoxua and Zhao Yingying. He did it on purpose. Be the first to speak up, and the matter would amount to his taking charge. It's not safe for the little master to be here and for someone else to be in charge. The other lecturers didn't say anything when they saw Zhou Yud open his mouth. Honestly, it's trouble. Willow Wind Academy has a superbly special status, although it is not afraid of things. But after all, the royal Zhao family was involved, and it would be troublesome to deal with. Since Zhou Yud took the initiative to open his mouth and take this trouble over, they should not be nosy. Yi Xiaoxiao had an impression of this lecturer from the general hospital and explained what happened in detail. After hearing the cause and effect, the expressions of the lecturers around them were wonderful. Zhou Yud looked back at the blood on the ground and also felt that this matter was outrageous. Zhao Yuzhou, lost? Speaking of which, it wasn't as if they hadn't heard the recent whispers. Among their perceptions, they also more or less felt that Yi Xiaoxiao and Zhao Yingying weren't having a catfight. After all, Jin Yuefeng's exception this time was completely at odds with his past style. I didn't expect that either this Zhao Yingying or Yi Xiaoxiao would actually have this kind of strength. At least it was at the fascia stage, and it wasn't bad. To be able to crush Zhao Yuzhou like this, the force was at least close to around 20 spirits. These lecturers were unaware of this, but Zhou Yud was aware of it. What kind of terrifying existence was Yi Xiaoxiao's father? Dean Jin had acted like this, only because he knew something. In the future, this Willow Wind Academy General Courtyard could be very exciting. I already know about the matter. Zhou Yud nodded. Zhao Yuzhou provoked first, and after losing he had to sneak attack and hurt people. Now there is blame for this outcome. In addition, this matter involves the royal family. I will report to the clan office and ask the clan order to deal with it. You two just go ahead and go to the academy. After saying that, Zhou Yud waved his hand towards Yi Xiaoxua and Zhao Yingying, telling them to leave first and not to stay here. His actions caused a number of people around him to look over in dismay. It just breezed by, not continuing to investigate a bit? A lecturer beside him asked towards Zhou Yud. Zhou Yud looked at him strangely. What's there to investigate when it's obvious? If the fourth prince knew, he would only find trouble with you. A lecturer on the side opened his mouth. Zhou Yud snorted. Come to look for it, his son deserved it for making a mistake. It's good that the eighth prince didn't look for him. Come to look for me for trouble? The several lecturers beside this were beyond surprised when they heard Zhou Yud's words. This guy, when did he get so brave? Although his father was the head of the Zhou family, the family rules were very strict. Zhou Yud acted in an unusual way, with measure. When, this arrogant and domineering, even the fourth prince is not in the eyes. With such arrogance, wasn't he worried that the Zhou family head would blame him? Seeing the astonished gazes of his colleagues around him, Zhou Yud snorted in his heart. How could father blame himself if he knew that he was protecting his young master? The family law? Big kudos is more like it. As for the fourth prince, looking for trouble? This matter, which involved Zhao Yingying, the eighth prince loved this daughter. Not to mention, His Majesty, the present day, also loves this royal niece. The crown prince and the princess once even did something ridiculous for Zhao Yingying, accompanying her to fool around a lot. Zhao Youzhou's move alone, whether he can carry over the clan order 8th prince's hurdle, it is still not clear. Perhaps, the 4th prince would not look for trouble with Zhao Yingying and take his anger out on Yi Shoshu. If that's really how it's done, Zhou Yud knows very well what this will lead to. Dead. He had no doubt that if this festered and got out of hand, Yi Xiaoxiao's father, Yi Tian, it was impossible to say whether or not this lord would make a move to change the Jingtian imperial dynasty. Of course this was nothing more than speculation. Zhou Yud felt that he didn't need to think too much about these things. Just be honest and leave no trace of your little master's care. Zhou Yud has a lively mind and is clear that as long as a fair justice is given to the little master, it is enough. You don't have to do much else to avoid adding to the picture. Yi Xiaoxiao and Zhao Yingying heard Zhou Yud's words, saluted towards him, and turned to leave. Just walking down the road, Zhao Yingying was already disinterested. Yi Xiaoxiao comforted her. Don't worry, I could hear it just now. Someone was talking about us. They think that we entered the Grade A Academy of the Willow Wind Academy's main academy, and that it was a falsehood by Dean Jean. Thinks we are not worthy of virtue. By the time we enter the Grade A Academy, those fellow students of the same year should dislike us and even speak out to provoke us. When the time comes, you'll first hold back as you did in the past, and when it's time for the competition, you'll make a splash and shock their eyes. Won't that be fine? Don't worry, I'm sure I won't make the first move and let you get the first scenery. Zhao Yingying's originally gray eyes gradually bloomed with light, and her dragging feet gradually became firm. It makes sense. Zhao Yingying thought of this and raised her head to look at the second academic year Grade A Academy not far away. Her gaze blossomed with a refined light. Come on, let your contempt and disdain come a little harder. Chapter 80, The Pattern of Genius. With this thought in mind, Yi Xiaoxiao and Zhao Yingying walked into the middle of the Grade A Academy. The scholars among the Grade A Academy were the top group of existences in different school years in the Willow Wind Academy's main courtyard. Quantity, very small. Upon arriving at the Willow Wind Academy's main courtyard and reporting for registration, Yi Xiaoxiao and Zhao Yingying had already learned about it. The Grade A Academy, with the two of them, totaled no more than 8 people. That amount, it's kind of very small. However, the definition of a Grade A Academy in the Willow Wind Academy's main courtyard was just that. It's about precision, not quantity. Upon arriving at the Grade A Academy, Yi Xiaoxiao and Zhao Yingying realized that someone had already arrived long ago. 5 of them, long ago, were already sitting inside. Almost as soon as Yi Xiaoxiao and Zhao Yingying walked inside the Grade A Academy, they saw those 5 people raise their heads and look over toward them. That's all. Zhao Yingying didn't see the disdain in Yi Xiaoxiao's comforting words in their eyes. It's just a simple feeling of looking at who's coming and what they look like. Soon, they all withdrew their gazes one after another, not lingering too much on the two. Yi Xiaoxiao and Zhao Yingying glanced at each other, both seeing the strangeness in each other's eyes. Why was the atmosphere in this Grade A school different from what they had imagined? Yi Xiaoxiao observed carefully and realized that these other 4 people in the Grade A Academy were all busy with their own things. It's almost time. One of the scholars, moreover, suddenly opened his mouth and got up to walk towards the outside of the academy. Coming through. He seemed to be in a hurry, but without losing his politeness, and voiced out towards Yi Xiaoxiao and Zhao Yingying. The 2 men stepped aside and watched the other leave at a brisk pace. Immediately afterward, 2 more men got up and walked toward the outside of the schoolhouse. The footsteps were quick, as if to waste no time. Yi Xiaoxiao and Zhao Yingying collected the strange thoughts in their hearts and found a seat. On top of the table, there were already neatly arranged books, exactly what they needed for their second academic year of cultivation in the General Academy. Not long after, someone once again walked in from outside, again a student from the Class A Academy. This last arriving scholar, with a ponytail, wore a black power suit within the Willow Wind Academy's standardized robes. When she walked into the Class A Academy, she looked very competent. Well, are you Yi Xiaoxiao and Zhao Yingying? Seeing the two, she walked over with a smile. I'm Macho Joe, sort of the head of this Class A Academy, so if there's anything you don't understand, you can come and ask me. Yi Xiaoxiao and Zhao Yingying blinked. looking at the Ma Chow Chow in front of them with some surprise. Why is she being so nice? According to normal circumstances, she shouldn't be showing a look of dislike, uttering insults, and forming a bond with each other. Is there a March date set for a final showdown in the ring? At that time, it would be under the limelight, completing a reversal of fortune and shattering the rumors of the outside world. Thinking about it made Zhao Yingying feel excited. But Marjorie Jojo is in the same year. You look like this. How can I get down? Why do you guys have this expression? Is there anything strange about me? Macho Joe touched his cheek. Yi Xiaoxiao said straightly, we thought that when we came to the Class A Academy, you would ostracize and belittle us, but we didn't expect. It's fast talking. I like it. Ma Jojo laughed. Why should I ostracize you guys? Aren't we in the same year? Moreover, as a student of a grade A academy, everyone's time is precious, and they are all trying to do everything they can to improve their strength and learn all kinds of knowledge. Only in this way can we get good grades in examinations and tasks and have more cultivation resources. Where's the time for this kind of hooking up and wasting time? Yi Xiaoxiao realized, and was even a little ashamed that she had belittled them instead. But the rumors in the outside world, you guys really don't care? On the side, Zhao Yingying added, how could Dean Jean be someone who plays favorites? If that's the case, why would I, as a grandson, have to live such a miserable life? The scholar next to him who was originally reading a book opened his mouth. Ma Xiaoqiao also smiled and introduced. He is Dean Jin's grandson, called Jean Duyi. Dean Kim is so strict with him, and he worked hard for everything he has today. Jean Duyi waved his hand towards Yi Xiaoxiao and Zhao Yingying, which was equivalent to a greeting, and continued to start reading. It was only then that Yi Xiaoxiao realized that what the other party seemed to be looking at was the canonical books recorded by the mountain walking team, which contained quite a lot of valuable experience. Likewise, it can help you to be more relaxed when you enter the same mountains. Just as Jean Duyi said, Dean Jean is not that kind of person, and has his own reasons for letting you into the Grade A Academy. What's more, we all know about your great name, Yi Xiaoxiao. Maybe you'll even surprise us by joining us. Ma Xiaoqiao's side complimented Yi Xiaoxiao, causing the latter to be a bit embarrassed. Next to her, Zhao Yingying collapsed and held her head as the most painful thing for her appeared. Yi Xiaoxian's light was so dazzling that it made her not stand out at all. Worthy of being my archenemy. Damn it! Zhao Yingying was frantic inside. It was at this time that footsteps came from outside, the very lecturer who had taken them to the second academic year of the Grade A Academy. When he stepped in, Yi Xiaoxiao realized that it was none other than an acquaintance, Zhou Yud. Who had come? How come there are only this many people? Where are the others? Zhou Yud entered the Grade A Academy and realized that 3 were missing. Ma Jojo said, I just came over and bumped into it. I think I'm going to break into the dense forest. I think I'm going to try again before the settlement. It won't take long anyway. When they get back, let's go test the force together later to determine our overall strength and get ready to take on the mission. This time, the difficulty of our Grade A Academy's examination is not light, and we need to complete 1,000 points in the first month of the opening of the mansion. Hearing Zhou Yud's words, Yi Xiaoxiao and Zhao Yingying didn't have much feeling, but on the contrary, it was the other people who showed strange colors. 1,000 points? Ma Xiaoqiao couldn't help but ask towards Zhou Yud. Lecturer Zhou, you couldn't have said it wrong, right? Their score on the mission requirement in the first academic year was just 100 points. Even if the requirements are going to be higher in the second school year, isn't this just 10 times as much? Crazy, setting the standard so high? Jean Duyi didn't even have the heart to read. A month's time, can it really be accomplished? At this time, the scholar who hadn't said anything and had his eyes closed, opened his eyes. What happens if we fail? Zhou Yud laughed. Demote all of you to a Grade B Academy, and for the entire second academic year, there will be no Grade A Academies. This year, you guys are considered to have made a name for yourselves in the history of the Willow Wind School. After saying that, Zhou Yud left no trace of looking towards Yi Xiaoxiao and Zhao Yingying. I am afraid they do not know that the fact that the standard is suddenly set so high has nothing to do with these two people. Chapter 81, I'll go first. Zhou Yud probably knew that the standard was set so high this time. It was estimated that it had nothing to do with the arrival of Yi Xiaoxian as well as Zhao Yingying. This standard, it's hard, almost impossible to accomplish. These rules, Zhao Yingying couldn't understand, even though she had often come to the Willow Wind Academy in the past. But nowadays the one who was in charge of the General Academy was Jean Right Wind. Some of his ideas and strategies are completely different from the past. This test and task just didn't make sense to her. But there was one thing that she heard. Testing. Yi Xiaoxiao suddenly looked down and realized that her hand was grabbed by Zhao Yingying. When he looked up, he saw Zhao Yingying staring at himself with an expectant gaze, not letting go. Yi Xiaoxiao. Zhao Yingying looked solemn. Good. Yi Xiaoxiao sighed and nodded. Aha. After receiving an affirmative answer, Zhao Yingying was then relieved with a smile on her face. The next moment is the moment of manifestation before one's own people. After waiting for another moment, the 3 scholars who had left earlier returned one after another, but there was nothing good on his face. Sighing, clearly this trip had been a bad one. As a result, after coming back from Joyud's mouth, he learned that the score of this assessment mission actually required 1,000 points. One's head was as unbelievable as if it had exploded. No way. Taking a newcomer and getting 1,000 points. Is there any mistake? The scholar who was the first to go out earlier suspected that he had heard it wrong. The other side. What should we do? Should we take some time and give them extra practice? A month's time. No amount of extra practice can do it. Someone shook his head. We'll test them later to see how strong they are and try to assign tasks that suit them. It's okay. Macho Joe exclaimed in consolation. As long as we work together, we'll be able to do it. She threw her arms up in the air with an air of confidence. Of course, it could be more convincing if her hands weren't shaking. Let's go. To the test. Joyud spoke again and took the lead in leading them to move. It didn't take long for Joyud to arrive at the martial arts venue and with the crowd from the Grade A Academy. The martial arts arena of the Willow Wind Academy's main academy was much more massive than the Branch Academy, and the surrounding weapon racks were full of weapons. On top of that, the testing stone monument that stood on the side also looked tall and eye-catching. By the time Joyud arrived at this martial arts arena area with the Grade A Academy students of the second academic year, it was found that there were already quite a number of schoolchildren gathered in the place. They were likewise following their own lecturers, who had come to test the force. After the vacation, the lecturers did not have a clear perception of how much their strength had increased. Among them, the students of the second academic year B school are also in this place. They all showed strange colors when they saw Yi Shashua and Zhao Yingying. Earlier, many people had seen what happened above the square at the entrance of the academy's main courtyard. Both Zhao Yingying and Yi Xiaoxiao had displayed amazing strength. Getting into the Grade A Academy, not much of a problem. They, on the other hand, were very curious when they saw Yi Shashua arrive with Zhao Yingying. What are the real force scores of these two? Really, there is more than one testing monolith, and each school year has its own testing monolith. It was only when Joyud led the students of the Grade A Academy and arrived at the stone monument of the second academic year that the students of the other academies had to pause their tests. Grade A schoolhouse with the highest priority. When the students from the other academies moved aside, envy surfaced in their eyes as they looked over towards the few people from the Grade A Academy. For some of these young scholars, the resource enhancement of the Grade A Academy was secondary and not in their eyes. But this kind of elevation in status and position really made them yearn for it. I'll go first. Macho Joe spoke first and came to the testing stone monument. Joyud nodded and waited until she stood still. Begin. As Joyud's words fell, Ma Qiaoqiao was able to blatantly blast out his fist, smashing it on top of the testing stone monument. Knock! A dull collision sound came to mind, and the entire testing stone monument trembled slightly. Immediately following that, the light above the stone tablet was gradually shining. Macho Jojo, 29 spirit with 5. Looks like it's close to the limit. Already, Joyud let her go down after recording her grades. Ma Qiaoqiao left with satisfaction, and the academy students next to him had long been dumbfounded, especially the students who are in the same second academic year. Looking at that achievement is like a mountain to climb. Some of the D-level academy students even felt despair that the gap was so large when it was clearly the same academic year. If they were placed in other second-class academies, they would only be a phoenix-like existence. But when it came to the Willow Wind Academy's main courtyard, it was the bottom of the barrel. Come on, Joyud beckoned again. That Jean Right Wind's grandson, Jean Duyi, took a step in front of the testing stone tablet. He took a deep breath, his aura surged within his body, and his force erupted as he struck over with a palm strike. Snap! Joyud looked at the testing stone tablet and nodded slightly. Not bad, 4 out of 28 spirits. Looking at the result, Jean Doi was satisfied. Ma Jojo watched him walk down and also nodded her head in greeting. Not bad, great progress. Kim Dui sighed. There's no way. You guys have more or less a chance to catch your breath on vacation. Once I go back on vacation I'm facing the dean. Can it be the same? If it wasn't for Grandpa's sudden closure, some days ago, I feel like I wouldn't have lived to see the opening of the mansion. Ma Qiaoqiao shook her head. Being in a blessed place, not knowing the blessings, Dean Jean can accompany you to cultivate every day. Other people can't wait to envy you. Kim Dui sighed. He knew it was a good thing too, but it was hard. Following closely behind, the other students of the Grade A Academy, who had also come up for testing, received the power of their respective grades. Joyud looked at these achievements and was also very satisfied. Next to them, Yi Shashua and Zhao Yingying also clearly felt the strength of the Grade A Academy. Lang Yifeng, 27 spirit has 5. Watching the other test walk down. This was the cold boy who had asked about the results of the failed test earlier. The subsequent test was when Yi Shashua and Zhao Yingying met the first scholars to leave the academy. Lu Jinqian, 27 spirit has 3. The two men who then followed were the scholars who had left to go to the so-called dense forest. Fong Wei-fan, 27 spirit 6. Lu Dai, 27 orders with 7. With the end of the two people's test, Zhou Yud's gaze was directed towards Yi Xiaoxue and Zhao Yingying. The meaning is clear. Which one of you two will come up first? As a result, before Zhou Yud could react, he saw Zhao Yingying take a healthy step and rush to the front of the testing stone tablet. Just kidding. Of course she had to come first. Chapter 82, The Wind in the Clouds. Soon, Zhao Yingying had stood in front of the testing stone tablet with confidence. Just like the previous test in the middle of the Yi mansion, the results of her final test were clearly displayed in front of everyone. Zhou Yud looked at the content on the testing stone tablet and was a bit surprised. Zhao Yingying, 25 spirit with 8. Almost immediately when this result came out, the surroundings exploded, and every single one of them was in an uproar. Some people even came forward and gazed carefully at the results that appeared above the testing stone tablet to make sure that they hadn't made a mistake. Concerning Yi Xiaoxue and Zhao Yingying, after being specially selected to enter the General Academy, they actually entered the Grade A Academy. Many people had gathered information about the two of them, knowing what the two of them had scored in the first academic year's examination. That's the fascia stage not even entered. Perhaps placed amongst the divisions, the two are pretty good, but in the general hospital, it's not really enough. That's the difference between the main hospital and the branch. This was why the branch academy scholars, specially selected to enter the General Academy, were usually in Grade D or Grade B academies. The resources of the branch are not as good as those of the main hospital, and it is inevitable that there will be a lack of resources in the process of formalizing the practice. Transition into a lower-level academy first, if the talent is really high enough. As the time spent practicing in the General Academy increased, the strength became stronger and stronger, and it was not impossible to ascend to a higher level of the academy. Whereas Yi Xiaoxue and Zhao Yingying, they directly entered the Grade A Academy, and they don't get enough grades. There were only a little more than 2 months of cultivation time from the first academic year's examination to the present day. It's not possible to get there in one step, is it? But the results of Zhao Yingying's performance in this test told the crowd in plain sight. It's really just a step up, raising 20 spirits in a little over 2 months. Is this the speed a normal person can have? Did she have some strange encounter? Did they eat some heavenly material for the joint examination of the 4 major branches? No wonder she was allowed to enter the Class A Academy. Her strength has increased so rapidly with this force. The surrounding schoolchildren were all in an uproar. Especially the second-year students are released in their minds. If this was the strength of this force, Zhao Yingying should indeed enter the Grade A Academy. Hearing the murmurs around her and enjoying the feeling of being noticed, Zhao Yingying felt her entire being soothed. Painful. That's what it feels like. Of course, it's only for a little while. Zhao Yingying watched as Yi Xiaoxue walked in front of the testing stone tablet, knowing that her own highlights could only light up for such a moment. As she watched Yi Xiaoxue out of her palm, she knew that the short-lived vanity was over. Snap! As Yi Xiaoxue slapped this palm over, the light above the testing stone tablet flickered up, showing her current strength. Yi Xiaoxue, 28 spirits have 9. Zhou Yud looked at the result and his eyebrows also jumped. Master Na, how on earth did you train little master to cultivate? And it also managed to bring Zhao Yingying with it. Together all fierce like this. Not only Zhou Yud, but the other scholars and lecturers beside him. When they saw this result, they all felt as if their necks were being pinched. Really? This Yi Xiaoxiao's force was actually high as this. How the hell does she practice? This is a true top genius. If it wasn't for that scumbag Wu Xianqing, she might have been close to the bone-hardening stage. Suddenly, a scholar shouted. Next to them, they wondered, what is this saying? You do not know. The scholar, apparently familiar with the case of Wu Xianqing, will be inside details out. Subsequently, everyone realized that in the past, Yi Xiaoxiao had led a miserable life and had been targeted so much. Unbelievable. They put themselves in the same position. If it was them in Yi Xiaoxiao's situation, not to mention boosting your strength, you're lucky if you don't regress. On the side, the students of the Grade A Academy were equally surprised. After Lang Yifeng was stunned, he suddenly spoke. Looking at it this way, the requirements of this examination seemed slightly more reasonable. Lu Zhenxian couldn't help but lament. Who could have thought that the two of them would be able to improve so quickly in such a short period of time? Fong Weifan, on the other hand, scratched his head, thought it was a special test. Lu Dai, I already said a long time ago that there can't be any special tests. The so-called special examination, that came from Fong Weifan's conjecture. He thought that the arrival of Yi Xiaoxue and Zhao Yingying was a load-off for the crowd of their Grade A Academy. They need to complete the test with 2 burdens to get extra rewards. Who had thought that it was adding 2 more raw recruits to their ranks? I'm only afraid that the elevation of the assessment standard can't be separated from these 2 people joining. Ha ha ha, now you've been squeezed down 1 more place. Macho Joe laughed and patted Jean Doi. Kim Doo-hee also felt a headache. His grandfather was very strict with himself. He even expects himself to surpass Macho Joe and become the #1 in the Class A Academy. This is great. Not to mention the first place. This second place is not even guaranteed. Directly surpassed by this Yi Shoshin. He didn't even dare to imagine what kind of special training he would be greeted with when he went back this time. The test ended and Zhou Yud led his group to leave the martial arts arena and rejoin back to the Grade A Academy. On the way back, Ma Xiaoqiao was once again came to the side of the two. I didn't expect you guys are actually so powerful? Yi Xiaoxiao smiled modestly. It's alright, everyone in our Grade A Academy is not simple either. What's more, a test of force doesn't mean how good the real battle power is. The test of force is but a measure. Yi Xiaoxiao understood very well that there were multiple aspects that needed to be taken into consideration when placed in a real battle. Next to her, Zhao Yingying, on the other hand, let out a light laugh. Woman, our abilities are far more than what you see. Really? Macho Jojo still wore a smile. That's more than fine. There was already a lot of pressure on this test. Now that you two are on board, there's nothing wrong with working together. Between the words and discussions, without realizing it, they had already returned inside the Grade A Academy. After returning, Zhou Yud didn't give a lecture, but instead instructed towards Ma Xiaoqiao. Yi Xiaoxiao and Zhao Yingying aren't familiar with the style of the General Hospital, so take the two of them and do a mission. It's also a way for them to familiarize themselves with the situation and not do too difficult tasks at first. Ma Jojo nodded. No problem, let's go. Yi Xiaoxiao and Zhao Yingying looked at each other. No class? For today's Willow Wind Academy, actual combat is the best course, Macho Joe said, beckoning towards the two. Yi Xiaoxiao and Zhao Yingying, also following behind Ma Xiaoqiao, moved once again, heading to the location where they would receive the mission. Zhou Yud, on the other hand, was in the Class A Academy and began to arrange the others so that they could divide up their work to accomplish some tasks. Speaking of which, he himself had a headache with this assessment goal. If it were usual, Zhou Yud would have resisted, thinking to ask for a statement, but with Yi Xiaoxiao around, Zhou Yud wouldn't dare. As for Ma Xiaoqiao's side, she led Yi Xiaoxiao and Zhao Yingying away to pick up the quest. There were already people watching from the shadows, staring in the direction they had left at a quick pace. It didn't take long for this person to arrive at the hall of the Willow Wind Academy that was in charge of distributing quests and interacted with the people inside. Soon, above the page responsible for receiving tasks, some changes began to take place. The quests in the western Lianshan Mountains outside the imperial capital were starting to become more frequent. Chapter 83, Overachievement. Ma Xiaoqiao brought Yi Xiaoxiao and Zhao Yingying with her to the main courtyard of the Willow Wind Academy, where it was specialized in receiving quests. That same specially made notice board with content that changes on its own. The presentations are all sorts of tasks and are labeled. The level of the mission is similarly divided into 4 levels, A, B, C and D. The difficulty of the tasks varies from level to level, and the score, after completion, also varies. Ever since Dean Jean came, there's been a higher demand for actual combat. Ma Jojo led the two of them to the large notice board, talking about the situation today. After all, when we had the General Academy practical test, we did perform poorly, and a lot of people died in the deep mountains. It's not even fighting the demon race, but crusading against ferocious beasts. Speaking of this, Macho Joe shrugged. Of course, I hadn't even gotten in when this fiasco happened. Yi Xiaoxiao and Zhao Yingying were both looking carefully at the notice board, the posted tasks. As a whole, these missions are skewed toward the practical. Moreover, the targets were not just the ferocious beasts and the demon race. For example, there are tasks that need to be done. That is to assist the government office in catching criminals. There are also missions that involve leaving the confines of the imperial capital and traveling further afield to assist the local guards, and going up into the mountains to clear out thieves and bandits. There were even some local strongmen who were wreaking havoc on the party, so you could go over and take their heads and exchange them for bounties in exchange for quest points. It's just that there aren't a lot of such quests, and the more common quest is to enter the mountain. Their group of scholars had to go into the mountains to scout the routes to record the situation and hunt the ferocious beasts, just like the mountain walking team. In addition to this, there will be tasks on it that the senior school year students will have to deal with. They were going deeper into the mountains to hunt some leaked demon race. Looking at this notice board, the many tasks that surfaced, Yi Xiaoxiao couldn't help but lament. In the past 2 years, I have heard from my neighbors that the days are much more peaceful and quiet than before. In the past, in the mountains, from time to time, ferocious beasts would come out to cause trouble. Even if the patrol respawns in time, more or less, there will be losses, there will be casualties. From this, it could be seen that this was not related to the reforms that Jean Rightwind had made to the Willow Wind Academy's General Academy. Let's take a C-rank quest first to test the waters and get a feel for it. Macho Joe stared at the notice board and finally decided on a target. At this time, Yi Xiaoxiao suddenly said, "Can I take that level B quest?" Ma Xiaoxiao listened to Yi Xiaoxiao's words and followed the direction she was pointing in, seeing that level B quest, compared to the quest she decided to take. This level B quest was going deeper into the mountains. This route, obviously, was much more treacherous, and there would be more ferocious beasts to meet. And of course, the rewards are very great. The score for that level C mission was just 3 points, but the score for this level B mission, a full 6 points, doubled. Ma Xiaoxiao looked carefully at Yi Xiaoxiao with a serious expression. If the mission fails, the score will be deducted backwards. Yo! Hearing this, Yi Xiaoxiao hesitated instead. Wouldn't that involve you? If the consequences were only on her own, she would choose to try to challenge it. But if it would involve other people, Yi Xiaoxiao felt that she would have to deliberate. And when Ma Xiaoxiao heard Yi Xiaoxiao say this, she smiled instead. If you have this heart, there's no harm in deducting some points. Since you're so confident, let's give it a try. Afterward, Ma Xiaoxiao brought Yi Xiaoxiao and Zhao Yingying, and went forward to the window to receive the quest. Where was the deacon of the academy's main courtyard? Seeing Ma Xiaoxiao come over, flipping open the booklet for registration. What task do you want to take? Second school year, 7th class B assignment. Macho Joe spoke. The deacon then took out the map, and the book of record, and attached a bead. After collecting the things needed for the mission, Ma Xiaoxiao left with Yi Xiaoxiao and Zhao Yingying. Without delay, she was leading the two as they walked. All we need is to record the conditions along the road and make corrections to the changes. In addition to slaying ferocious beasts and absorbing their essence blood with blood beads, the blood bead is halfway through its blood color and is considered mission accomplished. A blood-filled blood bead is a perfect completion of the task, and 2 more points will be added to your score. If you can make the blood bead turn a darker color, you are overshooting the task, and you can get 12 points for this task. But the mission is limited in time and must be completed within 2 days. Marjorie stated the details and didn't leave directly, but went to another part of the main hospital. Upon arrival, it was found to have carriage horsemen. Get in the car and get your strength up. There's still work to be done in the mountains. Macho Joe greeted towards the two. Yi Xiaoxiao and Zhao Yingying followed into the carriage, and when it was moving, they realized that the carriage was specially made and was very smooth and comfortable. Also, this horse is different from the groom. 2. The grooms have some strength in them, and the horses are different and seem to be specially bred. In the end, it was the Willow Wind Academy's main courtyard, and you could still take a carriage to save physical energy by doing a quest. After arriving at the location of the mission, Ma Xiaoxiao took Yi Xiaoxiao and Zhao Yingying out of the carriage and went over towards the mountains. Alright, the two of you will mainly be in charge of the action next. I'll follow. Ma Jojo crossed her arms and said towards the two. She had come over this time. Accomplishing her mission was secondary. Assessing the level of the two was real. In this way, in the future, when one wants to receive a grade A mission, it will require the entirety of the grade A academy students to come out. What to do with them when the time comes is crucial. Yi Xiaoxiao and Zhao Yingying nodded towards Ma Xiaoxiao, then walked towards the deep mountains. Entering the deep mountains, Yi Xiaoxiao and Zhao Yingying reached into their waistbands and took out the special medicinal powder and rubbed it to wave it ahead. After they passed through the powdered shroud, they continued toward the mountains. Marjorie, who was following, wondered, "What's this?" "It's able to isolate the smell of our body, and it can also repel mosquitoes, insects, snakes and rats in the mountains," Yi Xiaoxiao said, and began to observe the surrounding details. Meanwhile, her mouth murmured. Zhao Yingying on the side was already taking out the recording book and holding a charcoal pencil to record various situations. The two seem to work well together, and they don't miss a single detail, big or small, along the road. It will even make some special markings along the road as signposts. Ma Xiaoxiao, who was following behind Yi Xiaoxiao and Zhao Yingying, gradually stared from her initially relaxed stance. She was behind the two men and was beginning to realize that something was wrong. Too skillful, too fast, and the most bizarre point was that walking the mountain path, they would track over in turn after finding traces of ferocious beasts. After finding the ferocious beast, they would take the initiative to kill it. A hit! Ma Xiaoxiao stood not far away and watched the two of them, Yi Xiaoxiao and Zhao Yingying, walk among the ferocious wolves as if they were taking a stroll. It was but a single blow to kill each ferocious beast. Chapter 84, Tired and Thirsty. In the meantime, in the main courtyard of the Willow Wind Academy, Lang Yifeng, who had already finished his cultivation and returned to the Grade A Academy, was somewhat incredulous. In front of him, Feng Weifan and Lu Dai were colorfully describing what they knew. On the other side of the Jin Duyi and Lu Zhenxian also feel unimaginable. You say this, not too exaggerated, right? Feng Weifan waved his hand. What exaggeration? It's all the real deal. One or two of them saying that, they might be colluding, but the guys who came here specially selected from different divisions said so where could it be false? Lu Din nodded his head once, trying to string together the top scholars from the 4 branch academies that were specially selected to come here just for bragging rights. As far as that goes, the situation that the two were talking about was precisely the situation of the joint examination of the 4 courtyards from the mouths of the specially selected scholars who had come from the other branch courtyards. They just knew that something big had happened in this joint examination of the 4 academies. Some guys led by the Jia family colluded with the demon race, without knowing the specifics within this examination. It wasn't until the opening of the Willow Wind Academy's main academy, from the mouths of these specially selected scholars from the 4 major branch academies, that everyone knew. Yi Xiaoxiu made a big splash during the original examination. With her as the centerpiece, she took the top students of the 4 branches and acted as a dying pass. After being tainted by the fishy fragrance scatter, he faced a constant stream of ferocious beasts and continued to slaughter them, not knowing how to get tired. Among the descriptions of these scholars, Yi Xiaoxiu was like a god of war in their eyes at that moment. Whether it was the number of ferocious beasts killed, or the skill of decapitating them, it was not something they could compare to at all. Combine that with Yi Xiaoxiu's once beheading Wu Lizong, and combine that with her sword slashing Zhao Yuzhou today. For a while, a very different image of Yi Xiaoxiu was pieced together in the minds of the many students in the Grade A Academy. What do you guys say? Now that Boss Ma and the others are assessing their mission, how is it going? Lu Zhenxian suddenly spoke. The crowd shook their heads. How could they know if they weren't there? All in all, should not let Boss Ma down, right? Lung Yifeng said. Disappointed? Macho Jojo didn't know what disappointment meant at the moment. She only knew one thing now. She was about to die of exhaustion. Done. A bit faster than expected. Zhao Engying closed the recording book and nodded in satisfaction. Next to her, Yi Xiaoshuang also raised the blood bead in her hand, and the scarlet color on it was already deep on the black side. Obviously, the mission was overachieved and was able to get 12 points. Ha! Ha! Not far away. Ma Chao Chao, hands propped up on his knees, panting heavily, sideburns are wet with sweat sticking to his face. She stared, finally dropping somewhat helplessly to the floor and gulping for dear life. Yi Xiaoxiu put the blood beads away and came to Ma Chao Chao. Is everything alright? How can you be tired like this? Zhao Engying next to her skimmed her lips, not quite understanding. Ma Chao Chao's voice was a little hoarse. Are you two monsters? It's horrible. Is it you who is assessing the two this time? Or these two who are tormenting you? Both Yi Xiaoshan and Zhao Engying were in a fast-acting stance from start to finish. Record the situation. Look for signs of ferocious beasts. Run and attack and kill them. Return to the mountain road and continue on. Find signs again and strike and sweep. From start to finish, this Yi Xiaoxua and Zhao Engying, as if they were tireless, hadn't stopped to rest at all. Instead, he had to follow along in order to keep up with the two. Along with the increase in the number of ferocious beasts that would attack him from time to time, physical strength was substantially depleted. At first, Macho Joe was still too embarrassed to speak up and tell the two to stop and rest, so he could only keep up with the hard work. Who could have imagined these two guys, getting more and more exaggerated and horribly energetic? In the back of the speed is also getting faster and faster up, forcing himself to follow the running in the mountains. Hooray! She finally made it to the end and just wanted to throw up. In the end, it was Yi Xiaoxua and Zhao Engying who helped the overtired Ma Chao Chao back. The horsemen who came to meet them were shocked to see Macho Joe's appearance. Of course, it was the deacon of that academy who had to be even more startled. This was a 2-day assignment and you guys finished it in one afternoon? Or overshoot? This deacon was startled, especially when he saw the color of the blood bead. He sucked in a mouthful of cold air. You guys stabbed a ferocious beast's nest? Look through the recorded book again and the corners of your mouth twitch. It was really a stab in the ferocious beast's nest, and the record above marked 3 ferocious beast's nests and was cleared by them. The most excessive point is that the record book contains not only the details of the mountain passes needed for the mission, they also opened up and recorded some new trail shortcuts. It was recorded in such detail that he suspected that it was not the completion of the task of the boyish scholar who had taken it. Rather, it's a very accomplished mountain recording book after the veteran mountain walking team stepped up to the plate. In the end, the deacon registered 12 points for each of Yi Xiaoxiao and them, and 12 points were deducted from the task index of the first examination of the entire Grade A Academy. That is, a Grade A Academy with 988 more points to complete. After completing the registration, Yi Xiaoxiao and Zhao Engying helped Ma Chao Chao again and returned inside the Grade A Academy. In the Class A Academy, everyone was coincidentally still discussing when they saw the trio return. Boss Ma. Everyone was startled to see Ma Jojo in this state. Immediately after Ma Chao Chao sat down in his seat, he fell on his desktop. His face was white, and he looked like he was in a state of lifelessness. Seeing that it was getting late, Yi Xiaoxiao and Zhao Engying waved goodbye to their fellow students and prepared to return to the Yi mansion. Yi Xiaoxiao was a bit impatient and wanted to share the events of today with her dad. After the two left, Kim Dewey sat down next to Macho Jojo. What happened? Getting into this mess. Hey. Ma Xiao Xiao sat up and sighed. The difficulty of our test this time is so high, purely because these two guys are clearly monsters. Machojo then recounted the completion of the mission in a nutshell. The crowd all had different expressions when they heard it. Good guy. Jean Dui slapped his forehead. Tired you out? If it weren't for your appearance today, we would have mistakenly thought that you were joking. Lang Yifeng couldn't help but lament. Ma Xiao Xiao let out a long breath and rubbed her frazzled face. Moreover, I can be sure that although I'm a bit stronger in terms of force, I'm afraid that I'm not a match for that Yi Xiaoxiao when it comes to actually making a move. Speaking of this place, Ma Xiaoxiao's eyes seemed to float back to the mountain. The scene where Yi Xiaoxiao had struck out her sword against the ferocious beast. Fast, precise, and hard. A lot of the time, it wasn't like Yi Xiaoxiao had made a sword strike to decapitate the ferocious beast. Instead, it was the ferocious beasts that took the initiative to crash into her sword. Jean Doi narrowed his eyes. So evil. Really? Next time, get a great emission together and try it out. Won't you know? Speaking of this place, Ma Xiaoxiao said towards the crowd. This time, it's about Yi Xiaoxiao and Zhao Yingying's assessments. Speaking of this place, Ma Xiaoxiao paused, and a smile appeared on his miserable face. We've gotten rich, and we've hugged our thighs. After laughing, Macho Joe immediately opened his mouth. Vomit. Chapter 85, Brothers in Arms. In the face of Ma Xiaoxiao's summary, but Jean Dui shook his head. Big or not big legs do not know. Our next pressure is not light. Don't forget how fast they're progressing. Really? Speaking of this place, Jean Dui looked around at the few people around him. Don't forget, what were the rumors from the outside world earlier? That's all to say that Yi Xiaoxiao and Zhao Yingying are going to drag their feet and rub out the rewards at the end of our assessment mission. Don't get word out later that it's all about us dragging our feet and rubbing their rewards the wrong way. If these rumors do get out, my grandfather will surely kill me first. Speaking here, Jean Doi waved his hand towards a few people. Let's not talk so much for now. I have to hurry back to my special training. Kim Dewey finished his speech and got up to leave. The rest of the few people looked at each other, and in their hearts, they strongly agreed with him. Not to mention, the next practice can only be harder. Jean Dewey, who had left, didn't go directly back to the Jean family, but first went to find his grandfather, Jean Rightwind. He was going to collect the next special training program from his grandfather. Jean Dewey quickly came to the hall room where his grandfather Jean Rightwind worked, and there was a lot of paperwork piled up on that table and desk. The paperwork, all the various issues that Grandpa had to deal with. Jean Dewey explained some of today's circumstances to Jean Rightwind. I had expected that I would be under immense pressure. Results, cultivate well, just try to go further. Jean Yuefeng encouraged his grandson twice after handing him the plan he had personally written. Kim Dewey took the plan and turned around. Just as he was about to leave, his footsteps lurched. He couldn't help but turn around and just feel so strange about his grandfather. Grandpa, you don't blame me? Jean Doi was surprised. Jean Rightwind looked at his grandson. Blame you for what? I've been squeezed out by Yi Shoshu, and I'm all the way at the Grade A Academy as the third oldest. Jean Dui said. Jean Yuefeng laughed. Isn't that normal? You're also worthy of comparing yourself to Yi Xiaoxiao? Kim Duyi, looking at his grandfather, who was smiling and talking, his mind was completely mush. What the hell is going on? Until he was sent off with a smile from his grandfather, Kim Dewey couldn't return to his senses for a long time. This Yi Xiaoxiao, it's too evil. Jean Dewey felt incredulous, but how could Jean Dewey know that he was the most gifted of the Jean family's generation? Jean Rightwind felt that he had no future and had difficulty in breaking through the realm, which was why he placed the future of the entire Jean family on Jean Dewey. That's why Kim Dewey felt the pressure multiply. Now that Jean Yuefeng had successfully broken through the realm, his lifespan had increased, and he had enough time to train Jean Dewey to become a genius and support the Jean family. Naturally, there was no panic, not to mention the presence of Yi Tian. That was a mysterious and unfathomable power that made even the teacher call him his master. I don't know why, but Jean Yuefeng just felt stabilized in his heart. On the other hand, Yi Xiaoxiao and Zhao Yingying also returned to the Yi mansion, and he told Yi Tian and the others everything that had happened in the main courtyard of the Willow Wind Academy. Uncle Yi, don't worry, that Zhao Yuzhou can't get any good, and the fourth prince wouldn't dare to come looking for trouble. Everything, our father will take care of. Zhao Yingying voiced her assurance that there would be absolutely no problems. After all, in the final analysis, this Zhao Yuzhou was coming at himself. Yi Xiaoxiao's sword decapitation of Zhao Yuzhou was also to protect herself. It was categorically impossible to involve her. Yi Tian nodded his head. Since it's fine, continue cultivating. This meager achievement is not something to be proud of. Breaking the limits of the fascia stage is your goal. In addition, this Willow Wind Academy General Academy has to carry out frequent missions. It's also a good way to practice. You guys also need to be attentive. Yi Xiaoxiao nodded towards her father. Father, I will work harder. Zhao Yingying on the side was also cheering herself on, a brilliant light flashing in her eyes. After breaking the limit, wouldn't that manifestation effect be even better? I'm going to put my best foot forward for a better future. 2. Yi Xiaoxiao and Zhao Yingying immediately devoted themselves to cultivation, and in the course of the two men's practice, in the inner city, a heated argument arose at the entrance of a special mansion compound next to the imperial city. By the entrance of the mansion compound, there were sons and daughters of the sideline of the royal Zhao family, who were carrying a stretcher. Although they were members of the royal Zhao family, their status was marginal, and they were now working for the sovereign's office. On the stretcher, lying there was none other than Zhao Yuzhou, who had been seriously injured by the sword chop. Zhao Easy, what exactly do you mean? Fourth Prince Xiao Ning roared angrily. You don't arrest the murderer who injured this king's son. You arrest this king's son? How in the world did you become a clan member order? Zhao Yaoyao snorted. Zhao Ning, if you want to go crazy, don't make a scene in my place. Your son is despicable and shameless, launching a challenge to Yingying and losing even. After the defeat, actually annoyed, behind the back sneak attack to hurt Yingying life. This does not enter the palace of patriarch's imprisonment. Put our royal rules where? Tell you what, if this king wasn't this bull clanman order, I would have strangled this little man right now. Zhao Ning's eyes were also red. How dare you, even if it's Boat's fault. Then putting that aside, isn't your daughter right? And is it right to strike out and hurt his pariah? Zhao Ning's words caused Zhao Easy's eyes to widen. Shameless so your son learned all his meanness from you. No, I'm going to beat you up today. With that said, Zhao Ichio rolled up his sleeves and chased after him towards Zhao Ning. Zhao Ning also followed Zhao Easy in a big fight, and for a while, it was a chicken and dog fight. The children of the Zhao family beside him, seeing this situation, also hurriedly threw away the stretcher and went up to dissuade them. Zhao Yuzhou, who was thrown to the ground on the stretcher, touched the injury and screamed again with an ouch. Son, my son. Zhao Ning heard Zhao Yuzhou cry out and anxiously came forward, but Zhao Easy was even faster, stopping Zhao Ning with one hand and saying towards those few Zhao clan children from the Zhongren mansion, bring it in. Committing a crime and trying to get away with it out there? Zhao Ning was enraged and watched as his son was carried in. Son, Zhao Easy, give me back my son. I'm going to file a complaint. I'm going to go before His Majesty and denounce you. Zhao Yiwei felt amused. You go. Hurry up. It's best to make Imperial Brother remove me as a patriarchal order. The two princes were at the entrance of the sovereign's palace, and again they argued for a long time. Eventually, Zhao Easy got annoyed and went back inside the gate of the patriarch's house. Zhao Ning, you'd better not implicate innocent people, or else this king will find you to fight for your life. Zhao Easy made a final warning and slammed the door of the sovereign's mansion with a bang. Zhao Ning knew that Zhao Easy was warning himself not to go to the Yi Xiaoxiao who had decapitated his son. With a gloomy face, he waved his sleeve and left, walking to the side to get into the king's car and heading back in the direction of the royal residence. Under his breath, he also kept clamoring, just you wait, Zhao Easy, I'll find His Majesty to judge. After cursing, Wang Driver gradually left the clan house, and inside sits Zhao Ning, is sitting in the spacious king's drive, writing a Zhangji, to participate in this Zhao prosperity assume. Only his face was completely devoid of anger, and his expression was bland, as if nothing had happened. Chapter 86, This is the true face of Zhao Yuzhou. Inside the sovereign's palace, Zhao Yuzhou was imprisoned in a courtyard. After all, he was a royal son, and he still had to save face. Only, Zhao Easy was not a generous person. Imprisoned this Zhao Yuzhou in the smallest inner courtyard, found a physician to change the medicine, and withdrew all the subordinates. Just send someone to stand guard outside, taking a shot at his own precious daughter. That Zhao Ning even approached him to make a noise. How can your son want to be comfortable within the clan house, and you want to be served? Be honest by yourself. Lie there. Listening to Zhao Yuzhou's cries of pain coming from inside, Zhao Yiwei sneered twice and left. Enjoy. Zhao Yuzhou in the room. That was in pain, sweating profusely, constantly crying out, someone come and help me it's so hard. It's time to change the medicine. I feel like the wound is bleeding. Regarding the shouts from inside, the Zhao clan's children guarding the outside, treated them as if they hadn't heard them. After all, the patriarchal order had ordered that no matter how Zhao Yuzhou shouted, just ignore it. Even though they were all princes, their top boss was Zhao Ichio. They still know in their hearts who to turn to and who to listen to. As Zhao Yuzhou shouted on, he seemed to be tired and his voice gradually decreased. Night was gradually falling. Zhao Yuzhou in this room was lying in the darkness, only able to see everything in the room clearly through the moonlight outside the window. This Zhao Easy didn't even arrange for someone to light the candles, and to put it bluntly, he was deliberately putting small shoes on Zhao Yuzhou. As expected, Zhao Yuzhou, who was lying on the bed, slowly opened his eyes. The 8th prince's uncle is extremely in love with Zhao Yingying, so he will definitely deliberately torture himself and ignore me. Zhao Yuzhou thought in his mind and rolled up from the bed, pulling the wound in front of his body and blood seeped out again. Intense pain struck, but Zhao Yuzhou's expression remained unchanged as if he didn't notice it. Zhao Yuzhou took out the package from his waist, opened his robe and unwrapped the white cloth before sprinkling the medicinal powder on the wound. The medicinal powder stained the wound and made a snorting sound, but Zhao Yuzhou only frowned slightly and did not say a word. However, from the sweat that kept seeping out of his forehead, it was obvious what kind of pain he was enduring today. After redressing his wounds, Zhao Yuzhou put on his clothes and took out some bamboo tags from his package. On top of the bamboo plaque, engraved with patterns, it was hung around the room by him. Once hooked up, movement in the room will not be transmitted. It was as if the sound in here was completely cut off. After everything was in order, Zhao Yuzhou once again took out an object from his baggage. This object is like a drill. Zhao Yuzhou took it out and then stabbed it towards the bottom of the bed, and it drilled out of the soil and penetrated towards the depths. Within moments, Zhao Yuzhou only felt a relief under his feet as a collapsed hole appeared and he fell down towards it. After landing steadily, Zhao Yuzhou realized that he was arriving at a tunnel. Falling into this tunnel, Zhao Yuzhou was following this place and walking slowly towards the inside, and the direction he was traveling forward. He was clearly walking to the bottom of the imperial city. After waiting to walk for a few moments, Zhao Yuzhou felt that the road ahead opened up and it was a wide underground chamber. Upon arriving at this underground chamber, Zhao Yuzhou could see that the walls of this four-square room were inscribed with various patterns. Above the center like an altar, a sword hovered. A hazy light bloomed on the sword, looking very soft. Zhao Yuzhou stood still and gazed at the sword for a long time before turning to leave. He returned to the spot where the canal had been and cleaned up the dirt to seal the camouflage. He then burrowed back into the room, laid the floor, and after everything was restored, reclined back on the bed. The true location of the town sword is determined. Sure enough, the subdued sword within the imperial city is actually a fake. The real Jin sword is in the ground. The tiger demon's side speculated correctly. The next step is to wait for the right moment. Thinking of this place, Zhao Yuzhou gently touched his wound. That Yi Shashu's talent is truly terrifying. My bottom card exploded and I was easily taken down by her. This is top-notch blood food that tiger demons devour, only to recover quickly. And Zhao Yingying, I didn't expect to be able to metamorphose to such an incredible level in such a short period of time. Hey, anyway, things are done. Don't want to think so much. Go to sleep. Sooner or later, this sword will have to be recovered. Soon Zhao Yuzhou fell into a deep sleep. I'm afraid that Zhao Yashua wouldn't even think that something so big could actually happen under his own nose. Zhao Ning and Zhao Yuzhou, based on his character, counted on him. Everything, it's all padding. The ultimate goal was for Zhao Yuzhou to be imprisoned alone in the sovereign's palace with no one to serve him, making it easy to do things. The next day, in the early morning hours, Yi Shashua and Zhao Yingying, who had finished their morning exercises, arrived at the Willow Wind Academy's main courtyard on time. After arriving at the main courtyard and entering the Class A Academy, Ma Jojo announced that they were going to start a collective action to receive Class A missions. Class A missions, which are much more difficult, and get a bonus score that is of an indeterminate nature. It is entirely based on the final performance that an assessment is made. The results of the assessment will determine how many assignment points will be given this time. It's even possible that you won't even get a point. Without yesterday's assessment, Macho Joe would never have dared to take on such a task. But having traveled with Yi Xiaoshan and Zhao Yingying, it was completely relaxing. This time, our mission is to walk the mountain in the true sense of the word, going deep into the outer region of the western Lian Mountains to border the inner region. The ferocious beasts in this area are going to be even more ferocious, and there's even a chance that we'll run into the demon race. But this place cannot be cleared without a cleanup. This place is a location to leave the Jingtian Emperor's court and conduct business outward. There are also many highly valued wild elixirs that will grow. Although there will be a large army from our Jingtian Imperial dynasty stationed here, it must be a pass in the deep mountains, and the side branches cannot be taken care of. On the unfolded opinion map, Macho Joe scratched out a range and gestured toward the crowd. The duration of this mission is expected to be about 7 days. Of course, if Yi Xiaoxiao and Zhao Yingying are going to take everyone to vomit once, the time should be shortened. Hearing Ma Xiaoxiao's words, Yi Xiaoxiao was a little embarrassed. Today, when she came to the Grade A Academy, she realized that yesterday, she and Zhao Yingying actually tired Ma Xiaoxiao to vomit. She didn't think much about it at that time. She just felt that she had to finish it quickly. Unlike spending the night in the mountains to avoid her father, Yi Tian, from worrying. This time, when he received this mission, he was only afraid that he would have to report to Yi Tian in advance. But speaking of which, have you guys noticed that lately? There seem to be more and more quests in Western Lianshan. Lang Yifeng suddenly spoke. Jin Doi also nodded. In this matter, I inquired of my grandfather, and the tasks are arranged through the needs of each place. The demon race over in the western Lian Mountain has been very active with the ferocious beasts lately, and the demand for quests has greatly increased, which has led to such a situation. And, I don't know if you guys have heard, but it seems that there have been strange rumors in the western Lian Mountain lately. Chapter 87. Strange rumors? Yi Xiaoxiao had spent more time in the Yi mansion in bitter cultivation and less time going out, so she was unaware of this. The only thing that could reach out to the outside message was still this Willow Wind Academy's main courtyard. Zhao Yingying was the same way, following Yi Xiaoxiao's bitter cultivation every day, afraid of slacking off a little. Once you fall too far behind, how can you show your sainthood in front of people? That's why they don't know much about the topic Kim Dui brought up. Jin Dui continued to speak. Rumor has it that in the western Lian Mountain, there are visions appearing and treasures are born everywhere. The auras of both heaven and earth have changed in a strange way, which has led to an increase in ferocious beasts and the surfacing of demon races. But all of these claims are just rumors that have been circulating, and I don't know if they're true or not, but it's true that ferocious beasts appear frequently and demon races spring up. Treasure everywhere? What Kim Dui said was rather mysterious. No, it is indeed true. Lu Dei suddenly spoke. My father and elder brother happened to return home yesterday and mentioned this matter to me. Several people looked over towards Lu Dei. Lu Dei was promoted to the Grade A school in the second academic year, and was still a Grade B school in the first academic year. Like in the first academic year, Ma Qiao, Jin Dui and Lang Yifeng, who were in the Grade A academy, didn't know much about him, but Lu Zhenqian and Fang Weifan, the first academic year of the same Grade B school, know his family situation. Lu Dei's father is the 1,000 Gold Chamber of Commerce's roadwalking boss, and his elder brother is the captain of the 1,000 Gold Chamber of Commerce's mountain walking team. Lu Zhenqian explained. The wayfarer? Yi Xiaoxiao didn't understand. Zhao Yingying saw her like this and knew that she didn't understand. The 1,000 Gold Chamber of Commerce's traveling roadmaster, responsible for running commercial roads and doing business far away from home, and to go through the mountains. The Chamber of 1,000 Gold has its own mountain walking team, which also serves as an escort. After hearing Zhao Yingying's explanation, Yi Xiaoxiao understood. Lu Dei's father and elder brother, on their way back through the Shilian Mountains, were only afraid that they had seen something. Lu Dei said, there are indeed more ferocious beasts and demons, and westward of Shilian Mountain itself is a sparsely populated place, making it easier to easily harbor demons and evil spirits. The imperial capital of the Jingtian imperial dynasty itself sat on the western border of the dynasty. The north, south, and east are both wider territories, with 18 open provinces and states. The only thing that was left was the imperial capital of Jingtian, which sat to the west against the western Lianshan Mountains and the great rolling hills beyond. Emperor Jingtian Zhao Zhini made this move in order to use the imperial capital as a barrier to reach the demons and evil spirits in the rolling hills beyond the western Lianshan Mountains. The elite scholars trained by the Willow Wind Academy's General Academy would more or less join the mountain walking team and the march, become a defense against the ferocious beasts and demons that will come over from the west. And inside the imperial capital, there is even a spiritual weapon sitting in the town. The array shrouded, Shilian Mountain out of the demons and evil spirits cannot enter. The other prefectures of the Jingtian imperial dynasty were safe and sound, doing their best to develop and eventually feed the imperial capital. Of course, risk goes hand in hand with crisis. Outside the Shilian Mountains, in the mountains, the resources are more abundant. Out of the Shilian Mountains, to go forward to do business more profitable. The Chamber of Commerce of 1,000 Gold has been able to develop so far, and the opening up of business paths has been instrumental. Lu Dei's father and elder brother, this time returned but found that the old safe route had changed. There were even more demon races, and ferocious beasts were even more frequent. But the rumor that there are treasures everywhere is true. In the old days, when I returned, my father and my elder brother and they walked the mountains. They would stay longer. It's just to be able to search for cherished spiritual medicines. And even if you can't find them, picking some of the herbs in the mountains is an additional expense. In the past, it was hard to make a difference. It wasn't easy. This time, however, they picked a lot of cherished spiritual herbs with their hands. And it's not just that simple. Speaking of this place, Lu Dei's expression was all mysterious, signaling the crowd to come closer. Next to him, Jin Dui was helpless. We're the only ones in the academy. What are we doing huddled together? And we're still afraid that people will hear us? Isn't this ambience some? As soon as Lu Dei finished speaking, he continued. In that western Lian Mountain, someone got the strange jade tablet. That jade tablet seems to be a voucher, and I don't know what effect it has. And there are still people exploring it. Hearing Lu Dei's words, everyone looked at each other. It's amazing how this thing sounds, how it's getting stranger and stranger. Anyway, let's personally take a trip to Shilian Mountain to take a look. Won't that be enough? Ma Qiao spread both hands. Hearing is believing and seeing is believing. Just follow the old rules from before. After collecting the items needed for the mission, let's cultivate normally. Go home and explain the reason, and get ready to leave. Lu Dei, I'm afraid you'll only have to take more trouble if this mission. Ma Chao Chao looked at the other party. Lu Dei understood the other party's meaning. Don't worry, when I go back, I will explain the situation to my father and elder brother and seek more lessons from them. My father's older brother walked the western Lianshan for many years. Despite the vastness of the western Lianshan mountains, the area they often traveled in did not overlap with this mission's, but the experience is ample and more or less instructive. After discussing the details, Yi Xiaoxiao continued to be at the Willow Wind Academy's main courtyard, completing the course. It seemed that there was an increase in the number of missions in the western Lian Mountains, or perhaps they knew that they had picked up a Class A mission in this area. Today, on top of their Grade A Academy course, the lecturer in charge of the mountain and river Daji focused on describing the situation of the western Lian Mountains. When the day's cultivation at the Willow Wind Academy's main courtyard was over, Yi Xiaoxiao was the first to return to the Yi Mansion. Zhao Engying didn't follow this time, but made a trip back to the royal residence. Returning to the Yi Mansion, Yi Xiaoxiao immediately found her father, Yi Tian, and described the situation of this mission. Not bad, this belongs to a very good sharpening for our shiny. Yi Tian's tone paused as he spoke. He looked at his daughter and urged, but this time, when you enter the mountains, beware of the murderers, beware of the demon race, and even more so, be wary of the hearts of the people. Since this rumor is true, and western Lianshan Mountain is filled with treasures, there will naturally be many treasure hunters. Money moves people. Yi Xiaoxiao listened to her own father's words and gently nodded. Don't worry, father, Xiaoxiao understands. That time in the past made Yi Xiaoxiao also know what it meant to be cold and warm as human beings. Of course she'd be careful for a second. The intensity of today's cultivation is reduced by half. Rest well, refresh yourself and prepare to enter the mountain. Yi Tian smiled. Maybe with the help of this mission, we can break the limit. Yi Xiaoxiao nodded her head, swallowed the medicine as usual, and entered the martial arts arena to cultivate. At the same time, Zhou Yuanfang, who was standing not far away, spoke. Master, should we follow this time into the mountains? This is natural. Yi Tian nodded. Allowing her to experience sharpening the sword in its hand on her own does not mean that it is not supervised. Yi Xiaoxiao was walking her own path. He would help in secret and would not engage in simple and rough forced intervention. It's a very valuable experience to be on a mission with fellow students of the same year and to overcome all the difficulties. She'll grow up better if she's given the proper amount of freedom. But freedom doesn't mean indulgence. And covert supervision to ensure her safety and that her path doesn't go astray is still necessary. Zhou Yuanfang spoke again. Master, I'll go into the mountain ahead of time to take a walk and check out the situation. He always felt that it wasn't quite right to have treasures all over the place. Yi Tian nodded his head and let Zhou Yuanfang take a walk. Into the night. When Yi Xiaoxiao had already gone to sleep and rested, Zhou Yuanfang returned. It was just that he had an odd expression on his face and was now a little puzzled by this investigation. Chapter 88, Old Force Problems. Looking at his daughter sleeping peacefully, Yi Tian was relieved to leave. When he went out of the courtyard, he met the returning Zhou Yuanfang. Master, this treasure that grows everywhere seems to be real. As soon as the returning Zhou Yuanfang opened his mouth, he took out 2 spirit medicines. Spirit medicine. The reason why it is a spirit medicine is that it will emit spiritual qi, which is a great deal stronger than the effects of ordinary medicinal herbs. Right now, Zhou Yuanfang had 2 spirit medicines in his hands. Both are similar in potency, just different. Yi Tian looked at the soil and understood what Zhou Yuanfang meant. One is transplanted and cultivated today, and the other is growing on its own. Zhou Yuanfang nodded. After going to the western Lianshan mountain, indeed, spiritual medicines grow everywhere, and the number of ferocious beasts and demonic races is more than expected. Moreover, the density of aura seems to be rising at a not-so-slow rate in the deeper parts of the western Lian mountain. Some of the elixirs I found after picking them were artificially transplanted. At that time, I had the inference that it couldn't be that someone had done it on purpose, making such a strange sight to lure people into the mountain. But as I walked through the Shilian mountains, I found quite a few spirit medicines breaking out of the ground, as if they had been dormant for many years once they had come into existence. Yi Tian looked at the 2 herbs and pondered for a moment. It doesn't matter. Tomorrow Shinya moves out. Just go and take a look while secretly following. Zhou Yuanfang responded that if the master went to look, he should be able to see the signs. In the meantime, in the 8th prince's mansion, Zhao Engying had also rested, and she had explained the situation to her father. After seeing his daughter resting well, Zhao Yaoyao walked to the front yard of the royal residence. It was the steward of the royal mansion, who came to Zhao Yi's face. Your Highness, it's done. Well, Zhao Yizi took a sip of tea and asked for details. The royal housekeeper said, went to the room where Zhao Yuzhou was being held. and even though the other party hid it well, they still found traces. It ended up being an excavation under the bed, and I followed the trail of that fill and dug, and it turned out to be out of the patriarch's courtyard and into the outside world. Presumably, from the surface, Zhao Yuzhou was trying to dig a tunnel to escape from the Zhongrenfu, but later, fearing that things would be exposed, he regretted coming back and filling the earth in. The royal housekeeper explained the matter, but added, "But it didn't feel right. I led the men to dig down the cave towards deeper depths and tried again in different directions. Unfortunately, nothing." Zhao Yi's fingertips gently tapped on the desktop. "What the hell is this fourth brother of mine up to again? He's counting on me so much just to let this brat Zhao Yuzhou play in a hole?" Zhao Ning thought that he had counted Zhao Yizi well, but he didn't know that the latter had already seen it. From the time Zhao Yuzhou made his move, all the way to the fourth prince Zhao Ning taking the initiative to make a noise at his door, it was all directed at his own character, so that Zhao Yuzhou could be alone in the room. Zhou Prowler will take the plunge. Today, Zhao Ning sought out His Majesty to senate himself, and was so noisy and annoying that his royal brother could do nothing about it. He could only promise Zhao Ning to take Zhao Yuzhou back, but he needed to make amends with Zhao Yingying in person and apologize, and be grounded in the royal residence for half a year. As soon as Zhao Yuzhou left, Zhao Yi sent people from his own royal residence to infiltrate within the clan's residence and investigate the situation. He even made a point of transferring the man on duty over there. The result of the investigation is a hole in the ground? Who believes? Zhao Yi entered the palace late at night to meet with the saint, intending to carefully explain this situation to his royal brother. The eighth prince, Zhao Yizi, has a special status and has privileges. He was able to go straight into the palace. It wasn't until outside the imperial study that he stopped and waited for someone to pass on the message. "Eighth prince, His Majesty invites you inside." The attendant arrived in front of Zhao Yi, respectful, and invited him in. When Zhao Yi's son entered the imperial study, he saw his royal brother draped in his clothes, still picking the lamp to review the Zhangji. "Your Majesty, it's still so laborious even after how late it is." Zhao Yizi sighed and waved his hand towards the attendant next to him, personally pouring tea. "There is no way. There have been many affairs of state in recent times." The current Emperor Zhao Qi took the tea and shook his head. "What is the matter with your late night visit?" Zhao Yi looked around to the left and right. Zhao Qi understood and told everyone to go down, holding back his left and right. Zhao Yiqing then explained Zhao Ning's counting of himself and Zhao Yozhou's odd behavior in the clan house. Hearing Zhao Yi's words, Zhao Qi narrowed his eyes slightly. "There's still this kind of thing. Zhao Ning has this kind of mind?" Zhao Yiqing sneered. "He has a deep heart. His Majesty used to have heavy schoolwork and helped his father to work on the affairs of the country when he was young, so he doesn't know about this kid." Zhao Qi frowned. "This is also strange. Lao Si counted on you just to get his son to make a hole? When things go wrong, there must be a demon. Your Majesty still needs to pay more attention. It's best to find someone to secretly investigate for a second." Zhao Yiwei admonished. "I'm worried that Lao Si has a different heart." Zhao Qi took a deep breath and stared at Zhao Yi. "Old 8. This is not something that can be said casually. Forgot about the Jia family?" Zhao Yi slowly opened his mouth. "I've recently investigated some situations, and this Jia family was close to old 4 in the early years. Moreover, after the accident, the Jia family was characterized, and so many people were exterminated and died within the royal capital. How can you do that without a certain status and still be airtight? It means that the person behind it is in a high position of power. Old 4 fits that bill nicely. In the beginning, it was just a suspicion of him, but this bizarre behavior of his nowadays makes me feel that something is not right with him." Zhao Yi looked carefully at Zhao Qi in front of him and said seriously. Zhao Qi's expression was also a bit gloomy. "What you said, not unreasonable, but, Your Majesty, let me investigate." Zhao Yizi knelt down on one knee and arched his hand towards Zhao Qi to ask for orders. This is not a child's play at this time. Zhao Qi saw Zhao Yi kneeling down until what he meant by this action. "This is a state matter, not a family matter. Okay, you be careful." Zhao Qi spoke. "If there's no definite evidence, don't act rashly and scare the snakes. Understand?" Zhao Yizi smiled and led the order, while getting up and looking towards Zhao Qi in front of him. "Big brother, pay more attention to your body." Speaking of this place, Zhao Yizi's eyes were filled with concern. At this point, he's talking about what brothers say to each other. The big brother in his eyes, the emperor of this imperial dynasty, was already full of white hair and looked much older, obviously not a few years older than himself. It is the manipulation of the country that has led to the present situation. Zhao Qi smiled and said, "Why don't you do it?" "I'm not coming." Zhao Prowler laughed and took the road. "It's just like the name. He's not going to be tied down." Chapter 89 Old Ancestor Zhang Yi. Zhao Qi looked at Zhao Prowler's panicked escape and couldn't help but cry and laugh, shaking his head uncontrollably. He actually knew that this brother of his was very capable. It's just a lazy nature that doesn't want to take that on. The old fourth has a different heart. Zhao Qi lightly knocked on the desktop. slightly pondered for a while, then got up and left the imperial study. The attendant outside the house hurriedly followed to palm the lamp, but Zhao Qi waved his hand for him to retreat. No need to follow. The attendant could only lead the order and watched as His Majesty disappeared into the night. Zhao Qi walked through the palace and reached the back of the imperial city in a short time. This place is the unusual equivalent of a forbidden place, and if there are no special circumstances, no one is allowed to come close to it. Even Zhao Qi, who was the current emperor, could not come and go as he pleased. Descendant Zhao Qi, please meet me. After arriving here, Zhao Qi bowed slightly. Not long after, Zhao Qi sensed that a hazy sense of blockage ahead slowly dissipated. Zhao Qi lightly exhaled and took a step towards the inside. Despite having arrived at this present-day status, it's still nerve-wracking for some reason. Walking over towards the depths of the palace once again, he realized that the layout of the place looked as if it was a piece of countryside. What comes into view is a bamboo forest with a small bamboo house inside. In front of the bamboo house, palmed with a faint light, there was an old woman dressed plainly, seemingly flipping through something. Old ancestor. Seeing this old woman, Zhao Qi was directly kneeling on the ground and kowtowing to the ground, even if he's a 9-to-5. Simply because this old woman in front of her was the wife of the founding emperor of the Jingtian imperial dynasty, the first empress of the Jingtian imperial dynasty, Ginger Yi. It was also the C-pin of their Jingtian imperial dynasty, the old ancestor who sat in charge of the country's fortunes. There were once great demon clan scourges, all of which were pacified by the old ancestor's hand, when he almost perished due to his illness. It was also the old ancestor who asked 1,000 gold elder ancestor Zhou Yuanfang to step in and save him. By the looks of it, there's something important, otherwise you wouldn't have come to find my old body. Zhang Yi slowly spoke. Zhao Qi nodded. Old ancestor, there is indeed something important. It concerns old 4. Subsequently, Zhao Qi was the one who told the situation that Zhao Prowler had reported to him. One by one, when Zhang Yi heard this, he did nothing special, but instead slowly stood up. And wait, as Zhang Yi said, he was already walking inside the bamboo house. At this time, Zhao Qi was able to see that in the center of that bamboo house, a portrait of a young man with a slanted sideways body was hanging. In his hand, he held a bamboo staff, and in front of this portrait, an eternal life tablet is offered. Zhang Yi entered the bamboo house at this moment. Is the time to arrive? Have to renew the incense. Zhao Qi was kneeling right outside, and then watched his own old ancestor offer incense to a strange man. To be honest, this had always been a secret of their royal Zhao family. Extremely outstanding Zhao family descendants would be received by the old ancestor, and all of them also saw the man in the portrait. It's just that the old ancestors would avoid talking about it. The children of the Zhao family would also tacitly refrain from saying anything, but the secret had been pressed on their minds with the thought of learning the truth. Waiting for Jiang Yi to finish incense, only then did he walk out of the bamboo house, letting Zhao Qi, who was kneeling on the ground, get up. This matter, indeed, reveals oddities. You pay more attention to some. If Zhao Ning really does this kind of collusion with the demon race, there's no need to show mercy, just behead him. Our Zhao family will not keep such trash. As for what you said about his son Zhao Yuzhou making a hole, it is indeed strange, but wanting to escape and regretting the reversal, there is a hint of a possibility that it would be good to look into it more. Hearing this place, Zhao Qi blinked and nodded his head in response. Listen to the old ancestor. By the way, that child Zhao Yingying, how has it been lately? At this time, Jiang Yi suddenly opened her mouth to inquire. Zhao Qi had a smile on his face. This kid has been quite good lately. His strength has skyrocketed, and old age often praises it. When she was young, Zhao Yingying bumped into her old ancestor, Jiang Yi, who had come out for a walk, and Zhao Yingying's quirky personality was liked by Jiang Yi. Sometimes it's just inexplicable that the older generation likes the children and grandchildren of the later generation. In that generation, only Zhao Yingying would see her old ancestor more often. Of course, more often than not, it was Jiang Yi who hid his identity and went to the 8th king's mansion to meet Zhao Yingying. Rather than coming to this ancestral land, the child has grown up and made a name for himself. Not bad. Jiang Yi smiled and nodded. Alright, go down first. Old ancestor, rest early. Zhao Qi greeted him and then retired to leave. Only after Zhao Qi had left did Jiang Yi raise his head and look in the direction this offspring had left. Zhao Ning. Jiang Yi suddenly was frowning and stifled a grunt when he thought of this place. Ahem. She began to cough violently and opened her mouth to spit out a pool of blood. In response, Jiang Yi's face was not much alarmed. She was injured in the first place and built up a disease that allowed her to live until now. In addition to the good foundation in the beginning, and her husband Zhao Zhenyi's so many years of hard work, cannot be separated from the relationship. When he thought of this place, Jiang Yi broke into a smile. She then returned inside the bamboo house and sat on the futon in front of that portrait. It was when Ginger Yi sat in this place that she was more settled inside. She raised her head and looked over towards the portrait. Uncle Tian, You said that it is destined to be reunited eventually. Is there any chance that I, and Brother B, will be able to meet with you? Thinking of this place, Jiang Yi was closing his eyes, secretly running the gung fu taught by Yi Tian back then, stabilizing his injuries and toning his body. And in the meantime, in the fourth king's mansion under the late night, Zhao Ning met up with his own son, Zhao Yuzhou. Father, how is it? Zhao Yuzhou looked toward Zhao Ning. Zhao Ning nodded. You've done a good job with this matter, and you haven't alarmed anyone. So next, just follow the plan. Father is already arranging for someone to join forces with that tiger demon and construct a false impression. Nowadays, everyone believes that there are visions appearing in the Western Lian Mountain, with sacred treasures all over the place, and many people have gone there. On the side of the Willow Wind Academy's General Academy, the missions of the Western Lian Mountain have also begun to appear. When the time comes, let our people pop up and say they've gotten exotic treasures and found ancient ruins. There will definitely be a lot of people flocking here, and the Willow Wind Academy General Academy will definitely take advantage of the opportunity to arrange trials. At that time, it will be the moment when the tiger demon devours these geniuses and recovers from their injuries, and will work together from the inside to complete the great cause. Zhao Yuzhou's hands involuntarily clenched. A great cause will be accomplished. This is what a male child should do, not what books to read and what lines to cultivate in that broken academy. Zhao Ning nodded. Zhou, you can also hide your identity and go forward to walk around Shilian Mountain to fish in troubled waters. Father has put down blood money this time, so more or less picking some spirit medicines back is a way to return the capital. Zhao Yuzhou nodded. Don't worry, father, I understand. Chapter 90, Fake It Till You Make It True. The next day, the Willow Wind Academy General Academy's second academic year, Grade A, was out en masse. Everyone had agreed in advance to assemble at the western city gate of the imperial capital. Yi Xiaoxiao and Zhao Yingying arrived early, only to find that everyone was pretty much the same, coming from different directions. Even Lu Dei, who was the last to arrive, arrived here earlier than expected. Yi Xiaoxiao was a bit emotional. In the end, she was a Grade A Academy student of the General Academy with a very serious attitude. Thinking about the time when the 4 courtyards were jointly assessed and rushed to the place of assessment, some of the scholars were still lazy and ended up being removed from the list. This is the recorded book that father and elder brother have organized. Some of the essentials in it, I got someone to print it. As Lu Dei spoke, he took out a bunch of papers and distributed them to the crowd. On top of that, there's the fresh scent of ink. It looked like this was something that Lu Dei had rushed over early in the morning and picked up in advance. The crowd took the papers from Lu Dei's hands and immediately began to peruse their contents. They also talk to each other immediately if they don't understand something. Thanks to the fact that everyone arrived early, there was plenty of time for discussion. Once the message was pretty much accounted for, everyone hit the road. The large carriage sent over by the Willow Wind Academy's General Academy also arrived at this moment as expected. After getting into the car, Macho Jojo admonished the 2 men in advance. Yi Xiaoxiao, Zhao Yingying, our physical strength isn't as good as the 2 of you. Don't rush too hard into the mountain later. If we are talking about force, the competition alone to fight with the ferocious beasts, people aren't necessarily that far off, but it's more endurance than physical fitness. As proven by Macho Joe himself, it's really going to be the worse of the 2. The rest of the people also had odd expressions when they looked at Yi Xiaoxiao and Zhao Yingying. It looked like those 2, back then, had really tormented Macho Joe. To this day, I can't stop thinking about it and dinging it in advance. Yi Xiaoxiao and Zhao Yingying also looked at each other, seeing the helplessness between them. To be honest, it was all about the 2 of them practicing hard during this period of time, rarely comparing themselves to others. They hadn't really thought that they had opened up quite a gap with the others. I've already seen it yesterday when I was practicing in the martial arts arena. Jin Dui spoke at this time, his words drawing everyone's attention. Everyone has a different cultivation plan. Yesterday at the General Hospital, they haven't really gone to the drill hall. Jin Dui spread out his hands. I also practice swords, practicing the basic 9 swords, and after 5 consecutive casts, I have to slow down a bit. And guess what? As Jin Dui said this, he looked towards Yi Xiaoxiao and Zhao Yingying as if he was looking at a monster. The 2 of them practiced 15 times in one breath. Crowd, really 2 little monsters. This practice sword practice knife belongs to the first realm, simmering the body of the basic work. It is not simply swinging a sword or a knife, etc., but rather, it should be performed in conjunction with breathing, in conjunction with invoking the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, and beating up the body. It's extremely physical and extremely exhausting. As for the crowd's surprise, both Yi Xiaoxiao and Zhao Yingying felt nothing. It was only after they arrived at the martial arts arena that they realized the gap between themselves and the others. As a matter of fact, in the Yi Mansion's martial arts arena, every time the 2 of them toughened themselves and practiced their swords and knives, they all start at 20 in one breath, and if they are in good shape, they can do 30 in one breath as a cycle. In the martial arts arena of the main courtyard of the Willow Wind Academy, the two also found something wrong, and it was obvious that it was much more strenuous than Yifu. Of course, there were benefits to being in the martial arts arena of the Willow Wind Academy's main courtyard. It will require a higher standard of two-person drills. However, after this incident, they also finally had a clearer perception of the gap between themselves and the others. You don't know until you compare, and now you know after comparing. Without realizing it, they have surpassed the next person. It was also at this time that they were able to understand what Yi Tian had said to them. I will demand far more of you than I have ever demanded of you, and you will demand more of yourselves. Looking back now, Yi Tian had not said this for no reason. By not holding yourself to a higher standard, many goals will be easily reached. Arrived. At this time, the voice of the driver outside rang out. The crowd had gotten out of their carriages, and they saw the rolling mountains in the distance. Half of the mountain was still hidden in the clouds and could not be seen, and all around, bustling. If one looked closely, one could see many students from the main academy of the Willow Wind Academy, as well as students from the 4 major branch academies in the outer city. Not only that, but there were also quite a few other students from other secondary academies that had gathered at this location. In addition to these tender schoolchildren, there are many older, more mature faces. They are all mountain walking teams, a mountain-dependent presence, and an important part of ensuring the safety of those who enter the mountains. The rumors of the West Lean Mountains, and the cases of the real thing, have attracted too many people. The crowd is booming. Lu Zhenxian looked ahead and couldn't help but say. Long Yifeng looked around. The more people there are, the more competition there is, and with such a situation, that's Dean Jin's favorite sharpening occasion. That's right, with Grandpa's character, I'm only afraid that the number of missions targeting the western Lianshan side will skyrocket. Jean Duyi agreed. Ma Jojo crossed her arms with one hand and pointed ahead with the other. The score of the mission, the treasure in the mountain, is right in front of us. What are we waiting for? Let's go. With Ma Chao Chao taking the lead, the crowd immediately moved off, heading towards the middle of the Shilian Mountains. However, because it was a Class A mission, the area they were responsible for was deeper in the Shilian Mountains. Therefore, in the outer area, they would not stay much longer, but rather hurry quickly. Also, following Macho Joe's guidelines, the outer areas are rushed to be faster and show their stature. In this way, combining their identities, they could avoid the gazes of some of the demons and monsters in the outer regions, and have less unnecessary trouble. Swish, swish. While rushing along, Yi Xiaoxiao's speed suddenly climbed, rushing to a location not far away and picking 2 herbs before returning to the group. Following her father, Yi Tian, Yi Xiaoxiao's ears and eyes recognized some valuable medicinal herbs. Ah, the 4-leafed red ridge grass? Next to him, Lu Diyino recognized the herbs in Yi Xiaoxiao's hand. Is this the peripheral president's? According to Elder Brother's recorded book, this is the area of our mission, near the deep mountains before it appears. Instead, it was Fang Weifan who lamented. Yi Xiaoxiao, you're so physically fit, you can still speed up picking herbs when you're in such a hurry. Ha! Before Yi Xiaoxiao could say anything, her eyes lit up and she rushed to the other side, picking up a white dorado from a mountain wall in one long stride. Ha! Seeing this, Lu Dei was not calm. The Shilian mountain is really full of treasures? Is it really true that the periphery will grow white yudos? Chapter 91, Ancient Trees, New Soil. White yudo, also called white lingji, is able to be called an elixir. Looking at the color of this, it seems like it hasn't grown for long. Yi Xiaoxiao looked at the white jade dao in her hand and spoke. Having learned by ear, Yi Xiaoxiao's knowledge of these medicinal herbs and spiritual medicines was a very rich reserve. Fresh herbs and elixirs, Yi Xiaoxiao planned to pick them back and let father help boil the medicine. Fresh is much better, and it's a refreshing feeling to pick them yourself. Picking is earning. No wonder so many people are entering the mountains. There are medicinal herbs and elixirs everywhere. It's simply going to be a fortune. Lu Dei lamented. The most important point is that the area they are in now is still on the periphery. The group then continued on towards the mountains, because Yi Xiaoxiao was picking medicinal herbs and spirits on the way. Everyone slowed down a little bit and picked some along the way. As they gradually approached the direction of the depths of the mountain, the number of medicinal herbs around them had begun to skyrocket. That's right, it's just skyrocketing. All over the place, spiritual medicines began to appear very frequently, and to bring back to the imperial capital a spiritual medicine like Baiyu Duo was thousands of silver taels. Now Yi Xiaoxiao and the rest of the group had already picked more than 10 of them, not to mention other medicinal herbs and spirits. This is not hair? Even if it was the sheriff, Zhao Yingying was shocked. There are treasures all over the place that live up to their name. Of course opportunity and risk went hand in hand, and the number of ferocious beasts were frequent as they entered the deep mountainous region. Moreover, it seemed that after devouring the elixir in this mountain, These ferocious beasts were obviously much stronger. Yi Xiaoxiao and the others had already sheathed their blades and were vigilant, observing the surrounding movements. Isn't the concentration of aura between heaven and earth around here pretty high? Suddenly, Jin Doi spoke. I've been to the western Lian mountain before. It's not this high. Lu Dei nodded. I've come to Shilian mountain more times. The aura wasn't this dense here before. The richness of the aura is slowly increasing. At this time, Yi Shoshu spoke again, causing the crowd to look over. Zhao Yingying closed her eyes and nodded her head in careful perception. It's still true. The aura density is really rising. Can you guys even feel this? Macho Joe was surprised that she hadn't noticed anything. The two of you, your talent, is really high. Lang Yifeng couldn't help but lament. Yi Xiaoxiao was able to easily perceive the changes in the aura, and Zhao Yingying was also able to detect them with her eyes closed and gazing. It showed that the two were not uniquely gifted and could accurately perceive changes in aura, like they wouldn't be able to do it. What do we do next? Feng Wei Fan looked at everyone. Lu Zhenxian patted his shoulder. Still think. Picking medicine. Task what by the way to do on the line. All over the wealth of treasure in front of you. Still hesitate what? That's right. The elixirs and fine medicinal herbs all over this place are white silver growing in the earth. Moreover, there were spiritual medicines that were priced and hard to buy. It's never better to ask a good pharmacist to help you boil your medicine after picking it to boost your strength. What a heavenly opportunity. But when it came time to actually do it, everyone started to have a hard time again. Where would one find such an opportunity to pick so many spiritual herbs and medicinal herbs in an ordinary time? A half-assed idea of how best to pick them. It's fine. You guys listen to me. It was good that at this time, Yi Xiaoxiao stepped forward. When he had nothing to do in his leisure time in the Yi mansion to cultivate, he learned a lot of knowledge in this area when he chatted with Yi Tian. There are tips on how to pick them and how to preserve them. Everyone listened to Yi Xiaoshu's instructions and picked along the way. However, the crowd was very calm and did not get carried away by the wondrous sight of the elixir everywhere. Everyone continued to move in a hugging posture and continued to record as required by the mission while walking the road. Changes will also be made against the maps of the opinion, and hidden markings will be made along the road. In this way, you can be sure not to get lost in the mountains. Again, safety is assured, and the benefits, too, manifested themselves shortly afterward. Thumbs up, Yi Xiaoxiao slashed out with a sword, easily cutting the throat of the lunging white-furred giant wolf. Blood spattered as this giant wolf fell to the ground after a few poofs, unable to move, and amidst the smell of blood that filled the air, there was a faint scent of medicine wafting out. It was evident that this giant wolf had eaten a lot of elixirs and medicinal herbs before its strength skyrocketed and its size grew a lot. Yi Xiaoxiao looked around with her sword in hand. The rest of the people were also closing their formation, and a number of giant wolves fell on the ground. This was when they entered a valley and suffered an ambush attack from a giant wolf. Luckily, along the way, everyone stayed vigilant and didn't get caught in the sneak attack by this gang of giant wolves. After killing the giant wolf, the crowd was approaching the center of the valley and found that there was an ancient tree with a clear fragrance wafting from it. Just by looking at this ancient tree alone, it looked as if it had been drilled out of the ground. Obviously, the giant wolf in this valley was guarding the side of this ancient tree. When the crowd moved closer towards the front again, they could see the well-developed roots of the ancient tree lifting the soil. That's new soil, which means the root was just turned over. Old trees, new soil. The combination just looks odd. You guys look. Ma Xiaoqiao pointed at the gnawing marks on the tree trunk. These giant wolf ferocious beasts. They couldn't have gnawed the bark of this ancient tree, right? Zhao Engying walked to the ancient tree and looked up at the golden leaves on the tree, swaying as they fluttered as if they were gold. On top of the branch, there was a green fruit with gold-colored spots on it, obviously unripe. This bunch of people, shouldn't they feel that the fruit is not ripe, so they nibble a little bit of the bark to relieve their cravings? Zhao Engying deduced. Yi Xiaoxiao turned back to look at the wolf corpses at the mouth of the valley and couldn't help but say, just gnawing a little bit of bark made them grow so much? If it's this fruit that's ripe. Her words made the crowd's hearts soar, but Jean Duyi's words brought the crowd's thoughts back. The question is, how long will it take for this fruit to ripen? Can we keep it until it's ripe? His words were like a pot of cold water poured over the heads of the crowd. Not bad. It was a good turnout for this trip into the mountains, not to mention the students of the Willow Wind Academy's main academy, the 4 major branch academies, and the high school years of the other secondary academies. Most of them were at the bone hardening and lung stage of strength, and they were difficult to match. There were also the older men who walked the mountain team, although many of them were not as talented and qualified as the top scholars like them, but after all, he had practiced for many years. Even if he was stuck in the first realm unable to break through, he was also experienced in the first realm refining body realm lung stage after years of hard practice. Not to mention, some powerful mountain walking teams would have the existence of the second realm alchemy realm. How could they? A group of young scholars still in the fascia stage, Guard such a precious tree? What to do? I have a proposal. Yi Xiaoxiao suddenly opened her mouth. She spoke up, and the crowd looked sideways to hear what she had to say. Chapter 92. Yi Xiaoxiao looked towards the ancient tree, the fruit that hadn't fully matured yet. Let's just pick it and leave. Macho Joe blinked. If we can't get it, we'll just destroy it? The rest of the group listened and thought that this wasn't a bad idea. After all, they're the ones who found this thing, so isn't it up to them what to do with it? It's cheaper for nothing, so why not just pick it and maybe it'll work if you eat it half raw. Look at those ferocious beasts, the giant wolves, eating bark all the time. Yi Xiaoxiao shook her head. My father is a very powerful pharmacist. Maybe he can boil up a good medicine for this kind of half-baked spirit fruit. Right, how could I forget Uncle Yi? Zhao Yingying clapped her hands. Yi Tian, in Zhao Yingying's eyes, that was a truly profound and terrifying existence. Being able to transform the corrupt into the magical, omniscient, and omnipotent. The ability to create a magical cultivation site. The ability to brew medicine even more remarkable than the 1,000 Gold Chamber of Commerce's 1,000 Gold Hall. This half-baked spirit fruit, in Uncle Yi's hands, might really be able to bring out its effects. At Yi Xiaoxiao's words, Jean Dudi on the side was curious. How powerful is it? Humph. Before Yi Xiaoxiao could speak, Zhao Yingying looked proud. Doesn't the cultivation speed of the two of us speak for itself? At this point, it dawned on the crowd somewhat. If that's the case, it makes sense. A good pharmacist can indeed multiply the speed of one's cultivation. In that case, Yi Xiaoxiao's dad seemed really remarkable. Ma Qiaoqiao made the decision. It's not too late. Hurry up and pick it and go. This place is not suitable to stay for a long time. Everyone got their hands dirty, picking the fruit from the golden tree. Just the right amount. 3 each. After putting their things into their backpacks, their group was ready to leave this valley. Just as he was about to leave the valley, a group of people came in from outside. The group was clearly a mountain walking team, judging by their dress. All middle-aged looking, not young anymore. From the breath alone, the members of this mountain walking team were all still people who were wasting away in the first realm. After all, not everyone is so gifted. Simply by sensing the aura and successfully initiating the spirit by channeling the chi into the body had already stopped quite a few people. People like these mountain walking teams were still struggling in the spirit enlightenment stage when they were Yi Xiaoxiao's age. So this group of people from the mountain walking team entered the valley area, saw a field of wolf corpses, and then saw the uniforms of the Willow Wind School on Yi Xiaoxiao and the others. In his eyes, a look of envy and jealousy emerged. Head, look over there. The member of the mountain walking team suddenly pointed ahead and exclaimed. It was then that the captain of this mountain walking team looked up and saw the golden tree in the valley. Hiss! The bearded mountain walking team leader sucked in his breath. In front of him, in the middle of the valley, the golden tree that glowed in the sunlight gave a great visual impact. Baby, this golden tree in front of me, that's a real big treasure. However, the crowd of this mountain walking team also realized that the golden tree was empty. On the ground, there are some golden fallen leaves. There is no wind in the valley today. Obviously, these Willow Wind Academy students climbed the golden tree and picked things, causing so many fallen leaves. For a while, greed rose in their hearts. Seeing their expressions, Yi Xiaoxiao and the others immediately clenched the blades in their hands, ready to deal with the battle that might break out at any moment. Finally, the captain of that mountain walking team spoke up. Boys, we're a bunch of old fellows, all of us living our lives in misery. Unlike you heavenly beings, the days are nourishing. As the saying goes, there's a share for everyone who sees it. So how about you guys take pity on us bitter people and share some stuff? His words are pretty, but the essence of them is that he's stopping the road to extortion. Just grabbing. The crowd looked at each other and exchanged glances, according to the negotiated rules. In the end, Yi Xiaoxiao proposed. The crowd nodded as well. According to the situation they had agreed upon in advance, once they met such an unexpected situation, they needed to make a decision. Just let Macho Joe make the decision and they all comply. Ma Jojo took a deep breath, took the backpack off her back and flung it towards the other with force. Is that enough? That mountain walking team leader grinned as he took the backpack. Little girl's dick. Just smells good. His words caused the expressions of the crowd to be gloomy, and Lu Zhenxian and the others were even about to get angry. It was stopped by Macho Jojo reaching out. This time of year, smoothing out is best. The captain of the mountain walking team opened the bag and looked at the harvest inside, his eyes blooming with light. He then turned back around and nodded towards the team behind him, obviously satisfied with the haul. Children, be safe on the road. The captain of the mountain walking team led his own team members and dodged away towards the side. They are taking it for what it's worth. Each one of them is also a veteran, and this degree can still be grasped. This group of students from the Willow Wind Academy's General Academy were all high-minded and proud. Even if they robbed something from them, they would get in the way and not make a sound. They're just some little transparency, and it's doubtful that they'll meet up in the future. This dumb loss, This group of young scions will eat it. In the end, Yi Xiaoxiao and the rest of the group, with ugly faces, left in the direction of the valley entrance, and their hearts were very nervous. In fact, it was the best possible outcome. After leaving this valley, no one would know that they had picked the fruit of this golden tree. And this mountain walker took over Macho Joe's backpack, which likewise contained the fruit of the golden tree. For that reason alone, the other side would have kept them a secret too. Just as they left the valley and were about to walk out, one of the members of that mountain walking team was suddenly looking towards Zhao Yingying, and after looking closely for a moment, sweat began to seep out of his forehead. "Chief, it's not right." This team member suddenly spoke up and walked over towards the captain of the mountain walking team. The captain of that mountain walking team turned back in confusion. "What's wrong, head? You know it's unusual not to travel the mountains. I was taking some casual jobs in the city." This member of the team spoke. "I once escorted a shipment of wine to the 8th King's house. At that time, by chance, I had met the county princess of the 8th King's mansion. That little girl, even though she's grown up now and didn't recognize her at once. It's her." This team member's words caused cold sweat to ooze out of the captain of the mountain walking team's forehead. Trouble. If they just grabbed the Willow Wind Academy General Academy students, as they did earlier, this particular situation was mostly a dumb loss. Big things come in small packages. "Are you sure it's really her?" the captain of the mountain walking team asked carefully. The team member nodded frantically. 1,000 times over. The county princess of the 8th King's mansion, robbing her head. This is a capital offense of killing her head. This captain's tone was trembling. The rest of the team panicked. "Chief, what should we do?" "Come to the road. There are not many people here." In the middle of the countryside, the captain of the mountain walking team, under the fear, the color of his eyes gradually became vicious. "Nowadays, there are so many people in the western Lianshan mountains, and the fish are mixed up, so one way or the other." This captain rested his hand on the hilt of the sword at his waist. Killing to silence. Chapter 93. Long hands and long legs. They're kind of self-organized mountain walkers are. To put it bluntly, people with their heads on their hips, walking in this kind of mountain. It's okay to run into ferocious beasts, but if you meet a demon, you meet a monster. One has to fend for oneself. If you are more unlucky and meet the so-called evil spirits, you can just lie down and wait to die. Now, they had snatched the princess of the royal county, or the daughter of the 8th prince. Have Zhao Yingying return to the imperial capital and mention it to the 8th prince. A few of them, it's better to wait for death. The only way forward is to silence all these know-it-alls and rob them of their gains. Taking advantage of the chaos in the western Lianshan mountains, he mixed in with the group to leave the Jingtian imperial dynasty along the safer merchant road, go far away to live. Perhaps, with their strength, they would die on their way out of the Jingtian imperial dynasty and become a full meal for the demon race, but at least there was a chance to live. Staying in the Jingtian imperial dynasty was waiting to die. This decision and tacit agreement was set in stone when the captain and his teammates crossed eyes. Their hands were on the hilts of the knives at their hips, slowly clenching them. Yi Xiaoxiao, who was originally walking towards the outside of the valley, suddenly had a lurch in her footsteps. When she first practiced her sword heart was clear, her sword was like an arm, and she could clearly perceive the situation around her. The valley, originally, was rich in aura, as if it was a pool of water. The waters are calm, but there are dark currents underneath. Now the water is blowing up and the malice is in the air. People's hearts are treacherous. His father's words surfaced in Yi Xiaoxiao's mind. Although from what had just happened, Yi Xiaoxiao didn't think that this group of people from the mountain walking team would be stupid enough to continue to make a move and make things worse. Macho Joe's choice falls into the category of each taking a step back and breaking the bank. Unless they recognized Ying Ying's identity, involving the royal family, and want to kill us to silence us. Yi Xiaoxiao instantly shouted out, "Madaka!" The sound of blades being sheathed rang out at the same time. Yi Xiaoxiao drew her sword and turned around to chop towards her back. The first sword of the basic 9 swords. Split water. The force of this sword was not light, and it was fast enough to split the current. Of course, Yi Xiaoxiao's keen sword did not chop on the air. It happened to be colliding with the long, sheathed sword in the hands of the captain of the mountain walking team, who had rushed behind the crowd. With this sword, Yi Xiaoxiao did not hide her clumsiness and exploded with all her might. Dang! A loud metallic clash sounded as the sword blade slashed above the blade of the captain of that mountain walking team. This dead girl is so strong. The captain of that mountain walking team was startled. Despite his own poor talent, after so many years of water grinding, he had also crossed into the lung stage of the first realm's body refining realm. This slash of his own, was it even blocked? Click! The sound of shattering surfaced, and when this mountain walking team leader looked closely, he was shocked to find that his sword had shattered into a good-sized gash. Then, taking a closer look, he was startled. Zhang Yun's sword? He naturally recognized this 1,000 gold chamber of commerce's finest sword. How can you possibly block this broken thing in your own hands? Yi Xiaoxiao here, on the other hand, let out a muffled grunt and retreated through her opponent's force. Looking down, the tiger's mouth had cracked, and both arms were numb from the shock. She was holding a sword in both hands, while her opponent was holding a sword in one hand. After all, he was still beating up the fascia, and the other party had already contained the lungs. The gap was not small. Are you guys crazy? Ma Qiaoqiao was furious. It was supposed to be a bust. We didn't intend to see eye to eye with you guys. Zhao Yingying's expression was also unpleasant as she drew her own knife and took a deep breath. Why bother? Sheriff Master, we don't dare to bet on whether or not you're really generous. The team member who recognized Zhao Yingying said while also already swinging his sword to slash over. Zhao Yingying made a mistake with her feet and shifted her body, not as fast as the other party but more flexible, avoiding the knife. Then, with a backhanded pick, he tore a wound on the member's body, oozing blood. Not only that, Ma Qiaoqiao and the others sheathed their blades and fought with each other. This group of mountain walking team members, although all of them were at the bone hardening stage, the extent of their force lead was not that exaggerated. Testing the force of a stone tablet, that was a basic criterion for assessing the realm. But real killing is not about putting up a test monolith so you can be ready before you strike. When the time came to actually move their hands, this group of mountain walking team members were shocked to find out. These kids, they're really tough. The footwork dexterity was difficult for them to hit at all. On the other hand, the moves that the other party performed and the blades in their hands were far superior to theirs. Macho Joe and the others, they simply didn't fight head-on with themselves and the others. Just rely on your strengths and swim with yourself and others. Even though the situation was stabilized, Zhao Yingying, along with Ma Qiaoqiao and the others, were not complacent. Instead, the expression was hard to read. The difference in realm and force was still in this place after all. They could defend themselves now, but that didn't mean they could win. And they weren't necessarily fast enough if they turned around and fled immediately. If it drags on like this, I'm afraid they'll be the ones to die. And, Zhao Yingying worriedly looked over in Yi Xiaoxiao's direction and found that she was tired of dealing with it. Even though the long sword in the hand of the captain of that mountain walking team was already full of holes. But one force is 10. Even if Yi Xiaoxiao's talent is horrible, but it's incredibly difficult in the face of a huge gap. Or rather, Yi Xiaoxiao was still able to fight with the captain of that lung stage until now. It's already terribly strong. With nimble footwork, Yi Xiaoxiao quickly rolled her body position with that captain as the centerpiece. That captain was already distracted, and his killing intent increased. It was too terrifying. The little girl at the fascia stage was actually able to wrap herself around him, leaving him with little to do for a while. With such a terrifying natural talent, even if there was nothing to come from, the future would grow to an extremely terrifying level. All the more reason to kill. Yi Xiaoxiao's eyes flashed with essence. This mountain walking team leader's heart was bursting with killing intent, but his mind was a little slack. Her footsteps lurched, a lunge forward, and the sword in her hand turned, pointing straight at the captain's throat from bottom to top. Third sword, breaking clouds. That captain's pupils contracted, obviously not expecting Miss Yi Xiaoxiao to tangle around himself, but suddenly took the initiative to come forward. He hastily raised his knife to block his throat. It was only in the moment he made this move that Yi Xiaoxiao changed her stance. She twisted her body, using her feet as a center of gravity to make a turn, and used the momentum to chop across the room. Eighth sword, back to the wind. This sword slashed horizontally, making a whistling sound like the wind was screaming. At the same time, the long sword in the hands of the captain of that mountain walking team was also chopped into two. Beautiful. Zhao Yingying, who was not far away, happened to see this scene and shouted loudly. Sure Noah, yeah. Awesome. Weakness beats strength and cuts down the opponent's sword. Little girl. Just at this time, some mocking voice rang out. At the same time a leg shadow kicked over. Yi Xiaoxiao reacted quickly, her sword clanging in front of her, while her other hand also took the scabbard and together they blocked in front of her. Bang! However, this powerful kick still sent Yi Xiaoxiao flying out, and then fell to the ground and rolled over. The captain dropped the broken sword in his hand to the ground. My lord is taller than you, and has long hands and legs. Chapter 94 Willow Wind Academy's Golden Generation. Master, under the golden tree, Zhou Yuanfang, who had been lowered into existence, had crimson eyes. Please let me strike. Yi Tian's expression was grim as he slowly spoke. I had already killed them when they were preparing to make their move. I have shattered their heart veins through the air, but then used the power of heaven and earth to maintain their vitality. Now they are but living dead men. The whetstone of my daughter's swords, in front of his own face, taking a shot at his daughter. How could Yi Tian tolerate such a person? Living well in this world. Immediate kills, of course. And, also, to keep you from knowing it after you die, and to fulfill your residual passion. Yi Tian's words caused Zhou Yuanfang's eagerness to calm down a lot. Yes, the master is in this very place. How could he put the young master under the danger of death? So it sounds like the master's methods are truly divine and incredible. I'm sorry, master. I lost my temper. Zhou Yuanfang apologized. It's nothing. You are also concerned about Shirnoa. Yi Tian continued to look in his daughter's direction. He was able to see in his daughter's eyes that there was no panic, no despair, and she remained calm. And, still thinking fast. This was the reason why Yi Tian chose to continue sharpening his daughter. Yi Xiaoxiao herself hadn't even given up. She was still fighting for her life. She was trying to figure out how to break the situation. All one has to do is to keep her safe in the situation and let her exert herself and grow under this crisis. Eat the fruit. Yi Xiaoxiao suddenly shouted. Giant wolves can grow by eating tree bark, let alone fruit. Even if it's not ripe, it's certainly not bad. As Yi Xiaoxiao said that, she immediately retreated, and at the same time, she turned the backpack on her back over, and took out the unripe golden fruit from inside, and began to nibble on it. The rest of them reacted instantly and immediately pulled back, as it were. Take it. Zhao Ying quickly rushed not far from Ma Qiaoqiao and threw one towards her. As soon as Ma Zhou took it, he followed suit and started nibbling on it. Not good. Stop them. Seeing this scene, the captain hurriedly shouted. He was immediately running in Yi Xiaoxiao's direction, his gaze sharp. The rest of the team, likewise, was anxious. Under the golden tree, Yi Tian laughed. Worthy of being my daughter. Ha ha ha. He laughed happily and said towards Zhou Yuanfang at his side. Shinji is very clear. That's just the way it is. Whether it's picking the fruit or just swallowing it at this point, it's all one thing. You don't have to achieve perfection in everything. There is a give and take. Do not covet the ripening of the fruit and drop the bag. Not waiting for the fruit to go back to boil up a good medicine. Now swallowing through the crisis before. There are times when imperfection is what makes things happen. After the still unripe golden fruit was eaten, Yi Xiaoxiao immediately felt as if her body was flooded with magma. She stared with wide eyes, feeling the immense pain, the majestic and incomparable medicinal power that was tearing her body apart. The captain of that mountain walking team was able to see a golden light emerge from Yi Xiaoxiao's body. Ah! Yi Xiaoxiao finally couldn't endure it and cried out in pain, while at the same time sprinting towards the front as if it was a catharsis. The speed was so fast that it was as if a golden lightning bolt had cut through the valley. The captain, who was originally sprinting over towards Yi Xiaoxiao's direction, changed his face drastically and hurriedly tried to avoid getting out of the way. But it's too late. Swish! That golden sword light swept past the captain of this mountain walking team with the voice. Blood spattered, and this captain's arm had flown high in the air. Seventh sword, cracking the sky. Bang! And Yi Xiaoxiao, who had already sprinted towards the front, once again returned to her senses. It was as if golden thunder had drawn an arc in this valley. The blade pierced through the heart without staining the slightest bit of blood. By the time Yi Xiaoxiao stood still, the sword had already been sheathed. Ninth sword, returned to hidden. The captain of that mountain walking team stared with wide eyes. Obviously he was already going to avoid it, but he simply couldn't dodge it. He covered his heart, but there was a hint of doubt. Why? Being pierced through the heart by this sword, didn't feel the slightest pain? Even, it is impossible to feel your life passing by. Snap! Under the golden tree, Yi Tian, at this time, gently snapped his fingers. The force of heaven and earth that sustained the captain of the mountain walking team caused his heart to crumble into mush. The captain of that mountain walking team, as if his life had been taken away in an instant, fell to the ground with a thud. As for Yi Xiaoxiao, she was holding the hilt of her sword with one hand, and her entire body was shaking. She just felt as if her whole body was in the middle of a furnace. The heart was beating so fast it felt like the whole thing was going to fall apart. Phew! Yi Xiaoxiao hurriedly was centered and gazed in the direction of Zhao Ying and the others. Over there, the crowd was similarly unharmed, and after devouring the golden fruit, their bodies were tainted with golden light. The battle power of the crowd all seemed to have exploded, and it was simply too easy to deal with the bone-tempering stage members who were fighting with them. Only, like Feng Weifan, Lu Dei and Lu Zhenxian, after killing the enemy, they could no longer bear the pain and planted themselves on the ground. Ma Qiaoqiao and Jin Dudi, as well as Lang Yifeng, supported themselves for a little longer, slowly sitting on their knees and adjusting themselves. The adjustable process begins to produce a feeling of vertigo. Shinya! Zhao Ying braced herself and came to Yi Xiaoxiao's side, looking at her unharmed. Worthy of being our terrifying opponent in this life, it's really strong enough. Zhao Ying gave a thumbs up towards Yi Xiaoxiao. Then, with both eyes rolled back, he fell on top of Yi Xiaoxiao. As soon as Yi Xiaoxiao held Zhao Ying up, she herself was unable to stand still and fell on her butt. Well, Yi Xiaoxiao braced herself, but her eyes had begun to gradually blur. Just at this time, she suddenly was seeing a familiar figure walking over. Go to sleep. Father is here. Yi Tian's soft voice rang out. Yi Xiaoxiao instantly came into the spirit and looked carefully towards the front, realizing that it was indeed Yi Tian who was carrying heavy shadows. Father. Yi Xiaoxiao all of a sudden seemed to have a backbone, completely relaxing and planting herself in her own father's arms. Little master is truly amazing. Zhou Yuanfang came to Yi Tian's side and gently wiped his eyes. A proud look appeared on Yi Tian's face. That's natural. Don't even look at whose daughter it is. Let's go. Take the boys back to the house. It's all a bunch of gutsy, committed kids who deserve to be honored. Yi Tian gently waved his hand, and behind him, the gold leaves all over the ground gathered and turned into a soft gold leaf bed, holding the group of children. At the same time, a twisting vortex appeared, uprooting the golden tree and swallowing it into the creation reincarnation disc as soon as it was there. Yi Tian and Zhou Yuanfang quickly moved and rushed back into the Yi mansion. Chapter 95. I always do things perfectly. It was late at night when Yi Tian returned with the children. After arriving in the Yi mansion, Yi Tian directly brought them to the martial arts arena. Here, Yi Tian had constructed formations, and the spirit gathering formation was able to make the spiritual chi of the surrounding heaven and earth converge, and softer. At this moment, Yi Xiaoxiao and the rest of the group were rolling in heat. When they were in a coma, their figures would still twist and move from time to time, looking very strange. After arriving at the martial arts arena, the crowd's state eased a little. The aura that had become softer between the surrounding heaven and earth was immediately infused towards their bodies. Master, this is. Looking at their situation, Zhou Yuanfang stared at his little master, very worried. Right now, he was able to tell that Yi Xiaoxiao and the rest of them had eaten the unripe golden fruit, simply because the potency is very large and the fruit is not ripe. This huge medicinal power will also be very violent, which is a great burden to the body. Earlier, they had killed the enemy of that mountain walking team with the help of a medicinal burst, and they had also allowed their high-pressure bodies to vent some of the pressure. Now that I'm down in a coma, this is extremely stressful. If you can't dispose of it properly, it will explode. Yuan where? Yi Tian suddenly spoke. Zhou Yuanfang, who was next to him, hurriedly responded. Hey, watch the matching of the pharmacology. Yi Tian waved his hand, and all the spirit medicine herbs picked from that back pocket of the crowd were all levitated out. After their harvest surfaced, Yi Tian moved his hand across the air and with a gentle vibration, he removed the side branches of the herbs. Congeal. Yi Tian reached out one more point and condensed water vapor out of thin air. In the pond of the Yi mansion in the distance, the water also surged and came. This mansion pond, connected to the underground dark river, instead of living water, clear and quiet, together with Yi Tian's use of aura as a guide and the power of heaven and earth as a supplement, the water flow was even cleaner when recruited. Subsequently this current of water that was recruited by Yi Tian, swept that wide variety of medicinal herbs and spiritual medicines, one by one, into it to come, and it turned into a vortex and began to spin rapidly. Yi Tian kept vibrating across the air, causing the medicinal herb spirit medicine to ooze out its medicinal power and be crushed by the water flow to be incorporated into it. Snap! Yi Tian once again snapped his fingers, and there were blazing flames emerging out of thin air, turning into a fire lotus that wrapped that water stream. Thumbs up! Green smoke emerged and rose. The huge mass of water hanging in the air was already steaming and gradually deepening in color. The wind rolled the golden leaves on that ground again and threw them into the fire. The golden leaves burned, but there was a bit of golden light that merged into the water flow. As a result, the large massive potion under Yi Tian's control turned into a golden color. Zhou Yuanfang watched his master Yi Tian's hands from the side in awe, while learning by heart. This means he couldn't learn right now, but the knowledge of the handling of medicinal herbs and spiritual medicines, matching and fusing them with each other, was very important. What amounted to a crushing skill, but in the eyes of the master, was something that could be imparted to him at will. Go! Yi Tian spoke once again, reaching out and pointing. The suspended golden potion transformed into a ball that immersed Yi Xiaoxiao and the others. Moreover, the burning fire lotus was also transformed into a tiny one, floating below, slowly roasting. This will keep the water mass warm and not cold. Such a spectacle was staged on the Yi Mansion's martial arts arena. A mass of water with a golden color wrapped around Yi Xiaoxiao and the others, suspended in mid-air. The ignited fire lotus below wrapped and slowly rotated. Everyone's originally pained expressions gradually soothed. Crackle! It was at this time that sounds like fried beans began to surface within them. It was a movement that rattled inside the bones. Master, could this be a breakthrough? Zhou Yuanfang, who was on the side, was somewhat surprised. Yi Tian nodded his head. That's right. Xin had already managed to break through the limit when she swallowed the golden fruit and cut down the enemy. That sword, the force should be considered 36 spirits. Now that she has entered the bone-hardening stage, it's not just her either. When he mentioned this place, Yi Tian looked over towards Zhao Yingying and the rest of the group. The situation in the valley at that time was in danger. No one in this group of kids ran away. Instead they joined hands and took on the enemy together. Under the crisis of life and death, they all remained calm and responsible. In the end, trusting Yi Xiaoshu's decision, they all swallowed the golden fruit together and killed their enemies. This was why Yi Tian had brought them back to help them out and grant them a period of opportunity. At least for the next while, they will be comrades in arms and friends of their daughters. Zhou Yuanfang couldn't help but let out a low cry. Nowadays, the Grade A Academy students in the third academic year of the Willow Wind Academy's General Academy are only at the bone hardening stage. There are even some scholars in the fourth academic year's D-level academy who are stuck at the bone hardening stage. But these kids have already reached the bone hardening stage at the very beginning of the second school year. They shouldn't be completing the achievement that is only available in the fourth year of Grade A Academy and enter the lung stage in the second year of school, right? Yi Tian didn't find anything strange. There are strange movements in the Shilian Mountains. It seems that something buried is coming out. With better materials, I can also help Shinya cultivate a little faster. A skillful woman can't cook without rice, and those unusual herbs and low-grade elixirs from the past are still of limited use. As he spoke, Yi Tian was waving his hand to Kamen from the reincarnation disc of creation. He took out the golden tree and planted it in the courtyard next to the martial arts arena. The golden tree that had been transplanted over immediately began to take root, and dived into the ground of the martial arts arena. That soft aura was immediately being drawn by the golden tree. Yi Tian struck again, gathering the surrounding heaven and earth aura and adding it to the golden tree. The gnawed bark on the golden tree was recovering rapidly, and the originally sparse branches and leaves flourished once again. Yi Tian waved his hand once again, causing some dregs of the boiled medicine to be scattered under the tree. At the same time the remaining golden fruits in the back pocket levitated and returned to the branches, piecing them together. This, Zhou Yuanfang, on the side, looked incredulous. In that case, wouldn't it be perfect? Yi Tian put his hands behind his back and nodded his head gently. This is natural, although it is said that it is better to not pursue perfection in order to accomplish things. But I do things, always perfectly. Zhou Yuanfang, why else would you say that Zhao Yingying wants to recognize you as her foster father? It was halfway through the night, and the golden mass of water had evaporated, leaving only bubbles wrapped around the man. Snap! With the sound of rupture, each and every figure fell. Yi Xiaoxiu was the last to fall, and was steadily caught by Yi Tian, who had advanced to the front. Not far away, Zhou Lan and Zhou Mei had already prepared and carried over a futon. Yi Tian didn't take Yi Xiaoxiu away, but let her sleep in a corner of the martial arts arena with Zhao Yingying and Ma Qiaoqiao. As for Jin Duyi, Lang Yifeng, Lu Zhenqian, Fang Weifan, Lu Deyi and the other boys, they slept on the other side. It must have been a very memorable struggle. The children were asleep, and the branches of the golden tree swayed, actually twisting and stretching its branches to shade over them. Yi Xiaoxiao and the others smacked their lips, enjoying their beauty sleep. Chapter 96. Yi Xiaoxiao had a good dream. She felt as if she was swimming under the haze. She slowly opened her eyes. What caught my eye were the golden leaves that swayed gently in the wind, and the dappled light that shone on my face through the gaps in the branches and leaves. I'm still in the valley? Seeing the golden tree, Yi Xiaoxiao immediately came to her senses. She sat up in a catapult and hurriedly looked around in a wary manner. If you were to pass out in the valley, it would not be safe at all, and something could happen at any time. It was only when Yi Xiaoxiao swept her gaze around and froze when she saw the familiar scene around her. Isn't this your own home? The memories in Yi Xiaoxiao's mind began to gradually become clearer. She seemed to remember that after she ate the immature golden fruit, her body rolled in heat and the medicinal power roared and rushed through her body furiously. In a daze, I think I saw Dad. Yes, Daddy, Yi Xiaoxiao shouted out, twisting her head toward the familiar direction at the edge of the martial arts arena. Sure enough, he saw his father, Yi Tian, sitting over there, making and drinking his own tea. Awake? Yi Tian looked at his daughter waking up, and the dazed and confused look, with a loving smile on his face. Yi Xiaoxiao then realized that it was father who had brought himself back. Well, Zhao Yingying, who was next to her, also rubbed her eyes in a daze and sat up. She sobered up a little and first saw Yi Xiaoshu, who had gotten up next to her. Shinny, good morning. Zhao Yingying, still out of her condition, raised her hand to greet the other party, but it was only after the greeting that Zhao Yingying realized something was wrong. Yeah, aren't we fighting the bad guys? Zhao Yingying came back to her senses and hurriedly looked around towards the left and right. To his dismay, he realized that he was actually sleeping under the Yi Mansion's martial arts arena. Not far away, Uncle Yi is drinking tea. Uncle Yi! Zhao Yingying couldn't help but exclaim out in shock, where she couldn't think that it was only Yi Tian who had brought them back. And as Zhao Yingying called out, the sleeping Ma Qiaoqiao with Jin Dudi and the others also awoke in turn, just starting to wake up and come back to their senses. They were of course incredibly vigilant in looking around. In their perception, They and the others were sleeping in the valley of the Western Lian Mountain, but when he woke up, he was shocked to find that he had appeared in the unfamiliar courtyard martial arts arena. What's going on here? Macho Jojo was startled and hurriedly said. Yi Xiaoxiao opened her mouth to reassure the crowd. This is my home. My father brought us back. It's safe now. Everyone's eyes widened when they heard Yi Xiaoxiao's words. Brought back by her father? At this time, they also looked over outside the martial arts arena, just in time to see a handsome man dressed in white, graceful as a noble gentleman. That's sure Noah Ye's father? Kids, looks like you slept well. Yi Tian also smiled and nodded in greeting. When the crowd saw Yi Tian's voice, they also saluted. Good day, uncle. At this time, Jin Dui then looked towards the golden tree next to him and narrowed his eyes slightly. Yi Xiaoxiao, it looks like your father did more than just bring us back. Hearing his words, the crowd, at this time, followed his gaze. Each one had a dull expression. Golden tree. Earlier, one had just woken up and was still a bit dazed. Especially Yi Xiaoxiao. She only reacted now. In the yard of his own martial arts arena, there are golden trees. Father, you brought back the golden tree as well? Yi Xiaoxiao couldn't help but ask. Yi Tian nodded his head. Yesterday, father was distracted and worried about you, so he went to the mountains to look for you guys, just in time to see you guys unconscious from killing the enemy. This golden tree is quite pretty again, so I brought it back and planted it in the yard. Zhao Yingying, on the other hand, discovered the key issue. Uncle Yi, the fruit on this tree. I saw that you guys had the fruit of this tree in your backpacks that hadn't matured yet, so I reattached it back. Yi Tian said and sipped his tea. Yi Tian said it easily, and it sounded like there was no problem. But why? Everyone always feels something is not quite right. The crowd pondered hard in their hearts. None of them could imagine how Yi Tian had brought back such a large golden tree. And by the way, bring them back together. Little master, you're awake? A surprised voice came from the side. Yi Xiaoxiao twisted her head and saw Zhou Yuanfang bringing Zhou Lan and Zhou Mei, carrying some trays over. Grandpa Zhou. Yi Xiaoxiao greeted. Zhao Yingying was beside her, also introducing herself to the crowd. The rest of them also saluted towards Zhou Yuanfang. Even though Zhou Yuanfang was introduced by Zhao Yingying, that was the butler of the Yi mansion. But after all, they were elders, and a little basic courtesy was still due. On the contrary, it was Jin Dui who looked at Zhou Yuanfang strangely. He always felt that this Yi mansion butler grandfather looked familiar. I think I've seen it somewhere before. It's this dead brain that doesn't think. All of you drink the medicine. Start cultivating after drinking it, and familiarize yourself with the power in the mansion today before entering the mountain to complete the mission. Yi Tian voiced out. Got it, father, Uncle Yi. Yi Xiaoxiao nodded with Zhao Yingying and took the medicine from the tray in Zhou Yuanfang's hands. The rest of them, on the other hand, looked at each other in disbelief, but both ghostly, from the tray in the hands of Zhou Lan and Zhou Mei, took the bowl of medicine. Uncle Yi, what are the effects of this medicine? Ma Qiaoqiao held the bowl of medicine and spoke out to ask for advice. Yi Tian spoke. You all just made a breakthrough. This is if it is used to nourish the body. Just broke through? The crowd's expressions were stunned, obviously not reacting. Yi Tian saw their doubts and spoke out. You ate the fruit of the golden bell tree. The medicinal power is too much and you will explode and die. Last night, when I brought you back, I boiled the herbs and elixirs you picked and polished your bodies to help you digest the medicinal power. Now that you've digested the medicinal power, you've gotten excellent refining for yourselves, and you've experienced the trials of life and death. Naturally, you've long since passed the fascia stage, and now you're all at the bone hardening stage. It wouldn't be appropriate to rush back into the western Lianshan mountain without practicing some cultivation and familiarizing oneself. After Yi Tian finished speaking, he continued to drink tea, and his words made Lu Zhenxian, who was drinking medicine in a hurry next to him, hurriedly cover his mouth so that the medicine would not spray out. Qin Du-yi, who was holding the bowl ready to drink, shivered slightly in his hands. Lang Yifeng's pupils contracted. Earlier in the mountain, Yi Shirao said that his father was very good at boiling medicine. It's more than awesome. It's a god. Lu De-yi and Feng Wei-fan looked at each other and hurriedly began to drink the medicine vigorously. I told you that my body is much more comfortable. Zhao Yingying nodded instead. Shinya, this time the harvest isn't small. Aha! Yi Xiaoxiao nodded gently and took small sips of the medicine slowly. Ma Qiaoqiao glanced at Yi Xiaoxiao and then at Zhao Yingying. Can you two not be so calm? We just broke through the bone hardening, after sleeping for a while? Berserk medicinal power impacting the body usually damages the body and requires a month or two of recuperation. We're just going to be fine? Yi Xiaoxiao nodded. Father is so powerful. There is definitely no damage to our bodies. Zhao Yingying nodded along. What a fuss. Macho Zhou. Chapter 97. What can I say? The rest of the group knew what Macho Zhou said. When he had just entered the Willow Wind Academy's main courtyard, the lecturer in the class had also focused on this aspect. Cultivation with the help of external objects is a very normal situation, but in moderation, it has to be tailored to your situation. In particular, it has been mentioned that there are some strong medicines that should not be used casually. Even though the potency of the medicine was fierce enough to rapidly increase strength, the body could not withstand it and would be so damaged. If you don't recuperate properly, you may leave your body with no small amount of hidden problems. Good medicine. Be extremely careful. A little slowness at times is not a bad thing. At that time, in the midst of a life and death crisis, they couldn't care about that and could only swallow the golden fruit. Now recalling the furious situation of the medicinal power bursting out in his body after he had swallowed it, there's bound to be damage in the body for that to happen. Yi Tian spoke. The golden bell fruit of the golden bell tree is indeed too vast a medicinal power for you guys. Not to mention that when it's unripe, it's as if you've swallowed boiling hot metallic magma. He spoke up, drawing the crowd's attention to him. However, I have already used a technique to refine the medicinal power and buried it in your bodies after forcibly suppressing it. This medicinal power you haven't fully digested yet. Rather, it is latent around your body and will gradually seep out during your daily cultivation, and it will help you to quickly pass through the 2 stages of bone hardening in lungs. By the time you reach the peak of the lung stage, the golden bell fruit that was reattached back to you will also be ripe. At that time, it will then be boiled down into medicine, and after swallowing it will help you advance to the second realm, the qi refining realm. In one leap, Yi Tian's words caused them to be incomparably astonished. Is it possible to do such a thing? Marjorie looked down at the bowl of medicine in her hands and tilted her head back to drink it all in one gulp. How the situation is, it will be clear after this medicine is drunk. If the raging medicinal power really damaged the body, swallowing this medicine would definitely have a reaction. As the potion entered his stomach, Macho Joe immediately felt the warmth come over him. Not only that, but when she looked down at herself, she realized that there was a little bit of faint golden light floating vaguely on her skin. She was craning her head, looking over towards the rest of the people around her, realizing that after taking the medicine, everyone was doing the same. This is the medicinal power of the golden bell fruit in your bodies. There is no need to panic. Yi Tian spoke. You guys are too weak after all. Any more suppression will have more or less side effects. Well, when you enter the western Lianshan mountain, if you guys make a move, you will blow slightly and be more conspicuous. Okay, it's time for you guys to practice. Yi Tian, who had spoken about this place, said towards Yi Xiaoxiao as well as Zhao Ying. This time, I will turn up the pressure of the martial arts arena. Pay attention to feelings. When Yi Xiaoxiao and Zhao Ying heard Yi Tian's words, they immediately reacted and hurriedly put their bodies in a tight stance. Snap! Yi Tian gently snapped his fingers, and underneath the bottom of the martial arts field, a faint light emerged from the formation. Buzz. Trembling sounds rang out, and the soft aura in the martial arts arena suddenly became heavy. Yi Xiaoxiao and Zhao Ying were prepared. Their figures were slightly sunk, their knees slightly bent, and they carried it hard. The rest of them, however, were not so lucky. Pop, pop, snap, one after another, they were directly crushed to the ground. This pressure, instead of being weight-bearing, comes from all directions. They could even hear their bones crunching and moving as they resisted. This is a very special kind of aura pressure that will penetrate the flesh and blood and help you harden your bones better. Well, don't continue to lie on the ground. Get on with it. Yi Tian's tone was gentle, but when Ma Qiao and the others were listening, it had an unquestionable majesty. One by one, they behaved themselves and started practicing at their own pace. It was hard at first, but as it continued to make moves and resist this pressure, they could notice the faint golden light floating on each other's bodies, gradually brightening up, and there were fiery breaths that poured out from different places within the body. This would not only make it easier for them, but they would also be able to clearly feel the effects of their own quenching. This is much more effective than the spirit source room in the general courtyard. Jin Duyi couldn't help but marvel. Ma Qiao took a few deep breaths and couldn't help but look over towards Yi Tian, who was drinking tea outside the martial arts arena. Yi Shinoa's father. It's incredible. The body reveals an air of mystery and elusiveness. But soon Ma Jojo collected his mind and immersed himself in the process of cultivation. She was very clear that their group had been blessed with such an opportunity by Yi Xiaoxiao's light. The encounter in the valley of the western Lianshan mountain. Their original end should have been fainting and possibly being attacked by ferocious beasts. Even if they were lucky enough not to be attacked by the ferocious beasts that were active during the night, they would still damage their bodies after waking up due to the raging medicinal power. Even if the strength improves, the price is about 3 months in bed and recuperating. But now, they had not only elevated to the bone hardening stage, but they had also not suffered any damage. You can also enjoy a better environment to practice and familiarize yourself with the power of change. Not to mention that Yi Tian had just said that this medicinal power could support them until they reached the lung stage. Ha ha ha, old horse, eat my blade. A maniacal laughter suddenly came from not far away. Ma Chao Chao twisted her head to see that Zhao Yingying had already let out a wild laugh and wielded her long sword as she rushed to kill. Looking at Zhao Yingying like this, Ma Chao Chao also had the corners of his mouth twitching, and could not help but carry the large sword in his hand to meet him. Cutting is also a way of practicing in beating yourself up. Dang, dang, dang. As the sound of metal clashing rang out, Ma Chao Chao felt Zhao Yingying's force was heavy. Still, she was able to cope with it on her own, and as time went on, she also felt that her stamina was much better than it had been. After a long tussle, his own stamina didn't decay too much. The rest of them also practiced individually, and began to be surprised to find themselves improving quite a bit. And it's an improvement, in terms of synthesis. Speaking of which, I had some minor ailments that seem to have been cured, Jean Duyi suddenly said in astonishment, revealing his discovery. Hearing his words and being reminded of them, the rest of them sensed themselves and felt the same way. Being a student of the Class A Academy, as well as rising from the Class B Academy in the first academic year, practicing under high pressure, more or less, will result in injuries and illnesses in exchange for rapid improvement in practice. These small injuries and pains, all need to be slowly nourished, slowly recovered. Now all recovered. It's incredible. Shinya, your father is also too godly. Luda couldn't help but say as soon as he reached Yi Xiaoxio's side. He was also considered a son of the Thousand Gold Chamber of Commerce and was well aware of the pharmacist's abilities. If a pharmacist at Yi Tian's level went to the Thousand Gold Hall, he would be a guest of honor. Have you ever thought of talking to uncle and going to the Thousand Gold Chamber of Commerce to become a supplying elder? The supplying apothecary of the Thousand Gold Hall. The benefits are great. Lu Dai's words were heard by Zhou Yuanfeng, Zhou Lan and Zhou Mei who were not far away. All three of them had very odd expressions. Well, it's a good proposal. Yi Tian put down his teacup and looked towards Yuanfeng on the side. Yuanfeng, what do you think? Zhou Yuanfeng is sweating profusely? What do I think? What can I say? Chapter 98, this time, the fake has become real. Of course, Yi Tian was purely joking with Zhou Yuanfeng beside him. He just wore a smile on his face as he watched the children in the martial arts arena, continuing to cultivate and familiarize themselves with their own power. For them, this increase in strength was a sudden surge. The changes were so great that they had to be familiarized with them well in advance, or else there would be no time for them to adapt when they entered the mountains. Within the western Lian mountain, the aura is still rising. I'm only afraid that something is about to come out. Yi Tian opened his mouth at this time, looking at Zhou Yuanfeng next to him. When Zhou Yuanfeng saw Yi Tian looking at him, he probably understood what he meant. Master, are you planning to ask me to arrange for people and lay out a plan in advance? Yi Tian nodded his head. This Shilian mountain is so vast, so many spiritual medicines will grow out. Don't waste them. Zhou Yuanfeng nodded. I'll have Forbidden Child make the arrangements. After answering the voice, Zhou Yuanfeng thought of something else and continued to speak towards Yi Tian. Master, if that's the case, the situation in the western Lianshan mountain will be even more complicated. Is it really a good idea to let them go into the Silian mountains again? Yi Tian spoke. The deeper you go, the higher the quality of the spirit medicine, the higher the risk. Such a situation would naturally allow people of different strengths to move around in different areas. No need to worry. It would be good for Shinobu to feel such a complex environment. What's more, with me around, what could go wrong? Yi Tian's words made Zhou Yuanfeng involuntarily feel at ease. Even though the master was only in the second realm now, his strength was not something that could be measured by realms at all. Back then, when the master was in the first realm, killing that fifth realm's demon race was like slaughtering pigs and dogs. And at the same time, in the Four Kings mansion, what the hell? Zhao Ning got up incredulously and looked at the pile of elixirs in front of him. Did you bring someone to pick this? Zhao Yuzhou nodded. Father, I massed and led a walk in the Shilian mountains and easily picked this much. Zhao Ning resumed his seat and looked at the piles of elixirs on the table. This king arranged for people to make false claims and almost emptied the treasury of the royal residence. Even borrowed some of the collection. And you ended up picking it all back in this one day and night. And even made a lot of money. Zhao Ning's brain was buzzing. He was puzzled. It's clear that he made a fake, a setup. A special situation has been created in the hope of attracting people into the Sierran Mountains. He even created a fake site to attract some so-called geniuses to enter the trial. The results are great. People were flocking to the Willow Wind Academy General Academy's side of the task distribution, which was also constantly increasing. And the result? Fake it till you make it real. In this western Lianshan mountain, nowadays, there really were treasures everywhere. And that endless stream of medicinal herbs and spiritual medicines kept popping up. The people of the imperial capital were almost going crazy, and one after another, they kept entering the mountains to pick them. Of course there are benefits. This weird change in the western Lian mountains, The talented scholars of the 3rd and 4th academic years of the Willow Wind Academy's main academy had already sent out as many as they could to go to the middle of the Shilian Mountains. In a sense, their arrangements and schemes became, "Father, the most important thing is this." Zhao Yuzhou at this time spoke again, taking out a wooden medal. Zhao Ning watched as the other party took out the wooden token. "You've changed the style of the token?" He remembered well that the token of his own fake relic was not like this. "It can't be. You still really picked up some kind of relic's qualification token." "Really?" Zhao Ning looked at this wooden sign in his hand, his smile gradually converging. The expression began to stare. He took the wooden sign and scrutinized it. The material was special, not an unusual wood. The wooden plaque is dark in color and moves with a metallic touch when gently tapped on the tabletop. In addition, it was inscribed with unknown patterns with unfamiliar scripts, not quite the same as the present-day ones. It appears to be medicine? The purpose is unknown. I found Fu Bo to infuse the aura. There is no special reaction. Zhao Yuzhou said again. The aura entered the interior and disappeared like a mud cow into the sea. "Father, you seem to have gotten out of an extraordinary situation. Maybe it has something to do with your crazy arrangement of elixirs." Zhao Ning. This 4th prince rubbed his forehead, feeling a bit of a headache. If this is the case, the situation is only a little beyond expectation. On the tiger demon side, have you contacted them yet? Zhao Ning asked again. A person next to him arched his hand. The news from over there is that the tiger demon has entered the deep mountains, searching for spirit medicine to heal his wounds. Let's continue to act according to the original plan for now. Mentioning this Western Lianshan side is good for him. Mentioning that he will not only be able to recover from his injuries this time, but even have a chance to refine his strength and go to the next level. Hearing this, Zhao Ning nodded his head slightly. That's not bad. It's best if it won't affect the plan. Afterwards, he looked up at Zhao Yuzhou. Continue to lead the people to scavenge the mountains for spiritual herbs and look for wooden medals. The more you find, the better. Zhao Yuzhou nodded, and he turned to leave. While watching his son leave, Zhao Ning played with the wooden cards in his hand. Phew! Suddenly, Zhao Ning saw the wooden sign in his hand suddenly turn into a turquoise light and rush out towards the outside of the house. It didn't take long for the sound of his son's alarmed voice to come from outside the house. Zhao Yuzhou went and returned, holding the very same wooden sign in his hand. "Father, this wooden sign suddenly burrowed into my arms." Zhao Yuzhou was surprised. Zhao Ning was also surprised. "Not right, ah. Didn't you say that this wooden sign was first discovered by a Fu, and then placed in your hands?" "Father, it can't be that this is really some kind of qualification token that only the younger generation can use, right?" The corners of Zhao Yuzhou's mouth twitched as he uttered a possibility. While the idea is a bit outlandish, it's the most plausible explanation. That is to say, all the falsehoods made by one's own father. It's completely true at the moment. Zhao Ning, why was it that sensing this, Zhao Ning felt a bit uncomfortable? In that case, let's quickly go into the mountains again and see if we can find some more of these wooden tags to grasp in our hands. Zhao Ning hurriedly spoke. At the moment, he didn't care about plans. This is a great opportunity. My son has to grab it and hold it in his hands. Besides, he made it all up himself, and he can't accept it without being the biggest profiteer? Zhao Yuzhou nodded his head and hurriedly led the people to leave again. At the same time, in the middle of the Yi mansion, Yi Xiaoxiao and the others had already finished their cultivation and were almost familiar with their own power, and they were gathered, after enjoying their meal and a good nap, regrouped on the sparring ground. Next, they were going to see how their force was nowadays in front of the testing stone monument. At what level? Chapter 99, the strength of the entire team soars. To be honest, before preparing for the test, in everyone's mind, they were very much looking forward to it. Wanted to know what the force of people like himself was nowadays at the bone-hardening stage. Roughly, Lu Dei moved his muscles and bones. At our bone-quenching stage, 40 spirits will already be able to pass, and some people start to cross into the lung stage at 50 spirits. Fang Weifan looked at him. That's an unusual person. We, as students of the Grade A Academy, definitely need to sprint to the limit of 60 spirits. Even if it can't be at the 60 spirit limit, it must at least be close. They were already fist-pumping and ready to go. The first person to choose to test was Lung Yifeng. Last time, he was 27 spirits with 5. How many spirits do you guys think he can have? Lu Zhenxian was curious and asked towards the left and right of the surroundings. Ma Jojo spoke. 35 spirits. You're overthinking it, aren't you? Jin Dui looked at Ma Qiaoqiao. It's lucky to be able to enter the bone-tempering stage directly. It's almost as good to be around 31 or 32. But Ma Jiaoqiao swung 2 fists in the air. But I feel that this time we have improved our strength so terribly that I can punch my former self to death. Jin Dui laughed. It's the illusion of not being used to the force of jumping up a few spirits at once. However, just at this time, Zhao Yingying suddenly said, Shinya, Do you think Long Yifeng has broken 50 yet? Yi Shoshu nodded. Broken. The crowd turned back in unison and looked at Zhao Yingying and Yi Shoshu. Do you guys want to hear what you're saying? Broke 50? What a joke. In this world, there's no such thing as one step to heaven. Ma Jojo felt that the two were exaggerating. Humph. Old horse ah. Zhao Yingying stretched out her hand and gently wiggled her fingers. You have no idea of the horror of Uncle Yi. That's right. Zhao Yingying thought that Uncle Yi, Yi Tian, was definitely a hidden top pharmacist. Even, in this aspect, he might be even more powerful than the famous 1,000 gold ancestor. As for why she inferred that, it's simple. Zhou Lan and Zhou Mei, the two mothers-in-law, are gradually becoming younger. Zhao Yingying had seen Yi Tian instructing the two on how to boil medicine, and had also taught the two how to practice kung fu. It showed that the signs of rejuvenation on the two were thanks to Yi Tian's handiwork. What a horrible attainment this is. Not to mention the fact that she was practicing in the Yi mansion and had made such rapid progress. It was knowing Yi Tian's ability that she was incomparably glad that she had this opportunity. It was when she was first taken away from her father that she cried like that. Bang! The movement came from none other than Cold Leaf Maple striking out with his palm. For this test everyone had an agreement to strike the test monolith with their bare hands to see how the sheer force of the body would be. Light began to surface at the bottom of the monolith, and continuously began to climb upward towards the top, illuminating his present-day force in front of everyone. At first, everyone's expression was relatively calm, until the time when this light crossed the scale of the 30th spirit. The momentum did not decrease and still climbed. The expression of easy talk and laughter on everyone's face gradually changed. On Long Yifeng's face, there wasn't the slightest bit of joy. Instead, there was an unexplained panic. Achievements, finalized. Long Yifeng, 50 spirits have won. It was just as Yi Xinjiu had speculated. Xinya, awesome. Zhao Yingying patted Yi Shaoshan's shoulder. Yi Shaoshao wore a smile. Earlier when we cut and exchanged hands, we could sense the change in his power. It was very quiet at the moment, with only the sound of the two men talking. The rest of them, they didn't dare to make a sound, especially Long Yifeng, who took 2 steps back, looked up at the testing stone monument in a bit of a trance. Is this your own score? In one night, the force of 23 spirits had skyrocketed, almost doubling straight away. I'll do it. Lu Dei couldn't help himself and hurriedly stepped forward to walk in front of the testing stone monument and blasted out with his fist. Knock! The scale above the testing stone tablet gradually brightened, and when it was finally set, 50 spirits have 9. Last time, Lu Dei was only 27 spirit 7. I'll do it. Ma Qiaoqiao pulled away from the stupefied Lu Dei and similarly stepped forward with a punch. In the end, she was once the big sister of the Class A Academy. Macho Jojo has 5 straight from the past 29 spirits. It skyrocketed to 53 spirits with 9. Next up is the Golden Dewey. He went from 28 spirits having 4, up to 52 whole spirits. Fong Wei Fan, on the other hand, went from 27 spirit 4s to 50 spirit 4s. Lu Zhenxian climbed from 27 spirit 3 to 50 spirit 2. The whole crew broke 50. This was no longer the level of a grade A academy in the 3rd academic year, but was able to level with a grade A academy in the 4th academic year. Like the grade A academy students of the 3rd academic year, almost all of them were at the beginning of the bone hardening stage, and they? Breaking 50 is already the extent of sprinting towards the limit and preparing for the lung stage. Now that the mansion had just opened, there were still quite a number of students in the 4th academic year's grade A academy who were stuck at the bone hardening stage, sprinting towards their limits. Only those 3 who stood at the pinnacle of the crowd of scholars in the Willow Wind Academy's main courtyard had stepped into the lung stage, just as they were in a trance. Zhao Yingying looked at Yi Xiaoxiao next to her. The usual rules. Zhao Yingying raised an eyebrow towards Yi Shoshu. Xinya Yi. She consciously took 2 steps back, letting Zhao Yingying come first. It was also at this time that Zhao Yingying stood in front of the testing stone tablet. She struck out steeply, a hand slash in front of her. Last time, she was 25 spirit 8, and this time, 8 out of 52 spirits. A surge of 27 spirits. This was a real eye-opener for the crowd. Progress is rapid. Moreover, her talent was clearly superior to theirs, digesting more medicinal power and improving to a higher degree. Zhao Yingying enjoyed the gazes of several people and left in front of the testing stone monument in satisfaction. The scenery is over the top. The stage, it's time to hand it over to Yi Shoshu. As Yi Xiaoxiao moved, the gazes of several people, too, were focused on her. Last time, Yi Xiaoxiao's force was 28 spirits with 9. What about this one? Yi Xiaoxiao took a deep breath and pushed out a palm horizontally. The final result was also presented on top of the stone tablet. 58 spirits have 9. Skyrocketed 30 spirits. Good lord. The crowd's expressions changed instantly. Doesn't this mean that Ji Xiaoxiao was about to cross into the lung stage? In that case, she was about to reach a seat at the peak of the Willow Wind Academy's General Academy as a Grade A Academy student in her second academic year. Making history. As a matter of fact, Yi Xiaoxiao had a certain presumption about her own strength nowadays, and she was still a bit surprised to see this result. Let's not talk about them. It was Zhou Yuanfang, who was standing behind Yi Tian, as well as Zhou Lan and Zhou Mei, who felt their hearts jumping. The Willow Wind Academy's second academic year Grade A Academy students in front of them, led by Yi Xiaoxiao, could be considered the most talented generation the Academy had ever seen. And all of this was nothing more than what Yi Tian had created in passing during the process of cultivating his own daughter. The formal effect is horrible. It led to a feeling of unreality in the hearts of the crowd, including Macho Zhou's, even feeling a little flustered. There was no joy on his face. Why are you all looking sad? Isn't a strength increase a good thing? Zhao Engying turned around and looked at the look, not quite understanding. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. And finally it was Marjorie who voiced her concern. There is some panic in my heart. Fear. Chapter 100, The Great Events of the Frenemies. The strength was growing so fast that none of them had a bottom in their hearts. I'm worried that this will be unsteady roots, and maybe one day the strength will fall back. Ma Jojo spoke frankly about his worries. On the side, Jean Duyi nodded. I can't believe this kind of pie in the sky thing is happening to me. The rest of the people also spoke their minds, all in a more anxious mood and worried about the future. When they spoke these words, they were actually explaining to Yi Tian, worried that the other party would misunderstand them and the others. The crowd wasn't being white-eyed wolves or blaming Yi Tian for their intentions. It was just a moment of broken perception. It's like being steeply rich at first sight and having a bit of a brain fart. Not bad. Soaring strength is not a matter of indulging in joy, but rather self-examination and introspection. Yi Tian was rather satisfied with the crowd's performance. At the same time, he understood the mindset of the crowd. Yi Tian continued. You guys just feel that this is not something that came from hard cultivation, but instead, it's strength that came easily. Fears are castles in the air, ready to collapse. Hearing Yi Tian's words, everyone nodded their heads in a hurry. Lu Dei hurriedly said, Uncle Yi, your words really hit home in our hearts. Yi Tian said, this strength is not something that comes easily. Without me making a move, you guys would already be dead. Speaking of this place, he looked towards the gold-colored golden bell tree next to him. This ripe golden bell fruit is suitable for the peak of the 5th realm sea transformation realm. It can be used to help break the boundary, and the magnitude of the medicinal power in it can be imagined. You should be glad that you swallowed an unripe golden bell fruit, or else you would have immediately burst into flames as you ate it. Speaking of this place, Yi Tian looked at the crowd. You guys are equivalent to walking in front of the ghost gate. Do you still feel that this strength comes easily now? The crowd was dumbfounded, especially Yi Xiaoxiao. Her heart was incomparably fearful. That was her proposal to swallow the golden bell fruit to break the game. I didn't realize that after breaking a dead end, I would have to meet a new one. If it wasn't for Daddy's intervention, the consequences would have been unimaginable. The rest of them were even more pale and their hearts were trembling. Suitable for the 5th realm breakthrough? Ma Xiaoxiao's hands were also shaking. Was this golden bell fruit actually so precious? She looked at Yi Tian once again and hurriedly knelt on the ground and kowtowed. Thank you Uncle Yi for saving my life. She took the lead, and only then did the others rush to respond, following suit and kneeling to kowtow. Helping them to improve their strength is secondary. This grace of living can be like recreating parents. Yi Tian spoke. That's enough. Children, all get up. The crowd obeyed and stood up. Yi Tian stretched out his hand and pointed at the golden bell tree. This fruit yourselves are 3 per person. I'll take away 1 per person. Is that alright? At these words, the crowd nodded along. Then a few more glances were exchanged, all seeing what each other was thinking. Ma Xiaoxiao said on behalf of the crowd, Uncle Yi, the remaining golden bell fruits, you can take them all. Not only did you save our lives, you helped us improve our cultivation. And since you brought back this golden bell tree and you received the fruit back, it is rightfully yours. Yi Tian nodded. You guys have this heart? Not bad, but how can I, as an elder, take advantage of you like that? Tell you what, I'll take 3 more of the remaining 6 from the 6 of you. For the remaining 3, when the medicinal power in your bodies is consumed, I will boil them into medicine and divide them among the 6 of you. Yi Tian's words caused Ma Xiaoxiao and the others to nod their heads in agreement. This could be the best possible outcome for them. Having already clearly felt Yi Tian's strength in terms of pharmacists, they were very clear. Those 3 golden bell fruits boiled into medicine and distributed to them were very meaningful. It looked like Yi Tian had made a lot of money by taking away many of the golden bell fruits, but in reality, Macho Zhou and the others knew very well in their hearts. They're the ones who really make the big bucks. The golden bell fruit might be worth a lot, but Yi Tian had given them something priceless. Yi Tian himself stepped in to boil medicine for them. After seeing Yi Tian's ability, they knew that having him strike once was truly priceless. After agreeing, Yi Tian raised his head and looked towards the distance. In the direction of the western Lianshan mountain, Yi Tian could clearly feel that there seemed to be aura surging out in the distance. The movement over there, once again, was qualitatively different. Sure Noah, Yi Tian opened his mouth to call out. Yi Xiaoxiao looked at Yi Tian. Father, what's wrong? You guys are almost ready to move and go to the western Lian mountain again. Yi Tian opened his mouth. Yi Xiaoxiao nodded in agreement, and Ma Jiaoqiao and the others understood. Yi Tian said this suddenly, obviously telling them to take Yi Xiaoxiao as their leader. But it makes sense. At this moment, amongst them, Yi Xiaoxiao's strength had already reached the strongest. Pick some more spiritual herbs, and when the time comes, you can come to me to exchange for the chance to boil medicine. Yi Tian looked at the crowd once again. This is a little benefit for you children as elders. Hearing Yi Tian say this, everyone became even more excited. Even if it was going to be late in the day, where did one care so much? Immediately after packing up, they clustered around Yi Xiaoxiao and moved to leave the Yi mansion, heading towards the western Lianshan mountains. Any later and you won't be able to get out of the imperial capital. After leaving the Yi mansion, everyone was surrounding Yi Xiaoxiao, with her as the centerpiece. After all, it was in front of the elders and everyone seemed polite. When they left the Yi mansion, each one of them became active. Now that I think about it, it's really cool. Lu Dei was already bouncing as he walked down the street. Shinya, your father is too good. A spirit medicine that can only be used in the 5th realm. He was actually able to help us refine it without any damage. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. If you ask me, old man Xianjin is inferior to Uncle Yi. Obviously, after listening to Yi Tian's enlightenment, Lu Dei had become completely excited and had all begun to speak out of turn. Be careful with your words. Don't invite unnecessary trouble for Uncle Yi. On the side, Jin Dui slapped Lu Dei on the door of his head. From his grandfather's mouth, he could hear some of the stories of old man Xianjin, knowing that this one great man who hadn't shown his face for many years was not a good-tempered person. If they had known that they, the juniors, were making it up like that, they probably wouldn't have bothered with them. But maybe, it will be difficult for Uncle Yi. If they got Uncle Yi involved because of this, they would be guilty of a heavenly sin. Our primary mission right now, you've all got it wrong. Zhao Yingying suddenly spoke, her expression serious and her tone solemn. Hearing her voice, several people collected their excitement and looked towards her. One followed suit with seriousness, wanting to hear her high opinion. The only one who twitched the corners of her mouth twice was Yi Xiaoxiao. She probably knew what her nemesis was up to. Chapter 101, It Was Mine. Once the eyes of the crowd were focused on herself, Zhao Yingying lightly coughed twice. She looked over toward a few people around her with a solemn expression. Don't you think that we should come up with a resounding name? After all, today's US are considered to be the premier group of top geniuses in the history of the Willow Wind Academy's General Academy. Wouldn't it be too much of a shame if we didn't have a great name? The crowd stared at Zhao Yingying with wide eyes. They had thought that the other party was going to say something important to them and others. And as a result, this is it? Seeing the expressions on everyone's faces, Zhao Yingying said, what's wrong? Isn't this something important? In my opinion, since we swallowed out that gold-like golden bell tree fruit, we have made the progress we have today. Plus, Uncle Yi sealed the medicinal power in our bodies, and from time to time, a golden light will surface. How about, let's call it the golden generation of the Willow Wind Academy's General Academy, shall we? Well, sounds good. When Zhao Yingying made her conclusion, it made several people unable to stop shaking their heads, their faces helpless. Alright, that's it. Ma Qiaoqiao directly agreed, giving up arguing with Zhao Yingying with, if this sheriff likes it, just let her be. When the time comes to really argue, there's no end to it. Having established the name, Zhao Yingying was clearly satisfied. The rest of them continued to discuss how they should act after entering the western Lian Mountains. The final result of the discussion was to return to the area where they had been previously active and acclimatize themselves to the battlefield again. Even though they had a certain knowledge of their own battle power in the Yi Mansion's martial arts arena earlier, they hadn't experienced a real battle in the end. Soon, they were once again quickly entering the mountains. In this operation, thanks to Yi Tian's help, the crowd's physical strength had improved a lot. Following behind Yi Xiaoxiao and also Zhao Yingying, when they continued to rush, they were able to realize that their own physical strength was too much better, especially when it comes to the constant depletion of one's stamina during a run. Can see the body vaguely, began to emerge some slight end of the golden light too. Such golden light was able to quench their bodies and beat themselves up. The medicinal power of the golden bell fruit that Yi Tian had buried in their bodies was taking effect. This time, it took them a short time to get back to the area where they were originally active. When he returned to the middle of this area, he once again encountered the ferocious beasts. Striking again, everyone was able to feel the terrifying increase in strength. The movements of the ferocious beasts that were originally going to tangle and kill each other slowed down quite a bit in their eyes. It's even easier to kill with your hands. It's not worth mentioning. They were all excited by the fight, and, sensing almost as much about themselves, they began to move on towards the deeper depths. Only, they don't know it, Yi Tian, with Zhou Yuanfang in tow, had quietly arrived in this Shilian mountain after him. Not only that, but there was also Zhou Lan as well as Zhou Mei, who also entered the Shilian mountains along with them. They changed their faces, wore masks and changed their robes. Go and collect medicine, Yi Tian commanded. This Shilian mountain is full of treasures, and there are good spiritual medicines everywhere. It's a waste to leave it unharvested. Yi Xiaoxiao had the help of the spirit medicine, and her rate of improvement would be even faster. Not only that, in Yi Tian's eyes, Zhou Yuanfang, the simpleton, also needed the help of spiritual pills to improve quickly. The 1,000-gold-old ancestor of the to heavenly imperial dynasty. In Yi Tian's eyes, that was a foolish qualification. After all, it's the past that raised you, so take responsibility to the end. With the help of a bit of unconventional means, it was good to help him harden some realms. Yi Tian was walking in the Shilian mountain when he suddenly had a feeling and looked towards a deeper direction. The movement of the formation and was interspersed with the fluctuation of space. Yi Tian did not leave in a hurry, but a branch emerged in his hand. The branch, none other than from the golden bell tree. Yi Tian inscribed on top of the branch and finally gave a gentle wave of his hand. Without realizing it, the branch was placed in the back pocket behind Yi Xiaoxiao. It was clear that Yi Tian was standing right behind her, but it was as if he was invisible. After doing this, and being able to guarantee the safety of his daughter, Yi Jingyi moved to come again. Master, what's wrong? Zhou Yuanfang was curious and followed behind Yi Tian. Yi Tian walked towards the front and uttered, interesting movements have been discovered. Go and see what's going on. Taking Zhou Yuanfang with him, Yi Tian quickly was arriving in the valley where the golden bell tree was in the first place. Within this valley, the previous corpses of both the ferocious beast giant wolf and the member of that mountain walking team had already disappeared. Upon closer inspection, you are able to spot the drag marks. It was very normal for such situations to occur in this part of the western Lianshan mountains. Seeing Yi Tian bring himself to this old place, Zhou Yuanfang also curiously surveyed his surroundings. To be honest, other than seeing the pit where the golden bell tree was taken away, he didn't find anything wrong. On the contrary, Yi Tian walked to the back of that pit and looked at the empty air, pondering carefully. Master? Zhou Yuanfang came to Yi Tian's side and inquired curiously. At this time, Zhou Yuanfang discovered Yi Tian's difference. The other party's eyes blossomed with divine light, like colorful vortexes, making him instantly want to get lost in them. Snap! Yi Tian slapped Zhou Yuanfang's head and knocked his soul back. Yi Tian admonished, don't look into my eyes for now, you'll be soulless. Zhou Yuanfang, who had slowed down, had a moment of fear. It felt like his soul, almost yanked against his shell, was as good as dying. That feeling, it's so hard. Retracting his gaze, Yi Tian once again stretched out his hand and gently revealed it towards the front. Next to him, Zhou Yuanfang's pupils contracted as he looked at Yi Tian as if he was using the air in front of him as a curtain and lifted a corner. Behind it, a completely different scenario emerges. It was a field of golden rice, and as the wind gently fluctuated it was as if the waves were undulating like gold. Zhou Yuanfang followed Yi Tian through the lifted corner, as if he seemed to have entered another heaven and earth. This huge golden rice field seems to have no edge in sight. When I turned back, I was able to see the original valley, but it was as if I was in a mirror. Zhou Yuanfang approached this golden rice and looked carefully at the top, noticing that the color was bright, much like that golden bell tree. There are new traces. Zhou Yuanfang was shocked and looked toward Yi Tian. Master, this, is someone farming? He was really shocked. In the Shilian mountains next to the Jingtian imperial dynasty, there was another heaven and earth, with unknown existences cultivating golden rice paddies. This is a relatively unusual spirit rice. Daily consumption can contain the body. It's also very soft and nourishes people as well. Yi Tian opened his mouth. He then began to walk towards the front. The creation reincarnation disc was activated. Whirlpools emerged around them to swallow this piece of golden rice. Zhou Yuanfang then froze for a moment. He had seen his master's methods before. The golden bell tree, earlier, was also taken away in this way. Zhou Yuanfang said, Master, just take it away? Yi Tian nodded. The golden bell tree, it should have been thrown out by the existence here. This tree almost killed my daughter. I'm charging some interest. How did it come to you to take someone else's? It would have been mine. Zhou Yuanfang. Chapter 102 Grandpa Big Head. Even though it didn't feel quite right from somewhere, Zhou Yuanfang felt so reasonable again. Yi Tian led Zhou Yuanfang towards the front, constantly taking in the surrounding spiritual rice into the creation reincarnation disc. Western Lianshan Mountain is filled with treasures, and the reason lies in this place, Yi Tian said as he led Zhou Yuanfang beside him deeper. At this time, Zhou Yuanfang carefully felt his surroundings. Sure enough, the concentration of aura here was far higher than outside. Zhou Yuanfang gained some clarity and knew the meaning of Yi Tian's mouth. Master, what you mean is that the aura that started to raise in the Western Lian Mountain, that is leaking from here. Yi Tian nodded his head. The so-called treasures everywhere are also thrown from here to the outside. It should be that in recent times, the medicinal seeds were picked from the Western Lian Mountain, and after they were cultivated here, they were thrown out. By the time the speech was over, Yi Tian had also reached the end of the rice field with Zhou Yuanfang. Ahead of them, they had clearly arrived at an ancient mountain gate. They were at the end of the rice paddies at the foot of this mountain gate, with clouds on the mountain and some old buildings looming. Not only that, Zhou Yuanfang could clearly smell the medicinal fragrance from the mountain as well. Where exactly are we? Zhou Yuanfang followed Yi Tian towards the mountain gate. As he climbed the mountain, he looked out towards the distance and was actually able to see the scenery in the Shilian Mountains. Even, he could see the little master and his party who hadn't gone far, obviously following his master so far across vast fields of golden rice. But when he climbed the mountain, he looked towards the mirror view around him and realized that he seemed to be still in the valley. This formation that sandwiches this area in the valley. The technique is also very good, belonging to multiple arrays hooked together. It should be a large area, divided into different parts, sealed in different boundaries. Where we are, it's just one of those things. Along with Yi Tian's words, he had already brought Zhou Yuanfang up this mountain. After climbing the mountain, it made Zhou Yuanfang's eyes widen. In front of them was a rolling expanse of medicinal fields that occupied the entire mountain peak above. He looked more closely at the buildings around him and realized that it was not something opulent, but rather plain and unassuming. It gave him the feeling as if it was given to the people who did unusual work to live in. In this medicinal field, there was a familiar-looking pit in a place in front of it. Zhou Yuanfang was able to roughly guess that the pit was the place where the golden bell tree was planted. However, this kind of medicinal field is definitely more precious the more inside it is, and the outermost is something more rare and common. That is to say, that golden bell tree is nothing more than a lowly commodity in the middle of this medicinal field? Zhou Yuanfang was once again curious and walked towards the medicinal field in front of him. Yi Tian watched Zhou Yuanfang's behavior and did not stop it. Instead, he took 2 steps back and carried his hands behind his back. Zhou Yuanfang walked into the middle of the medicinal field and carefully observed the surroundings. The spirit medicines in the outermost area had already taken his breath away. All of them were treasured goods that had a price. Even quite a few of the contraptions were some of the news that the Chamber of Thousand Gold had brought back from their far-flung travels. Just heard about it. Haven't seen it yet. In his own eyes, this kind of rare spiritual medicine, here are planted in the periphery, looks as if it is very random. A little further in, it's all good stuff that you don't even recognize. Why is it good? It was only because he could smell it only once that his heart was refreshed and his body was soothed. What if this gets in your stomach? Just as Zhou Yuanfang looked carefully, suddenly his cold hairs stood on end and he hurriedly dodged towards the side. It was followed by a black shadow smashing through. Dang! Deafening collision sounds resounded, shaking Zhou Yuanfang's brain. He looked over carefully and realized that it was the rounded end of a wooden walking stick that had smashed into the black soil of this medicinal field. Slight splashes of dirt, tiny craters disproportionate to the loud noise, appeared on the ground. Little thief! A hysterical roar rang out from the mouth of this little old man who had appeared from nowhere. Zhou Yuanfang looked carefully and realized that this little old man, who was as tall as a child, had only reached the position of his waist. The wooden staff in his hand, taller than he was like holding a big stick. Moreover, the little old man's head was strangely large, almost as big as his own body. He didn't even know how that tiny body and neck could weigh such a large head. The other man had a long white beard. The top of his head was a little bald, but there was another long beard coming out. Zhou Yuanfang hurriedly waved his hand. Thief, this old gentleman, shouldn't he have misunderstood something? Misunderstanding? Grandpa Big Head's head was red with anger, and he carried a large battle and knocked towards Zhou Yuanfang. Zhou Yuanfang hastily drew his sword and slashed out horizontally. Dang! Metallic clashing sounds rang out, shaking Zhou Yuanfang's arms numb and his pupils contracted. This big-headed old man, what a force to be reckoned with. No way. The master was still watching from the side. How could one lose to such a monster somehow? Buzz! The sword trembled as the sword in Zhou Yuanfang's hand swung out once again. The aura blossomed with a turquoise light, even driving the surrounding aura towards the top of the sword as it twined around. The silhouette of a giant tree emerged behind Zhou Yuanfang and drew the surrounding aura, making it more and more vigorous. In this place, Zhou Yuanfang found that his strength was going to rise by another 3 points. Good! Zhou Yuanfang was overjoyed. This sword was so powerful that it seemed to be rooted in the ground. Eat my sword! big-headed monster. In Zhou Yuanfang's eyes, the guy in front of him should not be human. It's not human. It's nothing but a demon. This sword blasted this big-headed old grandpa away, smashing into the ground and bouncing twice. By the time that big-headed grandpa climbed up, his entire head was already red, as if it was about to burst at any moment. Stealing my things and insulting me. Old Grandpa Big Head was so angry that he seemed to be about to explode, throwing the big battle in his hand away. Little boy, you're going to pay. As Grandpa Big Head roared, his body began to swell and pull up. What had been a large head became much smaller in front of this now swollen body. Zhou Yuanfang gradually turned from his original lowered head to a flat look and finally a tilted look, and that huge shadow began to envelop his entire figure. He stared, incredulously, at what had been a big-headed little old man, transformed into a lean, burly, fierce man. That arm, already twice as thick as his own thigh. And you say you're not a demon? Chapter 103, I told you it's mine. This big-headed grandfather's body completely swelled up, as if he had transformed into a small giant, and with a step across the room, he chased after Zhou Yuanfang, slamming his fist down swiftly. The wind shook as the punch caused the wind to pour down the crest of the fist. Before they were even next to each other, Zhou Yuanfang felt a tremor through the air. What if we take this punch head on? Zhou Yuanfang found the right moment to avoid it in a hurry, and once again, the sword came out. That turquoise sword chi was thick, like a mountain peak tipping over, and smashed towards that big-headed grandfather. Sculpture, how dare you show off your skills? This big-headed grandfather roared once again, and the muscles of his arms seemed to have blood vessels rippling. He raised his hands together and clasped the smashing turquoise giant sword in one hand. Then, his arms snapped and hardened, crushing this turquoise sword chi into powder. Almost at this moment, Zhou Yuanfang realized that this enemy in front of him was in a much higher realm than him. Could it be that this big-headed monster, that was in existence beyond the fifth realm? But next, there was no more time for him to think. This big-headed monster had already chased after him again, and his bushy palm had already greeted him. When he swung his palm, there was even a strong wind emerging. From a long distance away, Zhou Yuanfang was blown until his body shook. However, Zhou Yuanfang had a guess in his mind and once again pulled away. After chasing it a few times, he knew it in his mind. The big-headed monster in front of him was nothing more than a huge force. However, the speed is limited and it is not yet possible to externalize the aura. He himself just had to be careful and stall for time so that he could burn off his stamina. However, he was not able to be careless in any way. The force of this weird big-headed monster in front of me was terrifying. I was afraid that if I was hit once, I would be hardened. Zhou Yuanfang was confident that his tactics would definitely be able to take effect. Little thief, do you only know how to hide? That big head was furious, stomping his feet and roaring, jumping up to chase after Zhou Yuanfang. However, Zhou Yuanfang's feet were flickering with green light, and his body rolled over and over, avoiding it at the limit. Zhou Yuanfang was worried that the other party would calm down and recognize his calculations, and even spoke out to taunt. What? Is that the only thing you can do? Blaming others for dodging when your own strength isn't good? Why don't you just stand there still and let me attack? Big-headed monster? Hearing this name again from Zhou Yuanfang's mouth, he was even more furious and wowed. Little thieves suffer death. This big-head grandpa roared once again and pursued towards Zhou Yuanfang. Each attack hit empty space, but its force was terrifying. Zhou Yuanfang also discovered his drawback. When he struck out, he would deliberately avoid the medicinal field elixir next to him to avoid damage. Not only that, Zhou Yuanfang could also detect that his opponent's combat experience was very poor. Ask yourself, if the other party was a bit more experienced in combat, he or she would be dead or injured. But in this world, there are no ifs. But again, things won't go as smoothly as you think they will. With the high-intensity dodging, Zhou Yuanfang gradually realized that something was wrong. His own aura was not lightly depleted, and his stamina was dropping rapidly. Why was this big-headed monster still in high spirits, as if it had endless stamina? If this continues, it will be you who gets killed. Trying to consume old me's stamina? This originally furious big-headed grandfather revealed a smile as his speed was gradually climbing up. Zhou Yuanfang, who had noticed the change, gradually began to change his face. Apparently, he had sensed it. This guy in front of me is not as simple as he seems. He's deliberately raging at confusing himself. Careless, Zhou Yuanfang reviewed himself, which was negligent with his master around. It is presumptuous to assume that the opponent will simply fall for his own schemes and be drained of much of his physical strength. In fact, the person who is really drained of physical energy is the opposite. You're being greedy, wanting the spirit medicines in this medicinal field and thinking of settling me. Grandpa Big Head spoke again, having closed the distance between Zhou Yuanfang. If you just run away, you'll still be able to save your life. As for now, it's already too late. As this big-headed grandfather finished his words, He had already caught up with Zhou Yuanfang. Just when he was about to grab Zhou Yuanfang, Yi Tian, who hadn't moved next to him, opened his mouth. Alright, let's stop here. Yi Tian carried his hands behind his back and walked over in the direction of the medicinal field. It's not easy to become an elf. Don't lose your life like that. Yi Tian's words caused Grandpa Big Head, who was originally going to grab Zhou Yuanfang, to stop. He turned his head towards Yi Tian's back and frowned. He was surprised and looked over towards Zhou Yuanfang. Little thief, does your attendant always talk so droll? How dare you? Zhou Yuanfang was angry and shocked. This big-headed monster. What a great disrespectful thing to say. Yi Tian spoke from the front. Yuan where? This one is a white jade snow ginseng that has become an elf. It is estimated that it has lived for quite a few years. He is a spirit medicine that has become an elf and is not good at fighting. But if you were to compete with him in terms of physical strength, it would be strange if you could fight. As he spoke, Yi Tian also leaned over and looked towards the surrounding medicinal fields. At the same time, he nodded his head gently. They are all good spirit medicines, and most importantly, these spirit soils. In comparison, the preciousness of these spirit soils is far superior to the spirit medicines planted on that. The white jade snow ginseng formed elf clenched his fists and stared at Yi Tian's direction. Interesting, actually able to see the old man's original body, and some eyes. It looks like I misunderstood the identity of your master and servant instead. How interesting, but old me is very curious. Where does a mere refined she-realm human race get the nerve to speak up in this place? Accompanied by this roar, that white jade snow ginseng spirit monster had already jumped over towards Yi Tian's direction. Afterwards, he made a magnificent turn in midair, and finally was spiraling down to kneel in front of Yi Tian. Zhou Yuanfang? White jade snow ginseng goblin. What's the situation? Zhou Yuanfang was surprised. Had the master's hegemonic aura become this powerful? Surprisingly, he was able to make the elf kneel on his own accord. The white jade snow ginseng essence monster couldn't believe it either and looked up at Yi Tian. What the hell have you done to the old man? Yi Tian shook his head. I didn't do anything to you. To say why? It's only because you grew out of this ground. Speaking of this place, Yi Tian looked out over the surrounding medicinal fields and a smile appeared on his face. This medicinal field layout, as well as the formations, match the spiritual soil buried at the top of the mountain. This is called the Dewtop Jade Medicine Field. The layout array as well as the techniques and skills of tending to it are all created by me, and there is a branding reserved by me inside. The sperm that grows out of this ground and becomes a monster, and tries to make a move on me, of course, only kneels. Hearing Yi Tian's words, Zhou Yuanfang was truly shocked. He looked at Yi Tian. Master, really? Yi Tian looked towards the astonished Zhou Yuanfang, who was not far away, and shook his eyebrows with him. As I told you earlier, all these things are mine. Well, to describe it accurately, it should be considered mine. Chapter 104, A Bizarre Situation. Zhou Yuanfang was even staring at his eyes. Actually, he had thought that Yi Tian was acting in an overbearing manner when he said that earlier. I didn't realize that there was such a connection. Impossible. The white jade snow ginseng essence monster exclaimed. How old are you? This is the Pill King sect. This Dewtop Jade Pill Field, belonging to the Pill King sect's untold secrets. How did it become yours when it came to your mouth? Yi Tian reached out his hand and gently tapped on the forehead of this white jade snow ginseng elf. With this finger, the entire medicinal field at the top of the mountain was suddenly blooming with alabaster-like light. These lights surged out and converged within him. In the next moment, the white jade snow ginseng elf that had originally maintained the human form of the old man turned into its original posture. Zhou Yuanfang, who saw the other party's true face, couldn't help but widen his eyes. Nice guy. It was really a huge white fat jade ginseng, which just looked like a great tonic. The only beautiful thing about this white jade snow ginseng is that the top of it is pitted. Also the proportions aren't quite right and the roots are sparse on top. It was just that when Yi Tian pointed out this finger, that jade light was added on top of this white fat jade ginseng. The original potholes were successfully filled in, looking very rounded and proportions harmonized, without the feeling of false fat. The roots soften up, unlike the original which was dry and sparse. I don't know how this Pill King sect of yours inherited this pill field formation. It's clearly half-assed. As Yi Tian spoke, he once again pointed a finger over. Bang! The jade light turned into white mist, and when it dissipated, the figure inside emerged. The original grandpa with the big head is gone. In its place, there was a fat old man who was white, chubby and naive. The fat old man no longer had thinning hair, but a full head of silver hair. The body is still a short fat guy, but not the big-headed look of before, molded and very pleasing. The white jade snow ginseng elf came to look down towards itself and also felt the difference in itself. He originally had an imbalance within his body, and he couldn't even leave this place at will. Now that everything has been made up completely, one is considered completely whole. At the same time, he also sensed that the medicinal field underneath this foot had changed. It's more perfectly coordinated and runs freely. Not only that, but compared to the person who grew up in this land and grew up to this day, this human race in front of him was more like the owner of this place. Moreover, from the other side, this dewtop jade pill field was corrected and allowed itself to be perfected and harmonized. These points alone are enough to prove the truth. I'm afraid what he said is true. Thinking about this place, he knew the opportunity to change his fate had come. Its rush was to crouch on the ground and kowtow towards Yi Tian. Little old man by Yushu, meet the master. Don't call me master, you're not qualified. Yi Tian shook his head, not recognizing the other party. You can only be considered a creation that was inadvertently born because of me. Yi Tian's words made by Yusu understand. Your Excellency is right. The little old man has made a mistake. Zhou Yuanfang, who was on the side, sighed in awe and stared at the white jade beard. For the pharmacist, this white jade whisker in front of him was truly a legendary treasure to be sure. I'm afraid, this guy is a living gem. Yi Tian carried his hands behind his back as he continued to walk in the middle of this medicinal field. This incomplete field formation has created you instead. That's not bad. It would be better to move this back and put you in charge of tending the medicine field. This white jade snow ginseng spirit monster is an excellent medicine boy. Moreover, the other party grew out of his own law and had his own brand, which could not be betrayed. The Shiratsuki would obey and agree to his own words. That's why he just said stop. It's like saying the words and making the other person comply. In the future, you will follow his side. Is that clear? Yi Tian spoke again, pointing at Zhou Yuanfang. When Bai Yusu heard Yi Tian's words, his face was ugly, but he still agreed honestly. As much as he hated the man who called him a big-headed monster and poked him where it hurt, but Yi Tian had to command his words, but had to be obeyed. Zhou Yuanfang on the side, on the other hand, had a smile on his face, secretly pleased in his heart. Sure enough, it was still Yi Tian who loved himself. I don't know if it was the return of the elders that made even Zhou Yuanfang's mind seem younger. It seemed that in front of Yi Tian, he was always that child who hadn't grown up. With dependence, it just seems to be able to be slightly more capricious. And at the moment, Yi Tian asked again, Pill King sect, who was the person who started this sect? He wanted to see if the person who had started this sect was someone who had been taught by which of his own reincarnation slumber. What he had imparted, he had learned so carelessly, and the field formation he had laid was as if it was crooked. If not, how could a crooked old man be born? Hearing Yi Tian's inquiry, this white jade beard shook his head. Your Excellency, when the little old man grew up, the Medicine King sect was already in this fragmented and hidden worldly condition. Some of the circumstances in the past were also heard from the handyman disciples who tended the medicinal fields when little old me was still in the ground. Therefore, it is not clear who this Medicine King sect ancestor is. Bai Yushu replied with caution, following Yi Tian's side and watching him fiddle with the spirit medicines in the medicinal field. He already felt his heart tremble. This dewtop jade pill field was constantly filled with jade light that he was ripping out of the dirt. The jade light in that field formation, which one used to be able to feel in the past, could not do anything about it, but could only allow it to flow inside. But this one in front of me was able to grab it out and splash it at will, making the elixir grow at a rapid pace. So that's how it is. At this time, after observing the medicinal field for a long time, Yi Tian knew the situation. This hidden world formation is loose. The more people who enter the mountain will speed up the appearance of this hidden Medicine King sect. So, you take advantage of the fluctuations in the concealment formation to haul in the spirit medicine seeds from outside and cultivate them before throwing them out. That golden bell tree is even more of a big bait you threw out there. After observing almost as much as he could, Yi Tian roughly understood why this situation of treasures being born all over the place. Bai Yushu nodded his head hastily. Your Excellency is right. You are truly discerning. But, Yi Tian stood on top of this mountain and looked towards the direction of the depths in the distance. His eyes were flashing with a divine aura, as if he had seen deeper. Over there were still massive relics that were slowly rising, trying to struggle out. Looking at this situation alone, it wasn't just as simple as the Medicine King sect falling apart and hiding together. The divine aura converged. Yi Tian couldn't see much now that his strength had recovered to a limited extent. However, there is no shortage of mysteries in this Western Lian mountain. Underneath the ground, the ruins of the Pill King sect were not so simple, at least a little. This Pill King sect ruins, why did it crumble into several pieces? This space formation, it seems to be different from the beginning. On purpose? Chapter 105, one for each. Yi Tian was able to see that this place was somehow related to other hidden spaces. By the looks of it, it should be broken. Yi Tian thought back to what he had seen and mulled it over. After thinking about it, Yi Tian stated his inference. This Pill King sect's ruins should be hidden as a whole. It ended up colliding with something and thus collapsing. After all, this Pill King sect had its own created dewtop jade pill fields. Yi Tian would pay a little bit of attention to the situation of this Pill King sect. What's more, nowadays, his daughter, Yi Xiaoxiu, was moving around on this Pill King sect's ruins. After roughly determining the situation, Yi Tian did not rush to collect this medicinal field spirit medicine anymore. Yi Tian turned back and looked at Bai Yushu. In the future, you will stay in this place, tending to the spirit medicines and planting spirit rice. Hearing his command, Bai Yushu was quick to respond. Don't worry, my lord. The little old man will definitely do his best to do his job and make everything proper. After knowing Yi Tian's identity and understanding the origins in him, Bai Yushu respected the other party very much. Not to mention the fact that the other party solved their own flaws with a single swipe of their hand. From now on, one is a normal-looking person, no longer that strange-looking person. Yi Tian beckoned towards Bai Yushu again, signaling him to come before him. Yuan where? You come too. Yi Tian spoke again. Yes. Zhou Yuanfang nodded his head and went to Yi Tian's side. Yi Tian said, next, I'll explain to you guys carefully. This top jade pill field. What exactly is the situation? Hearing this, Bai Yushu was incomparably excited, and his gaze flashed with a brilliant light. To be honest, he couldn't even believe it. My lord, you really want to pass this method to little old me? Yi Tian nodded his head. If you can't learn it and can't skillfully control this place, how can you take care of the spiritual medicines in the medicinal field? Hearing this, Bai Yushu was already overjoyed, a smile blooming on that face. Zhou Yuanfang didn't ask too many questions. He knew very well that Yi Tian had allowed himself to sit in on the conversation, which also served the idea of imparting more of his skills. Subsequently, Yi Tian was instructing the two, listening to him explain the situation in detail and improve what was not right in this top jade pill field. The white jade beard became more and more surprised. If he followed Yi Tian's method, tending to the medicinal field would be easier, and this amazing effect will also affect the rice fields at the foot of the mountain. Planting and cultivation will be easier. The spirit medicines here are sent by batch to the royal capital of the Jingtian imperial dynasty outside the mountain and handed over to the Yi mansion. As long as you can take good care of the elixir and grow the spiritual rice, the elixir and subsequent spiritual rice will be delivered on time. The rest of the time you are free to move around and have as much fun as you want, and if you want to come and stay at the Yi mansion, it's not impossible. Also, don't get into trouble, but if you get into trouble, you can call me instead. After all, help me to look after the medicinal fields and grow spiritual rice. If someone bullies you, I will help you to get a statement. Yi Tian's words really caused the Bai Yushu in front of him to be a bit surprised. He stared at his eyes in some disbelief. My lord, could it be that I can already leave this space in the middle? He himself had expended his efforts to take advantage of the situation that had arisen in this space to create a situation where treasures were born all over the Shilian mountains. What is sought is, naturally, to be able to have a way out of this realm. Bai Yushu had thought that he would still have to be trapped in this place after helping Yi Tian plant spiritual medicines and spiritual rice. However, he was willing to do so when Yi Tian helped him to make up for his flaws. He only thought of doing his best, and after moving Yi Tian, he would ask the other party to let him go out to have a look and get some air. Who had thought that it was clear from Yi Tian's mouth that he had been able to go out? Yi Tian nodded his head. Naturally I can. Otherwise how can I deliver the medicine? Bai Yushu was incomparably excited and hurriedly knelt down and kowtowed in front of Yi Tian once again. Incomparably grateful. After all these years, one has never been able to get out. All one could do was to tend the medicinal fields, plant spiritual rice, and consume time. Other than that, it's just burying yourself in the dirt and sleeping through these difficult years. It was also the constant burying of himself in the dirt that made him into the earlier big head mold. Yi Tian then let Zhou Yuanfang and Bai Yushu get to know each other. After all, according to Yi Tian's instructions, in the future, Zhou Yuanfang was directly looking after the white jade whiskers. The two of them had also discarded their former enmity and shook hands because of Yi Tian's presence. As the saying goes, no fighting. Afterwards, Yi Tian was the one who carried his hands behind his back and continued to stand on top of this mountain, looking into the distance. From this position, it was just possible to see Yi Xiaoshu's bearing. Also, thanks to this special space, if anything went wrong with Yi Xiaoxiao, he would be able to step out and arrive faster. Plus, Yi Tian had also made two preparations and left a backhand in her back pocket. At the same time, in the Shilian mountains, Yi Xiaoxiao and the rest of the group continued to move around the place. Other than hunting ferocious beasts, it was picking spiritual medicines, and in the process, it continues to familiarize itself with its own power. By the time they gradually approached towards the deep mountains, they suddenly felt that the situation, as if it was different from what they had imagined. There were people all around, more and more it seemed, and none of them were very old. The vast majority of the people were students from the Willow Wind Academy's main academy as well as the 4 major branch academies. On top of that, there were some young scholars who were walking within this mountainous area. Not only that, but some younger existences could be seen walking around. And some people also recognized that these young ones were all scholars who had graduated from the Willow Wind Academy or other academies. The situation, I've already inquired about it. Fong Wei-fan jogged over and returned to the temporary resting place of the Golden Generation. After Fong Wei-fan returned, his face was excited. I heard that it was the qualification wooden plaque for the ruins that was discovered, and only those under the age of 20 were able to pick it up. If an older person picks it up, the wooden sign will leave on its own and go to an unknown place. Everyone now, like crazy, is looking everywhere. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. In this western Lian Mountain, such an opportunity had actually appeared? Under our Shilian Mountain, there are still ruins? Hearing this, Zhao Engying's eyes widened. This is something extraordinary. Everyone looked at Zhao Engying. Zhao Engying looked at a few people. Our Zhao family's old ancestor. He was the one who discovered our ruins and eventually laid the foundation of the Jingtian imperial dynasty. I've heard from my old ancestor that some of the ruins, which were some of the forces of the past era, were struck by a great change and purposely left behind to avoid the inheritance being cut off. Since this relic issues out wooden medallions that only those under the age of 20 can pick up, I guess it's a case of this kind of inheritance. Yi Xiaoxiao blinked. That wooden plaque, is it black with the word medicine inscribed on it? The crowd looked over. Fong Wei-fan nodded. Not bad, not bad. Did you pick it up? Yi Xiaoxiao thought for a moment and brought the backpack to her body and opened it, turning it over while saying, just now, on the road, I did pick it up. I saw that it wasn't simple, so I put it away. Then, in front of the horrified gazes of the crowd, Yi Xiaoxiao took out a bunch from her back pocket. Come on, one for each of us. Chapter 106. The crowd looked at the thick pile of wooden cards in Yi Xiaoxiao's hands with incomparably horrified gazes. What the hell? Why is it that Yi Xiaoxiao can have so much in her hands? Afterward, each of them was a bit dumbfounded as they took the black wooden plaque from Yi Xiaoxiao's hands. When it was finally Zhao Engying's turn, Yi Xiaoxiao's hand was already gone. It looks like I'll have to find it myself. Seeing that she didn't have any more of her own, Zhao Engying was open-minded. Yi Xiaoxiao shook her head. No, I still have it here. As she spoke, she pulled out another pile from her back pocket and gestured to show it to Zhao Engying. Crowd, they almost gave their eyes straight, and Fong Wei-fan next to them even sucked in a breath of cold air. This wooden sign, now the price has been speculated to 10,000 taels of gold. There's a price on it, and the bids are getting higher and higher, but no one will sell it. Such precious goodies are actually so abundant in your hands. Fong Wei-fan, who is poking around, is very clear about the gold content of this wooden license plate, which is really hard to find outside. Now it was better. In the hands of Yi Xiaoxiao, there was no worry at all. Terrible. Sure, Noah, put it away quickly. Ma Jiaoqiao, who was on the side, hurriedly spoke. The person who carries the jade ring is guilty of a crime. Yi Xiaoxiao listened to Ma Jiaoqiao's words and also received these wooden tags back into her back pocket. At the same time, she was also seeing the golden bell tree branches and leaves among her backpack. Although Yi Xiaoxiao felt it was strange, but when she thought about it carefully, it should have been left by her father in her place. It simply didn't matter, and after pulling the backpack closed, it was back behind him. These wooden tiles, it would be a good opportunity to dispose of them now. Next to him, Jean Duyi made his own suggestion. The crowd looked towards Jean Duyi, wondering what he meant. Macho Jojo responded instead. Change something. That's when it dawned on everyone. Not bad, nowadays. What was the situation in this western Lianshan mountain? Each one's heart was very clear. There are treasures everywhere. Surely someone would be able to find the rare elixir, and then it wouldn't be better to exchange it with the wooden license plate. What's more, Yi Xiaoxiao's father, Yi Tian, was a very powerful pharmacist. After exchanging it for the elixir, it was able to produce better results. Relatively speaking, it is more valuable than these wooden cards sitting in your hand. Seeing is believing. When the time comes, after the medicine is changed, you guys will drink along with it. Yi Xiaoxiao looked at the crowd and spoke. This wooden sign is a white pickup and very lucky. There's no need to eat alone. What's more, as Macho Joe said, the wistfulness is a sin. This thing is in its own hands, and it's the kind of thing that gets people's attention. How could you possibly keep these wooden signs by yourself alone? The only way to keep this resource is to unite those around you, and together they will keep it. Exchange it for something that will benefit them and others, and turn it around to increase their strength. It's the party that counts. Sure, Noah, you're too generous. Ma Qiao lamented, while looking at the crowd. Since Shinya shared the favor with us, then it is still our duty to be obliged. Hearing Macho Joe's words, the crowd was nodding in agreement. Kidding aside, this is something they all know to be true. The crowd was then to get up again and continue to move around the area, in addition to completing the tasks of the academy. On the other hand, it is also about finding the right client. First of all, The first customers they were going to target were naturally the students of the Willow Wind Academy's main courtyard. After all, they were both students of the General Academy, and as the saying goes, fertilizer does not flow to outsiders. On the other hand, all of them were from the Willow Wind Academy's main courtyard. If you dare to grab it, if this matter is reported, you will not be able to eat it. Macho Joe and others, of course, have their own connections. They were also familiar with people who knew some scholars with good strength and good character. And most of these people are in their third and also their fourth year of school. With the help of their connections, Yi Xiaoxiao had really exchanged this wooden sign for quite a few spirit medicines. The quality alone is extremely high and more rare. We'll keep an eye out for some more people on our side and introduce them to you if they're suitable. A scholar opened his mouth and arched his hand towards Yi Xiaoxiao. On their faces, they were all wearing smiles. To be honest, they felt they were taking advantage of it as well. One by one, they were all very aware of the value of these wooden plaques. The fact that the other party is willing to redeem it is actually considered a favor. After all, the value of these wooden medals actually far exceeded the spirit medicines they took out. Yi Xiaoxiao only agreed to the exchange because she was in front of Ma Xiaoxiao and the others, and they were all students of the Willow Wind Academy's main academy. This is a favor that still needs to be acknowledged. Right after they traded the wooden sign, they moved on to find a customer. In addition, in the course of their actions, Yi Xiaoxiao had also picked up a few wooden medals. To be honest, the crowd was a little confused. Other people are dying to find it, but these wooden tiles, in front of Yi Xiaoxiao's face, were as if they had been sent to the door of their own accord. Even the most exaggerated one they've seen. It was a wooden medal that slid down from a tree not far away and ended up bouncing through a gap in Yi Xiaoxiao's backpack. Lang Yifeng, who had witnessed all of this with his own eyes, felt that it was a bit of a ripoff when he retold it. Ing. At this time, not far away was suddenly the voice that came. Hearing this familiar voice, Zhao Ying was turning her head, and when she saw the person coming, her face revealed delight. Sis, the rest of them, when they heard Zhao Ying open her mouth and saw the person who came, they were all stunned. The other party was a heroic young woman, with a look very similar to Zhao Ying, also from the other party's physical appearance, as well as Zhao Ying's address, and what they knew, immediately recognized who the other person was. Your Highness Rapunzel. Ma Xiaoxiao was the first to open her mouth to come and salute towards the other party. Yi Xiaoxiao looked at the movements of the people around her and followed suit, only her movements were a bit awkward and not very decent. After all, this is a first. It was also precisely when Yi Xiaoxiao was saluting, the eldest princess, who was not far away, suddenly felt a bit stuffy and short of breath, not very comfortable. Sis, what are you doing over here this time? Zhao Ying asked as she looked at the other party and blinked. Hearing Zhao Ying's words, the eldest princess' face wore a smile. Isn't this what I heard, that your place is peddling that ruins wooden plaque? Sis is coming over here, cheekily asking for your help with a couple of wooden signs. Okay? Zhao Ying still had a smile on her face, only under her eyes there was something unnatural. Chapter 107, Calling the Princess Outside. Looking at Zhao Yuning in front of her, Zhao Ying showed an apologetic face and said towards the other party, Sister Ning, it's not that Ying didn't give it to you. Rather, this wooden sign is not something that belongs to me, but is owned by Shirnoa. I can't do it for her. With that, Zhao Ying continued, Sister Ning, you should have found quite a few spirit medicines this time when you went into the mountains, right? Why don't you just take out something nice and trade it with Shinobu? Hearing Zhao Ying's words, Zhao Yuning's face still wore a smile. This western Lianshan mountain, the number of people coming in is increasing, and the spiritual medicines are also very precious. This one is called Yi Shirnoa, right? After saying that, Zhao Yuning turned her head and looked over in Yi Xiaoxiao's direction. Yi Xiaoxiao nodded, with little extra expression on her face. It was just that when she looked at Zhao Yuning in front of her, she was always a little less comfortable inside. This relic of the Western Lian Mountain is a matter of great importance. Zhao Yuning slowly spoke. As a citizen of the Jingtian Imperial Dynasty, you deserve to make some dedication. As a part of the Jingtian Imperial Dynasty, you should take the initiative to take out some wooden tiles, shouldn't you? After all, I came over this time to represent not only myself, but also the Crown Prince and the face of the Jingtian Imperial Dynasty. Yi Xiaoxiao, this highness doesn't want more than that, just 5 wooden tiles, how about it? In the future, when you graduate from the Willow Wind Academy's General Academy, you can be allowed to come to my mansion to assume the position of commander. The crowd beside them, hearing Zhao Yuning's words, their expressions changed. That's a bit of a bully. Empty gloves? You're going to the princess's house to be her commander? Isn't this a guardianship? With Yi Xiaoxiao's talent, this was not a gift. It was clearly an insult. Zhao Ying's expression changed as well, and she said towards Zhao Yuning, Sister Ning, The rules of our imperial Zhao family do not allow us to bully others and take by force. Zhao Yuning smiled towards Zhao Yingying and shook her head. What nonsense are you talking about? It's clearly this Yi Xiaoxiao who is sensible and takes the initiative to offer. Where is she taking by force and bullying others? Zhao Yingying, unusual sister spoiled you. The difference between close and distant. Can't you tell the difference? Not far away. Yi Xiaoxiao involuntarily clenched the hilt of the sword at her waist. It was unusual for her to have heard from Zhao Yingying's mouth about her getting along with the crown prince as well as the eldest princess. In her mouth, Zhao Yuning was the sister who was close to her, loved her, and could let her fool around. Now Yi Xiaoxiao understood that this was only for Zhao Yingying. She's a good sister to Zhao Yingying. However, in front of her was the eldest princess of the Jingtian imperial dynasty who did not put herself in her eyes. Indeed, there is a difference between close and distant. Zhao Yuning is the daughter of the emperor's uncle, his own sister. It's all Zhou's, or the close kind. Snap! Zhao Yingying's hand slapped on the bottom of Yi Xiaoxiao's sword hilt while standing in front of her. Her hand then gripped above the hilt of the blade as she looked at Zhao Yuning with a grave expression. Sister Ning, if you insist on doing this, I'll have to report it to the Zhongrenfu. Zhao Yingying knew better. What was right and what was wrong. She was even the daughter of the patriarchal order of the patriarchate's 8th prince, Zhao Yuxing. If she helped Zhao Yuning, she would be betraying her trust and aiding and abetting the enemy. Seeing Zhao Yingying's actions, Yi Xiaoxiao was a bit surprised. She didn't expect that Zhao Yingying would be willing to help herself instead of Zhao Yuning. In fact, Zhao Yuning was doubly surprised. She also didn't expect that Zhao Yingying would actually stand against herself for an outsider. The little girl has grown up and has her own mind. It's not easy to fool her, since it doesn't make sense. Let's do it. Zhao Yuning sighed. Yingying, you have no idea how important this matter is. Hands on. The rest of them were head over heels and looked at each other. How did they get involved in such a fiasco? However, none of the people retreated. Instead, they moved closer to Yi Xiaoxiao and surrounded her. Indeed, Zhao Yuning's status was honorable, but Zhao Yingying wasn't bad either. Not to mention, the royal Zhao family of the Jingtian imperial dynasty. But whenever they committed a fault, they didn't have a good ending. I heard that it was an old royal ancestor who was still holding down the fort, and it's unforgiving. Sister Ning, if you make a move today, I'll not only tell father, but I'll also tell old ancestor. Zhao Yingying spoke out again, stopping Zhao Yuning from striking. Zhao Yingying's words caused Zhao Yuning's footsteps to lurch. In the bottom of her eyes, a touch of jealousy involuntarily surfaced. That's right, among this generation of royal children, Zhao Yingying was the only one who was special and was able to meet and chat with the old ancestor on a regular basis. Intergenerational pro. Just because Zhao Yingying looked more similar to her old ancestor when she was young, Zhao Yuning was also scornful in her heart, and in the end, she could only sigh. Fine. Yingying has grown up and has her own ideas. After she finished, she gently waved towards the surrounding area. Subsequently, many armored soldiers appeared in the surrounding forest, each one of them at the bone-hardening stage. Soldiers in armor suddenly appeared and stood in formation on either side. This scene caused sweat to seep out of the crowd's foreheads. All these soldiers around them, there were at least hundreds of them. If we really do it, we're only afraid of dying in this place. Zhao Yuning took one last look at Zhao Yingying, then led the group of soldiers away, disappearing in front of everyone's eyes. It wasn't until after the other party left that Zhao Yingying let out a long breath, her body relaxing quite a bit. She turned back towards Yi Xiaoxiao. I'm sorry, Xiaoxiao. I really didn't think that Sister Ning she would be like this. Jean Duyi, who was on the side, spoke. It's simple. She's your royal sister, not ours. I didn't expect you guys actually have the guts to hold on and not run away? Ma Jojo crossed her arms and looked at a few others. The crowd looked at her as if they were looking at an idiot. At this point, would it be useful to run away? Having just received favors from someone's father, he turns around and sells Yi Xiaoxiao out. Is he still a human being? Besides, with Zhao Yingying in this place, she was the daughter of the patriarchal order of the patriarchate. Even if Zhao Yuning is the eldest princess, would she really dare to break the rules? Who doesn't know in the Heaven imperial dynasty that the royal Zhao family has strict rules, and that if you make a mistake, you deserve to die? Yi Xiaoxiao shook her head towards Zhao Yingying, then eyed the direction Zhao Yuning had left. The tips of her fingers that clutched the hilt of her sword turned white, a feeling that Yi Xiaoxiao disliked. It's very hard to feel as if your fate is in someone else's hands. Himself. Still not strong enough? If her sword was strong enough and sharp enough, would this Zhao Yuning still dare to be so deceitful? Retracting her gaze, Yi Xiaoxiao looked at Zhao Yingying and found that the other party's expression was also a bit despondent. Yingying, Yi Xiaoxiao spoke softly. Zhao Yingying, at this time, also sighed. Now it seems that Sister Ning is actually like everyone else. Not much different. Just as Zhao Yuning thought, she had grown up and was not good at fooling around. The crowd felt palpitating. On the other side, Zhao Yuning, who had already walked away, waved her hand towards a short distance away. Shoo! An old man with a feminine face floated over from somewhere. Your Highness, what is the matter with calling the old slave? Wooden plates, 5 of them, Zhao Yuning commanded. If you didn't see it, you didn't direct it yourself. What she wants must come into her hands, and no one can stop her. Chapter 108, Give You a Chance. The feminine old man led the order, and just as he turned around, he found a handsome young man with 2 old men standing not far away. The 2 old men, standing in the shadows behind the man, could not be seen, estimated, belonging to the man's old servant. If Yi Xiaoxiao is unwilling to hand over the wooden tablet, what are you going to do? Yi Tian opened his mouth. Not bad, on that mountain. When Yi Tian saw the situation develop like this, he naturally came down the mountain and left the space. Zhou Yuanfang naturally awoke, and Bai Yuzhu, who was yearning for the outside, followed him here. Zhao Yuning frowned and looked at Yi Tian, who suddenly appeared. Who are you and what does this matter have to do with you? Yi Tian acted and was still reasonable, so he stated, I'm Yi Xiaoxiao's father. Zhao Yuning looked Yi Tian up and down. That little father? Interesting. Feel that your daughter has been wronged and come to this highness to seek an explanation? It looks like inferior people like you really don't have much self-awareness. The feminine old man next to him followed suit and floated towards this in a bizarre gesture. Great disrespect to her highness the princess, a capital offense. As a father, just go ahead and wait for your daughter in the Yellow Springs. Yi Tian looked at the old man, and then looked at those soldiers in armor, seeing them all look over indifferently, and with their eyes sweeping to their left and right every now and then. It looked as if the slightest sign of escape on his part, these soldiers would intercept him. Yi Tian sighed. Zhao Zhenyi, this waif's offspring, also came out as scum. It's also true that with so many generations of inheritance, some crookedness is normal. As Yi Tian thought about it, he stood still and didn't move, turning a blind eye to the feminine old man who was rushing towards him. This feminine old man stretched out his hand, and his thin 5 fingers were slightly bent like sharp claws, as if he wanted to scratch 5 holes out of Yi Tian's brain. Ta! A hand, suddenly reaching out from the side, grabbed the feminine old man's wrist. Little Baozi, daring to take a shot at Lao Fu's master. You have a lot of guts. Upon hearing this somewhat familiar voice, the feminine old man who was called Little Treasure Z's body trembled. It was also at this time that he looked up and saw clearly the true face of the old man who had revealed himself from the shadows. You, our old ancestor Zhou. The feminine old man was scared out of his wits and couldn't help but scream. Not far away, Zhao Yuning's breath was involuntarily held. That feminine old man, Zhao Bao, that powerful man of the palace who had followed since his imperial grandfather, was given the surname Zhao Baoer. Although Zhao Baoer could listen to herself, the other party was loyal. It was unusual for her Zhao Yuning to be polite and call out to him as Grandpa Zhao. And who else could make Zhao Baoer call out to old ancestor Zhou but that rumored 1,000 gold old ancestor? The 1,000 gold old ancestor, Zhou Yuanfang, had disappeared since before his own birth, and had not appeared for many years. Now, it actually appeared in this Shilian mountain. Wait a minute. Zhao Yuning's face gradually turned pale, and sweat began to seep from her forehead. If she hadn't heard correctly just now, this 1,000 gold elder Zhou Yuanfang seemed to be addressing Yi Xiaoxiao's father. Master? She couldn't have misheard. Master, what to do next? Zhou Yuanfang spoke out towards Yi Tian, asking for instructions. That's right. Now, whether it was Zhao Baoer, or Zhao Yuning, or even these armored soldiers behind her, it's all heard loud and clear. At this moment, they felt as if all their perceptions had been completely shattered. In the end, after the deceased, and so young, Yi Tian reached out and put his hand on Zhou Yuanfang's wrist, signaling him to relax. Give them a chance. Zhou Yuanfang listened to Yi Tian's words and loosened his hand. The white jade beard on the side, on the other hand, looked at Yi Tian with some surprise. I didn't realize that this lord, so kind, so generous. At this moment, in the eyes of Bai Yuzhu, Yi Tian's body was all blooming with a holy light. Yi Tian looked at Zhao Yuning as if he was looking at a junior, smiling and nodding gently. He then stretched out his hand, palm facing the sky, and gently lifted it. The dirt surged like boiling water. In the next moment, the yellow soil in the ground seemed to come in the form of a giant hand. Like a 5-fingered pillar of earth, it grew from the ground and rose ever higher. Whether it was Zhao Yuning or Zhao Yuanbao on the side, as well as those soldiers in armor, all of them looked at the surrounding situation with incomparable horror. And the fluctuation of the ground, even more shaking, made them unsteady. Some even fell to the ground. This, Zhao Baoer was horrified and wanted to rush out under the outbreak. It was only when he had just taken a moment to verticalize, but he found that there seemed to be an attraction in the mud that surged underneath his feet. The attraction had a deadly tug on his torso, forcing him back. Zhao Yuning was a bit helpless. Looking at the surrounding situation, she hurriedly looked over towards Yi Tian. What are you going to do? Didn't you say you'd give us a chance? Yi Tian nodded his head. Well, give me the chance to beat you all to death with my own hands. As Yi Tian's words fell, his hands steeply clenched. Snap! The huge palm that was surging with mud clenched instantly, and there was a snapping sound. They couldn't even make a sound of screaming, and this surge of dirt was buried in the ground. Seeing this situation, the white jade beard quickly stepped forward, lowered his head to observe the soil under his feet, and couldn't help but marvel. This soil is fertile and cheapens these grasses. After Yi Tian had done this, he turned around and left, continuing to go to his daughter's side, secretly protecting her. Zhou Yuanfang, along with Bai Yuzhu, continued to follow him. I thought you were going to let them go? Zhou Yuanfang couldn't help but say as he followed beside Yi Tian. Yi Tian shook his head. All of them are going to kill me and Shinny. I'm kind of defending myself. Zhou Yuanfang, would you like to listen more carefully to what you heard? The white jade beard next to him. When he looked up at Yi Tian again, he realized that the other party in his eyes seemed to have changed. The original holy light on his body seemed to have turned dark with a hint of blood red. But if you think about it carefully, yet you feel that Yi Tian seems to be very reasonable. Yi Tian led the people and rejoined Yi Xiaoxiao's side. Yi Xiaoxiao and the others still didn't know that Zhao Yuning, who had bullied her, had already become fertilizer in the soil. Roar! Suddenly, Yi Xiaoxiao and the others were raising their heads and looking towards the direction of the deep mountains. In his eyes, a horrified look emerged. In the middle of the deep mountains, the tiger demon's roar to the sky was heard. Deafening roars, from this deep mountain, vibrated in all directions. Chapter 109 I am from the Medicine King sect. The sudden sound of a tiger's roar made the people who were still exploring the Shilian mountain. All of them couldn't help but raise their heads. Each and every one of them seemed to be under a fixation spell, looking over in horror in the direction of the deep mountains. Such a terrifying roar. Just by listening to this movement alone, one was able to perceive that it was transmitted from a very far direction. The source of this tiger whistling sound was only not a bad demon race. Some of the more timid feel that there will be a great crisis, a great danger, in the West Lin Mountains. Deciding to take it for what it was worth, he hurried off towards the Western Lian Mountains. Retreat first. Ma Qiaoqiao opened her mouth and looked over towards Yi Xiaoxiao. Listening to this commotion, I'm only afraid it's a very powerful demon race. We've had a good harvest this time. Why don't we go back to the imperial capital and check out the situation first? This time out, it was decided that Yi Xiaoshu would be the main focus. Marjorie has ideas and talks to her first. Yi Xiaoxiao nodded her head. Clear that right now was not the time to be greedy. You have a point in considering this. What about you guys? You go back. I'll definitely go back, Zhao Yingying said. On the side, Lang Yifeng agreed. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall, and it is best to leave first for special circumstances that exceed our abilities. The rest of the group nodded, agreeing with the decision. The crowd then moved off, running in the direction of the mountains beyond the Western Company. This was to save their lives, so they ran very fast. It was only while running wildly, deep within the Western Lian Mountain, in all different directions, a stream of turquoise light soared up. If you looked closely, you could see that inside these turquoise rays of light, what was wrapped up was exactly a piece of black wooden plaque. These wooden tags had gone down the opening of Yi Xiaoxiao's backpack and burrowed in. Shinya, look! Because behind Yi Xiaoxiao, the rest of the people could not help but call out when they saw this spectacle. Yi Xiaoxiao also looked back, and could see the turquoise light, still at an extremely fast speed, entering her back pocket. She was shocked too. What's going on here? This bizarre situation was beyond her imagination. In no time at all, the backpack behind her was heavy and filled to the brim with those ruins wooden plaques. This is too much, isn't it? Zhao Yingying, who was following Yi Xiaoxiao, couldn't help but say, good lord, people are in constant dispute over the wooden plaque for a spot. Shinya is all packed away. Fang Weifan couldn't help but open his mouth. Jin Dui shook his head. Where is this packing up and taking away? This is taking the initiative to send it to the door. Alright, hurry up, Macho Joe said, and drew his own knife, looking around warily. That's when the rest of the group noticed the problem. Because towards the outside of the Western Lian Mountain, the rest of the people had the same idea. The people around had gradually increased, and it was able to be clearly seen that all of these wooden tags flew into Yi Xiaoxiao's backpack. Inside each one, some greed surfaced. They were even whispering to each other, only to see clearly the clothes they were wearing, and were a bit scandalized and didn't say anything. After returning to the royal capital, things will definitely spread out. I'm only afraid that there will be trouble. Seeing this situation, Lu Zhenxian couldn't help but say. Lu De on the side nodded his head. Not bad. I'm only afraid that there's going to be big trouble. After taking Xinya's favor, if something goes wrong, we'll carry it together. Speaking of this place, Ma Qiaoqiao even looked over towards Jin Dui. Jin Dui understood the meaning of the other party looking at him. I understand. There's my Jin family's identity, and the 8 Princes house behind Sheriff Zhao. As long as we stay in the Yi mansion, if someone really wants to come to the door to apply pressure, they will more or less take this factor into consideration. The crowd discussed and clustered around Yi Xiaoxiao as she quickly left and ran over in the direction of the imperial capital. It was good that Yi Xiaoxiao was very quick when they made the decision to flee the western Lianshan mountain, and those with greater strength than the depths didn't come out. Halfway there, someone was indeed evil enough to strike out towards Yi Xiaoxiao and her group, but unfortunately, with their strength, they were still a bit short of taking down Yi Xiaoxiao and the others. In the end, they were also able to return to the imperial capital without any danger and arrived at the Yi mansion. After returning to the Yi mansion, Yi Xiaoxiao realized that her father Yi Tian was not there, and only Grandpa Zhou Yuanfang had followed her back to the mansion. Meanwhile, at Zhou Yuanfang's side, there was Bai Yuzhu following. Grandpa Zhou, where is father? Yi Xiaoxiao inquired. Zhou Yuanfang explained. Master had something to do to go for a walk in the mountains, and went to look for medicine for little master. Speaking of this place, Zhou Yuanfang then pointed at Bai Yuzhu next to him. This one is none other than the medicinal artisan that the master has found to take care of the medicinal fields. His name is Bai Yuzhu. Only then did Ji Shoshu look over towards Bai Yuzhu, and then greeted him, Grandpa Bai, Gu, but it's a real setback for little old me. Bai Yuzhu waved his hands in a hurry. After the greeting, Yi Shoshu's face still showed an anxious look. Oh little master, what's wrong with you? Zhou Yuanfang asked with concern. Seeing Zhou Yuanfang inquiring, Yi Xiaoxiao explained. Grandpa Zhou, this time when we entered the Shilian mountain, our harvest was not small, but the problem was too big. Afterwards, Yi Xiaoxiao was taking out those wooden cards from her back pocket, one after another. Seeing the large pile of wooden tags in Yi Xiaoxiao's hands, Zhou Yuanfang smiled. Don't worry little master, you can keep these things. If you want to sell them or exchange them for something, it's fine. No one will rob you. With Grandpa Zhou around, how could he let the little master suffer? The white jade beard next to him also followed and opened his mouth. Miss, don't worry. With the little old man's protection, even if someone takes these, they will be able to return. Hearing this, Zhou Yuanfang also glanced towards Bai Yuzhu. I almost forgot that this white jade snow ginseng elf was the very origin of the Pilking sect. This wooden plaque, is it really for trials? Zhou Yuanfang pointed at the wooden sign and asked Bai Yuzhu. Bai Yuzhu nodded. This is natural. Within the Pilking sect, there are trials for young disciples in itself. This wooden token, I'm afraid it's a quota token refined based on the Pilking sect's internal trial with the subsequent inheritance. I'm only afraid that there's still some unknown existence sitting in the interior of this Pilking sect's ruins. Maybe, that being is discovering his excellency, knowing about the father-daughter relationship between Lord Yi and Miss Yi, and is making a gesture of goodwill. Bai Yushu's words caused Zhou Yuanfang to nod his head gently. On the side, when Ma Qiaoqiao heard this place, she couldn't help but say, Old man, are you so clear about this site? White jade whiskers stroked his beard. The little old man himself is an existence that came out of the Pilking sect's ruins, so of course he has some understanding of his own family. It's just that this Pilking sect's ruins, divided into different areas. What is the condition of the other realms? I still have a half understanding of it. Saying that, he even pointed to the Yi mansion, growing tall enough to vaguely see the golden bell tree. See, that golden bell tree is what the little old man threw out from the ruins. Sin. I didn't realize that I nearly harmed Miss Yi and everyone else with this move. For a moment, it was as if Macho Joe and the others had their throats pinched. Chapter 110, A Little Help. Wait a minute, the brains of Macho Joe and the others were, for a moment, a little confused. What the hell did they just hear? The old man called White Jade Beard in front of me. That came out of the ruins? This site, it's called the Medicine King sect? Their breathing was involuntarily heavy. Why was this white jade bearded old senior in front of him able to say such a terrible thing so calmly? Zhao Yingying looked at the white jade beard and then at Zhou Yuanfang. Why is this butler Zhou so calm? And this old grandpa, is he that big of a deal? Yi Xiaoxiao also took a deep breath and blinked. She felt her mind, for a moment, confused. What's the situation? Jean Duty on the side couldn't help but say, Old senior, if you came from the ruins, how did you survive all these years? Moreover, if you were able to survive for so long, your realm, wouldn't it be particularly high? Bai Yushu smiled. I am nothing in the realm. I just live a little longer. In the past I woke up from time to time, usually sleeping in the dirt. Crowd, sleeping in the dirt? That Zhao Yingying even laughed. Old grandpa, you're not a human being, are you? Ha 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 ha. The rest of the people couldn't help but shake their heads as they listened to Zhao Yingying's words. You've got some nerve. Only, after they waited for a moment, they did not hear any denial from Bai Yuzhu. One by one, their expressions gradually froze, and that Zhao Yingying's laughter even came to an abrupt end. You've guessed quite accurately. This fellow is indeed not human. Zhou Yuanfan patted the white jade whiskers. He is an elf that has become a white jade snow ginseng. Bai Yushu nodded gently. Not bad. It wasn't something that couldn't be said. He was an elf made of elixir, not a demon. For a while, the crowd was silent. Zhao Yingying's jaw dropped as she looked at Bai Yushu, unable to speak for a long time. She didn't think she was prophetic enough to say it. Ma Qiaoqiao even held her head in her hands. Shinya, what the hell is going on in your house? Why did she feel that this Yi mansion, so mysterious and outrageous? No wonder these wooden tiles would come flying of their own accord. So that's how it is. Jin Dui stroked his chin and pondered. Lung Yifeng looked at Bai Yushu with great curiosity in his eyes. The white jade snow ginseng has become a monster. I wonder if this old man is full of treasures. Does eating a root of his hair count as eating a ginseng? Old Ma, you're right. We're really hugging our thighs. Lu Di came to Ma Qiaoqiao's side and couldn't help but say. Li Zhenqian and Feng Weifan nodded their heads uncontrollably. Just kidding. Western Lianshan is full of treasures and the ruins are now in the world. Other people still had to snatch life and death for the quota tokens of the ruins. They followed Yi Xiaoshan and manhandled one, and now she still had a bunch of them in her bag, which she couldn't even use up. The rest of the group was still wondering what was going on at the ruins and what could be inside. They already knew that the ruins came from the Medicine King sect, and there was even a living creature from the ruins around, or the elixir became a sperm. It's more than winning at the starting line. It's clearly being in front of the finish line and taking a step forward. As for Yi Xiaoxiao, she was a bit dazed and confused. Obviously, what was happening in front of her was also beyond her imagination. I had thought that the medicine man my dad had found was just plain old grandpa, and the truth turns out to be this? Though there was already a certain amount of envisioning of her dad being great, Yi Shouxin had already done, but she hadn't really thought that daddy could be this powerful. As Yi Xiaoxiao thought about it, she couldn't help but look over in the direction of the west. So, what is daddy doing in the mountains at this very moment? And Yi Tian, who was being thought of by his daughter, was in the depths of the Shilian mountains, with his hands behind his back. He looked at the black as ink space opening in front of him. Behind that opening, it was so dark that it was impossible to see what was there somehow. Yi Tian moved when the tiger's whistle came. A more powerful demon race meant better materials. Tiger demon? It's more complementary. It was just that Yi Tian came here a step too late after all. That tiger demon entered the spatial opening. Moreover, this spatial opening seemed to overlap with the space of the Pilking sect's ruins, to a certain extent. The situation is more complicated than it seems. If Yi Tian were to enter this spatial opening alone to find out what was going on, it would not be impossible. But now that he had to take care of his daughter, this brief departure and letting Zhou Yuanfang keep an eye on him was okay. If he were to enter the depths of this opening to explore, he would have to leave for some time, and he could not rest assured. Once when he was asleep, he had left his daughter alone for so long. Right now, how could he bear to let Yi Shouxu be alone? Let's wait until our strength recovers some more and then see what happens. Yi Tian looked within himself as he thought. The creation reincarnation plate was still slowly grinding and rotating, and the strength that he had sealed inside it in the past was being finely ground and fed back to himself. Yi Tian took a step away and rushed back in the direction of the imperial capital, and as he left, deep within that black opening, the tiger demon was already falling into it. It didn't take long to hit bottom. It was at this time that the tiger demon was surprised to realize that there was an extremely dense demonic aura around him. The demonic chi was wearing down the sword intent on his wounds and was helping him recover from his injuries quickly. Not only that, his strength was rising by leaps and bounds. Good. This place, it's practically the holy land of our demon race. The tiger demon was pleasantly surprised. This western Lianshan mountain has spiritual medicines constantly surfacing and aura growing. He came over to take medicine and pick herbs, and surprisingly, he found a demonic aura leaking out. He followed the traces and actually found such a treasure. Just as he was cracking up, there was a scarlet light flickering in the middle of the darkness not far away in the depths. The tiger demon turned around alertly, and saw the black demonic chi tumbling and condensing into an illusory figure. Looking at the illusory figure, the tiger demon's hair exploded all over his body, and he bent down to maintain a pouncing stance. It's actually just a kitten. A sigh came from the tumbling figure of black mist. Something is better than nothing. Pretending to be a god, the tiger demon roared and steeply pounced forward, slapping a tiger palm over. But this palm, too, just slapped the air, and as his form disappeared into the black mist, he found these black auras pouring towards the wound. Thumbs up. As the sound of movement surfaced, the tiger demon was surprised to find that the sword intent of the wound was dissolved. The wound gradually healed. Can you relax a bit now? The voice in the black mist sounded again. The tiger demon retracted his gaze from the wound and looked up towards the black mist. What do you want? the tumbling black mist came to the tiger demon. A little help is all. Chapter 111, The True Face of the Underground. The tiger demon was silent for a long time as he looked at the tumbling black fog in front of him. Obviously, he's weighing the pros and cons. He wasn't even sure what kind of existence the black mist rolling around in front of him was. If you agree to the other side, who knows what will happen. However, sensing the dense demonic aura around him, he looked at the black mist that surged endlessly. Turning back again, he looked at the wound on his body, on which the sword intent was still being corroded. The tiger demon eventually had a decision in his mind. It's not impossible to want me to agree, but do I have anything in return? Rolling black mist circled around the tiger demon's body. Very simple. Able to make your injuries completely recovered and your strength rise to the next level. The tiger demon continued to stare at the black mist in front of him. So, what are these little favors you speak of? Outside of this western Lian mountain, in 3 directions, there are a total of 3 human forces. In every human power, there is an object of suppression that seals us. The thing you need to do is to completely destroy the suppressors of these 3 human forces. After we return, you'll be more than able to reap unimaginable benefits. Black Mist's words caused the light in the tiger demon's eyes to flicker with a different color. The previous cooperation with the human race was itself to remove the Jingtian Imperial Dynasty's Shin sword. Could it be that this Shin sword is the suppressor in the mouth of this black mist? However, the tiger demon didn't agree directly, but instead felt that something was wrong. The forces around the western Lian mountain are all mundane dynasties with limited strength. They are in charge of the thing of suppression, but they are able to suppress you in this place. So, are you guys really that strong and can you really give me enough? It's doubtful. The tiger demon's question caused the tumbling black mist to say, what truly suppresses us is not those 3 simple suppressors. After long years, we were on the verge of breaking the formation, but we were discovered by the cunning human race and landed these 3 suppressors. The existence of that suppression object is nothing more than an auxiliary object, used to stall for time. If we delay for a while longer, the great formation that suppresses us will refine us. This is our last chance. Little cat, at this moment, if you agree to help, it's a gift in the snow, and it belongs to your heavenly creation. Understand? The tiger demon who heard this already had some intentions in his heart. As this black mist said, it was indeed an unattainable creation. Okay, I promise you. The tiger demon finally made a decision. Black Mist nodded. Very well, speak your true name and let go of your mind. The tiger demon was silent for a moment and made a decision. King Red Tiger. After saying his real name, he also completely relaxed his mind. The black mist instantly rolled over, completely enveloping the tiger demon King Red Tiger, accompanied by the black mist that permeated the demonic aura. It completely wrapped Wang Chihu. A snorting motion was rising up. Obviously, the sword intent on those wounds on Wang Chihu's body had been almost cauterized. When the black mist receded, Wang Chihu was able to feel his own power, which had been greatly increased. The fur of his body, too, was stained black. The flames lingering on his body also transformed from crimson to black and red interlaced, causing the temperature to climb throughout the underground space. Roar! As a whistling sound rang out, the bones within Wang Chihu's body had made a snapping sound. His massive body was shrinking, as if his flesh and bones had been folded. The original prostrate posture was also turned upright. Wang Chihu this was transformed into a human form, in the shape of a tall, strong man with a black robe and bare chest. In addition, some black and silver colors were stained in the long reddish hair on his head, but like the tiger's tail of a steel whip, it burrowed out from under the black robe. Also on his face and the backs of his hands, he had some dark hairs, tiger ears on the top of his head, and his pupils were brilliant gold. Recovering from his injuries, he had not only regained his original peak power, but had also taken it a step further. Wang Chihu was also able to take human form. It feels very good. Wang Chihu lowered his head, looked at his hands, and steeply clenched his fists. A dark red blaze lingered all around his body. The feeling of power pouring out of your body in a steady stream was very painful. It was a deal that was very satisfying to him. And after this deal was over, Wang Chihu raised his head and looked towards the front. The black fog here gradually dissipated, allowing him to see the layout clearly. This place is an underground palace. Above that lofty black and gold palace, a mountain fell. This mountain was very odd. It looked chubby and there would be some metallic colors exposed in the rocks. This round, fat mountain pressed down on the black and gold palace, and every now and then light would flash out. Seeing this scene, Wang Chihu's heart deduced. The existence that granted one's chance was only sealed in this black and golden hall. Ahead, on the black and gold hall, the light from the big, round, fat mountain would leak out some gaps from time to time. But soon, there would be a surge of power coming out from afar, toward the area where the light had been crippled to fill in the gaps. The breath of an emperor. Wang Chihu could detect the source of this power after feeling it carefully. The emperor's aura? I see. Wang Qihu understood that the three forces surrounding the Western Lian Mountain were all human imperial dynasty forces. If the dynasty has good weather and the country's fortune climbs, the imperial aura will also become stronger. The town objects of the three human forces only use the emperor's qi to make up for the defects of the suppression formation here and delay the time. Thus, the existence in this black and gold palace was subdued alive. This is some of the breath that I managed to accumulate and escape. Once again, movement came from the black and gold palace. Go on. Wang Qihu could feel that there was a brand in his heart and soul. This seal will allow itself to go forward and do its work. All this that you have gained will be gone from you if you backtrack. I will do it as soon as possible. Wang Qihu promised and finally left the space. After leaving this place, when Wang Qihu looked back, he realized that the original spatial opening had disappeared. He gazed in the direction of the disappearing spatial opening and realized in his heart, it looks like he was attracted here in the underworld, all by the suppressed existence, intentionally guiding. Are these suppressed existences the strongest members of the demon race from the past era? Wang Qihu's thoughts were racing, and after thinking for a moment, he moved to leave the western Lianshan range. He was prepared to leave the western Lian mountain first and make a move on the town objects of the other two dynasties. Finally come to this Jingtian imperial dynasty and solve the problems of this place. Of the three imperial powers, the Jingtian imperial dynasty was the most powerful. The hard bones, of course, should be left to the end to be gnawed. Making a decision, Wang Qihu quickly left. His body seems to have turned into a black stream of light, toward the more western side of the front, and when Wang Qihu went far away and left, all kinds of news had already filled the sky within the imperial capital of the Jingtian imperial dynasty. Chapter 112, Respect for Teachers. Within the imperial capital, the various news that were flying around were of course related to the western Lian mountain. On Yi Tian's return, he knew that his daughter, Yi Xiaoxiao, had already moved off and gone to the Willow Wind Academy's main courtyard. They all acted together. Yet the general hospital was there to submit the mission. After all, they were still in the assessment stage. What's done is done, after all. And Bai Yushu, too, had finished his business. First, of course, the golden bell tree was tended to. Additionally, arriving at the medicine fields within the Yi mansion, he was in awe. The construction of the medicinal field allowed this unusual field to grow spirit medicines that were already comparable to the Dew-top jade medicinal field at the ruins. When Bai Yushu looked at that Yi house as a Chinese medicine field, he couldn't wait to plant himself in it and feel it. In the end, Bai Yushu was the one who transplanted the spirit medicines he brought over, in the middle of the medicinal field, to maintain the spirituality. There was also a point where Bai Yushu took out some of the black soil from the ruins and scattered it in the medicinal fields of this Yi mansion. In this way, it was able to help the elixirs in this medicinal field grow quickly. After everything was semi-complete, Bai Yushu took his leave, and when Bai Yushu left, Zhou Yuanfang arrived at Yi Tian's side and narrated what had just happened. Master, with such a large amount of ruins quota tokens arriving in the hands of the young master, she will be spotlighted by all parties in the entire imperial capital. The next stage is not one that can be well survived for the little master. Hearing Zhou Yuanfang's words, Yi Tian nodded his head gently. Wealth is not exposed to the outside world. She should act more carefully. Zhou Yuanfang agreed. After this incident, little master should act more prudently in the future. But master, if someone takes it by force, Yi Tian looked at Zhou Yuanfang. You should step in directly. Things have reached this point. It's already beyond the boundaries of what she can handle. Today's situation was no longer something that Yi Xiaoxiao, a little girl, could handle. She was surrounded by nothing more than a bunch of kids, and it was amazing to have made it this far. Things went further down the road, and it was no longer considered a grind for Yi Xiaoxiao. Rather, it was the world of adults that was going to crush her. At this point, it's the father's turn to protect her, just as Zhou Yuanfang had feared. Yi Xiaoxiao was indeed under a lot of pressure nowadays. On the way to the Willow Wind Academy's main courtyard, they had already realized that someone was not far away, staring at them. If not for the fact that they were in the imperial capital and they were students of the Willow Wind Academy's General Academy, I'm just afraid that someone will have to step in and grab it. After Yi Xiaoxiao and the others entered the Willow Wind Academy's main courtyard, there were even more people who looked over this way. Rumors, naturally, they had heard. There were even scholars from the Willow Wind Academy's main courtyard who had seen that spectacle with their own eyes on their way back. A good number of the tokens from the western Lianshan mountain ruins flew to Yi Xiaoxiao's hands of their own accord. Moreover, there were quite a few people who had exchanged their tokens with Yi Xiaoxiao through spiritual pills. Yi Xiaoxiao, I have quite a few spirit medicines here, and I would like to exchange them for a token. Is that possible? A scholar couldn't help himself and took the initiative to look for it. And he also displayed his spiritual medicines, which were in great quantities and very precious. Yi Xiaoxiao didn't make a sound, and they had talked before coming earlier. In terms of bargaining, let Macho Zhou step in. Next to her, Ma Xiaoqiao spoke up at this moment. You reserve a spot first, and go to Yi Xiaoxiao's house to exchange it at that time. That ruins quota token. It's so valuable. It's impossible for us to bring it with us. Macho Jojo's words made the schoolboy nod lightly. Next to him, Jean Duyi spoke. I'm Dean Jin's own grandson. With my guarantee, we agreed that we wouldn't go back on our word. This scholar nodded his head gently, clearly recognizing Jean Duyi's words, and didn't dwell on it much, saying thank you to Yi Xiaoxiao before turning to leave. On the way, there would still be schoolchildren who would come up and offer to climb in for a trade. The vast majority are 3rd and 4th year grade A academy students. They were much stronger and had picked a lot of good spirit medicines, so they had the backbone and the price to exchange with Yi Xiaoxiao. The road went on, and they arrived at the place where they had submitted their mission. Upon arriving here, many people's gazes towards Yi Xiaoxiao and the others changed. Just as they finished submitting their tasks and were about to leave, one of the lecturers approached and blocked their way. Yi Xiaoxiao didn't recognize the other party, but Ma Xiaoqiao and the others knew. The other party was from the Yuan family, which belonged to the great family of the Jingtian imperial dynasty. The Yuan family has produced 2 prime ministers in one family, and is in the limelight. This Yuan family member in front of him was even a lecturer of the Grade B Academy in the 3rd academic year. Yi Xiaoxiao, I heard that when you were in the South City branch before, the lecturer was Yuan Cheng? This Yuan family lecturer revealed a smile. She is a Yuan family collateral descendant. Speaking of which, we also have a connection. Yi Xiaoxiao nodded gently towards the other party, frowning just a little. She knew that the lecturer Yuan Cheng had also lived in poverty in the past and seemed to be in conflict with her family and was not well received. Dad had gone up to Yuan Cheng's door with some thank you gifts in order to thank him for looking for it. When I spoke to Yuan Cheng, I also heard about her plight. Yuan lecturer's parents, who were brutalized by the demon race, were in a difficult situation in the Yuan family, and neither of them received much help, and they all relied on themselves. Now, this Yuan family lecturer stopped the way and took lecturer Yuan to draw her closer, making her a little less comfortable. When Yuan Cheng's lecturer was in distress, your Yuan family, as a powerful family with 2 phases, did not care. Now that you want to get laid, you're taking advantage of her? As for why, she concluded that the other party was a pleasing place. Yi Xiaoxiao was not stupid. Fruity, the Yuan family lecturer spoke again. For the sake of Yuan Cheng, could you not even out a few quota wooden tiles? Yi Xiaoxiao, I have 20 spirit medicines here, and our Yuan family will remember your favor. Hearing this, a few people on the side looked over and their faces changed slightly. Although elixirs were expensive, there were highs and lows, good and bad. These 20 spirit medicines were clearly spirit nurturing herbs that were able to be planted. Although not cheap, they could be bought for a price. The scholars who had come earlier to propose a trade had taken out for a price, and this time, the Western Lianshan's top harvest. Although the 20 plants were many, in terms of value alone, it was only 10% of the value of the spirit medicine taken out by the first student who opened his mouth. And, people are only redeeming one. You've got a big face for asking for several of them. I'm not changing. Unhappy, Yi Xiaoxiao shook her head and was about to leave. However, just as Yi Xiaoxiao moved, this Yuan family's lecturer shifted his pace horizontally and stopped in front of Yi Xiaoxiao. Yi Xiaoxiao, let's discuss this a bit more. How about I add 10 more of these spirit-nurturing herbs? This Yuan family lecturer smiled. You should know that if you don't honor your teachers, you will also be expelled from the Willow Wind Academy. Chapter 113, You're messing with the wrong person. Several people's expressions changed. This Yuan family's lecturer was clearly bullying. When did the lecturers of the Willow Wind Academy become able to threaten the students and force them to buy and sell? Jean Duyi stepped forward and frowned. He was a son of the Jean family, and his grandfather was even a Jean right wind, so he naturally wouldn't be afraid of this Yuan family's lecturer in front of him. Next to her, Zhao Yingying also stepped forward. The Yuan family, when did they become so brutal and have to rob our little children? After these 2 people took the initiative to take the lead, the rest of the people also moved closer to Yi Xiaoxiao and did not make a sound. Although their family's background was not bad, it was still a step behind compared to the Yuan family. Now that Jean Duyi and Zhao Yingying had taken the initiative, the 2 of them acted as the main force to carry the pressure of the Yuan family's lecturers. They should not just open their mouths to add to the chaos, and just stand by Yi Xiaoxiao's side and support her silently. Look around at the people swarming around you and speaking up in your favor. Yi Xiaoxiao could feel a warm current surfacing within her heart. It's a huge change to compare the lonely life of the past to today. She is no longer alone. The Yuan family's lecturer, looking at Zhao Yingying in front of him, as well as Jean Duyi on the side, had a somewhat gloomy expression. Obviously, the identity backgrounds of the 2 people here still caused him some pressure. However, this Yuan family's lecturer also knew very well that this was a rare opportunity. While the Jin family and the 8th prince's side didn't react, it was only right to take the initiative to oppress Yi Shoshu. Behind him, there's more than just the Yuan family. How about this? How about adding 10 more heart-nourishing grasses? This Yuan family's lecturer spoke again. Heartwort? Upon hearing the name of this spirit medicine, Zhao Yingying's expression changed slightly. The heart-nourishing grass was a special elixir that was capable of calming the mind and clearing the mind after swallowing it. After taking it before practicing, it can make practicing martial arts twice as effective with half the effort. But this heart-raising grass is the property of the 4th prince's house, and it seems to have been introduced from a kingdom in the west. That's right, the 4th prince also wished to obtain some quota wooden tiles, but he was inconvenient to come forward and asked me to do it for him. The Yuan family lecturer spoke again. It made the weight of his words a few points heavier. Of course, after the deal is over, I will naturally withdraw from the Willow Wind Academy General Academy. After all, this behavior of mine is certainly not something that the Willow Wind School can tolerate. Yuan Jiao lecturer's words caused Ma Xiaoxiao's expression to change as she whispered in Yi Xiaoxiao's ear. He's preparing to sacrifice his future. Everyone knew that the benefits of being a lecturer at the Willow Wind Academy's main academy were very good. This Yuan family lecturer in front of him was willing to give up his status as a lecturer at the Willow Wind Academy's main academy. I'm afraid there's support from the Yuan family and the 4 royal families behind him, letting him let go and do it. There will definitely be some compensation later, but let him take the blame for bullying the smaller ones first. When mentioning this place, this lecturer from the Yuan family also looked over towards Yi Shoshu's direction once again. On his face, he wore a smile. Yi Xiaoxiao, although the Jin family is a large family, I can't afford to mess with the 8th prince. But can you and your father afford to mess with the Yuan family and the 4 kings? They can protect you now, but after all, it's between children. Do you think these 2 families will really protect you and your father for the rest of your lives? The words of the Yuan family's lecturer could be described as heartbreaking. It made Yi Xiaoxiao's expression turn slightly white. The Yuan family in front of us is a family with 2 prime ministers in power. And then there's the 4th prince's house. That's a royal prince. Wouldn't he, himself, have gotten daddy into a world of trouble? Yi Xiaoxiao is not afraid of challenges, but to dad to incur such a big thing, big trouble. Shinya, there's no need to be afraid. Father will definitely not let anything happen to you. Zhao Yingying on the side hurriedly spoke. She believed in her father and knew that Zhao Yizi was definitely not the kind of person who was ungrateful. He himself had such a creation in the Yi mansion. Surely father would not ignore it. Although Uncle Yi was powerful, he was a pharmacist after all, and like a hermit, he didn't have much to fall back on. Although on the surface, there was a certain amount of business dealings with the Zhou family, but in the face of the pressure from the Yuan family and the 4 royal families, would the Zhou family still do it for him? Jin Dudi narrowed his eyes and gestured behind his back, signaling Lang Yifeng, who had a very weak presence, to quietly move away. Lang Yifeng also understood Jin Douyi's idea. This was to let himself be tipped off to Dean Jin. Only when he was ready to move, he realized that his way was blocked. Looking closely, that person was none other than the Yuan family scholar. It looks like this Yuan family lecturer is going to walk all the way to the black, right here in this place, forcing Yi Xiaoxiao to give in. Yuan Liang, you really don't have any face at all. A teasing voice came from the side. Hearing the voice, Yi Xiaoxiao and the others looked over and saw that the person coming was none other than their second academic year grade A academy lecturer, Zhou Yud. Seeing Zhou Yud's arrival, Yuan Liang's expression was a bit ugly. If it was Zhou Yud who wanted to cross the line, things would be in trouble. The other party was the same lecturer as himself, and it was even if he was stronger than him. It was also the first son of the Zhou family's contemporary head, Zhou Xuanfu. In comparison, he himself could only be considered an ordinary son of the Yuan family. It is also the fact that one's status is not high, so one can only do this kind of dirty work and try to find ways to improve one's status and wrestle with it. Things have come to this. Yuan Liang can only harden his head. Zhou Yud, this trip muddy water. You do not need to flow. Do you want to involve the Zhou family in this whirlpool for an outsider for no reason? Yuan Liang's words caused the minds of the crowd, which had been slightly more relaxed, to tense up. If you think about it, what Yuan Liang said was right. Zhou Yud was righteous, but would he really go against the Yuan family and the 4th prince's house for Yi Xiaoxiao? Would it really pit the Zhou family against the Yuan family and the 4 royal families for the sake of Yi Xiaoxiao? Zhou Yud walked over to Yi Xiaoxiao's side and stood in front of her after looking down at the other party. Yuan Liang, you're representing the Yuan family, representing the 4 royal mansions, and you have to buy by force, right? Zhou Yud looked solemn. He's gotten the message. The little master's trials and tribulations, up to this point, have come to an end for the time being. Now that the adults on the other side had gotten off the field, it was time for the adults on their side to get on the field. Yuan Liang rode a tiger, but after looking at Zhou Yud for a long time, he seriously said, Not bad. He didn't believe that Zhou Yud was really able to continue to carry on with himself for the sake of Yi Xiaoxiao. Very well. Zhou Yud spoke of this place and looked at Jin Dudi. Go find your grandfather and tell him that the Yuan family bullied Yi Xiaoxiao of the Yi Mansion. From today onwards, in the Willow Wind Academy's main academy and the 4 major branch academies, no matter whether they are lecturers, deacons, or students, but anyone who is a member of Yuan's family, expel all of them from the Willow Wind Academy. Yuan family members, never employ them. Speaking of this place, Zhou Yud turned back to Yuan Liangliang and sneered. Yuan Liangliang, your Yuan family has messed with the wrong person. Chapter 114, Grandpa, you're a stranger. Zhou Yud's words caused the surrounding area to instantly fall silent. Jin Dudi even froze in place, looking at Zhou Yud for a long time unable to speak, even though Zhou Yud's words sounded very relieving. But Jin Dui also knew his grandfather well. How could he agree to such a request? Willow Wind Academy's General Academy taught rules, and this Yuan Liangliang of the Yuan family was utilizing the rules. He knew that the Willow Wind Academy General Academy would only punish himself and would not taint anyone else. Zhou Yud's request was practically the equivalent of asking Grandpa to take personal revenge. Ha ha ha, came the jeering voice from the front. Naturally it was Yuan Liangliang. He looked at Zhou Yud in front of him. Lecturer Zhou, do you know what you're saying? Zhou Yud didn't pay attention to Yuan Liangliang, but instead looked at Jin Dui. What are you still frozen in this place for? Why don't you go inform Dean Jin? Faced with Zhou Yud's strong request, Jin Dui could only turn around and prepare to report the news. With Zhou Yud here to give the word, the other scholars couldn't do anything to stop them. Just when Jin Dui was just about to leave, he happened to be the one who saw his grandfather, Jin Yuefeng, walking this way, and before Jin Yuefeng even got close, he had already voiced, "What are you looking for me for?" Jin Rightwind came over and naturally heard the news. He had long ago arranged for someone to secretly watch Yi Xiaoxiao, and he needed to notify himself of any windy movements. Receiving the report message, he knew that Yuan Liangliang had stopped Yi Xiaoxiao and wanted to make things difficult for her. Jin Rightwind is coming over immediately to avoid something happening. When he happened to come over, he heard Zhou Yud say that he had asked his grandson to come to him. The arrival of Jin Yuefeng caused the expressions of the crowd to change. This matter was really a big deal, and the number of people gathered around them grew. Seeing the situation around him, Yi Xiaoxiao also knew that this was a big commotion. For having gotten so many quota wooden tiles, Yi Xiaoxiao suddenly felt that it was really a hot potato. It was originally a good thing to be able to exchange for spiritual medicines, but now it was really a heavenly trouble. Dean Jin. Seeing Jin Rightwind arrive, Zhou Yud was just about to open his mouth when he was directly interrupted. The person who spoke out to interrupt him was none other than Yuan Liangliang on the opposite side of the room. Yuan Liangliang arched his hand towards Jin Yuefeng. Dean Jin. I'm merely looking for Scholar Yi Xiaoxiao to ask for a wooden plaque for a place in the western Lianshan mountain ruins. Zhou Yud suddenly came looking for me and had to say that I was bullying Yi Xiaoxiao. And have your grandson find you to report that all of our Yuan family members who are in the Willow Wind Academy, whether they are lecturers, deacons, or scholars, must be expelled and never employed. Yuan Liangliang spoke of this place, making Zhao Yingying unable to resist. You're talking nonsense. It's clearly you who wanted to forcefully buy Xinya's wooden sign. You also threatened her that if Xinya didn't agree, you would have to lay hands on Uncle Yi to her. Yuan Liangliang shook his head. Sheriff, words can't be spoken carelessly. I'm just saying that if Yi Xiaoxiao doesn't agree, I'll pay a visit to her father. After all, there's a lot at stake, and she may not be able to make a decision. But her father, who always understands what's at stake, will say yes. Yuan Liangliang said this beautifully, but Zhao Yingying and the others knew it very well. He was still threatening Yi Xiaoxiao. On the other hand, Jin Dui was observing the expression of his grandfather, Jin Rightwind, and realized that his face had clouded over when he heard about this place. Jin Yuefeng looked at Zhou Yud. What do you mean? Upon hearing this, Kim Dui was familiar with his grandfather. Understand that it's bad. Zhou Yud's words only angered Grandpa. The surrounding crowd, seeing Jin Yuefeng sullenly asking Zhou Yud. I had expected Zhou Yud to muddle through or avoid the issue, but to no one's surprise, Zhou Yud graciously admitted, it was indeed my intention. Yuan Liangliang on the side, immediately opened his mouth. Dean Jin, you heard, he personally admitted, I did not slander him. At this time, Jin Yuefeng, however, looked over in Yi Xiaoxiao's direction. Seeing Jin Yuefeng looking at himself, Yi Xiaoxiao was a little worried in her heart if she had really incurred something heavenly. However, when he looked at Yi Xiaoxiao, Jin Yuefeng revealed a smile that was somewhat loving. Yi Xiaoxiao blinked. What did this Dean Jin suddenly mean by smiling towards himself? The Jin Dui next to him even shivered. Are you kidding me? Is this the kind of smile that would appear on your own grandfather's face? What's the situation? Then Jin Yuefeng quickly converged his smile and looked at Zhou Yud once again. Can it be so ostentatious? Zhou Yud sneered. This is no longer a dispute between the students of the Willow Wind Academy. Look at this Yuan family, and the one from the Four Kings house, bullying a child. Meh, what's more, do you think I'd say that without permission? Zhou Yud knew that Jin Yuefeng's words were all about asking something. It was nothing more than this matter, whether Yi Tian knew about it or not, and whether he still wanted to continue sharpening Yi Xiaoxiao. As for Jin Yufeng, he also knew what that lord meant from Zhou Yud's reply. Finally, Jin Yuefeng turned around and looked at the person across from him. Yuan Liang. Yuan Liang nodded in agreement. Dean Jin. Jin Yuefeng slowly spoke. As a lecturer of the Willow Wind Academy's main academy, he bullied the small by bullying the big and forcibly bought the things of the students. You are so arrogant and domineering in the Yuan family. With your low status, you can't even dare to imagine how terrifying the rest of you, the Yuan family, are. When Jin Yuefeng spoke of this place, everyone's expressions began to change. It's not right, Dean Kim. You're not starting this conversation the way you thought you would. From now on, every Yuan family member in the Willow Wind Academy, no matter what their status is, all of them get out of Willow Wind Academy and will never be hired. When Jin Yuefeng said this, he was already operating his aura like a thunderbolt that resounded throughout the entire range of the Willow Wind Academy's main courtyard. All around, there was instant silence, waiting for the next moment. It was immediately an explosion. Did I hear you right? Dean Kim actually made a decision? That was a bit like gaslighting just now, wasn't it? Lecturer Zhou, did Dean Kim really execute it? This is going to be a big deal. How can the Yuan family possibly stop? Is this Dean Jin going up against the entire Yuan family for the sake of a single Yi Xiaoxiao? Yuan Liang was also unbelievable, staring with wide eyes. Dean Jin, how can you? Jin Yuefeng carried his hands behind his back. You can go back and talk to your Yuan family head, and if you have any objections feel free to come to me. Big deal. I can get into a life and death ring with your Yuan family, unless I die. This order of the academy will not be revoked. Jin Yufeng's words startled Yuan Liang into staggering back. His mind almost stopped spinning. He couldn't think straight at all. As for that, what's wrong with you, Jin Yuefeng? You're putting your life on the line. That Yi Xinshin, is she worth it? And of all the people present, the one who was going to be the most surprised was Jin Duyi. He stood frozen in place, looking at Gold Right Wind. Grandpa, you make me feel so strange. Chapter 115, Little Master. Master is calling you home. The surrounding crowd was all shocked by Jin Yuefeng's words and behavior. Acting in such a way is completely at odds with his past style. If I had to say what the difference was, it would be as Zhou Yud said, messing with the wrong people. Yi Xiaoxiao Yi of the Yi Mansion. Many people's gazes shifted and focused on Yi Xiaoxiao's body. What on earth is she about that she can make Jin Right win so? But the matter of Wu Lizong, the matter of the joint examination of the four major branch academies, and the promotion to the Grade A Academy when he first entered the main academy of the Willow Wind Academy. It has already made a lot of people curious, exploring who she is and knowing what she has been through all those years in the past. My father has been in a coma for years and comes from a bitterly cold background. How do you look at it? It's not someone with a big background, but it makes Jin Right win this protective. Also, what's the deal with this Chow Yaotak? Yuan Liang, since you've been expelled from the Willow Wind School, mention it to your Yuan family head when you return. Also, mention it to the fourth prince's house. From now on, our Zhou family's 1,000 Gold Chamber of Commerce will turn away every single member of the Yuan family, and any previous cooperation will all be suspended. The same goes for the fourth prince's house, and those medicines that are raised should no longer be sent to the chamber. Zhou Yud's words shook the crowd even more. Among the imperial capital of the Jingtian imperial dynasty, the 1,000 Gold Chamber of Commerce covered too many aspects. If the 1,000 Gold Chamber of Commerce really turned away the Yuan family, it would be very difficult to move around, though not by an inch. Not to mention the others, just the various resources that needed to be procured for unusual cultivation would need to be purchased at the 1,000 Gold Chamber of Commerce. Not to mention that some of the finest consumables that Yuan's family needed for reading had to be purchased from the Chamber of 1,000 Gold. On top of that, a lot of the Yuan family's business relied on the 1,000 Gold Chamber of Commerce to operate. If the business side is cut off, it is equivalent to cutting off one of the Yuan family's arms. In addition, according to Zhou Yud, wouldn't this Zhou family be on the opposite side of the Yuan family? And also against the fourth prince's house. Zhou Yud, have you lost your mind? Yuan Liang looked at him. Are you clear about what you're actually saying? Are you trying to represent the Zhou family and make a complete break with us? The Yuan family and the four royal mansions? The cost of that is not for you to decide. Not only was Yuan Liang surprised, the rest of the people were even more shocked by Zhou Yud's words. For the sake of Yi Xiaoxiao, the Zhou family actually wanted to break with the Yuan family and the four royal families to this extent? What a crazy day for them to witness such a bizarre situation. Even Yi Xiaoxiao herself was a bit confused as she looked at Zhou Yud. her mind going a bit blank. Ma Xiaoxiao and the others also looked at Zhou Yud for a moment, and then down at Yi Xiaoxiao. What the hell? Zhou Yud was the son of the Zhou family's head, and a man of uncommon status. Earlier, escorting Yi Xiaoxiao could still be understood as protecting the students of his academy and fulfilling his duties as a lecturer, but there is no explanation for this behavior at the moment. The people who gathered around to watch, that was getting more and more. The people who came from behind, that's when they heard there was a bustle, that's when they gathered. People who arrived later, curious to ask around, roughly understand the cause and effect, all clamored. They only knew that there was something big over here, and they didn't realize that it had gotten into this mess. Arigato. At the back, a voice suddenly came. Many people turned around, and when they saw the visitor, their pupils all contracted. That's the head of the Zhou family, the president of the 1,000 Gold Chamber of Commerce, Zhou Sun. This time things have gotten lively, to the point of alarming this great man. Could it be that what lecturer Zhou said was too exaggerated, and that's why family head Zhou rushed over to explain the situation? It makes sense, or else it's too outrageous, right, to cause the two great clans to fight over that Yi Shoshu? The crowds gathered around them were whispering. Jin Yuefeng saw Zhou Xuanji arrive and nodded towards him. Zhou Xuanrui also nodded gently in response. Father. Zhou Yud followed and saluted when he saw Zhou Xuanju arrive. Zhou Sunluo glanced at his son. Then his gaze shifted and rested on Yi Xiaoxiao's body. When she saw such an adult gaze as Zhou Xuanji's, resting on herself, Yi Xiaoxiao couldn't help but tense up. She was just about to open her mouth to say hello when Zhou Sunluo took the lead and said to Yi Xiaoxiao, Young master, master said that you should return to the mansion to cultivate, and county master Zhao, as well as all of the young master's fellow students of the same year. The master has said that you should also return to the house, and together you will add training to digest the medicinal power in your body. Speaking of this place, Zhou Xuanrui once again looked at Zhou Yud. Yud, take the young master, as well as the others, back first. Zhou Yud nodded. Yes, father. Afterward, Zhou Yud revealed a smile towards Yi Xiaoxiao. Little master, let's go back. The noisy chatter around them was instantly silent. Ravenous. Each and every one of them was staring with wide eyes, incredulously looking at what was happening on this side, wondering if they had heard wrong. Zhao Yingying's mouth was wide open as she looked at Zhou Xuanrui and then back to Zhou Yud. It was followed by looking over towards the surroundings, looking at the incomparably shocked and extremely shocked expressions of the crowd. Finally, his gaze rested on Yi Shoshu, who was also dumbfounded. Nice guy. This is not a manifestation of sainthood in front of people. This is clearly a seance in front of people. She couldn't pretend. If you want to pretend, you really can't pretend to be Shinobu. And the main character of the whole incident, Yi Xiaoxiao, stood there completely dumbfounded, somewhat at a loss for words. In the end, like a puppet, he was led away by Zhou Yud. Zhao Yingying, on the other hand, hung her head and followed behind with a posture of complete defeat. As for Macho Zhou and the others, that's you looking at me and me looking at you. Jin Duyi even looked at his grandfather. Jin Right Wind, Grandpa, I'm going to go later. Jin Yuefeng interrupted with a cold face. To be able to listen to Lord Ye's teachings in the Yi Mansion, that's your luck. If you dare to do anything out of the ordinary, I'll shoot you myself. Jin Duyi sucked in a mouthful of cold air and finally nodded his head vigorously. Yes, then he honestly followed it away. As for Ma Xiaoxiao and the others, they heard the conversation between Jin Duyi and Jin Rightwind's grandparents from the side, and were so scared that they hurriedly chased after Zhou Yud. Only after seeing Zhou Yud off with Yi Xiaoxiao and the others did Zhou Sunluo turn back to Yuan Liangliang, whose face was white as a sheet. I'm also too lazy to make things difficult for you. A junior, get lost and go back to report. Zhou Xuanji chided towards Yuan Liangliang. The 1,000 Gold Chamber of Commerce will no longer do business with the Yuan family. After saying that, Zhou Xuanji signaled towards Jin Yuefeng again to talk to him about something. Jin Yuefeng readily agreed, and before he left, he also said towards Yuan Liangliang, you Yuan family members seize the time to pack up your things and get lost quickly. After saying that, Jin Yuefeng and Zhou Xuanji left together. After the two disappeared as well, the silent surroundings once again became noisy. What did we just hear? Really? Then Yi Xiaoshu's father. What exactly is the situation that the Zhou family's head calls him master? Dean Jin also called him Lord Yi. Hiss. In an instant, this news instantly swept through the entire imperial capital like the wind. Chapter 116, Impossible. Leaving the Willow Wind schoolhouse, on the way back to the Yi mansion, none of the group spoke. A crowd of people, all of them were still immersed in the shock of what they had just seen. Even though they all knew that Uncle Yi was very powerful, they didn't expect it to be this powerful. It's a bit of a stretch. Lu Zhenqian, Fang Weifan and Lang Yifeng were all at a loss for words. The only feeling the three had today was that they had really gotten lucky. What virtue and ability did they have to be able to cultivate with someone like Yi Xiaoxiao and have someone like Yi Tian personally refining the medicinal power? Ma Xiaoxiao was even more surprised. Their Ma family was a general's family of the Jingtian imperial dynasty. She greatly admired her grandfather who was a grand marshal, but she could often lament from his mouth. Zhou Xuanfu, the head of the Zhou family, was extremely strong in battle and went into business to waste his talents. However, in his grandfather's mouth, the head of the Zhou family was someone who had very much his own ideas and had his own pride. Even such an existence had to address Yi Tian as master? As for Jin Duyi, his brain was even more buzzing. His grandfather was both familiar and strange. Rather, it was Zhao Yingying who, after coming back to her senses, turned towards Zhou Yud and said, "Lecturer Zhou, what exactly was going on just now?" Zhou Yud knew what Zhao Yingying was asking. The young master has a chance if the Yuan family just lets the Yuan family scholars out. Then it would be a good opportunity for the young master to sharpen his skills and grow. But if it's the adults who do it, the master will let the little master's grinding come to an end. For the time being, if they want to bully others with their power, we will return the favor. When Yi Tian commanded, he mentioned two situations. If it's the kids who strike, then the kids figure it out on their own. If it's the adults who are going to bully the kids, then they're going to come and bully you. Yo, Yi Xiaoxiao gently nodded her head. She could understand her father's good intentions. He offered himself well enough for her to play herself, but then some news is withheld, supposedly to avoid losing that pressure yourself. After all, under the right amount of pressure, one can instead explode into greater potential, also without realizing it. Yi Xiaoshu and her group returned to the middle of the Yi mansion. After arriving at the Yi mansion, everyone went to the location of the martial arts arena as usual. Yi Tian was still sitting at that place, boiling his own tea as usual. Over there, on the tabletop, there was some boiled medicine. Zhou Yuanfang stood at Yi Tian's side, with Zhou Lan and Zhou Mei behind him. "Master, we are back." Zhou Yud came in front of Yi Tian and respectfully said, "Earlier in the Willow Wind Academy." Afterward, Zhou Yud was reporting what happened in front of him. One by one, Yi Xiaoxiao and a bunch of other children were standing honestly on the side, especially when Ma Xiaoxiao and the others looked at Yi Tian again. Their expressions were different. On the contrary, it was Yi Xiaoxiao who looked over towards Zhou Yuanfang from time to time, and a possibility surfaced in her little mind. As unbelievable as this may be, combined with what had just happened in the Willow Wind schoolhouse, Yi Xiaoxiao felt that it should be much worse. After waiting for Zhou Yu to finish, Yi Xiaoxiao took the initiative to speak out. "Grandpa Zhou." When Zhou Yuanfang heard Yi Xiaoxiao call out to him, he hurriedly answered, "Little master, what's wrong?" Yi Xiaoxiao asked, "Are you lecturer Zhou's grandfather? President Zhou's father?" Hearing this question from her, everyone looked towards Zhou Yuanfang. Zhou Yud were all stunned and the corners of his mouth twitched. But, the previous generation of the Zhou family's family head has already passed away. Zhao Yingying was at the side, explaining towards Yi Xiaoxiao. Next to him, Ma Xiaoxiao was surprised, as if she had discovered the truth. "Can it be that, in fact, you faked your death in the first place?" On the contrary, it was Jin Duyi who, after looking at Zhou Yuanfang for a long time, suddenly had a bit of blackness and vertigo in front of his eyes. Brain, almost to the point of exploding. "Ah, ha!" Jin Duyi screamed, staring at Zhou Yuanfang with his mouth open, somewhat unable to catch his breath. Kim Duyi's sudden move caused the crowd to look over. "What are you doing?" I. Jin Duyi remembered that he had seen a portrait in the Jin family's ancestral hall. That portrait, the content was exactly the portrait of the three old ancestors of the Zhou family, Jin family, and Jia family together in the beginning of their bonding. No wonder Zhou Yuanfang looked familiar. He was clearly the Zhou family's oldest ancestor among the three people in the portrait. In the end, Jin Duyi couldn't help but scream, "Your old ancestor Qian Jin, the sworn brother of our Jin family's old ancestor." Rumble. Almost after Jin Duyi screamed out, the other little friends around him, one by one, had their brains as if they had exploded, their scalps tingling. The butler of the Yi mansion, to Yi Tian master before, to Yi Shurao little master after Grandpa Zhou. Is that the Zhou family's first-generation family head? One of the founders of the Willow Wind School, the 1,000 Golden Old Man Zhou Yuanfang? Characters from the legendary stories they grew up hearing? Yi Xiaoxiao's small mouth opened as she looked at Zhou Yuanfang with wide eyes. Zhou, Grandpa Zhou? She felt that the identity she had imagined for Zhou Yuanfang was already very powerful and impressive, but I didn't realize that my own guts, or slightly less, that's 1,000 gold old man. Yi Xiaoxiao's impression of the 1,000 gold ancestor was that of a legendary figure from books, one of those at the top of the Jingtian imperial dynasty. But such a character was Grandpa Zhou, the housekeeper who had shushed and cared for himself, the one who followed his dad around and didn't move an inch. Little brat of the Jin family, don't scream so loudly. Zhou Yuanfang laughed and looked at Jin Duyi. Afterwards, He was looking over towards Yi Xiaoxiao again, a loving smile on his face. Little master, please don't blame me for not indicating my identity earlier. It's all for your growth. Yi Xiaoxiao instead shook her head. Grandpa Zhou is very good to Xiaoxiao. How could I blame you? It's just, that's how Grandpa Zhou became 1,000 gold old man. Speaking of this place, Yi Xiaoxiao even ran to Zhou Yuan's side and looked up and down carefully. The more I look at it, the more amazed I am, and it feels as if I'm dreaming. This time, so many things made sense. No wonder they got to live in the big house when Daddy woke up. The chamber of $1,000, old money. Daddy, this isn't a dream, is it? Yi Xiaoxiao looked at Yi Tian once again and couldn't help but ask. Yi Tian pinched his daughter's cheeks. Shinya think, is this a dream? Yi Xiaoxiao rubbed her face and shook her head, but her entire body was still confused. It was too much of a shock for her to digest at once. Next to her, Zhao Yingying was even more so, and a bold idea even surfaced in her mind. Uncle Yi said that he has an old friend with our royal Zhao family. Thinking bigger, it can't be the old ancestor, right? But thinking of this place, Zhao Yingying shook her head again. Impossible, impossible, too outrageous. Chapter 117, how can we live with this? Among the Yi mansion, led by Yi Shirao, the small group of friends that Zhao Yingying had named the Golden Generation, all of them drank the medicine and practiced together with Yi Xiaoxiao's side. The advantages are also very obvious when there are more people. On the martial arts field, Yi Tian had the group of kids engage in a melee. At this moment, they also clearly felt the power of this martial arts arena of the Yi mansion. Compared to the past, these kids were practicing much more seriously than ever before, and for some reason, Yi Tian just simply sat next to him and did nothing. But with this group of kids, it's just very stressful. That was an existence that made the 1,000 gold ancestor have his head bowed down, especially when he thought that he had once thought of letting Yi Tian go to the 1,000 gold chamber of commerce and become an offering. He was bashful. Yi Tian was still drinking tea. Zhou Lan and Zhou Mei had gone and returned. They had left earlier, and that was because Yi Tian had instructed them to do so. Have the two men go and talk to the families of these kids, and during this time, go to the schoolhouse on weekdays. Then he came to the Yi mansion and accompanied Yi Xiaoxiao for a bit of special training. And the reason he did so was precisely because the group of children, led by Yi Xiaoxiao, had all taken the golden bell fruit. On his own side, there was also a pre-stored copy of the golden bell fruit to refine the medicine. Yi Tian thought to himself, after all, these kids are comrades in arms who have fought together, also went through life and death crises together, instead of leaning over. At that time, wouldn't it be a beautiful thing to have them pair up together to enter the ruins and try out together? I'm sure such an experience in past will be a very unforgettable memory for my daughter. Yi Xiaoxiao. With all these things, it was even more helpful for Yi Xiaoxiao to strengthen her heart. It's all been notified, and they all said it's fine. Zhou Lan and Zhou Mei explained the situation. This time, they didn't hide their appearance and didn't disguise themselves. Went to the door of these kids' house and took it upon himself to identify himself as well. The matter of the Willow Wind Academy's main courtyard had long spread like the wind. As for the Zhou family, Zhou Lan and Zhou Mei, for the older generation of each family, those were very familiar people with a special status. They came over in person to explain the situation and where they disagreed. Instead, after knowing the exact situation, they lamented their own children. What kind of luck was that? In order to avoid disturbing Yi Tian's side, none of the elders in the families of this group of children had paid a visit to the door. Just think about some time before the party comes to the door. Yi Tian, on the other hand, once again pointed at those quota wooden tiles on the table and said towards Zhou Yuanfang, just arrange it according to my earlier instructions. Zhou Yuanfang nodded. Yes. After hearing Zhou Yuanfang's affirmative answer, Yi Tian once again looked at the martial arts arena and observed the situation of the children's cultivation, just as he had envisioned. Nowadays when there were more people, it would make the aura environment of the martial arts arena more complicated. Cultivating under such a complex aura environment, in conjunction with the formation he had set up under the martial arts arena, the aura was still soft and still able to help refine the body in battle and enter the body to enhance strength. It could also be able to make the aura complex while the battle was happening. Even under Yi Tian's quiet control, various uncontrollable situations would occur, such as the sudden bursting of the aura between heaven and earth under a fierce fight and the appearance of an aura vortex. All kinds of emergencies, causing the children on the martial arts field, that is a chicken jump. While on this side of the Yi mansion, Yi Xiaoxiao and the other children, with Yi Tian's help, were grasping the time to cultivate and prepare for the trials of the future ruins. The entire imperial capital of the Jingtian imperial dynasty had been turned upside down by the situation at the Willow Wind Academy's main academy. Many people heard about the situation in the Willow Wind Academy's main courtyard from the mouths of bystanders, and their first reaction was disbelief. The head of the Zhou family became a servant of the Yi mansion that somehow appeared? This kind of thing is too much of a stretch. What is the status of the Zhou family? This Zhou Sun reasoned this move. That 1,000 gold old man. Is it hard not to care? In the palace, the Emperor Zhao Qi, who honors the heavens, all doubt whether he heard wrong. The squire, who was in front of him, followed suit and shook his head. Your Majesty, 1,000 times over. And the 1,000 gold Chamber of Commerce has already made a move. And we haven't seen the 1,000 gold ancestor show up to stop it. There are even rumors. Speaking of this, the squire is wanting to speak, as if he doesn't dare to say anything. In my place, what are you afraid of? Zhao Qi saw the squire's appearance and knew that he was afraid to speak. The name of a man is the shadow of a tree. Zhou Yuanfang's reputation was still terrifying. This tiny lackey in front of me, of course, did not dare to talk about the old ancestor. Only after receiving His Majesty's encouragement did this attendant say, there are rumors that old ancestor Qin Jin has passed away, which is why he hasn't shown his face for a long time. This Yi Mansion's Yi Tian may be a means left behind by old ancestor Qin Jin for the Zhou family. The attendant's words made Zhao Qi ponder. If you look at it from that perspective, it's not impossible. When it was first said that old man Qin Jin was injured, he no longer showed his face to heal his wounds. But after all this time has passed, neither has come forward. Even the Zhou family didn't step in this time, after making such a big deal out of it. From this, it can be seen that this 1,000 gold old man is only afraid that something is really wrong. Even if he was not deceased, he was only too seriously injured to step forward. Zhao Qi sighed. With this situation, I don't know what's going on with old ancestor Zhou. After all, that was a contemporary of the old ancestor. And now it's coming to an end? Zhao Qi's emotional words caused the attendant next to him to speak again. Your Majesty, would you like to mention this to old ancestor? The Zhao family and the Zhou family, they're on good terms. Now that the Zhou family is in such a situation, it is reasonable for His Majesty to ask about it. Let's see if something is really wrong with the Chao family. Or not. After all, there were rumors outside. And there was also a theory that the Zhou family had been tainted by an evil spirit, which had caused them to act in such a bizarre manner. Zhao Qi pondered for a moment before shaking his head. The old ancestor enjoys tranquility, and disturbing her with this kind of thing will only offend her. Speaking of this place, Zhao Qi commanded towards his attendant, continue to probe for information, and see how the Yuan family and fourth brother will cope. Yes, Your Majesty. The attendant nodded his head and slowly backed away, leaving Zhao Qi in front of him. As the attendant left, Zhao Qi picked up the Zhang folders once again, sighing and shaking his head. Old ancestor Zhou, I don't know if you're still well now. This Emperor Jingtian couldn't even remember how long it had been since he had seen Zhou Yuanfang. At the same time, Yuan Mansion. In the lobby of the mansion, Yuan Liangliang was kneeling in that place, with his head against his face, shivering, and the entire Yuan family had gathered at this place. The contemporary prime minister, now Yuan family head, Yuan Wuxiang, was sitting on the first place with his eyes closed. He had been maintaining this stance since he started listening to Yuan Liangliang's description. There were loud noises all around, and crying movements. Many people are wailing about what to do next in this life. Chapter 118, The Evil Within. Crying and wailing. Naturally, they lamented that their children had been expelled from the Willow Wind School. Being expelled from the academy didn't mean the same thing in the Jingtian imperial dynasty. Although the Yuan family's conditions were good, quite a few resources in terms of cultivation were only available at the Willow Wind Academy. The children of other people's families were again able to enjoy their family's cultivation resources, and were also able to utilize the resources of the school at the Willow Wind School. In the long run, won't the gap between them grow wider and wider? The other noisy people were naturally the lecturers and deacons who had been expelled from the Willow Wind Academy's main courtyard. There are also some Yuan family members, who are responsible for the content, but the business side of the situation. Right now, it's all over. The Yuan family was large and the resources they could enjoy in the Yuan family were limited. All one has to do is to lean on the big tree of the Yuan family and think of ways to fight for more resources. As a result, the Zhou family directly chopped off one of their hands. How can they still compete for resources? Right at this moment, Yuan Wuxiang, who was sitting there with his eyes closed, opened his eyes and slowly spoke out. All be quiet. He spoke in a small voice, but the Yuan family people, all of them, have been to stop their mouths. Those who cried and wailed even covered their mouths and noses to prevent themselves from sobbing uncontrollably. To the Yuan family, the words of family head Yuan Wuxiang were holy orders. When he says be quiet, Yuan Liangliang. Yuan Wuxiang spoke again, looking toward the person kneeling on the ground. Yuan Liangliang, who was kneeling on the ground, shivered. Family master, it doesn't really have much to do with you when it comes down to this. Whether you go or not, it's all one outcome. But you are responsible. Admit it or not. Yuan Liangliang's forehead once again rested against the ground. Family master, I recognize. Good. I will take you and personally go to the Yi Mansion to apologize at the door. Don't worry, your wife and children, the family will take care of them for you. Yuan Liangliang was in tears. Yes, family master. Afterwards, Yuan Wuxiang then spoke towards the person next to him. Go inform the fourth prince, and say that the Yi family and the Zhou family have gathered Grand Marshal Ma to rebel. Let him report to His Majesty and bring the forbidden army here to exterminate the rebels. Yuan Wuxiang's son on the side led the order to leave and quickly walked out of the Yuan family. Afterward, Yuan Wuxiang turned toward a person next to him and said, in our mansion, we have the 1,000 gold chamber of commerce's Zhan Yun sword, right? Family master, there is. The Yuan family elder in charge of the treasury nodded his head. Bring it and take it with you. It's better to use it when Yuan Liangliang sacrifices himself. Yuan Wuxiang spoke of this place and stood up, prepared to move and do something. Since the Zhou family is doing this, they are enemies in life and death. It's either you or me in this situation. As Yuan Wuxiang's words had just fallen, a roar suddenly came from outside. Finally, that was the movement of the mansion door crumbling. The original Yuan Wuxiang's son who had just been dispatched was already falling back and dropping to the ground. There's no breath left. The sound of footsteps came, and several figures appeared in front of Yuan Wuxiang. Zhou Xuanfu. Yuan Wuxiang's pupils contracted slightly when he saw the arrival. It wasn't just Zhou Sunluo. Yuan Wuxiang also saw Jin Right Wind by his side. The two men, at this time, joined forces to hit their Yuan residence. In addition to the two men, Yuan Wuxiang also saw an unfamiliar old man. The opponent was tall and held a wooden staff in his hand. Well, there's no mistake, it's really him. The white jade beard opened his mouth and pointed it at Yuan Wuxiang. It's this person. The white jade beard went and returned. Precisely because it was called by Yi Tian. Why? In the royal capital of the Jing Tian imperial dynasty, someone colluded with the demon race and was in a position of power. The fourth prince's house is suspected, but according to Zhao Yiqiu, the fourth prince alone is not enough to make things happen. So who else could be his accomplice? The site where the white jade beard was located was able to climb up and see the scenery of all the great mountains outside the imperial capital. When Bai Yushu was not doing anything unusual, he liked to sit on the mountain, looking out into the distance through the compartments of space, passing his free time. Then, it's this guy who often goes in and out of the mountains, talking to the tiger demons in the deep mountains. Bai Yushu spoke of this place and pointed it at Yuan Wuxiang's body. That purple coat? It's too conspicuous. As the prime minister of the Jingtian imperial dynasty, a purple-robed great officer, in his normal life, Yuan Wuxiang liked to wear purple clothing. I don't know if he likes the color or the status it represents. Bai Yushu had seen it a few times when he climbed up and looked at the mountain scenery. This Yuan Wuxiang was dressed in purple brocade clothes and went deep into the mountains, talking to the tiger demon. Prime Minister Yuan, you are in a high position of power, so it is indeed convenient for you to act. Zhou Xuanji spoke coldly. Next to him, Jin Yuefeng was even narrowing his eyes. The Yuan family colluded with the demon race. This is a great crime of extermination. Stray footsteps came from outside, and soon an old man with a majestic figure and general stepped up to the Yuan mansion. He's Zhou Ma's grandfather, Marshal Ma. The urgency of the matter. He brought his personal soldiers from the house and visited this Yuan family's house in person. In addition, they are already passing the situation up the chain of command. There was the 8th prince, Zhao Yi, who personally entered the palace and gave a quick report on the situation. Yuan Wuxiang was silent as he looked at the few people in front of him. The speed with which you guys made your moves is much faster than I thought. Hearing Yuan Wuxiang's words, Zhou Xuanju sneered. Master has long predicted that if someone is targeting little master, 80% of them are colluding with the demon race. Master has long since asked Elder Bai if anyone has recently entered the mountain to make contact with the demon race, and from the description, it's 80% that it's you, Prime Minister Yuan. I didn't expect that your Yuan family would really do the despicable and shameless act of bullying a child. To be able to do something so shameless, coupled with what Elder Bai said, colluding with the demon race is undoubtedly your Yuan family. Sure enough, when we arrived outside the mansion, we heard you here plotting to frame the master to strike at us. Not bad for you, Yuan Wuxiang, wanting to make the first move, is that it? At this moment, Jin Yuefeng had long since come to his temper. His body's aura trembled and his robes bulged. What's the point of wasting words? Take him. Jin Right Wind roared and took the lead in killing towards that Yuan Wuxiang. Facing Jin Yuefeng's move, Yuan Wuxiang knew that he couldn't hide it. Boom! His breath exploded as well, with surprising results. What? The peak of the 4th realm spiritual spring realm? Next to him, Zhou Xuanju was surprised and hurriedly exploded his own realm to rush to Jin Right Wind's aid. In an instant, the temperature around them dropped steeply, as if there was frost. The Yuan Wuxiang in front of him was suddenly the skin turned pale and his eyes were filled with pitch black. Evil. What? Upon seeing this scene, the Grand Marshal Ma, who was at the back, was already shouting, and he also immediately rushed forward with his greatsword. Be careful, this Yuan Wuxiang isn't just colluding with the demon race. He's also lured evil spirits onto himself and practiced with evil methods. It was also at this instant that the surrounding scenery, as if it was distorted. It was still dusk, but in the next moment, it seemed to be night. The surrounding Yuan family members also seemed to have changed their appearance. Their faces were hideous. Chapter 119, Who else? Outside the entire Yuan family's Yuan mansion, space seemed to have been distorted by an invisible force, making the inside and outside into different worlds. The surrounding Yuan family members had changed their appearance. There were weeping women, lamenting the expulsion of their children from the Willow Wind School. At this moment, all that was shed were tears of blood, and his eyes were red as he glared at Jin Yuefeng. My child cannot leave the academy. No. The bloodied, red-eyed woman opened her mouth to hiss, her voice shrill. That ear-piercing whistling sound dazzled people when they heard it. Retreat first. Ma Yuehua, the Grand Marshal of the Heavenly Imperial Dynasty, immediately shouted. That Zhou Xuanfu and Jin Yuefeng were not stubborn and immediately drew back the moment Ma Yuehua shouted out, and the proctors, who had sprung up all around, guarded the right and left, and hastily retreated. They retreated through the courtyard gate behind them to leave the Yuan mansion. It was only when their figures crossed the portal that they realized that the scenery around them had long since changed. This is to the Yuan mansion's back garden. What's going on? Jin Yuefeng was a little surprised. Once upon a time, Jin Yuefeng had come to Yuan mansion as a guest, and even drank tea and chatted with Yuan Wuxiang in the back garden of this mansion. Zhou Sunluo gazed around. It looks like the entire Yuan mansion has been infested by evil spirits and completely contaminated. They were going to make a move to take down the Yuan family. And under this life and death crisis, the Yuan family was no longer hiding. Under this outbreak, the situation in the Yuan mansion was more serious than expected. Where's Elder Bai? Zhou Sunluo looked towards the surroundings and suddenly realized that he had lost someone. Knock. Not far away. The courtyard wall of that garden. Suddenly came a crashing sound. Cracked lines emerged on top of the white courtyard wall, with a loud roar ringing out. That courtyard wall was overwhelmed and crumbled apart. Dust and fog rose and brick walls shattered. A strong and tall figure rushed out from it. It is the white jade beard. It's just that he's growing in size now, and it's as if he's swollen all over. The white robe that was originally draped loosely around his body was tensed by the bulging muscles of Bai Yushu. The Bai Yushu who broke through the wall was not alone. Behind him, followed by a group of Yuan family members with distorted postures. These Yuan family members crawled with their backs to the ground, their skin pale and full of death. It seemed that the wear and tear from crawling had left them with bloody hands and feet, head tilted backwards, cloaked. It just looks grotesque and wretched. Yuan's family is a big family, with two phases in one family, honored status and attention to grooming. When the evil spirits erupted, they were contaminated but became this ghost. The twisted-looking Yuan family members were climbing rapidly, chasing towards the white jade whiskers. They were fast, and every now and then someone would jump up and get to the body of the white jade whiskers to scratch and nibble. Damn it, this evil spirit is restraining me, Bai Yushu shouted, reaching out to yank these twisted Yuan family members off his body. Then, with the wooden staff in his hand, he burst it open. But there were also evil-eyed Yuan family members who jumped out of the way, and they gnawed on a part of the white jade beard. The original twisted figure, on the other hand, became even more grotesque, as if it had evolved. I'm an essence formed. My body is a white jade snow ginseng. This evil spirit gnawing on me will only increase my strength again. The white jade beard shouted in a hurry. And since I don't have aura, I can only fight in close quarters. But these evil-eyed Yuan family members, who are fierce and fearless, always tear me apart. The white jade beard spoke extremely fast, constantly explaining the situation quickly towards the people around them, landing not far from them. Several people looked at the white jade beard that landed on the ground and were a bit surprised when they heard his words. They originally didn't know the identity of Bai Yushu and only knew that he was dispatched by Yi Tian. Now that I know the truth from his mouth, I realize that he is not human. The white jade snow ginseng has become an elf. Isn't this a walking top elixir? So that's how it is. Ma Yuehua was the first to react. From just now, he knew that the white jade whiskers force was powerful, but without the aura to protect his body, he was entangled by these evil-eyed Yuan family members, and quite a few of them shook off. Let's pester the Yuan family members, and Elder Bai will strike a blow to kill them. Ma Yuehua immediately made a decision and took the first step out. Boom! The bloody aura of perennial battlefield killings erupted from Ma Yuehua's body with a murderous aura. Drink! 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 Behind him, his own guards, shouting under their breath, struck the shields in their hands with their swords. They were all burly military men, and even more so, his hand-picked personal guards. All of them had arrived at the second realm of Qi refining realm strength, and they were even more bloodthirsty. Battlefield suicidal aura emerged from them. In the darkness of this evil and sneaky place, it was very obvious. as if a blood-colored wolf's smoke was rising up. This situation caused the evilized Yuan family members, who had originally chased after them, to let out a low roar and give up their rapid sprint. As usual, he crawled on the ground in a twisted position and walked around them. These evilized Yuan family members kept staring at this side as they walked around, especially looking over in the direction of the white jade whiskers, the long scarlet tongue licking its fangs from time to time. Obviously, the white jade whiskers, whose body was white jade snow ginseng, had a fatal-like temptation to these evilized Yuan family members. Kill them first. Manhwa roared steeply, taking the lead and stepping out with his greatsword. The aura all over his body was like a burning flame, and Manhwa took the lead and arrived in front of that evilized Yuan family member, slashing down ferociously with the large sword in his hand. The blazing aura, stern aura, and exuberant blood aura shocked the evilized Yuan family members in front of them. Some of the evilized Yuan family members gathered around them instinctively retreated a distance towards the side. Swish! Manhwa's greatsword fell with traces of flames, decapitating the head of the evilized Yuan family member directly in front of him. Instead of blood spurting out of the wound, it looked like the marks of a branding iron. At the same time there would be a thick black smoke, emerging from the location of the wound. The rest of the personal guards immediately followed suit, stepping forward and letting their own aura shock the surrounding area. Zhou Xuanji and Jin Yuefeng also erupted their own auras and attacked the surrounding evilized Yuan family members swiftly and fiercely through the air. With the help of the crowd, Baiyushu was able to strike with confidence and boldness. Earlier, the situation that Baiyushu had fallen into was like that of an ant that had bitten an elephant to death. He didn't have much recourse but to use brute force. And now, with the help of the crowd, his brute strength, he was able to put it to use. Let you eat old me. White jade whiskers, like throwing a tantrum, lifted the wooden staff in his hand and, one by one, blew up the evilized Yuan family members. In the blink of an eye, the surrounding evilized Yuan family members were bursting into flames. Humph! Who else? Baiyushu couldn't help but raise his voice to the sky. When Baiyushu's words fell, on the surrounding courtyard walls, there began to be Yuan family members, servants, and the like with strange postures, climbing out. The number of people is impressive, and it's a head-turner to watch. And the most troubling point came up. The broken bodies of the previously killed evilized Yuan family members began to be yanked up by the black smoke, piecing them together and making them whole. Finally twisting and crawling, he hissed at them. Even though they knew it had nothing to do with Baiyushu, a few people couldn't help but turn around and look towards him. Chapter 120, A Different Kind of Classroom. Are you the only one who talks? It was also at this time that footsteps came from a short distance away. It was none other than Yuan Wuxiang, whose skin had turned pale, but maintained his complete posture. You guys won't be able to escape. Yuan Wuxiang slowly spoke, a black aura permeating his body. By the gesture of his speech alone, he was able to tell that he was keeping his consciousness awake. Right now, I'm only afraid that it's even more troublesome. Seeing him in this state, Manhwa spoke in a heavy tone. He had led his army to the battlefield for many years, and many of the places he passed through were battlefields, or places where the wilderness was not included in the territory of the Jingtian imperial dynasty. This kind of place is prone to harbor evil spirits. Manhwa would know a bit more about the evil spirits side of things. Yuan Wuxiang, you're in the company of evil spirits. Aren't you worried about being mesmerized and eventually sinking completely? Manhwa shouted again. He could see that Yuan Wuxiang was not contaminated or controlled by evil spirits. Yuan Wuxiang was taking the initiative to cooperate with the evil spirits. He just didn't know what level of relationship they had with each other anymore. An evil spirit in this situation is even more difficult to deal with. It's hard to say if they'll make it back alive and well. No need to be discouraged. Exhaust him to the end. Zhou Sunlate spoke. He had his own backbone. Although White Jade Beard was unable to utilize aura and other means, his own force was very powerful and terrifying, far superior to the fifth realm stage. Hard to stay in this position and stall for time. As time dragged on, the outside world would naturally notice the movement on this side. When the grandfather comes over, the situation will surely be resolved. No more. There's still ET on. Want to stall for time? Yuan Wuxiang suddenly was laughing. Ridiculous. When people arrive, they will only see your corpses. As Yuan Wuxiang's words fell, his body was already completely enveloped in dense black smoke. Swish! Yuan Wuxiang, who was shrouded in black smoke, was already in the air. Get out of the way. In the presence, Baiyushu was the only being who reacted and had the ability to resist. He stepped forward, the wooden staff in his hand pointing out like a sword. That Yuan Wuxiang was in the air, and at the same time, he stretched out his hand and pointed towards the front. The black mist transformed into a black sword out of thin air and chopped into the wooden staff. Dang! They collided with each other, but they made the sound of gold and iron striking each other, and bursts of sparks spattered. Baiyushu slightly narrowed his eyes. the other party's force, although inferior to his own, was still extraordinary. It was only when Bai Yushu looked above the wooden staff that he could notice traces of corrosion appearing on it. Not only that burst of sparks, the same corrosive effect, to the ground etched out a hole. Raising his head again, Bai Yushu narrowed his eyes. Under that black smoke, where was the sword? It was a twisted black snake that looked lifeless. After the white jade beard refalls to the ground, he plucks the beard from his body and falls into his hand, transforming it into a root. He handed it to the crowd. Eat. The crowd looked at Bai Yushu with odd expressions. But right now, at this moment of life and death, where can one care so much? One by one, they all took it from the hands of the white jade beard and honestly sent it into their mouths to chew. Upon entering the mouth, they were able to taste the sweet flavor inside, and, in a steady stream, it was raising the aura in their bodies. Not only did it help them recover quickly, it also, to a certain extent, boosted their cultivation. The crowd understood at this moment why Bai Yushu had given them this. At least, it was able to last longer. That Yuan Wuxiang slowly raised his hand, and he was able to see the black snake filled with death aura wrapped around his arm, spitting out pale snake letters. He would leave the gang, completely, as sustenance. Yuan Mansion. Being isolated, the outside world is not able to see anything, but inside it is like a black sky. Evil. On the way forward to the Yuan Mansion, there was a group of people walking. Yi Tian walked in the forefront, and Zhou Yuanfang accompanied him on the side. In addition, there was also this group of children, such as Yi Xiaoxiao, following behind. Well, the Yuan Mansion has indeed become a nest of evil spirits. Yi Tian looked into the distance and nodded his head gently. Come on, you guys try following the method I imparted just now. Upon hearing Yi Tian's words, Yi Xiaoxiao and the others all mobilized their internal auras and operated them in a specific way. Despite being at the refined body realm, everyone had stepped onto the cultivation path through spirit enlightenment, and naturally had aura in their bodies. It was just that today's use of aura was very superficial and could only quench and nourish the body. However, according to Yi Tian's method, it was still no problem to add on top of the eyes. Yi Xiaoxiao followed her father's approach and once again looked towards the seemingly normal Yuan Mansion in front of her, and sure enough, she found a problem. That Yuan Mansion seemed to be a bit twisted, and there was a distinct black aura inside that made people feel not very comfortable. Is this what the evil sneaky land looks like? Zhao Yingying on the side exclaimed, surveying. Apparently, she succeeded as well. Not only that, Ma Qiaoqiao and the rest of the group also followed not far away towards the front looking and sizing up the Yuan Mansion. Have you all seen almost everything? Yi Tian looked at everyone and asked with a smile. Later on, it's time to take you all to personally observe the inside of the evil sneaky land. The crowd nodded their heads, despite being accompanied by the mysterious and powerful Yi Xiaoxiao's father, Yi Tian, and the rumored 1,000 gold ancestor. But everyone was still nervous. That's right, Yi Tian did sense the problem with the Yuan Mansion and realized that it had become a place of evil spirits. He didn't go over and directly strike to get rid of this evil place. Instead, on a whim, he asked Yi Xiaoxiao and the rest of the group how much they knew about the evil sneaky land. Then this question reveals that everyone has only a crude schoolroom textbook perception of the land of evil spirits, not sure about the specifics. After understanding this, Yi Tian did think that this Yuan Mansion as a place of evil spirits was instead a very good opportunity for teaching. That was why Yi Tian brought up the idea of taking them on a personal trip to the land of evil spirits to teach them about it. In addition, they should be allowed to personally fight the evil contamination of the evil spirits and feel it for a while. This way, if they encountered a place of evil spirits in the future, they would have more or less experience and would not panic. After Yi Tian made this suggestion, everyone was stunned, including Zhou Yuanfang. The land of evil spirits has always been strange and unpredictable. Yi Tian actually said that he would take this kind of place and bring it over for teaching? Creepy? In response to Zhou Yuanfang's concern, Yi Tian shook his head. There's no need to worry about. If it was really going to be weird, he was a bit more evil than the land of evil spirits. In the end, Yi Tian and Zhou Yuanfang then took the children and formed a makeshift study team to the front of the Yuan Mansion. After arriving at the Yuan Mansion's gate, Yi Tian did not let everyone go in directly, but reminded, after this evil place erupts, it will make the inside evil. The portals you see don't always lead to where you think they do, and you may even get lost in them. The first test for you, then, is to rendezvous as soon as possible after you go in. Remember what I have taught you. Speaking of this place, Yi Tian stepped aside, revealing the Yuan Mansion's gate. Go. Chapter 121, Shattering Darkness with Thunder. By the way, don't be careless thinking that you have me here. Yi Tian suddenly spoke at this time. I will only ensure that you don't lose your lives. At this time, Yi Tian opened his mouth, causing everyone to look over. Though it is said that I can bring you all back with broken arms and legs and open hearts, but it's still hard to feel like this. It's going to hurt. so be careful. Yi Tian's words caused everyone to shiver uncontrollably. Kids are like that, thinking they'll be bolder with an adult backing them up. After hearing Yi Tian's words, they couldn't help but gulp after looking towards the Yuan mansion in front of them. From the entrance of the mansion, when looking towards the inside, it was as if they were looking into a black abyss, twisting to devour them. Let's go! Yi Xiaoxiao took a deep breath and drew her sword and carried it in her hand. This rare opportunity can't be missed. Ha ha ha, with my thunder, shatter the darkness. Thunder Quicksword Clerk Xiao Ying shouted, already taking the lead and charging in. Yi Xiaoxiao gave a startled cry and hurriedly was caught up with Xiao Ying. Uncle Yi, thank you for your hard work. As he passed by Yi Tian, Ma Qiaoqiao saluted and thanked him. Jin Duyi and the others followed Ma Qiaoqiao's lead and saluted towards Yi Tian in thanks. Just as Yi Xiaoxiao said herself, this opportunity right now was really rare. With Yi Tian's protection, it was rare to personally go on a trip to intrude within the land of evil spirits and attend a special class. In itself, it's a heavenly opportunity. After waiting for them to fish their way in, Yi Tian turned towards Zhou Yuanfang next to him and said, go support your grandson's side. Fighting against an evil spirit like Yuan Wuxiang is also valuable experience. It's the same course for you. Zhou Yuanfang pointed to himself. Ah, me? What else? Think you don't want to go to class? Yi Tian said as he tugged on the back of Zhou Yuanfang's lapel. Before Zhou Yuanfang could react, he saw Yi Tian launch his force and throw his entire body out. Zhou Yuanfang could only feel himself flying high into the air, crashing headfirst into the confines of the Yuan mansion. Just after entering into the confines of the Yuan mansion, Zhou Yuanfang felt that the scenery around him was gradually dimming. It was dusk on the outside and shrouded by night on the inside, and Zhou Yuanfang happened to see the area of the back garden to the bottom of his feet, this falling through the air from the outside world. It was only then that Zhou Yuan realized that the entire structure of the Yuan mansion had been twisted and changed. Boom! Zhou Yuanfang's internal breath erupted as the verdant and huge imaginary tree enveloped and the aura was thick, transforming into a huge green-colored sword. Chop! Before he even landed, Zhou Yuanfang had already taken the lead, swinging his sword in the air and chopping over. Below, in the middle of the compound, the twisted and evilized Yuan family members in all directions had already surged over again like a tidal wave. Everyone was struggling to hold on, and Bai Yusu belonged to the absolute main force of the battle, but he has a limited range of attack and can only go point to point. Even if the evilized Yuan family members were blown up, they could still shoot compactly together and attack again. Not to mention, Zhou Xuanji, Jin Rufeng, and Ma Yuhua, who were at the forefront. The focus of the white jade beard was even more on the Yuan Wuxiang, whose body was shrouded in black smoke and whose arms were entangled in snakes. The personal guards who followed Ma Yuhua were resisting with difficulty. They all carried injuries all over their bodies. That is, they were in very good spirits, their stamina was good, and their auras were not depleted. Eating the roots of the white jade whiskers allowed them to not be in a situation where they didn't have enough physical strength or aura depletion, but that won't solve the problem. After all, the root of the white jade beard cannot eat more. Will be too much medicinal power? The body to burst. After the Yuan mansion became a place of evil spirits, there were many people in the end. The surrounding evilized and twisted Yuan family members. A huge group of people flooded over, letting a sense of powerlessness rise in people's hearts. Buzz! It was at this moment that the green-colored void tree giant sword instantly chopped down and smashed into the center of the field. The sword chi landed as if a giant tree had taken root, with lime-green branches, as if there were long swords growing out of it. A branching sword chi strung all those twisted evilized Yuan family members together. The sudden rush of assistance caused the crowd that had been fighting to look up. Bang! It was also at this moment that Zhou Yuanfang smashed down from above onto the ground. Extinguish! Zhou Yuanfang, who had landed on the ground, instantly chortled out and folded his hands. The sword chi that landed and grew had a special pattern floating on it. Above the original green-colored sword chi, the aura was suddenly ignited. It seems to be fire, not fire. This was the dharma that Yi Tian had imparted to Zhou Yuanfang, and the will was infused on top of the aura, igniting the heart fire. With the fire of the heart, cauterize the evil clean. Thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up, as if it were the movement of water poured on a branding iron. The one twisted, evilized Yuan family member that was strung up. Thick black smoke began to emanate continuously from his body and was struggling. The green aura flames from Zhou Yuanfang climbed onto these evilized Yuan family members. Gradually the flesh and blood turned into ashes, revealing the ghastly white bones inside. The bones were also infested with black, and were finally eroded by the flames and turned into flying ash. From a distance, it looked like black and gray embers blowing into the sky. Grandfather! Seeing Zhou Yuanfang arrive, Zhou Sunluo was overjoyed. Teacher! Next to him, Jin Rightwind's body relaxed. That Ma Yuehua was surprised and startled when he saw Zhou Yuanfang appear. Old man Qin Jin, personally came over to save the day? Can it be that it was the father of his granddaughter's fellow student who invited him to come out? Your Excellency has also come? Bai Yusu, who was on the side, immediately relaxed when he saw Zhou Yuanfang appear. Knowing that he was saved, Zhou Yuanfang nodded. Master did come, but he came over, not to save us. On the opposite side, Yuan Wuxiang was frowning, raising his head slightly as he gazed at Zhou Yuanfang in front of him. Those evilized Yuan family members didn't approach over again rashly, but just surrounded the crowd, constantly hissing and bobbing their twisted heads. 1,000-gold-old ancestor Zhou Yuanfang, your unworthy grandson recognized someone as his master. I thought you were dead. Yuan Wuxiang opened his mouth and came, teasing. Zhou Yuanfang said, I am a domestic servant raised by my master. I am his child, and it would be a sign of respect to him for my children and grandchildren to follow and call out to my master. Master has also been loving to our Zhou family. To be in the company of evil spirits and still not be able to take my grandson. What a waste. In the face of Zhou Yuanfang's mockery, Yuan Wuxiang's eyebrows twitched, and the dead snakes wrapped around his arms moved. What do you mean? It's not Zhou Sun's reason for recognizing his master in a chaotic manner, but rather, he's shouting after the 1,000-gold elder Zhou Yuanfang? The Grand Marshal was beside him and was also taken aback, looking at Zhou Yuanfang in disbelief. What he knew was limited. He only knew that Zhou Xuanzhu was submissive to that Yi Xiaoxiao's father and listened to him. But I didn't realize that the truth was like this? How lucky was one's daughter to be able to be taught by such a figure. Chapter 122 Igniting the Fire of the Heart. Ma Yuehua was truly shocked. Grandfather, what did you mean just now when you said that the master is coming but won't save us? Zhou Xuanzhu grabbed the point. Zhou Yuanfang explained. This comes from the master. That is bringing the young master, as well as her fellow students of the same year, to this class. In the master's opinion, this Yuanfu's evil place is a good place to practice. That's why the little master temporarily imparted some knowledge of the evil land to them and let them come over to make a break for it. Speaking of this place, Zhou Yuanfang continued. Similarly, my master gave me a lesson in coping with the situation in the land of evil spirits. Before I came, my master also taught me some techniques to deal with the evil land. I will also pass it on orally to you later. All listen carefully, or else the evil things that are contaminated in this evil sneaky land can't be killed. Zhou Yuanfang's words surprised the crowd. Such an evil and sneaky place for lessons and sharpening? Did Ma Qiao come along too? Ma Yuehua couldn't help but ask. Zhou Yuanfang looked at the other party. Xiao Ma, at your age, you're still asking such nonsense? Ma Yuehua scratched his whitened hair, his heart shaken. This granddaughter of his, what kind of luck did he have to dip into such a chance? I'm just afraid that Macho Zhou will be the most productive one in their family. Being the old man of a family, he fights for his life in this evil place. It was good that she could follow Yi Xiaoxiao to walk the land of evil spirits as a sharpening of herself, a place of experience. The personal guards around Ma Yuehua, on the other hand, looked at each other, following the Grand Marshal's action this time. I thought I was dead, dying in battle in this evil lair. Now, instead, I was able to see the hope and hear the content of the unimaginable. In addition, from what Zhou Yuanfang said from his mouth, there were new things to learn. Immediately following, Zhou Yuanfang was slowly narrating, telling them to deal with the land of evil spirits and what exactly they should do. If you look at it from another angle, Ma Yuehua's behavior of bringing his own guards is considered the right behavior. Using the battle intent and killing intent from above the battlefield to enhance oneself, one was indeed more able to inflict damage on the evilized Yuan family members with ease. But there was no way to completely decimate them, so that they still had a way to regroup their bodies and get up to fight again. This method taught by Yi Tian was very simple and was able to ignite the heart fire very well. Even those in the refined body realm were able to do it. But the prerequisite is a strong will. If the mind loses its grip and the fire of the heart goes out, the darkness of the evil spirit will then completely engulf you. What about me? The white jade beard next to him was dumbfounded. He couldn't cast his aura like the human race. An existence like him where the elixir had become a quintessence. That was a force that relied purely on its own strength. The powerful medicinal power within the white jade whisker's body had a notable effect on bystanders, being able to restore the aura. But for myself, it's useless. You are responsible for helping us replenish our aura. Zhou Yuanfang spoke towards Bai Yuzhu. By the way, help relieve the pressure. Shiratsuki, hoping that he is a mangina and a mobile tonic in this place. Is he? Swish. In such a moment, Yuan Wuxiang from the opposite side made his move once again. He was still covered in black smoke, dragging that evil aura out to strike. Using this place as a place of trial is too arrogant. Yuan Wuxiang roared lowly. I'll kill you guys first, then I'll kill those pups. You have no idea how terrifying this place really is after years of gestation. Yuan Wuxiang arrived in front of Zhou Yuanfang in a very short time. This time, the force of the strike was far more evil than before. The dead snakes entwined above his arms grew against the wind at this moment, transforming into giant snakes. The pupils of the giant snake glowed with a scarlet red light, and the cracks in its scales were permeated with black smoke. Just when this giant snake surfaced, it was able to see that Yuan Wuxiang's body thinned out with the naked eye. Obviously, making a move right now was not a light exertion on himself, but also had to damage the fundamentals. Otherwise, he had previously refused to make a move, only thinking of slowly exhausting the crowd. Zhou Yuanfang arrived and also had to teach the method of dealing with their evil spirits. It made Yuan Wuxiang anxious, and even more so, he was afraid of the master in Zhou Yuanfang's mouth. The master in his mouth was incomparably arrogant, actually using their Yuan mansion, which was such an evil and dangerous place, as a ground for sharpening the children. Just now, he had sensed that a group of scholars who were no more than at the refined body realm had stepped into the Yuan mansion. Yuan Wuxiang, who sensed all this, was furious. It was a kind of contempt, clearly half ignoring himself. Dead, they all have to die, and by killing them, the nutrients will be able to breed a more powerful evil spirit. This is the only way to make things happen. Roar! Buzz! Zhou Yuanfang once again took the lead. The sword chi that ignited the heartfire still shook the surroundings, and he concentrated his attack on the fastest ones. The green-colored sword chi that ignited the heartfire really did have a divine effect. The evilized Yuan family members that were pierced through were all reduced to ashes just as they were when he made his debut. However, soon Zhou Yuanfang was no longer able to strike at the other evilized existences. Yuan Wuxiang had already arrived in front of him. That Yuan Wuxiang struck out across the air, and the black evil chi transformed into a giant snake, tearing towards his sword chi. As for the huge snake that rose against the wind, it came crawling quickly, crashing towards where Zhou Yuanfang was. Zhou Yuanfang had to maintain the void tree sword chi, and that black evil chi giant snake could not be resolved for a while even though it would be ignited and scorched by the heart flame. The heart fire, which only allowed him to work and injure his opponent, did not mean that he could directly crush them, not to mention the terrifying force of that pale giant snake crashing into it. Damn it, how is this Yuan Wuxiang comparable to the peak of the 5th realm sea transformation realm? Zhou Yuanfang's face was ugly. No wonder Yi Tian said it was a lesson for himself. A sharpening. Evil spirits. Evil indeed. Yuan Wuxiang, a prime minister, a civil official, was actually able to increase his strength to such an extent in such a short period of time? No wonder the other party was tempted to cooperate with the evil spirit. Phew. In the rear, there was finally movement. Taking advantage of Zhou Yuanfang's efforts to make a move to fend off, there was an opening in the white jade beard's cover. After listening to Zhou Yuanfang teach the heart flame dharma, the heart flame began to be mastered by them. The first person to ignite the fire in his heart was none other than Manhwa. Apart from him, those close guards around him were also very fast in igniting the heart fire. Those who fight on the battlefield have to be tougher in their will and face the fear of death head-on. It is naturally much faster to ignite a heart fire. Instead, it was Zhou Xuanfu and Jin Right Wind that were the last to ignite the fire of the heart. The heart flame was just as Zhou Yuanfang's. It was a special flame that burned on the aura and was somewhat translucent. The colors come from their aura properties. Kill. It's time to counterattack after holding back for so long. Chapter 123. Now what? Manhwa took the lead and once again took the lead in charging out towards the surroundings. In his heart, that had a nameless fire. They were out there fighting and killing. But it turned out that the Yuan family behind this one was actually having an affair with an evil spirit. Once the evil sneaky land erupts, the consequences are unimaginable. Not to mention, it was still in existence like Yuan Wuxiang who actively dabbled with evil spirits and was in the same boat. You know, something like an evil spirit needs to be contained, and the most common and simplest condition for containment is, naturally, human life. Who could know how many innocent lives Yuan Wuxiang had persecuted in order to harbor evil spirits? Manhwa's slash with rage was like a mountain fire erupting, carrying a fiery stream of fire that rolled forward. As Manhwa swung the large sword in his hand, the trailing flames were like a curtain that enveloped all of the evilized Yuan family members in front of him. The blade swept through the bodies of these evilized Yuan family members. The blade techniques honed on top of the battlefield, concise and swift. Instantly, several twisted evilized Yuan family members were chopped up, their bodies broken and unable to reorganize as they were stained by the heart fire. In the end, the heart fire eroded their bodies and completely turned them into flying ash. Behind Manhwa, the personal guards who followed his movements were all carrying war swords in their hands. After igniting the heart fire, it was obviously much easier to fight with the evilized Yuan family members. The originally twisted and bizarre evilized Yuan family members coped like normal enemies after igniting the heart fire. That way, it's enough. Earlier, it was very difficult to fight with this evilized Yuan family. Unkillable. Even if they decapitate the opponent, they may get up from the ground and continue to act. Such an enemy was completely different from their normal cognitive situation. Right now, it was able to completely decapitate it, and there was no need to worry about getting up from the ground after the body was decapitated. In this way, they were able to perform their battle techniques with confidence and boldness. This group of armor-clad personal guards then followed closely behind Manhwa and rushed into the crowd of that evil-eyed Yuan's family. They were like meat grinders, crushing this forward and backward evil-eyed Yuan family members. Next to Zhou Xuanzhu, who had followed the ignition of the heart fire, there was also Jin Right Wind, who had similarly struck out again. After arriving at the fourth realm, this time, he was finally able to display a crushing stance in terms of realms. Previously, if the heart fire did not ignite, even if they killed these evil-eyed Yuan family members, they would quickly rise up again. It was purely consuming their minds. Today, the fire of the heart ignites. This large group of evil-eyed Yuan family members in front of him was like rice being cut off in batches. The evil-eyed Yuan family members whose hearts were ignited by the heart fire to be chopped up in bulk and quickly. All of them had black smoke gushing out from their bodies, turning into black and white ash and fluttering up. Zhou Yuanfang was still trading blows with Yuan Wuxiang and took the time to look back. Seeing the crowd igniting their heart flames and taking care of the evil-eyed Yuan family members in large numbers, he nodded his head in satisfaction. In this Yuan family's back garden, the situation was clearly moving in a good direction. It was just that Zhou Yuanfang hadn't realized that on the courtyard wall not far from the Yuan mansion's back garden, Yi Tian was standing on top of that with his hands behind his back, looking out at the battle ahead. Looking at the situation of the battle at hand alone, it was indeed their side that had the upper hand. But, still not enough details. Yuan where? Yi Tian gently shook his head, then turned his head and looked over in the direction of the other side. That, precisely, was the rest of the Yuan residence. It was also the area where the daughters, Yi Xiaoshan, and the others would go through and sharpen their skills. The more powerful evil spirits had been assigned to the area of the back garden by Yuan Wuxiang. The evil spirits that were still stuck in various nooks and crannies were all weak and not very impressive. It's perfect for sharpening these kids. Let's see how you guys are doing. How is it? Yi Tian shifted his gaze, and the first thing he did was to see his daughter, Yi Xiaoxiao. At this moment, Yi Xiaoxiao was walking in the front yard location of the Yuan mansion. After passing through the Yuan mansion's gate, she was sent to the Yuan mansion's side courtyard. The area of the side yard was small, so Yi Xiaoxiao didn't stay for long, but left at a quick pace. Only as she passed through the courtyard gate, she found herself back in the side yard. Instead of continuing to walk blindly, Yi Xiaoxiao surveyed the surroundings, and in the end, her gaze was aimed at the stone bench next to her. The heavy stone stool was plucked up with one hand by Yi Xiaoxiao, and after slightly rotating in a circle, it was thrown out towards a room door not far away. Bang! The heavy stone bench smashed open the wooden door not far away, revealing a brighter light instead. Yi Xiaoxiao walked through the door of this room, but it seemed as if she had walked through the courtyard gate to the confines of this front yard. After arriving at the front yard, Yi Xiaoxiao was still holding the long sword and followed the method taught by Yi Tian to ignite the heart fire. It was possible to see that Yi Xiaoxiao's body had a hazy false white flame. At the moment, her aura had no attributes yet, and her heart fire was this false white color. After arriving at the front yard of the Yuan mansion, Yi Xiaoxiao stood still, not moving, quietly waiting. Running around blindly and haphazardly serves no purpose other than to waste energy and possibly increase the dangers encountered. Yi Xiaoxiao believed that this front yard had many portals and was connected in all directions. The probability of others finding the front yard would be greater. All she had to do was wait quietly in this spot and see if the others could find the location. It's best to be able to gather at least 3 people before moving on. Bang! Just at this time, next to the direction of another courtyard door, broken items smashed out from there. If you look closely, you'll be able to see that it's a rock from a wigwam. Then someone came out from the direction of that courtyard gate. The people who came out were none other than the duo of Ma Jiaoqiu and Jin Dudi. After they passed through the door of the room and arrived at the front yard, they met Yi Xiaoshu. With joyful expressions on their faces, the two men walked towards Yi Xiaoxiao. Wait! Yi Xiaoxiao suddenly snapped towards the duo. What was the code word we agreed upon before we entered the Yuan mansion this time? Ma Jiaoqiu and Jin Dui froze for a moment and looked at each other. Finally Macho Zhou spoke up. Where did we agree on any code words before we came in? When Yi Xiaoxiao heard the other parties say this, and looked at the heart fire false white flame burning on the two of them, she nodded her head in reassurance. She said towards the two of them, this place is a place of evil spirits, so it's definitely right to be more careful. Bang! Next to it, the lobby door directly in front of the front yard was suddenly blown open. Only a figure rushed out from inside, the knife still dancing in his hand, and this person quickly was running to Yi Xiaoshi and the others. Golden Generation. Successful Rendezvous. Yi Xiaoxiu, as well as Ma Qiaoqiao and Jin Dudi, stared at Zhao Yingying for a while before withdrawing their gazes. There's no need to check this person. It's her. What for? Why are you guys looking at me like that? Zhao Yingying looked at the gazes of the crowd and was a bit confused. Yi Xiaoxiao patted Zhao Yingying. It's fine. I'm just looking at you to see how good you look. Zhao Yingying hemmed and hawed. Really? Now what? Then, close by, her face began to rot. Chapter 124, Yuan Dimo. Yi Xiaoxiao's cold hair stood on end, and the sword in her hand did not hesitate, slashing directly towards the front. The blade of the sword, tainted with the glow of heartfire, swept past the figure in front of it. It was just that Yi Xiaoxiao's sword was not able to get next to the other side. Instead, she was blocked by Zhao Yingying with her sword, and was chopped by her in turn. The blade technique, it was just like Zhao Yingying. Dang, dang, dang. Almost instantly, Yi Xiaoxiao and Zhao Yingying in front of her had exchanged blows several times, and the moment the sword blade and the blade intersected, a lot of sparks erupted. It's an evil spirit thing. Ma Qiaoqiao and Jin Dudi, who were next to him, also reacted immediately. Careless. I didn't expect that this evil sneaky thing would really be able to turn into Zhao Yingying's appearance, and learn from her in a perfect way. Damn, they're still letting their guard down. The moment Ma Qiaoqiao reacted, she had already pressed the knife with her backhand and slashed towards Zhao Yingying. The blade glinted with that false white glow of heartfire as it swept by. That Jin Doi also took out his twin sticks and smashed them towards the Zhao Yingying's head. He. This weird Zhao Yingying was suddenly laughing, her arms twisting. Blood and flesh ripped and stuck to the morose white bones, hardening the arms and ripping them longer. Even more so, he pulled a bone blade from his body and began to spin it. Its sudden move caused Macho Zhou and also Jin Doi to fail in their siege attack. Moreover, the force of this rotating blade was so terrifying that it shook their hands and numbed them slightly. Come on. This weird guy, who chanted non-stop under his breath, seemed to be fixated on Yi Xiaoxiao. Still chasing after Yi Xiaoxiao, he kept swinging his sword at a strangely fast speed. And he also used the force of Yi Xiaoxiao's block to make the torn and extended arms, bouncing towards Ma Jojo and Jin Dudi on the side. The two were caught off guard by this sudden attack. When had I ever stumbled upon such a bizarre fighting style during my usual cultivation? Whether it's killing with a ferocious beast or sparring with someone, all belonged to a more normal and understandable situation. But the bizarre evil thing in front of him was troublesome. It seemed to have learned Zhao Yingying's blade technique and was playing its own tricks underneath that foundation. For example, Yi Xiaoxiao, who had diced with Zhao Yingying more often in the past, was considered familiar with this blade technique. It was just that the behavior of this evil spirit was a little too much for her to get used to. However, Yi Xiaoxiao noticed that during the fight with herself, the flesh and blood on the evil thing in front of her was rotting and melting. When it finally hit the ground, it looked like a puddle of ink paint. When the tussle came to an end, the evil spirit in front of him, whose body was haunted by a wisp of black aura, became a white bone. This white bone is relatively short, and the bones above both arms have traces of cracking and twisting. Looking at the white bones in this state, Jin Dui next to him suddenly thought of something and couldn't help but shout out, Yuan Dimo. Hearing Jin Dui's voice, this white bone's movements paused for a moment. Seeing the movement of this white bone, Jin Dui knew he had guessed correctly. Are you still painting? Painting yourself? The white bones instantly let out a whistling sound and drew back, returning to the direction where they had originally broken out of the door and disappeared. This sudden situation caused Yi Xiaoxiao, as well as Ma Qiaoqiao, to look towards Jin Dui. What's going on? Why would this white bone voluntarily retreat after this Jin Dui's voice? And, after all this, you can still recognize who he is? Where did it go? Where did it run off to? An angry roar suddenly came from not far away. Immediately following that, Yi Xiaoxiao and the others saw that the shattered front hall door rushed out a person. The other was very much in a state of disarray, wet and stained with all sorts of strange colors. It gives the impression of falling into one dye vat after another. Sure Noah, the visitor shouted out in surprise as he looked over and was about to come over. Next to her, Ma Qiaoqiao and also Jin Dudi immediately spoke out to stop them. Wait, you have to prove your identity. Zhao Yingying was stunned and pointed at herself. It's all like this. What identity are you asking me to prove? Someone just impersonated you and ran over to fight us. Macho Zhou spoke up. Jin Dui glanced towards Yi Xiaoxiao next to him and spoke. Tell you what, prove yourself by saying something that only Yi Xiaoxiao knows. Zhao Yingying gritted her teeth when she heard the two men's words. She probably knew who had impersonated herself. Asterisk, causing me so much misery. And you even impersonate my appearance? Zhao Yingying was furious, and then glanced towards Yi Xiaoxiao. Finally, she thought of something and said towards Yi Xiaoxiao, this matter is simple. The last time we took a bath together. Alright, no need to say anything. Yi Xiaoxiao immediately rushed over to cover Zhao Yingying's mouth. It was definitely her now, a little more reliable than her behavior earlier. Afterwards, Zhao Yingying was the one who managed to meet up with the crowd and told them what had happened to her. As soon as I came in, I was in a strange little courtyard that was all kinds of dye pots. Then, I don't know which one of them suddenly threw me into the dye vat from behind and almost drowned me. I just crawled out and was pushed into a new dye bath, back and forth several times, and that's what got me into this mess. Zhao Engying was furious, pointing at herself. In the end, according to Zhao Engying, in a fit of anger, she broke all the dye pots in that small courtyard. Then she heard angry voices that ended up chasing a dark figure, chased them around, and eventually it was to find them. As a result, instead, from their mouths, they learned that someone was impersonating themselves, and learned my blade technique? Zhao Engying in the back couldn't help but say when she heard about this place. In that small courtyard, I did perform the blade technique, but to learn my blade technique in such a short period of time, could it be that he is a genius? In response to Zhao Engying's statement, Yi Xiaoxiao, however, gently shook her head. It's just a vain appearance, and it's also based on his bizarre skills. If the fight goes on, I'm confident I'll cut his head off. Zhao Engying lightly hummed. This is natural, as the enemy of this blade master's hit. Where is a small imposter that can block it? Perhaps, this is the destiny of the underworld. Even if it mimics me, taking the lead towards you. 3. But with that look of his, how were you able to recognize him as the one called Yuan Dim Mo? Yi Xiaoxiao was curious. Zhao Engying, who was on the side, exclaimed, Yuan Dimo? It's actually him? That's not surprising if it's him, only that's the yard he lives in. Chapter 125, Torn to Shreds. Ma Chao Chao, who was on the side, heard this name, but felt somewhat familiar. This name, how come I seem to have heard it before? Oh yes, this Yuan Dim Mo, who seems to be the head of the Yuan family, the grandson of the Prime Minister, died of illness at home. Marjorie seems to remember that there was this incident, and that she wasn't very old when it happened. It's not that simple. Jean Dui spoke from the side. Yi Xiaoxiao looked to the left and right, and there were no evil spirits approaching. She alerted her surroundings, while inquiring with some curiosity, what's going on? Jean Dui raised his head and looked towards the direction where that Yuan Ink White Bone had left. This matter, I also heard it from my elder brother in the clan. Yuan Mo is also a student of the Willow Wind Academy's main academy, but he's in existence at the bottom of the D-level academy, because of his Yuan family status, or the grandson of the Prime Minister, but no one dares to say he laughs at him or anything. But this Yuan Mo, he loves to paint. Sometimes when everyone is in the moment of cultivation, he will quietly hide somewhere and leave his favorite scenery on the scroll. And, this Yuan Ink drawing is really good. Speaking of this place, Kim Dui sighed, but it's useless even if the painting is good. He is the grandson of the Prime Minister. How is it possible that he spends all his time indulging in painting, even deserting his cultivation and studies? For the Yuan family, it's fine for Yuan Mo to treat painting as a hobby, but to be addicted to it all day long? No. I've heard my elder brother mention that there was a time when Yuan Mo came to the Willow Wind Academy's main courtyard with both of his arms wrapped in bandages. It seems like Yuan Wuxian personally broke and reorganized his hands, and hit them just right. After healing, cultivation is fine, boxing is fine, painting is not fine, and when I squeeze a pen, my hand shakes. Jean Dui, who spoke of this place, narrowed his eyes. I heard that Yuan Wuxian let slip that unless Yuan Dimo succeeds in his cultivation and studies, he will not cure his arms. When he is successful in his training and studies, he will heal his hands, paint something and cultivate his mind. Speaking of this place, Jean Doi described the details of what he had just seen. So, I saw that white bone with both arms in shatter marks, and then I saw what was left of his body as it rotted, as if it were paint for painting, and suddenly I thought of this man my elder brother had mentioned. That's why I called him by his name. I didn't expect to guess right. Speaking of this place, Jean Doi also couldn't help but sigh. I really didn't expect him to become like this now. Has this Yuan mansion been transformed into a place of evil spirits, not even letting people die in peace? This Macho Joe followed with a sigh. But how did he die? He turned himself into a painting. Zhao Engying, who was on the side, suddenly spoke up and added, this one thing, I've heard Brother Prince say. Zhao Engying recalled the details from back then. It seems like it was just when Yuan Dimo died. The Crown Prince's brother told me about it. It seems to be in his own little yard, out of paints for painting. In the end, Yuan Mo was painting with his own blood, and in the end, before the painting was even finished, he bled out and died in his room. That unfinished painting is still at the Crown Prince's brother's residence, and he showed it to me. It still seems like the Prime Minister himself gave it to him. Zhao Engying's words caused Yi Xiaoxiao next to her to frown. At that time, how old were you? Zhao Engying thought for a moment. 7? Ha! Next to him, Ma Jojo and also Jean Doi couldn't help but frown. Yi Xiaoxiao spoke directly. At that time, you were still very young in age. Why did this prince elder brother of yours take you to see the paintings and talk to you about such things? That's not good, is it? Zhao Engying froze for a moment. then thought back carefully. Without saying it, she didn't feel it. If you think about it, it's the kind of thing you tell your then young self, and show yourself that kind of painting. Seems like a bad idea. No wonder when father knew about it, he was so angry that he beat up his crown prince brother. At that time, I think I blamed my father. This Yuan Dim Mo, since he is dead, has now transformed into an evil spirit and is moving around the Yuan residence. Does this mean that after he died in the first place, he was buried directly in the Yuan mansion? Macho Joe suddenly thought of something and addressed the people around him. Hearing her words, everyone pondered over them for a while and really thought it was possible. Why, could it be that, since that time, the Yuan mansion has become a place of evil spirits? Just as they were mulling it over, there was once again a commotion not far away. By the time they looked up, towards that side, just in time to see a strange man, stepping out. Seeing the other party step out, the crowd was a little creeped out for some reason. The other party was similarly wearing the robes of the Willow Wind Academy's General Academy, but the style was obviously a bit more outdated. In his hand, on the other hand, he held a paintbrush. On the tip of the brush was bright red paint, dripping down to the floor. The other party, I'm afraid, is only that Yuan Dim Mo? After Yuan Dimo appeared in his own likeness, he suddenly was smiling. As soon as his laughter surfaced, there was a strange sound coming from him. When they looked over carefully, their pupils contracted. It was the Yuan family, only in a twisted posture, as if they were crawling on the ground. It was also at this time that Yuan Dim Mo moved. With the pen in his hand, he began to wave it over these evil-eyed Yuan family members, and as he moved his brush, the bones of these evil-eyed Yuan family members began to twist. Eventually, a person stood up straight, and his likeness was heatedly transformed into the appearance of Jin Doi. Not only that, the three evil-eyed Yuan family members next to him also followed suit, just as they thought. This evil-eyed Yuan's family members have been drawn by this Yuan. Inc. The lifeless Ma Xiao Xiao and Zhao Yingying, as well as that Yi Shouxin, stood on top of that step. In their hands, on the other hand, they were each holding a different weapon. There were swords, knives, and twin clubs. It's just that these weapons, heck, they're made of white bones. There wasn't enough paint for the scroll just now. Yuan Dimo opened his mouth to speak, his voice odd, as if there was ink gushing in the position of his throat. You, too, are fine material. Yuan Dimo grinned once again as he spoke of this place. The root of the mouth, torn open as if the paper on a scroll had been torn away. It's also as if his paintings were brutally torn apart in the first place. Tear up his paintings and he tears himself apart. And now, to tear others apart. Chapter 126. Yuan Dimo waved a large brush in his hand, and the fake bodies that he had drawn with the evilized Yuan family members ran towards Yi Xiaoxiao and the others. As soon as they struck, the style of fighting was as good as their own. In the moment of the collision and exchange of hands, several people were in a bit of a trance. It's like looking in a mirror. And after the fight really started, Yuan Dimo at the back didn't take the opportunity to come forward. Instead, he stood back, pen and ink in hand, and was scratching something. While he was gesticulating, there was once again an evilized Yuan family member next to him, appearing not far away. Yuan Dimo's actions were no different from earlier, still holding the pen in his hand and waving it, drawing on that evilized Yuan family member. And the figures that were drawn by Yuan. Inc. were, as usual, Yi Xiaoxiao and the others. Swish! The long knife in Zhao Yingying's hand swept through, cutting the painted self in front of her, right off at the waist. Even though the imposter in front of him had just exchanged blows, it was decent for him to learn from himself. But after the real fight for a longer period of time, the fake is fake after all. That is completely no way to compare with the real thing. Ha ha ha, now I'm number one. Zhao Yingying's words just fell. It was then that he realized that Ji Xiaoxiao had long since decapitated the head of the fake body in front of him and rushed towards where Ma Xiaoxiao and also Jin Dudi were. Macho Joe had gotten the upper hand by fighting with Jin's fighting intent and with his own false body. Yi Shouxu came over to help, just to make the efficiency go up a bit more. Phew! Just a moment after they had just settled the false body, Yuan Dimo, who was not far away, had already drawn a new false body, once again engaging the charging false body. The crowd all felt the pressure was much greater than before, even much more skillful and closer to yourself. Very good, very good. Yuan Dimo, who was not far away, kept chanting. At the same time there were other evilized Yuan family members that came to Yuan Dimo's side. For his use, a frenzied expression surfaced on the face of Yuan Dimo, who had drawn himself out. The distorted look made the originally well-painted face tear apart as if it were torn open. In the moment when Yi Xiaoxiao and the others were once again fighting with the fake body, Yuan Dimo continued to wield the brush and the act of painting did not stop. His gaze was firmly fixed on Yi Xiaoxiao and the others, observing them before he finally drew his fake body once again. At this time, Yi Xiaoxiao and the others hadn't had the time to finish off the fake body in front of them. Then a new false body, being drawn and finished, rushed to himself and the others. If this goes on, won't it be endless? We won't be killed by ourselves, right? Jean Dui, who was not far away, could not help but shout, "Don't panic, panicking won't maintain the heart fire." Yi Xiaoxiao hurriedly spoke, reminding him. Jean Dui immediately reacted and guarded his mind. It looked like Yuan Dim Mo kept drawing fake bodies over, also to put pressure on them and make the mind break down. Yi Xiaoxiao was calm and collected, carrying the long sword in her hand to fend off the two fake bodies in front of her. Crisis and opportunity go hand in hand. As he did so, Yi Xiaoshu pinpointed a flaw in the fake body in front of him and found the right opportunity to kill it. Upon carefully recalling this flaw, Yi Xiaoxiao perceived that it seemed to be exactly her own flaw. As Yi Xiaoxiao recruited the other fake body, she secretly looked towards that Yuan Dimo, found him still observing and drawing. If so, wouldn't this be a wonderful opportunity to practice the sword? Find out what your problem is through the fake body painted by Yuan.mo. And Yuan Dim Mo kept observing himself and finally drew himself. I'm afraid that he was the most flawless at this stage? Look for flaws and take a false body to sharpen yourself. Yi Xiaoxiao immediately shouted out, reminding the crowd. Everyone was a student of the Grade A Academy, and their talent was not bad. If he was really embarrassed by this fake body, he could simply go back and directly downgrade himself from the academy. Upon hearing Yi Xiaoxiao's reminder, the crowd also reacted and scrutinized the fake body. There is a saying, the authorities are in the dark and the onlookers are in the dark. They jumped outside and were more able to see the flaws clearly. Nowadays, Yuan Dim Mo's ability is to help them look outside themselves and observe their own flaws. It's fast, but what's the point if you're not allowed to hit anyone? Zhao Ying observed the fake body and realized her problem. She voluntarily slowed her own blade, but it was right in the way of a fast-slashing fake body and bone blade. Zhao Ying took one more step towards the front, instantly decapitating this fake body in front of her. After comprehending the problem, it's the same as a qualitative change. The rest of the people had been reminded by Yi Xiaoxiao and also had such an effect. Yi Xiaoxiao's effect was remarkable as her sword intent surged and she gradually entered a state of lucidity. Every move of the false body in front of her could not escape her observation. This fake body that was competing with her own sword was like a clear mirror for her to see clearly. Against the movements of the dummy in front of her, Yi Xiaoxiao's progress was rapid, to the point of being unimaginable. Even that fake body had just landed in front of Yi Xiaoxiao. In an instant, however, Yi Xiaoxiao had picked off the fake body bone sword and held it in her hand to pierce her opponent. After killing the fake body in front of her in seconds, Yi Xiaoxiao raised the sword in her hand and pointed it at Yuan Dimo. Quickly draw the next one. Yuan Dimo, who was at the front door of the front hall above those steps, froze for a moment when he heard Yi Xiaoshua's words and saw her actions. He frowned and hurriedly continued to start drawing Yi Xiaoshu's fake body. It just didn't last long as he finished his drawing and landed again to rush at Yi Xiaoshu. 3 swords, killed, draw again, Yi Xiaoxiao urged, and took a step toward the front. This Yuan Dim Mo no longer had the time to draw others, and could only grab Yi Xiaoxiao to draw alone. One after another, the evilized Yuan family members who came over were painted by Yuan Dim Mo as Yi Xiaoxiao's fake body. It was just that Yi Xiaoxiao took one step at a time, walking towards the front, moving her sword less and less. When he reached the back, with a single sword, he cut down that false body. In the back, the arc of the sword even began to get smaller. Zhao Ying and the others gradually emptied out and looked towards the front. One could see the bizarre scenery, and the fake body that was drawn by Yuan Inc. in the distance, as if it was actively bumping into Yi Xiaoxiao's sword. In the end, there were no more surplus evilized Yuan family members left, stranded in this place for Yuan Dim Mo to paint. The bright red color of the tip of the pen in Yuan Dim Mo's hand was gone, and he looked at Yi Xiaoxiao standing in front of him dumbfounded. Thanks to your painting, it has refined my strength a lot. Yi Xiaoxiao looked at Yuan Dumo and sighed. You are indeed very good at drawing to fake. Yuan Dimo, who was standing in the same place, looked at Yi Xiaoshu. He couldn't draw her in her present posture. That is, Yi Xiaoxiao's existence today possessed abilities that were beyond his capabilities. But Yuan Dimo was very concerned about what Yi Xiaoxiao said. My painting, is it really good? Aha! Yi Xiaoxiao nodded her head. Yuan Dimo smiled again at this moment. That's good. That's good ah. After saying that, Yuan Dimo put the brush in his hand into his arms and closed his eyes. Yi Xiaoxiao's sword, which had ignited the heart fire, also chopped towards the front. Chapter 127. The sword blade that was ignited by the void white flame easily cut apart Yuan Dimo's body in front of him. Bang! When Yuan Mo's body exploded, it immediately turned into black flying ash and drifted out in all directions, waiting for the next moment. But there were illusory figures that emerged from it. It was exactly the same as just now, and it was Yuan Dimo's illusory gesture. I don't know how long it's been since anyone complimented me on my good-looking paintings. The illusory Yuan Mo looked towards Yi Xiaoxiao. Yi Xiaoxiao looked at the illusory Yuan Dimo in front of her with some surprise. A place of evil spirits amplifies the senses. It allowed Yi Xiaoxiao to be able to see things that she, at this realm, would not otherwise be able to see. Go deeper. Go to my house and destroy that. The illusory Yuan Dimo spoke. Grandpa is really crazy. He's harboring a great evil. I was deliberately forced by him to die of insanity in the first place, and my grievances were so overwhelming that I became one of the nodes harboring the great evil grand formation. Stop him, or the living will die. As Yuan Dimo finished speaking, his illusory figure, too, gradually dissipated. It represented his complete relief. However, the information left behind before Yuan.mo dissipated was very important and surprised Yi Xiaoxiao and the others. At first, Yuan Dimo was deliberately driven mad by that Yuan Wuxiang. Come to think of it, it's also true that the Yuan family is also a large family. So what does it matter if Yuan Dimo likes to paint? Jin Doi spoke. At first, when he heard about these things, he thought they were outrageous. The big Yuan family still can't accommodate a male son who likes to paint? Not so much. Speaking of which, compared to the hobbies of some of his peers, Yuan Dimo was already good enough. At least get into the Willow Wind Academy General Academy. Now listening to Yuan Dimo personally said, only to realize that this Yuan family head, itself has long been crazy. To be in the company of an evil spirit, you really don't care about your family. How could you force your grandson to do this? Let's go. Go find Yuan Dimo's courtyard. Yi Xiaoxiao opened her mouth and looked at Zhao Yingying. This only requires you to lead the way. Zhao Yingying nodded. Follow the direction I came out. And Macho Jojo took the knife and carved words into the ground. Wait a moment, you guys, leave a message for the others. They just reacted and waited for Macho Joe to inscribe. Macho Jojo simply engraved the key information and finally the directions. The group moved again, following the direction Zhao Yingying had come from earlier. However, after following Zhao Yingying's lead and passing through the gate she came from, she was in an unfamiliar territory. It was not Yuan Dimo's original courtyard, but a different residence. When they reached the courtyard here, they found a woman sitting in front of them, crying. She looked back, tears streaming down her face. Only these tears were bloodshot and pale. Are you my son's fellow students? All of you from the Willow Wind Academy? The woman said, and began to crawl towards the ground. Why are you still wearing the clothes of the Willow Wind Academy? My son has been removed from the school. How can you still stay in the academy? As the crawling woman chanted under her breath, she stretched out her hand and lunged towards Yi Xiaoxiao and the others. Wow! At that instant, a chain with a false white blaze suddenly flew over from the side. In front of the chains, a sharp blade was strapped. This sharp blade came through from a distance and directly blew through the neck of the woman who had pounced on Yi Xiaoxiao and the others in midair. Immediately after this crawling woman's neck was blown through, she was ignited by heartfire and cauterized into flying ash. Now, it's finally a rendezvous. The person who struck out was none other than Lu Dei, who ran over with the others. Zhao Yingying's face, at this moment, finally revealed an expression of satisfaction. In this way, our golden generation is finally assembled. A few people were looking over in her direction. What was the time to be counting on these things? Having gathered, they all began to communicate with each other. What they had encountered earlier. We mainly encountered the Yuan mansion's evilized servants and some weak Yuan family members. It was really weird. Lu Zhenqian opened his mouth, shuddering at the thought of that image. According to their descriptions, these evilized Yuan family members were unpredictable and elusive, and the guys didn't even half move when they came out. In the beginning, in panic, he couldn't even ignite his heart's fire. The black smoke was so thick that there was no way to even find them. Even if they exchanged hands and decapitated the other party, they would still get up from the ground and continue to fight with them. Well, in the back, after stabilizing his mind and igniting his heart fire, he surveyed the true sight of the mist and cut them down. This evil sneaky land, although the evil aura is fluttering, it has not exerted its true power though. Gathering together, as soon as Lu Du opened his mouth, his father, and his elder brother, traveled extensively, and was a walking shopkeeper, and had seen a lot of evil places. Evil sneaky land, he had heard of it a bit. There are strong and weak places like this. Lu Dei spoke. Some weak places of evil spirits will be broken by the mere fact that the cultivator is near and has a strong blood qi. Nowadays, Yuan Fu, a place of evil spirits, is obviously incomparably powerful, but not correspondingly bizarre. In response to Lu Dei's question, Yi Xiaoxiao said something about Yuan Dimo and his words. Ah, is that even the case? Lu Dei was surprised and said towards Feng Wei Fan, this Yuan Dimo, it seems like she's still in the same year as your oldest sister, right? Feng Wei Fan nodded. I heard my sister mention it, and I think she even said that it's quite miserable to be a junior of the Yuan family. Crazy and dead, there are several gone. The crowd looked at each other, and a possibility surfaced in their minds. It couldn't be that all those dead Yuan clan juniors were forced by Yuan Wuxiang, right? Just to fulfill that idea of harboring a great evil? If that's the case, all the more reason for us to hurry up and find a way to break this great evil? Zhao Yingying spoke. Yi Xiaoshu nodded. Go, keep looking. Several people then continued to move, just walked around several times, all as if they were headless flies, running around, circling around this Yuan family's back residence, that Yuan Dim Mo's yard, still not found, but instead encountered a number of evil spirits. Fortunately, there was the method that Yi Tian had personally taught them in the beginning. Allowing them to deal with the evil spirits was not too tough and they had experience. Not only that, but by the time the physical strength was gradually depleted at the back, the aura was gradually thinning, and the mind was exhausted. A trace of golden aura began to emerge from the void white heart flame that was originally lit on his body. This was when they were gradually approaching their limits. Their potential was being squeezed out, and the medicinal power of the golden bell fruit that had been buried within Yi Tian's body was gradually being tapped out. If you were in the outside world and exhausted like that, you just wouldn't have the same effect. But right now they were in a different environment. This place was a place of evil spirits. Pressure was everywhere, coming towards them from all directions, plus maintaining the heart fire. Everyone is on the edge of their limits. It was only under such heavy pressure that the medicinal power in their bodies was able to burst forth. Chapter 128, Disparity of Strength. Yi Xiaoxiao stopped after recovering quite a bit with the help of the medicinal power of the golden bell fruit that her father had buried in her body. She spoke towards the crowd. We can't move like this anymore. The chaos of running around is too draining on ourselves. Yi Xiaoxiao's words were echoed by the others. But what next? Yi Xiaoxiao, who was standing in place, took a few deep breaths. Having ignited the fire of the heart, there is a way to strike out at the evil spirit without worrying about this evil spirit coming back from the dead. In fact, Father told us what to do a long time ago. Yi Xiaoxiao suddenly was thinking of something and looked over towards the crowd. Everyone heard Yi Xiaoshu's words and looked in her direction. After a moment's recollection, it became clear what her point was. That's right, on the way to Yuan Mansion, Yi Tian had already imparted the method to them a long time ago. Yi Xiaoxiao once again focused her will above her eyes, and the heart fire was still lit above her fingers. Her fingertips skimmed over the front of her eyes as if she had set them on fire with her heart. When this was done, Yi Xiaoxiao really did see something different. There was a distorted view in the direction of the portal in front of Yi Xiaoshan's eyes. The distorted view in the back is a sign of where it will lead. Also, under such a viewpoint, Yi Xiaoxiao was able to clearly see that the distorted scenery within the framework of that portal would constantly change. At this moment, Yi Xiaoxiao finally understood why they were always walking around, walking out of place. The direction the portal leads to is always uncertain, and they certainly can't find it. After Yi Xiaoxiao tried it, she explained it to the crowd, and the rest of them followed suit. After determining that there were no problems, for the sake of efficiency, the crowd began to move in teams, quickly going to Yuan Dimo's courtyard. Following this method, everyone was really efficient, and it didn't take long before they managed to find Yuan Dimo's compound. It was also exactly where Zhao Yingying had been victimized, and they were still able to see that in the middle of this compound, the water from the dying tank was splashed haphazardly on the ground. Finally found it. Let's quickly see what secrets this Yuan Dimo's courtyard has. Zhao Yingying carried her knife and spoke viciously. Zhao Yingying had been here earlier and had fallen on bad luck, so naturally, she had to personally find out what the problem was and fix it. Otherwise, how can I get out of this? Yi Xiaoxiao and the others were also in the courtyard, searching carefully, but they didn't find anything special. After returning to the courtyard, the people looked at each other and shook their heads, not finding much. In the end, it was Yi Xiaoxiao whose gaze lingered in the courtyard. Looking at these dye pots, you guys say that Yuan Dimo has already been driven mad and died a long time ago. Who is using these dye pots in his yard? Yi Xiaoxiao's words sent shivers down the spine of the crowd. Yeah, Yuan Dimo had long since passed away, so how come there were brand new paint cylinders in his yard? And who was using them? Yi Xiaoxiao looked at the paint dye tank in front of her and suddenly kicked it over. Bang! The vat instantly burst open, but after shattering, it strangely recovered. The dye that had been running all over the place came back into it. With this kick, Yi Xiaoxiao was not attached to the heart fire. Seeing this, her eyes lit up, and then the long sword in her hand was attached by the heart fire. The backhanded sword slashed towards the dye vat of paint. Swish! The paint dye tank that was ignited with heart fire was instantly chopped open. It was just that at this moment, the chopped open paint dye tank did not completely recover. Instead, it burned violently as if it had been set on fire. Seeing this, the rest of them nodded their heads and immediately struck out. As they continued to strike, the black evil chi in the surroundings began to gather towards this side. So, chop, chop, chop. That Zhao Yingying shouted excitedly when she saw this. Carrying the long knife in her hand that was ignited by the fire of her heart, she ran through the middle of this courtyard, frantically slashing towards these paint-dyed tanks. Bang! 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 Listening to the shattering sounds, Zhao Yingying's heart flowed freely. The rest of them, too, are grasping at straws to break. Look! At this time, Jin Duyi realized that something was wrong and pointed towards the top. At this time, Yi Xiaoxiao and the others looked up and realized that the black evil qi in the air had, at some unknown time, gathered over. I'm only afraid that the reason why these evil qi gathered over was precisely because of their various actions in this place. Their behavior. I'm afraid they haven't alerted something even more terrifyingly evil? Hurry! Yi Xiaoxiao once again spoke eagerly, while the sword in her hand danced rapidly. It's not a big yard, not many paint dye pots, but every time you hit one batch, another one will appear, cascading down. They don't know when it's going to be over or if it's going to work. Having gotten this far, all that's left to do is to break this weird, all of it, fast. The black evil qi in the sky above was already coalescing into a black snake, overlooking the crowd in the courtyard below, which was constantly busy. Contempt and disdain flowed from the eyes of the cohesive black snake. Obviously these juniors that were moving around down below were not in its eyes. The black evil qi condensed in the sky above rolled over in the black snake's body, and finally came crashing towards the bottom. You guys continue. Seeing the black snake in the sky above about to crash down, Yi Xiaoxiao hurriedly said. At the same time, her gaze was fixed on the black snake falling overhead, her essence highly concentrated. Steeply sheathing his sword, he focused his attention completely on his mind. In the face of danger, the last thing she should do is run away. A sword cultivator, in itself, is to cut down everything with the sword. Earlier, he had fought for so long with the fake body drawn by Yuan Diaomo. Yi Xiaoxiao had come to her senses, and at this moment, her heart was on fire. With the help of the medicinal power of the golden bell fruit, she could feel that her shackles were being broken. The limit of the bone hardening stage was flushed away by her. The original basic 9 sword stances were deconstructed and reorganized in her mind. Eventually, it merged into one sword. The sword in Yi Xiaoxiao's hand was sheathed and chopped towards the huge black snake that was falling from the sky above. Even though she looked so small compared to the giant black serpent in the sky, she remained resolute and swung her sword up. At this moment, the heartfire false white flames on the sword in Yi Xiaoxiao's hand were incomparably exuberant. The sword collided with that black giant snake, and the blazing aura caused the black giant snake's evil aura to avoid it. That huge body was hardened by Yi Xiaoxiao and chopped a gaping hole out of it. However, there was too much of a disparity in strength to stop that giant black hand. Drink! A roar came from the rear, the same heartfire, and that Zhao Yingying followed, slashing out. Following with the knife was Macho Zhou. Jin Duyi, who was on the side, stepped forward with his twin sticks and met that huge black hand. That Lu Dia chain flung flying towards the air. Long Yifeng followed closely behind, and together with Lu Zhenxian as well as Fang Weifan, they struck out towards the giant black snake. The huge black snake that came suppressing in the air would indeed make people fearful, but Yi Xiaoxiao and the others, against their fear, struck out at the giant black snake. Chapter 129 Teaching Time. The black giant snake in the sky above was indeed hit with quite a few gaps, but each other's strength. In the end, the disparity, the gap is too much. The huge black snake condensed from that evil qi, despite the fact that it had been punched out quite a few times, but in the blink of an eye, it had completely coalesced and resumed its shape. The black giant snake transformed by evil qi opened its mouth. That was going to completely devour Yi Xiaoxiao and the others. Obviously, in the eyes of this giant black snake, these fresh lives were only to be devoured by him. It was at this instant that the huge black snake seemed to be pinched by an invisible hand, causing its somewhat huge body to twist. The giant snake's body moved, trying to struggle, but the invisible hand, as if it were needing it, gave it a hard squeeze. Finally, absolute power began to surface. Yi Xiaoxiao and the others below were able to see it very clearly. The invisible force was madly squeezing and began to crush and recrush this black evil qi mass. Finally, it dissipated in mid-air. The disappearance of the giant snake in the sky caused the crowd to freeze, at a loss for words. In the end, there was a hand on Yi Xiaoxiao's shoulder. When she turned back to come, she realized that her father, Yi Tian, had already stood beside her at an unknown time. Not bad, you guys did well this time. After Yi Tian appeared, he praised out towards the crowd, staying calm in the face of danger. Being able to keep your heart and maintain your heart fire in such an evil and sneaky place. If you meet some more unusual evil places, there should be no way to help you. Yi Tian, who had spoken of this place, waved towards Yi Xiaoxiao and the others, signaling them to follow him over. Seeing Yi Tian appear, the original nervousness of the crowd instantly relaxed. After spending a long time in the Yuan mansion, they were about to forget that Yi Tian was following them this time. The reason they entered this evil and sneaky place was precisely because they came here to learn at Yi Tian's behest. Uncle Yi, what was that just now? Zhao Yingying couldn't help but inquire. Yi Tian said, didn't Yuan.mo say that his grandfather wanted to contain the great evil and enhance himself? That is part of the great evil manifestation. Speaking of this place, Yi Tian walked to the still remaining pigment dyeing tank and looked down at his feet. He reached out his hand and gently stroked it toward the ground, and the dirt turned over, revealing the white bones of the downwinders. On this white bone, cloaked in a robe, the arm bones were broken underneath the rotting double sleeves. Obviously, this one is Yuan Dim Mo. He's been dead for many years now, and his resentment was sealed in the evil formation for a long time, becoming one of the nodes of this great formation. The Yuan Dim Mo you saw, and these things, are all made of grievances. As Yi Tian brought Yuan Diamo's white bones out of the ground, the surrounding pigment-dyed tanks gradually disappeared. It seemed like Yi Tian's behavior had relieved him and his resentment was dissipating. You guys have already dissolved part of his grievances, Yi Tian stated towards the crowd. That's why, by bringing him out, this node is broken. This, then, you must remember, is the evil thing formed by grievances in the evil land? The appearance of such evil things formed by grievances does not depend on the honored one. If Yuan Dimo hadn't relieved himself and given up, it wouldn't have been so simple to be able to kill him. With this Yuan Dimo's grievances, to behead him forcefully, one would have to kill him at least 27 times. Hearing Yi Tian's explanation, everyone nodded their heads gently, bearing it in mind. Having experienced it firsthand, it is naturally impressive and will not be forgotten. Yi Xiaoxiao sighed with emotion. Luckily, his resentment dissipated, or else he would really have to be chopped so many times. I'm afraid it would be hard to hold on to the follow-up. She was well aware that the Yuan Dimo was personally not very strong. It was quite a bit more powerful than the fake body he had drawn. Yi Tian spoke again. As for the other evil spirits you encountered, they are just ordinary evilized existences. Afterwards, Yi Tian was just grabbing towards a short distance in the air. The courtyard wall over there collapsed with a bang, and there was an evilized Yuan family member who was grabbed by Yi Tian through the air. Click! Yi Tian pinched the neck of this evilized Yuan family member with his bare hands, and the invisible power of heaven and earth imprisoned his movements. Carrying this evil spirit thing, Yi Tian let these kids come closer and carefully explained. Look, this kind is contaminated by evil spirits for too long. The soul has been completely evilized and has become a walking corpse, living and acting according to the memories and habits of the past. Once the evil land has erupted, they will become this evil thing, and the changes in the evil things are traceable. They are the Yuan family, a two-faced bookish family that speaks of rules and emphasizes instrumentation. After the evilization, their bodies are twisted and grotesque, crawling on the ground, contrary to what they originally insisted on. Speaking of this place, Yi Tian loosened his hand and threw out the evilized Yuan family member. The evilized Yuan family member who was thrown out, being an evil thing, was incomparably fearful and turned around and ran. His twisted limbs crawled across the ground like a human spider. Taking the road, Yi Tian pointed over there. Observe carefully, if you meet such an evil spirit thing, how should you respond quickly? Zhao Yingying snatched the answer. Chop off his limbs. Yi Tian shook his head. Wrong, think again. Yi Xiaoxiao suddenly came to a clear realization. He crawls strangely and quickly, and is going to an open place. Yi Tian nodded. It's a good approach, but not good enough. Just at this time, Jin Dui thought of one. What's the point of reprimanding him, and taking advantage of his missteps before quickly striking out to behead him? Yi Tian smiled and said towards Jin Dui, not bad. Seeing Yi Tian praising himself, Jin Dui scratched his head in embarrassment. A few people next to him looked in his direction. What the hell, is that even possible? Seeing several people looking at him, Jin Dui explained. Didn't Uncle Yi say earlier that we resolved Yuan Dimo's grievances with more ease? He said again that these Yuan family members, who are themselves concerned with rules and grooming, have now become this hell. What if we find this point and rebuke them? Since we have to ignite the fire of the heart when facing evil spirits, isn't it true that when dealing with these evil spirits, we should also attack the heart? Jin Douyi's words made the crowd realize. Yi Tian continued, this is a case of equal strength. If you guys are strong enough, you don't need these tricks, just directly crush through. Of course, you are young, and I do want you to know this. Hearing Yi Tian's words, the crowd nodded their heads. Come on, I'll continue to show you what else is going on in this evil sneaky land. Yi Tian once again beckoned and explained to this group of kids. Yi Tian led the way in front, and Yi Xiaoxiao and the others followed him honestly. Those who know, understand that they are in the land of evil. Those who were not clear about it would only think that they had come to visit this Yuan mansion. Chapter 130, Watch and Learn Carefully. Boom! Deafening popping sounds erupted from the Yuan mansion's back garden. Yuan Wuxian obviously sensed the situation and was furious. One of the nodes of the grand formation has been broken, and in the Yuan mansion not only are there you guys, but rats have come in as well. Yuan Wuxian roared angrily. He stared deathly at Zhou Yuanfang in front of him. The black smoke permeating his body was much more massive than before. Zhou Yuanfang heard the other party's roar and probably knew what was going on. I'm afraid that the master took the little master and sharpened him in the middle of the Yuan mansion, and inadvertently, he spoiled this Yuan Wuxiang. Node broken? This Yuan Wuxiang is in the company of evil spirits, and I'm afraid that what he is scheming is not so simple. Damn it! Yuan Wuxiang roared angrily, waving his hands across the air once again, condensing the giant snake transformed by evil qi and wrapping it around the turquoise sword qi virtual tree, and he was about to move and rush towards the location where the node had been broken. The great evil, which is about to be contained and completed. How can it be undone in this place? He would obliterate the scum that destroyed the nodes and act as the sustenance that would harbor the great evil. Buzz! The sound of sword chi trembling erupted once again. That green and green void tree sword chi that was originally stopped by the black giant snake's entanglement erupted once again. Zhou Yuanfang seemed to be completely unstinting with his body's spiritual chi at this moment, all of it bursting out and cutting towards the black evil chi giant snake that was winding over. Want to go? Zhou Yuanfang sneered twice, lifting the sword in his hand and swinging it towards the front once again. At this moment, the cohesive cyan-colored massive imaginary tree instantly collapsed. In the shattered body of the tree, a green-colored long sword was actually emerging. The sword burned with the fiery flames of green heartfire all over its body, and it had a slender blade with no lattice. Greenwood Void Life Sword. Chop! With Zhou Yuanfang's shout, that green-colored sword was immediately chasing after him in the direction of that Yuan Wuxiang. Under the flow of sword light, the entangled black giant snake was broken apart. Yuan Wuxiang's pupils contracted slightly before he reacted. When Zhou Yuanfang had moved against him earlier, he hadn't exerted his full strength at all, but was instead building up his killing moves. Looking at the sword that was chopping towards him, Yuan Wuxiang's face struggled for a moment before finally clenching his teeth. The next moment, he steeply was coming with his mouth open. At the same time, the originally swollen pale serpent instantly shrunk and returned to him, burrowing into his mouth. Knock! The sound of heartbeat resuscitation rang out, and Yuan Wuxiang's face was in pain, his expression grim as he tugged at his neck. Looking closely, he was able to see that his skin was oozing blood and was being sliced open by something sharp. It was followed by something reflecting light that grew from beneath his skin. It was actually a piece of snake scale that gradually covered his skin. In addition, Yuan Wuxiang's entire body began to swell. It didn't take long for the scales to cover Yuan Wuxiang's entire body as well. By the time he opened his eyes, his pupils had become vertical. Not only that, but it was also possible to see a black mist emerge above his neck. In the black mist, there was a snake's head sticking out. This snake head was immediately revived, opening its mouth and spitting out black evil chi, washing away the green-colored flying sword flying in front of it. After the black evil aura washed over the green flying sword, it doused that green heartfire. In the next moment, that black tide of evil aura washed over Zhou Yuanfang's entire body. Zhou Yuanfang's pupils contracted, and he hurriedly was erupting his aura, making the heartfire even more vigorous. When the others saw this, they also changed color and hurriedly came behind Zhou Yuanfang, following along to explode their auras. It was just that at this moment, this flood of evil chi washed over the crowd with far more power than before. The heart fire blaze that was lit in them was instantly extinguished. The biting evil aura washed over them as it eroded them very badly. Well, when the torrent of black evil chi ended, Zhou Yuanfang also let out a muffled grunt as he looked over towards that Yuan Wuxiang. The Yuan Wuxiang at this moment was evil, haunted by black mist. The snake head of that black mist did not look like it was originally dead. Instead, it revived, and he looked towards Zhou Yuanfang, and in the pupils of the snake, there seemed to be a reminiscence. Zhou Yuanfang, long time no see. That snake head was actually spitting out human words and climbed towards him. Zhou Yuanfang was a little surprised to hear that snake head open its mouth to speak, and the voice, he sounded very familiar. After pondering for a moment, he immediately reacted. You are Yuan Wenlang. This familiar voice made a face that surfaced in Zhou Yuanfang's mind. The first generation head of the Yuan family, once the first prime minister during the founding of the Jingtian imperial dynasty, was also Yuan Wuxiang's grandfather, a figure from the same era as himself. Back then, Yuan Wenlang had limited talent in terms of cultivation, and had only reached the lung stage of the first realm's body refining realm, only as a centenarian. However, Yuan Wenlang also lived to be 112 years old by many means and died at the end of his life. However, Zhou Yuanfang did not expect to meet his old acquaintances from his past contemporaries in such a form. For this first-generation head of the Yuan family, the first prime minister, Zhou Yuanfang was in awe. At least in that era, the Jingtian imperial dynasty was able to prosper nowadays, and his credit could not be erased. However, how had the existence that had once allowed the Jingtian imperial dynasty to prosper to this point and made notable achievements become like this? How could Zhou Yuanfang not realize that it wasn't actually Yuan Wuxiang who was with the evil spirits? I am only afraid that the one who is really with the evil spirits is Yuan Wenlang. Or rather, Yuan Wenlang has become an evil spirit. Ah, Zhou Yuanfang, why do you think you're spoiling my good deed when you're in a good mood? Yuan Wenlang, who had transformed into a snakehead, couldn't help but sigh. Originally, my body was about to coalesce successfully, and I would be living a new life, in a different guise. When that time comes, I will be born from the Yuan family as a child, and eventually become the prime minister of the Jingtian imperial dynasty once again. In the end, it will take the Jingtian imperial dynasty to an even more profound realm. It's even able to compare to those holy lands in clan-like levels, becoming a true top imperial dynasty. But all of this was ruined by you. Yuan Wenlang sighed. I'm sharing a body with the phaseless child. Such a bizarre gesture. How do you expect me to return to the court? Zhou Yuanfang was furious. So, how many people did you kill for this? These are all necessary sacrifices. Yuan Wenlang opened his mouth. They deserve to die for the sake of honoring the heavenly imperial dynasty. Even you deserve to die in this place, to cause me to awaken early in such a state. Oh Zhou Yuanfang, you'll pay for it with your own life. Just as Yuan Wenlong's words fell, but not far away, there came an untimely voice. Well, boys, now comes one of the more important parts of this evil place. Next, watch and learn carefully. Chapter 131. Not far away, the entrance location of the Yuan mansion's back garden. Yi Tian happened to bring Yi Xiaoxiao and the others and stepped into it. Those words, that's exactly what he was telling these kids, one way or the other. Under such a battle situation, Yi Tian's voice and words seemed so abrupt. Almost everyone in the room turned their heads and looked over towards the side in unison. Zhou Yuanfang was okay, knowing how exaggerated Yi Tian's abilities were. It was also clear that the sudden change in front of him would cause no great mischief. With Yi Tian sitting in this place, even if that Yuan Wenlang had monstrous skills, he would not be able to turn over any waves. White Jade Whiskers was also clear about Yi Tian's skills, and teasingly looked towards the evil spirits that still remained around him. With him coming, these guys are out of luck. Zhou Sunluo had followed his grandfather for a long time and was also clear about Yi Tian's ability, but was far less calm than Zhou Yuanfang, not to mention the Jin Right Wind by his side, whose heart trembled when he saw his grandson Jin Duyi following. He didn't know how powerful this man who made his teacher call out to him as his master was in terms of his skills. Can you protect the children's well-being when dealing with the land of evil spirits? Ma Yuhua instead stared and saw her granddaughter following the group. Master, is that Miss? The personal guards reached Ma Yuehua's side and also saw the figure not far away. Ma Yuehua nodded. I didn't realize that this one really brought the children in. Isn't this so dangerous? That personal guard was worried and once again looked in the direction of his lady. Miss Macho Zhou was found to be honestly following in the middle of the group, listening to Yi Tian's teachings. That Yuan Wuxiang, as well as Yuan Liangliang, represented by the snake head and the black mist on his body, were clearly angry. The man who had entered the backyard had not taken them too seriously. Yuan Wuxiang gently waved his hand, and the surrounding evil chi once again condensed the black giant hand, and his mouth uttered, "Madman, do you know that this is the place?" Yuan Wuxiang had just opened his mouth when Yi Tian looked over. The next moment, he immediately was reaching out his hand and gently waving it. Not far away, the green-colored void tree sword chi that originally belonged to Zhou Yuanfang was immediately swept away. That illusory giant tree grew savagely, with thick branches of aura that carried the green-colored heartfire, immediately binding that Yuan Wuxiang. And the branches that grew out of the savage growth were like wooden pythons, spinning and twisting to block Yuan Wuxiang's mouth and nose. Shoo! Yi Tian lightly shushed out. I'm having a lesson with the children. Be quiet for now. When Yi Tian spoke of this place, he raised his hand and violently pressed towards the bottom. The ground cracked open, instantly like an open earth bag, engulfing that Yuan Wuxiang's body in it. Only after doing this did Yi Tian turn around. See, this backyard place has the most vigorous evil chi and belongs to the core of the evil spirit place. In addition, this place is full of grievances. I'm only afraid that this Yuan family has killed someone, which is buried in the ground of this back garden and filled into that pond. It's also why the vegetation in the back garden of this Yuan mansion is so exuberant. Subsequently, Yi Tian carefully described to Yi Xiaoxiao and the others beside him based on the situation of the entire back garden, how to meet a point in a small way. How about being able to discover where the core of the evil place is through observation and with the help of the flow of evil chi? The group of children following Yi Tian's side nodded their heads gently. Subsequently, Yi Tian also briefly talked about the knowledge of formations and how to recognize the situation of the evil formations in this evil sneaky place. Yi Tian spoke easily here, looking incomparably casual. Not far away, Ma Yuehua, as well as his personal guards around him, were already not too calm. Just now, what did they see? Yuan Wuxiang, who had exploded into awakening, and Yuan Wenlang, who had appeared in the black mist on him. It was just far enough for Yi Tian, with his own hands, to suppress it. Even when that distant Yi Tian made his move, he still manipulated Zhou Yuanfang's power out of thin air. It was also at this moment that they truly felt the terrifying nature of Zhou Yuanfang's power. But why didn't it seem to work so well in Zhou Yuanfang's hands? In addition, the evil spirits will be more powerful in the realm at the core of this evil spirit land. Yi Tian struck again at this time. He raised his hand and grasped and shot through the air towards a short distance away. The evil spirit thing that still survived, more powerful, flew uncontrollably towards where Yi Tian was. Roar! The evilized Yuan family member roared and wanted to move towards Yi Tian. It was just that when he reached Yi Tian's hands and was grabbed by a hand, he was unable to continue moving at all. It was as if they were under a spell of immobilization. Come on, you guys continue to try to attack and see what's the difference? At this time, Yi Tian spoke once again. Upon hearing Yi Tian's words, Yi Xiaoxiao and the others did as they were told, carrying the weapons in their own hands and slashing towards this evil thing. Swish! Although their blades were indeed able to hack out wounds when draped over this evilized Yuan family member, the effect was not as good as expected. Even the sound of gold and iron clashing was even emitted when it hacked into some positions. Seeing this situation caused everyone's faces to show a look of amazement. How come it can't be cut? Yi Xiaoxiao was surprised, lifting the sword in her hand and carefully observing it. The heart fire didn't go out. Seeing the puzzled look on his daughter's face, Yi Tian smiled. It's simple. Your realm is too low. There's definitely no way to hurt them when they run into this more powerful evil thing. Therefore, I hope that you will understand that the reason for teaching you the skill of Heartfire is to have a way to deal with it in the face of a land of evil spirits. But the cultivation in the ordinary days can't be left behind. That's fundamental. Otherwise, if you fall into this powerful evil place and run into this even stronger evil thing, you can't break the situation and you can only die in it. Become the sustenance of this evil place. Is that clear? Yi Xiaoxiao and the others, all of them nodded their heads seriously. Got it. Yi Tian smiled. Good. This simple experience class in your evil sneaky land is over. As his words fell, he also flexed his fingers and flicked them down towards the side. The evilized Yuan family members that Yi Xiaoxiao and the others couldn't hack were just turned into flying dust. Immediately after, Yi Tian raised his hand once again and gently made a point towards the front. The leaves fell from the green-colored imaginary tree that grew loftily on that Zhou Yuanfang's body, as if it was a sharp sword. These blades passed through the evilized Yuan family members, turning them into flying ash one after another. As the crowd looked at the fallen leaves, their expressions shifted. This move, so terrible? So why? They looked over towards Zhou Yuanfang. Bai Yushu spoke directly. Boss, how do you practice? Zhou Yuanfang's old face flushed and he stammered. I'm not as gifted as I should be, and I'm not practicing. Boom! It was also at this moment that the dirt not far away burst, and a figure leapt up from it. It was Yuan Wuxiang and Yuan Wenlang who had been pressed into the ground by Yi Tian and were being suppressed to death. Chapter 132, Formation Activation. Rushing out from the middle of the ground below, Yuan Wuxiang's pale face was obviously going to be very ugly. Go! In the black mist on that Yuan Wuxiang's shoulder, Yuan Wenlang spoke in a hurry. After this short time of contact, it was clear to him that he would definitely not be Yi Tian's opponent. It was too exaggerated, just striking out from a distance and suppressing this half-completed evil body of his. If he does strike, will he be able to carry it? Yuan Wuxiang obeyed his grandfather's words and also rode the black evil chi. Going away in the air, the evil energy transformed into a black snake, holding it up under his feet as he moved forward, towards the distance, wanting to leave this location as soon as possible. Shinya, lend the sword to father for a while. Yi Tian stretched out his hand towards Yi Xiaoxiao. Yi Xiaoxiao nodded her head and handed her Zhanyun sword to Yi Tian. After Yi Tian received his daughter's sword, his aura surged into it and ignited the heart fire. How can I let you go after harming the lives of so many people? Yi Tian gently shook his head and sent a sword towards the sky. Boom! Pounds and pounds of enormous heartfire sword chi rose up in the air. That heartfire sword chi was like a translucent curtain, cutting the entire dark night of the Yuan mansion in half. And that Yuan Wuxiang and Yuan Wenlang, who were about to escape in the air, sensed the incoming heartfire sword chi behind them, tried to avoid it, but couldn't dodge it at all. When they turned around, that heartfire sword chi had already passed through their bodies long ago. Then, everyone watched with their own eyes as the Yuan Wuxiang body in the sky above, and that Yuan Wenlang's black mist serpent body, began to intermingle. One slides upward, the other downward. What also changed with it was the sky of Yuanfu behind them. The pitch-black night was chopped open, revealing the real sky. It was the evening sun, reflected in the sky. You, who in the world are you? In midair, Yuan Wenlang, who gradually turned into flying ash, said towards Yi Tian in his dying breath. Yi Tian returned the sword to the scabbard on his daughter Yi Xiaoxiao's waist and slowly spoke out. I am just a father. You're strong, but you won't be able to save the Jingtian imperial dynasty, nor will you be able to escape. Ha, can't escape. As Yuan Wenlang's words dissipated, his body disappeared into thin air. Yuan Wuxian's body similarly followed suit and turned into flying ash. His eyes were looking off into the distance, at the haze of that sky. Eventually, his eyes closed and his body dissipated. At this point, the matter of the Yuan mansion also came to an end. It's really scary. That Manhwa looked at Yi Tian and couldn't help but sigh. They fought hard against the evil spirits in the back garden of this Yuan mansion. Even with Zhou Yuanfeng's help, it still left the situation frozen in this place. Who had thought that after this Yi Tian arrived, he would first give lessons to his granddaughter's gang of children. After the lesson, a sword cuts it down and it all goes up in smoke. You guys make good, Yi Tian said towards Zhou Yuanfeng's side while turning around to leave. Yi Xiaoxiao and the others, on the other hand, honestly followed him out. Ma Qiaoqiao, as well as Jin Duyi, both nodded their heads towards their grandfather's side, and finally followed closely beside Yi Tian without looking back. In this regard, Jin Yuefeng and Ma Yuhua were fine with it. Are you kidding me? What's the point of having such a chance? When Yi Tian and the others left, they happened to be the ones who saw Zhao Yuxing hurrying over. When he led the palace guards and arrived at the Yuan mansion, he saw Yi Tian coming out with his children. The commander of the palace guards, seeing Yi Tian leading people out, was about to go forward to stop them. How dare you? Back off! Zhao Yaoxian hurriedly scolded the other party and then stepped forward. He came to Yi Tian and softly inquired, "You are?" Yi Tian turned towards Zhao Yiwu and said, "Yuanfu has become a place of evil spirits, so I've brought the children to experience it and sharpen themselves. After all, they will meet an evil spirit one day, so it's still necessary to rehearse it a bit in advance and master the ways to deal with it." Zhao Engying also patted herself towards Zhao Yiwang. "Father, I beheaded quite a few evil spirits." Zhou Easy, together with the commander of the palace guards behind him, as well as the other palace guards, all of them were brain dead. What they just heard, that was normal speech? The place of evil spirits, whoever is avoiding it. But what was the man in front of him talking about? Actually taking these kids and going inside to sharpen them? Crazy. What kind of person would use a place of evil spirits as a place to sharpen their skills? But Prince Xiao, you seem to have come a bit slow. Yi Tian looked at Zhao Yiwang and spoke. Zhao Yiwu turned towards Yi Tian and said, "Don't misunderstand. Although there was a delay on the road, we have long since arrived around the Yuan mansion. It's just that I don't know why, but there was a surge of evil qi and a maze appeared, disrupting us and preventing us from rushing to our aid in time." Yi Tian waved his hand. "I'm not accusing you. I just feel that as a father, I should be faster. But you said maze." Speaking of this place, Yi Tian's gaze scanned the surroundings and narrowed his eyes slightly. Nope, he didn't see any maze around the Yuan mansion. In any way. Zhao Zongyi froze for a moment. But I clearly brought the forbidden guards and circled around for a long time. Just half a day. Yi Tian waved his hand. "It's not important. I'll take the children back first. You guys go to Yuan mansion to make good. I'm afraid you'll have your hands full next." Afterward, Yi Tian took his daughter and the others and turned around to leave. Zhao Engying also waved her hand towards her father and left right after Yi Tian. And Zhao Ichio scratched his head. Strange, is there really no maze? Regarding Yi Tian's ability, Zhao Easy recognized it. But to bring someone here just now is to go in circles. Afterwards, Zhao Yaoxue was leading the people towards the Yuan mansion. Yi Tian's side took the children on the road back to Yi mansion, and when they had walked for a while, everyone was also chattering and talking, discussing the encounters they had just had in the Yuan mansion as well as their performance. Zhao Engying, who was always talkative, didn't say anything, but instead came to Yi Tian's side. "Uncle Yi, my father wouldn't lie to you. Don't worry, I didn't think your father was cheating on me." Yi Tian saw Zhao Engying like this and flashed a smile towards her to relax a bit. Afterward, Yi Tian spoke again. "There are times when falling into that kind of daze is not necessarily entering a maze. Drinking too much and eating the wrong things can also cloud your brain's judgment, mistaking that you're on the right path when you're actually going to the wrong place." Yi Tian's words made Zhao Engying furious. Then he must have been drinking. He was always like this after mother left. Is that right? Yi Tian, however, shook his head. Just now he didn't smell the flavor of wine from Zhao Yuxiang's body. Subsequently, Yi Tian was bringing Yi Xiaoxiao and the others back to the Yi mansion. This time the subsequent cultivation program was put on hold for a while. Get some rest. In the land of evil spirits, it was exhausting in the end. As it got late into the night, suddenly, the entire Jingtian imperial capital erupted with ear-piercing sounds. On the large imperial capital, it was completely enveloped by the formation. Chapter 133, The Golden Tree Hanging Sword. In the imperial capital of the To Heaven imperial dynasty, many people looked up at the sky in some confusion. Suddenly, what's going on? Why is it dark? Many people raised their heads and looked towards the sky above the imperial capital. The formation that could be seen shrouding the imperial capital had obscured the sky, flashing with sword light. It was those flickering sword lights that brightened the originally darkened sky. Many people came out of their houses and looked toward the sky above. Dang! Suddenly, the bell rang. Hearing this voice, many people's faces changed and they returned to their houses. The sound and movement was all too familiar to them. To the past of the royal capital of the Celestial Empire, it was often practiced. However, whenever there is a demon race attacking the imperial capital or an evil spirit causing trouble, the bell will be rung as a warning. At this time, all had to go back inside and were not allowed to go outside. Buzz, buzz, buzz. When the grand formation of the imperial capital was opened, there were sword chi that surfaced and traveled throughout the various street entrances of the imperial capital, levitating above it. However, whenever any movement appeared, these hovering sword chi would attack and put the enemy to death. In the Yi mansion, Yi Xiaoxiao and the others all came out and stood in the courtyard of the mansion, looking up at the sky above. Perimeter star sword formation. How did it open? Zhao Yingying, who had come out from behind, couldn't help but make a sound as she recognized the formation. This was the Jindu Grand Formation of the royal capital of the Jingtian imperial dynasty, which was only activated in times of extreme danger. Do we have to go back to the house? Next to her, Macho Zhou spoke up. That's too much movement. Yi Tian gently beckoned his hand, and the branch of the golden bell tree that was there in the first place, fell back into his hand. You can find a high place to see the situation. Yi Tian handed the tree branch to his daughter. You guys don't leave Shinya's side too far, and you'll be fine. Yi Xiaoxiao took the branch handed over by her father and nodded, looking towards her sidekick. Zhao Yingying blinked, with Uncle Yi as a guarantor. What are you afraid of? Let's see what happens. Everyone nodded their heads as well, and clustered around Yi Xiaoshan and immediately spread out and ran away. After seeing Yi Tian strike with his own eyes in a place as evil as the Yuan mansion, they, more or less, knew something about Yi Tian's strength. Unfathomable. However, everyone was confused because the aura of Yi Tian's hands was clearly just the second realm of the refined Shi realm, but it just looks like really awesome. Yi Xiaoxiao held the branch of the golden bell tree in her hand, which shone with a faint end of golden light that was hidden from view. They ran to the highest house in the Yi mansion, and one by one, they all jumped up to the roof. Standing on the roof of the house, looking out into the distance, climbing up to the sky, he was able to see a sword chi patrolling the entire imperial capital city in the distant air. The formation barrier above that shrouded the entire imperial capital seemed to replace the entire night sky, with dots of fluorescent light flickering. When you look up, it's as if you're watching the stars twinkle in the circumference. It was just that, with Zhao Yingying's explanation, the dots of fluorescent light flickering in the sky above were actually sword chi. There's such a grandiose formation in our imperial capital? Yi Xiaoxiao couldn't help but look at the formation's appearance and couldn't help but say towards Zhao Yingying. Zhao Yingying nodded. I've also only heard father describe this formation. It's still the first time I've seen it with my own eyes. There was a mention of this grand formation in the first year's curriculum of the General Academy. On the side, Ma Jojo added, I'm only afraid that something big has happened. Jin Duyi recited, if not, this Shindu grand formation, how could it be opened? A group of children stood on the roof, clustered around Yi Shoshu, who was holding a golden branch and leaf, and looked around at the sword chi wandering and the starry sky filling the sky. Being able to watch that one city guard walking in a hurry, patrolling the imperial capital. In the Yi mansion, Yi Tian sensed a familiar aura that seemed to be rising up. He raised his head and looked toward the palace in the distance. This little girl Yi Tian murmured twice, then carefully pondered. There's no rush to move and wait and see what happens. Instead, he went to the side of the golden bell tree first and inscribed the golden seal after breaking some branches. Go, reinforce the grand formation. Yi Tian opened his mouth, and the branches turned into golden swordlight one after another, flying in all directions towards the imperial capital. The branches of the golden bell tree, which had been inscribed with golden sword intent by Yi Tian's enchantment, sought out a soil to root into after arriving at a different part of the imperial capital. Not long after, there was a sapling growing at a rapid pace, and in the end it was transformed into a hazy, shimmering tree with golden light. The golden tree opened its branches, and swords grew from it, hanging and swaying. These golden trees that hung long swords, that was planted by Yi Tian to protect the people from unexpected situations that would affect innocent people. Yuan Mansion. The people who were originally dealing with the follow-up situation were also startled by the suddenness of the situation. They all looked up, toward the sky. How did this grand array open? Zhao Yizi was unbelievable. As a member of the imperial Zhao family, he could know too well what this grand formation meant once it was opened. There's a major enemy invasion. Moreover, I'm afraid that this enemy has taken a shot at Jinjian. When he thought of this place, Zhao Ichio hurriedly leaped up and jumped on top of the highest building in Yuanfu. Looking towards the distance, Zhou Yuanfang followed and jumped to Zhao Yiwang's side, gazing towards the distance. The last time the great formation opened, it was still the demon clan from the west that came out and stormed the imperial capital to overthrow the Jingtian imperial dynasty. using this place as a crop field. That's right, the demon race that came out of the mountains in the west at that time had such intentions. Treat the entire Jingtian imperial dynasty as a field, and the people who live in the Jingtian imperial dynasty are the crops. In the face of this intention of the demon race, how could the crowd retreat? Naturally, they would fight to the death. Zhou Yuanfang also narrowed his eyes when he thought of the situation back then, when a lot of people had died in battle. It wasn't that battle, and the Jingtian imperial dynasty was able to move to the next level. It was also thanks to the fact that the imperial capital of the Jingtian imperial dynasty had this grand formation in the beginning, or else the consequences would have been unimaginable. Once the imperial capital was lost, the entire Jingtian imperial dynasty would become a crop field for the demon race. As a person who had been there in the beginning, Zhou Yuanfang was clear that this formation was powerful. To be able to make the perpetual star sword formation open, I'm only afraid that the enemy is not a small one. Over there, Ma Yuehua, who had followed to Zhou Yuanfang's side, pointed ahead. Their eyesight was strong nowadays, and they were still able to see the situation in the distance clearly from a long distance away. Outside the palace, above the palace wall, a brilliant golden sword was hovering. The brilliant golden sword was being scorched by the black flames, shaking madly more than once, and the source of that black blaze was none other than the existence cloaked in black robes hovering not far away. Just by simply observing, he was able to see that this guy who had struck out at the golden sword above the palace was definitely a demon. Despite taking on a human form, through the bestial features on his body, and that ferocious flaming demonic aura, its identity, not difficult to recognize. Demon race? What guts? After that battle back then, it has been a long time since any demon race had the guts to enter the interior of the imperial capital. Zhou Yuanfang spoke. There's no need for us to even make a move. The formation will take care of him on its own. As Zhou Yuanfang's words fell, sure enough, the formation that enveloped the imperial capital began to make movements. Chapter 134. In the sky above the grand formation that enveloped the entire imperial capital, sword chi that was like starlight wandered in. The biting sword chi seemed to have turned into streams of light. The stream of light transformed into sword chi had already aimed at the figure bathed in black flames and chopped down towards him. Is this the great formation? Looking at the sword chi falling towards him, Wang Qihu's expression was grave as he slightly retreated. Wang Qihu had some anger in his eyes. The thing he disliked the most was these so-called sword chi. It's annoying as hell. However, seeing the sword chi that had coalesced in the formation and pursued towards him, his chest rose and fell as if he was brewing something. A moment later, Wang Qihu opened his mouth and steeply roared towards his own incoming sword chi. Hu! The roar from Wang Qihu, with vague flashes of golden light and fiery flames spewing out, shook towards the sword chi. The golden light of the tiger's roar shook the crack lines that surfaced on the glittering starlight sword chi. The fiery flames that surfaced along with the roar also completely ignited that sword chi, burning violently. The sword chi bearing the burning flames weakened at an extremely fast speed, roaring the batch of sword chi in front of him to collapse. Wang Qihu struck again, igniting black flames towards the suspended golden sword. The black flames burned the golden sword in front of him, and it seemed to greatly irritate the formation. The starlight of the formation in the sky flickered once again, and more sword chi descended down, slashing towards Wang Qihu's body. Humph! If he hadn't met the one in the black and gold palace and hadn't gotten help from the other party to improve his strength, rushing into the imperial capital and facing this grand formation, he was only afraid that he might not be able to carry it off. However, nowadays, after a substantial increase in strength, blocking the array's attack wouldn't be too much of a problem. Wang Qihu was still circling around the imperial city, constantly pacing in the void, switching his body shape, and circling around the sword chi in front of him, even though this will use up a lot of physical energy and make the aura depleted. This demon race, it's very strong. Above us, watching from afar, Zhou Yuanfang couldn't help but say, his tone very grave. In his heart, there was even some fear. If Yi Tian hadn't returned, what would have happened if he had faced such a powerful demon race? By virtue of the formation? Formation also has force exhaustion, and this Wang Qihu also does not break the formation. Is around the king of Jing Tianhuang all half to Xinjiang circumference. It looks like this demon race seems to be stalling for time. Not far away, the white jade beard suddenly said, this tiger demon old me recognizes, was originally in the western Lian mountain. What is he doing this entering the imperial capital and circling the formation? By the looks of this tiger demon's strength has increased. Wouldn't it be better to strike outside of the imperial capital, consume the power of the formation, and move in and out? Venturing into the imperial capital and circling the formation for a moment or two, isn't that being foolish? Bai Yuju's series of words caused the crowd's expressions to shift. Indeed, something didn't feel right about this tiger demon's behavior. The imperial capital underground, the hidden place that was concealed by the formation, had an uninvited guest. In the middle of the underground palace, The real Jin sword was suspended, with starlight shining brightly on it. Outside, the golden sword above the palace is just used to hide people's eyes. The real Jin sword was buried underground, sitting under the entire imperial capital. In this way, even if a demon race wanted to sneak in through a hole in the ground, they would be easily discovered and strangled. What kind of person? The old man who was guarding the ground suddenly opened his eyes and looked towards the sound of footsteps coming from the shadows. He sat in this underground palace all year round, watching over the Jin sword. Aside from his duties, he could also use this place as a place of seclusion to enroll in the sword chi above the Jin sword. Today, a powerful demon race entered the imperial capital and made a move against the false Jin sword, inspiring the perpetual star sword formation. Sitting here, he also needed to stabilize the subdued sword, not only to reduce the consumption in terms of aura. Just how could someone come over to such a hidden place? The once amazing sword cultivation genius of the imperial Zhao clan, Zhao Dai, really couldn't have died so early, but is in seclusion in this place. The visitor slowly spoke. Zhao Deacon's white eyebrows wrinkled as he stared dead on at the place of shadows. The visitor is not a good person, and he recognizes his identity? Uncle Third King, it's really been a long time. The visitor finally stepped out from the shadows and spoke. When Zhao Ji looked clearly at the person who came, he was a bit incredulous. Emperor, how are you? The person who came was no one other than Zhao Qi, the current emperor of the Jingtian imperial dynasty. This place is so secretive that even the emperor will not be informed casually. No one would know about this place except for the old ancestors and the guardians of each generation of the Jin sword. Zhao Qi was still taking one step towards the front. Third Wang Shu, you're really obsessed with the sword Dao, willing to stay in this place where you don't see the light of day in order to realize the sword. It's admirable. Emperor, this isn't the place for you. Zhao Ji did not pick up the conversation, but instead spoke towards Zhao Qi. If it's just to satisfy your curiosity, enough is enough. Leave this place. If not, you can't afford it if the old ancestor blames you. In the face of Zhao Ji's words, Zhao Qi seemed as if he hadn't heard them and was still walking forward. Uncle Third Wang, why is it impossible to live a long life as an emperor in the Jingtian imperial dynasty? Indeed, with the emperor's qi protecting his body, he is invulnerable to all poisons and is not troubled by diseases. But once the 66th limit is reached, he will definitely die. Look at your imperial nephew. When he became emperor, only 50 years old, he looks like an old man. Zhao Ji looked at Zhao Qi. The emperor of the Jingtian imperial dynasty has to protect the people, protect the mountains and rivers, and use his body to suppress demons and evils. So what do you need to take on when you sit in that position? Zhao Qi was still walking forward. But I'm not willing. Under my rule, the Jingtian imperial dynasty is flourishing. If I could cultivate and prolong my life for 100 years, what kind of light would it be? By what right? Why should this great limit be placed on me? Hearing Zhao Qi's words and looking at his demeanor, Zhao Ji knew that this was not right. Stand down. Zhao Ji continued to speak as he slowly got up and took his sword in his hand. Zhao Qi, what the hell are you doing? Zhao Qi stopped his steps and looked up at Zhao Ji. Uncle Third King, how can you call me by my name? As Zhao Qi opened his mouth, his voice grew hoarse and low. This is great disrespect. A capital offense. Boom! A dense black evil aura instantly surged out from Zhao Qi's body. Zhao Di was shocked and furious. Zhao Qi, you're unbridled. Sitting on the imperial throne and taking the emperor's qi to feed the evil. Have you gone off the deep end and lost your mind? Buzz! The aura within his body instantly surfaced, and a sword shadow manifested, covering the long sword in his hand, vaguely with water currents surging through it. Zhao Ji only felt that the situation was beyond his expectations and somewhat out of his control. Right now, the sword must come out. Exorcism. As for the Zhao Qi in front of him, his body had been entangled in black evil qi and had scales floating on his body. His skin pale. There is a protuberance on the forehead that eventually breaks through the skin and the horns of the head. Chapter 135. Why did your majesty rebel? Zhao Ji clenched the sword in his hand, feeling that something wasn't quite right. The change in Zhao Qi in front of him was somewhat beyond his imagination. This evil's not right. It's not an ordinary evil spirit compelling the mind. The aura within Zhao Ji's body was vaguely mobilized, and the sound of water flowing above the blade was unceasing. The usual evil spirits that cause trouble are nothing more than compulsion, abnormal behavior, or alienation of the body. But there is limited change in this case. The change in Emperor Zhao Qi in front of him was much more drastic than imagined. The evilization can be drastic and represents a distortion that is uncontrollable. But the Zhao Qi in front of him, the change was drastic, not twisted, but in a way, seemed more normal. It's not simple. With just a glance, Zhao Ji was able to judge that the Emperor Zhao Qi in front of him was by no means a crude evil spirit compulsion. Evil techniques. As the Emperor of the Jingtian Imperial Dynasty, the 9 to 5, you are actually practicing evil techniques after being contaminated with evil spirits? Zhao Ji steeply opened his mouth. and sword chi condensed by aura began to surface around him. These sword chi were like water waves rippling, and there were some vague sounds of water waves ringing out. Zhao Qi laughed. As long as you can prolong your life, so what if it's an evil method? As long as it's in my hands, it's the law of the land. Zhao Dai gently shook his head. You're really crazy. The evil spell given to you by the evil spirit, it won't be that simple. Will it not come without a price? It takes a lot of human lives to want to practice evil techniques. Quickly increase your strength, and solidify everything you need. Zhao Qi, you said you wanted to prolong your life in order to make the Jingtian imperial dynasty more prosperous. Could it be that the way for you to prosper even more is to sacrifice the lives of your people to raise your realm of power? Hearing Zhao Ji's words, a hint of madness surfaced in Zhao Qi's eyes. So what? Using their lives in exchange for me to extend my life. That's what they should do. Isn't it right for me to reign and inspire them to sacrifice themselves for a good emperor to live a little longer? In response to Zhao Qi's sophistry, Zhao Ji shook his head. You are now, perhaps, only sacrificing a small number of lives, but as time goes on, the number of human lives that need to be consumed will certainly increase. As you cultivate the evil technique, getting deeper and deeper, and gradually increasing in strength, the evil land will begin to spread. In the beginning it might just be in the palace, the chambers where you live, but later it will spread to the entire palace, gradually to the entire imperial capital. At the end of the day, I'm afraid that the entire Jingtian imperial dynasty will become a place of evil spirits. Zhao Di was not an alarmist. The scourge of evil spirits would spread once it was left unchecked. I have heard that in some evil and chaotic places, there will be evil spirits polluting the capital of the country, which has become an evil country, which can be called a purgatory on earth. If Zhao Qi was bent on having his own way and continue to act like this, the entire Jingtian imperial dynasty would have to become an evil dynasty as well. Zhao Qi laughed. Alright, Uncle Third King, you've said so much, but you're just trying to stall for time and build up your sword chi power. You think I haven't noticed? Zhao Rain's eyebrows twitched gently as he stared at the confident-looking Zhao Qi. Zhao Qi spread his hands. I just want to try to see if my own power today can weigh down the long-famous third Wanshu. Buzz. It was also at this moment that a blinding light began to flash on the sword chi suspended around Zhao Ji's body. That's the current surging to refract the surrounding lights. Since that's the case, then try it. Zhao Ji snapped out and was not polite. Those who have been evilized will always be wild and have to be a bit more bizarre in character. It was like Zhao Qi in front of him, who was really overconfident and didn't interrupt when he realized that he was building up his strength. Well, let this evil emperor feel it. Wave whistle. The sword light flashed in Zhao Ji's eyes as he swung his sword out at the same time. The sword chi that was originally suspended around that area flew towards Zhao Qi's direction in an instant. The sword chi that resembled a stream of water flew towards Zhao Qi, process spinning, and eventually surfaced with a shocking whistling sound. The surging sword chi eventually swelled and merged into one, and from afar, it looked as if it was really a raging tsunami, slapping towards the Zhao Qi. Once the water is angry, the power is very terrifying. Moreover, there was a vague flash of watery light in the waves that rolled and whistled over towards Zhao Qi. It was subtle water-shaped sword chi that was hidden amongst it. Once Zhao Qi was caught in the middle of it, he would feel what it meant for 10,000 swords to pierce his heart. In the face of this whistling sword chi, Zhao Qi didn't have the slightest bit of fear in his eyes. Instead, a scarlet glow flickered among his pupils. It was also at this moment that this wave tsunami had swept Zhao Qi's entire form into it. Boom! In an instant, the evil aura on Zhao Qi's body instantly erupted out, with black snakes emerging. It's the same as the evil aura of the Yuan mansion. It's just that the black snake that Yuan Fu's evil chi condensed into in the beginning was nothing more than a black mist form. There is a god, not a form. To say it's a giant black snake is just telling it better. In reality, it was nothing more than long streaks of tumbling black mist. However, the black snakes that surfaced around Zhao Qi were different and lifelike, as if there were really black snakes crawling out of the black mist. The black snake rushed into the waves of sword chi. The countless water sword chi draped over its scales. Clanking and clanking sounds constantly surfaced, while sparks erupted out of the water-flowing sword chi. Being covered by the black snake, that current of sword chi was unable to cause the slightest damage at all. Instead, after the black snake charged and stirred in the middle of it, its power declined crazily. The original roaring, swift waves gradually subsided, and eventually seemed to fall to the ground as if they were soft streams of water. In the end, it was transformed into an invisible aura that dissipated in mid-air. Well, having his killing move forcibly shattered, Zhao Di suffered a backlash. Earlier when he was in charge of the sword chi, his aura was still infused. Being stirred by the black snake broke the stance. The aura flowed backward and rushed through the meridians and dantian. Although Zhao Ji took a breath, blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. Zhao Qi, on the other hand, continued to walk towards the front, gradually approaching the other party step by step. At the same time, the black mist continuously surfaced and condensed into black snakes that tore towards the Zhao. Zhao Li hurriedly raised his sword, and under the dance, entangled streams of water surfaced around his body. This water flows softly and is able to dislodge the force wrapped around the perimeter, mainly for defense. Now that the aura reflux was backfiring on him, he was no longer able to continue wielding his sword to attack, and fight and retreat. At the same time, Zhao Li communicated with the Jin sword and prepared to lend his strength. Boom! Just at this time, there was a huge roar that resounded in the sky above. Inside that town sword, starlight flickered, and power began to leak out, pouring in towards the large formation that sat in the imperial capital. Zhao Ji's face changed, so that he was unable to use his own strength. Inside out? The enemies in the outside world at this moment. I'm afraid that they are starting to attack the big formation, so that the big formation is going all out to try to put him to death. But in that case, how else could he stop Zhao Qi here? Damn it! Zhao Ji only felt suffocated, and it was hard on his heart. Chapter 136, Change of Heart. Why the injustice? It stands to reason that the people who trespassed on this place, anyone who entered within the range of the Jin sword would be easily decapitated by the Jin sword Qi. But Zhao Qi pressed forward step by step, and had long since entered the range of the Jin sword, yet he did not attack him. Why? It was only because Zhao Qi was the emperor of the Jingtian imperial dynasty and was himself a part of the sword suppression formation. The emperor of the Jingtian imperial dynasty, sitting on the imperial throne, was blessed with imperial aura. This imperial qi was born from the fact that the present-day Jingtian imperial dynasty was flourishing and rising, and this imperial aura would allow the Jin sword to fulfill its own mission, not only guarding the Jingtian imperial dynasty. He also helped to suppress the great demons in the Shilian mountains. Aided suppression. To be precise, everything comes at a price. Enhanced by the emperor's qi, he could not cultivate, could not prolong his life, and could not even live past 66. But just as Zhao Di said, to sit in that position is to assume responsibility. Although the reason was not stated, every generation of the Jingtian imperial dynasty knew that they would not live to see 66 before they took the throne. That's kind of the consensus. Even folk understand that. Zhao Qi had been clear about this when he first competed for the throne. At that time Zhao Qi, before succeeding to the throne, has made up his mind. In order to his ambition to govern the world, only live 66 enough. Longevity is limited, so what? As long as I reign, make achievements, benefit the people of Jingtian, better than 100 years. But when it really came to it, Zhao Qi's heart changed and was contaminated by evil spirits. No! Zhao Li stared at Zhao Qi. The other party was clearly taking the initiative to approach the evil spirits and embrace the evilization. Greed is at work. The Zhao Qi in front of him had long since forgotten his beginnings, only able to spell. Zhao Ziqian's heart fell to the bottom. In this place to guard the town sword. Enlightenment for so many years. How could one let something happen to the Jin sword? Once something went wrong in this place, it would all be too late. Before coming to guard the Jin sword, Zhao Ji had met and talked with the old ancestor and knew how important this place was. Even if he put his life on the line, he couldn't let the evilized Zhao Qi destroy the Jin sword. By the looks of this, it seems like Uncle Third King wants to fight for his life. Zhao Qi walked towards the front, laughing coldly. The evil aura that permeated his body intensified, and the lifelike black snake swelled, bearing him closer. Boom! The aura within Zhao Ji's body completely exploded at this moment as well. The aura on his body was like a current of water surging, and the light of the sword in his hand flickered even more noticeably. On top of that, there was even a faint light flickering. This is the way to cope with the evil spirits when it comes to making the will and the heart strong and giving light to the aura to cope with the evil spirits of darkness. The mind blossoms with light and is not blinded by evil spirits. In doing so, it is also very exhausting on itself. At this moment, Zhao Ji couldn't care less. You can't stop me. Zhao Qi once again took a step and steeply struck out towards the front. The black snake in the black mist filled the air, instantly swam out and slid towards Zhao Ji in front of him. Whether it can be stopped or not, try it to find out. Zhao Ji swung his sword, and the sword qi transformed by the aura in his body was once again like a wave, slapping towards the front. That wave-like roar of sword qi echoed throughout the underground palace for a long time. Zhao Ji himself, like the sea god Needle, in the surging waves of sword qi motionless. As he continued to guide it, the sea of sword qi around him continued to rush towards the front. This time, the sword qi all carried a faint glow on it. It was the light of the mind that added to the effect. The black snake coalesced from Zhao Qi's evil qi and went against the current, hard against the tidal wave of whistling sword qi. Those scales on the black snake, as usual, sparks erupted, but the raging rivers of sword qi kept rushing by, carrying the light of the mind and cutting a gaping hole through the black snake wound. It was able to see that there was evil energy surging inside. After being depleted by the impact of the sword qi, Black Snake began to make up for the wounds on his body. The price, naturally, was that originally swollen body, shrinking once again. Hiss! The black snake spat out its letter and had already reached Zhao Zi's body. Almost the instant they arrived in front of him, the black snakes that came in separate paths were suddenly colliding together, their bodies transforming into giant snakes. Zhao Zi's face changed and he hurriedly crossed his sword in front of him. Shui Yuan, as Zhao Zi recited softly, the thick sword chi wrapped around his body like an abyss, as if causing his figure to fall towards the bottom. It's a defensive sword move that aggravates itself. Bang! At this moment, the black snake giant serpent also used that huge head to crash on top of the tide of dark sword chi that was like a huge watery abyss. The sword chi that originally surrounded Zhao Zi's body was supposed to dislodge the force of the charge, but at this moment, the giant snake's body suddenly twisted up, and tumor after tumor swelled out from its body. Zhao Zi's face changed. Not good. When his words just fell, the aura in his body emerged and just climbed up to protect his body. Boom! The swollen black snake exploded with a horrifying shock of evil aura that shook Zhao Zi's eyes and made him dizzy. The protective aura on his body was torn apart at this moment, and the evil aura invaded his body and was affecting his mind. Put down the sword in your hand. There's no point in continuing to hold on. After many years of being in seclusion here to comprehend the Jin sword, how much has your strength increased? Don't waste your years. Why don't you embrace the true path of the sword Dao and destroy the sword suppression formation? Won't the sword suppression be yours? The whisper with an eerie aura began to resonate in Zhao Zi's ears. Zhao Zi was so distraught that his grip on the hilt of the sword began to relax a little. The sword, it seemed, was going to slip. But soon, a brilliant light flashed in his eyes. No way! Zhao Zi bit through his tongue, stinging to stimulate his mind, while spewing blood out of his mouth and landing on the sword. The water surging above the blade was dyed red, while Zhao Zi was cloaked and gazing at Zhao Qi. But when he looked toward the emperor, his heart sank. Zhao Qi had stood on the edge of the Jin sword. The evil aura on his body had been converged into his body, and the original evil-eyes changes were gone. On his body, the emperor's qi even surged out. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Zhao Zi's face changed dramatically. Zhao Qi, stop. He could see very clearly what the other party was going to do by collecting his evil aura. He was now planning to trick the Jin sword, take the sword into his hands, and take the initiative to lift the suppressive grand formation. There's a crisis out there. If the town sword here falls into his hands and lifts the formation, something big is going to happen. Zhao Qi looked at Zhao Zi, who had already been repelled, and gently shook his head. Third uncle, it's already too late. You're too late to stop it. As his words fell, his hand had grabbed the hilt of the Jin sword. Touching the hilt, a starlight flickered in the town sword. However, it seemed to sense the aura of the person holding the hilt of the sword, and in the end, it was without resistance, allowing the other party to fall into its hands. It was also at this moment that Zhao Qi's fangs emerged. The emperor's qi brought with it an evil aura as it surged in towards the Jin sword. Jin sword, the thing that sits on the formation. The evil aura that was covered by the emperor's aura at this moment eroded and cut ties with the suppression array. It's over. Seeing this scene, Zhao Di knew it was hopeless. He made a snap decision and immediately turned to flee, to leave the underground palace and deliver a message to his old ancestor. Chapter 137, Let Her Learn a Lesson. The underground palace was a top secret place, and the suppression sword was linked to the suppression array. In order to hide the trail, the inside can't perceive the specifics of the outside. The outside world, trying to understand what's going on over here, is also very difficult. Something happened to the formation. Something went wrong with the town sword. The old ancestors in the outside world might notice, but the specifics were not known. If Zhao Qi went out and hid himself again, deceiving the old ancestor, and stabbed out with a sword when he got close, the consequences would be unimaginable. With things having come to this, Zhao Di could only leave immediately and explain the details to the old ancestor to see what to do. Zhao Ji quickly left, while the black snakes coalescing behind him noticed and chased after him. However, without Zhao Qi to maintain the evil aura, it would be difficult for the black snake to pursue Zhao Ji. At this moment, Zhao Qi no longer had the heart to chase after his whatever third king's uncle. In his eyes, there was only the Jin sword in his hand. It's still really pretty, but is this the thing that limits the lifespan of the emperor of the Jingtian imperial dynasty? Zhao Qi bowed his head. The Jin sword was glittering with starlight, and the sword was golden with special patterns inscribed on it. He held the sword in front of his eyes and examined it, something stirring in his mind. The craftsmanship of this Jin sword is outstanding. At least the Jingtian imperial dynasty can't build it. Zhao Qi muttered to himself. Zhao Qi thought of himself as a good emperor. Moreover, he was erudite, and although he was not good at cultivation, his eyes were in. A lot of things are understood and the true meaning is known. The level of weapon manufacturing could not forge such a sword, not to mention that the formations inscribed on it far exceeded the level of the Jingtian imperial dynasty and had already reached the transcendent stage. The To Heaven Imperial Dynasty could only be considered a mortal Imperial Dynasty. Most of the cultivation existences in the Imperial Dynasty hovered within the Mortal 5 Realm and Foundation Establishment 5 Realm. Only by transcending these Mortal 5 Realms and completing Foundation Establishment would one be able to transcend the mortal boundary and reach the transcendent level. This sword. And where did they get it from? Old ancestor? But it doesn't matter. After Zhao Qi had completely eroded the evil Qi, with the cover of the Emperor's Qi, into the Jin sword and gained control. The connection between the Jin sword and the suppression grand formation was completely cut through the link. When the connection was completely severed, Zhao Qi could clearly feel as if something had been unsealed. It seemed that the shackles that had been placed on itself were completely opened. Feeling it carefully, Zhao Qi could perceive that his great limit seemed to have been pushed farther away. Finally, the limit of 66 lifetimes would not limit itself. He can finally make a big splash and fulfill his ambitions. He himself would lead the entire Jingtian Imperial Dynasty to brand new heights, becoming the top Imperial Dynasty in the limelight. Thinking of this, Zhao Qi couldn't help but clutch the already blackened Jin sword in his hand as a confident light emerged in his eyes. At the same time, he heard the sound of shattering and knew it was time for him to get out and leave this place. Outside, above the royal capital of the To Heavenly Emperor Dynasty, Wang Qihu, who had originally acted in a style of stalling for time, suddenly struck out towards the large formation in the sky above. The condensed aura transformed into a burning giant tiger roaring up to the sky, and under the demonic aura, there was a black mist surging out to entangle that tiger's body. The burning giant tiger that roared to the sky ran towards the great formation over the imperial capital. The burning giant tiger that was entangled in black demonic chi made a deafening roar when it collided with the huge barrier. The bursting storm of flames collided wildly with the sword light that surged out of the large formation, crisscrossing and obliterating each other. However, the perpetual star sword formation sitting in the imperial capital was clearly superior in power, deadening Wang Qihu. The power of this grand formation is truly extraordinary. Zhou Yuanfang, who was still watching the battle, spoke out with emotion. This was power at the transcendental level, far superior to his own. It was unknown where exactly the heaven-honoring royal dynasty had gotten such a grand formation from. In front of Wang Qihu, this great demon, just now the strike obviously out of the full force, as usual, cannot be helped. Just when they thought that the situation was settled, the sword chi condensed in the large formation suddenly stagnated, and finally, like rootless weeds, it slowly dissipated. The burning giant tiger tainted with black demonic aura crashed into the formation barrier above and turned into burning fire, spreading out in all directions. It looked as if it had set the formation barrier overhead on fire. The formation barrier that enveloped the entire imperial capital shook and finally exploded with a bang, completely shattering. Now, Zhou Yuanfang was dumbfounded. Old ancestor Zhou, what's going on? This situation caused Zhao Easy to hastily open his mouth to inquire. Zhou Yuanfang twisted his head to look at this eighth prince. Your family's formation? Asked Lao Fu. The suddenness of the situation really shocked a lot of people. In the imperial capital, there were many people following this situation. Seeing the great array suppressing the rebellious great demon, one had a bottom in his heart and did not panic. However, when this large formation in front of them shattered, all of them surfaced in panic. Earlier, they were all calm in their attitudes, thinking that the great formation that guarded the imperial capital would definitely be able to subdue this great demon. Now it's good that the great demon hasn't been subdued, but instead the formation itself has been broken. Why? How is the formation broken? On the roof of the Yi mansion, Yi Xiaoxiao cried out in shock. Like everyone else, they all turned their heads and looked over towards Zhao Yingying. By all accounts, the entire imperial capital grand formation belonged to the imperial Zhao family. She should know better. The look on Zhao Yingying's face was similarly trance-like. I don't know. I'm not sure. The children were bewildered, while Yi Xiaoxiao turned toward Yi Tian, who was sitting there on the roof of another room, drinking tea and watching a play, and said, Father, what's going on? This perpetual star sword formation, belonging to the Great Guard formation, has to have an artifact that sits in the center of the formation. Right now, it seems that the artifact that sits in the formation has been taken away, severing the connection between the great formations. The formation, naturally, stopped functioning. Hearing Yi Tian's explanation, they understood the previous misunderstanding. I thought that this demon race had broken the formation, but it turned out that the formation was lifted on its own. But why was the defense of the capital of the imperial court suddenly dismantled? Daddy, will it be alright? Yi Xiaoxiao was a little worried and looked towards Yi Tian. Yi Tian shook his head. It's fine, I've already made my move. No ordinary people will be affected. Uncle Yi, can you beat him? Zhao Yingying was curious from the side. Yi Tian laughed and pointed at Zhao Yingying. Agitation doesn't work on me. I don't make a move, That's for her own good. She's just as timid as she was before and hasn't changed much. Dragging it out to this point without breaking it and being powerless to do anything about it. Let her learn her lesson again. What Yi Tian said left the children confused. Who's this about? Knock. In one part of the palace, the ground exploded, and Zhao Ji's figure rushed out from it, speeding towards the direction of the forbidden land in the back. Before he could approach, he saw old ancestor Jiang Yi appear with a sullen face. Old ancestor, something has happened. Seeing Jiang Yi, Zhao Di hurriedly opened his mouth and carefully described the situation. When Jiang Yi saw Zhao Ji's appearance, he realized that things weren't simple. Don't panic. Understand carefully. Chapter 138. Can you withstand this punch? Jiang Yi was originally burning incense and meditating, and when he saw the grand formation open, he was observing from afar. When he saw Wang Qihu, a great demon, his heart was calm. With the perpetual star sword formation, taking down this tiger demon was just a matter of time. She knew very well how much effort her husband had put into this grand formation. It was also well understood how powerful this grand formation was. Only, Jiang Yi didn't expect that this big formation would suddenly shatter. She hurriedly appeared, and saw Zhao Ji, who was originally guarding the Jin sword, come before her. Seeing his appearance, Jiang Yi knew that something had happened to Jin Jian. Old ancestor, the Jin sword was taken away. The connection with the grand formation was severed, and the formation was shut down. Zhao Di came out and saw the array barrier disappear over the imperial capital, and knew that Zhao Qi had gotten his way. These words made Jiang Yi even more surprised. How is it possible? How could the town sword be taken away? Zhao Qi, he is tainted with evil spirits and has become completely evil. Zhao Qi quickly explained the situation, describing the causes and consequences. When Jiang Yi heard this, Zhao Qi's figure appeared in his mind. Among the descendants, Zhao Qi, the emperor, was the most competent. Despite his style of doing things, there are going to be some slip-ups. However, from an overall perspective, it was of great benefit to the entire Jingtian imperial dynasty. At least during Zhao Qi's reign, the national power of the Jingtian imperial dynasty was flourishing. Jiang Yi couldn't imagine that Zhao Qi would be contaminated by evil spirits. A man with a strong heart, once his mind wanders, it runs wild in an uncontrollable direction. Just at this moment, a sudden roar came from the distance. Not far away in midair, Wang Qihu was originally suspended in the air, his body bathed in black flames. I do not know from what place, suddenly has a green color of the huge virtual tree growth. The branches of the tree turned into sword chi and attacked towards Wang Qihu. Demon race suffer death. Above that green-colored imaginary tree stood an old man's figure, which was none other than Zhou Yuanfang. As the formation broke, it was impossible for Zhou Yuanfang to stay out of it. His realm was weaker than Wang Qihu's, but it was not impossible to compete with him. Grandfather's strength. It seems to have increased. More powerful? Below, Zhou Sunluo looked at Zhou Yuanfang's sudden strike and marveled. Ma Yuehua raised his head and looked at the green-colored imaginary tree. This appearance was somewhat similar to when that Lord Yi Tian struck. It looks like when that lord stepped in just now, he didn't simply help deal with Yuan Wuxiang, he also mentioned old ancestor Zhou. Ma Yuehua guessed. After all, Zhou Yuanfang, who was currently stepping on top of the imaginary tree and confronting Wang Qihu, did have a much inflated aura. Additionally, casting this green-colored virtual tree had Yi Tian's style. You dare to make a move even before completing your foundation building. You have a lot of guts. Human race. Wang Qihu, who was levitating over there, laughed coldly. He raised his hand, and there was a golden flame that began to ignite in his palm, slowly rotating. As this golden flame rotated, a black demonic aura began to surface on it, drifting and staining it. Subsequently, the golden flame above its palm entwined with the black breath. Golden wind flame. Wang Qihu pushed his hand, and fiery flames roared out from his palm. There was a wind momentum in that golden fire, and the moment it rolled over towards Zhou Yuanfang, it transformed into a wild storm that poured in. Zhou Yuanfang took a deep breath, with many epiphanies in his mind. Not bad. When Yi Tian struck out, he didn't just forcefully conquered his aura moves, he also printed the sensation, roughly, in his own head. Although this move was suspected of pulling the plug, it was very effective for Zhou Yuanfang. Rise! Zhou Yuanfang raised his hands in vain, and the green-colored imaginary tree under his feet began to grow and expand crazily, and the leaves on those branches transformed into green-colored sharp swords. That green sword was growing, and eventually it was shedding out, turning into a roiling sword formation in the sky. Clear void wooden sword formation. Zhou Yuanfang shouted sternly, his hands pushing up once again. The dense green-colored sword chi on this sky was neatly arranged, not disorderly. It was also not an aimless bombardment towards the front, but a sword formation was formed in the air. At this moment, that golden wind flame from Wang Qihu also came down with a roar, as if a wildly scrolling fire cloud had pressed down. The sword chi collided with the fire clouds, and after sinking slightly for a moment, they suddenly exploded one by one. The sword chi exploded not into dissipation but into a green seed. The seed was rooted in the fire cloud and actually grew rapidly, feeding back on itself with the help of the enemy's move aura. In the fire clouds, a fire-patterned green tree began to emerge, transforming into a spectacular jungle in the air. The rest of that sword chi, on the other hand, bypassed the fire cloud and pursued towards that Wang Chihu. On all sides, there's no way out. What? Wang Chihu was shocked and felt that he had seen a living hell. Void into formation. How could there be such a skillful battle formation in this poor and remote place? The formation is a profound and unfathomable one. This Jingtian imperial dynasty belonged to a small, isolated place. To be able to have some simple auxiliary formations was already topsy-turvy and considered remarkable. The suppression array of the imperial capital was beyond his imagination. Through the existence of the Black Gold Palace being suppressed, Wang Chihu was still able to understand. It was a remnant of past forces, something that distant human forces had suppressed with the aid of the local imperial dynasty. But the person in front of him, the battle formation he had executed, was beyond imagination. It was unimaginable that a mortal fifth realm sea transformation realm could cast a battle formation that was able to suppress himself. It means that this battle formation is precious and valuable. Would it be a contraption that appeared in this small place? Just as Wang Chihu was coping with the sword formation in front of him, he suddenly felt as if he was enveloped by some shadow. He turned around and saw an old man who, at some point, had leapt high into the air and gotten behind him. Moreover, when this old man reached his mouth, his muscles were still expanding, and he transformed into a small giant in the twinkling of an eye. With his clothes falling apart, Wang Chihu's pupils contracted. You're not human. Humph. Have eyesight. White Jade Whiskers laughed fiercely. In the face of evil spirits, old me has suffered a lot, so it's just the right time to take it out on you. Bai Yushu is empty of brute strength and lacks flexibility, but the priority is also this brute strength. Wang Chihu was restricted from moving by Zhou Yuanfang's sword formation, which was just the right time for Bai Yushu to strike. Eat old me's punch. Bai Yushu shouted like he was venting his emotions and violently struck out with his fist. Bang! The air exploded from the punch the moment it was thrown. Wang Chihu couldn't avoid being hit squarely by that punch. Dang! Wang Chihu's body was struck with waves, and his entire figure was stagnant in the air. In the next moment, several circles of ripples surfaced around him, and he flew to the diagonal back like a cannonball. Not far from the palace gate attic, was directly hit in pieces, while he was through the dust of the shattered ruins, smashed down to the ground. The white jade ground was shattered and collapsed into a large crater. Wang Chihu body force does not reduce. Along the pit rolled to the side, smashed out two pits in succession, dragged out a long gully, and finally collided with the palace wall, was buried in it. Cool. Bai Yushu swung his fist wildly. Having held back for a long time, he was finally able to punch out this punch painfully. Chapter 139, The Evil Emperor Appears. Zhou Yuanfang used the sword formation to restrict Wang Chihu's movements before allowing the White Jade Whiskers, who was powerful in killing but lacking in sensitivity, to strike. The effect is remarkable. Bang! The ruins of the palace wall that had collapsed by the impact exploded, and Wang Chihu leapt out from it. Blood spilled from the corners of his mouth, and it was clear that taking that punch hadn't been easy for him. Spirit medicine transformed essence, all over Wang Chihu's body. The blazing flames did not dissipate. The black demonic chi, immersed in the body, contained the lungs that had just been traumatized. His eyes flickered with a refined light. Spirit medicines like yours don't have cultivation methods, so I don't know how many years you'll have to endure if you're to be transformed into a human being. You are clearly a great tonic, and you are not afraid of being missed when you run out like this. Instead of letting you go cheap, let me devour it so I can refine my strength. Wang Chihu's words made Bai Yushu furious. Could you not obediently suffer death, but also think of eating the old man? You are also worthy? I'm going to make wine out of your. Bai Yushu's words made Zhou Yuanfang unable to help but look at him. Is it useful for you? A big white carrot, to drink this kind of wine? Bang! But there was no time for them to think more. Not far away, Wang Chihu, his feet had already begun to power up, running towards them in the air. The moment it ran over, its size swelled and it eventually took on its true form. It was a giant tiger like a small mountain, its fur burning with a fiery flame, mixed with a black aura that was slightly eerie. Seeing Wang Chihu showing his true form, Zhou Yuanfang once again burst out his aura, but he did not dare to relax in the slightest. Knock! Wang Chihu, who had appeared in his true form, collided with White Jade Whiskers. Bai Yushu's face changed slightly. The size of that Wang Chihu's original form had already caught up to his own self who had exploded at full strength. A force competition, to be able to fight against himself? Ta-da! Bai Yushu, along with Wang Chihu, landed on the palace hall of the Jingtian Imperial Dynasty. Both sides were simply treating this place as a battlefield at this moment. Stepping on the top of the Great Hall, tiles kept breaking and sliding down. The Wang Qihu, who emerged in his true form, was a tiger with a back and a waist, still wearing a skirt and armor. He transformed into a tiger form still standing upright. His tiger paw was wide and thick and near human, slapping towards the white jade beard. On the opposite side of the white jade beard did not avoid, and similarly, he struck out his palms and exchanged blows with the other party. The sound of clapping against each other seemed like thunder, deafening. It ends with the hands interlocking with the tiger's palms and wrestling with each other. As both sides continued to exert force, their feet continued to collapse and shatter. Buzz! It was also at this moment that Zhou Yuanfang once again struck his son, and the sword array whistled away. Let's see how you can dodge. The white jade beard clamped down on the tiger's palm in a deadly grip, preventing Wang Qihu from dodging. Duck! Wang Qihu snorted. This sword formation is powerful, but the person who made the move is still inferior. The black and gold palace suppresses the existence-giving power within the palace, and the strength is greatly improved. Even though the sword formation was strong, he was not without a way to deal with it. As the sword chi attacked, Wang Qihu shivered, and the fiery flames that were stained by the black aura seemed to be a mass of flowers floating down. The black chi fiery flowers that floated down from his body immediately burned violently after colliding with the surrounding void tree sword chi. Boom! 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 Successive explosions immediately resounded, and the shockwaves swept over in all directions. Inside that palace, many people were shocked and sprayed blood from their mouths, fainting. The explosive chi fluctuations were even sweeping towards the outside of the palace. It's just a little farther away and doesn't do much damage anymore. Good lord, we can't get involved in this scene. Zhao Wei looked at the palace situation and couldn't help but say, with this kind of battle, he felt that if he went up, he would be adding to the chaos and helping, but we're only afraid that we don't have any free time. On the side, Zhou Sunluo suddenly spoke. When they heard him speak, Zhao Wang and also Jin Yufeng looked towards a short distance away. Over there were generals with armor, reporting the situation at Ma Yuehua's heels. Ma Yuehua, who was listening to the report, was clearly not looking good. There are demon clans in the western Lian Mountains driving away ferocious beasts and coming towards the imperial capital. We have to go to the west to hold down the fort, to avoid the demon race and the fierce beasts, taking advantage of the chaos to enter the imperial capital. Ma Yuehua's expression was cold, and Zhao Yuxing nodded lightly as they listened. It was a good thing that the western side of the imperial capital, because of the special situation of the western Lianshan Mountains, was not originally inhabited by the people. Move! Ma Yuehua spoke up, just in time to be energized now. Earlier, when he fought with the evil spirits in the Yuan mansion, he had eaten a lot of the roots of the white jade whiskers. It hadn't even been consumed cleanly yet, and the power was instead constantly coming out from deep within his body. Ma Yuehua got up and left with his personal guards at his side. Zhao Yizi looked at the people he had brought with him, and then looked at the movement of the battle on the other side of the palace. Can't help at the moment, have to put the power in the right place. In the absence of the imperial capital grand formation, they were the last line of defense. When they moved, Zhou Yuanfang and Bai Yuzhu were still fighting fiercely with Wang Qihu. The commotion of their battle startled many people in the imperial capital, all looking on from afar. Yi Xiaoxiao and the others stayed high above the Yi mansion, which itself was not far from the inner city and was on the side of the imperial city. Together with learning to condense aura above his eyes, he was also able to see a general picture. It was not known whether it was an illusion or not. Yi Xiaoxiao and the others felt that there was a faint light flickering on the branches of the golden bell tree in their hands. This golden light swept across their eyes, allowing them to see more clearly. That being said, they were in for a treat. Battles at this level were not common for them, and in the palace, Zhang Yi and also Zhao Di, naturally, clearly saw the two sides of the fight. When did Zhou Yuanfang's strength become so powerful? Zhang Yi was surprised, and was considered a familiar face to this 1,000-gold-old ancestor. Because of each other, all have their own mist elders. Similar situation, is considered to be many years old friends. It's just that they've gotten older, and they've each been in seclusion for a long time, and they've had less contact. The most impressive thing about Zhou Yuanfang, Zhang Yi, was his outstanding attainments in medical arts. Although the battle power was not bad, it was still inferior compared to his ability in medical pharmacology. However, they were also considered to be the top figures of their heaven-honoring imperial dynasty. But right now, whether it was the sword formation he had performed, the outbreak of his battle power, or the white jade beard by his side, all of them were somewhat unfamiliar to Zhang Yi. That Wang Qihu was a demon race that had completed the mortal 5 realm and succeeded in transcendence. However, Zhou Yuanfang was able to suppress his opponent instead when he cooperated with Bai Yuzhu. It's incredible, especially Zhou Yuanfang. How on earth did he manage to, with the 5th realm C transformation realm, fight with Wang Qihu for such a long time? Of course, Zhang Yi didn't bring Zhao Di forward to help. Listening to him, she knew she was dealing with someone else. Bang! The ground exploded, and a figure rushed out from it. It was none other than Zhao Qi, who was carrying the Jin sword in his hand, the current emperor of the Jingtian imperial dynasty. But now it was haunted by evil aura, with pale skin and scales growing, showing signs of evilization. The moment Zhao Qi appeared, Zhou Yuanfang, who was not far away, immediately saw it and was taken aback. What? When Zhou Yuanfang saw Zhao Qi, he understood a lot in his heart. The culprit is Emperor Zhao Qi? Chapter 140, Golden Bells Ringing in the Ears. When he saw Zhao Qi appear, Zhou Yuanfang's expression went into a trance. What the hell is going on here? Originally, it was thought that the culprit for all of this was 4th Prince Xiaoning. Who could have thought that the person who really stood behind it was actually Emperor Zhao Qi? No wonder. Thinking about it that way explains everything. When the royal capital, Jia family extermination, must be a high-powered person in the hand, from which the obstruction. Earlier, he had thought that 4th Prince Xiaoning had joined forces with Prime Minister Yuan Wuxian to produce this result. Now that I look at it again, the real mastermind behind this is the Emperor Zhao Qi. Yeah, if you want to talk about a high position of power, who can compare to Emperor Zhao Qi? With him doing it, it would be truly godless. Not to mention, they knew what intelligence content and explained one or two things to Zhao Qi. In the distance, looking over here watching Zhao Yingying, unbelievable, that is, the Emperor Uncle? With the help of the branch of the golden bell tree in Yi Xiaoxiao's hand, they were looking so closely at this moment. Even when he concentrated, he was able to see the scales growing on Zhao Qi's body. Earlier just took a trip to the Yuan house. This group of children cannot see that this Emperor Zhao Qi is contaminated by evil spirits. No, to be precise, the other party was just like Yuan Wuxian, actively embracing evilization and being in the company of evil spirits. The emperor has entered evil and created his own rebellion? Yi Tian, on the other side, laughed lightly. The upper beam is not straight and the lower beam is crooked. No wonder this emperor's one son and one daughter are not considered to be anything good. Zhao Yingying's entire body was confused, obviously having some difficulty accepting what was happening in the distance. She wasn't stupid. Just by looking at Zhao Qi's presentable posture alone, it didn't look like anything good in any way. Could it be that the emperor's uncle is behind all this? Thinking of this place, Zhao Yingying blackened her face and looked at the situation in the distance. As for Yi Xiaoxiao, she was pointing over there. Who is that? Zhao Yingying exclaimed when she saw the rising figure. That's old ancestor. Old ancestor? Yi Xiaoxiao looked over. Zhao Yingying nodded. Well, she was the first empress of our Jingtian imperial dynasty. Oh, so that's it. Yi Xiaoxiao understood. With her out there, it should be fine, right? But Zhao Yingying's face was even more ugly. The old ancestor's body is not very good. Now out of the gate to strike. I am afraid. The latter words, Zhao Yingying didn't utter. It would be a great disrespect to speak them. They continued to look toward the palace ahead. Yi Xiaoxiao then glanced towards her father, Yi Tian, and she realized that the other party had a kind smile on her face as she looked towards the distance. I don't know why. Seeing this look on Dad's face, in Yi Xiaoxiao's mind, a possibility surfaced. That's the same way Dad looks at Grandpa Chao, looking at children. Now he looks at Yingying's old ancestor and has the same expression. It shouldn't be. Thinking of this, Yi Xiaoxiao shook her brain again. It shouldn't be so exaggerated, right? Yi Tian, on the other hand, was looking at the old woman suspended in mid-air, and his gaze was flickering. He was able to see some of the problems that Zhang Yi had in his body. It's better to put up a fight, Yi Tian thought, picked up the tea next to him and sipped it. At the same time, he looked back and once again reached out and waved his hand in the direction of the golden bell tree. Folding two branches and inscribing them with sword intent, he threw them towards the west, outside the imperial capital, and the palace. Zhang Yi, who was already standing in the air, gazed at the figure not far away. Zhao Qi, you disappoint me. Zhang Yi looked at the person across from him and spoke coldly. Zhao Qi carried his Jin sword, retracted his gaze from Wang Qihu's side, and locked eyes with Zhang Yi. Old ancestor, I have no choice. I want to honor the heavenly imperial dynasty better, but I don't have much life left, so I can only go this way. Zhang Yi looked at Zhao Qi coldly. You're in the company of evil spirits, and to enter evil to prolong your life, that's to be filled with human lives. You want to be a good emperor. You want to make the Jingtian dynasty better, but then you want countless lives to be renewed for you? Zhao Qi looked at Zhang Yi. These sacrifices are necessary in order to honor the heavens. By the looks of it, you can't go back anymore. As Zhang Yi spoke, he reached out and flicked his hand at his waist, and it was a long blade that fell into his hand, and the aura on her body climbed up, her originally hunched posture straightening. The wrinkled skin itself was smoothed and pulled taut, and the long gray hair gradually brightened and became snow white. At this moment, Zhang Yi transformed from the original old woman into a graceful and luxurious woman. At the same time, Her body was blooming with the light of the mind, and above the long blade in her hand, there was a vague flicker of thunder. Old me, I will clean up the door today. Speaking of this place, Jiang Yi's heart was even more silent. Even if it means losing this lingering life, I'm sorry, true brother. Facing the old ancestor who was clearly about to burst into full strength, Zhao Qi naturally didn't dare to slack off. He spread out his hands, and under the surge of the black mist in his body, it transformed into a white snake, scattering in all directions and flying towards the city. Old ancestor, you forced me to do this. The ungrateful grandson is not really sure that he can win over you, so he will have to let the people of the city help me. He released the white snake, and that was to plunder the lives of the people in the imperial capital to feed himself. With the help of the lives of the people of the imperial capital, he was able to compete with his old ancestor. Jiang Yi, you've really become an evil demon. Jiang Yi was eager and rushed towards Zhao Qi with his sword, while saying under his breath, Zhao Di, go to the city and hunt down the evil spirit white snake to avoid hurting the people. Zhao Di led the order and hurriedly raised his sword to chase after him, and behind them, a deafening roar resounded. When Zhao Ji turned around, he happened to see old ancestor Jiang Yi carrying a long thunder blade and colliding with that Zhao Qi. The might of the Jin sword in Zhao Qi's hand also erupted at this moment, and there were flashes of starlight, but that starlight was evil, blooming with dark purple evil light, suppressing that thunder light. However, Zhao Ji was also clear that he couldn't help in this battle and could only follow the old ancestor's orders. Entering the imperial capital city, Zhao Di hurriedly chased after the evil white snake. It was just that the white snakes were quite numerous and fast. The great array that suppressed the imperial city had been closed, and the people could not help even if they hid in their houses. Not good. Zhao Ji saw a white snake that rushed right into a house, and he hurriedly brought his sword inside. This just reached the outside of the house, but did not hear any movement inside. Zhao Di secretly screamed bad. No movement, I don't think. He hurriedly crashed through the door of the room, ready to free the people and put the white snake to death. Just as he entered the room, he heard a pleasant ringing in his ears. Inside, there is a frightened family of 3, who are hugging each other. They gazed, all of them staring towards the wall not far away. Zhao Ji also looked along and his pupils contracted. It was the sword with a golden bell dangling from it that nailed the white snake to the wall. Under the golden light, the white snake turned into wisps of black smoke and drifted away. When the white snake dissipated, a bit of golden light emerged from the golden sword and disappeared with it. In its place, there was a branch that slid down the wall and fell onto the table, emitting a refreshing scent that soothed the crowd. Chapter 141. Looking at the scene in front of him, Zhao Ji was completely confused. In fact, when he came out of the palace, Zhao Di's heart was already prepared. The evil white snakes that had diverged from Zhao Qi were quite numerous. That evil white serpent entered the imperial capital, and some people would surely be sacrificed. The only thing he could do was try to save as many people as possible and minimize casualties. That Emperor Zhao Qi, who released the evil white serpent to plunder the people's life force, must have some plans. By going after White Snake, he was sabotaging his plans. It was only when he moved that he realized that this evil white snake was strangely fast. Zhao Jiandu thought he had acted too late. The people in that house had all died horribly. Who could have expected to see such an amazing scene? It was only when he slowed down that Zhao Ji remembered his mission of leaving the palace and what exactly it was. He began to recall the direction in which those evil white snakes had left earlier, and immediately chased after them. Not long after he had passed, he was able to see that a few of the houses, likewise, had flashes of golden light. Looking through the window, he found that the evil white snake, all of which had been pierced through, had left its branches in vain to fall on the tables and cases in the people's homes. At this time, Zhao Ji's sharp eyes realized that there seemed to be evil white snakes that were heading off into the distance in another direction. Only from a distance, that evil white snake didn't look like it was going to attack the ordinary people in the imperial capital. More like running for your life? Phew! Just as this thought surfaced in Zhao Ji's mind, a golden sword light swept by not far away. The evil white serpent was directly pierced through, and under the illumination of the golden light, it turned into a black breath that dissipated away with a bang. What's going on here? Zhao Ji was dumbfounded. This situation was beyond his imagination. To the previous first family, also thought that the golden light sword Qi belonged to their heirloom, the old objects passed down from their ancestors. But looking backward, it seems that's not the case. Rather like someone else's hand? Zhao Ji didn't care about the dissipating evil white snake, and chased after the direction the golden sword had come from, sprinting away. It didn't take long for Zhao Ji to see the strange sight. It was a tall golden tree with a brilliant golden light. Above the golden tree, there were golden swords hanging all over the place, the very same ones that had pierced through the evil white snake earlier. When did our Jingtian imperial dynasty grow such a golden tree? Zhao Di was surprised and couldn't help but step forward to observe it. When he had just gotten closer, he saw the swords hanging from the golden tree, and suddenly one of them swayed and fell off the branch. The hanging sword fell, and after reversing a direction, it sped off and disappeared before Zhao Ji's eyes. The speed was surprisingly fast, but in the blink of an eye. If it wasn't for the fact that the sword had left traces, there was a golden trace that still remained in midair. Zhao Ji didn't even manage to find out when the sword left and where it went. Apparently, the golden sword that had previously shielded the people had come from above this golden tree that had grown abruptly in the imperial capital. Zhao Di was feeling surprised and amazed, but inwardly he was happy. With this golden tree sitting on the ground, at least the people in the imperial capital would not be in danger. Zhao Di did not leave immediately. Instead, he stayed for a moment to observe for a moment or two. Obviously, after the evil white snake over here was killed, that Zhao Qi could also sense it, seemingly to maintain the original plan. That Emperor Zhao Qi released more evil white snakes that flowed into the imperial capital. In response, Zhao Ji observed carefully for a moment and could see that the golden tree that had grown into a golden tree had once again flown out many golden swords. On the golden tree in front of Zhao Ji's eyes, it was immediately blooming with many golden lines. The golden threads seemed to explode as if they were flying in different directions. Zhao Ji chased along some directions and was able to find that the evil white snakes were all instantly put to death without the ability to resist at all. Moreover, Zhao Ji didn't know if it was an illusion or not, just stayed by the side of the golden tree for a while, looking at the traces of the golden sword obliterating the evil white snake. His own strength, then, had increased to a certain extent, and his sense of the sword had increased. It made Zhao Di a little reluctant to leave. However, after determining that the people were safe and sound with this hanging sword golden tree protecting them, Zhao Ji still moved to leave. He would go forward to the palace to join the battle and help his old ancestor. Stopping his greed, Zhao Ji leaped up and quickly rushed towards the direction of the palace. It didn't take long to arrive outside the palace. Inside, the roaring sound is endless, and so on. Once again step into the palace, to see the old ancestor Jiang Yi, still colliding with the Emperor Zhao Qi. Old ancestor Jiang Yi's entire body was bathed in thunderous light, carrying a long sword that kept swinging out, and, just from the top of the battlefield alone, it was obvious that the old ancestor was suppressing Zhao Qi, causing him to keep avoiding and not dare to fight head-on. The lightning attribute aura itself had a restraining effect on evil spirits, not to mention that Jiang Yi had lit up the mind and was notoriously effective against evil spirits. Despite falling below, Zhao Qi's emotions were, well, calm. Only he frowned. Why were all the life-devouring serpents that were released? All of them were directly decapitated, and none of them survived. Even if third royal uncle Zhao Zhai chased after them, how could he possibly keep every single one of the people safe and sound? Given his strength, Zhao Qi couldn't understand it. And then he was also very sensible and didn't continue to let the life-devouring snake out. Continuing like this was a complete loss of one's own power for no reason at all, and the loss was not worth the gain. He was also only able to focus on sparring with his own old ancestor. It had to be said that his own old ancestor was worthy of being a long-established powerhouse. Having been silent for many years and having injuries on his body, he was still able to steadily suppress himself. Zhao Qi believed that if the old ancestor was at her full strength, there was no way for him to fight her. Unfortunately, there are no ifs. On the other side, Zhou Yuanfang, as well as Bai Yuzhu, were still tangling with Wang Qihu. However, as time passed, they realized that the fight with Wang Chihuahua was getting tougher and tougher. Whether it was Zhou Yuanfang's loss of aura or Bai Yuzhu's physical exhaustion, they were no longer in their peak posture. On the contrary, it was Wang Qihu in front of them that remained active and unaffected. By the looks of it, the black aura that permeates his body is not simple. Zhou Yuanfang opened his mouth in a deep voice and spoke towards Bai Yuzhu. Bai Yuzhu nodded. He has recovered from his injuries, and his aura loss is equivalent to none. Little cute. All could see that this was by no means the power possessed by that Wang Qihu himself, only that it was related to the black aura on his body, which could not be dissociated. Give you a hand. That Wang Qihu glanced to the side and immediately waved his hand when he saw that Zhao Qi didn't seem to be doing too well. The black demonic aura from his body swept away and surged onto Zhao Qi. When the black breath arrived, the aura within Zhao Qi's body boomed up a notch. At the same time, the dark purple starlight above the Jin sword in his hand was much brighter. Light surfaced in Zhao Qi's eyes as he looked towards Wang Qihu's side and seemed to understand something. So it is. Chapter 142, Old Ancestor, please use your sword. Originally, Zhao Qi still didn't know where the backhand mentioned by the snake monarch was. When Wang Qihu waved his hand and added that black demonic qi to himself, it made him come to a clear understanding in his heart. That backhander, isn't it Wang Qihu next to him? At this time, is there still room for distraction? As Jiang Yi sneered, the long sword in his hand was already raised. At the same time, the black clouds above were densely covered, and underneath the tumbling, there were vague flashes of thunder, illuminating the black clouds from time to time. Descending thunder. Zhang Yi let out a cry as if he was communicating with heaven and earth. While holding his sword in both hands, he swiftly stretched out and slashed towards the Zhao Qi. Her figure, at this moment, seemed like thunder streaking through the air. As he approached towards Zhao Qi in front of him, a sea of thunderous fury poured down in the air as well. Silver-colored and bright thunder poured towards where the Zhao Qi was. Old ancestor, you're putting up a fight. Zhao Qi suddenly let out a loud laugh. At the same time, he steeply extended his hand and made a move towards the side. At that moment, Wang Qihu at the side suddenly felt his life force, seemingly, draining away. The speed is too slow. Zhao Qi shouted out again while releasing the life-devouring snake. From the black aura of his body, countless evil white snakes flew out steeply and went over in the direction of Wang Qihu. Wang Qihu's face changed, and he hurriedly scolded. Are you out of your mind? We're on the same team. What are we doing? And now is the time for you to contribute. Zhao Qi spoke, his hand movements unchanged. Wang Qihu immediately was to disconnect the act of demonic qi infusion, moving to prepare to draw away. Crazy? In that case, you stay here alone and play. Regarding Zhao Qi's behavior, Wang Qihu laughed in anger and leaped forward to leave this place of wrongdoing. He recovered from his injuries and came to do his job on orders. So how is it that this allied ally, instead, wants to eat himself? It was only when Wang Qihu was about to leave that his expression suddenly changed. He was shocked to realize that there seemed to be no way for him to leave this place. The black demonic qi that permeated his body suddenly erupted this one, as if it had transformed into snake-like chains, binding himself. Not only that, in his body's dantian, those black demonic qi, at this moment, turned into evil qi, locking up his meridians and dantian. Not good. Wang Qihu's face changed drastically, and his huge body struggled, but he was unable to do anything. It's a trap. Wang Qihu's eyes gradually cleared up, knowing that he had fallen into the way. In that black and gold palace, what was being suppressed was not a demon race senior at all, an extremely powerful demon race. What is suppressed inside is only an evil spirit, or a great evil. The great evil in the black and gold palace had confused his mind, and what he gave himself was not a demonic aura, but clearly an evil aura. The evil qi surging out of the black and gold palace, after entering itself, used itself this tiger skin to pretend to be a demonic qi. That was why his own demonic qi was able to heal Zhao Qi, who had been contaminated by the evil spirits, and boost his battle strength. Why did the Zhao Qi want to make a move on himself, and he hadn't been able to resist? Fizzle. It was at this time that many evil white snakes, the life-devouring snakes in Zhao Qi's mouth, had arrived around his body. Opening his mouth and tearing it, he plundered the life force within himself. At the same time, the evil qi stored in the body was poured out, causing the white snake to swell. One of the white snakes, after eating a fat round, immediately was reversing its direction, charging towards that overhead thunder. The white snake that contained evil qi and life force had an extremely terrifying outburst after colliding with Zhang Yi's sword. The biting evil aura and the breath of life seemed to add fuel to the fire, causing the already raging thunder to roar in anger at this moment. Boom! Deafening explosions rang out instantly, and the enormous repulsive force caused Jiang Yi to fly backwards. Oh no! This is not good. Seeing this, Zhou Yuanfang, who was not far away, hurriedly got out his sword and chopped towards Wang Qihu. Life is exuberant. That's when it's alive. By decapitating this Wang Qihu, what life would he have left to suck? Because of this, that evil qi blocked Wang Qihu's meridians and dantian, preventing him from moving. This way, Wang Qihu would not blow himself up and die, making them waste their efforts. It could only be honestly used as a tonic to keep Zhao Qi full. Old ancestor Zhou, you are too naive. Zhao Qi's voice rang out, and another life-devouring serpent flew in, colliding with the void tree sword qi. Boom! The swollen life-devouring serpent instantly exploded, sending the white jade beard that had rushed up, also flying out. Evil sneaks again, annoying as hell. Bai Yushu was also furious. He was really not good at dealing with evil spirits. Zhou Yuanfang also immediately retreated, looking at Zhao Qi from afar with a gloomy expression. Old me shouldn't have saved your life in the first place. The Zhao Qi of that time was still a good emperor who loved his people, but now he was contaminated by evil spirits. Just now, they are even more prepared to take action against the people to prolong their own lives? Thinking of this place, Zhou Yuanfang even looked toward the distance. There is also the crown prince this little. He is now leading the demonic ferocious beasts to attack the imperial capital, right? This move should be to divide the power of the crowd and have no time to care about this place. By the looks of it, you're also aware that this royal capital's circumstantial star sword formation is capable of allowing people to enter the formation and add to it, so as to avoid spoiling your big event. The imperial capital's perimeter star sword array, when it was opened to defend against the demon race of the western Lianshan mountain, it was not much of a whisper. In order to solve the problem as soon as possible, Jiang Yi had once commanded the people to enter the formation, suppressing the various formations of the Grand Formation, and boosting the might of the Grand Formation. Zhao Qi had the Crown Prince personally move to attack the imperial capital with the demonic beasts, leaving the rest of the forces to guard the city in defense of this hand. What an outlaw mind! This emperor, Zhao Qi, has really forgotten his original intention and doesn't remember his original ambition of becoming an emperor. Zhao Qi let out a loud laugh. In order to accomplish something, of course you have to consider everything carefully. I really can't understand why you guys just don't get it. For the sake of the future of the Jingtian imperial dynasty, a temporary sacrifice is necessary. As long as we carry through this small period of suffering, the Jingtian imperial dynasty will definitely take off. As Zhao Qi spoke, the black aura on his body intensified. Next to Wang Qihu, the originally huge body, at this moment was already being sucked to the skin and bones, dying. The damned Wang Qihu murmured out, feeling his life coming to an end. He shouldn't be greedy, and if he recuperated properly, there was no way for the other party to pinpoint him. Was it all calculated by the other side? And as Zhao Qi felt his own power, he also realized why the Snake Sovereign had given so many odd orders in the first place. Let the demonic beasts scourge the mountains, and let old four plant medicine. Everything was planned. Phew! Zhao Qi let out a long breath after draining Wang Qihu and turned to face Jiang Yi. Old ancestor, you may use your sword again. Chapter 143, The Bad Guys. After draining Wang Qihu as much as he could, Zhao Qi's black aura was extremely dense and thick. The scales that grew out of the skin on his body had a faint colored sheen to them. Jiang Yi clenched the blade in his hand, the lightning still flickering as the power within his body slowly built up. It's just that there is a price to pay in the process as well. Jiang Yi, if you don't fight for your life at this moment, when will you wait? Not far away, Zhou Yuanfang suddenly shouted out. At the same time, he struck out once more, his aura vibrating, and the imaginary tree that manifested on that body swelled once more. Cyan-colored sword chi surged out, immediately transforming into a massive sword formation that surrounded Zhao Qi as its core. Go! Zhou Yuanfang pointed out with one finger, and the surrounding green-colored sword chi whistled away in a continuous stream. The sword chi linked with each other as if they were large trees intertwined with their roots, and the power was even greater. Eat! Eat! At this time, White Jade Whiskers took the opportunity to take the root and threw it to Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi's expression was in a bit of a trance. He didn't know why, but he felt that Zhou Yuanfang's attitude towards himself had changed. I used to know each other well, but it was more of a gentleman's friendship. But right now, the tone in which he called out to himself was like he was a member of his own family. And the root that the white jade beard threw to her, she also received it in her hands. Frowning, still hardened herself and ate it. As the roots went down, Jiang Yi could immediately feel the aura surging out, and his body was much stronger than before. The lightning on the blade in his hand also flashed brighter. But, although the roots of the white jade whiskers were good and were able to restore her aura, they were not helpful to her physical condition. But just as Zhou Yuanfang had mentioned, all she could do now was to put up a fight and cut down this scourge. It was time for this old life of his to end. If he could use this life of his to keep the Jingtian imperial dynasty safe and sound, it would not be a loss. Zhou Yuanfang and Bai Yuzhu, at least, had given themselves a chance to fight for their lives once more. Bang! 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 Meanwhile, the sword chi from Zhou Yuanfang had collided with Zhao Qi one after another. Zhao Qi, who was suspended in midair, faced the sword chi coming from all directions without any fear. Just under the surge of black evil chi on his body, like a black tide, it spread out in all directions. It seemed to have turned into a black watery marsh and engulfed the green-colored sword chi that was stabbing at him. However, using the black evil chi transformed into a watery swamp to defend against the sword chi, Zhao Qi's face changed. The loss of evil chi was too much more than he had imagined. How could the sword chi power of the sea transformation realm be so strong? Previously see Zhou Yuanfang with white jade beard and that king red tiger killing. Also feel that the latter this big demon name does not match the reality. It was laughable that he couldn't even take down a guy at the mortal fifth realm sea transformation realm and was still being pressed. However, it was only after the real fight that he realized that the other party's battle power was beyond imagination. 1,000 gold old ancestor Zhou Yuanfang. His battle power had already reached this level? Didn't you say you were seriously injured? Take you down first. Zhao Qi made a snap decision, feeling that Zhou Yuanfang had to be taken down at this moment before he could do so. He's the uncertainty that could affect the battle later. Zhao Qi, who had made a decision. The evil chi within his body exploded at this moment. The evil chi transformed into a huge white serpent, huge to the extreme, and rushed towards that imaginary tree. The huge white snake wrapped around that imaginary tree, forming a stranglehold. As it gradually exerted its power to stir, the large green-colored virtual tree began to make creaking noises and surfaced crack lines. Break! Zhao Qi shouted harshly, and the huge evil white snake twisted the green-colored imaginary tree. The moment the green-colored imaginary tree was twisted off, Zhou Yuanfang suffered a backlash and let out a muffled grunt as blood spurted out of his mouth. And he had originally leapt up and stepped on the top of his own imaginary tree, but he also fell towards the ground. In the meantime, the imaginary tree broke and exploded with a bang. Zhou Yuanfang, who had landed on the ground, had a mouth full of blood and his beard was covered in blood foam. Regardless of his own injuries, he hurriedly pinched his sword technique and mobilized his aura within his body. In the bursting void tree aura, there were several huge green-colored sword chi that grew as it exploded, stabbing outwards. It was at this moment that Zhou Yuanfang ignited his heart fire. The huge green-colored sword that was made from the explosion of that huge imaginary tree was immediately lit with imaginary white flames. The Dharma taught by Yi Tian could be much more powerful than being bright in the heart and letting the aura have light. Sword chi stained by heart fire was like a red-hot iron put into thick snow, immediately melting and penetrating. The huge body of the evil white snake was pierced through by these several huge green-colored sword chi. The sword chi then drifted apart. The hole in the evil chi white snake's body was quickly filled by the evil chi that surged out. However, the amount of evil chi consumed to complete the white snake's body was quite large. How? Zhao Qi is really something moved. It was impossible to understand why this was happening in front of me. The life-devouring snakes that were released earlier had quietly disappeared. Somehow all of them had been killed. Right now, Zhou Yuanfang's battle power that had erupted, as well as the means he had used, exceeded his knowledge. It doesn't fit at all with the intel that you've learned. Crackle! It was the deafening roar that came from the rear at this time. By the time Zhao Qi turned back, Zhang Yi had already charged and finished storing up his strength. She dragged her long blade with both hands, and with a roaring thunder, she was right in front of her in the blink of an eye. Swish! The thunderous slash with lightning light swiftly slashed towards him. The temperature in the air around them rose. The jumping electric snakes also struck around Zhao Qi's body one after another. The black evil aura that permeated out from his body was hit and burst apart. Old ancestor, even if you behead me, it won't help. Zhao Qi suddenly opened his mouth at this moment. There are already a large number of demonic ferocious beasts attacking the city from the western Lian mountain outside the city. In order to decapitate me, you will surely have to use up all of your strength, even your life force. Then, under the onslaught of a large number of demon races and ferocious beasts attacking the city, do you still have the strength to protect the people? Old ancestor, if you close your hands now to kill the demonic ferocious beasts that are impacting outside the city, you can at least save the lives of many of the people. If I make a move, I can at most plunder 30% of the people of the imperial capital, but with the demon race and ferocious beasts entering the city, the outcome will not be certain. Zhao Qi's words caused Zhang Yi's face to look embarrassed, his forehead veins rippling. How can one have such offspring? Behead him, the demon race outside the city. If they dare to attack the imperial capital, they will only die out. At this time, Zhou Yuanfang shouted abruptly. Zhang Yi glanced at Zhou Yuanfang and found that he had a firm gaze. She also knew the other woman and wouldn't just open her mouth and fool herself. If he said that, it's only really okay. It's you again, Zhou Yuanfang? That Zhao Qi looked at Zhou Yuanfang, who was already seriously injured, and was a little annoyed. Nonsense, that Western Lianshan demon race ferocious beasts are coming, surging and surging, who can stop them? Humph, that's not for you to worry about. Zhou Yuanfang laughed coldly. You've lost your mind and taken the wrong path, burying the chance of living with your own hands. Be honest and wait to die. Chapter 144, You didn't say so. Zhou Yuanfang mockingly looked at Zhao Qi, feeling that the other party was stupid. Zhao Qi didn't understand why Zhou Yuanfang was saying this, but the lightning that then surfaced next to it clearly told itself. The old ancestor rushed at himself to move again. Hearing Zhou Yuanfang's words, Jiang Yi strengthened his heart. Putting his old life on the line, he had to cut this asshole down. If not, if such an emperor who was contaminated by evil spirits continued to be on the throne, no one knew what would happen. In Jiang Yi's pupils, thunderous light also began to flash at this moment, and the aura in his body was also operating frantically. But if you look closely, you will find that her body is already full of holes, belonging to the end of her strength. Jiang Yi, listen to me. Zhou Yuanfang opened his mouth once again, teaching her the Dharma taught by Yi Tian orally. Jiang Yi's talent was not bad in itself, and after listening to Zhou Yuanfang's words, he immediately understood the method. The heart fire ignited, and a purple thunder fire was added on top of the radiant thunder light. In the next moment, Jiang Yi's entire body was bathed in heart fire. The ornaments on her head fell down, and her long hair flew. It was her last breath of life, spelled out with all her might. Old ancestor, why are you doing this? Zhao Qi waved his hand, and the evil giant serpent came back to block in front of him. But Jiang Yi in front of him didn't say anything and just swung his sword. Mighty, much more terrifying than earlier. especially since the blade was tainted with heartfire on top of it. Easily, it was able to cut off the body of the white snake in front of it, and that ignited heartfire stained that evil white serpent for a long time. Zhao Qi's face changed drastically. He had drained that king red tiger and his strength had increased greatly. How could he still not be able to stop the old ancestor? Moreover, the ability of this ignited heartfire to restrain evil spirits was too powerful. Even though the old ancestor under the explosion of life force had a limited increase in strength compared to earlier, the damage to himself was exponentially increased. Not good. Zhao Qi knew that he couldn't continue to let the evil Qi white snake resist, and took the initiative to step forward to swing his Jin sword. Dang! Under the collision of the sword blade with the long blade in Zhang Yi's hand, the ignited heartfire climbed above the Jin sword. Inside the Jin sword, the evil Qi that had originally been occupied by erosion also began to burn at this moment. There was a black aura that emerged from above the sword. Zhao Qi hurriedly drew his sword and retreated, gathering more evil Qi to wrap around the Jin sword in his hand. Boom! But the thunder roared ahead again, and Zhang Yi was already in hot pursuit, the lightning fire on his blade flickering endlessly as he dragged it along. It made the entire palace shine with the light of this thunder and fire. Zhao Qi hurriedly resisted, but the evil aura that wrapped around his body seemed to be melting as if it couldn't be blocked. The blade with thunder fire also swept through, cutting off his right arm directly and sending it flying high into the air. The hand holding the town sword flew up and fell a short distance away. Zhao Ji, who had rushed from afar, hurriedly gathered his sword chi and transformed it into waves that washed over the broken arm that was grasping the sword. The sea stream like sword chi crazily washed away the black evil chi on top of the broken arm, crushing that broken arm. At the same time, Zhao Ji continued to condense his sword chi and nailed it around the Jin sword, blocking the evil chi inside and annihilating it. At this moment, the evil chi amongst the Jin sword was like rootless weeds. Where there was still any arrogance, it could only be hard worn out by Zhao Ji. Zhao Qi, who had an arm severed, couldn't understand why he couldn't block the old ancestor's blade when he was already strong enough. As he retreated, Zhang Yi was already stepping forward once again, and the sword in his hand that carried the thunder fire chopped out the evil chi one after another. As for Zhang Yi's body, wrinkles gradually appeared and he began to grow old, and the bright shine on his hair was dissipating. However, the lightning fire luster of the long sword in her hand was getting brighter and brighter. Zhao Qi couldn't help but glare towards Zhang Yi. Is it worth it, even to give up your own life? There are things that are more important than lives. Zhang Yi's gaze was still divine. You don't understand. The old body doesn't blame you, but after all, it's the old body's children and grandchildren. Cleaning up the house has to be done personally. With the instant Zhang Yi's words fell, she was already taking a step out, her body resembling a thunderous sweep. By the time the lightning dissipated, she was already behind Zhao Qi. The evil aura was dissipating, and when Zhao Qi lowered his head, he realized that his heart had been pierced through. Unable to maintain his form any longer, he fell towards the air. It ended up crashing through the palace and falling into the Great Hall, landing right on top of the throne. Zhang Yi was following and falling into the Great Hall, looking at Zhao Qi who had fallen on top of the imperial throne in front of him. Behind him lay the screen, which was the Book of Manhwa. Praises given to Zhao Qi, who was the emperor, for the feats he made to make life better for the people. But Zhao Qi, who was contaminated by an evil spirit, now has to sacrifice the people to prolong his life and finally die on the throne. Zhou Yuanfang followed and walked into the main hall, looking at Zhao Qi, who had fallen on top of the throne, and gently shook his head. If you didn't keep company with evil spirits, you wouldn't be limited in longevity as usual. Collapsed on top of the imperial throne Zhao Qi, his mouth issued a ho-ho sound. There is blood gushing out. His mouth was dyed red. Ho! Said a good sound. At this time, Zhou Yuanfang took out a piece of paper from his pocket. This has a new medicinal prescription that I have learned, and it has the formation breaking scatter on it. After swallowing the formation breaking scatter, it can break the utility of formations in the body. To put it simply, when you're about to die, swallow the broken formula and pass the throne to the crown prince. The crown prince will continue to sit in the grand formation and suppress it with the emperor's chi, and you'll be able to get out of it and get rid of the longevity restriction. Still wanting to grow the Jingtian imperial dynasty? You just point out the new emperor in the back. Tell me about you. Zhou Yuanfang sighed, unable to stop shaking his head. This formation breaking scatter was naturally imparted by Yi Tian. What was the situation of the emperor of the Jingtian imperial dynasty? He knew with one look at the great formation in the imperial capital. Who would have thought that this emperor Zhao Qi is in the company of evil spirits? Zhao Qi's eyes widened as he reached out and pointed at Zhou Yuanfang. Why didn't you? Earlier? In the end, Zhao Qi was out of life breath and completely gagged. At the same time the eyes were wide and obviously dead. Zhang Yi, who was next to him, couldn't help but glance towards Zhou Yuanfang and then towards the Zhao Qi. Why wouldn't you want to say a word about why Zhou Yuanfang hadn't said earlier to take it out earlier? If that were the case, why would he or she have spared his or her last breath and allowed himself or herself to die? But with things having come to this, there was no way for her to blame Zhou Yuanfeng. I wonder how the situation outside the city is. Zhang Yi sighed and said towards Zhou Yuanfeng, I'll have to trouble you to make a trip. I can no longer make a move in this state. The last little bit of time has to be saved to account for some words to the children and grandchildren. Zhou Yuanfeng nodded gently towards Zhang Yi and turned to leave. And as Zhang Yi looked at the other party's back, he always felt that his look just now seemed a bit strange. It's like waiting in the wings to see a joke.